I lay on the cold hospital bed, life slipping away like sand in an hourglass. On my deathbed, my ex-girlfriend didn't come to apologize, but to squeeze the last bit of value from me, demanding a 200,000 yuan bride price. But the one who truly loved me with all her heart cried and said, if I had been just a bit more proactive back then, maybe everything would have been different. A single utterance of unresolved sorrow became the poison I swallowed with my last breath. Fortunately, fate gave me a chance to open my eyes and return to that innocent summer. This time, I vow to spend the rest of my life making up for my regrets. My name is Shen Yifeng, once a hopeless fool who was extorted for money by my ex Yuyu on my deathbed. Lying on the hospital bed, I watched her hypocritically express hope for a miracle while confessing she owed over 200,000 in illegal loans. He wanted to borrow the money I had saved to buy gold bars as a bride price, promising in return to take care of my mother. I didn't even have the strength to speak, my heart filled with bitterness. Back then she did so many things to wrong me, and now she shows up all because of money. Just as my life was slipping away, the ward door burst open, and the figure stumbling in was Tang Wei, my childhood sweetheart. She cried as she poured out her love, disappointment, and regrets toward me since childhood, expressing her biggest regret of not having taken the initiative back then. I just realized I missed out on a treasure of a girl who was truly good to me. Luckily, I've been reborn and returned. Now it's the school playground. I take a deep breath and shout to Tang Wei with burning eyes, Wei, I like you. Like your head. Tang Wei froze, her eyebrows raised, as she wrapped her arms around my neck, squeezing so tight I could barely breathe. No, I'm not joking, I hastened to explain. Call me sis. Little brat, you're being a bit too intimate with me today. Keep this up and I'll call the cops. She tightened her grip. Alright, Sister Wei. I bit my lip and couldn't hold back any longer. I'm sorry. Tang Wei loosened her grip and stared at me puzzled, reaching out to feel my forehead. I grabbed her hand firmly. Her resistance vanished instantly. Regulating my breath, I said, I need to say two things. First, I'm not losing my mind. Second, I don't like Chu Yun. Tang Wei recalled, isn't Chu Yun your class belle? You confessed to her during military training. Actually, it was because I lost a game of truth or dare with my roommate and had to go through with the confession. It's just a game, don't take it seriously, I explained. Tang Wei crossed her arms proudly and turned aside, as if I took it seriously. Who you confess to is none of my business. I know if I confess directly right now, she definitely won't agree, so I have to approach it indirectly. Such a big matter certainly requires reporting to Sister Wei. Otherwise, you'll tell my mom that I started dating right after starting college, and I'll definitely get scolded when I go back for the holidays. Humph, that's more like it. It's been a month since school started, and you haven't even bothered to come find me. Tang Wei's tone was laced with complaint. I watched her tall and well-proportioned figure, her captivating eyes, and sighed inwardly. In my previous life, how did I never realize that Wei's looks and figure were the absolute finest of the finest? Tang Wei kept chattering about my college life, but I wasn't paying attention. I interrupted her, Wei-jie, can we discuss something? Every time you come to me for advice, it's always bad news. Tang Wei said with a smile, what is it this time? Can we stop calling each other brother and sister from now on? We're all adults, and I'm a man too, you know. Tang Wei scoffed, bullshit, without experiencing such things, they're all just little brats. She mentioned what her roommate Zhou Mengting had said. Oh no. I suddenly remembered that on this day in my past life, I had originally planned to ask Tang Wei for advice on how to pursue Chu Yun. I even asked my roommate to go to the broadcast station and read a love letter confessing to Chu Yun. If Tang Wei hears it, all my efforts will be in vain. Wei-jie, I'm so sorry. I just remembered I have something urgent to attend to, so I have to leave now. Next time we meet, I'll definitely explain everything to you clearly. I took the initiative to step forward and hugged the girl. It's wonderful to see you again. I controlled my emotions, and without looking back, I ran off as soon as I finished speaking. Percent left standing there in a daze. Tang Wei's cheeks flushed crimson. Her roommates Zhou Mengting and Wang Yihuan walked over. What dating nonsense? You're overthinking it. That's just my childhood friend. Tang Wei explained. Embracing after just a few meetings? What would happen after a few more? Childhood sweethearts are indeed the sweetest. Wang Yihuan laughed and said, you've really misunderstood. I see him as a younger brother. Tang Wei replied. Zhou Mengting asked, but just now he suddenly told me, could we stop referring to each other as brother and sister from now on? What else is there to say? He's a man, and he knows about you too, saying you're quite dirty. It's even spread to the School of Computer Science. So, you better watch out. Tang Wei smiled coyly, guess. I sprinted to the school broadcasting room and called out to my roommate Huangko, Lao Huang, hurry up and tell your friend to stop reciting the poem I wrote. You pulled an all-nighter last night, really not gonna read it? Huangko asked in confusion. Screw that, I tried calling your phone and you didn't answer. It's super urgent, bro. If the broadcast room reads it out, I'll knock your league rank down to bronze. I urged anxiously, then asked Huangko to take out the acrostic poem note he had written for Chu Yun. I abruptly changed the subject. Help me check the class schedule of a law school girl named Tang Wei. I'll carry your placement matches this season, guaranteed gold tier. Huangko said, forget it, phone. If you gift me an epic skin, I might consider it. No problem. But you'd better hurry, preferably within the next few days. The girl's name is Tang Wei, second year in law school. I silently made a vow in my heart, Wei-jie, in this lifetime, I will spend the rest of my days protecting you. Huang Ke grinned and said, last week, I hacked into the school's academic affairs system and left a backdoor. Later, I'll go back to the dorm and enter the name. Not just the class schedule, but even ID cards, household registrations. Even dorm numbers, I can look them all up for you, clear as day. As I altered the timeline of this life, Xu Yunzheng and his roommate Peng Xiaoling were sitting on the stone steps by fragrant grass lake on campus. Chu, I heard Shen Yifeng is planning to confess his feelings to you again today? He's really thick-skinned, isn't he? Getting rejected several times and still coming back. Xu Yun's tone was haughty. Just a little bit. There are many guys at school who are better than him, so I'm in no hurry to make a decision. Who knows, the next one might be even better. What if he confesses to you over the broadcast later? Just pretend you didn't hear it, and keep an eye on him for now. It's almost my birthday. If he were a bit more thoughtful, he should start saving his allowance to prepare a gift for me now. Xu Yun said she also wants me to help her dorm with their programming class assignment as a test. She glanced at her watch and sighed, time's almost up, and I'll have to listen to those cheesy love poems again. After waiting for what felt like ages, even until the announcements ended, there was still no sign of him. Xu Yun was instantly furious. What on earth is Shen Yifeng up to? Aren't you supposed to confess to me? Peng Xiaoling also complained, on such a hot day, making us wait for nothing for so long, he must be stuffed. Xu Yun took out her phone and sent a QQ message to Shen Yifeng. Didn't you write me a poem? Why didn't I hear the campus broadcast? This is too much, making me wait here at Fangchao Lake for nothing all this time. Xiaoling waited with me, and she was also very angry. She even told me to ignore you, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. By the way, I think my lipstick is almost used up. Could you buy me a new one? I want the Dior brand. I'll forgive you after you give it to me. Just as I was about to step into the dorm, I heard the special alert tone from QQ and instinctively pulled out my phone. I realized it was a conditioned reflex left from being PUA'd in my past life. I opened QQ and didn't even bother to read the message, just tapped the upper right corner directly to delete the friend. At last, the world is finally quiet. Chapter 3, Little Fairy Yuyu. After deleting his friends, Shen Yifeng felt much better and kicked open the dorm room door. Shirima, your emperor has returned. Every familiar face met his gaze. To his left were his and Huang Ke's spots. To his right, his two roommates were still playing League of Legends with headphones on. The familiar bunk beds and desks below. The familiar stench of sweaty feet. The place he once despised most. Reborn, this place had become the one he missed most. Damn it, who fed the mastery so much? What the hell are you playing at? Go ask Lucian in bot lane, he's the Sword Saint's ATM. Seems like they're releasing another hero at the end of the month. What's it called? Rage-fueled Lolita. Shen Yifeng was about to catch up with his roommate after all these years. When his phone suddenly rang. Caller ID, Little Master. Seeing the contact name, Shen Yifeng's face scrunched up in frustration. Just as he was about to hang up, he wasn't used to the settings on his first-generation Redmi phone and accidentally tapped to answer. Damn it! The moment Xu Yun answered, he heard Shen Yifeng curse on the other end. His already jade-like mood was now even more jilted. Shen Yifeng, what's your deal? Deleting me and cursing me out? You were supposed to confess to me, where the hell are you? Who said I was going to confess? You must be drunk in broad daylight. The moment Shen Yifeng heard Xu Yun's voice, he recalled the words this woman had spoken at his deathbed. A surge of rage instantly filled his heart. How dare you snap at me? Shen Yifeng, I'm really angry. I'm really angry. The kind that can't be soothed. I'll give you one last chance. Come to the cafeteria tonight and apologize to me. If your attitude is sincere, maybe I'll forgive you. But my lipstick is running out, you need to get me. Before Xu Yun could finish, Shen Yifeng suddenly remembered something, slapped his forehead, and hurriedly hung up. I almost forgot about my dinner plans with Wei-jie tonight. Beep beep beep. Hearing the call end abruptly, Xu Yun's mind went blank. The little fairy had been beautiful since childhood, with brothers doting on her wherever she went. At school, she was never short of admirers. Her life had been smooth sailing, never encountering obstacles or people who could make her angry. Today, that person had appeared. He hung up on me? He actually dared to hang up on me. Thinking back to Shen Yifeng's persistent pursuit over the past period. His attitude today was a stark contrast. Xu Yun even picked up her phone to double-check if she had dialed the wrong number. So, Chu? Did Shen Yifeng apologize to you? I can just picture his pathetic face. Sorry, Chu, I messed up. I couldn't get the school radio station people on board. He couldn't even handle the school announcer and still tried to confess? What a waste of effort. Chu, you absolutely can't go easy on him this time. A verbal apology won't cut it, he needs punishment. Teach him a lesson. Peng Xiaoling stood with her hands on her hips, hurling another round of scolding at Shen Yifeng across the room. He hung up on me and said I was drunk. What? Peng Xiaoling looked utterly stunned. This news shocked her more than hearing the national soccer team had qualified for the World Cup. He's the one who's drunk. He actually hung up on you? Who gave him the nerve? Fish Liang? Shuyan shook her head in a daze. He must have been busy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hung up on me. Or maybe he's trying to get your attention. Peng Shaoling stroked her chin, analyzing the situation like Conan. Given Shen Yifeng's attitude toward you before, he practically wanted to wag his tail like a dog at your feet. He wouldn't just randomly upset you unless he'd given up on pursuing you. Of course that's impossible. When Shen Yifeng confessed last time, he said he'd only recognize you for the rest of his life. If he were the type to give up easily, he would have done so long ago. So I think he's trying to create a contrast to grab your attention. Shuyan blinked, growing puzzled. How does hanging up on me attract my attention? Peng Shaoling cut straight to the heart of Chuyun's thoughts. Aren't you wondering why he hung up? What he's doing? Whether he's in the dorm or out somewhere? You're right. I never used to wonder where he was or what he was doing. But after he hung up on me just now, my mind started racing with all kinds of thoughts. Peng Shaoling snapped her fingers. Exactly. It must be his dorm mates giving him that stupid idea. Since they can't win you over the conventional way, they're trying something different. After hearing Peng Shaoling's analysis, anger flashed in Chuyun's eyes. This is outrageous, Shen Yifeng. I won't let you get away with this. I won't fall for it, and I won't come looking for you. Peng Shaoling grinned. That's the spirit, Chu. Let him stew in his own juices. I bet he'll come crawling back to apologize by tonight at the latest. Apologizing? Not a chance. After Shen Yifeng hung up on Chuyun, his roommates were stunned. Brother Feng's got guts. I always said chasing the class beauty was a dead end. Too bad all that money you spent went down the drain, Huang Ke sighed. No hero dwells on past losses. We knew youth raised under the red flag must look forward. Shen Yifeng approached his love guru roommate, Qin Shiyu. Old Qin, done with this game yet? Quick, help me figure out how to chase after those older sister types. Which older sister? The girls in our class who are older than you? The ones who weigh more than you? You're playing some seriously twisted games. No. Brother Feng wants to pursue her childhood friend, a sophomore senior in the law school, Huang Ku interjected. Upon hearing this, Qin Shiyu immediately spun his chair around to scrutinize Shen Yifeng's face. Fengzi, you're serious? Dead serious. Qin Shiyu frowned thoughtfully. Since she's his childhood sweetheart, you two must know each other really well, right? We know each other inside out. We practically grew up in the same bathtub, Shen Yifeng replied without hesitation. Huang Ke's face broke into a lecherous grin. Grew up together in the same bathtub, know each other inside and out. We were too young to even develop back then. Even if we saw each other, it wouldn't have meant anything. In this lifetime, Shen Yifeng had only lived with his roommate for a month. But with the memories of 2 lifetimes layered together, they'd known each other for 10 years. The subtext was clear to anyone listening. With people you know too well, you have to be genuine. Pretending is pointless. Like when I pick up girls, I give myself whatever identity I want out there. I could say I'm a rich kid. Shen Yifeng cut him off. But you are a rich kid. That's beside the point. My meaning is, with strangers, you need a facade to catch a girl's attention. I've got stories, you've got booze, right? After we finish drinking, we'll get a room. Get to the point. Shen Yifeng covered his face. The point is, follow your heart. If I could just chill out, I wouldn't be asking you. It's not that complicated. Simply put, it's about being genuine. With someone you know inside out, even a single deception creates a rift. I think pursuing your childhood sweetheart is tough, but it's still easier than chasing the class beauty. Qin Shiyu turned away nonchalantly, dismissing the alliance system's idle warning. He added with solemn emphasis, the class beauty? Not even a dog would chase her. Chapter 4, turns out he's a leg man. Shen Yifeng pondered the words thoughtfully. Truly, a word from you is worth more than 1,000 words from others. He silently pulled out his phone and opened QQ. Midnight love, want to grab dinner tonight? Seeing his own online name, Shen Yifeng froze for a moment. Holy crap, was I this uncool back in college? He quickly deleted his personal signature and other details. When he couldn't think of a new nickname, he simply tweaked the pinyin of his surname and used that instead. A phone, let's grab dinner tonight. Tang Wei, returning to the dorm with her roommate, heard the notification chime. She pulled out her phone and saw the message. Her roommate saw it too. Whoa. And she said it wasn't even close yet. This one's practically bursting out already. Zhou Mingting and Wang Yihuan stood beside her, unable to resist teasing. Tang Wei's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she replied, adding an explanation, just having dinner with the neighbor's younger brother who happens to be an alumni too. No big deal. Remember when that rich kid in our class asked you out to dinner? You shot him down with, I'm dieting, no meals. Let me see what you replied this time. She replied, sure. I caught a glimpse just now, Zhou Mingting chuckled. That little tone is clearly different from how she talks to others. So sweet. Wang Yihuan transformed into Sweetie, her face beaming with auntie-like affection. Sis Wei, you're acting weird. You guys are the ones acting weird. It's just a normal dinner. We used to eat together every day when we were kids. Zhou Mengting stopped questioning her and instead pulled her over to the wardrobe. It's pretty warm tonight, remember to dress comfortably. I recall you have a really gorgeous dress, wear that tonight. It'll definitely make your childhood sweetheart's eyes light up. I'm afraid he'll be so focused on me that I won't even be able to eat, Tang Wei pouted slightly. You're afraid to wear it? Zhou Mengting teased with a mischievous grin. Who says I'm scared? I'll wear it. Tang Wei picked up the outfit and looked at her reflection in the mirror, especially the part that showed her legs, feeling a pang of doubt. Wearing this to meet my childhood sweetheart? Is that really a good idea? Before long, it was 6:30 p.m. It was the National Day holiday, and with many students away, the campus felt rather deserted. Shen Yifeng had arranged to meet Tang Wei at the entrance of the second cafeteria, so he arrived early. Watching the couple strolling hand in hand, Shen Yifeng couldn't help but smile. College days were always beautiful, they were the tail end of youth. Once you enter society, the fairy tale shatters, and everything changes. As he pondered how to plan for the future, footsteps grew louder from afar. He looked up and saw Tang Wei wearing a short French floral spaghetti strap dress. Her legs were long and evenly proportioned, fair as jade. She wore strappy sandals, her exposed toes painted with pink nail polish. Her hair was slightly curled, flowing gently in the breeze. She radiated an ethereal aura and extraordinary charm. Many passing boys couldn't help but turn their heads for a second look. Then they murmured in awe, our school has such a beautiful girl? Shen Yifeng felt like he'd been hit by a cotton candy cloud, his Adam's apple involuntarily bobbing up and down. I'm really not used to wearing this kind of skirt. Tang Wei murmured to herself, though it sounded deliberately meant for Shen Yifeng's ears. After speaking, she noticed Shen Yifeng staring at her with eyes as dark as ink, not blinking once. The surrounding sounds seemed to vanish, leaving only the faint sweat on the teenager's hands tucked in his pockets, his ears flushed crimson, and the girl's hastening breaths and face tinged with rosy hues. I think it looks really pretty. You should wear skirts like this more often, otherwise, how else will you show off those long legs? Tang Wei pretended not to hear Shen Yifeng's words, though her heart was already drenched in honey. Stupid little brother, turns out he's a leg man after all. No wonder he loved bathing with me when we were kids. Tang Wei smiled faintly, a strand of hair falling to cover one eye. Her slightly arched eyebrow and the curve of her lips radiated an allure so potent it threatened to spill over. You said earlier that I shouldn't treat you like a little brother, but like a man. Are you serious? Shen Yifeng nodded vigorously, his expression dead serious. Of course I meant it. I feel that both physically and mentally, Before he could finish, Tang Wei suddenly stepped forward. Toes met toes, eyes locked with eyes. Her lashes, glistening with light, were mere inches from his eyes, close enough to count each one if he tried. Her hot breath brushed against Shen Yifeng's neck. The moment he lowered his head, he was met by a pair of lively eyes. He couldn't take it. Couldn't hold it at all. Enough, you little brat. Look at you. You get nervous just seeing a girl's eyes, yet you want to be a man? Wait until you stop getting nervous before you say that again. Tang Wei chuckled triumphantly like a little witch who'd pulled off a prank, then strode straight into the cafeteria. I'm not nervous. Honestly, I swear I'm not nervous. I swear. Shen Yifeng hurried after her. You're babbling nonsense and you're not nervous? I swear. Try me again if you don't believe me. Nice try. I'm hungry. Let's talk after I eat. That proud and stubborn attitude, it was definitely Sister Wei. Shen Yifeng walked up beside Tang Wei and walked alongside her. The cafeteria wasn't crowded. After circling around, they settled on the hot pot stall. They ordered quickly. Extra spicy, please. Tang Wei gently nudged Shen Yifeng with her foot. Your stomach isn't strong. Why order extra spicy? Shen Yifeng suddenly recalled that in his previous life he had succumbed to stomach cancer. Wei had warned him long ago, but he hadn't listened. Mild spice it is, then. Thanks, boss. As Shen Yifeng turned with his order slip, he spotted Yuyu standing across the room. Her expression was gloomy, her brow furrowed. This was the first time Shen Yifeng had encountered her since his rebirth. He had to admit she was truly beautiful. Her nose was high and delicate, her large eyes exuded a pitiful charm, her lips were small and dainty, and her skin was as white and smooth as jade. If she weren't beautiful, Shen Yifeng wouldn't have loved her so desperately in his past life. He'd confessed his feelings over a dozen times only to be rejected, yet he persisted undeterred. But remembering the despicable things Yuyu had done in his past life, even trying to squeeze every last drop of value from him as he lay dying, made Shen Yifeng feel nothing but irritation whenever he saw her now. Shen Yifeng. Who is she? Yuyu stormed over, pointing an accusing finger at Tang Wei. It wasn't jealousy, but a pure refusal to allow her suitor to be with another woman. Who she is has nothing to do with you, and it's none of your business. Shen Yifeng's attitude stunned not only Yuyu but also Tang Wei, who stood nearby. Strange. Didn't Feng like her? Why is he suddenly defending me? Oh no, did I mess things up between them? Chapter 5, Old Green Tea. Shu Yun froze upon hearing Shen Yifeng's words. When she finally snapped out of it, her nose wrinkled in anger. Dare you say that again? Daff? Shen Yifeng's impatience grew palpable. Who I choose to dine with is none of your business. Besides, pointing at people is rude. Could you show some manners? Shu Yun laughed bitterly, deliberately raising her voice so everyone nearby could hear. I get it now. You must have been rejected when you confessed last time, so you brought this girl along just to annoy me and get my attention. If that's really the case, you're being way too petty, not manly at all. Even if you had to hire someone to annoy me, couldn't you at least find someone prettier? Shen Yifeng chuckled. Wipe the sleep out of your eyes and look properly before you speak. Those long legs, do you have them? This ethereal aura, do you have it? And this? Shen Yifeng glanced back at Tang Wei's chest, swallowed the word he'd almost uttered, and quickly amended himself. And this irresistible charm, what could possibly compare? Tang Wei furrowed her brow in confusion, feeling rather baffled by the sudden praise. Is this really Yifeng? She'd known him for over a decade and had never heard him compliment her like this before. Before Chu Yun could respond, her roommate Peng Xiaoling chimed in with a sarcastic tone. Chu, I think you're way prettier. You're the pure kind of pretty, unlike that woman. She looks like she hangs out with the wrong crowd. What the hell did you just say? Shen Yifeng's expression darkened instantly. The bulging veins on his forehead made Peng Xiaoling flinch back in fear. What are you doing? Trying to hit someone? Go ahead and hit me if you dare. I'll make sure you regret it. Hitting us girls? Just wait to get expelled from school. Shen Yifeng paid no heed, striding straight toward Peng Xiaoling. Just then, Tang Wei grabbed his wrist urgently, signaling him to calm down. She then stepped forward to confront Chu Yun. Her deep eyes held an unreadable calm. First, I'm his sister, not some random girl you're talking about. Second, since you rejected him, it's only natural he's not interested in you now. There's no need to be so harsh with your words. Shen Yifeng doesn't need your affection, nor does he deserve your contempt. Peng Xiaoling snorted derisively, then continued to grumble. Chu, we shouldn't waste our breath on people like her. She has zero persistence. Good thing you never agreed to date him, otherwise, I'd feel sorry for you. Getting blocked for sending a small gift? I've never seen such a petty guy. Oomph, exactly. I've got plenty of guys chasing me, I don't need him. As for you, keep your brother in line. Stop him from going around messing with other girls. Shu Yun played the victim, her eyes red and occasionally rubbing them. This melted the hearts of many onlookers who weren't fully in the know. Ha! Tang Wei let out a faint, cold laugh. Her bossy personality flared up. Talk about kicking someone when they're down. You rejected me, yet you still want to string me along. I say you're nothing but a 1982 Longjing tea. Shu Yun frowned and shot Peng Xiaoling a look. What does she mean? Shen Yifeng chimed in, an old green tea from 82. You. Peng Xiaoling pointed an accusing finger, fuming. The next second, Shen Yifeng slapped her hand away. Did you two come from the same womb? Both so uncivilized? Pointing fingers at people's assholes like that, you know. The onlookers burst into laughter. This left Shu Yun, who had been pampered since childhood, utterly mortified. Her voice nearly breaking into tears, she shouted. Shen Yifeng. I was starting to accept you. I was waiting for your next confession so I could say yes. You blew your chance. You'll regret this for the rest of your life. Well, thank you for finally letting me off the hook. I hope you find someone suitable soon and stop messing with my life. Shen Yifeng's words made Tang Wei laugh. The look in her eyes shifted subtly as she gazed at Shen Yifeng, as if exploring an undiscovered universe. After all these years, her annoying little brother seemed to have changed quite a bit. Besides growing taller and more handsome. She felt like he hadn't seen her in ages, suddenly acting so warm and familiar. Tang Wei stole a peek at Shen Yifeng's profile. Then she smiled softly. This is actually pretty nice. Shu Yun, suffering from a bout of jealousy, was so enraged her eyes reddened. You jerk. I'll never speak to you again. You're nothing but a big pig's hoof, only a blind fool would ever want you. After hurling the insults, she turned and stormed off. Peng Xiaoling snorted at the scene and followed after her. Great, now I'm the dog ignored bun. Shen Yifeng shrugged, speechless at Chu Yun's shrewish behavior. Tang Wei paused for 2 seconds before bursting into laughter. How come you're being so funny today? I've always been humorous, okay? It's just been too long since we last met. Shen Yifeng thought to himself, it really had been too long, a whole lifetime had passed before we met again. Tang Wei didn't notice the flicker in Shen Yifeng's expression. Her gaze was drawn to the chef sprinkling scallions over the hot pot. Our food's ready. That was pretty quick. Fewer customers today, so it naturally came out faster. By the way, I'm treating tonight, don't try to pay again. Of course I should pay. I'm your. Tang Wei saw Shen Yifeng glare at her and quickly swallowed the word sister before it left her mouth. Fine. You're treating. Should have said so earlier, I would have piled more meat on my plate. Alright, wait here. I'll go buy you some fried chicken legs. Forget it. Eating too much fried food makes you fat. Wow. You're so skinny and still worried about gaining weight? What about the other girls? Hee hee, you're being so sweet today. It feels almost unfamiliar. You used to tease me all the time. Shen Yifeng's dark pupils rippled like ocean waves. He pursed his lips and said earnestly, I won't do that anymore. Smack. You little brat, at it again? Those eyes are so intense. Who are you trying to seduce? Tang Wei wrapped her arms around Shen Yifeng's neck. What appeared to be a chokehold was meant as punishment, but to Shen Yifeng, it might as well have been a reward. Her ample bosom pressed against him, leaving Shen Yifeng gasping for air. He shivered, raising his hands in surrender. Image. Mind your image. Public place. Tang Wei snapped out of it and quickly released her grip, awkwardly adjusting her skirt. Shen Yifeng felt utterly miserable inside. Wei-jie's tsundere attitude was adorable, but it made things so awkward. If I show even a hint of affection, that big bear will smack me upside the head. Can you handle that? I need to find a way to lower her guard. Otherwise, before I can confess, I'll be suffocated by that big bear. Shen Yifeng had Tang Wei find a window seat. He paid at the hot pot counter himself, then carried a tray loaded with a huge bowl of spicy hot pot and 2 bowls of rice to sit across from Tang Wei. Tang Wei instinctively picked a piece of meat for Shen Yifeng first, her mouth never idle. So, what's going on with you and Chu Yun? Didn't I explain earlier? I only confessed because I lost truth or dare. I've already talked it out with her, but she just won't let it go. Shen Yifeng said casually, looking up at Tang Wei. And you just called me my sister again. This meal is a name change feast. Don't call me little brother anymore. Tang Wei pouted, I thought you were joking. Of course not. I'm dead serious. Shen Yifeng's eyes were bright and open. Then swear it to me, Tang Wei said, biting her chopsticks with eager anticipation. If it's a lie, may lightning strike me the moment I step outside. Before he could finish, Tang Wei jumped up and covered Shen Yifeng's mouth with her delicate little hand. Phew. You shouldn't make death curses lightly. Remember when you hid my hair clip as a kid and denied it? I made you swear, and that very night your mom beat you up. It worked like a charm. But I'm telling the truth. Shen Yifeng was on the verge of breaking down. Stereotypes are deadly. It was all because he'd been such a troublemaker as a kid, leaving Wei-jie with this impression that he was unreliable. Fine, I believe you. Since we can't be brother and sister, I'd better keep my distance. What if you get any funny ideas about me? Tang Wei deliberately put on a guarded expression. Seeing Shen Yifeng didn't respond but instead flashed a meaningful smirk. Her ears flushed instantly and her voice softened. Oh, you. Back then, neither of us had even started developing yet. Anything we did was harmless. Now that we're adults, you need to keep your thoughts pure. Just kidding. How did I manage to make you nervous? By the way, are you free tomorrow? Shen Yifeng's gaze seemed glued to Tang Wei. She didn't take a single bite of her meal, but she certainly didn't miss a single glance at Tang Wei's face. Sure, I'm free. You wanna hang out? Tang Wei raised an eyebrow, her eyes narrowing seductively. Just one glance was enough to make Shen Yifeng blush and lower his head. Damn! Who could resist that look? Shen Yifeng's mind went blank again. He even began to doubt whether he'd forgotten to bring his brain back when he reincarnated. He'd completely forgotten everything he'd intended to say just moments ago. Nothing. I was just asking. Shen Yifeng quickly lowered his head to eat. Oh. All right. Tang Wei pretended nothing was amiss, idly twirling a strand of hair. For some reason, a flicker of hope had flickered in her heart just now. Anticipation that her little brother would continue what he was about to say. But then she thought. If that brat actually asked me out, should I say yes? Or should I accept? Chapter 6, The Campus Confession Wall. Shen Yifeng couldn't hear Tang Wei's inner thoughts, of course. He was still wallowing in self-pity. Why couldn't he just ask Wei-jie to hang out outside campus tomorrow? Wei-jie had clearly asked if he wanted to invite her. He should have just gone along with what she said. Just as Shen Yifeng was still wallowing in regret. Outside the cafeteria, along the forest path. Chu Yun saw Shen Yifeng sitting by the window, laughing and chatting with that girl. A wave of anger surged through her chest like a tidal wave. This is so annoying. He's such a jerk. How dare he? He's still pursuing me, so what's wrong with asking him to send me a gift? How could he change his attitude so fast? Don't get so worked up, Chu. You never liked him anyway, why bother? But his behavior really is over the top. Want me to call him out in the class group chat? Pang Xiaoling spoke up in defense of Chu Yun. Didn't you say earlier he might be playing hard to get? This isn't playing hard to get, it's infuriating. The class monitor told us Shen Yifeng was going to confess to you today. She also said he stayed up all night writing you a love poem, so there's no way he could have stopped liking you overnight. Tang Wei bit her lip and thought. I just feel like that girl isn't really his sister. Shen Yifeng never mentioned her before, and now she suddenly appears out of nowhere. Right. That girl probably wants to steal Shen Yifeng away from you, but she feels guilty, so she pretended to be his sister. Great, that sneaky couple. As soon as we get back to the dorm, I'm posting them on the campus confession wall. After Shen Yifeng and Tang Wei finished their pleasant dinner, he walked her back to her dorm building before dashing back to his own room. He kicked the door open. Shurima, you. No mercy for brother Feng. The emperor's about to drop dead, come see this. Huangku interrupted Shen Yifeng's spellcasting. His grave expression made Shen Yifeng realize something was wrong. What's up? You've been featured on the campus confession wall. Is that even a thing? Looks like my looks finally got noticed. Shen Yifeng stripped off his shirt and approached Huangku bare-chested. What he saw instead was Campus Confession Wall Scum Edition. As the name suggests, the Scumbag Edition was where scumbags were exposed. So from the cybersecurity department of the computer science school, you're such a piece of trash. Seeing this headline, Shen Yifeng's expression darkened instantly. That tone must be from Peng Xiaoling. I had a bit of a run-in with her and her friends in the cafeteria earlier. But the stuff written here is complete nonsense. It makes it sound like I was dating Chu Yun while secretly crushing on another girl and then turned around and insulted them. Qin Shiyu emerged from the restroom, pulling up his pants as he explained the situation. These days, many people online emphasize facts when they suit their agenda, highlight rules when they benefit them, and muddy the waters when neither works in their favor. Since they stand to lose nothing either way, it's only natural. A cold glint flickered in Shen Yifeng's sharp eyes. They can insult me all they want, I've got thick skin. But attacking Wei-jie. She did nothing wrong, yet they've maliciously made her look so pathetic. I absolutely refuse to stand for this. What do you plan to do? Contact the confession wall and post a clarification? Qin Shiyu shook his head with a smile. Those gossip-hungry people only believe what they want to believe. If the truth takes away their gossip, they won't speak up even if they know it unless something even juicier comes along. Shen Yifeng grinned. Don't forget what we major in? Cybersecurity. Future hackers or white hats. If it can be solved online, it's not a problem. In his previous life, Shen Yifeng had founded a cybersecurity company. His skills, even by today's standards, were like a dimensional strike. He pulled out his laptop and connected to the school's internal network. Each dormitory network port had a unique IP segment. Knowing which dorm Chu Yun occupied, Shen Yifeng easily pinpointed Peng Xiaoling's internal network IP. Breaking into a computer through the internal network was as easy as catching fish in a tank. Shen Yifeng's fingers danced across the keyboard with fluid precision. The school's internal network has security protocols, but they're not as effective as one might imagine. Whoever controls the exit node controls the entire campus network. Which means, right now, I am God over the school's servers. Soon, Shen Yifeng gained full access to Peng Xiaoling's computer. Not only could he see what she was doing, but he could also perform a series of operations on her computer from the background. At that moment, Peng Xiaoling was still collaborating with the campus confession wall administrator to fabricate more false stories. Shen Yifeng let out a cold laugh upon seeing this. The sound was chilling. All I need to do now is shut down her QQ backend. Shen Yifeng typed a line of command code into his computer. Immediately afterward, Peng Xiaoling discovered her QQ app had inexplicably crashed. She'll definitely try to log back in right away. I'll set up a keylogger beforehand. Peng Xiaoling logged back into QQ. Every letter and number she typed while entering her password was transmitted to Shen Yifeng's computer terminal. This way, I'll get her QQ password. Qin Shiyu was completely stunned. Holy crap, Feng! How come I never knew you were such a tech whiz? Bro Feng, you've been playing dumb all this time. With skills like that, you had me help you check your class schedule? Huangku was equally shocked. Shen Yifeng chuckled, I went out of my way to get you that skin, and you're blaming me for playing dumb? Oh man, I really didn't recognize a Himalayan mountain when I saw one. Huangku laughed along. With Peng Xiaoling's QQ password in hand, Shen Yifeng logged into her account with ease. Thanks to his QQ premium membership, he could view her entire chat history with others. Meanwhile, Peng Xiaoling noticed her computer kept rebooting. Thinking it was malfunctioning, she never suspected a hacker had infiltrated her system. Since you love spilling the beans, I'll make you famous. Using the same method, Shen Yifeng also hacked the QQ account for the campus confession wall. Such accounts were typically managed by student council members, meaning they were fellow members of the school community. Within the campus network, Shen Yifeng was God. Hacking into computers was like walking through an empty realm. He deleted the post slandering him and Tang Wei, then posted all of Peng Xiaoling's outrageous online comments and screenshots of her discussing with friends how to frame others. This caused quite a stir. Students who had already finished gossiping saw the plot twist unfold, and the comments section instantly erupted. Wei-jie, check out the campus confession wall, today's gossip is extra juicy. Didn't we just expose some jerk? Now it's backfiring. Turns out that girl made the whole story up to frame the guy. Tang Wei clearly wasn't very interested. She had just finished showering and was about to blow dry her hair when Wang Yihuan said something that made her suddenly perk up. Computer Science Department, Cybersecurity Major. Sis Wei, isn't that your childhood friend's major? Yeah. Cybersecurity. Tang Wei froze for a moment, then quickly grabbed her phone and opened the campus confession wall on QQ Space. Who cares if it's real or not? What does it have to do with us? He'll be the one clearing his name, not us. Even if he clears his name, he'll be famous. I just want to ruin him. Seeing these chat screenshots, Tang Wei instantly realized it was the two girls she'd encountered in the cafeteria tonight who were behind it. This is outrageous. Does she even know she could face legal consequences for spreading rumors? Sis Wei, I know you're upset, but calm down. Since they posted a clarification, it means the issue is resolved. That freshman is pretty impressive. I wonder how he convinced the campus confession wall to post a clarification. You know our school's confession wall only ever posts gossip, never clarifications. Just as Tang Wei was about to respond, her phone screen lit up. A phone, are you asleep? Chapter 7, Don't Mess with Hackers. Seeing Shen Yifeng's message, Tang Wei was just about to ask what was going on. So she wrapped her wet hair in a towel, picked up her phone, and replied. VV, not yet. Just finished showering and drying my hair. VV, hey, did you see the campus confession wall? A phone, that girl is seriously messed up. Ignore her OO. VV, so you posted the debunking thread then? VV, how did you get screenshots of that girl's chat? A phone, if I said a kind soul sent them to me privately, would you believe me? VV, yeah right, like I'd believe you. A phone, since it's already been cleared up, let's just ignore them. A phone, are you free tomorrow? Let's go explore outside campus. Weird, what's up with that little brat lately? First asking me out for dinner, now wanting to hang out off campus tomorrow. Tang Wei's pupils contracted slightly, her expression filled with confusion. What? Are you serious? Wow, that's so sweet. Zhou Mingting was already in bed, but upon hearing the news, she swung her plump, long legs over the edge and got up. At least put on your pajama bottoms. What kind of state is it to be wearing only your underwear? What's the big deal? Up north, we all bathe naked in communal bathhouses, no one wears a thing. Only you southern girls are so prim and proper. If I weren't worried about scaring you, I'd sleep naked myself. Zhou Mingting scrutinized the message Shen Yifeng had sent. He used to start every message to you with sis, but now he skips it entirely and asks if you're asleep. I'm certain he's testing your feelings. What do you mean? If he senses you're not repelled, he might push further next time, like calling you baby or sweetie. Tang Wei cringed at the thought, rubbing her arms to show her goosebumps rising. He just didn't call me that this one time. Maybe he forgot. Dumb beauty, you need to analyze all his actions today. I don't think he forgot, he's trying to change the image he has in your mind. Analyze it based on all of Offing's actions today? Tang Wei pursed her lips, carefully recalling the hand-holding and hugging this morning. His protective stance and solemn vow that evening. As she thought, Tang Wei blinked. Only one thought filled her mind. Oh? No way. No way. No way. Sis Wei, you guys are basically going on a date tomorrow, so you'd better dress up nicely. Chen Yizhu, the youngest in the dorm, poked her head out from her bed and grinned with an adorable, dazed smile. I wore a dress today, and the way he looked at me was totally different. Dress up nicely? I'm afraid he might lose his composure. Plus, he seems really into my legs, he keeps staring at them. Wang Yihuan chimed in quickly. So he's a leg man? That's perfect. With your gorgeous legs, Wei, you'll definitely have him head over heels. Exactly. We'll see how he treats you then. If you like him and he likes you back, well, may the lovers finally be united. Chen Yizhu rolled over and sat up, her smooth calves dangling over the edge of the bed. How did we jump to may all lovers find their happily ever after? It's just dinner. Tang Wei walked over to the wardrobe and pulled out two outfits. What do you think, should I wear a skirt or shorts tomorrow? I feel like a skirt would make my legs look longer. Zhou Mingting and Wang Yihuan exchanged a knowing smile. That guy's so lucky. Just to see your legs, Sister Wei's wearing a skirt just for him. Do you have to spoil him like that? Sis, can I just say I'd rather see your tiny waist? Zhou Mingting piped up in a squeaky voice. Tang Wei shot her a disapproving look. You can't get through to a northeasterner, so don't waste your breath. Besides, who said I'm wearing it for him? It's going to be hot tomorrow, okay? Of course I'll dress comfortably. Alright, we'll believe you're wearing a skirt because of the heat. But does that mean you're admitting you're going out with your childhood sweetheart tomorrow? Zhou Mingting pressed on. Staying on campus is boring. I actually wanted to get some fresh air anyway, Tang Wei quickly explained. It's not because he asked me out. If you guys had asked me, I'd have gone out too. Wang Yihuan calmly pulled out her phone and flicked through her messages. Sis Wei, last week when I asked if you wanted to see the Detective D movie on the 4th, you replied that it was too hot outside and staying in the dorm was more comfortable. Huh? Zhou Mingting raised an eyebrow, waiting for a reasonable explanation. Tang Wei. Actually, I can explain, but let me use the bathroom first. My stomach feels a bit off. Watching Tang Wei rush into the bathroom with flushed ears, the three roommates all broke into benevolent smiles. Oh my gosh, Wei Wei's finally getting a boyfriend. Childhood sweetheart, so sweet. During the few minutes Tang Wei was chatting with her roommates, Shen Yifeng felt like time was dragging on endlessly. This doesn't make sense. Why isn't she replying to my messages? Bro phone, did your childhood sweetheart see those comments on the confession wall and get overwhelmed? Zhou Xianyu analyzed while munching on stinky tofu snacks. Enough, old Zhou. You're a lifelong single guy trying to teach others about relationships. Qin Shiyu stood up, stretched lazily, grabbed a bottle of Nija from the table, and walked over to Shen Yifeng. Fengzi, don't overthink it. Maybe her strategist is helping her figure things out. Shen Yifeng bit his tongue lightly. He recalled what Chu Yun and Pang Xiaoling had said. It's true that holding back calms the waters, but the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Hurting me is one thing. But they actually dared to insult Wei-jie. Never mess with hackers in this world. Because you never know what kind of silent revenge you might face. Just then, the QQ special attention notification chimed. Wei-jie, great, what time tomorrow? Shen Yifeng exhaled deeply. He hurriedly replied, afraid that even a second's delay might make the other person fall asleep. Sen, tomorrow at 9 a.m. I'll wait for you at your dorm entrance. Wei-jie, got it. Wei-jie, see you tomorrow. Wei-jie, good night. Sen, good night. That night felt long and agonizing for Shen Yifeng. He feared waking up to find himself back in that cold hospital bed. He kept waking up in the middle of the night. Only the sound of his roommate's snoring could finally lull him back to sleep. Though they'd agreed to meet at 9 in the morning, Shen Yifeng woke up just after 6. He washed his hair, borrowed some hair wax from Qin Shiyu, and carefully styled his hair. He rinsed his mouth and shaved. He scrutinized his reflection in the mirror repeatedly. Bro phone, you look so handsome even I'd be tempted if I were a girl. Shen Yifeng glanced at Huang Ko, who had gotten up to pee. He was wearing only boxers, bare-chested, his hair disheveled. If he were a woman. The image was too vivid to even contemplate. Don't push me to kick your ass when I'm in a good mood. Got it, I'm outta here. Shen Yifeng picked up his phone to send Tang Wei a QQ message, but hesitated, worried she might still be asleep and get disturbed. Just hold on a bit longer. And so he waited until 8 o'clock. Shen Yifeng bought breakfast at the cafeteria and headed to the girls' dormitory building. Many girls passing by couldn't help but sigh with envy when they saw Shen Yifeng carrying breakfast. Other people's boyfriends are just so much better waking up early to bring breakfast during the holidays. You know what? He's actually pretty handsome. Wait, isn't that Shen Yifeng from our class? I'm so jealous of Chu Yun. He must be bringing her breakfast. If any guy pursued me this earnestly, I'd definitely say yes. The two roommates, still in their pajamas after going downstairs to buy breakfast, spotted Shen Yifeng waiting at the door. They headed straight back up to Chu Yun's dorm. Chu, Shen Yifeng brought you breakfast. Why didn't you come down? Who? Shen Yifeng? Chu Yun, who had been lying in bed playing Defend the Radish, sat up immediately upon hearing Shen Yifeng's name. Pang Xiaoling also sat up. The dark circles under her eyes made it clear that last night had been a struggle for her. Not only had her QQ account been hacked, but screenshots of their chats had mysteriously leaked online. No way. Shen Yifeng must be split personality. After talking about us like that yesterday, he shows up today to deliver breakfast? I'm starting to wonder if he laced it with poison. Chu Yun hurriedly got out of bed, slipped on her slippers, and walked to the balcony. Their dorm was on the second floor, offering a clear view of the ground floor below. The moment her gaze landed on Shen Yifeng, she was stunned speechless by his dashing appearance. Is that Shen Yifeng? How did he suddenly get so much more handsome? Chapter 8, Choosing the Older Sister. The weather was pleasant today, with the sun rising early. A streak of golden sunlight illuminated the boy standing before the flower bed downstairs. His gray sweatpants, blue baseball jacket, and simple sneakers all gave off a clean, youthful vibe. His hair was clearly freshly washed, soft and clean, with his bangs gently falling across his forehead. With memories from his past life, Shen Yifeng's fashion sense was at least a decade ahead of this era, so putting together an outfit didn't require much thought. Last night, he had scoured every piece of clothing on his dorm floor, borrowing this outfit with the money from a pack of cigarettes. Combined with his 6'1" frame considered quite tall in the South, he exuded the aura of a campus romance novel's leading man. Chu, ignore him. Let him stew in his own juice. What good does regretting it today do after losing your mind yesterday? And you're bringing breakfast? Take it back and feed it to the dogs in his dorm. Don't think I don't know, it was definitely someone from his dorm who hacked my QQ. Pang Xiaoling hadn't grasped the situation yet. Seeing Chu Yun standing there in a daze, she hurriedly got out of bed and went to the balcony. Xiaoling, is that Shen Yifeng over there? Chu Yun stared blankly. She never imagined Shen Yifeng could look this handsome when he actually made an effort. You mean that hottie by the flower bed? No way, Shen Yifeng isn't that kind of. Pang Xiaoling rubbed her eyes and looked again. Ha! It really is him. Should I go down and check? Chu Yun flicked her long hair lightly. After all, she was a teenage girl. When faced with a handsome guy, her brain automatically forgave him. An ordinary-looking, honest guy who doesn't smoke or drink and is considerate too. No way. A handsome guy who smokes, drinks, and acts aloof. Big bro, give me a hug. This was the true state of Chu Yun at that moment. Chu, snap out of it. Have you forgotten how Shen Yifeng treated you? And that campus confession wall, how dare he post mine? Even if I posted mine first, setting that aside, doesn't he have any faults at all? Just as Chu Yun found this reasoning plausible, she caught sight of two girls approaching Shen Yifeng downstairs. A sudden pang of anxiety gripped her, the fear that someone might snatch away the man she loved. Everyone makes mistakes. We should still give each other a chance to make amends. I'll go downstairs first to gauge his attitude. If he's willing to apologize, make up for the gift, and swear to only like me from now on, I'll give him another chance to pursue me. If his attitude disappoints me, I'll walk away without a second glance. Let him regret it. After saying this, Chu Yun hurriedly washed up, applied light makeup, changed clothes, and headed downstairs. Sorry, I have a girlfriend. Shen Yifeng had just turned down the fourth girl asking for his contact info when he spotted Chu Yun walking toward the dorm entrance. TSK. What a pain. Shen Yifeng frowned, his displeasure written all over his face. Shen Yifeng, you finally remembered to apologize? Trying to brush me off with just breakfast? That's pretty insincere. Chu Yun feigned anger, pouting and folding her arms. She probably thought she looked adorable. Of course, to other boys passing by, Chu Yun did look rather adorable like this. Especially those from northern provinces who had enrolled at this school where in their hometowns had they ever seen a soft-spoken girl act like this, pouting and acting spoiled? But to Shen Yifeng, this affected act was somewhat nauseating. Did you leave your brain in bed when you came downstairs? Why should I apologize to you? Because you snapped at me last night. And also, did you hack Xiao Ling's QQ account? Give it back to her right now, her level is almost at 3 suns. Her account got hacked? Go find the hacker, not me. Shen Yifeng frowned, looking utterly exasperated. Enough. Stop acting. I know you're trying to get my attention, but this is really boring. I never said you don't have a chance. If you're sincere, we could still work things out. No need to hire someone to put on a show. Just send me more gifts, treat me well, and who knows, maybe we'll actually get together. But first things first, you have to apologize to Xiao Ling. She's my best friend, and she only called you out for my sake. So you. Before Chu Yun could finish, Shen Yifeng spotted a stunning figure emerging from the dorm lobby from afar, and his eyes lit up instantly. He hurried over. Chu Yun was left standing awkwardly in place, as if she'd been talking to thin air moments ago. Wei, I got you breakfast. I know you love buns, so I got one of each: pork, braised pork, and red bean paste. Shen Yifeng approached Tang Wei, adopting the demeanor of a well-behaved child seeking praise. The moment Tang Wei laid eyes on Shen Yifeng, she couldn't tear her gaze away from his face. Her eyes fluttered slightly, and she unconsciously pressed her lips together. Is this really Yifeng? How could he have become so much more handsome overnight? Tang Wei suddenly recalled what her roommate had said. Looking at handsome men regularly benefits both physical and mental health. 10 minutes of gazing at a handsome face is equivalent to 30 minutes of aerobic exercise. She hadn't understood it before, but now it suddenly clicked. Tang Wei scrutinized Shen Yifeng's face. Meanwhile, Shen Yifeng was examining Tang Wei's legs. A cotton-fitted t-shirt accentuated her exquisite figure to perfection, the garment's color complementing her jade-like skin. Her delicate feet were encased in brown leather shoes, white socks pulled up to her calves, creating the perfect proportion between her legs and plaid skirt. Her thick, black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her clear, watery eyes were mesmerizing. You little brat, you really do like my legs, don't you? Are they really that pretty? Ahem. Tang Wei pretended to cover her mouth and coughed twice, finally snapping Shen Yifeng back to reality. Eat the buns while they're hot, they won't taste good once they cool down. Shen Yifeng snapped out of his daze, quickly changing the subject as he inserted the straw into the soy milk. All this sudden kindness, you're not up to something, are you? Tang Wei said, but still took the bun and began eating. I swear on my honor. I just happened to pass by the cafeteria and bought them. Shen Yifeng had just taken a sip of soy milk when Tang Wei snatched the straw from him, opening her mouth to drink directly from it. These buns are so dry. They're not as good as the ones from that place in our compound. Shen Yifeng shrugged. Canteen food is just something to tide us over. We'll grab something good outside for lunch later. Let's get this straight, I'm treating today. Don't try to pay again. Tang Wei knew Shen Yifeng's family background, his monthly allowance probably wasn't much. Going out? How can a girl pay when we're hanging out? Next time you treat. I've got it all planned. First we'll stroll around Guaniinkyo shopping district, then head to Hongyudong for the night view. Been in the main city for over a month and haven't explored yet. Tang Wei shook her head firmly. Either I treat, or we split the bill. You choose. Wei Wei's strong-willed temperament was no joke. But I love it. Split the bill then. Your call. Shen Yifeng glanced at Tang Wei's hands. Though petite, they were slender and well-defined, truly slender jade hands. There's a saying in the future, everything jade will only harm you. But they really were jade-like. Her hands, her legs, it was like a manga come to life. I was blind before, liking little sisters. I should have chosen the older sister. If only we could hold hands. Just as Shen Yifeng was still caught up in the nervous excitement of their first date, an untimely shout shattered the lovely atmosphere. Shen Yifeng. What the hell do you think you're doing? Chapter 9, Hand in Hand. Shuyun stood there like a complete fool. For the first time, she understood what it meant, the excitement belongs to others, I have nothing. Especially when she saw Tang Wei's exquisite beauty, her usual confidence in her own looks began to waver. If judged solely by looks, they were evenly matched. After all, they followed different paths. One was the mature, sophisticated type, the other the soft, girlish type. But when it came to figure, that was a different story. Tang Wei was taller than her, and her skin wasn't that sickly pale, it had a natural, healthy glow. But that's not the most crucial difference. The real difference is that she has barely any curves up top, while the other girl has at least a decent amount. When she saw Shen Yifeng sip soy milk, that girl didn't bat an eye before grabbing it and sipping straight from the straw. What's the difference between that and an indirect kiss? She couldn't hold back any longer and blurted out, Shen Yifeng. What the hell do you think you're doing? What did I do to offend you by eating breakfast? Shen Yifeng's forehead creased with 3 giant question marks. How could you give the breakfast you brought for me to someone else? You're crazy. Who said it was breakfast for you? These meat-filled buns and red bean paste buns are all Sister Wei's favorites. Shen Yifeng turned and flashed a smile at Tang Wei. Right, Sis Wei? Stupid little brother, using me as a shield again. Tang Wei smiled, her lips pressed together, revealing dimples at the corners of her cheeks. Right, I absolutely love buns. Feng messaged me this morning saying he'd bring breakfast. Did he message you too? He? Shuyun was instantly tongue-tied, embarrassed enough to want to crawl into a hole. Only then did she realize that the 2 classmates who came to report the news must have seen Shen Yifeng and assumed he was bringing breakfast for her. What a huge misunderstanding. Ugh. This is so annoying. Shuyun realized her feelings had truly changed. Back when Shen Yifeng was relentlessly pursuing her, she'd given him the cold shoulder. Privately, she hadn't given him a second thought. Ever since last night's incident, her mind kept replaying it. From Shen Yifeng's actions to whether that girl was really her sister. Even after sleeping through the night, when she woke up to play games in the morning, her mind kept drifting back involuntarily. Forget it. Can't be bothered with her. She's just having a paranoid episode. Shen Yifeng turned to call Tang Wei to leave, only to find her standing obediently behind him, eating a bun and sipping soy milk like a bystander. Stop watching the show. Let's go. Oh, okay. As they passed by Shuyun, Shen Yifeng saw her about to say something. In a sudden impulse, he quickly grabbed Tang Wei's hand, slowly intertwining their fingers through the gaps between her fingers until they were tightly clasped together. To avoid Shuyun catching up and continuing the hassle, Shen Yifeng took long strides. Fortunately, Tang Wei had long enough legs to keep pace with him. Only when they reached the school's fragrant grass lake did Shen Yifeng ease his pace. I've never seen such a narcissistic girl. She claims the breakfast was for her. Next time I buy rat poison to exterminate rats, she'll probably say that was for her too. Shen Yifeng explained, turning his head to see sunlight illuminating Tang Wei's face, cherry lips, a delicate nose, and almond-shaped eyes sparkling with light. One arm was raised because she was holding his hand, while the other clutched a soy milk cup, her teeth gently biting the straw, utterly adorable. Can you understand the feeling of your heart taking a direct hit? The blush, the racing heart, the inability to look directly at her. You can finish this soy milk. Don't waste it. Tang Wei brought the cup to Shen Yifeng's lips. Seeing the flattened straw, images of Tang Wei's delicate red lips instantly flashed through Shen Yifeng's mind. You think it's gross because I drank from it? You little brat, you didn't mind when you were little. Just as Tang Wei reached to pull the straw back, Shen Yifeng quickly grabbed the soy milk and drank straight from the straw without hesitation. How could I dare to be disgusted? When I was little, if I dared say no to you, you'd beat me up. Back then you were shorter than me, but now I couldn't beat you. Both tacitly avoided mentioning what had just happened. This rare moment alone together made any talk of outsiders feel utterly superfluous. What do you think of my plan? Lunch at Guani Inkyo Shopping District, evening at Hongyadon. Afternoon we can wander around or catch a movie. Nothing good in theaters during the National Day holiday. We could just wander around, take pictures, and post them on QQ Space tonight. They walked all the way to the school gate. In 2013, Didi wasn't around yet, and taxis were expensive. Taking the subway required a long walk, so students mostly relied on buses for transportation. Standing at the school gate, Tang Wei suddenly blurted out, I think I accidentally used superglue instead of hand cream. How could you mistake superglue for hand cream? It's so obvious. Shen Yifeng instinctively checked his own hands after saying that, only to realize he'd jumped to conclusions. They'd been holding hands the whole way from the girls' dorm to the school gate. He quickly let go, awkwardly scratching his head as he shifted his gaze left toward the bus stop. Tang Wei lowered her head, her cheeks flushed crimson, yet a faint smile lingered at the corners of her lips. For a moment, it was hard to tell if it was from shyness or the blush. You were walking too fast earlier, and my legs are a bit tired. Want me to rub them for you? When they were kids, Shen Yifeng often massaged Tang Wei's legs too. But back then, they were still kids. Forget massaging her legs back then, even during bath time, he'd be off playing with the rubber ducks, fighting with Wei-jie over toys. Now Wei-jie had these long, slender, fair legs. If he really massaged Wei-jie's legs, it would feel like some old pervert molesting an innocent girl. Tang Wei walked over and sat down on the bench in front of the bus stop. She crossed her legs, swinging her little feet back and forth. What are you spacing out for? Didn't you say you'd massage me? You really want me to? Shen Yifeng said this, but his body was honest enough to sit down beside Tang Wei. I said rub, not grope. You little pervert, what's going on in your head all day? Shen Yifeng placed his hand on her shoulder and realized Wei-jie was painfully thin. Do you not eat properly? That's why you're so thin. It's okay. Sometimes I just don't feel like eating when I go to the library. You have no idea how competitive the seats are there. All those grad school applicants and people preparing for exams rush to claim seats. If I leave mine, someone else will take it. Shen Yifeng looked serious. Then next time you go to the library, I'll bring you lunch. We'll eat in the hallway. If anyone tries to take your seat, I'll hang them on the confession wall? Tang Wei smiled sweetly. I knew last night's incident had to be your doing. Only someone from the cybersecurity department could pull that off. Who told her to slander you online? She can insult me, but not you. Shen Yifeng's gaze was utterly earnest, effectively admitting he was behind last night's incident. You've actually moved me. I don't buy it. If you were that easily moved, all those times I tried to appeal to your conscience when we were kids hoping to avoid a beating would have worked at least once. As the two waited for the bus, reminiscing about childhood antics, Zhou Mengting and Wang Yihuan, who had stepped out of school to buy fruit, happened to spot them. And then, awkwardness ensued. Holy cow. Right out in public, he actually went and touched her leg. Do you have to spoil him this much, Sister Wei? Zhou Mengting recalled how every time she tried to touch Tang Wei's slim waist, she was ruthlessly rejected. Turns out it's not that Wei-jie is aloof. It's just the wrong person. It's the wrong approach. Should we go say hello? Wang Yihuan asked. Of course we should. Zhou Mengting's smile grew increasingly bold. Let me see for myself what all the fuss is about what makes this childhood sweetheart so special. Chapter 10, Wish List. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting dappled patterns on the bluestone pavers at the school entrance. Tricycles selling snacks dotted both sides of the street, their vendors calling out their wares with enthusiastic shouts. College students gathered in small groups, humming tunes from the internet music trio while flipping through the latest issue of Jiin Manku. So many couples were dating on campus that even the sight of a guy kneeling to massage a girl's legs at the bus stop barely drew a second glance. But the people involved certainly did. The moment Shen Yifeng's hand touched Tang Wei's skin, the boy felt the warmth of her body. The girl felt the faint tremor emanating from the boy's fingertips. Is the pressure okay? A little lighter, please. You're pressing too hard. You spend all day buried in books and never exercise. How about we start night runs together at the track next week? Tang Wei tilted her head and smiled at him. You, who always complain about being tired, want to go night running? How about a bet? If I stick with it, you have to grant me one wish. Tang Wei's bossy attitude kicked in instantly. Fine. If you lose, you have to fulfill one wish from our childhood wish list. Let's pick one at random. We wrote so many back then, I don't even remember most of them. Shen Yifeng recalled that afternoon 10 years ago. He and Tang Wei were bored at home, so they wrote down a long list of wishes. Tang Wei had said, Sis will help you fulfill them once I get my paycheck. Shen Yifeng replied, when I win the lottery, I'll make them all come true for you. Did you bring the box with the wish lists to school? I heard you got into our school, so I brought it specially from home this semester. I thought you'd come find me later, then I'd bring it out and we could look through it together. It would have been fun. But you never contacted me. At this point, Tang Wei pouted, clearly feeling a bit sulky. I was busy at the start of the semester. Shen Yifeng protested. Busy? I almost feel bad pointing it out. Just as their conversation was heating up, they noticed two shadows on the ground drawing closer. Tang Wei looked up. What she saw were the smirking faces of Zhou Mengting and Wang Yihuan. Well, Wei-jie. Evil grin, super fierce. So this is Sister Wei's childhood sweetheart? He's so handsome. Gentle and motherly. Tang Wei glanced at the fruit in their hands, finally realizing they hadn't been following her. It must have been a coincidence. Feng, let me introduce you. These are my roommates. This is Wang Yihuan. Hello, Junior. Shen Yifeng quickly nodded in greeting. And this is the senior you've heard a bit about, Zhou Shueisher. Hearing Tang Wei's mischievous tone, Shen Yifeng couldn't bring himself to look Zhou Mengting in the eye. He was sure she'd found out about him calling her an old hag last time. Sure enough. Zhou Mengting sauntered over to Shen Yifeng and explained with a straight face. Junior, I'm not dirty at all. Don't listen to those troublemakers. Your senior just loves swimming. How else would I show off my 36D figure? Out of male instinct, upon hearing 36D, Shen Yifeng's brain instinctively sent a command. Look up. That's a 36D. But that instinct was instantly suppressed by reason. Seeing Shen Yifeng unmoved, Zhou Mingting exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Yihuan, and they nodded in silent agreement. Not bad. First test passed. I even stuck out my chest for nothing. What a waste of posing. Hello, Senior Zhou. Shen Yifeng greeted them politely. After all, roommates are the closest people in campus life. Making a good impression on Wei-Wei's roommate meant she might put in a good word for him later. Have you guys had breakfast? Should I grab something from Xinyuan Bakery? Wang Yihuan waved her hands repeatedly. No need, we've already eaten. You guys take your time playing. We'll be heading out now. Zhou Mingting tried to say something, but before she could speak, Wang Yihuan grabbed her arm and pulled her away, walking backwards. Vivi. Have fun. I'll hear all the details of your date when you get back to the dorm tonight. Come on, let's go. Bye, Sister Wei. Bye, freshman. Hurry up and go. Tang Wei urged them. Bye, senior. Shen Yifeng wiped the sweat from his forehead. Who among my family would understand? This feels like going on a date only to get caught by the girl's parents. Fortunately, the awkwardness didn't last long. The bus arrived soon after. Sitting on the bus, he gazed out the window. Familiar memories of the mountain city gradually surfaced. Back then, the mountain city wasn't yet a tourist destination, and the small noodle bowls hadn't gone up in price. Years later, with the phrase, "You've got to visit the mountain city sometime," feel the evening breeze by the Jialing River, see Hongyadong, stroll along Nanbin Road, and experience the mountain city's summer. This city suddenly became a sensation. It was also in the year the mountain city became popular that both Wei-Wei and I were busy with our own careers and rarely kept in touch. When we met again, it was just before we were separated by life and death. That eternal regret and silent pain, I never want to experience it again in this lifetime. After nearly half an hour, the bus finally reached its destination. We wandered around aimlessly for a while before settling into a hot pot restaurant near noon. An older waitress wearing an apron approached and asked, "Would you like a yin-yang pot or a red broth pot?" How could someone from Chongqing choose a yin-yang pot? Red broth, of course. Add cold pot duck blood. Mildly spicy, Tang Wei quickly added. Just order from the menu and check the boxes at the back. After the server left, Shen Yifeng and Tang Wei sat together, carefully selecting their dishes. Want some gonkai? Yes. What about tender beef? Sure. While the two were still ordering, 6 male college students at the next table were drinking and bragging. Pow, after dinner, wanna hit up the internet cafe for a few rounds? No way. I'm meeting my girlfriend for a movie this afternoon. Man, I'm jealous. I've tried hitting on so many girls, but I keep getting rejected. Love is all about fate. Yeah, right. Money talks, bro. Girls will like you if you've got cash, right, Bo? Zhao Bo took a sip of his drink and sneered. Money's one thing, looks are another. Don't assume every girl is materialistic. The girl I'm chasing? She doesn't care about that stuff. Our Wei-jie is both handsome and rich. He'll definitely win her over soon. Right, Wei-jie? Poof. Of course. No girl I set my sights on has ever gotten away. Zhao Bo's peripheral vision caught sight of someone sitting at the next table, and his eyes lit up instantly. He immediately stood up and walked straight over to Tang Wei, his face plastered with a fawning smile. Tang Wei. It really is you. What a coincidence. I thought I'd mistaken you for someone else. You're out for hot pot with friends today too? Why didn't you say so earlier? Let's join your table. We just sat down. As soon as Zhao Bo finished speaking and turned to see Shen Yifeng, the flattering smile froze on his face. Who the hell is this guy? Chapter 11, Sincerity is a killer move. Seeing Zhao Bo, Tang Wei was also a bit surprised. The campus wasn't large, but the mountain city was vast, yet they'd still bumped into each other off campus. But upon reflection, it made sense. Since this hot pot restaurant had previously promoted discounts at the school offering 70–80% off with student IDs, many students frequented it on weekends. Who I eat with is none of your business. Go eat by yourself. Tang Wei didn't even want to look at him, lowering her head to continue ordering. Damn it, who said it's none of my business? What if this guy has ulterior motives? I have to protect you. Zhao Bo shouted. Could you stop assuming things? I'm just having dinner with a friend. What's it to you? We're classmates at most. Who needs your protection? Tang Wei's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Seeing Zhao Bo always annoyed her. Before her sophomore year, Tang Wei had little impression of Zhao Bo, her classmate, knowing only that he was a rich kid. But this semester, for some reason, the guy suddenly started pursuing her. After being rejected several times, he refused to give up. Instead, he found Tang Wei's independence refreshing. She was different from other girls and his advances only grew more intense. Now, being publicly rebuffed by a girl in front of his friends, Zhao Bo's face burned with embarrassment. He tapped Shen Yifeng's shoulder, sending an unspoken warning. Bro, say something. Are you two just regular friends? Shen Yifeng cracked his neck, lifting his head as his pupils abruptly hardened. Through memories from his past life, he recognized this guy as the rich kid who'd been chasing Wei-jie. Acting like a two-faced traitor, thinking he looked cool doing this? Shen Yifeng sneered inwardly and stood up. Zhao Bo stood at a maximum height of about 5 feet 7 inches, while Shen Yifeng towered over him by nearly half a head. The two locked eyes for a few seconds. What are you staring at? Zhao Bo frowned. Your flustered look is kind of amusing, Shen Yifeng replied. Just then, the sound of chairs scraping back in unison filled the room. All of Zhao Bo's friends stood up. I'm funny? Kid, aren't you afraid of dying? Bolstered by his numbers, Zhao Bo grew even more arrogant, reaching out to shove Shen Yifeng. But in the blink of an eye, Shen Yifeng caught his wrist mid-air, twisted it backward, and slammed it onto the table. Zhao Bo bellowed like a pig. What the hell are you all standing around for? Can't you see I'm getting beaten? As the others charged forward, the situation threatening to spiral out of control, Tang Wei stood up with commanding authority and roared at the advancing crowd. Wang Yuan, Wen Long, Wei-jie. We're all law students. Don't break the law you're studying. As adults, we must consider the consequences. If this ends up on your record, you might fail the political review for civil service exams. Most of the people at the neighboring table were Tang Wei's classmates, also from the law school. Intentionally causing minor injuries violates the criminal law, and group assaults constitute the crime of mass brawling, which carries even heavier penalties. Sure enough, Tang Wei's warning instantly froze the men holding the bottles. They'd worked hard to get into a top-tier university, with bright futures ahead. Ruining their prospects over a momentary impulse would be a terrible bargain. Fine. You're defending him, huh? Got it. So you're not just ordinary friends, then. Guess I'm just in the way. Zhao Bo clutched his painfully bruised hand and stumbled back a few steps, his face flushed red with rage. Whether this kid is from our school or not, listen up, you bastards. We've got a score to settle now. Tang Wei, I'll get her eventually. Anyone who tries to stand in my way, I'll kill them. Hands not hurting anymore? Shen Yifeng shot back. Darren's light words, yet the silence shattered defenses. Damn it. Zhao Bo grabbed a beer bottle, ready to swing it, but Tang Wei snapped him to attention. Can you just get lost? You're adults, yet your minds are as immature as elementary school kids. Fine. Whatever. I'll get lost. Tang Wei, I'm only staying for your sake today. Otherwise, I'd have killed him. Bro, the tripe and duck intestines just arrived. Not eating? Like hell I will. Let's find another place to eat. I'm not short on cash. After Zhao Bo and his crew left, Tang Wei sighed softly and rubbed her aching temples. He's such a pain, like a sticky plaster you can't shake off. Feng, don't get the wrong idea, we're just classmates. Shen Yifeng sat down, took a sip of tea, and shrugged indifferently. No hard feelings. The more guys chase you, the more it shows how charming you are. This response caught Tang Wei off guard. Given most guys' personalities, he would have gotten angry in that situation. Where did this mature side of Feng come from? Forget about him. Let's just eat. We can't let some unimportant person mess up our plans today. But I'm worried he might make things difficult for you at school. Should I send him a message to warn him? No need. Shen Yifeng said it with absolute certainty. Damn it. After living another lifetime, am I really going to let some rich kid push me around like this? You better pray your family's business is clean. Otherwise, I'll make you a beggar. With Zhao Bo and the others gone, the hot pot restaurant grew quieter. The scalding red oil hot pot bubbled with milky foam, its spicy aroma whetting their appetites and temporarily easing Shen Yifeng and Tang Wei's earlier unpleasantness. As the saying goes, food is paramount, everything else takes a back seat. Duck gizzards and tripe the soul of hot pot. See you tomorrow. Enoki mushrooms, an essential vegetarian dish for any hot pot feast. I remember when you were little, your dad made hot pot at home and invited us over. I remember it clearly, it was so delicious. I always thought your dad should open a restaurant. His cooking is amazing, driving around is such a waste of his talent. Tang Wei's words reminded Shen Yifeng of his own parents. His father had been a truck driver his entire life. Before 1995, truck driving was indeed a highly sought-after profession. Back then, a deputy section chief earned only about 400 yuan a month, but truck drivers could make 2,000 or 3,000. There was even a saying, turn the steering wheel, and you wouldn't trade it for an official position. However, with the rise of various emerging industries and the rapid growth of the national economy, truck driving has transformed from a profession once coveted by thousands to one now shunned by many. Shen Yifeng's mother, with only a junior high school diploma and no specialized skills, spent her entire working life in the county town. She currently works as a ticket taker at her uncle's movie theater. She earns 3,000 yuan a month, works one day on and one day off, and has social insurance. Life wasn't exactly tight, but it certainly wasn't affluent. Tang Wei's family circumstances were considerably better. Her parents had moved to Jincheng in 2008 to start a furniture business. After years of hard work, they bought homes in both Jincheng and Shangcheng. Then, from 2016 to 2018, property prices in Mountain City doubled, effectively doubling their net worth. When they were kids, both families were on similar footing, but later on, the gap widened. My dad has been thinking about opening a restaurant, and I'm all for it. Driving is just too exhausting. Tang Wei had intended to say something like, if your family needs any help, just let me know. But she hesitated, worried it might hurt Shen Yifeng's pride. The words lingered on her lips before she thought better of it and said instead, tell Uncle Shen later that I'm dying to taste his cooking. Once the restaurant opens, I'll definitely be a regular. Seeing Tang Wei smile, Shen Yifeng felt genuinely warmed. Sincerity is a killer move. A girl with such high emotional intelligence, he couldn't help but love her even more. Chapter 12, A Perfect Match. After the hot pot meal, they were drenched in sweat. As they stepped out of the restaurant, Tang Wei's bangs clung to her forehead, and her cheeks glowed a delicate pink from the heat. With the sweltering heat making outdoor strolls impossible, they headed into the mall. In 2013, the shopping district hadn't yet been taken over by Snow King, nor was there a bubble tea shop on every corner. The impact of e-commerce on brick-and-mortar stores wasn't as significant yet, and Pinduoduo hadn't been founded, so clothing stores dominated the mall. As they browsed, Tang Wei suddenly seemed to think of something and asked, Afeng, who styled your outfit today? You look like a completely different person. When I saw you this morning, I thought I'd mistaken you for someone else. She finally asked the question. Shen Yifeng marveled at how long Wei-jie had held back. She kept quiet the entire walk over, but once they reached the mall, she couldn't resist anymore. Ahem. Of course I put this together myself. Yeah, right, Tang Wei pouted. Having watched him grow up since childhood, she knew exactly how little fashion sense he had. Remembering how she used to wear thermal leggings as outerwear as a kid, plus those wild punk hairstyles in middle school. Fashion, not a shred of it. Don't believe me? Well, there are plenty of clothing stores around here. Let me help you put together an outfit. No way. My roommate carefully put this outfit together for me, and I think it looks great. Tang Wei still didn't trust a straight guy's sense of style. After all, the three unbridgeable gaps between men and women, clothing, cosmetics, and communication. They were simply unbridgeable. Shen Yifeng rubbed his ears. What did she just say? Her roommate carefully put this together? If it was just a simple shopping trip, why would she need to enlist a strategist? Looks like Wei-jie is taking this date pretty seriously. Shen Yifeng perked up instantly. Maybe Wei-jie still has some feelings for me right now. Then let's deepen that impression. Trust me. If it doesn't look good, I'll bring you breakfast every day for a month, okay? Shen Yifeng took Tang Wei's arm, pretending to lead her to a clothing store, but really, it was just another chance for physical contact. The moments closest to happiness are the happiest of all. Shen Yifeng was living in that moment, so every meeting, every word, every touch made his heart soar. The shopping district was filled with clothing stores. Shen Yifeng browsed several until a salesperson at one shop spotted them at the entrance and lit up. She complimented them, handsome guy and beautiful girl, you two make such a perfect match. Shen Yifeng didn't quite catch what she said afterward. But upon hearing a perfect match, he thought the salesperson had excellent taste. So he led Tang Wei into the store. With a figure like hers, I can pick out some flattering pieces for her to try on. She should change into them and let her boyfriend see he'll be completely smitten. Tang Wei noticed Shen Yifeng wasn't beside her and turned to look. She saw him carefully selecting clothes. He actually looked quite the part. Tang Wei smiled and shook her head at the salesperson. No need. My companion said he'd pick something for me. The salesperson followed Tang Wei's gaze and offered an assessment of Shen Yifeng's outfit. His outfit is quite unusual. Not that it's unattractive, but it feels like it's not from this era, quite ahead of its time. Is your partner a model? If so, it makes sense, since models are the ones setting fashion trends. Put. Hearing Shen Yifeng described as a model, Tang Wei couldn't hold back her laughter. He's studying computer science. His usual style is pretty ordinary. I have no idea what got into him today. Shen Yifeng hadn't just woken up, he'd practically evolved. Though he hadn't been part of the fashion scene in his previous life, he'd at least seen beautiful women on the streets. He could picture how these outfits would look on someone just by running them through his mind. Wei-jie was tall, and while most people chased Korean-style outfits these days, going for an American hot chick look would definitely make her stand out. How about a denim set with a strapless top and short skirt? This store doesn't seem to carry denim bandeaus. Shen Yifeng scanned the area, spotting a denim zip-up vest and casually picked out a denim mini skirt to match. Vivi, try this set on. The sales assistant frowned slightly at Shen Yifeng's selections but quickly broke into a smile. Denim skirts are usually paired with tank tops or short sleeves. This denim zip-up vest is an older style, it might not look as flattering with this outfit. Fashion is cyclical, older styles can still look great today. Think American hot chick chic. The washed-out black shade is flattering and sophisticated. Vivi, try it on. It might not suit everyone, but you'll absolutely rock it. Seeing Shen Yifeng so insistent and showering her with compliments, Tang Wei sighed with a mix of indulgence and resignation. Fine. Let's see how this outfit chosen by a straight guy actually looks on me. After saying that, she took the clothes to check the size and was surprised to find that her annoying little brother hadn't picked the wrong one. Only then did she head to the fitting room. Shen Yifeng and the sales assistant waited outside. Hey, handsome, you dress so well I thought you were a model. Turns out your girlfriend says you study computer science. With nothing else to do and no other customers in the store, the salesperson struck up a conversation. Building rapport was one way to close a sale. She's not my girlfriend, at least not yet. Shen Yifeng remained as upright and incorruptible as Judge Bao, refusing to go along with the salesperson's line of questioning. Ha? You two aren't a couple? But when I mentioned to that lovely lady earlier that your boyfriend was this and that, she didn't deny it. Shen Yifeng stiffened, immediately seeking confirmation. Are you sure? The salesperson was slightly startled by his menacing expression. 1 second he was a docile little wolf pup. The next moment he was a raging lion in heat. I'm sure. Otherwise, I wouldn't have mistaken you two for a couple. It doesn't matter now, but I think she really likes you. Shen Yifeng perked up, raising his eyebrows in inquiry. How so? Girls don't go shopping with people they don't like. They'd rather sleep in than waste time on that. We grew up together. Could it be she agreed to avoid hurting our friendship? Shen Yifeng pondered. These sales assistants interact with dozens of young people every day. Starting from the beginner's village, they'd leveled up to near mastery. Compared to matchmakers and marriage brokers, mall sales assistants are actually better at reading young people's minds. I don't think so either. She clearly dressed up carefully today and even put on makeup. If she were just hanging out as a friend, she wouldn't bother dressing up. Casual would be fine. That makes so much sense. Shen Yifeng never imagined he'd find truth in a clothing store. Just as the two were exchanging profound opinions on the love views of contemporary youth, Tang Wei had already changed and emerged from the fitting room. The denim zip vest perfectly accentuated her slender waist. The unique V-neck design further highlighted her deep collarbones. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say you could keep fish in it. Her denim miniskirt accentuated her long, shapely legs. Her skin was as fair as jade, her leg lines graceful and flowing, with curves at her knees and ankles so captivating they took one's breath away. As a man whose heart had been cemented shut in a past life, Shen Yifeng was rarely swayed by beauty. But now, all he could think to say was, who wouldn't be mesmerized by this? Chapter 13, Love Your Mom. Surprisingly, the outfit Phone put together actually looked quite good. As a standalone piece, a denim zip vest is notoriously difficult to style, which is why it's rarely worn. It's mostly favored in Western fashion circles. But paired with a faded black denim skirt, the whole outfit somehow worked together harmoniously. The vest was a bit too tight, though, squeezing her chest a little. Hope no one notices. Tang Wei stood quietly, waiting for Shen Yifeng's verdict. After all, he picked this outfit, so his opinion matters most. Shen Yifeng instinctively touched his flushed ears. The moment Tang Wei stepped out of the dressing room, it was more than just a flash of brilliance. If he had to describe it that way, it was like 100 flashes of light. The sales assistant, accustomed to high-stakes situations, sensed the young couple's palpable chemistry and wisely refrained from commenting. My taste is spot on. Shen Yifeng didn't know if he was complimenting the person or the dress. But his burning gaze didn't lie, and neither did he. Otherwise, Tang Wei wouldn't catch him lying every single time. Handsome, it's not your taste that's so good, it's the beauty's natural charm. This outfit? On anyone else, it just wouldn't look this good. The salesperson even added a few words to smooth things over. What I mean is, Wei is gorgeous. How come I never noticed before? Someone just didn't know a good thing when they saw it. Tang Wei walked up to Shen Yifeng and looked down at the outfit. Seriously, what do you think of this outfit? It's great. I think you suit this mature, sophisticated style. Really? Shen Yifeng was searching for the right words. Seeing he didn't respond, Tang Wei leaned closer, studying his face intently. You're not getting shy again, are you? Damn it. Even someone who isn't shy would blush if a beauty leaned in this close. No, I was just trying to figure out how to compliment you, but I ran out of words. Oh, really? You're at a loss for words when complimenting me? But I heard someone was writing love poems for a young lady, filling page after page with bursts of inspiration. What the hell is this sudden pressure? Cold sweat instantly began to break out on Shen Yifeng's forehead. Ordinary compliments felt insincere. But overly exaggerated praise felt insincere. Damn it, I wish I had Jihu right now. Waiting online, urgent. I suddenly recalled a line from classical literature. You wrote it yourself? No. Chao Ji wrote it. Shen Yifeng gazed at Tang Wei's face, about to recite, journeying far to the mortal realm for the feast of the swift swan, to behold the splendor of this world's finest beauty. Tang Wei reached up to adjust her hair, causing the denim zipper vest to stretch taut across her outstretched arm. The stubborn zipper popped open slightly, like a mountain peak piercing through the clouds. Shen Yifeng stumbled over his words, blurting out instead, unable to recognize the true face of Mount Lu. Tang Wei paused for half a second. Her first thought, was this written by Chao Ji? Her second thought was to look down, where she saw the zipper of her denim vest slightly undone. Instantly, she understood what Shen Yifeng meant. Oh my god. What the hell was I talking about? My mouth really does run faster than my brain. I'll give her this compliment, journeying far to witness the world's splendid feast, to behold the glorious visage of this mortal realm. That would definitely make Wei-jie happy. Well, now look at that. Not recognizing the true face of Mount Lu, mistaking B for D. In Wei-jie's eyes, I'm not just a leg man, I've become a chest man too. Fortunately, the sales assistant reacted quickly, realizing the dress was a bit too small. You have such a great figure, sweetie. This one should have fit perfectly, but the bust measurement was a bit small. We can swap it for a size up and it'll fit perfectly. It's fine, no need. I'll just wear thinner underwear with this dress. Today's bra has padding, so it feels a bit tight. But you're already well endowed without padding. Your waist has no excess fat at all, I'm so jealous. I used to be pretty slim too, but after getting married, conversations between women always veered off in unexpected directions. Shen Yifeng was still regretting her thoughtless remark. It was strange, really. No matter how playful our banter had been before, even the most outrageous jokes, we never worried it would affect our relationship. After all, since childhood, Wei-jie and I had always bickered like this. But now, since our friendship soured, I constantly worried that her opinion of me might shift over the tiniest detail. Beep beep beep. Shen Yifeng's phone suddenly rang. Caller ID, mother. Seeing Tang Wei paying the bill, Shen Yifeng stepped outside to answer the call. My dear, have you eaten yet? Hearing that familiar voice, Shen Yifeng felt tears welling up. It was the first time he'd heard his mother's voice since his rebirth. I've eaten. I'm having hot pot outside. That's good. Who'd you eat with? Your roommates? No, I'm with Sister Wei. Oh, I remember now. Wei-jie goes to the same school as you, but her family's got money now. I bet you two don't hang out much anymore. It's fine. She hasn't changed much since childhood. Her personality is still the same. After Tang Wei paid the bill, she spotted Shen Yifeng standing by the restaurant entrance, making a call furtively. A sudden, inexplicable curiosity welled up inside her. Take care, beautiful. Come back anytime. Thanks. Carrying her shopping bag, Tang Wei tiptoed up behind Shen Yifeng. Got it, I'll eat on time. Love you, old. The last syllable mom stopped mid-air. Just as the sentiment peaked, the phone was snatched away. Tang Wei took the phone, 3 parts puzzled, 7 parts skeptical. Who were you telling you loved them? Tang Wei's wise eyes revealed a detective-like depth. Shen Yifeng stammered for a moment, then decided against explaining. Listen for yourself. I'll listen myself. If someone's saying they love you, who else could it be? That brat. Out shopping with me, yet he's on the phone with someone else, all lovey-dovey. What's with that blissful look on your face? Hello? Tang Wei stood with her legs spread wide, her hand holding the bag hanging naturally at her side. Her commanding presence made Shen Yifeng want to laugh. But he had to hold it in, otherwise he'd miss Tang Wei's awkward expression later. Ha? Where's Feng? Ms. Li Yuan on the other end of the line heard the voice change and voiced her confusion. What's your relationship with Shen Yifeng? Though the voice sounded vaguely familiar, Tang Wei didn't dwell on it. That single phrase, I love you, made it clear the caller shared an extraordinary bond with Shen Yifeng. I'm his mother. You're his mother? Then I'm still his. You're his mother? Auntie? Tang Wei brought the phone closer to her face. Seeing the caller's name, her mind went blank. Auntie, it's Wei-jie. How have you been feeling lately? How's Uncle Shen been? Everything okay? That's good, that's good. Me? Right. I'm out shopping with Yifeng. It's National Day, nothing else to do, so I brought him out for a stroll. Otherwise, he'd be stuck in school and start to get moldy. Does he have a crush on any girls at school? How would I know? I can try to find out for you discreetly. Oh, okay. I'll come visit you guys next time I get the chance. Alright, Auntie, bye. Hearing the dial tone on the other end, Tang Wei exhaled deeply. That 1 minute felt like an eternity. Ha ha ha. Shen Yifeng finally let out a laugh. That was hilarious. I was talking to my mom, did you think it was someone else? Tang Wei shot him a disapproving look and handed him the phone. You have the nerve to laugh? Your words were ambiguous, that's why I misunderstood. I said I love your mom. What's ambiguous about that? Seeing Tang Wei bite her lip in annoyance, Shen Yifeng wisely shut up. You little brat, trying to trick me. Don't laugh too soon, you'll be the one feeling awkward later. Tang Wei seemed to have thought of some mischievous scheme, flashing her signature little witch smile. Shen Yifeng's Adam's apple bobbed. I have this bad feeling. Chapter 14, Hongyudon. A few minutes later. Shen Yifeng stood before the lingerie shop, suddenly understanding what Tang Wei meant when she said he'd have his awkward moments. Come on in, Tang Wei turned back and winked at him. Revenge. Blatant revenge. Shen Yifeng was already sweating buckets. Earlier, he hadn't warned Wei-jie that it was his mother on the phone, putting her in an awkward spot. Now it was my turn to feel awkward. Lingerie shop seemed to cast a spell. Men blushed and grew shy the moment they stepped inside. Especially with those sexy lingerie pieces hanging there, occasionally picked up by women to try on. An uncle who'd weathered life's storms might handle it better. But for a boy untouched by the world, it's genuinely cringe-worthy. Why did you suddenly decide to browse a lingerie store? Shen Yifeng felt as if his heels were weighted down with lead, hesitating to take a step. Just happened to see it, thought I'd browse around. Seeing Shen Yifeng's reluctant expression, Tang Wei smirked inwardly, her desire to drag him inside growing stronger. Girls are like that, aren't they? The more you resist doing something, the more they want you to do it. It's all about that rebellious phase. I'll wait outside. It's not really appropriate for me to go in. What's inconvenient about it? I want to see what kind of underwear guys pick out. Seeing Shen Yifeng still hesitating, Tang Wei cut straight to the chase. I'll agree to go work out at the track tonight. That should be fine, right? Fine. It's just picking out underwear, not walking to the execution ground. Shen Yifeng couldn't quite explain where this sudden sense of heroic sacrifice came from. Once inside, he saw rows upon rows of boxers and bras on the shelves, some with lace, others cute and playful. Add to that the customers inside glancing at him without meaning to. Shen Yifeng clenched his fists, his scalp tingling with awkwardness. So humiliating. So dramatic. Tang Wei had been carefully selecting lingerie when she suddenly stopped, as if remembering something. She turned back and asked Shen Yifeng, "Did you find anything you like?" "Women's panties. I probably can't fit into those." Tang Wei couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. What a weird way of thinking, you little brat. Who told him to wear them? I meant, I'm buying underwear. Do you like any of these styles? Ah. Wei-jie is messing with me. Shen Yifeng finally caught on. Earlier, when no one was around, Wei-jie had been carefully selecting items for herself. Now that there were a few female customers nearby, she suddenly asked such an awkward question. Cough. As long as you like it. Shen Yifeng quickly pulled out his phone to divert his attention. As long as he didn't stare at the lingerie, he wouldn't feel awkward. It's fine. I think you have great taste. You pick for me. You know what size clothes I wear, so you should know my size too. Ahem, clears throat tactically. Shen Yifeng grabbed a set at random. This one. It's fine. Let's get this over with and leave. I'm dying of embarrassment. But I don't like black. I prefer pink and white. Don't you think pink is cuter and white looks more innocent? Cute and pure are perfectly normal adjectives for girls. But describing underwear? This is just wrong. Shen Yifeng pursed his lips, debating whether to beg for mercy. Before he could raise the white flag, Tang Wei chimed in again. What about lace ones? Critical hit X2. It stung. It felt like needles all over. This fabric feels pretty nice. Feel it yourself. Critical hit X3. I'm sorry, Sister Wei. Let's go, whimpering. Shen Yifeng chose to beg for mercy between preserving his dignity and saving face. Staying here any longer would be unbearably awkward. Aren't you supposed to be treating me like a man? You're still my little brother. Not like a little brother. Just a little brother. Those words echoed twice in Shen Yifeng's mind, instantly igniting his masculine pride. Sis Wei, I think this outfit suits you perfectly. The salesperson added, it's ultra thin. It has to be ultra thin. Anything thicker is stuffy to wear. What if it gives Sister Wei heat rash? Outside the lingerie store, Zhao Bo's henchman was peeking indiscreetly. Brother Bo, something's off. They went into the lingerie store and that guy picked out a lace, ultra-thin set for Tang Wei. Damn it. This can't be just friends. Zhao Bo couldn't sit still. Good news, Brother Bo. They didn't buy anything and just walked out. If they'd bought it, I'd have killed that bastard. Keep watching. We'll meet you here after we finish online. Bro, it's so hot out. Cut the crap. I'll give you 2 of this year's World Championship skins. Hee hee, Bro Bo is so generous. Thanks, Bro Bo. Hanging up the call, the young guy continued following Shen Yifeng and Tang Wei's route. They strolled through Guani Inkyo pedestrian street, checked out the Tian's Hijio landmark, and then spent some time at the food street. If there's anything more boring than window shopping, it was watching others shop. As night fell, the mountain city shone like an illuminated pearl, dazzlingly brilliant. Along both banks of the Yangtze River, countless lights twinkled like stars, reflecting on the shimmering water. The river breeze carried the warm, humid air of summer and faint whiffs of food aromas, a uniquely mountain city scent, vibrant and authentic. So that's Hongyudong? Doesn't seem all that special. Shen Yifeng was genuinely tired after walking all day. He had hoped to see the legendary Hongyudong, fulfilling a dream from his past life. But it didn't seem as beautiful as the rumors suggested. It was embarrassing to admit, but as a local, he knew surprisingly little about his own city. He'd been too busy with work before. Busy as hell, busy as hell. Literally, dead tired. Don't worry, Hongyudong only looks its best when the lights come on. Have you seen Spirited Away? The first time I stood on Kiansaman Bridge and saw Hongyudong's night view, it felt like the anime had come to life. A chorus of wows erupted. Shen Yifeng and Tang Wei's eyes were illuminated by the sudden burst of light. Look! Look! I wasn't lying, was I? Isn't it gorgeous? Tang Wei tugged Shen Yifeng's arm, her excitement reminiscent of two children sharing a treasure from childhood. The golden glow of Hongyudong cast a beautiful hue across her cheeks. The girl gazed at the scenery, while the boy gazed at the girl. Yeah, it's beautiful. Tang Wei turned to see Shen Yifeng's gaze shift abruptly from her face to the Hongyudong scenic area in the distance. She wondered who that very beautiful had been meant for. Never mind. Let's take a picture together. Tang Wei walked over to Shen Yifeng, wrapped her arms around him, and raised her phone. Smile. Can I at least strike a pose? This is so sudden. Capturing beautiful moments means catching them off guard. She's. Click. Their first photo together as adults. The boy was caught off guard by the embrace, his expression showing pure shock. The girl gazed at the camera, smiling naturally and happily. I wasn't ready just now. Let's take another one. Shen Yifeng said. I thought it was fine. So natural. You look stunning, while I look like a fool. Seeing Shen Yifeng lunge for the phone, Tang Wei flashed a mischievous look and quickly turned sideways to shield it. After several failed attempts, Shen Yifeng simply wrapped his arms around her from behind to grab the phone. Oh, come on, take a few more. I want to post them on my social feed too. You little brat. No wonder you dressed up so nicely today. You just wanted to take more photos to post on Space and flirt with little girls, didn't you? No way. I just wanted to take more pictures with you. Shen Yifeng finally snatched the phone. He turned back with a smug grin at Tang Wei. Being tall does have its perks. Seeing his bright, boyish smile, Tang Wei pressed her hand to her forehead, smiling helplessly yet affectionately. You really get me. Come on, I'll take one with you. Be serious this time, don't say you're not ready later. Shen Yifeng quickly raised his phone, ready to snap the shot, when suddenly an auntie carrying a camera approached. Hey, beautiful lady and handsome guy. Want a photo? I'm a pro, no charge if you don't like it. Chapter 15, A Beautiful Chase. No thanks, auntie. We'll take it ourselves. Tang Wei was the type of woman who was frugal and thrifty by nature. Street photography like this wasn't cheap. It was clearly more cost-effective to take the photo themselves and get it printed at a shop later. You two make such a perfect couple, and Hongyudong is so picturesque. Since you're here, why not capture this moment? I can print it right away, or send you the digital file if you prefer. Shen Yifeng nodded enthusiastically. Sounds great to me. What's so good about it? It costs money. Save where you should save, spend where you should spend. Hey. Wei, you sound like you're haggling at the market. Marrying her and having her manage the household finances, maybe I could save some money. Shen Yifeng smiled fondly. Let auntie take a photo first to show off her skills. After all, this is our first outing together. It'd be nice to have a commemorative picture. Tang Wei couldn't refuse Shen Yifeng and reluctantly agreed. The photographer, sensing the moment, quickly pulled out her camera and directed their poses. Young man, hold the young lady's hand. Young lady, spin around in place. Hands up high, yes, make it look romantic. Hold hands, spin around? Something felt off about this. Before Tang Wei could process it, Shen Yifeng had already taken her hand and raised it high. Then he looked at her expectantly. Are you asking me to spin? Sure, let's spin. We're following the photographer's lead. That look in Yifeng's eyes, something wasn't quite right. Tang Wei felt a twinge of suspicion mixed with a tiny worry that their friendship might be changing, but she still cooperated and spun around once. Ah, yes. Perfect, very poetic. You two can also make a heart shape with your hands. Our guy stands beside you, and the girl stands in front. The girl gives me a back view, forming half a heart with her left hand. The guy faces the camera directly and also forms half a heart. Tang Wei panicked now, quickly explaining, this really isn't necessary. Our relationship hasn't. It's just the beginning, right? Auntie understands. The feelings are always more intense at the start. Young man, how's your waist? Ahem. Auntie, that question caught me off guard. But to be honest, my waist is rock solid. Shen Yifeng replied with deadpan seriousness. Perfect. Auntie has researched a particularly romantic photo pose, the waist hug. But it's only suitable for young couples. Middle-aged folks usually have back issues. Shen Yifeng imagined the waist hugging pose. No. That's a bit too intimate. Vivi would never go for it. Auntie, let's just take some normal tourist photos. We're not that kind of. Shen Yifeng quickly explained. Oh. I see. Sorry, I thought you two were. The photographer smiled kindly, patted his head, and gave him a look of sudden understanding. It must be said, this lady really knew how to take photos. The final photos met with Shen Yifeng and Tang Wei's approval. They turned out really well. 10 yuan per photo isn't bad at all, and she even sent digital copies to my QQ space. Shen Yifeng looked at the photos with great satisfaction. Yifeng, I need to ask you something. You have to be completely honest with me. After leaving Hongyudong, the two arrived at Kiansaman Bridge. This river-spanning bridge offered a panoramic view of Hongyudong. In Shen Yifeng's memory, a few years later, after the mountain city went viral on short video platforms, this bridge would be packed with crowds at any time. Tourists from all over the country would flock here just to witness the magical night view of the 8D. Mountain City. What is it? Shen Yifeng snapped back to reality and turned to look at her. You feel. Tang Wei hesitated, then blurted out, do you feel? At that critical moment, several Ghostfire motorcycles screeched to a halt beside Shen Yifeng and Tang Wei. Hey, gorgeous, why are you with such a loser? Young guys love to pick up girls, it's the same everywhere. Shen Yifeng and Tang Wei ignored them, but the guys only got worse. Two of them hopped off their bikes and approached Shen Yifeng. Their goofy, obnoxious demeanor was like a pack of huskies. What's your deal? She's gorgeous, do you even deserve her? Man, you gotta know your place. You look like you're asking for a beating, you've got zero self-awareness. Tang Wei heard this and instantly realized. Did Xiao Bo send you? The young man's expression froze. With his hands stuffed in his pockets, he clearly felt awkward. WH? What Xiao Bo? I don't know him at all. Hey, sweetheart, us knights are all gentlemen. Don't worry, we won't bother you. Yeah, we just can't stand that guy. Damn it, I hate seeing anyone better looking than me. Why waste words with them? A guy with dyed yellow hair hopped off his motorcycle, clearly the leader of the group. Bro, you're unlucky to run into us. But we're straightforward folks from the mountains, we'll give you a chance. 1 minute to run. If we catch you, you're screwed. But this beauty stays here. You can't take her. Pathetic acting. Not only Tang Wei saw through it, but Shen Yifeng did too. If they were genuinely wild and reckless, they'd have just hit on the girl directly. But the way they acted, deliberately avoiding scaring the girl, clearly showed someone had warned them beforehand. Combined with what happened earlier today, it wasn't hard to guess who. But in my current physical state, taking on so many of these guys was simply unrealistic. These tough guys, to put it mildly, were incredibly resilient to cold and punishment. Even when hit, they take it without a peep, showing weakness would just earn ridicule from their buddies. So brute force was out of the question, I needed to use some cunning. Shen Yifeng glanced at the yellow-haired guy's gelling motorcycle. It had the best performance among these bikes. Though I haven't ridden one in this life, back in my previous life before starting my business. Yours truly was the top delivery rider in the Meituan food delivery district. What the hell? Are you deaf or something? Just as the blonde-haired guy stepped forward, ready to teach Shen Yifeng a lesson, the latter caught him off guard with a sudden kick, sending him crashing to the ground. Before anyone could react, Shen Yifeng grabbed Tang Wei and dashed to the roadside, expertly starting the motorcycle and tossing a helmet to Tang Wei. WH, what the hell? Get on. Hold on tight. Shen Yifeng's glance over his shoulder carried an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Time around them seemed to slow. Buses rolled by, pedestrians strolled, and the startled punk tried to stand up. Only Shen Yifeng and Tang Wei locked eyes. The girl swung her long legs over and sat behind the boy, wrapping her arms tightly around him. Warm and reassuring. With a thunderous roar, the jolting motorcycle surged forward like a beast, leaving only a dazzling silhouette behind. Holy! You're so cool, so high and mighty, and you're ing using my bike to pick up chicks. The blonde-haired guy exploded with rage, flicking his bangs out of his eyes as he roared menacingly. What the hell are you all staring at? Get in the car and chase him. Chapter 16, Holy, let's get him. Shen Yifeng rode his motorcycle, racing across Qiansamen Bridge with the Ghostfire youths. The river breeze brought a hint of coolness to the sweltering heat. The girl clung tightly to the boy on the bike, pressing her body completely against his. Wei. What? Speak up. The wind's too loud, I can't hear you. I said, thanks for the bike your classmate gave you, perfect for riding back to school. Don't worry, those punks can't keep up. I'll shake them off at the next intersection. This was actually a pretty infuriating situation, and a pretty dangerous one too. But Shen Yifeng's cheerful attitude instantly eased Tang Wei's tense nerves. She wrapped one arm around Shen Yifeng while holding the photo aloft with the other. In front of Hong Yidong, the boy held the girl's hand high as she spun around happily. Time froze in that instant, making the moment eternal. If only she'd been wearing a floral dress, the swirling skirt as she spun would have looked even more beautiful. Tang Wei smiled silently, her lips pressed together. She pressed the photo tightly against her chest, resting her head against Shen Yifeng's back as they walked all the way back to school. Park here. Text Xiao Bo to have yellow hair come pick it up. Just thinking about him makes me furious. How dare he send people to pull this stunt? Tang Wei grew angrier the more she thought about it. And he's studying law. He's literally breaking the law he's supposed to uphold. Shen Yifeng's pupils suddenly turned cold, though he didn't show it in front of Tang Wei. It's fine. Even with that little incident, overall today was great. We had hotpot, went shopping, bought clothes, and saw Hong Yidong. Yifeng, you seem so much more mature and steady lately. Seeing Shen Yifeng's warm smile and his complete lack of impulsiveness in the face of this situation, Tang Wei's impression of him was refreshed once again. To her question, Shen Yifeng simply smiled and replied, well, I'm 18 now. Not a 17-year-old kid anymore. Truth be told, mentally speaking, I'm practically approaching 30. After enduring society's harsh blows and Chuyun's torment, I've come to deeply understand that saying. Some people will always think you're not good enough, while others will always think you're perfect in every way. The right people keep healing you, while the wrong ones keep draining you. The two walked through the school gates. Just like last time, Shen Yifeng walked Tang Wei to the dormitory building before heading back to his own room alone. The second day after Rebirth felt far less novel than the first. Her thoughts turned more toward practical concerns. Material stability is also key to sustaining a relationship. Without money, even dates meant borrowing from roommates and calling them godfathers. But right now, Shen Yifeng had something even more crucial on his mind. Bang! The dorm door swung open with a loud slam. Huang Kun noticed Shen Yifeng's grim expression. He'd been about to crack a joke, but immediately sobered up. What's up, Feng? Date didn't go well? It went smoothly. Shen Yifeng walked back to his seat and immediately turned on his computer. If it went well, you shouldn't look like that. Shouldn't you be kicking the door open like yesterday and saying something like, Shirima, your emperor has passed away. I have no idea what Shirima means, but you'd definitely be happy. Damn it! Shen Yifeng frowned, suddenly remembering something. Back in 2013, the Desert Emperor hero hadn't even been released on the Chinese servers yet. Next year, when Desert Emperor officially launched, Shen Yifeng could already picture his roommates' jaws dropping when they heard that line during a game. It's not about the date. I ran into some asshole who called a bunch of punks to beat me up. Ended up stealing his motorcycle and speeding back to school. Damn it, let's get him. Huang Ku exclaimed indignantly. That. Like I'm Bruce Lee taking on 8 guys? Used my wits, I know who's backing them. Shen Yifeng opened his laptop, typed in his username and password, and accessed the desktop interface. Old Huang, help me look into this. The guy's name is Zhao Bo, a sophomore in law school. His family runs a business. See if you can dig up anything on him. Ha, this is right up my alley. Hackers should do what hackers do. Settling things with fists is for brutes. What did you say the other day, Feng? We're gonna be emperors of the internet. Huang Ku was the type who thrived on wreaking havoc online. In his previous life, Shen Yifeng had spent ages persuading him to reform after founding a cybersecurity firm, finally turning him from a black hat into a white hat hacker. Now just a freshman, give him another year or so to mature, and this kid would make a name for himself in the hacker world. 10:30 p.m. Lights out in the dorm. Shen Yifeng and Huang Ku sat silently at their computers, headphones on, using social engineering to dig up information on Zhao Bo. Qin Shiyu and Zhou Xianyu were still gaming. Freshmen, they weren't particularly interested in their major yet and couldn't help. While Shen Yifeng was searching for information in the women's dormitory 1207, 70 meters away in a straight line. Tang Wei returned to her cozy bed after showering, pulled out her phone to browse the photos she'd taken today, and hesitated over whether to post them to QQ Zone. These photos, they're way too easy to misinterpret. What photos? Zhou Mingting had just climbed into bed when she heard Tang Wei muttering to herself. Instead of returning to her own bed, she hopped straight onto Tang Wei's. Slow down, you're crushing me. We're both D-cops, it won't hurt. Quick, let me see the photos. Are they pictures of you and your childhood friend? Zhou Mingting burrowed under the covers and snuggled up to Tang Wei. 2 young girls, one in shorts showing off her long legs, the other wearing nothing but panties. Miss Panties pinned Miss Long Legs down, insisting on seeing the photo. If she refused, she'd start headbutting her. Such a delightful sight. If only there were a cute little girl sandwiched between them, it would be even more delightful. Fine, fine. You win. Fine, fine. Here, take a look. It's just a regular photo, why get so worked up? Tang Wei felt ticklish being pinned down, especially since Zhou Mingting rarely wore pants in the dorm. Pressed together like this, everything felt awkwardly close. She had no choice but to hand over her phone, waving the white flag in surrender. Wow, these photos are amazing. You and Xiao Feng really make a great couple, a perfect match. I wanna see too. I wanna see too. Wang Yihuan stood below, waving her hands and bouncing her little feet. Looking utterly adorable. Zhou Mingting handed her the phone, and the youngest, Chen Yizhu, came over to join the fun. Wow. Sis Wei, this outfit is so cool, total American hottie. Ah, Feng picked it out for me. Who knew he had such good taste? If I'd styled it myself, I never would have chosen this. Just as Tang Wei finished complimenting Shen Yifeng, she caught Zhou Mingting's ambiguous smile. Did you ask him? Ask what? He's playing dumb, and you're playing dumb too? What do you think I meant? Zhou Mingting sat down beside Tang Wei, leaning against the wall with her. Of course I meant asking him what exactly he's been up to with you these past few days. I was going to ask him, but then I ran into a bunch of jerks, probably Zhao Bo's crew. I bumped into him at lunch today. You ran into Zhao Bo on your date? Holy crap, that must have been a bloodbath. Being in the same class, Zhou Mingting knew Zhao Bo's temper all too well. He wisely left on his own at lunch, but tonight he brought a bunch of thugs to hassle Feng. After Feng kicked one of them down, he snatched a motorcycle and drove me back to school. They almost caught up a few times, but luckily Feng's writing skills are top-notch. Late night. Street racing. Kidnapping a woman. Zhou Mengting's eyes widened in shock. Who knew there was such a juicy story? Holy crap. Wei-jie, my respect for your childhood friend is skyrocketing right now. He really kicked a thug down and stole a bike? That's so badass. Tang Wei shot her a disapproving look. What's so exciting about that? It was dangerous, okay. That Zhao Bo guy, I totally forgot to settle the score with him. I'm texting him right now. Chapter 17, Vengeance at Every Turn. You can send that message later. Zhao Bo always replies to you pretty fast anyway. Zhou Mengting leaned sideways, draping her leg over Tang Wei's waist. Tell me more about how your childhood sweetheart kicked those thugs. Was it a flying kick or a roundhouse kick? Why are you so interested in this? Tang Wei was puzzled. Zhou Mengting beamed with excitement. Don't you think it's so cool? Like those movie heroes who fight thugs for love, totally badass. It was pretty cool. Recalling the situation, Tang Wei guessed it must have been Zhao Bo who called those men. She'd planned to contact Zhao Bo directly. But then Shen Yifeng charged forward like a whirlwind and kicked that yellow-haired guy flying. For a teenage girl, the emotional impact of that moment was no less than seeing a little boy kissing Hiroshima. Especially that final line, "Hold me tight." It had that domineering CEO vibe. He really is quite handsome. I had no idea he was such a skilled driver. Tang Wei bit her lip, recalling the high-speed chase. The memory still sent a strange sensation through her, making her unconsciously clench her legs together, whether from nervousness or excitement, she couldn't tell. Zhou Mengting chuckled softly. If I had to choose between the two, I'd pick my childhood friend too. Just in looks alone, Zhao Bo gets completely outclassed, okay? At that moment, a handsome guy sneezed twice in a row. Shen Yifeng sniffed and continued typing. Sis Wei, I don't think Zhao Bo is reliable. The way he acts, it's like he's had tons of girlfriends. Even if he's pursuing you, it's definitely not because he genuinely likes you. Wang Yihuan had already returned to her bunk, directly across from Tang Wei. I know, that's why I've been ignoring him. And what he did today. It really pissed me off. Like, seriously pissed me off. A flash of anger flickered in Tang Wei's eyes. What happened today was serious enough to warrant calling the police. After chatting for a while longer, Zhou Mengting also returned to her bunk. After little dirty girl left, Tang Wei lay on her side, lost in thought. Her slender legs, like chopsticks, clutched the quilt. Her phone lay unlocked in her hand, the screen displaying her QQ space interface and unposted status update. Title, After so long apart, endless topics to discuss, childhood memories too vast to recount, joy too bright to hide. What exactly did a phone mean? She recalled their hand-in-hand stroll through campus earlier that day, mistaken for a couple by the sales clerk and the photo-taking auntie, and their runaway adventure at dusk. An inexplicable blush rose to her cheeks, causing Tang Wei to instinctively press her legs together. Zhou Mengting, let's make a small group and have a little meeting. Wang Yihuan, what's up, what's up? Shen Yizhu, didn't tag Sister Wei, guess it's about her hashtag. Zhou Mengting, look at Wei sleeping. She's hugging the blanket, I bet she thinks it's her childhood sweetheart. Wang Yihuan, seriously. I just saw Sister Wei move, her thighs clamped even tighter. Zhou Mengting, every girl has her crushes. I think Wei really has feelings for her childhood friend, but she's so stubborn. Shen Yizhu, if it were me, riding on a motorcycle with a guy while bad guys chase us, clinging to him like that, I'd be head over heels by the time we got off. Zhou Mengting, but Zhao Bo isn't someone to mess with. He won't let this slide. True. That troublemaker Zhao Bo was standing right at the school gate now, staring at that Jialing motorcycle, his mind in complete disarray. You guys are useless. So many of you and you still let him steal the bike? Could you be any more useless? The guy with the yellow hair flicked his bangs back, fuming. Damn it, how was I supposed to know that punk would attack? If he hadn't ambushed me, I'd have beaten him so bad he'd be begging for mercy. What good does that do now? And you guys, aren't you supposed to be the king of Jiangnan bikers and the legendary racer of Mount Autumn name? You ride bikes every day, and you can't even catch that kid? Zhao Bo rubbed his throbbing temples. This outcome was completely different from what he had anticipated. According to his plan, sending these thugs to threaten Shen Yifeng would surely scare the crap out of that kid, making him reveal his true colors and abandon Tang Wei to run away. Then he'd step in, rescue Tang Wei from the thugs. Unflappable and dignified, the essence of a man. Tang Wei would surely be smitten. But the outcome? The script was well written, but the damn actors didn't follow it. Everything went off the rails. Who knew that guy could actually lean into the turns? We got dropped on the curve and lost track of their route after that. Yellow hair puffed on his cigarette as he continued talking to Zhao Bo. Bro, since that kid's from your school, it'd be easy to get him. Once he steps off campus, I've got plenty of ways to deal with him. What good is taking him down? I wanted to be the hero saving the damsel in distress, you get it? But that damn kid became the hero, and I ended up the villain. Tang Wei texted me saying the car was parked at the school gate. She must have figured out you guys were sent by me. What a bunch of useless teammates. Zhao Bo grew angrier the more he thought about it, kicking the motorcycle over with one foot. Amidst his rage, he suddenly burst into laughter. It started as a faint smile, then erupted into a maniacal, head-thrown-back laugh. Great! A third wheel shows up out of nowhere, and they even go shopping for underwear together. Since you're meddling in my relationship with Tang Wei, don't blame me for taking you down. Half the school is under my control. Taking you down would be a piece of cake. Zhao Bo pulled out his phone, but after a moment's thought, he realized he didn't even know the guy's name. Know thy enemy and know thyself, and you will never be defeated. Shen Yifeng, on the other hand, already knew Zhao Bo inside out. According to the registrar's office records, Zhao Bo was born on October 28, 1993. Brother Feng, we're screwed. This kid's a Scorpio, they hold grudges like nobody's business. Funny, holding grudges is also a hacker trait. Shen Yifeng gave a cold laugh. The registrar has his father's information on file. Since he runs a company, we should be able to find details online. Shen Yifeng began his search, typing the father's name into the search engine, hunting for any trace of information. Soon, he found a company in the city named Shansity's Finest Food Company, Limited, whose legal representative bore the exact same name as Zhao Bo's father. He then found the company's official website and located the legal representative's photo in the corporate gallery. Old Huan, do you think he looks like Zhao Bo? I'm not great at recognizing faces, to be honest. But their noses and eyes are quite similar. Plus, the birth year listed for this legal representative matches the age of Zhao Bo's father registered with the Academic Affairs Office. I'd say it's almost certainly him. This food company had been established nearly 20 years ago, making it a long-standing brand in Shan City. Its scale was naturally substantial, otherwise, it wouldn't have dedicated resources to building a website. Brother Feng, something's off about this website. Huang Ko frowned deeply. In his view, several lines of code were flashing. Typically, non-internet companies don't implement such complex cybersecurity protocols, especially food companies. There's nothing sensitive on their servers, they wouldn't store recipes there. A sly gleam flashed in Shen Yifeng's eyes as the corners of his mouth turned up. That means their servers might hold something else important or something they don't want anyone to see. Chapter 18, The Unscrupulous Merchant. Brother Feng, I found their backend login interface. Try a brute force password attack. My password list is only 31 gigabytes, not sure if it'll crack it. Password brute forcing involves feeding a password list into the system, which then systematically tries each password until the correct one is found, essentially using an exhaustive search method. It's n times faster than manual input. Just as Shen Yifeng was still battling away, the QQ special notification sound rang out. He quickly grabbed his phone. Wei, are you asleep? Sen, not yet. I'm discussing academic issues with my roommate. Wei, I just messaged Zhao Bo, but he won't admit it. Sen, that's normal. If he admitted it, he'd be the one with the problem. Son, leave this to me. I can handle it. Vivi, listen to me, don't do anything reckless. Wei, you saw it too, he's got connections with shady people. Son, I won't do anything reckless. I'm a total coward, trust me. Tang Wei pursed her lips and quickly shot back. Wei, you're not a coward at all, you dared to fight back with so many people around. Sen, never mind him. Remember tomorrow's night run? Wei, who's afraid of who? We'll see who quits first. Shen Yifeng chatted with Tang Wei for a few more minutes before they bid each other goodnight. But he wasn't ready for bed yet. It wasn't because of some cheesy hacker creed like the night is a hacker's faith. If every hacker pulled all-nighters daily, sudden deaths among them would likely be countless. Rather, he and Huangku had uncovered a clue on the official website of Shansity's Wei-jie Food Company, Ltd. Brother Feng, the admin password is tough to crack. Why don't I keep sniffing packets while you try SQL injection? Luckily they didn't implement CAPTCHA to prevent brute force attacks. We should crack it soon. The room was pitch black, illuminated only by the faint glow of the screen, which cast a focused light on Shen Yifeng's face. His two roommates had already climbed into bed, though neither was asleep yet. The habit of pulling all-nighters was one many developed in college. At this age, boundless energy seemed endless, and going to bed early felt like a waste of time. Damn it! We're finally in. As the back-end server admin interface appeared before Shen Yifeng, it signaled their successful intrusion. Damn, Feng, you got in before I even cracked the password. They set up some network security protocols, but not many. Shen Yifeng began searching for information within the back-end server. Given Zhao Bo's family background, I couldn't possibly surpass him anytime soon. Even with memories from 2 lifetimes, small money might be made through information arbitrage, but big money isn't that easy to come by. Even if I memorized the lottery numbers, by the time I went to buy a ticket, the winning numbers would have changed. It wasn't me altering history, it was the director changing the lucky winner. So the only way to limit Zhao Bo is to bring his family down. Shen Yifeng wasn't entirely confident, but he had to try. The poor fighting the rich is inherently an act of defying fate. Either bow down and submit, or fight back. They actually left the snack formula stored in the server data, and it requires a password to access. It feels like they're trying to hide something obvious. Shen Yifeng had already accessed the back-end website. Cracking a simple password would be child's play. Spicy strips recipe, mini bread recipe. Huang Ku grinned. With these recipes, can we make our own snacks now? Stop daydreaming about eating. Check if these additives are problematic. Shen Yifeng sent the information to Huang Ku, and they researched together. What they found shocked them. Potassium bromate, a carcinogen. Its use and addition in food processing are banned nationwide. And caustic soda also banned. They actually use it to soak chicken feet and squid to make them plump. No wonder those chicken feet look so white. Huang Ku glanced at the snacks on the table and suddenly lost her appetite. Business is business, no tricks, no big profits. But with food? People are putting this stuff in their mouths. They've got no conscience whatsoever. Shen Yifeng spat lightly. This data alone wasn't enough to report them, as they could easily claim it was written by an intern. To nail them, they needed production workshop data parameters, but those were locked in the local network, inaccessible from the outside. At 3 a.m., Shen Yifeng and Huang Ku finally fell asleep. After a night of relentless effort, they still lacked conclusive evidence, but at least they knew Xiao Bo's factory was problematic. When Shen Yifeng woke up, it was already 1 p.m. Several roommates were still snoring loudly, their rhythmic snores echoing throughout the dorm room. Youth is truly a blessing. In a few years, once they became wage-earners, they'd never again have the luxury of sleeping until afternoon. Shen Yifeng sat up and stretched, feeling slightly more alert. As soon as he pulled out his phone, he saw a message from Tang Wei. 9:17. Wei-jie, ate something spicy yesterday, my stomach hurts a bit. Does yours hurt? 10:28. Wei-jie, no way, no way. You're not still asleep, are you? 12:15. Vivi, it's lunchtime, come on. Damn it. Why didn't I hear the special alert tone? Alright. I silenced my phone yesterday. Shen Yifeng quickly replied. Sen, still having stomach pain? I'll go to the infirmary and get you some medicine. Then he scrambled out of bed to wash up. Just as he finished changing clothes, the special attention notification tone rang again. Wei-jie, no need, it's already better. Probably just my stomach not used to hot pot after so long. Sen, okay. What are your plans for this afternoon? At that very moment, Tang Wei and Zhou Mingting were sitting in a bubble tea shop. They were heading to the rehearsal studio later that afternoon. While the law school had its share of pretty girls, those who were both tall and elegant were few and far between. That's why the school-level student union wanted them to put together a performance. Such activities were generally hard to decline, especially since they offered extra credits. Tang Wei planned to sing a song, which wouldn't require much rehearsal. The sun's so strong outside, I really don't want to go out. I didn't put on any sunscreen today, Zhou Mingting mumbled, her words muffled as she chewed on the tapioca pearls. I'll have someone bring a sun umbrella over, Tang Wei said, staring at her phone. Xiaoshu went home, and only Huan is in the dorm, but she definitely won't be going out either. I'll have Feng deliver it. He's heading downstairs for dinner and will pass by the bubble tea shop. Tang Wei put her phone down after replying to Shen Yifeng. Zhou Mingting raised an eyebrow. What's with that flirtatious look? I'm not into same-sex relationships, so don't bat your eyelashes at me. Tang Wei rubbed her arm, still feeling goosebumps from earlier. As for Zhou Mingting's allure, it was truly ingrained in her very bones. Of course, that was when she was silent. The moment she opened her mouth, that thick northeastern accent came out. Any interest would vanish instantly. That freshman seems pretty clingy. Why does he have to meet you every single day? Guys should be enjoying themselves playing video games in the air-conditioned dorms. Enduring 38-degree weather just to go downstairs for meals, never heard of it. Tang Wei shook her head, her long hair swaying like silk. It's all your fault. You've been whispering this nonsense in my ear for days, making me actually start to believe it. But come to think of it, it's impossible. We've known each other this long. If there was any spark, it would have happened already. If. Zhou Mingting emphasized the point deliberately. If he kept clinging to you today, and when you went to rehearsal this afternoon, he said he wanted to come too. If you told him outsiders weren't allowed inside, and he said he'd wait for you at the door, would you still think it's no big deal? Tang Wei propped her chin on her hand, struggling to force out a reply. Probably not. Chapter 19, Snacking on Watermelon. Face-to-face pure bliss. The two were sipping bubble tea. On the table sat another cup Tang Wei had ordered for Shen Yifeng. Suddenly, a head peeked through the doorway. Spotting it, the sharp-eyed Zhou Mingting stood up and waved. Hey, freshman! Over here! Shen Yifeng grabbed his sun umbrella and hurried over. He could have come downstairs earlier, but this sun umbrella was tricky to borrow. Few guys used such things, so after asking around the hallway for ages, he finally borrowed it from the dorm supervisor. Hello, senior. Shen Yifeng naturally sat down next to Tang Wei and greeted Zhou Mingting. Zhou Mingting smiled and glanced at Tang Wei, who was drinking her milk tea with her head bowed, as if trying to avoid suspicion. Shen Yifeng, meanwhile, wore a bright smile, the very picture of a sunny, cheerful young man. Oh my gosh. The more I look at them, the more perfect they seem together. Junior, aren't you going to eat? Not really hungry. I'll just grab a sandwich later. Shen Yifeng turned to look at Tang Wei. Her jet black hair cascaded over her shoulders, her skin flawlessly fair, and her lips a soft rose hue that made one want to kiss them. And so, the boy's upturned lips grew even more unrestrained. Wei, what did you say we were doing this afternoon? We have rehearsal. There's an orientation gala coming up, and Wei and I are performing. Zhou Mingting continued to stare at him with a teasing look in her eyes. This feeling of being blind to one's own situation while others see it clearly. How fascinating. Zhou Mingting's calves kept trembling not from nervousness, but pure excitement. Getting up close and personal to watch the drama unfold, nothing beats that. I don't have much planned this afternoon anyway. I'll come with you to rehearsal. I'll buy you water and handle all the logistics. But rehearsal rooms aren't open to outsiders, you know. Zhou Mingting's legs clamped together tightly, her anticipation nearly overflowing. Tang Wei pursed her lips, turned to Shen Yifeng, and said with a knowing look, exactly, rehearsal rooms are off limits to outsiders. Why don't you head back to the dorm after lunch? Oh. Shen Yifeng paused to consider. Then I'll wait for you guys at the door. Ha! Zhou Mingting couldn't help but laugh out loud. Tang Wei's cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her head to sip her bubble tea. Hey freshman, can I ask you something? You have to answer honestly. Zhou. Tang Wei jumped in surprise, unsure what Zhou Mingting was about to ask. But given the situation, it seemed like there was only one question she could be asking. Sure. Shen Yifeng was a bit dazed as he picked up the milk tea on the table and took a sip. What was your mindset when you kicked those thugs yesterday? Have you trained before? How come your driving skills are so good? Ha! Tang Wei and Shen Yifeng both froze in confusion. She almost forgot though Mingting had a mature, sophisticated demeanor, she was particularly fond of those cheesy Japanese anime. She gets especially hyped up over those passionate stories. Oh, let's talk about it on the way. It's almost 1 o'clock, we need to hurry to rehearsal. Tang Wei stood up and walked toward the door. Shen Yifeng eagerly followed, opening the parasol and instinctively walking beside Tang Wei. After walking a few steps, they suddenly realized someone was missing. Turning back, they saw Zhou Mingting standing at the entrance of the milk tea shop. She was caught between the shade and the blazing sunlight, as if that spot were a toxic zone. What's up with the little guy? He brought us an umbrella but took Wei with him instead, huh? A single person's life is still a life, okay? Seeing Zhou Mingting standing there with her arms crossed, Shen Yifeng instantly understood. These past few days, my eyes have been like phased array radar, automatically locking onto Wei. I completely forgot there was someone else beside her. Shen Yifeng quickly stepped out of the sunshade's coverage and gestured politely to Zhou Mingting. It's so sunny out, let's share it, Tang Wei said instinctively. Nah, 3's too crowded. I'll just go grab a sandwich up front and catch up with you later. Catch up with who? Zhou Mingting nearly split in two, thinking the freshman was confessing his feelings. Of course I'll catch up with you too. Shen Yifeng handed the parasol to Zhou Mingting and dashed to the small shop ahead. After buying the bread, he hurried to catch up. As mentioned earlier, college students possess boundless energy. Once they entered society, the only things that made them run were chasing buses and subways. The three arrived at the multipurpose building beside the playground. The first floor housed a hall for storing sports equipment and sheltering students from wind and rain. The second floor contained various rehearsal rooms, while the third floor offered activity rooms for student clubs. Come evening, the building buzzed with activity. Athletes, artsy types, and handsome guys and beautiful girls all gathered together. Shen Yifeng bought a few bottles of water along with his bread, placed them by the rehearsal room door, then stepped back outside. Tang Wei glanced back at him in confusion. Aren't you coming in? Isn't it off limits? Senior Joe tricked you, Tang Wei said, sizing him up with a mischievous grin. You're such a fool. Ha! Shen Yifeng scratched his head. Girls' minds really are deeper than the Mariana Trench. So hard to figure out. After discussing with Zhou Mingting, Tang Wei decided to sing the May release time Boils Rain. As the summer blockbuster youth film of 2013, Tiny Times had been wildly popular, so their choice of this song was spot on. Shen Yifeng had brought his laptop. After connecting to the wired network, he continued researching Xiaobo's father's food company. Rehearsals? Not my area of expertise. Learning comes in different stages, and everyone has their own area of expertise. I'd better focus on the task at hand. To obtain concrete evidence now, relying solely on back-end data won't suffice. We need to find a way into their local area network and access their core servers. The computers used by the office staff at the factory are definitely connected to the LAN. If I could compromise one user and get them to insert a virus-infected USB drive into their computer, or get them to click a phishing link to plant the virus, that's the only way to collect the most crucial evidence. Shen Yifeng always lost track of time when he got busy. Before he knew it, over an hour had passed. Wei, let's take a break. My throat is on fire. Zhou Mingting plopped down right on the floor. This used to be a dance studio with wooden floors, so sitting on the ground was no problem. Tang Wei took a sip of water and nodded, her gaze drifting to Shen Yifeng, who was also sitting on the floor, stealing the net. He looked completely absorbed, though she couldn't tell what he was doing. Vivi, does that guy know how to sing? Zhou Mingting suddenly asked. I don't know. I've never heard him sing, but he probably isn't very good. Tang Wei hadn't yet grasped what Zhou Mingting was hinting at, but whenever she saw that ambiguous smirk on her face, she knew nothing good was coming. This orientation event will have rankings at the end. Forget about the prizes, they're not worth much anyway. But the top 3 performers get 1 extra credit, the top 5 get 0.5 extra credit, and everyone else gets 0.25 extra credit. Zhou Mingting paused to think. I remember you didn't participate in many activities last semester, so your credits were always a bit short. Exactly. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here wasting my time on this event. Tang Wei shrugged. As for the top 3, I'm not even aiming for that. Those dance routines are bound to be more popular. But based on past orientation events, I noticed a pattern. Zhou Mingting snapped her fingers. Duets between a man and a woman seem to score pretty high. Chapter 20, Welcome Gala. You're going to play the guy? Tang Wei stared at Zhou Mingting's face, lost in thought. But you don't look anything like a guy. Unless you cut your hair short and go tomboy. Who said it's a duet with me? There's a guy right there. He's handsome, and you two look great together. I have a feeling if you perform together, you'll definitely make it into the top 3. Tang Wei stole a glance at Shen Yifeng and waved her hands frantically. No way. Absolutely not. Zhou Mingting asked curiously, is it impossible for you, or impossible for him? He's socially anxious. There's no way he'd go on stage. Though I don't really care. I'll sing with anyone, but I'd been waiting for you to say that. Zhou Mingting jumped up, ran over, and crouched down in front of Shen Yifeng. Shen Yifeng first felt a gust of wind, then moved his laptop aside. There she was, Senior Zhou, crouched before him, arms wrapped around her knees. He glanced over, then promptly turned his head away like a gentleman, not daring to look directly. Zhou Mingting's posture, her arms pressed against her chest, made her breasts appear distorted, like rabbits straining to break free from the fabric. I'm sure Senior Zhou didn't mean it, but it did indirectly confirm those rumors. She was indeed generous and confident, with a bold personality, so much so that she was mistaken for a lecherous old woman. What's wrong, Senior Zhou? Shen Yifeng asked, looking over. Are you cross-eyed? I'm right in front of you. Zhou Mingting followed Shen Yifeng's gaze. Beyond the wall, there seemed to be nothing else. No, you're showing a bit too much. Shen Yifeng's mind was racing. His hands hovered over the keyboard, the spacebar nearly worn smooth from his fingers. Zhou Mingting glanced down. It was indeed a bit revealing. But it wasn't that bad, she wasn't naked or anything. Her junior was quite the gentleman. Zhou Mingting silently gave Shen Yifeng another mental thumbs up, her curiosity growing even more intense. Vivi asked me to ask you, can you sing? I didn't ask. Tang Wei hurried over. Sing? Shen Yifeng instinctively cleared his throat. Come to think of it, back in my past life when I was pursuing Chu Yun, I even took guitar lessons at the Music Association. Not that I was amazing, but I could hold my own. Aren't you two supposed to sing a duet? But Wei-jie wants to sing with you. Manhwa. Zhou Mingting was immediately silenced as Tang Wei covered her mouth from behind. Don't go spreading lies. I never said that. Tang Wei protested urgently. It would be terrible if Feng got the wrong idea. Things had been going so smoothly between them these past few days. If they rushed things, who knew what might happen? From Shen Yifeng's perspective, Tang Wei wrapped her arms around Zhou Mingting from behind, one hand covering her mouth while her legs clamped around her waist. Zhou Mingting wore a crop top today, and since she regularly exercised, especially swimming, her abs were faintly visible as they clung together, starkly contrasting with Tang Wei's delicate waist. Ziqiao truly didn't deceive me. Watching two girls fight like this was undeniably captivating. Alright, it's getting hot. Stop messing around. Zhou Mingting conceded defeat, but her sharp tongue couldn't resist adding one last jab. Wei-jie didn't earn enough credits last semester. If she finishes in the top 3 this time, she'll get an extra credit. Shen Yifeng still didn't quite grasp it, but a memory surfaced of Qin Shiyu telling him. If you don't know how to respond to a girl, just compliment her. Compliment her on anything and everything, let your imagination run wild. There isn't a girl alive who doesn't love hearing praise. As the saying goes, a master can only lead you to the door. Cultivation depends on the individual. Shen Yifeng had grasped the essence of this advice and immediately complimented them. You two are so beautiful, just standing there is enough to win. I think securing a top 3 spot should be no problem. A duet would be more interesting, that's why I asked if you could sing, Zhou Mingting pouted. What's with this guy? Why isn't he getting it? Shen Yifeng let out an "oh" and wore a look of sudden understanding. So you want me to perform with Wei-jie? But isn't this a welcome event? Wouldn't it be awkward for me to go up? You don't want to see Wei-jie stuck scrambling for credits by joining all sorts of trashy activities next semester, do you? Zhou Mingting's expression reminded Shen Yifeng of a classic line from a master manipulator. Madam, you wouldn't want your husband to lose his job, would you? Damn, who could refuse that? No problem. I can sing as long as it's not too difficult. Did you hear that, Wei-jie? Our freshman can sing. I'm truly grateful. Tang Wei's face flushed crimson as she sat cross-legged beside Zhou Mingting. Feng, you better think this through. You'll be on stage in front of thousands of freshmen. I thought you had a bit of social anxiety? What if? It's fine. You've been working hard enough lately studying for the bar exam. There's no need to waste time on those activities afterward. Shen Yifeng recalled how socially anxious he'd been when he first started college. But after starting to pursue Chu Yun, his skin gradually thickened. It became thicker than the city walls. That thick skin had its perks. When he was raising funds for his startup, he wouldn't have gotten anywhere without it. Credits aren't that complicated, honestly. You can even earn them by watching the varsity basketball team play. I was just lazy last year, so I didn't get enough credits and have to make them up this semester. Tang Wei was being very serious. She was speaking with utmost sincerity. She didn't want Shen Yifeng to do things he disliked just because of her. Wei-jie, remember that one wish on our list? Shen Yifeng pursed his lips and continued, you wrote it. You said when we grew up, you hoped we could perform together on stage. How do you remember that so clearly? Tang Wei was slightly startled. You two had a wish list? Why does my childhood friend only treat me like a brother? Zhou Mingting was genuinely envious. In their little corner of the world, boys never treated girls like girls when they were young. They were just good buddies. Just get it done. Keep talking and I'll slap you. These classic lines aren't just for guys or girls, they apply to everyone. So when she heard Tang Wei and Shen Yifeng had written wish lists together as kids, the very picture of childhood innocence, she was genuinely jealous. If she suggested to her friends, let's write wish lists together and look back on them when we grow up, it'll be so nostalgic. Her friend would just retort, cut the crap, that's gross. Who wants to reminisce? If I ever recall that stuff when I'm older, I'll give you a good smack. I have a good memory, that's why I got into City University. But Senior Zhou, you two have already rehearsed together. If Wei-jie and I duet, then wouldn't you be? No big deal. Absolutely no big deal. Zhou Mingting could tell the freshman had clearly agreed. As the frontline gossip monger, if I could get these two to perform together, Huan and Xiaozhu would definitely praise me for my hard work. The notes in Time Boils Rain are too high for a guy to sing. Do you know Little Dimple? Or, Because of Love would work too. If nothing else, Cultivating Love would do. Tang Wei's small hand, resting on Zhou Mingting's waist, gave her a firm squeeze. Ah. Zhou Mingting cried out in pain but steeled herself to continue pleading with Shen Yifeng. Junior, please consider it. I think these three songs are perfect choices. Chapter 21, Confession Balloon. Yifeng, wait a moment. Tang Wei stood up, raising an eyebrow at Zhou Mingting. You come with me. Oh. Zhou Mingting rose innocently and followed behind Tang Wei. As they neared the doorway, she turned back and signed a phrase to Shen Yifeng. Cough. I actually understood it. Because of Love is spot on. Is Senior Zhou setting me up? Shen Yifeng realized it belatedly, yet remained uncertain. After all, a girl's thoughts run deeper than the Mariana Trench. But since we're performing on stage anyway, wouldn't singing a modern song make people's eyes light up and their ears pregnant? Shen Yifeng slapped his thigh. Right. Songs from after 2013 are all new hits to today's audience. If only my voice weren't so average, I might actually have a shot at being a singer. Tang Wei led Zhou Mingting to the doorway. Zhou Mingting hung her head low, looking like a child who'd done something wrong. Tang Wei wasn't buying it. She reached out and playfully tickled Zhou Mingting's slender waist. Stop pretending. Others might not know you, but I sure do. Please spare me. I was only thinking about your credits. Is that what you're implying? I can't even bring myself to call you out on it. Tang Wei sighed, pressing her hand to her forehead. Her roommate, you couldn't hit her, you couldn't scold her. What else could she do but indulge her? But he agreed. Zhou Mingting started pinching again. Stop it, you little pest. Feng never says no, he'll agree to anything you ask. Tang Wei declared with absolute certainty. It's already come to this. Nothing else matters. I want to see you two perform together. Please, Wei-jie baby. Zhou Mingting took a step forward, wrapping her arms around Tang Wei's waist and starting to act all cute and clingy. A 5 feet 8 inches northeastern girl acting all sweet and clingy, how could you resist? A few girls passing by saw the two beauties hugging. Their eyes lit up like little stars. Even as they reached the end of the corridor, they couldn't help but sigh, they looked so perfect together. What's so perfect about them? Perfect for keys? Stop pairing people up randomly, okay? Tang Wei threw up her hands in defeat. Fine, you win. Fine, they'll share the stage. But Feng just started school, he must be pretty busy. He probably doesn't have much time to rehearse, right? Nonsense. I see he's got plenty of time, look how he's always hanging around you. Let's lock this down before he changes his mind. Shen Yifeng sat on the floor. Earlier, he'd seen Tang Wei drag Zhou Mingting away, and now he watched Zhou Mingting pull Tang Wei back. Decided what we'll sing yet, Junior? How about an original song? I'll get someone from the music club to compose it. Shen Yifeng had made up his mind. Let's sing Confession Balloon. A Jay Cho production is always top-notch. Since Jay hadn't released this song back in 2013, it wouldn't count as plagiarism. You're going to write your own song? Tang Wei and Zhou Mingting chimed in unison. It's not unreasonable for a computer science major to write a song, right? Junior, you're truly a jack of all trades. Senior here is seriously impressed. Zhou Mingting couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. But the performance is in just a few days. Writing a song now, isn't it too late? You actually didn't question whether he could really write a song? Tang Wei looked utterly skeptical. The busty girl was way too focused on phone. What is this sister thinking? Of course I doubted him, that's why I'm grilling him right now. Zhou Mingting suddenly discovered one of life's greatest joys. That joy was teasing Wei-jie in front of her junior, then observing her expressions. It was a layered kind of fun. Like right now Vivi must be wondering why I'm paying so much attention to that freshman. You little stinker, getting jealous of me? I wrote some lyrics before, but haven't set them to music yet. Want me to hum them for you? Shen Yifeng cleared his throat. If only we had a guitar. Go ahead, sing it. We're listening. Zhou Mingting pulled Tang Wei down to sit beside her. 1, 2, 3. Along the Seine, left bank coffee. A cup in my hand, savoring your beauty. Lips that left a mark. Darling, loving you, from that day on, sweetness comes so easily. Darling, don't be stubborn, your eyes say I do. Shen Yifeng hummed a few lines casually. The song wasn't too difficult, even an amateur could sing it without showing off any special technique. Wait, aren't you Zhou Jieluan? How come it sounds so much like Jay Chou's style? Zhou Mingting turned and tugged at Tang Wei's arm. Wei-jie, your childhood friend is so talented. Quit being a programmer and go debut as a singer. Tang Wei admitted she hadn't expected much from Shen Yifeng's songwriting. The gap between amateurs and professional singers was still quite wide. Even if they can write songs, they'd probably just be pop hits. Like last year's overnight sensation, My Skateboard Shoes. But what Shen Yifeng just sang completely blew her mind. It felt so unfamiliar it almost made her gasp in surprise. Yeah, Feng, why don't you go pro? Ugh. That's not what I meant to say. Yifeng, when did you write this song? How come I didn't know about it? Shen Yifeng shrugged, about to say it was written recently. But then he thought better of it, he couldn't waste Jay Chou's great song like that. He needed to add a story. Back in middle school, Shen Yifeng declared with deadpan seriousness. Writing love songs in middle school? You were so precocious, little brother, Zhou Mingting teased. It must have been for some pretty girl in your class, right? Not from our class, but she was definitely pretty. Shen Yifeng slipped his hands into his pockets, hiding the way he was wringing his palms. It was New Year's Eve. I went with that girl to sell balloons at the county stadium. We bought 30 balloons, sold for 4 or 5 hours, and ended up with 2 left unsold. The girl was stubborn, insisting we should wait longer and we'd definitely sell them. But the boy thought, since we'd sold so many already, we might as well keep the last 2 for ourselves. Shen Yifeng smiled to himself. She refused. She had a strong personality and worried I'd let the balloons go. Back then, I was pretty mischievous and could have done something like that. So she grabbed the balloons and ran, and I chased after her. It was cold in winter, and her hands froze stiff. She didn't hold the string tight enough, and the balloon flew away. We just stood there watching it soar. She said it would be a waste and told me to make a wish quickly. I said, what kind of wish can you make on a balloon? But seeing her hands pressed together, eyes closed in sincere devotion, I did it anyway. After we got home, I wrote this song. Zhou Mingting pursed her lips. It's a bit far-fetched, but it's plausible enough. What happened between you and that girl in the end? Where does she go to school? I'm shipping you 2 right now, so you better not say anything stupid. Zhou Mingting's hand twitched. If Shen Yifeng said anything stupid, she'd slap it shut, killing low EQ remarks before they could even form. We're fine. Even though we haven't seen each other in ages, I've always wanted to tell her. Damn it. Shut your mouth. Seeing the situation was getting out of hand, Zhou Mingting immediately covered Shen Yifeng's mouth. None of that matters. I think this song is great, the lyrics are catchy. If we get the melody worked out, it'll be even sweeter. You two should sing this song together. Just the 2 of you. Stop dragging other girls into this. Tang Wei clenched her fists. Sometimes I really want to punch my best friend. Why don't you just let him finish what he was saying? What exactly did he want to tell me? As the person involved, Tang Wei knew full well that the girl who sold balloons with Shen Yifeng on New Year's Eve was none other than herself. Chapter 22, The Reunion Challenge. That's exactly what I said. A girl's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. I didn't even say anything just now. Why did they manually mute me? But no big deal, Wei-jie should be able to understand. Shen Yifeng typed out the lyrics on his computer and sent them to Tang Wei. Now all that's left is composing the music. We'll need to find someone from the Music Association to handle that. The bad news was, Shen Yifeng didn't know a single person in the Music Association. In fact, he had some conflicts with them. It all started during military training when various clubs were recruiting members. The Music Association was the most popular one. However, joining the Music Association required paying a 50 yuan membership fee. Shen Yifeng found this unreasonable and got into a verbal altercation with the Music Association members in the classroom at the time, though it wasn't particularly serious. The good news was that Zhou Mengting was quite familiar with the president of the Music Association. On the way from the rehearsal room to the Music Association activity room, Zhou Mengting walked ahead, arms crossed, radiating an aura of confidence. "What's with the full-on boss vibe, Senior Zhou?" Shen Yifeng couldn't help asking curiously. "I forgot to mention the president of the Music Association is her ex-boyfriend," Tang Wei replied with a smile, revealing her pearly white teeth. "No way!" Shen Yifeng exclaimed in realization. No wonder Senior Zhou went to the restroom to touch up her makeup earlier. "It's all your fault. When did you start writing your own songs? I never knew." Tang Wei's small hands swayed with her steps, her tone as light and graceful as her posture. "Didn't I just tell you? Back in middle school. You're probably just fooling Jojo. You were terrible at Chinese back then. How could you possibly write a song? I bet it's something you wrote for Chu Yun recently." Seeing Tang Wei quicken her pace, Shen Yifeng hurried to catch up. "It's not. Hey. I swear it's not. I took her to the left bank cafes along the Seine. Cup in hand, I savored her beauty. She's nowhere near as pretty as you." Tang Wei lowered her head, hiding a smile behind her hair. When Shen Yifeng caught up, she stopped smiling and turned her face to look at the boy bathed in sunlight. "But we've never been to the Seine river bank together. You wrote it on your bucket list. You wanted to see Paris in autumn. Holy crap, I'm a genius. I can make this work. How do you remember everything so clearly? I've forgotten so much I'd have to dig through boxes to recall it all." Tang Wei realized she'd seriously underestimated Shen Yifeng. She used to think he was a bit of a goofball, lazy about studying, impulsive, and mischievous. But these past 3 days had completely overturned her perception of Shen Yifeng. Guess boys really need setbacks to grow up. So, should I thank that class beauty of his? What are you muttering about? Shen Yifeng looked up, already spotting the Music Association's door sign. "Nothing. Let's go in and see how Jojo handles talking to her ex-boyfriend." Tang Wei was actually looking forward to it. Speaking of which, Zhou Mengting had actively pursued Wu Qinsong back then. At the time, Wu Qinsong wasn't yet the president of the Music Association, but they had met through it. Wu Qinsong was quite talented, especially musically. He played piano, violin, and had a beautiful singing voice. For a college girl who wasn't overly materialistic yet, these talents were incredibly appealing. But even with all his talents, it didn't take long for the stunning Zhou Mengting to win him over. They dated for about 3 months before breaking up for unknown reasons. Rumor had it Zhou Mengting was the one who ended it. She didn't want to elaborate, and her roommates didn't press her. Yet through campus gossip boards, they vaguely sensed that Wu Qinsong had a reputation for being a bit of a womanizer. Throughout history, most literary geniuses and poets have been serial seducers. As the saying goes, what you can't have keeps you restless, while those who are favored grow reckless. I don't understand. Why can't I just let go? I can't bear to let go. This love, you'll never understand it in a lifetime. Inside the music club activity room, a few people were bonding over song. Midway through a song, someone asked, "Hey? Song, are you really going to audition for China's Got Talent?" "Yeah, I've already submitted my application for Season 3. Tomorrow's the finale of Season 2. Li Qi's got the championship wrapped up, but his stage presence and vocal tone won't carry him long term. Liang Bo's got more staying power. You need an original song for The Voice, right? Have you finished recording your Winter Memories yet, brother song? Record my ass. I've got the melody sorted, but I need someone to write the lyrics. I tried writing a version myself, but it just doesn't feel right." Just as their conversation was heating up, a pair of long legs appeared in their line of sight, bringing a refreshing coolness to the sweltering heat. Wu Qinsong lifted his cup to drink, his gaze slowly drifting upward. The moment he saw Zhou Mengting's face, he choked and sprayed water everywhere. "Hey, beautiful, who are you looking for?" asked a guy with short, spiky hair. Zhou Mengting frowned and pointed at Wu Qinsong. "I knew it. Any beauty here must be looking for the president." The guy hadn't caught on yet, only noticing Wu Qinsong's sour expression. Could it be that the president isn't interested in this kind of mature, busty type? Looks like the president prefers the soft-spoken type. "Why are you here?" Wu Qinsong felt guilty and couldn't meet Zhou Mengting's eyes. "You owe me from before. Do me a favor, and we'll call it even." "What do I owe you?" Wu Qinsong retorted. "You ruined my most precious thing." "Put." Shen Yifeng and Tang Wei had just walked in when they overheard this explosive exchange. Senior Zhou sure is a woman of passion. It takes guts to say that in front of so many people. "You little brat, what are you thinking? Jojo was talking about the jade her grandmother left her before passing away, which Wu Qinsong accidentally broke. I thought Senior Joe was referring to the most precious thing a girl could have. Shut up. That's not suitable for minors. Tang Wei shot him a glare. She couldn't help but wonder why a phone seemed less and less like her little brother around her these days. Now he was even cracking dirty jokes. I already apologized for that. It's broken now, can't be fixed, right? Wu Qinsong's tone was tinged with impatience. Well, brother Song. Modern medicine is pretty advanced these days. If you really wanted to fix it, it could be done. What does medical science have to do with a broken jade? Wu Qinsong dismissed the idea, turning back to Zhou Mingting. Alright, what favor do you need me to do? My friend wrote an amazing song, the lyrics are done, but it needs music. Could you help out? We need it done in the next few days for our welcome party. You have friends who write songs? Wu Qinsong chuckled teasingly. All the songwriters are in our music association. Which friend is it? Do I know them? Hey, Junior, come here. Zhou Mingting beckoned to Shen Yifeng. But still, it felt like getting dragged into some inexplicable rivalry between exes. Just like Ziqiu and Meijia's reunion challenge. But there was no choice. To get the track done without spending a dime, we had to go through the music association. Otherwise, we'd have to shell out cash at an outside studio. Obviously, I'm broke right now. Chapter 23, Hi. Bro. Wu Qinsong eyed Shen Yifeng up and down. From his hairstyle to his shoes. He was handsome enough, but his fashion sense was low-key, not fashionable at all. You write songs? You look kinda familiar. So he had recognized him after all. It's only been about half a month since the conflict with the music association. Though it happened before my rebirth, in these people's minds, it feels like it was just yesterday. I have a common face. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Shen Yifeng quickly changed the subject. As Senior Joe mentioned earlier, we only have a few days' time is tight. I can roughly sketch out the melody on guitar. You're the professionals, refining and enriching it should be straightforward. As a non-professional singer in both lifetimes, just remembering the lyrics was already quite a feat. As for the melody, that was impossible to memorize. Shen Yifeng didn't expect the Music Association's final composition to be identical to Jay Chou's original, but it had to at least capture the essence. Composing is complicated. You have to establish the theme and mood, decide on instruments and chords, lay down the basic melody, add harmonies and arrangements, and finally structure the song. I'd need at least 7 or 8 people to handle it. Wu Qinsong stared at Shen Yifeng, his gaze piercing like arrows, a sneer curling his lips. His gaze brimmed with cold indifference and arrogance. Even within the so-called music community, there exists a hierarchy of contempt. If you write a good song, you naturally earn respect. But if it's trash, you'll get dissed without mercy. If your song is worth all these people helping you out, I don't mind. But if it's just trashy pop, don't waste our time. I'm auditioning for next year's China's Got Talent and need to focus on my own originals. I don't have time to mess around with you. Hey! Yo! Bro! A spiky-haired guy approached Shen Yifeng, extending his hand. Whether it was the rapper's passive skill or not, Shen Yifeng couldn't help but extend his own hand, forced into a shoulder bump before pulling away. What's up? Shen Yifeng saw the guy cover his mouth and knew this dude was about to start his one-man rap. Your lyrics make no sense, just a clown performing tricks on stage. Hearing your songs drains me of energy. The more serious you get, the more ridiculous you look. Here's a simple rhyme for you, teacher, don't be too picky. SKR. Seeing Shen Yifeng get dissed, Wu Qinsong pounded his chest with one fist, pointing toward his brother. Respect. Respect, bro. Tang Wei suddenly understood why Zhou Mingting and Wu Qinsong broke up. This is just crazy. Impossible to communicate with. She's got serious issues. You haven't even read the lyrics, how can you say they don't convey the meaning? Zhou Mingting retorted indignantly. He doesn't look like someone who writes songs. I can't help with this. I don't compose music for trashy pop songs. Wu Qinsong shook his head. Even though his ex-girlfriend needed a favor, he chose to prioritize his career over her request. With people like this, reasoning was futile. Shen Yifeng glanced at the guitar on the table, walked straight over to pick it up, and sat down on the stool. What you just said about defining the theme, mood, and basic melody is completely unnecessary. Just listen to what I play, and you'll understand what I mean. Zhou Mingting turned to Tang Wei. Your childhood friend can play guitar? I don't think so. Tang Wei tilted her head in confusion. She used to think she knew Shen Yifeng inside out, having grown up together since childhood. But lately, she increasingly felt like she was getting to know him all over again. His temperament and behavior were different from before. Look at this now, he can play guitar. Who knows when he learned it? Every time you say he probably wouldn't, he does. I've figured out the pattern. Zhou Mingting was even more unfazed than Tang Wei. Even if Shen Yifeng could play the piano now, she'd find it perfectly normal. After picking up the guitar, Shen Yifeng first clipped the capo onto the 4th fret. As his fingers gently plucked the strings, each note slid down like a pearl, stringing together a beautiful melody. On the banks of the Seine, coffee on the left bank. A cup in my hand, savoring your beauty. Lips that leave a mark. Earlier, Shen Yifeng had sung a cappella, but now with the guitar accompaniment, the feeling was entirely different. Wu Qinsong and that spiky-haired rapper were thoroughly humiliated. Earlier, they'd claimed he couldn't write songs, and even if he did, they'd be nothing but trashy pop tunes. But the moment the guitar chords struck, Wu Qinsong felt goosebumps rise all over. This is the singer's greatest respect for a well-crafted piece. Now that's what I call respect. Holy, bro. Why didn't you join our music association? While Wu Qinsong was still lamenting the music association's loss of such a talented songwriter, the guy with the spiky hair suddenly remembered. No wonder he looked familiar. Back when we recruited new members at the start of the semester, he argued with us over the 50 yuan membership fee. It wasn't exactly fair, Shen Yifeng shrugged. That's beside the point, bro. I'll write this song for you, but I have one request. When it's released, can I get credited as the composer? I'd love to say yes, but I wasn't planning to release it. We're just performing it at this welcome party. What a waste. I'm telling you, bro. This song is bound to go viral. If you polish it for another year and enter it into The Voice of China Season 4, you might just make a name for yourself. Season 4? Jay Cho himself is a mentor. I'd be singing his song and shamelessly claiming it as my original work. Pfft, even I think that's shameless. No interest. Seriously, no interest. If you feel awkward about it, I'll just go find someone at a recording studio to arrange it. Shen Yifeng raised an eyebrow, trying to force his hand. But before Wu Qinsong could respond, the spiky-haired rapper chimed in first. President, I think it's fine. Yo! You've got a song that needs lyrics, right? Have him write them for you, and you'll be even. Zhou Mingting cut off Wu Qinsong's thoughts. Settle what? He already owes me. Can you just give me a straight answer? All this dithering isn't manly. Senior Zhou was so boss. Shen Yifeng silently gave Zhou Mingting a mental thumbs up. Fine. Play the guitar riff again so I can record it. I'll have someone arrange the track tonight. 3 days flat. Wu Qinsong looked at Zhou Mingting, his tone softening. And that's how we settle this? Cut the crap and hurry up. The melody was set. The lyrics were set. Shen Yifeng borrowed a guitar from the Music Association and temporarily used the guitar track to rehearse with Tang Wei. After dividing up the lyrics, rehearsals officially began. The Spicy Sisters, teaming up to gossip 3. Zhou Mingting posted several videos in the group chat. Zhou Mingting, girls, this is so sweet it'll make you gag. Wang Yihuan, aren't you two rehearsing? How did it turn into Sister Wei rehearsing with the junior? Zhou Mingting, I'm Cupid, I gave the chance to the junior. Chen Yizhu, I regret going home, this would have been way sweeter live. Wang Yihuan, still not admitting it, the two of them? Zhou Mingting, those two are so stubborn, more stubborn than the donkeys back in my village. Zhou Mingting, I think the junior was pretty obvious about it, but I don't know why Wei-jie kept avoiding it. Wang Yihuan, I don't think it's avoidance, she's just unsure. What if she misreads the situation? That'd be so awkward later. Zhou Mingting, so basically, the freshman has to say it out loud for Wei-jie to be sure? Maybe then she'll accept? Chen Yizhu, what are their zodiac signs? Let me check if they're compatible. Zhou Mingting, Wei-jie's December 7th, Sagittarius. The guy seems to be August 8th, Wei-jie mentioned it yesterday. That makes him a Leo. Chen Yizhu, holy crap. They're meant for each other. Chen Yizhu, Sagittarius woman and Leo man, perfect match. Chapter 24, Sitting at the Kids' Table. After a night of rehearsal, the results were promising. These pop songs aren't too hard to sing, and with catchy lyrics, you can memorize them after a few runs. Jojo, did you record the video? I'll practice some more when we get back. Tang Wei retied her hair with an elastic band. Recorded. We got tons of footage. Zhou Mingting had eaten her fill of candy today. Especially the parts where we sang in harmony. Saying I'm willing. Oh. Who gets it, family? The pure gold of cheek-to-cheek CP moments. Why did you record so many takes? One would have been enough. Tang Wei turned to Shen Yifeng and said, Yifeng, let's practice again tomorrow. It's getting late. I was planning to go for a night run tonight, but looks like I won't be able to run for a few days. Shen Yifeng packed up his laptop and walked over with his backpack. Just take things one step at a time. Oh, by the way, did you finish your homework? It's already the 6th today. Tomorrow's the last day of break, and classes start on the 8th. Tang Wei reminded him. There's still homework? The next second, Shen Yifeng suddenly remembered. Old Huang had warned him the programming teacher was a real stickler and had assigned tons of homework over the National Day holiday. But for Shen Yifeng now, those programming problems were as easy as calculating 1 + 2 0. It required a bit of a detour, but it wasn't difficult. You didn't forget to do it, did you? Tang Wei scolded. College has just begun, don't develop bad habits. Homework must be done, especially major related assignments. They determine whether you'll land a good job after graduation. Yes, yes, yes. Shen Yifeng hung his head, thoroughly chastised and unable to argue. Zhou Mingting stood nearby, her expression kind and gentle. Turns out the freshman was a total pushover. The three left the rehearsal room together. As usual, Shen Yifeng walked Tang Wei back to her dorm before heading to his own room. After 9 o'clock at night, the campus was mostly quiet except for the bustling sports field. The summer heat made the leaves rustle softly. The faint glow from the nearby teaching building seemed like a lighthouse in the night. Occasionally, a figure hurried by, only to vanish swiftly into the night. It's so peaceful. Shen Yifeng sighed softly. No more rushing through neighborhoods, worrying about late deliveries. No more dashing across streets, fearing the bus would leave without him. After entering society, a slow-paced life became a luxury, a privilege for the wealthy, something the poor could only admire from afar. Just as Shen Yifeng was lost in thought, several cyclists approached from the side path and stopped their bikes in front of him. Look who I found. Isn't this Tang Wei's good friend? Xiaobo parked his fixed-gear bike, pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, and strolled toward Shen Yifeng. You've got some nerve, kid. I warned you to stay away from Tang Wei, she'll be mine sooner or later. But not only did you ignore me, you had the guts to tag along with her to a lingerie store. Damn it, you really have some balls. So someone had been following us that day. No wonder that gang of punks knew we were on Kiansaman Bridge that night. This is school grounds. Surveillance cameras are overhead. You'd better think carefully. Shen Yifeng remained calm, knowing the other wouldn't dare start anything on campus. Chickening out? Where was that earlier? Stealing a car? Think you're Diesel in Fast Furious? I'm warning you one last time, keep your distance from Tang Wei. If I catch you getting close to her again, it won't be a simple warning. Xiaobo pulled a cigarette from the pack, about to place it between his lips, when Shen Yifeng snatched it away. Fine, fine. As long as you stay away from Tang Wei, I'll give you 10 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes, no problem. The others sitting on their fixed-gear bikes joined in the teasing. Hanging with Brother Bo, you'll get your share of perks. But if you dare go against Brother Bo, you're finished, got it? Xiaobo lit Shen Yifeng's cigarette with a smile. People always light my cigarettes for me. You're the first one I've ever lit one for. Put in a good word for me with Tang Wei. Once we're together, I'll hook you up with the latest iPhone. Damn it. I want one too, Brother Bo. Off, get lost. Shen Yifeng held the cigarette between his fingers, took a deep drag. The glowing tip flickered red in the darkness. With a puff, a wisp of smoke escaped his lips, mingling with the night breeze as it rose slowly, eventually dissipating in midair. First time trying to look cool with a cigarette, and he didn't even choke. Pretty amazing. Guys like you should stay away from Tang Wei, got it? At those words, the smile froze on Xiaobo's face. You talking to me? Shen Yifeng glanced around. There aren't any dogs nearby, are there? The atmosphere instantly turned tense. Xiaobo stood rooted to the spot, his face turning from red to purple as he clenched his fists, struggling to suppress his rage. Did you never get beaten as a kid? Want to give me your first time? Love isn't something you take by force, it requires sincerity. You claim to like Tang Wei, yet you're flirting with other girls on QQ. Is that what you call liking someone? Shen Yifeng's sharp words sliced through his defenses like a razor-sharp blade. Xiaobo couldn't hold back any longer. He lunged forward and grabbed Shen Yifeng by the collar. Seeing this, his friends rushed forward to intervene. Calm down, Brother Bo. There are security cameras here. Fighting will get us disciplined. You already got a severe warning for fighting last time. Another one could get you put on probation. Xiaobo's eyes widened, his gaze flashing with rage that seemed ready to erupt at any moment. I've got plenty of ways to deal with you. This feud is settled for good. Just wait and see how I'll make you pay. With that, Xiaobo stomped hard on Shen Yifeng's foot before turning and walking away with his crew. Only after the group had completely disappeared did Shen Yifeng let out a curse. Damn it! Go sit at the kids' table. What kind of grown man stomps on someone's foot? Shen Yifeng squinted as he stubbed out his cigarette butt and tossed it into the trash can. He only lit up to show off earlier. Tang Wei had mentioned she disliked the smell of smoke, so he certainly wouldn't pick up the habit. Looks like I need to deal with Xiaobo sooner rather than later. Otherwise, he'll be like a mosquito, buzzing around every few days and getting on my nerves. Tomorrow's the last day of break and we have rehearsal. Going off campus won't work, we'll have to wait until next weekend. Things haven't even escalated yet and I'm already on edge. When that guy sees me sharing the stage with Wei-jie at the welcome party in a few days, won't he just explode? Shen Yifeng shrugged his shoulders, hands in his pockets, shaking his head in exasperation. Young people these days, they always act so impulsively. They have to screw themselves over before they learn anything. I should have told him earlier, your dad's factory is in big trouble. Go back and spend more time with him these days. If I get concrete proof, your dad might end up behind bars. Shen Yifeng returned to the dorm to find his roommates engrossed in a game. Just one more game, then wait for me. It's been ages since I played. Watch me dominate. A few hours later. Defeat ranked match. Loss ranked match. Loss casual match. Loss brawl. Victory AI Match. Chapter 25, Beautiful Inside and Out. After winning the final game, Shen Yifeng felt thoroughly satisfied. He took a shower and returned to bed. He pulled out his phone, no messages. Wei-jie was probably still watching recorded videos to practice singing after all, the performance was just days away, and she needed to memorize the lyrics. Tang Wei was indeed watching videos with headphones on. Whether she was memorizing the lyrics was unclear, but she had replayed them countless times. Especially during the final duet section, where the two shared a knowing glance. Shen Yifeng's gaze was as deep as the ocean, as if it held endless untold stories. This wasn't just plucking guitar strings, it was tugging at the heartstrings of young girls. Tang Wei bit her lip, belatedly feeling a flush of embarrassment. She tossed and turned on the bed, making it creak loudly. "Hey, sis, maybe you should go to the bathroom?" Zhou Mingting sat up, noticing Tang Wei clutching the blanket between her legs while the recorded video still played on her phone. Shipping a couple makes sense. But shipping your own couple? What on earth is this girl thinking? Southern girls' minds are really hard to figure out. Why go to the bathroom? Tang Wei asked. You've got the blanket all damp. I mean, sweaty. Wang Yihuan put down her phone and peeked sideways, watching the scene unfold like a spectator. Live shows are way more exciting than dramas. Scripted stories can't hold a candle to real-life drama. Hey, Northeast girl, if you keep making dirty jokes, I'll come over and straddle you. I just genuinely like sleeping with something between my legs, it makes me feel safer, okay? Then why do you keep watching recorded videos? It can't be to see yourself, you always say you're just average looking and hate looking in the mirror. So you must be watching your junior, right? Sis Wei is unaware of her own beauty. She has looks but insists on relying on talent. She only started preparing for the bar exam in her senior year, yet she's already reviewing now and double majoring in finance. I'm going to latch onto Sis Wei's coattails from now on. I watch videos to think about stage design, not to stare at anyone in particular. Stop overthinking it. Feng is just my childhood friends, I've said it countless times. Zhou Mingting wasn't in a rush now. She felt that after the welcome gala, the scene would surely leave a lasting impression. Whether there was mutual attraction between them would surely be revealed. October 7, 2013, sunny, 36°C. Morning, didn't happen. Shen Yifeng woke up just in time for lunch. After a quick wash, he sat down at his desk and tackled his programming class assignment first. This material might be challenging for beginners tackling specialized courses, but for Shen Yifeng, it was straightforward, just basic fundamentals. He even helped his roommate with one assignment. Don't ask why, just say he's a living lay phone. By the time he finished, only 2 hours had passed. Shen Yifeng opened QQ on his computer and sent a message to Tang Wei. Sen, how's the song practice going? Wei, I've memorized all the lyrics. Once the music association gets the track ready, we'll have 2 days to finish stage rehearsals. Sen, what about today? Wei, probably not today, I have something come up unexpectedly. Sen, what kind of thing? Wei, why are you so concerned about what I'm doing? Old Qin. Wake the hell up. She asked why I care so much about her. What should I say? Shen Yifeng climbed onto Qin Shiyu's bed and shook him awake. What? The royal clan won the championship? Qin Shiyu woke up groggily. The finals aren't until next week. Did you sleep through it? Shen Yifeng really wanted to tell him straight up, don't get your hopes up. Royal Club got swept 3-0 by SKT, and Pawn was in tears at the venue. But he held back. He feared this guy would go berserk. I really am groggy. Ever since Royal Club beat FNC to make it to the finals last week, my schedule's been all over the place. I've been pulling all-nighters gaming every night. Qin Shiyu rubbed his eyes, pulled a cigarette pack from under his pillow, and took one out. What was it you asked me just now? My childhood friend asked why I care so much about what she's doing. How should I respond? You can't just say it's because I like you. Qin Shiyu sat up, leaning against the wall. His slumped posture suggested his brain hadn't fully booted up yet. Of course not. Saying that outright would be a total disaster. Maybe I should just say, I was just asking casually. You're still half asleep? Girls hate it when guys are too casual. They hate it when guys buy things casually, talk casually, think casually. But they love being casual themselves. Ask them what they want to eat, they say whatever. Ask what they like, they say whatever. Girls are so complicated. Huangke woke up too, sitting up from the bed with bedhead, dark circles under her eyes, and a drool stain at the corner of her mouth. Just tell her, it's the start of the semester and I've got a lot to learn, so I need to build a good relationship with you. Call her senior sister, she'll be thrilled. Girls love being called sister. Shen Yifeng was getting frustrated. But I've been trying to prove these past few days that I'm not a little brother, I'm a man. What do you mean by skillfully deflecting? It's all about catching her off guard, got it? If her focus is on the senior, she won't dwell on why you've suddenly started caring about her lately. Shen Yifeng jumped down from the ladder to his bed and returned to his desk. There really wasn't a better solution. What's that little brat playing at? Needing his senior's favor. Is that even something he'd say? Tang Wei pursed her lips and shook her head, but hearing Shen Yifeng call her senior still made her heart flutter. She smiled quietly at her phone. Wei, there are lots of stray cats at our school. I joined a volunteer program, so today I have to feed them and take a chubby orange cat to get neutered. Ah, such a caring Wei, you're truly shining brightly. Sen, be careful not to get scratched by the cats. Wei, stop worrying and hurry up with your homework. Sen, give me that wish list box, I want to see it. Wei, come get it now then, I'm about to head out. Regarding her childhood wish list, Shen Yifeng remembered parts of it. After all, she'd written so many things down, remembering every single one was clearly impossible. Human memory is the most unreliable thing. As time passes, memories gradually sink into the depths of the mind. Shen Yifeng arrived at the girls' dormitory building and saw Tang Wei and Wei-jie wearing volunteer uniforms emblazoned with a large cat design. The school's pet club had created profiles for every cat on campus, documenting their behavioral habits and social circles. Tang Wei had loved cats since childhood, so Shen Yifeng wasn't surprised at all that she joined the club. Here, take this. Don't mess up the papers inside, I worked hard to organize them, Tang Wei said, handing Shen Yifeng the bag containing the metal box. Take this Huoxiang Jingqi water. Don't let yourself get heat stroke. Shen Yifeng pulled a medicine bottle from his pocket, punctured it with a hole punch tool, inserted a straw, and handed it to the two girls. You got one for me too? Wei-jie beamed and said thank you. I thought Senior Joe would be coming, so I grabbed an extra one. She couldn't care less about animals. She's only interested in handsome guys. Tang Wei downed the entire bottle of Huoxiang Jingqi water and glanced at the time. We gotta head over. You go back to the dorm first. Don't lose anything, or I'll beat you up, okay? Sis Wei's righteous judgment felt just right. As a kid, I got beaten up often. Sometimes I'd feel itchy and uncomfortable all over even when I didn't get hit. Holy? Could it be that deep down, I'm a masochist? Shen Yifeng nodded repeatedly, watching Tang Wei and Wei-jie leave before heading back to the dorm with his bag. Chapter 26, College Life Still Rules. A rust-stained tin box held a long-buried memory. Shen Yifeng sat on a stool in his dorm room, slowly lifting the lid. Inside, slips of paper lay neatly stacked. Each note contained a childhood wish, a vision of the future, a love letter written by his younger self to his future self. Tang, I want to grow really tall, taller than Xiaofeng. Shen Yifeng smiled fondly. Seemed like that wish was impossible now. Height was all about genetics. Shen, I hope I can eat instant noodles every day in the future, trying all kinds of flavors. Damn it, this wish actually came true. In my past life, I was always too busy. Instant noodles were a daily staple, practically every single day. Tang, I want to perform on stage with Xiaofeng. Shen Yifeng finally found this wish list. Even now, he still remembers the scene from that day. On a sweltering summer afternoon, two little kids sat under a Chinese scholar tree, pens in hand, scribbling their dreams for the future on sticky notes. Tang Wei had just bought the sticky notes, but Shen Yifeng had his eye on them. After chasing each other around the yard for a bit, Tang Wei suggested going home to get pens so they could write on the sticky notes. What should we write? Let's write down our wishes for when we grow up. When I grow up, I want to be a police officer. Catch bad guys, little Tang Wei asked. To catch you. Because I can't beat you up, but if I'm a cop, you won't dare hit me anymore. Ha! Back then, I never really thought of Wei as a girl. I always wanted to pick on her. Shen Yifeng smiled silently. He continued flipping through the wish list. Tang, I want to go to Dali. I hear it's beautiful. Shen, I want a computer so I can make my own game. Tang, I want to protect Xiaofeng forever. Shen, if I grow taller than Sister Wei when I'm older, then I'll protect her forever. In the end, it was Wei who kept our childhood promise, while I betrayed her in my past life. Shen Yifeng bit his tongue, his heart heavy with deep self-reproach and bitterness. He wanted to cry, but his roommate was nearby. Tears welled in his eyes but never fell. He recorded all these childhood wishes in a document. He silently vowed to fulfill every single one of them for Wei. And performing together on stage was just the beginning. The 7-day National Day holiday ended quickly. With classes in the morning, everyone went to bed early. At some point, Zhou Xianyou's phone alarm went off first, followed immediately by Shen Yifeng's. As for Huang Ku and Qin Shiyu, they hadn't set alarms at all, knowing someone would wake them up. What classes do we have this morning? Programming, I guess. Both periods are that, so no need to switch classrooms. Damn it, I forgot to do my programming homework. I'm screwed. Qin Shiyu mumbled with toothpaste foam in his mouth. Bro Feng already did it for us yesterday. Zhou Xianyu emerged from the bathroom, adjusting his pants. What makes a great roommate? That's what makes a great roommate. Class starts in half an hour. Wanna grab some noodles at the cafeteria? Shen Yifeng was already dressed. I'm feeling a bit under the weather. Porridge will do. I'll wait for you guys downstairs in the cafeteria. 7:58 a.m. Computer Science Building, room 1304. Programming instructor Su Hong stood at the lectern, booting up his laptop and connecting it to the projector as he prepared today's course materials. Sitting in the fourth row, Shuyan kept glancing back over her shoulder. It wasn't clear who she was looking for, but she couldn't help darting her eyes around. Pang Xiaoling noticed and quickly cautioned, "Chu, are you looking for Shen Yifeng? Don't fall for his tricks, men these days are so sneaky. He's just playing hard to get." "No. I wasn't looking for him. I was just bored and looking around." Shu Yun knew she was lying to herself. She was indeed looking for Shen Yifeng. It wasn't that she'd developed feelings for him after everything that happened, but rather that she'd begun to doubt her own appearance. Why would Shen Yifeng like that girl and not me? Besides having slightly bigger breasts than me, what else could she possibly have over me? Or was it that he just preferred older women? Then why did he say he liked me in the first place? It's so baffling. What gives? What gives that he started pursuing me only to stop? What a jerk. Class is about to start and they still haven't shown up. They've got some nerve. Professor Su Hong is notorious for his temper in our department. They dared to be late so soon after the semester began. They're definitely going to get chewed out. Pang Xiaoling wore a smug, triumphant smile. Ever since Shen Yifeng had countered her online, this feud had been set in stone. Everyone, get your USB drives ready. We'll be presenting the holiday assignments on stage shortly. Class monitor Du Jun stood up and walked around the classroom. When he reached Shu Yun, he discreetly placed a USB drive on her desk. "I got this from a senior. He made 2 extra copies and it's definitely the best in the whole class. Use this when you two go up to present. There are 2 files inside and I labeled them with your names for easy identification." Class monitor Du Jun harbored feelings for Chu Yun, but he knew his own circumstances made pursuing her impossible. So he channeled his affection into a brotherly care for his little sister. To Shen Yifeng, this was nothing short of delusional self-indulgent to the extreme. If he had to describe it, it was nothing short of a complete fool's errand. Ever since Shen Yifeng confessed to Chu Yun during military training, Du Jun had disliked him intensely. He felt he himself wasn't worthy, yet Shen Yifeng, whose family background was similar to his own, had the nerve to do it? Thank you, class leader, but we've actually already found someone to do it." Shu Yun wasn't sure whether to accept the offer. After all, the class monitor held influence over subsidy selections and activities that offered extra credits with minimal effort. It wouldn't be wise to sour their relationship. "Whatever you got done won't be as good as mine. I got a senior majoring in computer science to do it. He even won second prize in the national competition. But what if the teacher notices something's off and decides to spot check our work? I secretly asked the teacher earlier. He said he won't randomly check, just verify if it's done." Du Jun flashed a smile revealing his slightly crooked teeth. He felt himself practically glowing in front of Chu Yun right now. Just as the class bell rang, hurried footsteps echoed outside the corridor. First, Zhou Xianyu burst in, drenched in sweat. Next came Qin Shiyu with milk, followed by Huang Ke carrying a large bottle of cola. Last but not least, Shen Yifeng made his grand entrance with a fried dough stick in his mouth. When Du Jun saw Shen Yifeng, the look of disgust on his face was unmistakable. He almost sarcastically remarked, "You guys must be clock watchers, timing your arrival perfectly. I'm talking about the clock in last year I bought a clock." The 4 entered the classroom and immediately took seats in the back row. As roll call began, Shen Yifeng's first class after his rebirth felt like a max-level veteran returning to the newbie village. He couldn't help but sigh, it feels so good to be back in school. Chapter 27, The King of Suck-Ups. For the practical training class, every seat in the classroom had a computer, though students could also bring their own laptops. After roll call, teacher Su Hong asked students to present their pre-holiday C programming assignments on stage. "Brother Feng, what if the teacher asks us to explain the one you did for us?" Zhou Xianyu inquired. "He probably won't ask. It's only been a few days since school started. The teacher knows most students are just dabbling in this, a lot of them just looked it up online. He won't get much out of us." While others had only known Su Hong for a little over half a month, Shen Yifeng had spent 4 full years of university interacting with him and was well aware of his habits. As students took turns presenting their assignments, Shen Yifeng sat at his computer and opened QQ. "Sen, what are you up to?" Tang Wei's phone, set to silent, lay on the table. Seeing the screen light up, she tilted her head to look. Zhou Mengting beside her also turned her head to look. "Your childhood friend is looking for you. That brat isn't paying attention in class. What's he up to?" Tang Wei placed the phone in front of her, her slender fingers tapping swiftly on the 9 keypad. Wei, didn't you go to class?" "Sen, it's a programming class, super easy. The teacher's just randomly checking homework." Wei, you've never studied programming before, pay attention." "Sen, I finished reading our wish list yesterday. We really wrote so much back then." Wei, yeah. We spent the whole afternoon writing." "Vivi, I wonder where we got all those ideas from when we were kids." "Sen, let's try to complete that wish list." "What wish list?" Zhou Mingting suddenly blurted out, startling Tang Wei. "How dare you eavesdrop on other people's chats?" Tang Wei quickly covered her phone. "Just bored. You know I got assigned here by default, I'm not really into law." Zhou Mingting propped her chin on her hands, tilting her head to look at Tang Wei. "Girl, I think it's time you dated." Junior year will be busier, and senior year is all about internships. This year is your best chance. That's true. Tang Wei replied to a message while looking down. But I should only date someone suitable. Honestly, since freshman year, you've had plenty of admirers, but you've turned them all down. Some were pretty handsome, and probably well off too. Back then, I even wondered if you liked girls I didn't dare sleep naked in the dorm. Tang Wei shot her a look. None of them were my type. I never believed in love at first sight. I think you only know if someone's right for you after getting to know them better. Well, you know me pretty well now, don't you? We practically grew up together in the same bathtub. Let's be honest, you should know best how things are in that department. Keep your dirty jokes to yourself in the classroom. What are you talking about? Tang Wei's cheeks flushed red. I'm talking about character. If you were already lustful as a kid, you won't change when you grow up. Whether it was Zhou Mengting speaking a bit too loudly or Zhao Bo trying to sneak a peek at Tang Wei. Zhao Bo, sitting 2 rows ahead, happened to glance back just then and flashed Tang Wei a smile. TSK. Tang Wei pressed her hand to her forehead and lowered her head, avoiding Zhao Bo's gaze. That face, the more she looked at it, the more irritating it became. Brother Foam, I just saw Chuyun glance back at you, Huang Ke whispered, chewing gum. Probably trying to kill me with her eyes. First in the cafeteria, then at the dorm entrance I embarrassed her both times, Shen Yifeng replied, exasperated. But she brought it on herself. I never provoked her. I get that feeling. When you dislike someone, just seeing them gets on your nerves. No reason at all, just this inexplicable annoyance. Qin Shiyu, the breakup expert, spoke with deep understanding. As the bell rang to end class, teacher Su Hong announced, we'll resume class after the last few students finish their presentations. He then headed to the faculty lounge on the same floor to rest. The classroom instantly buzzed with activity once the teacher left. Some headed to the restroom, others played with their phones, and the rest chatted. Du Jun noticed Chu Yun was distracted and guessed it must be related to Shen Yifeng. He stood up and walked straight to Shen Yifeng. Sensing someone standing before him, Shen Yifeng closed his laptop and asked lazily, what brings you here, class president? You're the one behind the campus confession wall thing, aren't you? What wall? Shen Yifeng sneered dismissively. I have no idea what you're talking about. Don't play dumb. You're a real piece of trash. You're still chasing Chu Yun, yet you've already moved on to someone else. It's people like you who ruin the love values of today's youth. What a hothead. A cold glint slowly hardened in Shen Yifeng's eyes. Don't preach virtue to others until you've tasted their suffering. If you like Chu Yun, go chase her. Why meddle in others' affairs? Being class monitor has made you think you're some kind of parent or official? Exactly. It's nobody's business but theirs. What right do you have to meddle? Huang Ke crossed his legs, his tone dripping with mockery. I know I have no right to interfere, but I just can't stand it, okay? What did Chu Yun ever do wrong? You were the one who pursued her. If you don't want her anymore, just move on. Why must you tear her down? Poof. Shen Yifeng was so exasperated he laughed. This guy had no clue what was going on, yet here he was, spouting nonsense. Class monitor, I don't blame him. Chu Yun stood up, looking pitifully helpless. As long as he apologizes to me and explains things clearly, that's all I ask. We're all classmates. I don't want things to get this tense. Seeing the stares from others, Shen Yifeng suddenly understood why he'd been strung along in his past life. This ING level of understanding just doesn't match up. Chu Yun's words made me look like the bad guy, as if I'd broken some divine law. Shen Yifeng couldn't be bothered to explain further. The more he explained, the worse it got. He hadn't been given a second chance at life to waste time and energy on these insignificant people. Speak up. Du Jun barked. You, Shen Yifeng snapped back, his temper flaring. Just as tensions were about to boil over, the teacher returned to the classroom at the perfect moment. Just you wait. Unethical people will get what's coming to them. Du Jun turned and walked over to Chu Yun, whispering something in her ear. Seeing his obsequious grin, Shen Yifeng sneered, you're the king of suck-ups, the ace of spades among poker cards, a complete clown. Alright, students, let's continue class. Shen Yifeng, it's your turn to present your assignment. Su Hong stood at the front of the classroom, continuing to call names from the roster. Shen Yifeng walked up to the front with his USB drive, plugged it into the teacher's laptop, and opened his assignment. When the code appeared, the others had only a few dozen lines, but Shen Yifeng's code stretched over 300 lines. At first, the teacher thought it was overly complex and prepared to offer some feedback. But upon closer inspection, the code was not only logically separated, but also grouped all user interface-related operations into distinct modules. Pure algorithmic code was even isolated into its own separate module. After only 2 classes, it was unreasonable for the code to be this polished. Su Hong pushed his glasses up and tentatively asked, did you find this online, or did someone else help you with it? We haven't covered the show menu function yet, you couldn't have written that. Seeing this, Du Jun immediately complained, teacher, he definitely had someone else do it. This is despicable behavior. He must be severely punished, or he'll do it again. Chapter 28, Karma Comes Quickly. Shen Yifeng stood at the lectern, eyeing Du Jun like he was a stray dog. He sneered inwardly, as expected, this scoundrel still holds the edge when it comes to being utterly despicable. Teacher, make him explain it to us. He wrote so much code, lots of it we haven't even learned yet. Might as well treat it like a lesson. Pang Xiaoling seized the moment, sneering sarcastically, Shen Yifeng, did you really write this? Wow, that's impressive. You've only been in class for 2 weeks and you've written so much you must have taught yourself, right? Then you should be able to explain it, shouldn't you? Many university professors enjoy interacting with their students. They are both mentors and friends. Unlike those rigid middle school teachers who seemed ready to take you to the orthopedist, have your skull opened and pour knowledge directly into your brain. Hearing the crowd stir, Su Hong stood by the window at the back of the classroom, a faint smile touching his lips. Shen Yifeng, asking you to explain might be a bit much. No worries, just cover what you know. For the rest, I'll treat it as part of the lecture. But honestly, your code is pretty solid. It wasn't hard to tell from Su Hong's tone that he also doubted Shen Yifeng could have written it. After all, with only 2 weeks of classes under his belt, just getting the syntax right was impressive enough. Explaining it would be too much trouble. Shen Yifeng shook his head slightly. Sigh. Du Jun turned to whisper to Chu Yun, look at him, pretending. Too much trouble? He just doesn't know it. He must be mortified up there right now. Next time, he won't dare ask someone else to do it. Pang Xiaoling gave a sheepish grin. Look at the teacher's expression, he must be speechless with Shen Yifeng too. If you don't know, just admit it. Why pretend? Explaining is too much trouble. I'll just rewrite one. Shen Yifeng reopened a code window and looked up at the teacher. Can I write an algorithm for related data operations on a linear list? I'll make a library management program. Su Han's eyebrows raised slightly. Have you studied programming before? Sort of. Shen Yifeng shrugged. I've loved messing with computers since I was a kid. My QQ number is still an 8-digit one. Rare. Actually having students who learned programming before college. With few programming classes available these days, if you're self-taught, I'd be curious to see just how strong your programming skills are. Shen Yifeng glanced up at Du Jun, his gaze cool and profound. He gave a faint, mocking smile. Damn it, what are you pretending to be? Du Jun glared, looking furious and flustered. Me. Wasn't pretending. Shen Yifeng read the words on his lips, gave a faint smile, and began typing on the keyboard. Hashtag includeostream. Hashtag include string. As line after line of code appeared, the audience watched in stunned silence. Even those who couldn't understand it felt a sense of awe. After all, lying with such solemn conviction and repeating it so many times was a skill in itself. But judging by the teacher's expression, Shen Yifeng clearly wasn't just randomly typing code. Wei-jie's really made something of himself. He used to complain programming was too hard. Damn it! He's playing dumb to catch the big fish. Qin Shiyu chuckled quietly from the back row. Hacker's programming skills surpass most programmers. The day I saw him effortlessly hack into that server, I knew Brother Feng's coding skills were seriously impressive. Wang Ke wasn't surprised at all. That's why when Du Jun was ranting earlier, he thought the guy looked like a clown. He'd be in for a rude awakening soon enough. After typing the final lines of code, Shen Yifeng looked up at the teacher. Done. Good, good. Run it and see. I skimmed it earlier, no major issues. Functions like addbook retain user interaction, and redundant code is moved into the main functions loop. Excellent. Su Han's gaze toward Shen Yifeng had changed. He sensed the student was shining brightly. The final run went flawlessly. All features were implemented smoothly and flawlessly. Outstanding. Your coding skills rival those of a seasoned developer with 10 years of experience. This level of proficiency isn't something your peers can surpass anytime soon. You could even skip my future lectures. This semester's material is relatively basic and doesn't match the complexity of what you've written today. Su Hong gave Shen Yifeng high praise. Your code reads like poetry. Professor, you flatter me. Shen Yifeng pulled out the USB drive and slowly returned to his seat. Next student, Du Jun. Poof. Du Jun broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing the mocking snort from behind him. He recognized it as Shen Yifeng's laughter. As the saying goes, what goes around comes around. He hadn't given Shen Yifeng any face earlier, so he should have expected retaliation. He just hadn't expected it to come so soon. Shen Yifeng leaned back in his chair, watching him take the stage with leisurely detachment as he inserted the USB drive and presented his assignment. Teacher, why not let the class monitor share with us too? His code looks pretty solid, almost poetic. Who knows, maybe he's been into computers since childhood just like me. Damn it! Du Jun stood frozen on the stage, unable to move, only able to mask his nervousness by pursing his lips. Indeed, the class monitor's code is quite good. Du Jun, why don't you explain it too? Or perhaps you could write code on the spot like Shen Yifeng, and I'll explain it later. Seeing him standing stiff as a board, Wang Ke couldn't help but chuckle. Why isn't the clown laughing? Maybe he's just not a smiler by nature. Qin Shiyu grinned. Whether he laughs or not, I'll laugh first anyway. Class monitor, I know you're really good at this too. Stop playing it cool. Get to it already, we all want to learn from you. Shen Yifeng's roommates were pretty supportive. Earlier, that jerk Du Jun had been showing off in front of Chu Yun, displaying his clownish nature to the fullest. He even deliberately tripped Shen Yifeng when he went up on stage. But instead of tripping Shen Yifeng, he ended up falling flat on his own. Sorry, teacher. I looked this up online. I don't know how to do it. Du Jun knew he couldn't explain a single thing up there, so he just admitted it. As class monitor, you shouldn't be setting such a bad example. You asked someone else to present, yet you just copied it online. What were you thinking? The teacher was speechless. Seeing Du Jun's righteous demeanor earlier, he'd assumed the code was his own work. Turns out it was copied. I'm sorry, teacher. I won't do it again. This was undoubtedly the darkest day of Du Jun's life. At the same time, it was the most satisfying day since Shen Yifeng's rebirth. Strange, Shen Yifeng has been like a completely different person these past few days. Pang Xiaoling couldn't help but glance over curiously. She had to admit, the way Shen Yifeng had been coding on stage earlier was quite impressive. Xiaoling, look at this. Chu Yun was secretly playing with her phone, scrolling through QQ Zone. Scoop, this week's orientation event features original love song duets, can't wait. Posted by Senior Zhang from the Student Union. Look who's in the rehearsal room. That looks like Shen Yifeng, and the other one seems to be that girl we ran into at the cafeteria last time? Pang Xiaoling snorted. I knew it. Those two lovebirds are definitely more than just siblings. So what do we do now? If she really performs with Shen Yifeng, he'll never chase after me again. It's okay, choo choo. Three-legged toads are hard to find, but three-legged men? Plenty of them out there. You'll definitely meet someone better. Chu Yun glanced back at Shen Yifeng, who was chatting and laughing animatedly with his roommate. His stunningly handsome appearance after the makeover had already made her regret her decision. No. I absolutely cannot let them perform together. Chapter 29, Second Rehearsal. Choo choo, don't worry too much. With Shen Yifeng's voice, his singing is bound to be awful. Plus, Senior Zhang posted on QQ Space that it's an original love song. I couldn't help but laugh. It's definitely just some cheesy pop tune. Pang Xiaoling tried to reassure her. I know you're worried they'll steal the spotlight. If Shen Yifeng becomes popular at school, you'll feel left out. I totally get that feeling. It's like when my ex suddenly made it big and I felt awful too. I can't quite describe it, but it just feels so strange. He was clearly into me just days ago, then suddenly he's not. Does that mean everything he said before was fake? Chu Yan's lips trembled slightly as she suppressed her resentment. The better Shen Yifeng did, the stronger that feeling grew. Why don't you ask Sister Wei-jie after class? She grew up abroad and has seen the world. She might have better advice. Not every college dorm room is harmonious among all four members. After all, everyone is a distinct individual with their own personality. If they didn't click, they wouldn't force themselves into an uncomfortable circle. But living under the same roof meant relations couldn't be too strained. Wei-jie, as described by Pang Xiaoling, was practically the wealthiest student in the class. Had she not struggled with homesickness due to unfamiliar foreign cuisine, plunging her into depression, she likely wouldn't have returned to China for university. After class, Chu Yun hurried over to Wei-jie. Wei-jie, please help me. What's wrong? It's still about Shen Yifeng. Chu Yun pulled out her phone and opened QQ Zone. He's going to perform on stage with that girl at the upcoming welcome party in a few days. That's his choice, isn't it? You two are just classmates, nothing more. It's none of your business. Wei-jie was refreshingly level-headed. Unlike Pang Xiaoling, who was blindly defending Chu Yun. Sis Wei-jie, I just don't want it to happen. Please help me this once. I'm begging you. You've seen so much, you must have a solution. Wei-jie shook her head helplessly, unable to resist the soft girl's pleading. I'm not really keen on getting involved in your situation with Shen Yifeng, since I don't think he's done anything wrong. But if you insist on my advice, I suggest you talk to that girl. Otherwise, Shen Yifeng might start disliking you even more. Talk to that girl? Chu Yun murmured to herself. Communication works better between women than between men and women. It's best if Shen Yifeng doesn't find out about this. Okay, I got it. Thanks, Sister Wei-jie. Chu Yun reached out, wrapped her arms around Wei-jie's waist, and nuzzled her cheek affectionately. A soft girl being affectionate, it works on both genders. Truly unstoppable. That evening, Shen Yifeng first borrowed a guitar from the Music Association before heading to the rehearsal room to wait for everyone. Last rehearsal had only focused on singing, the stage performance hadn't been rehearsed yet. So when he walked in holding his guitar, 1, 2, 3, 4. Not a soul more or less, just the entire dorm. Hey, freshman. Zhou Mengting, Wang Yihuan, and Chen Yizhu greeted him in unison. Hey. Shen Yifeng froze, his face going blank. What was going on? Meeting the parents? If I bring my roommates, will this turn into a campus matchmaking corner? Tang Wei sighed, pressing her hand to her forehead. They insisted on coming. I couldn't stop them. They said they needed ideas for rehearsal. More heads are better than one, right? We've watched dozens of recorded videos these past 2 days, but we still think we need to see you two perform live to figure out the stage positioning, Wang Yihuan said with a laugh. How many times? Shen Yifeng rubbed his ears, thinking he must have misheard. Watching a 2 or 3 minute video dozens of times. That really is boring. Never mind. The official performance is in 4 days. You two better get started. Chen Yizhu handed several balloons to Shen Yifeng. The stage I designed is a skit. When you come on, freshman, just hold the balloons. But I'm playing guitar for the soundtrack today, Shen Yifeng interrupted. No problem. Zhou Mingting picked up her phone and made a call. You, come down here immediately. Hurry up. A minute later, Wu Qinsong appeared in the rehearsal room, looking dazed and confused. You know the guitar part 4 confession balloon, right? Zhou Mingting asked. Are you kidding? You can doubt my character, but never my professionalism. I wrote down the guitar part the night before last, okay? Wu Qinsong turned to look at Shen Yifeng. I'm genuinely curious, how can someone who can't even write sheet music compose such an amazing piece? It can only be described as a gift from God. You should seriously consider auditioning for the 4th season of The Voice of China. Shen Yifeng's mind raced, singing his own song in front of Jay Chou and claiming it as an original composition. Pfft, shameless. He waved his hands repeatedly. No, really. I'm a low-key kind of guy. What a shame. You could be the next rising star in the Chinese music scene. Wu Qinsong picked up his guitar. Alright, let's get started. Finish up quickly, I need to go arrange the track. Now that someone was handling the guitar, Shen Yifeng and Tang Wei could focus entirely on choreography. I hereby announce, I'm the stage director, Xiaozhu is the stage designer, and Huan is. Zhou Mingting thought for a moment, seemingly unable to come up with a suitable title. She decided to just stagehand. Sis Shou, I'm truly grateful. With everything ready, Shen Yizhu resumed directing. For the stage setup, I envision Sister Wei sitting on the bench while the junior student enters holding balloons. Once the music starts, he begins walking towards Sister Wei. When he reaches the bench, the song hits its climax. Let's try it out first, Zhou Mingting suggested. Junior, stand here. Wei, sit on that stool instead of the bench. And you the guitarist stand over there so you don't block us. Wu Qinsong held back. After all, opportunities to participate in such a great song were rare. For musicians, opportunities like this were rare and hard to come by. Fine. I'll just be in the way. I'll stand in the corner. The corner's too far, you won't hear the music. Just stand by that water cooler over there. Zhou Mingting gave her ex-boyfriend a cold look. Their relationship was now purely a temporary collaboration, devoid of any lingering affection. As the guitar melody began, Shen Yifeng walked slowly toward Tang Wei according to the script. The sight of them sharing the frame filled their 3 roommates with tender affection. Didn't I tell you? Isn't the live effect even better? I'm going to study Sister Wei's micro-expressions. You can't hide it when you like someone. Just as the trio was happily shipping the couple, loud music suddenly blared from the next room, shattering the tranquility. What the hell is this? Death metal? Zhou Mingting snapped, pointing at Wu Qinsong. Can you control your people? Wu Qinsong? Chapter 30, Honeycomb CP. The rehearsal room next door isn't under our music association's jurisdiction, and whoever's playing over there sounds so awful, clearly not one of us. Wu Qinsong thought the neighbors had terrible taste. Even among rock musicians, this kind of death metal was something few could appreciate. Useless. I'll have to handle this myself. Zhou Mingting stormed out angrily. One moment she was immersed in the romantic Parisian charm of Champs-Élysées leaves, the next she deplummeted into the death metal abyss of subculture. Truly, from heaven to hell. The jarring noise persisted. When Zhou Mingting stood at the door of the neighboring rehearsal room, she was stunned to see Xiao Bo strumming an electric guitar wildly, accompanied by a drummer and a bassist. The whole scene looked like a gathering of demons and monsters. Xiao Bo! What the hell are you doing? Zhou Mingting shouted at the top of her lungs. But the deafening noise drowned out her voice completely. Tang Wei soon arrived too. The moment she saw Xiao Bo, she seemed to understand everything. She walked over expressionlessly and unplugged the electric guitar. Hey, why did it stop? Xiao Bo turned to see Tang Wei and wore a faint, ambiguous smile. He even feigned surprise. Hi, Tang Wei. What a coincidence you're rehearsing too. We're all adults now. Can we stop acting so childish? Tang Wei gave him a cold stare. How is that childish? Playing death metal with my friends is mature and ahead of its time, okay? Xiao Bo glanced toward the doorway. Oh, who's that? Tang Wei's good friend is here too? Is your foot better? If it hurts, you should just rest in the dorm. Why are you walking around? What if you get hurt again? Tang Wei found this remark odd. Did Xiao Bo secretly track down a Feng and beat him up? That's way too much. It was utterly unreasonable. Turning to look at Shen Yifeng, Tang Wei saw him avert his gaze. She knew she'd guessed right. Xiao Bo, you're studying law too, watch your behavior. Neither society nor this school is above the law. You know what you are to me? A rotten banana, rotten to the core. Zhao Bo's mouth twitched visibly. What does it feel like to be called a rotten, stinking banana by someone you like? That was Zhao Bo's exact state of mind at that moment. His hands clenched tightly, veins bulging as he struggled to suppress the rage boiling inside. This is a rehearsal room. How is playing electric guitar outside the law? Is being cool illegal? It's you who don't know how to appreciate it. But you're disturbing us. Tang Wei trembled with fury. Shen Yifeng watched it all unfold, his own fury unspoken. I was planning to go after your father's factory this weekend. Since you want to play the big shot and make me investigate your father sooner, I'll grant your wish. Have that guy come beg me, Zhao Bo said with a smirk. Beg me, and I'll stop playing. Otherwise, you guys can go outside. I'm not leaving. It's so hot out, this air-conditioned room is way more comfortable. This kind of stubborn behavior was truly impossible to deal with. Just then, Wu Qinsan suddenly suggested, let's use the Music Association activity room upstairs. It's not as spacious as downstairs, but it'll be fine for rehearsal. This guy finally did something decent. Zhou Mengting smiled silently. Seeing Tang Wei trembling with anger and Shen Yifeng clenching his fists, she quickly stepped forward and said, Come on, Wei, let's go upstairs. Let them strut around down here. Yeah, Sister Wei, let's go upstairs. It's fine, just a change of location, Zhang Yihuan chimed in. Tang Wei glared at Zhao Bo with reddened eyes. As she turned to leave, she wiped the corner of her eye with the back of her hand and strode out of the rehearsal room without looking back. Shen Yifeng's gaze was as cold as ice as he locked eyes with Zhao Bo. Tomorrow. If I can't uncover the problems at your factory, I might as well be blind for the rest of my life. Let you bloat for one more night. You'll have plenty of time to cry later. What? Think you can hit me? There are cameras in the rehearsal room. Come on, if you've got the guts. Zhao Bo turned to his friends, continuing his taunts. Hiding like a turtle? Even now, you still won't stand up for yourselves? Junior, ignore him. Fighting on campus is a serious offense, you'll get disciplinary action. He's just trying to provoke you. Don't fall for it. This Zhao Bo is something else. He's an adult, yet he acts like a child, utterly immature. Zhou Mengting and Zhang Yihuan took turns trying to calm him down, worried that Shen Yifeng, being so young, might do something impulsive. But he wouldn't. Hitting someone to vent anger was childish. High-level revenge cuts deep into the bones. It wasn't his body that hurt, but his soul. Shen Yifeng's lips curved into a faint smile, offering Zhao Bo a meaningful grin. Then, hands tucked into his pockets, he turned and followed Tang Wei's pace. During the subsequent rehearsal, Tang Wei was clearly distracted. Though they finalized the stage choreography, both singers were affected by the earlier incident, failing to convey the depth of emotion required in the vocal parts. After the choreography was finalized, Shen Yifeng escorted Tang Wei and her roommate back to their dorm first. Zhou, you guys go ahead. I need to talk to Yifeng for a moment, Tang Wei said to Zhou Mengting as she stood by the flower bed. Alright, we'll head up first then. After her roommate left, the quiet campus seemed to hold only Shen Yifeng and Tang Wei. I'm sorry. It was supposed to be such a nice thing, but some idiot ruined it. Tang Wei kept her head down, her disappointment visible in the moonlight. Why are you apologizing? It has nothing to do with you. Shen Yifeng reached out and placed his hands on Tang Wei's shoulders. The warmth of his touch began to spread, conveying that same tenderness. But it's because of me he keeps picking on you. And I can't stop him from doing whatever he wants. He might just keep doing this forever. Tang Wei bit her lip, stubbornly refusing to let her low spirits spread. Don't worry. His good days are numbered. Ha? Tang Wei snapped her head up. Don't do anything reckless. He's just trying to push you into a corner so he can get more leverage. Who holds the upper hand? That's far from certain. You just focus on preparing for the stage. Leave the rest to me. No, I know you're going to find Zhao Bo. Tang Wei's flushed eyes melted Shen Yifeng's heart. He smiled gently, tugging her arm to pull her into his embrace, resting his chin in the hollow of her neck. Trust me, I can handle it. Our first time sharing the stage, I won't let anyone interfere. Not a single soul. After a brief embrace, Shen Yifeng stepped back from Tang Wei's arms and reminded her to get some rest early. He had to leave, otherwise, knowing Tang Wei's strong-willed nature, she would surely try to stop him from doing something dangerous. But this time, Shen Yifeng was wrong. Tang Wei said nothing more, instead standing rooted to the spot, the warmth still burning on her cheeks. Closing her eyes, she could still feel the tension of being held in Shen Yifeng's arms. Wherever his touch had grazed her skin, it felt as though wildfire had ignited. Even the palms of her hands felt slightly warm. She slowly turned around, watching Shen Yifeng's retreating figure. Pressing her lips together, she couldn't help but let a faint smile slip. Meanwhile, behind the glass doors of the dormitory lobby, three figures began bouncing up and down. Aha! They hugged. Long live the honey couple. Chapter 31, Information Leak. Shen Yifeng returned to the dorm just as Huang Ku emerged from the bathroom. Old Huang, I'm pulling off a big job tomorrow. You in? You mean that food factory owned by that Zhao guy? Huang Ke slammed his phone on the desk. Hell yeah, why not? Back in my day, I stirred up the whole county's internet cafes. Those were the glory days. I'll find 2 substitute teachers in the campus mutual aid group. Tomorrow's not a major class, so the professors won't recognize anyone. Shen Yifeng moved with lightning speed, arranging everything that very night. By the next morning, he and Huang Ke had left campus, taking a bus and then a light rail. Over an hour later, they arrived at the factory site of Shansity's one-of-a-kind food company. Never been to this area before. There are quite a few factories here, and hardly any cars on the road, Huang Ke remarked, hands tucked into her pockets. You haven't left campus since the semester started. Anywhere would feel new to you. Shen Yifeng stood across from the food factory, mentally organizing his plan. It was divided into Plan A and Plan B. Plan A was slightly more feasible and carried no risk of getting beaten up by security. It involved finding a way to get someone from the factory office to insert a virus-infected USB drive into a computer. Once the virus infected the system, it would automatically open a port. That way, Shen Yifeng could directly hack into their core servers, find crucial evidence stored inside, and even gain access to surveillance footage. Plan B was a bit more daring. The two would scale the factory wall, sneak into the office unnoticed, and insert the USB drive to release the virus. Getting caught would spell disaster. As Shen Yifeng was still pondering, a middle-aged man wearing sunglasses approached. Hey, young guys, want to work at the factory? I can get you in. No night shifts, 1 day off per week, piece rate pay at least 2,000 yuan a month. Room and board included. Think about it? Shen Yifeng waved him off. Working for others? No way. Not in this lifetime. He'd had more than enough of that in his previous life. Besides, working in a factory was worse than delivering packages. Soon, online shopping would disrupt brick-and-mortar businesses, and delivery volumes would skyrocket. Wait. Delivery? Shen Yifeng suddenly had a brilliant idea. Old Huang, let's grab a bowl of noodles first. We'll wait here today. Wait for what? The delivery guy. There happened to be a noodle shop nearby. Shen Yifeng went inside, sat down, and ordered 2 bowls of noodles. Young men, please reconsider. If you join the factory, I'll personally give you a little extra cash. At least leave me your phone number. If you ever want to work at the factory later, you can come find me. Huang Ke ignored him. These middlemen never tell the truth. After finishing their meal, the two sat in the noodle shop all morning, cooling off under the fan. It was almost lunchtime again. Brother Feng, we're not going to eat noodles 3 times today, are we? Don't worry. Great things take patience. Shen Yifeng stared at the street and suddenly spotted a postal van. He immediately stood up. Huang Ke went to ask the shopkeeper for a glass of water. When she turned back, she saw Shen Yifeng had already dashed across the street. After the postal van parked at the food factory entrance, the delivery man unloaded the packages one by one, temporarily setting them on the ground. They would all be taken to the security guard later. In 2013, people weren't as vigilant about personal privacy. The information on the delivery slips' names, phone numbers, addresses was all accurate. Sir, I need to pick up a package. It's for someone at my factory. Shen Yifeng deliberately took a detour, pretending to come from the factory gate. The delivery driver didn't look closely, only catching a glimpse out of the corner of his eye that the man had indeed come from the factory entrance. Find it yourself. Once you do, show me your ID. Are all our factory's packages here? Just these dozen or so. Not many people in your factory shop online. The factory workers wouldn't know how to order stuff. It's mostly the office ladies who like to buy things. After unloading all the packages onto the ground, the delivery guy stood nearby smoking a cigarette. Brother Feng, what should we do? Huang Ke approached a moment later and whispered. You distract the delivery guy. I'll snap photos of all these shipping slips. Though not particularly skilled at socializing, Huang Ke knew how to make small talk. He walked over with a smile and asked the delivery guy if the job was going well these days. Shen Yifeng seized the moment to pull out his phone and photograph every single delivery slip. If I'd known delivery work was almost like factory labor, I'd have gone into delivery instead. It's not nearly as exhausting. You see us looking relaxed, but when we're really busy, we don't even have time to eat. The delivery guy took one last drag on his cigarette, flicked the butt away, and stomped it out with his foot before noticing Shen Yifeng approaching. Did you find it? Not yet. It probably hasn't arrived. With phones being so convenient these days, you can just open Taobao to see if the package has arrived. If not, I'll leave it with your security guard. Sorry for wasting your time. Shen Yifeng helped pick up the packages scattered on the ground. While the courier headed to the guardhouse, he quickly jotted down the shipment number from the delivery van. After the delivery van drove off, Shen Yifeng led Huang Ke to a nearby internet cafe and sat down. First, let's shut down the back-end computer monitoring system here. Otherwise, if the staff sees what we're doing, they'll probably call the cops right away. No worries. The last time I got arrested was at an internet cafe. But I was a minor back then, so they just gave me a verbal warning and let me go. After waiting for Huang Ke to disable the back-end monitoring on their two computers, Shen Yifeng pulled out a USB drive containing penetration testing tools. In 2013, most computers still ran Windows 7, riddled with vulnerabilities. Shen Yifeng hacked into City Food Company, Limited again, matching the names on the employee records with the recipients listed on the shipping labels. There were 17 packages in total. 13 originated from the factory office. Shen Yifeng didn't investigate the others, assuming they were likely purchased by young workers in the production workshops. Among the factory office staff was a woman named Tan Yen, who consistently purchased inexpensive items. The senders on the shipping labels were usually store names. By researching the store's products online, one could analyze their spending habits and even infer their tendency to be penny pinchers. Hello, second tone. Hello, fourth tone. Shen Yifeng cleared his throat before dialing Tan Yan's number. Can we meet again? I've pleaded before the Buddha for thousands of years. After hearing half of the Seeking Buddha ringtone, a middle-aged woman's voice came through the phone. Hello, who is this? Hello, this is Yitong Boutique Women's Wear's Taba customer service. Congratulations! You've become our 8,888th customer. As a token of our appreciation, we'll gift you a free 32 GB USB drive. May we ship it to your last recorded delivery address? Upon hearing the word free, Tan Yen didn't think twice. Free stuff? Only a fool would turn it down. Wow. My luck's pretty good, huh? Sure, send it to my last shipping address. Alright, we'll ship it from our local warehouse. It should arrive this afternoon. Please be ready to sign for it. Chapter 32, Why Not Like It? After completing this step, all that was left was to wait patiently. After all, receiving a gift just an hour or two after hanging up a phone would be a bit suspicious. Of course, there are those who don't think twice, assuming that's just how fast delivery works. Slice a few plates. We'll have the courier deliver it at 2 p.m. Huang Ke chuckled. I've already launched the game. Let's have the internet cafe deliver fried rice for lunch. Every time I eat fried rice at the internet cafe, it tastes extra delicious. It just doesn't feel the same when I eat it elsewhere. Totally normal. Just like how instant noodles always taste best at internet cafes. Shen Yifeng opened League of Legends and played a few rounds with Huang Ke. At 2 p.m., he went to the convenience store outside the internet cafe, bought some snacks and drinks, then borrowed a pen and paper from the owner. After writing down the recipient's information, he called the courier. Ma'am, when the courier comes to pick up the package, could you please give him this USB drive? Just wrap it up simply. The note has the shipping address. I'll leave these 10 yuan with you. Local delivery is 8 yuan, so I'm covering the extra 2 yuan. The shop owner, a woman tending to her child, nodded cheerfully in agreement before returning to watching TV. Soon after, the postal delivery guy arrived at the store to pick up the package. He stared at the shipping address and fell deep in thought. Isn't City Delicacies factory right across the street? It's just 1 block away. Why call for delivery? The shop owner chuckled, no idea. Some young guy sent it. Just a USB drive, nothing dangerous. Deliver it yourself. Skip the shipping form. Keep the delivery fee. The delivery guy thought, that actually makes sense. It's so close, no need to take the delivery van. Might as well pocket the fee myself. He handed the shopkeeper an extra 2 yuan, wrapped the USB drive simply, then called the recipient directly to come pick it up. Back at the internet cafe, Shen Yifeng sat before his computer, waiting for the virus to activate. Recalling the scene from last night where Tang Wei had cried in anger, Shen Yifeng's fingers were itching to get started. Before long, Huang Ke excitedly slapped the table. Brother Feng, the port's open. You were right, she plugged the USB into the host computer as soon as she got it. Shen Yifeng said nothing, using the port to enter their core server. All the data within lay open before him. He elevated his permissions to the maximum, becoming the absolute ruler of the servers at City Food Company, Limited. After hours of evidence collection, he witnessed banned additives being renamed and added to food products. Then there was the kimchi production line workers smoking while they worked, recklessly adding preservatives. These videos were all evidence. This is disgusting, I feel sick just watching. They wouldn't even eat this stuff themselves. And that kimchi? Holy cow, is that even fit for human consumption? Pouring preservatives in like water, it's inhuman. Huang Ke was filled with righteous indignation. For a heavy snack enthusiast like him, seeing this was devastating. It felt like everything he'd eaten before was just a bunch of biochemical agents. Businesses can rarely operate with complete integrity. The conscientious ones go out of business. You can overlook other issues, but food safety affects people's health. What they're doing is utterly despicable. If factories like this don't shut down, it defies all sense of justice. Shen Yifeng was settling both personal and public grievances at once. He packaged the crucial evidence and anonymously sent it to the local newspaper before catching the last bus back to campus. Passing by the girls' dormitory, Shen Yifeng realized he'd been too busy today and hadn't messaged Tang Wei yet. So he typed as he walked. Sen, the music for the music club should be ready tomorrow. Sen saw an online ad for a dance studio available for rent. Only a few dozen bucks, let's rehearse there instead. That way we won't run into that jerk. At that moment, in a corner of the second-floor hallway of the girls' dormitory, Tang Wei felt her phone vibrate twice in her pocket and guessed it was a message from Shen Yifeng. But she had no time to reply now. Yuyu stood right in front of her, pouting her lips in a sweet, innocent manner. Her large, wet eyes blinked innocently, making her appear completely harmless. But girls know girls best. If she weren't afraid of scolding her into tears, Tang Wei would have blurted out, "What are you playing at in front of me? I don't know what your relationship with Shen Yifeng is, but please give him to me. He was clearly pursuing me, but because of you, he's been so mean to me lately. I swear I didn't do anything." Oof. Such a pretentious statement. If Mingting were here, the queen of calling out drama queen, she'd have this girl in tears in no time. Let me be honest with you. Shen Yifeng and I grew up together. When I said I was his older sister in the cafeteria last time, I wasn't lying. I am a few months older than him. And as for him being mean to you, I won't take the blame for that. I didn't encourage him to treat you that way. It's entirely his own doing. I don't know the specifics of what happened between you two, but I believe people treat others as they wish to be treated. If you're kind to him, he'll be kind to you. As for you saying I should give him up for you, I don't quite get it. You don't even like him. Why would I give him up? To be your backup option? Tang Wei was amused by this green tea move. How could he be a backup option? I don't have many guys chasing me anyway. Alright, sis, your mindset is all wrong. Guys are people too, not your possessions. If you like him, say yes. If you don't, let him go. What's the point of stringing him along? Seeing reason was futile, Yuyu decided to lay it all out. I can stop stringing him along, but you're not allowed to share the stage with him at this welcome event. Tang Wei? This little green tea has some nerve meddling in my business. Give me a reason. Like you just said, if you don't like him, don't string him along. Do you like Shen Yifeng? If you don't, why share the stage with him? And sing love songs, no less. Tang Wei suddenly realized this girl in front of her wasn't as simple as she'd imagined. Green teas aren't just about their appearance, their logic and schemes are incredibly intricate. Answer me. If you don't like him, why string him along? Then you'd be just like me and have no right to judge me. Cornered, Tang Wei blurted out, "Who says I don't like him? He's such a bright, sunny guy. Sure, he was a bit mischievous as a kid, but I've always liked him." Shu Yun hadn't expected such a strong reaction. She'd planned to play the victim and use moral pressure to make her back down. But she hadn't counted on hitting a brick wall. She decided to drop the act altogether. You can say that, and I can say that. So neither of us is stringing him along. It's fair competition, right? Are you out of your mind, girl? He chased you relentlessly before, and you turned him down. Now that he's not chasing you anymore, you're talking about fair competition? Talk about the pot calling the kettle black. Even Tang Wei, usually so emotionally stable, had her defenses shattered by this little green tea. Shen Yifeng only treated you nicely because I hurt him before. Deep down, he still loves me. Just watch, as soon as I soften my stance, he'll come crawling back to me. I suggest you back off now to avoid embarrassment later. Tang Wei hesitated, wanting to retort but unsure. After all, anything unsaid could just be a delusion. But those hugs over the past few days, and the things Yifeng said to me, how could those be illusions? Tang Wei's gaze hardened. Little sister, don't think you're so important. I'm afraid the one who'll be embarrassed later is you. Chapter 33, the song is complete. In that silent moment, the two girls' gazes met in midair, locked in a silent standoff. Wei, what are you doing over there? Zhou Mingting returned from the pool and saw Tang Wei standing in the corner of the hallway, so she walked over. You should really think this through carefully. Don't end up embarrassing yourself. He could never like you. You've known each other for so long. If you were meant to be together, you would have been by now. Shu Yun smiled silently. This tactic was truly underhanded. First, undermine the other person's confidence to make them back down. Though Tang Wei's personality meant she wouldn't be too affected, once the seed of doubt was planted, it would still gnaw at her. Zhou Mingting strode over with her long legs, brushing past Shu Yun. Who's that? Your friend? No, just that class beauty from Feng's class. She's just average looking, not as pretty as you. What were you two talking about earlier? Zhou Mingting noticed Tang Wei's expression was off. Nothing. Let's head back. Only then did Tang Wei recall the message Shen Yifeng had sent her earlier. She pulled out her phone, read it, and her slender fingers quickly typed a reply. VV, no worries, no need to waste money. Just rehearse at the music club. They won't disturb us upstairs. A phone, sounds good. A phone, busy today? VV, not too busy. You're going to a party with your roommates tonight and can't rehearse, right? I went to the library and just got back to the dorm. Tang Wei didn't tell Shen Yifeng about Shu Yun seeking her out. Shen Yifeng also didn't tell Tang Wei about his trip to the Zhao family food factory. She only said she had dinner plans with her roommate tonight, which is why she couldn't rehearse. That way, she wouldn't have to explain why she wasn't on campus tonight. A phone, okay, then shall we rehearse early tomorrow? VV, sure thing. I'm done with classes after 3:30 p.m., so I'm free afterward. Shen Yifeng glanced at tomorrow's class schedule. Perfect. His schedule was packed. But the last 2 periods were programming class. Asking the teacher for an absence should be fine. After all, Suham already said last time that most of this semester's courses aren't really necessary for me to attend, they're pretty basic. Yifeng, I'm free after 3:30 p.m. too. Let's start planning ahead then. Afong, it's already Wednesday. Only 2 days left, gotta hurry up. VV, yeah, see you tomorrow then. Afong, see you tomorrow. Shen Yifeng tucked his phone into his pocket and followed Huang Ke back to the dorm. Hey, back already? Wanna play a few rounds? Zhou Xianyu glanced back and asked. Nah, I lost enough at the internet cafe today. Noticing old Qin was absent, Shen Yifeng asked, did old Qin go play basketball? He's on a date. He even changed into clean clothes and sprayed on cologne tonight. That must be it. He only wears cologne for dates. He says girls get hooked on the woodsy scent. Shen Yifeng walked to the desk and turned on the computer. His 163 email had received a reply from the newspaper, stating they would produce the news article as soon as possible. The word "as soon as possible" was interesting. It could mean very soon or very late. In short, it was a vague concept. Shen Yifeng replied directly, I need to see the final draft tomorrow. It must be published the day after tomorrow. Otherwise, other media outlets will get the exclusive report on Shansity's one-of-a-kind food factory. The reason for setting the deadline for the day after tomorrow was because that was the night of the welcome party. Given Zhao Bo's stubborn nature, he wouldn't give up until he achieved his goal. And so was I. Shen Yifeng could already picture the newspaper office scrambling to put together a front-page story after receiving his email. News has a shelf life. If someone else got there first, their report would lose its impact after competitors had already covered it. The next day, as soon as the first afternoon class ended, Shen Yifeng asked Su Hong for permission to leave and rushed straight to the Music Association activity room. Wu Qinsong and the spiky-haired rapper Wei-jie hadn't attended class today. To be precise, they hadn't attended classes for the past 3 days. Teaming up with the rest of the Music Association, they had finally finished arranging the melody for Confession Balloon. Seeing Shen Yifeng enter, Wu Qinsong beamed like a child presenting homework to a teacher for review. You're just in time. We just finished the final revision. This track will definitely satisfy you. We incorporated all the elements you requested, combined with our own interpretation, and finally completed the song. Shen Yifeng pointed at Hedgehog Head. You didn't incorporate his interpretation into it too, did you? Wei shook his head with a laugh. We rappers don't touch songs like this, just like we never look things up on Baidu Baiki. If you think we're unique, I can only say you have the discerning eye of a scholar. Can we stop using single-syllable rhymes in everyday conversation? Seriously, dude. Good thing you weren't involved. It'd be weird if you suddenly started rapping mid-song. Shen Yifeng asked Wu Qinsong to play the track for them. The three sat on stools. The moment the piano intro played, a sweet feeling like first love instantly filled their hearts. 3 grown men couldn't help but break into bright smiles. Outside the corridor, Tang Wei and Zhou Mingting were walking slowly toward them. The faint music drifting out left no doubt it was coming from the music club room. Their pace slowed, as if the slightest sound of their footsteps felt like a sacrilege to the music. When they reached the door of the Music Association activity room, they saw the 3 grown men swaying their heads to the music, their kind-eyed smiles radiating the bliss of being immersed in the sweetness of first love. Zhou Mingting was the first to crack, bursting into laughter. Wu Qinsong caught her reaction and instinctively frowned. What's wrong? Is the music that funny? No, it's your expressions. You 3 look like boys holding hands with girls for the first time, Zhou Mingting laughed, waving her hand. Sorry, I didn't mean the music was bad. It's just that you guys look so funny. After 42 hours without seeing Wei, he missed her. Shen Yifeng gazed at Tang Wei with intense passion, his lips curving upward without his noticing. Perhaps this was simply the uncontrollable reaction when seeing the girl he loved. Today, Tang Wei wore a white dress, her long hair cascading over her shoulders like a waterfall. The natural curls added a touch of charm. After entering the music club activity room, her eyes instinctively swept over Shen Yifeng. Ugh! What kind of look is that, you little brat? It felt like he was about to devour me. Anyway, I've finished the arrangement. What happens next isn't my problem. Zhou Mingting, can we call it even between us now? Fine, let's call it even. After this, we'll probably never cross paths again anyway. But don't rush to wash your hands of it just yet. Once they've finished the full choreography, we still need to see if the music needs any adjustments. Zhou Mingting took Tang Wei by the wrist and led her to Shen Yifeng. Seeing this scene, Spiky Hair couldn't help but mutter, why does this feel like a wedding ceremony where parents are handing their daughter over to the groom? Yeah, me too, Wu Qinsong couldn't help but smile warmly. Could this be the joy girls feel when shipping a couple? Chapter 34, The Blushing Look. Let's run through the entire routine now to see if any minor details need tweaking. Once we're on site tomorrow, we'll have limited time for adjustments, there are so many performances to coordinate. We need to finalize the design today. Zhou Mingting truly possessed a natural talent for stage direction. If you gave her a director's megaphone, she'd be even more the part. Hey, you. Spiky hair, hand them the mic. My name is Wei-jie, for crying out loud. So you can actually speak without just rhyming? Do a good job, and I'll have my junior write you a song later. Shen Yifeng? I never said that. Alright. Now you've got me motivated. Wei instantly transformed into a sycophant, fetching the microphones, adjusting them, and handing one to Shen Yifeng and one to Tang Wei. Wei, what are you thinking about? Shen Yifeng noticed Tang Wei seemed distracted and whispered to her. I was wondering if the interaction in the middle might be too monotonous. Tang Wei shot him a look. Since it's a love song, we should add some physical contact during the interaction. For instance, the line having you means having the whole world, just eye contact doesn't quite capture that sweet feeling. How about holding hands? Hand holding with a heart gesture. An image flashed through Tang Wei's mind, Yuyu asserting his claim over her right before her eyes. Try playing mind games with me, and I'll make you cry. Sure. But why the sudden? Given Shen Yifeng's understanding of Tang Wei, she shouldn't be this proactive at this stage. Even in their interactions just days ago, any hint of closeness with Tang Wei had been met with either a chokehold or a barrage of tiny fists. Could it be that Sister Wei's roommate had put in a good word for me behind my back? My savior. I absolutely have to treat them to a meal. I want to earn extra credits too. If I can make it into the top 3, I'll only need to participate in 1 or 2 activities this semester. Besides, your song is really well written. The Music Association put a lot of effort into polishing the arrangement. We can't let down the people who helped us. I feel like even a heart gesture might not be enough. Tang Wei pursed her lotus petal lips thoughtfully. How could she deliver a knockout blow to that little green tea? Why don't you two just kiss on stage after the performance? Zhou Mingting blurted out unexpectedly. Kiss? That would definitely deal 10,000 points of critical damage to that little green tea. Wait. What am I thinking? Tang Wei glanced up at Shen Yifeng's lips before quickly turning her head away. She put on a cold, aloof expression that said, keep your distance. Kissing might not be a good idea. Holy crap. You didn't refuse. You just said it'd look bad? Zhou Mingting's lips curved slightly, as if she'd figured something out. She approached Tang Wei and asked mysteriously, are you planning to embarrass that little green tea on stage? Yes. Tang Wei didn't deny it at all. I think she's a bad influence. She can't be allowed near Feng. She'll corrupt him. It can't be that simple. Heh, aren't you worried she'll steal your childhood sweetheart, so that's why? Zhou Mingting offered reassuringly. Wei, you need to recognize your own charm. You're way prettier than her. But I can't act coy. I just can't pull off that shy, teary-eyed act. Guys probably all like that, but I just can't do it. Tang Wei turned her head away, her tone turning cold. Besides, I want to use this stage to make Xiao Bo give up completely. Once a spoiled brat like him gives up, he won't bother me anymore. It'll save me from his constant annoyance. Zhou Mingting suddenly understood. No wonder. I was wondering why you suddenly pushed the boundaries on stage today, it's so unlike you. Anyway, I caused all this trouble. Feng is innocent. I'll handle everything. Maybe that's exactly what my junior thinks too. Zhou Mingting murmured under her breath. Even though he looks harmless, he's definitely not someone to mess with. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken you on that high-speed chase across Kiansaman Bridge the other day. No way. I know my childhood friend. From Shen Yifeng's perspective, he saw Tang Wei and Senior Zhou whispering together. I knew it. Senior Zhou must have put in a good word for me, which is why Wei agreed to let loose on stage. Tears welled up in his eyes. From now on, I'll never call Senior Zhou a dirty old hag again, she's clearly a blessing. Meanwhile, Wu Qinsong frowned. From his angle, it felt like Zhou Mingting was secretly cursing him. Alright. After talking with Wei, we're adjusting the stage performance. For the first run, Wu Qinsong, you sing while I direct their positioning and movements. Okay, move now. Wu Qinsong motioned for Wei to start the music. He grabbed the mic, swaying his head as he immersed himself in the song. The piano prelude began. Tang Wei sat on a stool holding a mineral water bottle as a coffee substitute, while Shen Yifeng stood nearby holding his guitar. When Tang Wei tilted her head to glance at him, Shen Yifeng quickly began strumming his guitar. Before the lyrics kick in, Wei, slowly turn your head and flash that shy, girlish smile. A maiden's bashfulness? How to describe it? It's that shy feeling a girl gets when she sees a boy she likes. Oh. Tang Wei nodded, seeming to understand yet not quite grasping it. Alright, Wu Qinsong, start singing. Zhou Mingting truly treated her ex-boyfriend like a tool. If it weren't for the music acting as a buffer, Wu Qinsong would have quit long ago. On the banks of the Seine, the cafes of the left bank. A cup in my hand, savoring your beauty. Lips that left a mark. Oh Wu. Zhou Mingting called in Ji and instructed, for this segment and the next, both of you maintain your current positions while interacting. Since you're not moving, your expressions become especially crucial. Wei, you embody the shy yet confident older sister vibe. Though bashful, your approach should be slightly more assertive. Junior, you need to convey the feeling of seeing someone you like but not daring to look too long. Simply put, Wei-jie, you're the dominant one, and you, Junior, are the submissive one. Since you're the submissive one, you need to convey more shyness to the audience. Got it? Tang Wei covered her mouth and giggled, quickly waving her hands in apology. My bad. A man of my stature playing the submissive role? Shen Yifeng said with deadpan seriousness. Fine, I'll do it. It's just being shy, I'm totally fine with that. I don't buy it. Tang Wei shook her head. Watch me demonstrate. When shy, lips press tightly together, body stiffens slightly, eyes reveal a hint of anticipation and longing. Shen Yifeng demonstrated. It wasn't exactly convincing, more like completely off the mark. Junior, your acting is truly awful. Shyness should look like this. Zhou Mingting shoved Tang Wei forward. She'd been laughing at her little brother's clumsy performance when suddenly, Tang Wei lost her balance and lunged forward, her body leaning toward Shen Yifeng. Though her right foot steadied her the next second, her exquisite face drew them dangerously close. Their eyes met. Shen Yifeng instinctively turned his head, feigning nonchalance, though his heart raced wildly. Zhou Mingting's eyes crinkled into slits with amusement. See that? Now that's what blushing looks like. Chapter 35, Sweetness Comes Easily. Damn it! When will this shyness phobia ever be cured? This makes me look like some innocent young boy. Truth is, I'm not exactly easy to handle either, I'm no pushover. But, those big eyes of Wei-jie's? They're seriously hard to resist. Ha! Got it. I've got this shyness thing down pat now. I am the shy guy. I am the shy. What nonsense. Remember how you feel right now. Keep that shyness going later, okay? Got it. Zhou Mingting returned to her director position and had Ma Yuewei continue playing the music. You say you're a bit hard to chase, hoping I'll give up. Gifts needn't be the most expensive, just the fallen leaves of the Champs-Élysées. Tang Wei rose from her stool, carrying the bottle of mineral water that had replaced coffee, and walked lightly toward Shen Yifeng. Her long hair swayed in the breeze. As she reached Shen Yifeng's side, she bent her knee to set down the mineral water, then rose, gently flicking her hair as she did so. Coffee from the girl he adored, truly a mutual pursuit. Shen Yifeng was instantly swept up in the moment. Anticipation and shyness flashed across his face. Only as the girl placed the coffee and turned to leave did he remember he'd forgotten to give her the love letter he'd written. Cut. Zhou Mingting called another take. Junior, you could add a gesture of scratching the back of your head here to show the frustration of forgetting to give the letter after getting nervous. Wei-jie, you're acting so well it feels completely real. Tang Wei crossed her arms and narrowed her eyes. Her tone seemed to carry hidden meaning. Alright, now for the crucial part. The earlier scene is their first meeting, and the coffee pouring gesture expresses his feelings. Since they like each other, their interaction should begin now. When the lyrics, darling. Come up, you take Wei-jie's hand and lock eyes with her. When singing I Fell For You from that day on, you two make a heart-shaped gesture with your hands. Finally, on the line Sweetness Comes So Easily, you pull Wei-jie into your arms, following the line of the heart-shaped hands. Cough. Pull her into your arms? Yes, just like this. Zhou Mingting stepped in front of Tang Wei. Come on, make a heart shape for me. Tang Wei raised her hand to form a half-heart. Zhou Mingting quickly matched her with her own half-heart. The two halves joined to form a whole heart. Then, Junior, your fingers slowly slip through Wei-jie's fingers, wrap around hers, and pull her close to you. Zhou Mingting demonstrated it for him. Her hand transitioned from the heart gesture to interlocking fingers with Tang Wei's. With a gentle tug, her other arm slid around Tang Wei's slender waist. This proximity brought them nose to nose, so close they were practically pressed together. This kind of sweetness doesn't come easily. Shen Yifeng recalled the previous times Wei-jie had locked her throat. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wei-jie would never let me hold her like this. Yifeng, what are you spacing out for? Let's rehearse. Are you sure this choreography is okay? What if you punch me on stage? I'd have to drop out, I'd never be able to show my face around campus again. Shen Yifeng looked so timid that Tang Wei began to wonder if she really had bullied him back in the day. I've given the kids psychological trauma. Oh, come on, I won't. I really won't. Come on over. We only have today to rehearse. Tang Wei's eyes crinkled with amusement as she walked reassuringly toward Shen Yifeng, raising her hand to make a half-hearted gesture. You really won't hit me? Let me think. See what I mean? Just kidding. Hurry up. Zhou Mingting and Wu Qinson listened to the couple's playful banter, their faces breaking into smiles. The sight of them together somehow felt surprisingly harmonious. Rapper Ma Yuewei got it. Well, I guess I'm the only clown here. Shen Yifeng, half convinced, traced a half-heart shape with his fingers before joining it with Tang Wei's hand to form a complete heart. Dear, I fell for you, from that day on, sweetness came so easily. Accompanied by Wu Qinson's singing. Shen Yifeng hooked his fingers around Tang Wei's, slowly sliding them between hers. The friction of their skin sent a jolt through him, making his heartbeat quicken. Their hands interlocked perfectly. Shen Yifeng pulled Tang Wei forward, and both took a step together. If I get beaten, so be it. Shen Yifeng gritted his teeth inwardly, wrapping his other arm around Tang Wei's waist until they were nearly embraced. That feeling of being completely enveloped by the other, the faint fragrance at the tips of her hair, the soft downy hairs in her ear, the warm, fluffy scent emanating from her body. It was like two small animals huddling together for warmth. Zhou Mingting's heart nearly melted. Her phone was already in her hand. Instead of snapping a photo, she started recording a video. Who among my family could possibly understand this feeling? This is just too adorable. Too bad Huan and Xiaozhu always miss moments like this. Last time they came specifically to see it, but that idiot Zhao Bo ruined it for them. Before the director even called cut, Shen Yifeng and Tang Wei stayed locked in that intimate pose. Weird. Wei didn't punch me this time. My waist is her most sensitive spot. I used to get hit every time I touched it. Shen Yifeng pondered inwardly. Perfect. When that little green tea sees how Feng and I interact, she'll be furious. And Xiao Bo, just wait till you see. Tang Wei hadn't even noticed Shen Yifeng's arm around her waist. She was already imagining the looks on Xu Yun and Xiao Bo's faces when they saw this on stage tomorrow. Are you two dating? You're clinging to each other like glue. Zhou Mingting assumed they'd let go eventually. After holding each other for so long without letting go, anyone watching might think they were getting cozy. At the call of cut, Shen Yifeng let go first, then immediately assumed a defensive stance. What's the big deal? I'm not going to hit you. The stage is art. When you're up there, you'd better take it seriously too. Respect the art. Tang Wei's words made Shen Yifeng's heart skip a beat. Wow. What's going on today? Sis Wei is actually talking to me about art. Not martial arts. Junior, let me translate for you. What Wei means is that when you perform on stage, you need to hold her tighter, otherwise it won't look real. Zhou Mingting smirked mischievously. You don't want Wei to fail her credits, do you? Here we go again. That hot Tokyo guy's signature threat. I get it now. This stage is driven by an immersive storyline. The first part is the initial meeting, the second part is the passionate romance, so what's the finale? The finale is the bench and balloons designed by Xiaozhu, 2 scenes total. After your performance on the left, you'll move to the right side to engage both audiences. The bench will be set up there in advance. You walk over holding the balloon, interact with Wei, then release the balloon into the air. Finally, the two of you gaze at the balloon floating overhead for the happy ending. Shen Yifeng nodded in agreement. Senior Chen Yizhu's stage design captured both dramatic tension and romantic charm. Compared to a simple duet, it was an absolute knockout. And releasing balloons, that's a memory only Wei and I share. The crucial part? Tomorrow night. That bastard Zhao Bo is going down for the count. Chapter 36, Girls' Secrets. After confirming the details in the first rehearsal, the subsequent runs went smoothly. By the time rehearsals wrapped up, it was already past 9 in the evening. They hadn't even had time to eat. On the way back to the dorm, Shen Yifeng rubbed the back of his head and sighed. It seems those entertainers don't have it easy either. If they can make it big, that's one thing, but if they don't, they still have to go through endless rehearsals. It's really exhausting. The rehearsal grind isn't the worst part. It's standing on stage where every tiny mistake gets magnified. If you get stage fright, you'll never perform well. That's why I asked you that day, are you really sure you want to go on stage? Tang Wei swayed her arms lightly as she walked side by side with Zhou Mingting. From what I saw, that freshman doesn't seem like the type to get stage fright. As long as you guys perform tomorrow just like you rehearsed today, I think a top 3 spot is guaranteed. You might even take first place. First place isn't something we're aiming for. After all, the modeling show always takes first every year. Compared to other performances, the senior beauty's long legs are what truly captivate the freshmen. Seeing Shen Yifeng's dreamy expression, Tang Wei couldn't help but nudge him with her elbow. You've only been here a month and already know about our school's modeling show? I've heard a bit about it. My roommate mentioned it. Shen Yifeng quickly brought his buddy into the conversation to deflect the question. As the saying goes, you never know how much you need a brother until you need one. You've got 2 pairs of long legs right in front of you, why bother watching a fashion show? Zhou Mingting linked arms with Tang Wei and stepped in front of Shen Yifeng. Freshman, whose legs do you think are prettier? Wei's. Shen Yifeng answered without hesitation. You must be blinded by lard. Zhou Shou's legs are clearly better. She swims often, so her muscles are firmer. You can't see any obvious muscle definition, they're practically dream legs. Tang Wei sounded like a salesperson trying to hawk Zhou Mingting's legs. No way. I think your wine glass legs are prettier. They look amazing in shorts and jeans. Wearing a skirt like that just hides your best feature. If someone wants to see them, just show them. Shen Yifeng found it rather amusing listening to the two beauties teasing each other. But after Zhou Mingting finished her last sentence, she suddenly turned to look at him. Me? Shen Yifeng chuckled softly. I only know the moon is full and the flowers are in bloom. If I didn't appreciate it, I'd be the one lacking in romance. Tang Wei and Zhou Mingting both froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. His response neither evaded the question nor came across as vulgar, it was perfectly measured. It neither denied nor confirmed, leaving an air of refined yet accessible charm. Junior, you're quite the charmer. Hey, Senior Zhou, you flatter me. After seeing Tang Wei back to her dorm, Shen Yifeng hurried to his own room to check the newspaper's response. Is this the final draft from the newspaper? Huang Ko leaned in to take a look. It's pretty sharp. They even sent an undercover reporter in this morning to gather first-hand evidence. Now that Shansity's one-of-a-kind food factory has been nailed red-handed, it's a done deal. We still need to hack the stage control computer and broadcast the news onto the big screen. Shen Yifeng's tone was as calm as autumn water, making Huang Ko realize that this roommate possessed a maturity far beyond his years, a future leader of the highest caliber. There are two kinds of people in this world. One is a leader, the other is a follower. Before Huang Ko entered university, his father had warned him, college was a place where hidden talents lurked. His roommate might very well possess the potential to become a major player someday. My dad was dead right. Brother phone, when you get the chance, open up that computer's port. I'll hack into it from my end. Shen Yifeng was deeply moved, draping his arm around Huang Ko's shoulder with a gaze deeper than a dog's. That's so loyal. I don't know how to repay you, but I'll treat you to a meal later. No big deal. If you ever need help like this again, just give me a shout. We're roommates, don't forget your friends when you get rich. Qin Shiyu returned from his date, pulled a few unused condoms from his pocket, and tossed them into the drawer. When he turned and saw Shen Yifeng and Huang Ko arm in arm, he couldn't help but ask, are you two swearing brotherhood or getting? Brother Feng and I wish we'd met sooner. We'll become sworn brothers tonight. Huang Ko shifted gears. Old Qin, you left campus the day before yesterday and just got back today. After a whole day and night, how are your kidneys holding up? I'm in my prime. Cut the unlucky talk. I know my own kidneys best. One-on-one, I'm unbeatable. One against many, Group sex? You'd end up in jail. Shen Yifeng swiveled his chair to face Qin Shiyu, spreading his legs wide. Old Qin, I've got a question for you. Still haven't gotten her? Qin Shiyu shook his head. That shouldn't be. Based on your description, your childhood sweetheart should be into you too. Yeah, I can tell she feels differently about me too. But that final step never happened. It's all just guesswork. Even if I'm 90% sure I'm right, I can't risk the consequences of that remaining 10%. Did you confess? Qin Shiyu asked. A formal confession? Shen Yifeng blinked. Not yet. Then what the hell are you talking about? If you haven't confessed, of course the barrier won't break. Do you expect her to confess to you? What are you thinking, bro? You gotta take the initiative. Why was he suddenly feeling so fired up? Maybe after this orientation event, I'll find a chance to talk to her. Opportunities are fleeting. Now that you two haven't seen each other in a while and there's still that freshness between you, confessing now gives you a much better shot. Remember what I said before? Follow your heart? Exactly. I told you not to rush it before because you just mentioned your childhood friend, and I wasn't sure about your situation. But after observing you two these past few days, I've noticed your behavioral patterns align perfectly with my proprietary data model. Huang Ku and Zhou Xianyu both put down what they were doing. Love manual. Isn't this more direct than the secret manual of the sunflower or the 9-yang divine technique? It's the 21st century now, martial arts and such are useless. But love? Who doesn't want a sweet romance? Teacher Qin, please elaborate on your unique data model. Shen Yifeng was dead serious. First off, if she likes you enough, even the most aloof girl will reach out to you. Does she often message you first? Don't underestimate that initiative. 95% of girls won't message guys first, let alone the pretty ones. Shen Yifeng nodded slightly, his mouth half open. That was true. These past few days, Wei-jie had been messaging him first, even reminding him not to skip class. Second, every time you chat, you both seem genuinely happy. Even if the topic gets awkward, she'll liven things up like a cheerleader. I hadn't really noticed that. But thinking about it, every time I said something, Wei-jie would listen intently. She'd get excited, sad, or angry along with whatever I was saying. Third, it's not just girls who only compliment you who like you. If she constantly teases you, always talking about you, she definitely has feelings for you. Shen Yifeng looked puzzled. Teasing counts too? Highlight this, it'll be on the test. Qin Shiyu leaned against the desk, his voice deep and resonant. Girls who aren't interested in you won't even bother talking to you. The ones who tease you often care about you more, so don't be fooled by appearances. Chapter 37, Picking Fights Again. You're a master, no doubt about it. I always thought girls dissing me meant they hated me. Back in middle school, I used to flick the bra strap of the girl sitting in front of me, and she yelled at me, calling me crazy. Huang Ko wore a look of regret, mourning the loss of his first love. You really were messed up. Shen Yifeng shot him a disapproving look. You guys never did that? Huang Ko asked in shock. We're not as perverted as you. Zhou Xianyu shook his head with a laugh. How did you guys resist? The girl in front was wearing white, her bra straps faintly visible underneath. You didn't go for it? Shen Yifeng rubbed his forehead. Not having a girlfriend really is your own problem. Strategist Qin, continue. The rest are just little everyday details. Like constantly stealing glances at you out of the corner of my eye, then pretending nothing happened and looking around when caught. Or bragging about you to friends, secretly checking your zodiac compatibility. Room 1207, girls' dormitory. Tang Wei sat at her desk, placing her phone on the surface. A notebook and pen lay beside it. August 8th. Leo. December 7th. Sagittarius. Leo man, Sagittarius woman. Overall compatibility, 89 points. Romance, 98 points. Marriage, 97 points. Family bonds, 85 points. Friendship, 98 points. Why do love and friendship have the same score? How am I supposed to tell them apart? Tang Wei pouted, leaning on the table and tilting her head as she continued to stare at her phone. Leo and Sagittarius are both fire signs, naturally drawn to each other. Both crave excitement and adventure, with passion fueling their connection. As fellow fire signs, you share many traits: passionate personalities, positive outlooks, and brimming confidence. This makes your relationship heat up quickly, rarely taking time to warm up. Tang Wei saw the next line of text and sat up abruptly. Your love is always passionate and intimate, but friction can sometimes arise. Compatibility, 98 points. Perfect match. Resonance, 98 points. Soulmates. Harmony, 86 points. Friendly coexistence. Intimacy, 98 points. Deep affection. Commitment, 98 points. Forever and ever. Zhou Mengting, who had already returned to bed, glanced down. Wei, what are you muttering about? And nothing, Tang Wei quickly covered the notebook, glancing up guiltily. She breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Zhou Mengting wasn't looking anymore. Boys' dorm room 8461. Qin Junshi was still talking animatedly. The desire to share is also a factor in gauging whether a girl has feelings for you. She likes sharing secrets with you: family matters, close friends, any secrets she has, she's willing to share them with you. I haven't seen that yet. I don't even know her roommates that well. Shen Yifeng had barely finished speaking when his special notification tone chimed. Sour grapes, sour grapes. I feel like Brother Feng is infinitely close to getting out of the single life. While we're chatting here, his childhood sweetheart can't resist checking up on him. Huang Ke chimed in. What's Feng doing? Why isn't he texting me? Ugh, annoying. Go to hell. Shen Yifeng quickly grabbed his phone to check. Wei, what are you doing? Shen Yifeng froze upon seeing the message. Damn it, Huang Ke was right after all. Sen, getting ready to shower. What about you? Wei, I'm about to take a shower too. What a coincidence. Does Wei have something to say? Shen Yifeng could clearly sense this was awkward small talk, no real progress, yet he still felt compelled to message her. Could it be? Sen, did you talk to your roommate about something? Wei, you're pretty sharp. How'd you know I wanted to tell you about my roommate? We're not even talking about the same thing. Shen Yifeng began to suspect Wei might have been kidnapped by her roommate. Her chat style was completely different from before. Wei studied law, her logic was razor sharp, never wasting words. But these two sentences seemed to lack any real substance. Sen, come to think of it, I only interacted a bit more with Senior Zhou. Sen, I don't really know Senior Zhang or Senior Chen that well. Wei, Mengting is a straightforward northeastern girl. Sen, yeah, I noticed that too. She's got a great personality. Dealing with someone like that isn't exhausting, you can tell right away whether she likes you or not. Wei, yeah, Mengting's great. She even compliments you often. Sen, compliments me? Really? Wei, anyway, she always speaks highly of you in front of me. Stop calling her that dirty old hag from now on. Sen, roger that. From now on, I'll call her a little fairy. Wei, don't you dare. She's the type who'll get carried away if you give her an inch. Wei, as for Huan, she hangs out with Xiaozhu most of the time. She's got such a sweet temper, I've never seen her get angry, except that one time. Sen, which time? Wei, when that big dummy did death metal, Huan actually got mad. That big dummy will be a real dummy tomorrow. Shen Yifeng remembered he hadn't replied to the newspaper yet. He quickly fired off an email, read and approved. Very satisfied. Hope the story runs as scheduled tomorrow. Fingzi, that's the gist of it. Figure out the rest yourself. If you're sure she likes you, remember to make your feelings clear ASAP. Otherwise, that affection might fade like tea. The longer it steeps, the weaker it gets. The master truly lived up to his title. He spoke those words like a Zen enlightened monk. You'd never guess he was a serial player. You're a real pal. If it works out, I'll treat you to dinner. Performing together tomorrow seems like the perfect opportunity. Seems you've already made up your mind, Qin Shiyu chuckled. I made up my mind in my past life, Shen Yifeng said, delivering the truth with a playful tone. His roommate naturally assumed he was using past life merely as a figure of speech. Only he knew it was a real experience. By the day of the welcome party, the temperature had cooled considerably. The scorching heat had passed, and a single layer of clothing felt just right. After finishing his daytime classes, Shen Yifeng rushed straight back to the dorm to change clothes. With just over 4 hours until the event began, there was only one chance for rehearsal. After changing, he hurried back to the sports field. 10 minutes earlier, Tang Wei had messaged that she had already arrived. Just as Shen Yifeng crossed the gymnasium to reach the field, a group of uninvited guests appeared from the side, blocking his path. Damn it, remember who I am? Shen Yifeng's mouth twitched. Seeing their flowing yellow hair, it was impossible to forget them. Last time on Kiansaman Bridge, it was the same gang looking for trouble. He never expected them to dare show up at school. Seems Zhao Bo's had his fill of trouble. Found the motorcycle? Shen Yifeng slowly slipped his hands into his pockets. This is school, not the streets. Causing trouble here, haven't you guys got it through your heads? Don't get the wrong idea. We're law-abiding citizens. We're not here to cause trouble. I want to be your friend. Let's talk it out in the bathroom. The blonde-haired thug led his gang toward Shen Yifeng. Just as Shen Yifeng started to back away, another group blocked his path. Chapter 38, Just Being Tough. Trying to run again? Think I'll fall for that trick twice? The blonde-haired thug loomed over Shen Yifeng, baring his yellow teeth. Last time you kicked me, I didn't hold a grudge, otherwise you'd be lying on the ground unable to get up right now. But there's one thing, you better think carefully before you speak. Shen Yifeng found himself sandwiched between the crowd. Caught between a rock and a hard place. It was obvious these guys were sent by Zhao Bo. Shen Yifeng knew exactly what kind of person Zhao Bo was. Get to the point. Don't waste my time. Shen Yifeng knew this group wouldn't dare make a move in public. If news got out that outsiders had beaten up students on campus, the police would handle it swiftly, especially any incident with negative social implications. Then this whole bunch would be finished. Since you know we're Zhao Bo's friends, I'll cut to the chase. You're not going on stage today. This is a notification, not a discussion. Why? Shen Yifeng remained stiff as a board. But it was clearly an act. Only he understood that this was the only way to confront them without appearing weak or arrogant. If he came off too cocky, it could easily escalate into a fight. Fighting wouldn't matter much, but if he got injured or worse before tonight's performance, it would play right into Zhao Bo's scheme. The blonde-haired thug shoved Shen Yifeng hard in the shoulder, cursing, "Damn it, I told you this is a notification, not a discussion. What the hell are you asking for?" Young Master Zhao said as long as you cooperate properly, you'll get your share of the benefits. Plus, he'll never bother you again. But if you refuse to cooperate, you know what happens. Shen Yifeng gave a half smile, half sneer. Are you going to gift me a car to ride again? How embarrassing. You want me to beat you? You refuse the wine offered, so you'll drink the punishment wine, huh? Yellow Hair was thoroughly enraged, grabbing Shen Yifeng by the collar. I know you fancy that woman Zhao Gongzi has his eye on. What do you have to offer? What does Zhao Gongzi have? Do you really think you can give her a good future? Shen Yifeng's eyelids twitched. That's none of your business. Fine, let me tell you something else. We're all roughnecks in this circle, not exactly saints. I've got brothers who've been in and out of prison. They've got no scruples whatsoever. If you push young Master Zhao to stop liking that woman, do you know what'll happen? If things go wrong, when we run into her out there in the future, haha. A vein instantly bulged on Shen Yifeng's forehead. He raised his fist and punched the blonde-haired man. The two behind him couldn't hold him back. Just then, a teacher happened to walk by. Spotting the fight, he immediately stepped in to reprimand them. The blonde-haired thug cursed under his breath, about to retaliate, but seeing the teacher approach, he forced himself to swallow his rage. Fine, you've got guts. Remember what I said earlier, if you dare step on stage tonight, you're dead meat. Let me give you some advice, Zhao Bo is finished soon. Once you're no longer tied to him by mutual interests, doing stupid things for him will make you look like a real fool. Cut the crap. I remember that kick last time and this punch now. If the teacher hadn't saved you, you'd be finished. The blonde-haired kid clutched his face, his eyes bloodshot. I'll be waiting for you on the field tonight. If you make it up there, I'll eat every last toilet in your school clean. Watching the gang of troublemakers take their seats on the bleachers, Shen Yifeng knew they'd stop at nothing to prevent him from taking the stage tonight. Just as Shen Yifeng was deep in thought, Tang Wei called. Yifeng, aren't you here yet? Only 2 more groups before it's our turn. I'm on my way. I'm already at the field. Alright then, I'll hang up now. Shen Yifeng put away his phone and sprinted toward the stage. The venue was still being set up. Lights, central control, stage decorations, and so on. But the center stage area was ready, so the performers used this time to rehearse intensely. When Shen Yifeng arrived, Tang Wei and her roommates were finalizing the last details of their stage performance. Junior, you're finally here, Zhou Mingting beckoned him over. We tweaked a few details in the middle, but everything else stays the same. The goal is to make the stage performance as sweet as possible. Shen Yifeng stole a glance at Tang Wei. Her small hands were folded across her chest, her head bowed low, her hair styled with particular care. Clearly a lot of effort had gone into it. The most striking feature was the tear tattoo at the corner of her eye, which looked even more captivating against her fair, delicate cheek. No problem. Just tell me the changes, and I'll pay extra attention during rehearsal. I had the Music Association folks prepare all the other props: the guitar, coffee, balloons, and bench. For once, Wu Qinsong actually delivered. I've been talking to him for months and never once did he get anything right. Zhou Mingting couldn't resist venting again. Your junior has great fashion sense. He knew Sister Wei was wearing white today, so he coordinated a white preppy outfit for himself too. You two are truly in sync, Wang Yihuan laughed. He's not that clever, I told him beforehand. We spent ages discussing outfits last night, though I never imagined he'd have so many clothes. Shen Yifeng's heart ached. How much? It cost cigarettes to trade for. Perfect, perfect. Couple outfits, a handsome guy and a beautiful girl, plus sweet songs and a romantic stage. I'm raising the flag for honey. Wang Yihuan waved her arms excitedly, her joy overflowing. What honey? Tang Wei asked, puzzled. Ah, she means your stage performance will be as sweet as honey, and everyone will definitely vote for you. Zhou Mingting quickly added a few words to smooth things over, then turned to give Wang Yihuan a meaningful look. Right, Wan Huan? Right, sweet as honey. Wang Yihuan dared not disagree. If Sister Wei found out we'd even come up with a CP name for them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Act 8, get ready to go on stage. You're up next. Got it. Coming right up. Backstage, Zhao Bo met up with Yellow Hair on the field. How'd it go? Brother Zhao, that bastard hit me again. Yellow Hair was still feeling wronged. You're useless. With all those people around, he still beat you? Zhao Bo grabbed his hair, nearly losing his temper. How was I supposed to know that kid was so brave? He's got no fear of death. If a teacher hadn't suddenly appeared, I'd have been kicked out by your school security, messing up tonight's plan. I would have given him a proper beating. Cut the crap. Just tell me, did he agree? Zhao Bo pressed. Hell no. I threatened him with everything I had, but he wouldn't budge. Looks like we'll have to force the issue. When it's his turn on stage, I'll drag that kid to the bathroom. I'll let him out after the show ends. See how cocky he'll be then. Zhao Bo grinned wickedly. Tang Wei will be all alone, desperate for someone to save the day. That's when I'll be her hero. Brother Zhao, do you even know how to sing that song? Are you kidding? I'm the king of karaoke. Is there a song I can't sing? Bottom line, if you screw this up tonight, you're all fired. Don't ever work with me again. I'll be too embarrassed. Chapter 39, encourage him more. As Zhao Bo ranted, he spotted the Music Association crew setting up the stage while Shen Yifeng and Tang Wei chatted cheerfully nearby. His anger flared even more. That bastard keeps pushing my limits. How can someone be so fearless? Brother Zhao, I think he's never been properly disciplined. Last time I tried to teach him a lesson, but... The blonde-haired guy glared at him. What the hell are you implying? Last time was just an accident. Tonight, you'll see how I'll beat him up. Last time was an accident, but getting slapped again? Still an accident? You dumbass, I'm starting to think you're into getting hurt. Zhao Bo pulled out a pack of cigarettes and handed one to each of them. I'm not holding the past against you, but I'm laying down the law. If you screw this up tonight, don't bother contacting me afterward. Zhao, don't associate with losers. The blonde-haired guy immediately flattered him with a smile. Absolutely not. If I screw this up, I'll go eat in the bathroom, okay? On stage, the Music Association had already set up a live performance for Confession Balloon. As Shen Yifeng and Tang Wei took their positions, the moment the intro began, many on the field couldn't help but turn their heads toward the stage. Music knows no borders, it transcends all boundaries. The dark-skinned athletes playing basketball, the young couples strolling, the senior holding books passing by, and students aimlessly wandering the field, all eyes turned toward the stage. Standing below the stage, Wu Qinsong heard his own composition being played. The surge of pride made him exclaim inwardly, "Damn, I'm so talented." Oh, come on. If she hadn't played it for you on guitar first, there's no way you could have written something this good on your own. Zhou Mingting stood nearby, arms crossed, seizing every chance to take a dig at her ex-boyfriend. Sis, we're done with each other. Cut me some slack. Breaking up is normal, not like I broke some divine law or something. Wu Qinsong didn't get angry, instead, his tone carried a hint of pleading. During rehearsals these past few days, I suddenly realized you're actually pretty patient. Could it be I really misjudged you before? That shouldn't be possible. Zhou Mingting snorted. I told you you had no taste, but you wouldn't listen. The line of girls who like me stretches from the playground to the swimming pool. You'll regret this later. I kinda regret it now. Wu Qinsong sighed. Finally learned to regret, did you? Zhou Mingting looked smugly proud. What exactly are you regretting? I regret breaking up with you. If I'd known you'd meet a songwriter friend, I'd never have ended things. At least I'd have made him finish the lyrics first. Wu Qinsong said with deadpan seriousness. Zhou Mingting huffed, furrowing her brow. Go to hell. On stage, Shen Yifeng and Tang Wei performed their choreographed interaction to the pre-rehearsed rhythm. The opening notes alone drew a crowd of onlookers below. Since the evening event was primarily for welcoming freshmen, upperclassmen couldn't sit in the viewing area and had to find spots around the perimeter to watch. That's why they were rehearsing now to grab the best viewing spots before the freshmen arrived. On the banks of the Seine, a cafe on the left bank. A cup in my hand, savoring your beauty. Lips that leave a mark. As Shen Yifeng took the mic and began singing, the romantic stage play unfolding with the lyrics drew excited screams from the crowd below. Especially when Shen Yifeng and Tang Wei exchanged heart gestures, then intertwined their fingers before he finally pulled her into his embrace. The audience couldn't contain themselves. Together. Together. Ah. They're so perfect together. I know the girl Tang Wei from the law school. But who's the guy? I don't think I've seen him before. Who cares? This is just too beautiful. Why haven't I heard this song before? Has anyone else heard it? Nope. I just searched online for the lyrics and couldn't find anything. I asked around its original. The guy wrote the lyrics and the melody was composed collaboratively. Xiaobo heard the crowd chanting "Be Together" and flew into a rage, leaping to his feet and bellowing. Get together, my ass. These crazy women, what the hell are they yelling about all day long? Can't they open their eyes and see if that guy even deserves it? If Shen Yifeng had seen Xiaobo's impotent rage, he probably would have found it pretty amusing. But right now, his eyes were fixed only on Tang Wei. Everything around them seemed to vanish, leaving only the two of them in the entire world. This state of complete immersion drew him utterly into the stage. As the final notes faded, they embraced each other. Even after the music ended, they remained locked in that embrace for a long while. As if this moment were eternal. Damn it! I'll settle this with that bastard once and for all, life or death. Xiaobo flicked his cigarette butt aside, glanced around, and spotted a brick left over from the gym's construction. Several of his underlings rushed over to restrain him. Calm down, brother Zhao. Attacking someone with a brick in broad daylight? That's way too serious. Yeah, brother Zhao. We'll handle it perfectly tonight. Don't act on impulse. Impulse is the devil. Xiaobo spat. If you hadn't stopped me, I'd have charged right in and made him bleed. Soon, night fell. The freshmen received notifications in their class group chat and began streaming toward the playground. All performers were getting ready backstage. In a certain room, Zhou Mingting and Wang Yihuan were helping Shen Yifeng and Tang Wei with their final makeup touches. Yifeng, don't get nervous on stage later. It's hard to see people's faces clearly from up there at night. Just perform naturally. I'm fine. It's just that I've never performed on stage before. At first, facing such a large crowd will definitely feel awkward, but I'll adjust quickly. Shen Yifeng touched the USB drive in his pocket. He hadn't had a chance during the day. Stage crew had been using the central control computer to test the lighting and music. Now that the show hadn't started yet and most of the crew were busy inspecting the stage hardware, this was the perfect opportunity. I'm ready. I'm going out for some fresh air. I'll be back soon. With that, Shen Yifeng rose from his stool and pushed open the door to leave the room. As the door closed, Wang Yihuan murmured softly, "He seems a bit nervous." Yeah, I noticed it too. For the past 10 minutes, he's been constantly touching his pants pocket. That's a sure sign of nerves, Zhou Mingting said with conviction. Ever since he was little, Yifeng has been timid. He wouldn't even dare look at girls he wasn't close to for too long. Even though we're so familiar with each other now, he still instinctively avoids my gaze when I look at him. Tang Wei was genuinely worried for Shen Yifeng. Not that she feared he'd mess up the hard-rehearsed performance, but rather that any stage mishap would be filmed and circulated across every class group chat in school. The pressure on Yifeng would be immense then. I think our junior is all talk and no action. He gets nervous when he should, right, Wei-Wei? How would I know about the rest? Tang Wei flushed and pursed her lips. After driving the point home, Zhou Mingting turned back to her with a smile. Anyway, before he goes on stage, you just give him some encouragement, Wei-Wei. That should do the trick. Chapter 40, Use Some Wisdom. After Shen Yifeng left the room, he hurried to the control console. He glanced around to make sure no one was nearby before pulling out the USB drive. It felt a bit strange doing something like this for the first time. Shen Yifeng tried several times but couldn't get it inserted. Finally, he had to steady the computer with his other hand to force the USB drive in. Old Huang, the port's open. Time to get to work. Shen Yifeng hurriedly called Huangko, confirming the port was open before quickly pulling out the USB drive and leaving. Just as he was about to head back to the dressing room, several men suddenly appeared, forcibly dragging him to the second-floor restroom. Inside, Huang Ku and his crew stood smoking, their expressions brimming with arrogance. I gave you chances, but you wouldn't listen. You're stubborn as hell. Never learned your lesson on the streets, huh? Xiaobo was also present, a cigarette between his fingers, coldly mocking Shen Yifeng. Thanks for giving me the chance to share the stage with Tang Wei. Your routine's pretty well put together. You stay here. I'll go up and perform with Tang Wei. Your stage design is pretty, sweethearts, intertwined fingers, and finally pulling her close to embrace her waist. It's practically tailor-made for me and Tang Wei. I owe you one. Even with the crowd around, Shen Yifeng's mouth was still sharp. Dream on. There's no way Tang Wei would share the stage with you. When it's time for your act and you're nowhere to be found, Tang Wei will scan the crowd in vain. If she has to go up alone, it'll be mortifying. Knowing her, she'd rather skip the performance than face that embarrassment. Zhao Bo walked toward Shen Yifeng with a smile. Now imagine someone shows up at that moment, someone who just happens to know the song. Don't you think she'd see me as her savior, appearing when she needed help most? Shen Yifeng's nostrils flared slightly. You're underestimating Wei-jie. You bastard. How dare you call Wei-jie that? Zhao Bo grabbed Shen Yifeng by the throat and pressed a cigarette butt into the back of his hand. The intense heat against his skin made Shen Yifeng flinch instinctively, but he forced his arm to stay still. Pretty tough, huh? No wonder Pighead came looking for you twice and you didn't flinch. Young bulls fear no tigers. You haven't been beaten down by society yet, so your guts are different. Zhao Bo flicked the extinguished cigarette butt aside with a dismissive flick and let out a cold laugh. I've taken society's beatings. Way more than you lot. Shen Yifeng clenched his jaw, the pain from the burn still lingering. Tough talk. I was just like that when I was young. Yellow Hair sauntered over, yanking Shen Yifeng into a corner of the restroom. You stay right here. Once the activity outside wraps up, you're free to go. Simple as that. Shen Yifeng glanced toward the window at the back. You think you can climb out the window? There's iron bars outside. How do you plan to get out? Zhao Bo raised his hand, pointing at the blonde punk. Keep a close eye on him. If any of you let him escape, remember what I said earlier today. Don't worry, brother Zhao. If he escapes today, I'll eat all the in this bathroom. The blonde-haired guy fawned over Zhao Bo as he escorted him out, returning to the bathroom shortly after. Several people tried to enter to relieve themselves, but were all turned away by the guards blocking the doorway. Outside, the welcome event was about to begin, but Shen Yifeng was nowhere to be seen. Tang Wei looked anxious, a vague unease settling in her heart. Could something have happened to Yifeng? This is school. What could possibly happen? He probably just went to the bathroom. Let's wait a bit longer, Zhou Mingting reassured her. What Sister Wei should be worried about is Zhao Bo. During rehearsals the other day, he kept stirring trouble, clearly not wanting Sister Wei to share the stage with the freshman, Wang Huan remarked. He couldn't have kidnapped the freshman, could he? Sure, he's a rich kid, but he's not in the mafia. Most of his friends are law students, they all study the law. Kidnapping and false imprisonment carry serious charges. Nobody's that stupid. Zhou Mingting still believed Shen Yifeng had just gone to the bathroom and would return soon. If Shen Yifeng could hear their conversation, he'd definitely say. Cough, he wouldn't be coming back anytime soon. The windows were sealed shut, and the only exit was guarded by 7 people. If only I could get some kind of system after reincarnating, I might actually pull off that whole play dumb to catch the tiger routine and take care of these old farts in no time. Ha! Not a chance. Besides a bundle of wisdom and information advantage, I'm on my own. These idiots didn't even confiscate my phone. This situation might look like an escape room puzzle, but it's really a test of teamwork with my roommate. Shen Yifeng reached into his pocket, unlocking the screen by muscle memory before tapping the dialer button in the lower left corner. On his Redmi phone, the status bar occupied the top of the screen. About 1.5 centimeters below were the words call, followed by search contacts, and then the most recently dialed contacts. The first contact was Wei-jie, the second was Old Huang. Based on this estimation, Old Huang's number should be located about 4 centimeters down from the top of the phone. The width of a thumbnail is about 1 centimeter, and the length is about 1.5 centimeters. While thumbnail lengths vary slightly between individuals, their widths are generally comparable. Shen Yifeng reached into his back pocket and used his thumb to gauge the width. Seeing Shen Yifeng's gesture, Huang Mao snarled with a twisted expression, "What the hell are you doing? Can't I scratch my ass? You want to scratch it for me?" Shen Yifeng retorted irritably. "Damn it, keep acting cocky and I'll really punch someone." Shen Yifeng ignored him. After dialing the number, he felt the vibration stop, signaling the call had connected. "Brother Feng, I've got it covered here. After your show wraps up, that video will be released." Huang Ke paused for a second after speaking, but heard no response. "Hello? Brother Feng? Why aren't you saying anything?" Shen Yifeng narrowed his eyes. Truthfully, his acting skills were terrible otherwise, Tang Wei wouldn't catch him lying every single time. After deciding how to proceed, he pointed at the guy with yellow hair and said, "Zhou Xianyu, I'm talking to you." The guy with the yellow hair was baffled by the sudden attention and even turned his head to look back. There was no one else around. "What the hell? Who are you talking to? Aren't you Zhou Xianyu?" Huang Ke on the other end of the line was equally baffled. "Brother Feng, you must have the wrong number. This is Huang Ke." But immediately, he sensed something was off. These days, phones aren't landlines anymore, they all have names saved. It's rare to dial the wrong number. Plus, he'd been talking to Shen Yifeng the whole time, but the other party seemed unable to hear him. Instead of answering directly, he kept saying illogical things out of the blue. It was as if he'd been kidnapped. Shen Yifeng's performance continued. "Don't think locking me in the second-floor bathroom of the gym will keep me here. You better believe I'll be out of here in no time. You're dreaming. With all of us here, you think you can just walk out? The blonde-haired guy stepped forward, yanking Shen Yifeng by the collar. This is your final warning. Stay quiet, and everything will be fine. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Huangko heard this and immediately confirmed his suspicion. Brother Feng called me and mentioned old Zhou. He also said he's in the second-floor bathroom of the gymnasium. Was he telling me to tell old Zhou to bring people to the second floor of the gym and get him out? But why tell old Zhou? Huangke scratched his head, then suddenly remembered something. Zhou Xianyu had mentioned his cousin was the captain of the school basketball team. Looks like there are a lot of people over there. Just grabbing a few random guys won't solve it. We'll have to go ask Blackie the jock. Huangke turned to look at Qin Shiyu and Zhou Xianyu, who were preparing to head out to the playground. Old Zhou, trouble's brewing. Chapter 41, No Way to Repay. What happened? Zhou Xianyu stopped in his tracks. Brother Feng seems to have been kidnapped, Huangke said with deadpan seriousness. Put. Qin Shiyu had just taken a sip of his sports drink and spit it out. Damn it. He was rehearsing over at the field. How could he get kidnapped? It's a bit complicated. I suspect it's that guy Finga and I have been investigating these past few days. His name is Zhao Bo, I think. He's into Finga's childhood sweetheart, so he's been threatening Finga. Huangko paused before continuing. Then Finga just called me out of the blue, saying he needs to find Zhou Xianyu. He also said don't think locking me in the second floor bathroom of the gym means I can't get out. Knowing Fingzi, even though we've only known each other a month, his mind's still sharp. He wouldn't say such nonsense. Qin Shiyu fumbled for a cigarette in his pocket as he spoke. But why bring up old Zhou? My guess is, since old Zhou mentioned yesterday that his cousin is the basketball team captain. Athletes are tough guys. Brother Feng probably wants him to bring some reinforcements. Zhou Xianyu quickly pulled out his phone. My cousin and his crew are playing basketball right now at the gym next to the field. I'll tell them to come over immediately. Then let's go too. We're heading to the field anyway. Qin Shiyu took a drag on his cigarette, pulled duct tape from a drawer, and grabbed an unimportant book from the shelf. What's up, Qin? Huang Ku asked. Roll up the book tight as you can, then wrap it with duct tape. Hit someone with it and it'll feel like a baton. Back in middle school, that's how we fought. Huang Ku grinned. So street, I'll make one too. The welcome event had already begun. After the host finished their speech, the performances started one after another. Every freshman had a chance to vote, and the final rankings determined the performer's campus activity credits. So every senior who took the stage pulled out all the stops to win votes. Did you make the call? I did, but no one answered. Only 3 acts left before you guys go on. What's up with this guy? Bailing at the last minute? Zhou Mingting was impatient and seriously considered calling her ex-boyfriend over for a beating. Perhaps sensing the tension, Wu Qinsong didn't dare approach them even though they were just a few steps away. It's definitely Zhao Bo. Tang Wei was furious. I'm going to find him right now. No need to look for him. He's here. Shen Yifeng crossed her arms, watching Zhao Bo approach with a cheerful smile, her expression unwelcoming. Tang Wei turned and spotted Zhao Bo, storming over to confront him. Where did you take him? Who? Zhao Bo feigned confusion. Stop pretending. You know exactly who I'm talking about. Oh, you mean that guy? I have no idea. Didn't he go up on stage with you? You should be asking him where he went, not me. Zhao Bo put on an innocent expression, which only infuriated Tang Wei further. She nearly lost her composure. You're so immature, Zhao Bo. Dating is about mutual attraction. How can you expect someone who doesn't like you to suddenly like you just because you keep pushing? I don't know. I've never met anyone who didn't like me. The one standing right in front of you. That's just for now, Zhao Bo grinned cheekily. You don't know me yet. Once you get to know me better, you'll see I'm a funny guy with a great sense of humor. Plus, my family's pretty well off. Shen Yifeng was utterly speechless at this remark. Running some crappy factory? How rich is that? Zhao Bo's mouth twisted into a smirk when he recognized Shen Yifeng, forcing him to swallow the words stuck in his throat. The whole class knew that Shen Yifeng's family wealth ranked among the top in the entire school. She was one of the few people in the class he couldn't easily provoke. Anyway, I have no idea where that guy is. You've got 2 more performances before it's your turn on stage. Zhao Bo fixed his gaze on Tang Wei and said in a low voice, if no one's there to accompany you then, I'm willing to go up with you. Put. Disgusting. Who needs you? Zhao Bo's mouth twitched, and the pent-up frustration inside him boiled over. Hope you're still this tough when it's your turn to go on stage. With that, Zhao Bo smoothed his suit and walked off to smoke. Look at him, he's already changed into a suit. He must have known his junior wouldn't make it on stage, so he prepared ahead of time. Zhou Mingting fumed. Now I'm convinced he must have hidden our junior away. No wonder no one answered his phone, it was probably confiscated. It wasn't confiscated, Shen Yifeng had turned off the ringer. He knew Tang Wei would definitely call him. If the blonde punk heard it, he'd come confiscate it for sure. Since he couldn't answer anyway if yellow hair broke the phone. He didn't have much of this month's allowance left anyway. If he couldn't afford a new phone, he'd have to live like a caveman. Unbearable. Outside the door, the blonde-haired kid and his friends were still playing games. IMMT, Defend the Radish, Run Daily. These games were incredibly popular back in 2013. You'd see people playing them everywhere you went. I wonder if old Huang understood. If he didn't, he'd have to fight his way out. Shen Yifeng glanced into the toilet pit, a wicked thought flashing through his mind. How disgusting. As a reincarnated individual, resorting to a fight to escape? If word got out, how could I ever hold my head up again? Next up is Group 7's runway show. As the host announced, the crowd of freshmen erupted into a frenzy. The voices were mostly male, filled with genuine excitement. Our next performance was up. If we didn't figure something out soon, we'd run out of time. Shen Yifeng glanced into the pit once more. He wondered if he could make it downstairs to wash his hands in time. Just as this absurd thought surfaced again in his mind, the faint sound of basketballs bounced outside the corridor. Immediately after, several towering figures over 6 feet tall poked their heads in. You can pee upstairs or downstairs, but this area is temporarily off limits, the guy with yellow hair said, eyes glued to his phone. He knew someone was trying to enter but didn't bother to look up. Brother Feng, are you in there? Huang Ke's voice called out. Here. I'm here. At that moment, Shen Yifeng looked at Huang Ke and felt he was a completely different person. His hair was no longer messy and greasy, but sleek and clean. His face was no longer round and chubby, but sharply defined. His stature wasn't 5 feet 6 inches anymore, but 6 feet 2 inches. Old Huang, in this moment, you are Daniel Wu in my eyes. Shen Yifeng knew he could leave now, so he headed for the door. The blonde-haired guy looked up and immediately snapped, what are you doing? Looking for trouble? You. Shen Yifeng, boiling with rage, kicked the blonde-haired thug square in the gut. The others were about to put down their phones and join in, but the black-skinned athletes outside, who hadn't understood what was happening, saw the fight break out. Their pent-up energy finally found an outlet. They used the punks' heads like basketballs, dunking them with ease. Shen Yifeng pushed through the chaos and saw his 3 roommates looking concerned. I owe you big time, but we'll talk later, my show's about to start. Damn it, the runway show, I'm gonna miss it. Feng, wait for us. Long legs. Someone yell at them to slow down. Chapter 42, arriving just in time. As the runway show neared its end with Shen Yifeng still nowhere in sight, Tang Wei's anxiety grew. It wasn't about the show itself, but her worry over Shen Yifeng's situation. Zhao Bo might be a rich kid, but he studied law and knew his limits. He wouldn't escalate things. Most likely, he'd hidden Feng somewhere. But Yifeng's temperament wasn't easily subdued. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to snatch a car in front of so many people last time. Young people are fiery. If pushed too far, he might actually resort to violence. Tang Wei regretted not joining Zhou Mengting and the others to search earlier. Zhou Mengting had told her Shen Yifeng might return soon, and if she wandered off, he'd have to search everywhere for her. The next segment was about to begin. Models from the runway show were already returning backstage. The host, raring to go, was poised to announce the next act when Zhou Mengting, Wang Yihuan, and the others came running back, panting heavily. How did it go? Tang Wei asked anxiously. We didn't find him. I already had Wu Qinsong mobilize the music club members to search, but he's still nowhere to be found. Zhou Mengting caught her breath, sweat soaking through her clothes, the straps of her undershirt faintly visible beneath. Same here. I called a few friends to help search. We checked the teaching building, grass lake, and the swimming pool area, but nothing. Tang Wei turned and spotted Zhao Bo standing nearby, looking perfectly nonchalant. Her face flushed with anger as she strode purposefully toward him. Hoof couldn't resist coming to find me after all. It's almost time to go on stage, and that guy still hasn't shown up. Bet he's freaking out now. Zhao Bo's lips curved into a faint smile. Just as he was about to tell Tang Wei they'd go on stage together, he was met with a sharp demand. Hand over the person. While things haven't escalated yet, I won't hold this against you. Hearing this, the smile faded from Zhao Bo's face. I'll say it again, I don't know where he is. Probably scared to go on stage, hiding somewhere. Fine. When he shows up and tells everything, we'll see how the school deals with you. We're all studying law here. I'm sure you're well aware that what you're doing is illegal. Tang Wei blinked indifferently, her lips curving slightly as she gave him a cold glance. Her dark, deep eyes flashed with a defiant, rebellious glint. You're studying law too. Defamation is illegal, and I'm sure you know that. Besides, I'll prove my innocence, but right now, it's your turn to take the stage. To be honest, these past few days I've been secretly practicing that stage performance of yours. What's it called? Confession balloons? Once I perform with you, you'll see I'm serious about this. At least 10,000 times more than that guy who bailed on you at the last minute. Poof. Tang Wei let out a laugh. Her smile carried a hint of mockery. I don't know where you picked up your narcissism, but in my eyes, Feng is 10,000 times better than you. The show hasn't even started yet, he'll definitely make it back. Zhao Bo scoffed dismissively. If he can make it back, I'll eat, okay? Wei, it's almost our turn to go on stage. A voice called out from nearby. Holy? Zhao Bo scratched his ear. What was that familiar yet terrifying voice? This voice shouldn't be here. Was I hearing things? Tang Wei was equally stunned. The moment she turned and confirmed it was Shen Yifeng, her legs carried her toward him involuntarily. The faint moonlight bathed the campus, as if draped in a veil. A gentle breeze carried a hint of coolness and the scent of early autumn. The girl's light figure glided across the lawn, her long hair flowing in the wind. Her gaze fixed on the boy, her expression a mix of urgency and the joy of someone who'd narrowly escaped danger. As her pace quickened, the boy instinctively spread his arms wide. The next second, two bodies collided in a beautiful embrace, like positive and negative poles drawn together. This time, it was Tang Wei who embraced Shen Yifeng. She felt his soft hair, stirred by the breeze, tickle her chin like tiny claws. His warm breath brushed her ear, like spring winds caressing Lugu Lake or autumn rains soaking Jushegu. The freshman seated in front, whose eyes had been fixed on the tall, leggy senior model strutting the runway, couldn't help but erupt in cheers at the sight of such sweetness. The models on stage mistook the reaction for renewed admiration, striding with even greater confidence. Damn it! Damn it! How could this happen? Is that idiot eating? Zhao Bo trembled with rage, snatching his phone to call Yellow Hair. Upstairs in the restroom, the dark-skinned jocks had just finished their vigilante justice. They'd planned to hand the group over to campus security, but Yellow Hair and his crew had slipped away in the chaos. Just as they reached the vicinity of Fragrant Grass Lake, Yellow Hair received Zhao Bo's call. Can you explain why the hell I saw that guy on the sports field? What the hell are you guys doing? Running charity? You let them get away again. Is he Bruce Lee or something? Can he take on all of you alone? Remember what you said? If anything goes wrong tonight, you'll eat every piece of in the school toilets. Huang Mao whined, Brother Zhao, he broke the rules. He called for backup. You wouldn't believe it, all these guys over 6 feet tall just walked over laughing at us. Holy. I've never seen anyone smile before a fight like they had boundless energy. We barely kept our dignity intact, some guy was literally trying to pull our pants down. Zhao Bo cursed, you all. Bunch of useless pieces of. Go eat. Get the hell out of here. Hanging up the phone, Zhao Bo glared with eyes bulging with rage, his pupils nearly popping out. He still didn't know what was about to happen, his mind still fixated on how to teach Shen Yifeng a lesson. Yifeng, are you okay? I don't look like I'm hurt, do I? To spare Tang Wei's worry, Shen Yifeng deliberately tucked his scalded hand into his pocket, raising the other arm to show he was perfectly fine. Good. After the performance, I'm going straight to the teacher about this. We can't let him run wild anymore. What does he think this school is? That jerk is rotten to the core. This is infuriating. Wei stomping her foot in anger was strangely adorable. Shen Yifeng smiled at her with indulgent affection. You're still laughing? You almost missed the performance. How awkward would it be if I had to go up alone? The music club president can fill in for me. He should know all the parts, Shen Yifeng blurted out. You want to see me holding hands, linking arms, and hugging him? Tang Wei frowned, glaring at him. It felt like a soul-searching interrogation. No, that's out of the question. You learn one flash from Huifei, anyone else trying to put their arm around you would get punched. Shen Yifeng scratched his head. Weird, why didn't I get punched when I put my arm around you? Haven't you hugged me enough since we were kids? Tang Wei crossed her arms, standing sideways with a hint of pride. I'm used to it by now, okay. Zhou Mengting, Wang Yihuan, and Chen Yishu watched this harmonious scene. They all breathed a collective sigh of relief. Thank goodness our junior made it back in time. It's hard to imagine if he hadn't made it back on time, Zhao Bo shamelessly forcing his way on stage to share the spotlight with Wei. Sis Wei would have gone nuts. Forget her going crazy, I'd be losing my mind. Zhou Mengting suddenly remembered. We need to remind them it's time to go on stage. Hey! Stop showing off, you two. Hurry up and get backstage. Chapter 43, sweet enough to make your teeth hurt. Oh. Right. We're about to go on stage. Tang Wei snapped back to her senses in an instant. Even though just now, when she wanted to see that person the most, he appeared like a ray of light, dispelling the gloom. That feeling would only grow deeper, like a memory etched into her very bones. But reality was that they were about to go on stage. A foam, don't be nervous. Just perform normally like we did during rehearsals. You'll be fine, go for it. Seeing Tang Wei go from worrying about him one moment to suddenly radiating positive energy the next. Her gaze was so resolute it looked like she was pledging to join the party, making Shen Yifeng chuckle despite himself. Don't worry. This is our first stage. I'm not going to mess it up. As if we'll ever share a stage again, Tang Wei muttered, tugging at Shen Yifeng's shirt to hurry him along. Who knows? Maybe we will get another chance. Shen Yifeng looked down at Tang Wei's small hand tugging at his shirt. What was with this inexplicable feeling of cuteness? Oh no, I'm hopeless. Whatever Wei does, I find utterly adorable. It must be love syndrome. And it's definitely in the late stages. The moment they reached the backstage area, Wu Qinsong and the other members of the music association finished setting up the stage and came down. "Go get him! Blow the place away," spiked hair Mayu Wei cheered them on. "Thanks," Shen Yifeng nodded in response. The music association had truly been a huge help this time, otherwise, the show would have been impossible to pull off. Below the stage, freshmen waved glow sticks, creating a kaleidoscope of light from above, picturesque and poetic. Stars twinkled faintly in the sky, their glow mirrored by the lights below. It was like a sketch waiting for its final touches. At that moment, Tang Wei sat on a stool, 2 cups of coffee resting on the small round table before her. Her white socks and leather shoes peeking out from under her white dress were simple yet formed an essential part of the campus style. Her hair was pulled into a high ponytail, revealing a fair forehead. Her eyes were large and bright, her lips a soft pink, radiating a youthful energy so vibrant it seemed ready to overflow. Not far away, Shen Yifeng sat holding his guitar. A loose white shirt hung over his shoulders, the line of his shoulders taut against the light, hinting at his broad shoulders and narrow waist. His black jeans were rolled up at the ankles, revealing a glimpse of socks that balanced the overall look. Even before the program began, they had already captured the attention of the freshmen below the stage. Handsome men and beautiful women were a sight to behold wherever they went. Men could charm women, and women could charm men. The same goes for the women. In an instant, many pulled out their phones. Some recorded videos, others snapped photos. Seeing this scene, Chuyan felt a pang of unease. But the damage was done. She could only suppress her frustration, angrily looking down at her phone, unwilling to watch any further. Next up is an original musical performance titled Confession Balloon, brought to you by Tang Wei from the second-year law program and Shen Yifeng from the first-year computer science program. As the host stepped down after the introduction, the piano prelude abruptly began. Shen Yifeng strummed his guitar. Tang Wei picked up the coffee from the table in front of her and took an elegant sip. Some say that before 2 people in love discover each other, there exists an attraction. Invisible, intangible, and scientifically inexplicable. But it exists. As the prelude continued, Shen Yifeng glanced at Tang Wei surreptitiously while holding his guitar. Tang Wei seemed aware of his gaze. She lowered her head to sip her coffee, but the way she turned her head and smiled betrayed her feelings. Below the stage, these freshmen, newly freed from the monotony of high school, had never witnessed such a spectacle. One by one, they were hooked like fish, their mouths agape, screaming in excitement. As Tang Wei set down her coffee cup, Shen Yifeng lowered his guitar and picked up the microphone. On the banks of the Seine, the coffee of the left bank. Shen Yifeng looked at Tang Wei. "A cup in my hand, savoring your beauty." Tang Wei propped her chin on her hand, turning her head slightly to meet Shen Yifeng's gaze. "Lips that leave a mark, oh woo." Both blush and lower their heads, smiling involuntarily. "Florist's roses, whose name was misspelled." Tang Wei picked up the microphone and slowly stood up. Confession balloons, blown by the wind to the other side of the street. She picks up another coffee cup from the table and walks toward Shen Yifeng. Smiles fly through the sky. Shen Yifeng strums his guitar, deeply immersed and absorbed. "You said you're a bit hard to chase. Wanting me to give up when faced with difficulty." Just then, an evening breeze swept by, ruffling Tang Wei's hair and skirt. She approached Shen Yifeng, bent down to set her coffee, and as she rose, gently flicked her hair aside, revealing her flawless profile. Shen Yifeng stared at Tang Wei's face. To him, this wasn't a stage play, it was a true-to-life moment. Watching her retreating figure, he suddenly remembered the love letter he'd written but forgotten to deliver. He instinctively rubbed the back of his head, his face etched with frustration. As the two moved apart, the plot unfolded. "Darling." Shen Yifeng took Tang Wei's hand. "Fell in love with you, from that day on." Both simultaneously made heart-shaped hand gestures. The crowd below erupted in even louder cheers and screams. "I thought this was the sweetest moment." But as Shen Yifeng sang "sweetness comes so easily," his fingers slowly slipped through Tang Wei's, wrapping her hand tightly in his before pulling it forcefully toward him. His other arm slid around her waist. Perhaps overcome by emotion, he gripped her a little too tightly. Their noses were almost touching, each feeling the other's hot breath. Her heart raced. Shen Yifeng gazed into Tang Wei's eyes and was surprised to find no trace of fear in her gaze this time. "Ah. I can't take it, this is too sweet. This song is so good. And it's original too. Are they a real couple or just working together? Their eyes are practically melting, just colleagues doesn't seem right. Wah, I want a sweet romance too." Since only freshmen were allowed in the central area, Tang Wei's 3 roommates could only stand by and watch. Coincidentally, Shen Yifeng's 3 roommates had also missed the timing and could only stand by watching. The 2 groups of 6 stood just a few meters apart. But their expressions were identical. Tender mothers and fathers. Yet each harbored their own private thoughts. "Zhou Mengting, my matchmaking paid off. They're just perfect for each other. Wang Yihuan, so sweet. Shen Yizhu, long live the honey couple. Wang Ku, hey. The real show starts after the program ends. Xin Shiyu, Fengzi shows promise. Zhou Xianyu, holy crap, I want to fall in love too." Offstage, Zhao Bo's face had turned as dark as liver. It's over." Totally over. That bastard. Stealing my girl. I can't stand it for a second longer. You won't be able to hang around this school anymore. Not even Jesus can save you now, you've got my word on it. Chapter 44, Retribution isn't delayed, it's timed. The stage play continued on stage. Shen Yifeng and Tang Wei sat together on a bench drinking coffee at times, and embraced each other while strumming a guitar at others. Their fingertips touched not the guitar strings, but each other's heartstrings. Shen Yifeng had entered a state of complete self-forgetfulness, oblivious to the audience below and unaware that he was on stage. His laughter, too, came from the heart. So the freshman watching the stage play felt an inexplicable sense of authenticity. There was no trace of performance. Indeed, not a trace of performance remained. Darling, I fell in love with you from that day on. Sweetly, so easily. The two walked from the left side of the stage to the right. Tang Wei sat down on the bench while Shen Yifeng slowly approached holding a bunch of balloons. Darling, don't be stubborn, your eyes. I'm saying I do. Seeing Shen Yifeng approach, Tang Wei slowly stood up. Face to face, they gazed at each other and smiled. Simultaneously, they raised their microphones and sang in unison. Darling, falling for you, love diary. Fragrant memories drifting by. A whole bottle of dreams, all filled with you. All mixed together. Shen Yifeng held the balloon behind his back, watching the girl's face as she faced the night breeze. Her eyes crinkled with a smile, her dark eyes and red lips radiating a spiritually pure aura, along with an unconscious cuteness. Darling, don't be so stubborn. Your eyes. After singing this line, Shen Yifeng walked toward Tang Wei with the balloons in hand. Just like at a wedding, where a groom walks toward his beloved bride, taking her hand from her father's grasp. Saying I do. The last syllable faded. Shen Yifeng offered the balloon to Tang Wei, but she failed to catch it. The balloon silently rose into the air, light and free. Scattering, it dotted the entire stage like a dream. The freshmen gasped in surprise, initially thinking it was a stage mishap. Only when they saw the couple on stage looking up at the sky did they realize it was part of the stage design. Releasing love into the sky, letting the heavens bear witness. Unfulfilled, yet still romantic. Remember when we were kids? Shen Yifeng lowered the microphone and whispered softly into Tang Wei's ear. When we sold balloons? Tang Wei smiled. Of course I remember. We released the last 2 unsold ones. Yeah, I felt kinda bad about it then. But you said not to waste them, to make a wish quickly. Shen Yifeng suddenly remembered, let's make a wish again. Now! Tang Wei exclaimed in surprise. The next second, she saw Shen Yifeng clasping his hands together, just like they did as children. Tang Wei quickly joined her hands too, and together they made a wish upon the floating balloons. Shen Yifeng, I hope I can stay with Wei-jie forever. Tang Wei, I hope home stays safe and sound forever. As the final note briefly echoed across the playground, it vanished like smoke. The entire stage performance concluded. Yet the cheers from the audience lingered on and on. Together! 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 Someone started the chant, and soon more and more voices joined in unison. Tang Wei's ears flushed crimson as she nudged Shen Yifeng softly. Let's get off the stage quickly. But she saw him still waving at the crowd below, as if accepting their blessings. Ugh, you little brat. Why is he so excited? Just then, Tang Wei suddenly noticed a distinct burn mark on the back of Shen Yifeng's raised hand. She was absolutely certain his hand hadn't been injured during the daytime rehearsal. Could it be Xiao Bo and the others? Why didn't Feng tell me? Before Tang Wei's heart could stir with ripples like pebbles dropped into a pond, Shen Yifeng finished interacting with the audience below the stage. Smiling, he walked over, slipped his arm through hers, and together they descended the stage. The main event was about to begin. Shen Yifeng had no intention of missing such a spectacular moment. What happened to the back of your hand? Tang Wei couldn't help but ask. Shen Yifeng hadn't registered the question yet. He raised his hand to look, suddenly remembering. He quickly shoved his hand into his pocket and explained, my roommate accidentally burned me while smoking. You promised you wouldn't lie to me, Tang Wei declared, wrapping her arms around Shen Yifeng's neck. You little rascal, you don't keep your word. Shen Yifeng's face collided head-on with Tang Wei's chest. Perhaps the padding was too thick, but Wei-jie didn't feel a thing. Otherwise, how could she have failed to notice such an intimate gesture? Shen Yifeng turned his head away, otherwise his face would be buried in her chest, making it impossible to speak. Fine, fine. I'll tell you the truth. Xiao Bo had someone drag me into the second-floor bathroom and wouldn't let me leave. He burned me with a cigarette but it's nothing serious. Hearing this, Tang Wei immediately flew into a rage. That despicable Xiao Bo. I'll report him to the teacher. He's completely out of control. If his father can't rein him in, the law will. It's fine. Today's his last day of good fortune. He'll soon be cut off from his rich kid privileges. Shen Yifeng's tone was cold and resolute. A maturity and composure uncharacteristic of his age shone through him. Tang Wei dismissed it as a joke. After all, for a wealthy family to suddenly become poor, it would take a major catastrophe, something utterly impossible. What are you two doing? Zhou Mingting arrived backstage after the performance ended. From her perspective, Tang Wei had her arms wrapped around Shen Yifeng's neck, while Shen Yifeng's face was almost completely buried in Tang Wei's chest. Wei, are you rewarding him already? No way. I want some too. I want big boobs too. Zhou Mengting hurried over. With that determined stride, she was genuinely trying to burrow into Tang Wei's embrace. Startled, Tang Wei quickly let go, finally freeing Shen Yifeng. He took 2 deep breaths, then pulled Tang Wei toward the playground. What happened? I'll take you to see the news. The news? Zhou Mengting stood with her hands on her hips, her chest heaving with anger. Fine. You two are ignoring me. Wait till we get back to the dorm, then I'll settle the score with you, Wei. With that, she followed after them. On stage, the host was announcing the next act. Suddenly, the large screen behind them switched. Footage clearly shot from a hidden camera's first-person perspective appeared. Zhao Bo remained unaware. He had just met up with the blonde-haired thug and his crew. After a round of traditional Chinese curses, he snarled viciously. You useless bastards. Go get Chinga here. I'm gonna teach that kid a lesson. Otherwise, I'll never get over this. Hey, brother Zhao, isn't that your factory up there? What factory? I told you to call Cheng. Zhao Bo followed Huang Mao's pointing hand and saw the words Shancheng Yijue Food Company, Limited displayed on the stage's large screen. Wow, brother Zhao, is today's event sponsored by you guys? Sponsor my ass. This Thai event doesn't need any sponsorship. Zhao Bo grew increasingly uneasy. Especially when the camera panned to the filthy, chaotic production environment of the pickled vegetable workshop. He instantly realized this was an undercover reporter filming secretly. He knew his factory inside out. He'd even been inside this pickled vegetable workshop as a kid, sometimes relieving himself in the pickle storage pits when he couldn't hold it in. They wouldn't even eat the stuff they produced themselves. As the video continued playing and the words Mountain City Television appeared on screen, Zhao Bo's lips grew dry, his heart sank, and his legs went weak. He collapsed onto the floor. He knew exactly what these revelations meant. It's all over. Chapter 45, Human sorrows and joys are not shared. What's going on? Why are we watching the news? No idea. Maybe the computer got a virus? I'll run a scan with 360 antivirus. Forget it. The next act is waiting. Shut off the news and get the music playing. The stage crew rushed to shut off the news playing on the big screen. The freshmen below the stage paid little attention, unaware of what the news signified. At first, no one paid it any mind until it became something that affected everyone. Of course, it was just a joke. Only a handful of people understood what was happening. As the person involved, Zhao Bo was already slumped on the floor, calling his dad. As the one who pulled it off, Wang Ku felt a surge of pride. He wanted to shout to everyone, "Hey! I did this!" As for Shen Yifeng, the mastermind behind it all, his face betrayed not a single flicker of emotion. This maturity, unusual for his age, stemmed from a decade of grinding it out as a corporate drone. He had thought his past life had been wasted, but unexpectedly, the temperament forged through that experience allowed him to handle any problem with unflappable composure. Is this the factory owned by Zhao Bo's family? Tang Wei turned and caught Shen Yifeng watching her. Worried he might misunderstand, she quickly explained. Zhao Bo's sycophants in class always talk about the Mountain City Food Factory. That's how I know about it. I didn't go asking around. Was Wei flustered? I actually made Wei flustered. Shen Yifeng's mind was already filled with the image of a crooked-mouthed war god. His mouth stretched into a wide grin. Probably. Otherwise, that guy wouldn't have overreacted like that. What kind of reaction? Here, see for yourself. Shen Yifeng gestured behind him. Tang Wei turned her head to look. Zhao Bo was roaring like a madman, clearly triggered by something. What's wrong with him? He went nuts after failing to become a rich kid. Now that life's gradually improving, people VE shifted from chasing basic sustenance to pursuing health. Food safety has always been a red line, especially when the offense is this egregious. Shen Yifeng gave a cold laugh. In any case, Shansity's Yijue food factory is finished. While Zhao Bo isn't directly involved, his family will face numerous lawsuits over this incident. They'll likely be bankrupted by the damages. Tang Wei felt no pity for Zhao Bo. Rich kids like him would only bully others once they entered society. Yifeng, did you arrange for that news to be on the big screen? Just as Shen Yifeng was about to deny it, he noticed the mischievous glint in Tang Wei's eyes, clearly not a rebuke for his mischief. He readily admitted it. Of course I did it. It was a piece of cake. But no sooner had he spoken than Tang Wei's expression changed. She kicked him angrily. Though she didn't kick very hard. You good for nothing little brother. What if the school finds out? Getting called in for a talk would be one thing, but what if they give you disciplinary action? Are you kidding? My skills are so good the school would never catch me. Tang Wei suddenly stopped her outburst and gave a faint smile. Did you film that undercover video too? That smile carried a hint of hidden malice. Not exactly, but I did collect the evidence on those banned food additives, and I also got the videos of the filthy conditions in the workshop. You've been on campus these past few days, practically glued to me every day. The only time we didn't meet was at that dorm party. Where did you even get all this stuff? As Tang Wei spoke, a realization dawned on her. Wasn't that day when you said you were meeting your roommates actually when you snuck off to the factory to gather evidence? Shen Yifeng pursed his lips, glancing nervously to the side. Damn it! 1, 2. Shen Yifeng was already drenched in sweat by the time he heard damn it. Hearing the countdown made him even more nervous. The fear of numbers that dominates Sichuan and Chongqing men from childhood. It was etched into their DNA. Alright, I did go to the factory that day. But it wasn't that dangerous. I just used a clever strategy and got the job done. Hackers work with their brains. I've always despised those mindless brute force types. As Shen Yifeng spoke, his hands moved involuntarily. Tang Wei suddenly noticed his burned hand again. Her heart ached as she stepped forward, gently taking his hand. Her slender fingers traced the scorched skin. Does it hurt? It must hurt a lot. Shen Yifeng grinned through clenched teeth. It's fine. They're worse off than me. Got beaten up pretty badly by the school basketball team. Remember that blonde guy we ran into at Kiansaman Bridge? That idiot really has no brain. I fooled him several times. Shen Yifeng chattered on, trying to ease Tang Wei's worries. Stupid little brother, like I couldn't tell. Ever since we were kids, I've been secretly watching you. I know exactly what's on your mind. Tang Wei pursed her lips, her eyes crinkling into a smile. Seeing Wei laugh at his teasing, Shen Yifeng silently gave himself a mental pat on the back. How clever I am. Only those with high emotional intelligence can effortlessly shift topics and make girls smile. TSK, my emotional intelligence is just going to waste. Wei didn't notice a thing. Shen Yifeng grinned back. Aren't those idiots hilarious? None of them would take my phone. Yeah, they were pretty funny, Tang Wei nodded, playing along with Shen Yifeng's act. The show's over. Let's grab something to eat. I'm starving. I'm going to pig out today. Shen Yifeng clutched his stomach, just as it growled loudly, making them both burst into laughter. Sounds good. I'm hungry too. Let's invite Mingting and the others, plus the Music Association folks. They helped us out a lot this time. Good idea. I was planning to treat them this weekend, but why wait? Let's do it tonight. The rankings should be out by then. Shen Yifeng pulled out his phone. He had created a small group chat during rehearsals. Zhou Mingting, Wang Yihuan, Chen Yizhu, plus Wu Qinsong and Mai Wei from the Music Association were all in it. Shen Yifeng, seniors. Dinner time. Sichuan restaurant and cafeteria too. My treat. Tang Wei, I'll split the bill with phone. Dinner's on us. Splitting again? Let me cover it, Shen Yifeng said to Tang Wei after putting away his phone. It's still a while until next month's allowance. You've been spending a lot lately. Let's split it, or I'll treat. Sometimes when you talk to girls from the mountain city, their tone sounds perfectly ordinary. But behind that tone lies an authority that brooks no refusal. Otherwise, the next moment might bring I'll be damned if I don't. Fine, whatever you say. Of course you have to listen to me. Zhou Mingting, then I'll eat extra. Wang Yihuan, yay, I get to eat. Chen Yizhu, I'm eating 8 bowls of rice. Wu Qinsong, I'll treat. I'm so happy today seeing my music shine on stage. Zhou Mingting, fine, you're buying. Shen Yifeng saw the messages and couldn't help but chuckle. Senior Zhou and the music club president really do have a love-hate relationship. Correction, no love, just rivalry. Zhou Mingting strode over with her long legs, followed by Wang Yihuan and Chen Yizhu. Once the composers from the Music Association and Shen Yifeng's roommates had all gathered, the group chatted and laughed their way toward the second cafeteria. Only Xiao Bo remained on the sports field, still going crazy. Indeed, human joys and sorrows never truly intersect. Chapter 46, Life is long, and the future holds many days. Cheers. Thanks for all your hard work this week. Without your help, there wouldn't have been this stage 4 confession balloon. Shen Yifeng stood up, raising a bottle of ice-cold Coke, expressing his heartfelt gratitude to everyone who had lent a hand these past few days. The others raised their own bottles and cans in turn. A few beer drinkers hoisted their cans high. Gulp, gulp. A few gulps of ice-cold cola sent an instant wave of comfort washing over his entire body. Hot weather plus ice-cold Coke. Who could understand the true value of this combination? Truly the joy of sugary soda. As Shen Yifeng sat down, everyone's eyes immediately turned to him and Tang Wei. You guys are staring like we're animals in a zoo, Tang Wei mumbled with her mouth full as she took a bite of mapo tofu. It's just that your chemistry on stage was so perfect, like a real stage play. Too bad you two aren't from the arts college, but honestly, your performance tonight was way more impressive than anything they put on. Zhou Mingting set down her chopsticks, then suddenly remembered something and continued. Oh, and that news clip on the big screen earlier? Looks like it was about Xiao Bo's family. With such a major food safety scandal, I bet they're screwed. He deserves it. Tang Wei was still holding a grudge over Shen Yifeng's scalding incident. And the one responsible for it all was Xiao Bo. I wonder who did it. Wang Yihuan paused before adding, the organizers for this event were hired from outside the school. They wouldn't do something like this, right? Shen Yifeng nodded slowly. Someone must have tampered with the computer controlling the big screen. If it was someone from our school, it's most likely someone from the computer science department. The computer science department has such specialized tracks. Most programmers wouldn't get involved in something like this. I remember our school has this mysterious major they say graduates become hackers. Wang Yihuan tilted her head. Cybersecurity, right? I recall the school announced that a senior from cybersecurity hacked into the academic affairs system and altered final exam scores. He got a warning for it. Cybersecurity major. That name sounds familiar. Shen Yifeng and Wang Yihuan both turned to look at Shen Yifeng. The atmosphere grew awkward. Let's drink. Let's drink. Right. Drink up. Fortunately, Xin Shiyu and Zhou Xianyu reacted quickly, attempting to sweep the topic under the rug with a drinking suggestion. But Zhou Mengting, the big girl, was slow to catch on. Hearing what Shen Yifeng and Wang Yihuan said, she suddenly realized what was going on. Hey, Junior, you did it. You're so awesome. Up in Northeast China, we say if you don't like it, let's settle it. Senior, I admire you. Let's drink to that. Tang Wei could tell Zhou Mengting genuinely liked Shen Yifeng. Not that kind of like. It was the kind of admiration you have for a good buddy. To earn her roommate's approval, Mendifeng was truly a good person. A faint smile touched Tang Wei's lips, but she quickly tucked it away, like stashing candy in her pocket. Amidst laughter and cheerful chatter, the dinner came to an end. Wu Qinsong covered the bill. He acted so swiftly that by the time Shen Yifeng moved to pay, the bill had already been settled. This is so embarrassing. It's fine. As musicians, what we cherish most is creating good work, something money can't buy. So I'm actually grateful to you for providing this opportunity. Wu Qinsong smiled and waved it off. I can't let you treat me for nothing. Send me the melody for your song later, and I'll write the lyrics for you, Shen Yifeng said with a warm smile. Holy crap, really? Wu Qinsong perked up instantly. I told you before our collaboration would be unbeatable. Help me get this song out there. If it blows up after I finish the show, I'll definitely give you credit. Shen Yifeng shrugged. I'm not really into that stuff. At least for now, I've got other things on my plate. His gaze drifted toward Tang Wei, who was heading toward the cafeteria entrance with her roommates. You like her, right? Wu Qinsong smirked. I saw it on day one. Even though I'm a playboy, I've got a keen eye for matters of the heart. You can't hide your feelings for someone, outsiders can see it, but Weiwei's right in the middle of it and doesn't realize. Shen Yifeng sighed softly, unsure when he should confess to Tang Wei. Who knows? Maybe she feels the same way and is waiting for you to make the first move. Wu Qinsong pointed to his own eyes. Like I said, I have a keen eye for these things. I think Tang Wei likes you too. What are you two doing? Let's go. Zhou Mengting stood at the cafeteria entrance, interrupting their conversation. Find the right moment to talk to her properly. Wu Qinsong grinned. Once you're in love, you'll definitely write better lyrics. Go for it, bro. I believe in you. Respect. Spiky-haired Mayu Wei felt like a rapper's spirit had awakened within him. Hearing respect from afar, he thought it was directed at him. He spun around, pumped his fist against his chest, then pointed ahead. Respect. Like hell I'm bowing. Is that a passive skill? Shen Yifeng walked to the door and let his roommates head back first. After the music club members had all dispersed, he accompanied Tang Wei and her roommate back to their dorm. Why don't you go back first? I'm worried about Xiaobo later. As the five walked back to the girls' dormitory, Tang Wei suddenly remembered this point. Now that Xiaobo's down and out, without money, would those underlings still follow him? Impossible. Shen Yifeng kept his hands in his pockets, as if everything was under control. That may be true, but we should still be careful. Tang Wei pulled out her phone. Oh, how much was that meal? We agreed to split it. I'll transfer you the money. I didn't get a chance to pay. Wu Qinsong covered it. Zhou Mengting smiled softly, head bowed. That guy actually showed some sense for once. I agreed to write lyrics for him. Oomph. That jerk. I knew he wasn't being nice for nothing. Zhou Mengting's expression changed in an instant, giving Shen Yifeng a vivid demonstration of how unpredictable women's hearts could be. As they neared the girls' dormitory entrance, all 5 phones rang simultaneously. It was a group message, hence the simultaneous notifications. Looks like the rankings for the welcome activities are out. Wow, really? This fast this year? I'm confident we'll be in the top 3 at least. It just depends on whether the freshmen prefer long legs or sweet romance. Zhou Mengting opened the spreadsheet sent by Wu Qinsong. First place, Confession Balloon, 47% of votes. Second place, Fashion Show, 21% of votes. Third place, Sketch, Just Need Money, 12% of votes. Confession Balloon took first place. Sweet Romance beat out the long legs. This year's freshmen are way more pure-hearted than our class. I remember last year's long legs runway show won by a landslide, right? Holy crap, who took these photos? They're absolutely killer. Shen Yifeng clicked to take a look. These photos were clearly taken with a camera super sharp. Several candid shots were truly masterful. Like the heart-shaped hand gesture, the arm around the waist, and the balloon release. All captured perfectly. You guys gotta check out the campus forum, I'm literally dying laughing. This must be written by someone in journalism. Zhou Mingting burst out laughing. The post included a video of Zhao Bo going wild on the playground. The post's headline read, "The afterglow of the confession balloon stage so sweet it made someone go crazy." Put. Tang Wei couldn't hold back either, covering her mouth to stifle her laughter. Who'd have thought two amateurs like us could actually win first place? I certainly did, Shen Yifeng raised an eyebrow. Guess we've checked one item off our bucket list? You really want to complete them all? That's so hard. When I was little and didn't know any better, I wrote down all these wild, out-of-this-world wishes. Life is long. We've got plenty of time. We'll take it slow. You have a point. There's plenty of time. Tang Wei's ears flushed crimson as her hand dropped, brushing against Shen Yifeng's wrist. The next second, a slender finger hooked around her index finger, pulling her hand tightly into his grasp. Tang Wei flinched slightly, turning her head to glance up. She lowered her eyes again almost immediately, clearly shy and timid, yet her gaze held the vibrant energy of spring reeds. With the night breeze carrying wisps of youth permeating the campus. Chapter 47, Songwriting can be lucrative. I'm heading back to the dorm. You should get some rest too. Okay, you too. Get some rest. You've been working hard these past few days. Hey, it's no trouble at all. Shen Yifeng gently squeezed Tang Wei's hand before letting go. Wei, come on, go back. We see each other every day, can't bear to part already? Zhou Mingting winked mischievously. Well, I'm off then. Bye. It's the weekend tomorrow. Any plans? Shen Yifeng asked. Your wish list says you want to go to Foreigners Street. How about we go tomorrow? But I still need to study. Tang Wei pouted. Her expression was like that of a child who hadn't finished homework yet, but friends had come knocking to go out and play. She wanted to go, but worried about leaving her work undone. The bar exam doesn't start until senior year. No rush. But the CET-6 exam starts in just over a month. CET-6 is a piece of cake for you. It's settled, see you tomorrow. Shen Yifeng didn't give Tang Wei a chance to respond, waving cheerfully before turning and dashing off. Back in the dorm, his three roommates weren't gaming today. Instead, they were huddled around Huang Ke's computer, engrossed in something that elicited occasional bursts of uncontrollable laughter. A bunch of guys huddled around a computer, laughing. All the elements are here. Which teacher's work are you guys watching? Why do you all need to gather around? The senior's work. Those legs are so white. That guy's no good. He looks like he can't handle it. What a waste, these seniors have such great potential. Holy? Which seniors? Shen Yifeng hurried over, murmuring in astonishment. Oh my god, there's even footage from our school in the domestic section? Turns out it was the runway show from the orientation event. What domestic section? Nothing. Shen Yifeng fidgeted nervously, scratching his thigh. We missed the annual legs competition because we went to rescue you today. Even though your stage with the senior was pretty good, I still think legs are better. Huang Ke sighed, burying her face in her hands. Too bad a gorgeous senior with killer legs would never fancy losers like us. Unless you're like old Qin, money can solve a lot of problems, Zhou Xianyu chuckled. I'm not that bad. I'm not exactly loaded, just middle class at best. Besides, I've always said chasing girls takes skill. There are plenty of role models among us who've mastered the art of living off others. Qin Shiyu pointed at his own head, deliberately drawing out his words. Use your brain. Brilliant advice, strategist. Once I've got a bit more cash, I'll come back to you for lessons on chasing girls. Huang Ke finished, then turned back to watch the runway show. A penny can stump a hero. In any era, without money, you can't get anywhere. In a few more years, as short videos exploded in popularity, more and more people would witness the lifestyles of the wealthy, and the sense of disparity in their hearts would grow ever stronger. In such an environment, many people's mindsets would shift, and their pursuit of material possessions and money would grow even more intense. Shen Yifeng found a clean set of clothes and headed to the bathroom, inserting his hot water card. Soon, the steamy heat filled the bathroom. Shen Yifeng stood with his eyes closed, letting the warm water wash over every inch of his skin. His thoughts drifted aimlessly like the steam in the air. The biggest problem facing him now: money. Wei knew my monthly allowance wasn't much, so she insisted on splitting the bill every time we went out. As a man, it was indeed hard to accept. The living offer does feel more and more tempting. But a man should have some backbone. Shen Yifeng shook his head, banishing the fleeting absurd thought. In 2013, opportunities were everywhere. Meituan had just launched, and it was clearly too late to enter the food delivery market. Though Pinduoduo hadn't launched yet, their success wasn't just about business models. Without connections, you couldn't make it in the internet industry. Mobile gaming seemed like a viable path. Though PC games dominated the market now, as someone reborn into this era, Shen Yifeng knew mobile gaming would rule the future. Honor of Kings didn't launch until 2015, and PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds didn't hit PC until 2019. Even the later phenomenon minigame Nyo Le Gunyo created a mythical story, 500,000 yuan in development costs yielding over 100 million yuan in revenue. But even those mini-programs required hundreds of thousands in development costs. And right now, I probably only have a few hundred yuan left in my account. If Wu Qinsong hadn't covered the bill tonight, he'd likely have to call his roommates' brothers this month and mooch meals off them for a week. Making money on campus isn't actually that hard, Shen Yifeng had thought just the other day. First, go door-to-door scanning QR codes to add guys from the dorms to a QQ group. Then source clothes from Alibaba to sell way cheaper than brick-and-mortar stores. If he sold them, he could deliver right to the dorms, no need to leave campus to shop. It saves time and money. They could browse styles through pictures, no need for socially awkward interactions. Perfect for college shopping. Clothes cost just a few dozen yuan each, with zero upfront costs. For example, if someone likes a certain style priced at 50 yuan, they pay upfront and wait a few days for delivery. Then use the collected funds to source inventory from Alibaba, look for suppliers offering single-item wholesale and profit immediately upon resale. Later, gradually expand sales channels by running promotions to recruit college students into your group. Recruit 10 or 20 people and give them a free item. They help sell the clothes and get a commission per item sold. The recruitment area isn't limited to the university campus itself, anywhere near the university town works. You'll get an overwhelming response. Back then, short videos weren't around yet, so most people's thinking was still pretty limited. This is actually a very simple distribution model. It leverages information gaps to generate income. Expands sales channels by hosting events to recruit members into groups. Shen Yifeng himself knows how to code, so he could develop a software program to catalog all the clothing styles and price them accordingly. The income should be decent. While the profit margin per transaction is only around 10 to 20 yuan. But with volume, the monthly income becomes quite substantial. The only drawback is the significant time and effort required. Moreover, in the long run, the distribution model will gradually fade away as information gaps narrow. Once I started distributing, I'd have little time left for Wei-jie. Lately, our relationship had been steadily improving. Just now, when I held her hand, Wei-jie didn't pull away. No way. Last time around, I neglected the best girl by my side because I was too busy with my career. To repeat the same mistakes in this new life? That'd be pure idiocy. Shen Yifeng whistled casually, originally intending to clear his head, but suddenly realized writing songs could probably make money too, right? Digging up the songs from his past life after 2013 wouldn't take much time at all. In a way, it might even inspire those singers to create new work. Who knows? He might even find more inspiration from these songs and write even better ones. For instance, if he wrote Little Apple first, Chopsticks Brothers' Big Pineapple might just go viral next year. The best part about this idea was that it could make money without interfering with dating. Once the initial capital is secured, it's time to make big moves. Chapter 48, The Lyricist Sage. After showering, Shen Yifeng dressed and slipped on his flip-flops. He contacted Wu Qinsong on QQ. They happened to be in the same building, so he quickly arrived at Wu Qinsong's dorm room. Upon reaching the doorway, Shen Yifeng noticed the room was surprisingly clean. As the saying goes, a tidy room with no odors, either a crossdresser or... Could there be an ambush? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Shen Yifeng felt something hard jab him in the butt. Holy! Shen Yifeng instantly bristled, spinning around into a defensive stance. What he saw, however, was a completely unfamiliar face beneath a baseball cap, holding an umbrella. Sorry, didn't notice someone was at the door. Damn it! How could someone that big not see me? Who'd believe that? Shen Yifeng remained in his defensive stance while glancing behind him. If he got caught in a pincer attack, he'd be in trouble. Shen Yifeng? Hearing someone call out, Shen Yifeng turned to see Wu Qinsong pulling up his pants as he emerged from the restroom. Wei emerged from the restroom at the same time. How scandalous. No wonder Senior Joe got dumped, it was all about her sexual orientation. Wu Qinsong noticed Shen Yifeng's awkward expression as he stood frozen at the doorway, hesitating to enter. He seemed to realize something. He quickly explained with a laugh, "Don't get the wrong idea, we're not. He was smoking in there, and I just went in to take a leak." Wei walked to the table, rinsed his mouth with iced tea, swallowed it, and asked, "What stuff? Whose? Hope it's just a misunderstanding." After Shen Yifeng dropped his guard and entered, Wu Qinsong handed him a bottle of water. "You came all this way just to see me? It's not about the lyrics, is it? If you needed me, you could have just said so, no need to make the trip." Wu Qinsong was about to go on a show, and he was desperately short on material. With his creative juices dried up lately, he had pinned his hopes on Shen Yifeng. "I could finish the lyrics in a day. What I really want to ask is, can you make money writing songs?" "Of course you can make money, it's just a matter of how much. Either you self-release songs on music platforms and earn based on streams." Wu Qinsong held up a second finger. Or you can sell the song outright, no need to perform it yourself. Submit it to a platform to sell to other artists. Once it sells, you get paid. But that's a one-time deal, you won't see any future royalties from that song. Shen Yifeng pondered. I'm not great at singing myself. I can manage simpler songs, but I'm still far from professional singers. I'd hate to ruin those good compositions. You want to make money writing songs? Let's collaborate. Wu Qinsong perked up at the idea. If you want major music labels to notice your work, you need finished products to sign a contract, meaning your songs have been performed by others, preferably by popular artists. Once you gain some recognition, approach the music companies. They'll offer 2 collaboration models, buyout or royalty sharing. Buyout means they pay you a lump sum for the lyrics copyright up front, and you won't get any further royalties from operations or distribution. With royalties, you get a guaranteed minimum payment. If sales fall short of expectations, you don't have to return that amount. Any earnings above the threshold continue to be paid to you as royalties based on the agreed percentage. Shen Yifeng clasped his hands respectfully. You're really knowledgeable, senior. You know a lot about this stuff. I had Zhou Mingting look into it when we were dating. Being a law student, she handled it professionally. No wonder Senior Zhou hated him so much he'd used her and then discarded her. But who knows? Their situation might be complicated. As the saying goes, even the most impartial judge struggles with family matters, best not to pry. Shen Yifeng nodded thoughtfully. So the fastest shortcut seemed to be releasing a few finished songs first, submitting the lyrics and music to major record labels. Back in the day, Bong Wenshan wrote 200 sets of lyrics, selected over 100 of them to compile into a portfolio, and sent more than 100 copies to major record labels. Eventually, his talent was recognized by the discerning eye of Wu Zongxian. In short, once this path was paved, he wouldn't have to waste time accumulating initial startup capital. It wouldn't take away too much time from being with Wei-jie, and it would also build up that first pot of gold, laying a solid foundation for future game development. First, let me hear the music you've composed. Now. Alright, hold on a sec, I'll fire up the computer. Wu Qinsong grinned, thinking how wise he'd been to pay for dinner. This melody actually came to me when I graduated high school. Back then, I just parted ways amicably with my first love. After learning more instruments in my freshman year, I finally fleshed out the piece over summer break. Shen Yifeng listened intently through his headphones. It didn't matter before, but now it was about money. Money determined whether he could make games later. Whether I could make the game meant whether I could give Wei-jie a good life. Thinking about it this way, it suddenly felt incredibly important. The overall melody is quite soothing, and this tune sounds somewhat familiar. No way. This song is absolutely my original creation. Wu Qinsong declared. The concept I wanted to express with this song is a man who silently gives in love without expecting anything in return. A gentleman, huh? Shen Yifeng's tone faltered. Gentleman? Wu Qinsong's eyes flashed. Damn, it does have that gentlemanly vibe. We're like Boya and Zhongziki, you actually got my point so fast. Hand me the guitar. I'll tweak a few chords for you. Shen Yifeng couldn't write sheet music, but he could play guitar. Old Ma, hand over the guitar. Wu Qinsong sat down beside Shen Yifeng. Once Shen Yifeng found the right key, he played Lao Shue's Gentleman from memory. Whoa, it's similar to my song, but only about 40-50%. Wu Qinsong set down his music book and pen. I'd say it's more like 20 or 30%. Manhwa leaned against the table, having listened intently the whole time. But honestly, his version feels more like it tells a story. But I thought you were supposed to play the melody based on my composition. Wu Qinsong scratched his head. Damn it, I just have a good memory, I'm not some real-life lyric genius. If I could write lyrics after hearing a melody just once, even when Sean would bow down in admiration. Shen Yifeng pursed his lips, then resorted to his trump card. I've already thought of the lyrics. You think you're Linshi? Coming up with lyrics after just one listen? The baseball cap guy who'd accidentally bumped into Shen Yifeng's but earlier sat at his computer, muttering a complaint without turning his head. Wu Qinsong rolled his eyes. Ignore him. That guy's got a weird temper. The baseball cap guy turned around, shaking his head with a smile. Music isn't something just anyone can make. Don't insult the art form. Listen to the songs out there now, they're garbage. Nothing like the stuff from the late last century or early this one. Look at those internet singers, how did they even get famous? His implication was clear, he thought Shen Yifeng, an amateur, wrote songs no better than those viral hits. Wu Qinsong's eyes suddenly turned cold. That song Confession Balloon Tonight was written by him. You think it's trash? That song was actually decent. But he claims he came up with the lyrics after hearing the melody just once? I'm not buying it. Chapter 49, how long have you two been together? To be honest, Wu Qinsong had his doubts too. Shen Yifeng's previous song might have been pre-written, which is why both the lyrics and melody fit so perfectly, like they were made for each other. But to actually write lyrics on the spot after hearing a random melody? That's something no musician could pull off. Hand me a pen. Shen Yifeng waved his hand, and Ma Yuewei promptly handed him a pen. That rapper's reflexes were pretty impressive. After writing a few lines, Shen Yifeng suddenly stopped. Wu Qinsong, who had been watching intently, quickly asked, "What's wrong?" "What else could it be?" "He's stuck," chuckled the guy in the baseball cap. "Writing's too slow. Might as well just sing it." Shen Yifeng waved his hand again. "Bring me a guitar." "Whoa." Wei reacted quickly, handing over the guitar immediately. But deep down, he still found it hard to believe. No way, right? Could someone really write songs just by listening to a melody? Even the legendary Absolute Pitch couldn't pull that off. If you ask me, they should just fill all the music charts with online songs from now on. Anyway, singing doesn't require any skill these days. Anyone can write songs. Songs like "That Night You Didn't Reject Me" or "That Night I Hurt You." Look at these songs. What kind of trash is this? Wu Qinsong waved his hand dismissively. Cut it out. I know you have high standards for musical quality, but don't get all cynical in front of me. No matter what people say, Confession Balloon was a huge hit. It's a shame. Many artists peak right after their debut. They get carried away after writing one hit song and never produce anything good again. Shen Yifeng ignored him completely. Once he'd finalized the lyrics, his fingers began plucking the guitar strings. "Long time no see. What role are you playing?" "Carefully dressed, the one in the white shirt, the cuffs you gave me. Trying my best to act like I don't care." The more you hide, the deeper the self-deception becomes. As Shen Yifeng's voice blended with the guitar melody, his vocal range might have been limited, but at least he stayed in tune. Wu Qinsong and Wei gaped in astonishment, yet were simultaneously drawn into the lyrics' imagery. The baseball cap guy's expression grew even more somber. Given his musical sophistication, his taste was undoubtedly more discerning. "I just wanted to touch your hair. It was just a simple test. I want to give you a hug, like we used to. Is that okay? Did you really mean that half step back? Such a small hurt, yet it feels so big. I can only play the gentleman to even talk to you." When this climactic part came up, Wu Qinsong let out a string of expletives but no sound came out. Holy! This is brilliant. From their perspective, Shen Yifeng had composed the entire lyrics after hearing the melody just once. It flowed as smoothly as water, leaving even Dove chocolate in the dust. Admiration in one's eyes is impossible to hide. Wei's fanboy gaze shone like a brilliant star in the night sky, radiant and awe-inspiring. A towering peak, commanding respect. Earlier, the dorm door had been left open. Many people in the hallway had been drawn by the music and gathered at the doorway, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. "I thought it was the music club president singing. He doesn't sing as well as the music club president. Never heard this song before. Who's it by? The melody sounds familiar though. Didn't the music club president often play it in the dorm before? Could this be his own composition? And it's so damn good?" Shen Yifeng's voice continued to fill the air. The distance between us wrinkled between our brows. "Quickly revert to looking like a passerby. The more polite you are, the more scared I get. A gentleman must let go." As the song ended, Wu Qinsong clapped enthusiastically, his face flushed. "Holy! Damn, you're awesome, bro. You've got perfect pitch. You heard the song once and actually composed the whole thing. And your lyrics are spot on, exactly what I wanted to express." Shen Yifeng set down his guitar. "Got the lyrics down? I recorded it on my phone just now. Holy crap, I don't even know what to say. You'd totally make it in the music biz. If those trashy internet celebrity songs can make money, who else is gonna make it if not you?" Wu Qinsong turned to the guy in the baseball cap. "Liao Xin, admit it, you're impressed. This isn't just some catchy tune, right? Did you grasp the depth of it just now?" Liao Xin took off his cap, and his gaze toward Shen Yifeng had completely changed. "This has something. Let me explain. This is the highest level of musical praise he can muster." "By the way, he praised Cho the same way," Wei chimed in. Shen Yifeng turned around and saw at least 7 or 8 people crowded around the doorway. The sea of heads startled him. Holy crap, when did they all show up? This whole floor belongs to the art school. They must have been drawn by the music, Wu Qinsong said, already eager to replay the recording he'd just made. He'd initially disliked Shen Yifeng's arrangement, but hearing the full version now, he thought it was absolutely brilliant. "Hey, isn't that the guy from the school forum? The guy who went crazy on the playground because it was so good?" "Nope, that guy's shorter and a bit heavier. You guys are faceblind. He's the guy who just performed on stage." "Oh yeah, you're right. Dude, you and that girl are a perfect match. Best wishes to you both. May you live happily ever after and have children soon." Shen Yifeng? How did singing a song turn into wishing us a son? But hearing these blessings is a good omen. Thank you, thank you." Shen Yifeng clasped his fists in a bow, unable to stop himself from saying thanks. "Are you and Tang Wei together now?" Wu Qinsong had noticed something unusual about their relationship these past few days. But he wasn't entirely sure. "Not yet. Then what are you waiting for? Go for it. You two are the school's official couple now. The forums even gave you a nickname, Honey and Sugar." Wu Qinsong chuckled. That name sounds so sweet, I'm already shipping you guys. Honey couple. How embarrassing. Shen Yifeng never imagined things would escalate to the entire school pushing them to date. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory. When Tang Wei saw the words honey CP on the forum, she immediately sat up in bed, her gaze slowly shifting to Wang Yihuan on the opposite bunk. Huan, do you have anything to explain? I didn't. I'm innocent. You wrote that honey CP post, didn't you? Tang Wei narrowed her eyes. No way. I swear I'm innocent. Wang Yihuan raised her hands in protest. The poster's username is Xiaoman's Sugar Jar. Your nickname is Xiaoman. That can't be a coincidence, right? Tang Wei narrowed her eyes further, her voice thick with suspicion. Knowing she couldn't hide it anymore, Wang Yihuan decided to come clean. Oh, sis Wei. I genuinely think you two are perfect together. Why don't you just get together and make us CP fans happy? What CP fans? Tang Wei asked, puzzled. The honey CP fans, of course. I made a group chat last night and over 50 people joined right away. So many asked me if you two are actually together I didn't dare reply. Several invisible black lines appeared on Tang Wei's forehead. Why did this feel like people were pressuring them to get married? Chapter 50, Foreigners Street. Tonight's buzz is beyond belief. It's been ages since the school forum was this lively. Zhou Mengting rolled over and sat up. Wei, didn't that freshman confess to you tonight? Who said he was going to confess to me? Tang Wei pursed her lips. Damn, that guy's got no guts. Normally, with such a perfect opportunity, he should have confessed. Tang Wei muttered softly, you guys were following us the whole night. How could he have had a chance? What did you say? Zhou Mengting seemed to hear Tang Wei speak but didn't quite catch it. I didn't say anything. You must have misheard. Tang Wei deliberately raised her voice. Maybe tonight just wasn't the right time. Everyone was so caught up in the stage who had room to think about anything else. Unless he asks you out again tomorrow. All three roommates turned to look at Tang Wei, as if waiting for an answer. He did ask me to go to Foreigners Street tomorrow. Zhou Mengting's chubby frame jolted upright, still clad in her underwear. Really? Chen Yifeng chuckled, this is promising. Wang Yihuan flashed her signature sweet girl smile, so sweet. Wait, why is it suddenly sweet? He asked me out last week too, and you guys didn't react like this. Last week was just testing the waters. This week is different. But seriously, why does he have to go to Foreigner Street? Couldn't he pick somewhere more romantic? Foreigner Street is mostly adults taking kids out to play. Zhou Mengting was frustrated beyond belief, while also questioning whether the strategist across from her was even reliable. What a dog-headed advisor. The next morning, in dorm room 8461. While his roommates were still snoring away, Shen Yifeng had already dressed, washed up, and was ready to head out. Foreigner Street in Mountain City, bordering the Yangtze River, offered pleasant scenery and European flair, with all kinds of snacks available. For many children living in the mountainous districts, the most anticipated day of the year was when their parents brought them to the city to visit Foreigner Street. Sadly, in 2018, it was confirmed that Foreigner Street would be relocated. The following year, the place that held the childhood dreams of countless Mountain City kids was demolished. As children, Shen Yifeng and Tang Wei visited Foreigner Street 2 or 3 times with their parents, creating many shared memories. Sadly, they never returned after growing up. Lost in thought, Shen Yifeng lifted his gaze toward the entrance of the girls' dormitory not far away. Tang Wei was walking toward him, wearing a thin white hoodie, high-waisted jeans, and a pair of white sneakers. The weather had turned colder today, so Shen Yifeng also wore a gray hoodie. Though the designs on the fronts differed, the styles were similar enough to resemble matching couples' outfits. Hey! We're quite in sync, aren't we? Shen Yifeng said, carrying a steamed bun over to her. Just a coincidence. Tang Wei pouted, taking the breakfast and starting to eat. I went to see Wu Qinsong last night. You two seem pretty close lately. Are you friends now? Tang Wei mumbled with her mouth full. No, I want to write songs to make some money. I went to ask him if he had any connections, and then I helped him write that song. After saying that, Shen Yifeng hummed the chorus of Gentlemen. Are you serious about that half-step back move? Such a small gesture, yet it stings so much. Tang Wei looked at him in disbelief. That sounds great. You're so musically talented? How come I never noticed before? Too bad my voice isn't up to par. Otherwise, I might be the next Jay Cho, Shen Yifeng joked. I want to save up to make games later. The mobile gaming market has huge potential. Tang Wei pondered thoughtfully, that sounds like something from your wish list. I remember you used to love playing Kart Rider back then. Exactly. I'm determined to fulfill every item on that list. Making childhood wishes and seeing them come true as an adult, it's quite romantic. It's like my younger self wrote a love letter to my future self, and now I'm starting to respond. Shen Yifeng suddenly felt. Damn it, I'm a poet. After getting knocked around by society, my mindset has evolved. You really have changed a lot, Tang Wei murmured with a smile, her slender fingers twirling a strand of hair. For the better or for the worse? Shen Yifeng asked. Good, of course. You seem much more mature than when we were kids. Tang Wei finished her last bite and tossed the plastic bag into the trash. Still holding half a cup of soy milk, she looked up at Shen Yifeng thoughtfully. Got it. I'm the trash can, huh? He. No, it's that wasting food is shameful. But I really can't finish it. Without hesitation, Shen Yifeng took it and began drinking. The two caught a bus at the school gate and soon arrived at the holy grail of Shangqing's youth, Foreigner Street. On a weekend, Foreigner Street was packed to the gills, a sea of people stretching as far as the eye could see. When was the last time you came here? Do you remember? Middle school, I think. I was with my parents then, and I believe your family came too. Tang Wei squinted her eyes in thought. Oh, come on, you don't remember? Shen Yifeng playfully nudged Tang Wei's waist. Come on, it's been so long. It's normal not to remember, okay? Besides, we didn't have any particularly memorable moments here last time. You were too busy playing by yourself and didn't play with me. Tang Wei shot him a glare, her tone tinged with reproach. Oh. Got it. Make it memorable. Spider Cave. 5 yuan per person. Just 2 more groups needed to start. The auntie in the staff uniform called out. Shen Yifeng kept his hands in his pockets as he turned to look at Tang Wei. When we were kids, we never dared to go on the Spider Cave ride whenever we passed by. Now that we're grown up, surely no one's still scared, right? Tang Wei hesitated. Beyond the typical amusement rides, Yangren Street also featured several horror-themed attractions. As kids, the fake spiders at the entrance always scared her away. But now that we're grown up, if I still got scared, Yifeng would definitely make fun of me. Then saying who's afraid of who wouldn't intimidate anyone anymore. Who's afraid of who? Don't go squealing like a pig later, I'm worried you'll trip me up. Shen Yifeng flashed a confident grin. In my previous life, after hearing that Foreigner Street was being relocated, Huang Lao and I had already come to visit once. Though I was startled then too, the unknown is always the scariest. If you're still scared after experiencing it once, that's just plain cowardly. A few minutes later, Shen Yifeng linked arms with Tang Wei, not daring to lift his head. Wait, weren't you so confident just now at the entrance? Tang Wei clung tightly to Shen Yifeng. They were locked together like a love lock. I wasn't scared. Who's scared? Just as Shen Yifeng finished speaking, an NPC suddenly appeared, leaping out from the side. Their eyes locked, sending Shen Yifeng scrambling into Tang Wei's embrace. It's nothing to be scared of, it's all fake. I don't know what you're afraid of, Tang Wei said, her hand gently stroking his head. Fear? Impossible. High-level hunters often appear in the guise of prey. Shen Yifeng clung to Tang Wei, head bowed, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Visiting the haunted house truly could instantly deepen the bond between a man and a woman. Where holding hands felt awkward before, embracing now seemed perfectly natural. But the image he projected in Wei Wei's mind would soon be tainted with another dark stain. Coward. And stubborn to boot. Chapter 51, I've always liked you. Around the corner, another trap was about to spring. Then, after taking a few steps, that NPC would circle back around to continue scaring players. Shen Yifeng was fairly familiar with this area, having played through it once before. Though it had been a while, many forgotten memories came flooding back the moment he stepped inside. You little brat. I was actually scared at first, but now you've ruined it, I'm not scared at all. Tang Wei had been hesitant before entering, but now, with her new accessory, she wasn't scared in the slightest. Even if spiders or monsters suddenly appeared, she wouldn't have time to scream after being startled because the tough guy beside her would blurt out holy crap first. When the two finally made it out, Shen Yifeng saw the light outside ahead and perked up, grinning. What a thoroughly exhilarating haunted house adventure. Tang Wei shot him a glare. Thrilling it was turned a horror attraction into a workout. You're so heavy. You nearly crushed me back there. Can't help it, guys are heavier, mostly because I'm taller, Shen Yifeng tried to justify himself. Honestly, I wasn't scared at all. I just wanted to make a lasting impression on you. Yeah right, like I buy that, Tang Wei retorted, folding her arms defiantly. Come on. I'll treat you to some lamb skewers. I want 10 skewers. Can you even finish that many? Are you underestimating my stomach? The autumn sun bathed the bustling park in warm light, casting a golden glow over the lamb skewer stalls. The skewers of marbled lamb looked even more tempting under the golden hue. The crackling of charcoal and the sizzle of dripping fat evaporating in the heat tantalized the taste buds. Tang Wei stared at the enormous skewers, nothing like the 1 yuan per skewer one sold back in her county town. Taking them, she began to doubt whether she could finish them all. I underestimated it. The people ahead blocked my view of the stall. If I'd known they were this big, I would have just bought 5 skewers, that would have been plenty. No worries, just take your time. Shen Yifeng tore off a piece of meat, chewing as he mumbled. The lamb skewers on Foreign Street are freshly slaughtered and skewered. I heard the ones back in our county town weren't even lamb at all. They used pork or rat meat, soaked it in sheep urine, and made it taste somewhat like lamb. Don't mention it. Hearing that reminds me of that news report about Xiao Bo's factory. Disgusting. Good thing I never ate their snacks. Shen Yifeng chuckled. Thank goodness someone went undercover to investigate. Otherwise, who knows how long it would have taken for that scandal to surface. Tang Wei smiled knowingly. Though recalling Shen Yifeng's dangerous mission to gather evidence at the factory was unsettling, at least he'd emerged unscathed. It also showed her a different side of Shen Yifeng. The little wolf cub might be adorable, but when grown, it becomes a fierce beast. Yet in front of me, Yifeng always acted like a little lamb. And lately, he seemed to be getting a bit too close for comfort. Wei. Shen Yifeng suddenly called her name, interrupting her thoughts. What is it? Do you think someone who's done wrong deserves another chance? Shen Yifeng's expression turned serious. It depends on the situation. If it's intentional murder, our country's laws definitely won't let them off the hook. But for other offenses, people usually get a second chance. Tang Wei's professional instinct kicked in, assuming Shen Yifeng was discussing legal matters with her. I'm not talking about crime. How should I put this? Shen Yifeng seemed at a loss for words. He couldn't very well say, I made the wrong choice in my past life, and now I want to start over. That would sound like a scumbag's excuse. No girl wants to be the backup option. Though in my past life, Wei gave me many chances too. But back then, after getting my heart broken, I threw myself into my career and overlooked this wonderful girl right beside me. Actually, ever since that incident on the playground, I noticed something was off about you. You noticed? Shen Yifeng's expression suddenly changed. Since she'd noticed, it seemed I had no choice but to be honest. I had already confessed back then on the playground, but Wei hadn't believed me. With everything that had happened over the past week, Wei should be more inclined to believe me now. Of course. The way you stared at me, it was impossible not to notice. Shen Yifeng took a deep breath. So what do you think? It's just adolescence. Perfectly normal. Shen Yifeng nodded repeatedly. Wei really was sensible and considerate. It's not your fault you like looking at legs, though I must admit, mine are pretty nice. As long as you don't stare like a pervert, I'm not losing anything, so whatever. That's good. Shen Yifeng suddenly froze. Wait, what the hell? That's not what I meant. You weren't talking about legs? Tang Wei instinctively looked down. For girls less fortunate in appearance, looking down revealed only their shoes. But when Tang Wei looked down, all she could see was the fabric stretched taut. You're such a pervert. What I meant was, could we maybe try? Shen Yifeng regretted his impulsive idea. Confessing with lamb skewers? He was absolutely the first person in history to do that. Buying cotton candy flowers to confess would be fine too. But now that he'd gone this far, hesitating now would be unmanly. Try what? Tang Wei seemed to have guessed, her mind already exploding like champagne bubbles spreading layer by layer, flowing unrestrainedly toward her heart. Shen Yifeng took a few steps forward, turning to face Tang Wei. His gaze was as tender as water, just like that day on the playground. I want to try interfering in your life, stepping into your world. Those uncertainties you face, I'll take them into my own hands. A relationship can't be managed alone. So, can we try? What exactly are you trying to say? Tang Wei's lips curled slightly, her voice light as if covered by feathers. I like you, Shen Yifeng declared, his voice trembling with emotion. I really like you. You've been secretly crushing on me? Tang Wei gasped. What do you mean secret crush? It's no secret. Shen Yifeng stammered, so, what do you say? Tang Wei's small foot tapped the floor involuntarily as her heartbeat quickened and she bit her lip. I don't know. This is so sudden. I was just eating lamb skewers and now this happens out of nowhere. I don't have much experience with this kind of thing. If only we were back in the dorm, everyone could give me advice. You want me to say something? I'm afraid I'll say the wrong thing and upset you. We've had this connection for so many years and I've always been careful, protecting it. Shen Yifeng smiled gently. I hope you say it. I feel the same. Tang Wei gazed into his eyes as memories of their shared journey flashed through her mind. Her racing heart gradually calmed. The decision that followed wasn't impulsive, it was deeply considered. Yifeng. I like you too. I've always liked you. Chapter 52, I'm certain I told you I loved you hundreds of years ago. I like you too. Those words pierced Shen Yifeng's heart like a sharp arrow. The lamb skewers in his hand lost their flavor, the surrounding sounds faded away, and the lamb's gaminess vanished from his mouth. Everything around him blurred into obscurity except for Tang Wei. He tilted his head. Happiness came too suddenly, so sudden he couldn't quite process it. What did you say? Say it again, I didn't catch that. Nice try, thinking I'd say it again? Watch out, I'll beat you up, you little brat. Tang Wei stepped forward and kicked him. I remember now. You said you like me too, heh. Shen Yifeng didn't run away after getting kicked, he just stood there grinning like an idiot. Tang Wei mimicked Zhou Mingting's northeastern accent. Look at you, you little rascal. Never been in a relationship? Is that why you're so excited? Actually, I haven't. Not even in high school? Tang Wei eyed him suspiciously. My homeroom teacher in high school was my uncle. He reported everything to my mom. How could I dare date anyone? Shen Yifeng casually noticed an adult holding a cotton candy bouquet, essentially cotton candy shaped into a floral arrangement. He asked Tang Wei to wait a moment while he hurried over to negotiate with the vendor. Before long, he returned holding the cotton candy bouquet. "What's this?" Tang Wei asked. Dating should start with a bouquet and a proper confession. There aren't any flower vendors on Foreign Street, only cotton candy shaped like bouquets. It's perfect, edible, pretty, and practical. Shen Yifeng took the lamb skewers from Tang Wei's hands and handed her the cotton candy bouquet. Seeing the unique flower in her hand, Tang Wei couldn't help but let the corners of her lips turn up. "How did you convince that uncle to give you this? What are you talking about?" "I paid full price. I told him I was confessing my feelings, so he did me a favor." "Oh. I thought you sweet-talked him into giving it to you for free." Tang Wei took a bite of the cotton candy. The sweetness instantly blossomed on her taste buds, mirroring her current mood. "No way. I always do things with genuine sincerity, okay?" Shen Yifeng noticed the sugar residue on Tang Wei's lips and leaned in, his hand reaching toward her mouth to wipe it off. But Tang Wei, seemingly accustomed to this, knew exactly what he was about to do the moment he raised his hand and leaned her face toward him. Their seamless rapport didn't feel like that of a newly dating couple at all. They were more like a long married couple. If you counted from the moment they met, they had indeed lived together for many years. "You said earlier that romance should start with a bouquet and a formal confession? Why is that?" "Truthfully, it's not about the words 'I love you' or the bouquet itself. It's about my deep conviction that I want to walk this path with you. That's why I came before you with these flowers. The formality matters less than the sincerity and the sense of ceremony." Shen Yifeng gazed at Tang Wei with affection. A clear beginning prevents a vague ending. "Though these flowers were a bit hasty. Sorry. I was planning to confess tomorrow at school, with my friends there, holding a bouquet, everything prepared in advance. But just now, I couldn't hold back. I confessed while still holding my lamb skewers. How lame of me." Seeing Shen Yifeng's eyes welling up, Tang Wei hurried over and gently stroked his head. "It's okay, really. It doesn't matter what flowers you give a girl. I'm yours for life. You could give me a blade of grass and I'd still be yours. Though confessing with a lamb skewer is pretty unconventional, it's definitely memorable. I'll never forget it for the rest of my life. Besides, life never goes according to plan. It's normal. Don't beat yourself up too much. I think it's actually good this way. Now that it's out in the open, we don't have to keep guessing." Shen Yifeng wiped his sweat. "Yeah, I didn't realize it at the time when I was all fired up, but now I'm really scared thinking about it. If you'd said no, that would have been so awkward." "Yeah, exactly. Why did I agree so quickly? I should have hesitated first, just to see your reaction. It would have been priceless." Tang Wei chuckled mischievously. "I would have crumbled," Shen Yifeng sighed. "So when you said you liked me on the playground that day, that was real too?" Shen Yifeng nodded obediently. "More real than pearls. That's strange. That day on the playground was only our second meeting since starting school. Before that, we hadn't seen each other for 3 years. How could you suddenly like me?" This question left Shen Yifeng speechless. How did I suddenly start liking you? To explain it properly, he'd have to start from his past life. Shen Yifeng suddenly recalled a line from the song by the band Gaoren. "I'm certain I told you I loved you hundreds of years ago. But if I said that now, Wei-jie would probably just think I was being playful again." Before short videos became popular, most people's understanding of the world was limited to their immediate circle of life, without many strange or unconventional ideas. They tended to be more conservative and traditional in their thinking. They wouldn't have believed talk of past lives back then. After much deliberation, Shen Yifeng lowered his voice and said, "You looked out for me when we were kids. Maybe it started back then." Tang Wei stared at him in shock. "You were that precocious? You understood these things at such a young age?" "It might be because of that movie we watched together with my mom, If Love Had a Will. She originally asked me to rent the DVD of The King of Comedy, but someone had switched the discs. We just went with the flow and watched it instead." Though the explanation seemed rather far-fetched, Tang Wei didn't have the energy to dwell on it now. Lately, she'd been trying to figure out what Shen Yifeng's behavior really meant. Add to that her roommate's relentless brainwashing. One moment they'd claim the junior liked her, the next they'd wave the banner for that honey and sugar ship. It had her dreaming about it night after night, wondering if Shen Yifeng truly liked her. Now that the answer had surfaced, it felt like a blocked meridian had been cleared suddenly. Her whole body felt at ease. "So, do you know what couples are supposed to do? This is my first time dating too. Should we hold hands now? As for kissing, I'm not quite ready yet. Could we wait a few days? Because I'm a little scared. Should we change how we address each other? Calling you Yifeng feels too formal, doesn't it? Given our relationship now, would it count as domestic violence if I punched you?" Seeing Tang Wei suddenly flustered like this, Shen Yifeng was utterly charmed. Who knew Wei-jie had such an adorably clueless side? He adored her. "Don't worry, just let things unfold naturally. It's normal to feel a bit awkward at the start. It's actually simple. Trust each other enough and let down your guard. That's all it takes." But I've always trusted you completely, and I've never been guarded around you. Shen Yifeng smiled gently. Then let's pretend we've been dating since childhood. By that logic, we're practically old married couple already. Who says we're married? We haven't even cuddled yet, Tang Wei retorted. The next second, Shen Yifeng planted a kiss on her cheek before springing backward several meters. There. Now we've kissed. Tang Wei froze for a moment. By the time she snapped out of it, her little fists were clenched tight, though her angry expression was tinged with a playful spark. You little brat, don't run. Kissing me without warning? Wait till I beat you to tears. Not run? That'd be stupid. Shen Yifeng took off running the moment he finished speaking, and Tang Wei gave chase without hesitation. Right there on Foreign Street, under the gaze of passers-by, they chased each other through the sunlight. The air seemed thick with the scent of romance. Youth, so sticky and sweet. Chapter 53, Going This Far? Foreigners Street was vast enough to keep you entertained all day. When I was little, adults brought me here to play, but I couldn't decide for myself which rides I wanted to try. Now that I'm grown up, I can decide for myself what I feel and what I want to do. That's the perk of adulthood, though the cost is never being able to return to childhood. But everything has two sides. Take now, for instance, Shen Yifeng has gained love but also lost some worries. After spending the entire day at Foreigners Street, the couple felt too cozy to return to campus early, so they simply strolled along Nanbin Road instead. As night fell, walking along this stretch of road by the Yangtze River, they could see the picturesque night view across the river. The neon lights of the buildings cast reflections on the shimmering Yangtze, the water glowing with colorful hues, like a giant dragon winding its way through the night. A thin mist rose from the river, appearing and disappearing, intertwining with the reflections of the skyscrapers to create a beautiful painting. Hand in hand, they stroll along the path, feeling the river breeze. Are you cold? Not too bad, though it has cooled down a bit today. Tang Wei rubbed her hands instinctively. Shen Yifeng quickly took off his jacket and draped it over her. You gave me your jacket, what about you? Tang Wei noticed Shen Yifeng was only wearing a short-sleeved shirt underneath and quickly took the jacket back. It's fine. I'm in great shape, I won't catch a cold. You're in good shape? You're skinny as a monkey. Once we get back to school, we really need to go running every night to build up our stamina. Shen Yifeng gave an awkward smile. Sis Wei was still the best. Everything about her was great, except she had a tendency to be a bit too blunt sometimes. She always managed to unintentionally knock the wind out of someone's sails. Just wait, in a few months, I'll be a muscle-bound beast. What's the point of becoming a muscle-bound beast? Tang Wei asked, puzzled. How else am I supposed to protect you? My girlfriend is so beautiful and talented, there'll be plenty of guys after you. Besides Zhao Bo, there might be Li Bo, Sun Bo, Huang Bo. Actually, I kinda like Huang Bo. He's a great actor. I'm not talking about a person. Shen Yifeng glanced at the time. It was almost dorm curfew. He stepped to the curb and hailed a taxi. Hey, handsome and beautiful, where to? Shan City taxi drivers were naturally chatty, able to chat with anyone from anywhere. South Gate of Mountain City University. Please hurry, driver, we won't get in after 11 p.m. curfew. Shen Yifeng and Tang Wei sat in the back seat. The driver glanced at them through the rearview mirror and chuckled, can't get in? No big deal. Just grab a room outside campus. There are plenty of hotels around the university town anyway. We didn't bring our IDs, Shen Yifeng blurted out suddenly. Tang Wei pinched him and said to the driver, Sir, please hurry. We're in a rush. Here's something worth noting. In Mountain City, if you tell a taxi driver you're in a hurry, they'll get more excited than you do. Shen Yifeng suddenly felt something was off when he saw the driver refasten his seatbelt. Did you just tell the driver we're in a hurry? Dorm lights out is in 40 minutes, yeah, we are in a hurry. Tang Wei looked innocent and clueless, unaware of what was about to happen. She only saw Shen Yifeng silently fasten her seatbelt for her, then instruct her to grip the armrest tightly. The moment the driver shifted gears, a powerful jolt nearly threw them both out of the car. Whenever they encountered a car driving even faster than theirs, the taxi driver would yell at the window, your wife's about to remarry, you bastard. Why the hell are you driving so fast? When slower vehicles blocked the way ahead, the driver honked furiously while leaning out the window to sneer. Driving a wedding car this late at night? Slow as hell. Might as well get out and walk. After cursing, he'd glance back at Shen Yifeng and Tang Wei, grinning innocently and asking, you two don't seem familiar. Just started dating? Why aren't you talking? I'm about to get car sick from your reckless driving. How am I supposed to talk? Shen Yifeng couldn't say anything. He really couldn't say anything. But the taxi was indeed moving fast. Barring any mishaps, they should reach the school in about 20 minutes. 10 minutes later. Shen Yifeng and Tang Wei stared at the yellow Ferrari pulled over by the roadside with a flat tire, their expressions showing little emotion. Today's been unforgettable, so much has happened, Tang Wei chuckled, resignedly. Guess I won't make it back to the dorm now. The car broke down in a pretty remote spot, and hailing a cab here is out of the question. Don't worry, sis. I've already called a buddy to drive over and take you both to campus. Thankfully we weren't going too fast earlier, otherwise that blowout might have given you a taste of the Mountain City bumper cars. The taxi driver had a surprisingly good attitude, managing to laugh even now. Thanks, sir. How much for the ride so far? I'll pay you now. Just the base fare. I've already delayed your return to campus. If you can't get back, you'll just have to book a room. Don't be shy, young folks, everything has a first time. First time's awkward, but the second time you'll be old pros. The driver held a cigarette between his lips, clearly a seasoned veteran. Shen Yifeng smiled and declined the cigarette the driver offered. It's not shyness. I genuinely didn't bring my ID. Actually, I have mine. Tang Wei pulled her wallet from her shoulder bag. In 2013, Alipay wasn't widely used yet, and WeChat was just starting to gain traction. Cash remained the mainstream payment method among ordinary people. So wallets hadn't been discarded by the times yet. It was perfectly normal to keep bank cards, ID cards, and other documents in a wallet. Young ladies really think ahead. How could you go on a date without your ID? The taxi driver chattered, cracking a few jokes with a smile. Soon after, another taxi he'd called arrived at the spot and picked up Shen Yifeng and Tang Wei. By the time they reached the school gate, it was nearly 11 p.m. Getting into the dorms was out of the question. Pleading with the dorm supervisor wouldn't work. It was school policy. The main purpose was to remind students to return to their dorms at night. If they kept making exceptions, the rule would lose its meaning. Finding electrical appliances in the dorm could be negotiated with the supervisor, but failing to return before 11 p.m. was non-negotiable. The two stood at the gate, wrestling with their thoughts. After all, they just started dating. Why did they suddenly have to book a hotel room? Tang Wei crossed her arms, gazing up at Shen Yifeng with a pout. You're still laughing? I told you to come back earlier, but you insisted on walking along Nanbin Road. You were right, earlier plans really do get thrown off course. Since we can't change it, let's just enjoy it. Come on, let's get a room. Hey! Keep your voice down. Don't let anyone hear you. Tang Wei nearly jumped over to cover Shen Yifeng's mouth. Anyone still out at this hour can't get back to their dorm. We all have only one place to go. Shen Yifeng pointed to a building not far away. From the second floor to the 24th, it was all hotel. Dense neon signs plastered the building's exterior walls. The university students jokingly called it the Battle Tower. But Shen Yifeng knew a place nearby, a cheap, less famous hotel where the rooms were cleaner. Just as the two of them slipped away from the campus gate, heading toward the hotel, their phones rang almost simultaneously. Zhou Mingting, you two out getting a room? Why aren't you back yet? Huang Ku, bro phone? You went to get a room? Holy crap, you're really going for it. Chapter 54, How could I sleep now? Phone, hold on a sec. I need to tell my roommate. Shen Yifeng nodded repeatedly while holding his phone. Perfect timing. I need to call my roommate too. The two temporarily separated by a few meters. Tang Wei placed her hands on her hips, holding the phone to her ear as she began explaining, we could have made it back on time, but the taxi got a flat tire halfway here. So, you two were planning to get a hotel room? Zhou Mingting crawled back onto her bed, her long legs bare, wearing brown Winnie the Pooh panties. Such juicy gossip was best enjoyed while lounging in bed. I couldn't exactly bring him back to my place. Jiangbei district is way too far from here. Good thing you two used to sleep together as kids. Otherwise, with an unconfirmed relationship between a man and a woman sharing a room, I'd be worried the cops would raid the place and you two wouldn't be able to explain yourselves. Tang Wei paused, her voice faltering. About the relationship thing, actually, he confessed to me earlier today. Holy crap! Your junior confessed to you. Zhou Mingting jumped up in excitement on her bed, though she couldn't quite manage the full leap. Wang Yihuan and Chen Yizhu on the opposite bunk sat up immediately upon hearing the news. My favorite ship just got confirmed so fast. This is too good to be true. Did Sister Wei say yes? Chen Yizhu asked urgently. Yeah, did you say yes? Zhou Mingting asked back just as quickly. Tang Wei turned to see Shen Yifeng still talking on the phone with his roommate a few meters away, probably explaining why he wouldn't be back to the dorm tonight. Ever since we were kids, I've always found it hard to say no to him. Tang Wei smiled softly, her eyes brightening. Yes, we're together now. Wow. Childhood sweethearts, innocent and pure. After 3 years apart, they finally got together when they met again. How romantic. Hearing Zhou Mingting's words, Wang Yihuan and Chen Yizhu also learned that the honey couple had truly tied the knot. They let out shrill cheers of excitement. Meanwhile, in the boys' dorm, Huang Ke stopped playing games upon hearing Shen Yifeng had won over his childhood sweetheart. He immediately unleashed the ultimate test to see if she was lying. Bro phone, you say what? I'm in. Shen Yifeng grinned. Tell old Qin and the others to grab some time for dinner. My treat. Heh, sounds good. Free meals always taste the best. Alright, let's talk when I get back. Gotta go now. Shen Yifeng hung up, noticing Tang Wei had just finished her call too. The thought of sharing a room tonight. From the moment their eyes met, the atmosphere felt off. Tang Wei kept flipping strands of hair behind her ear, while Shen Yifeng's palms remained clammy. Shall we go? Let's go. I'm getting sleepy. Tang Wei strode straight toward the hotel building. You're going the wrong way. I know another place with a better atmosphere. Shen Yifeng pointed in another direction, only to receive a death stare in return. It was a gaze bordering on cruelty. A chill tinged with suspicion, suspicion tinged with murderous intent. Tang Wei walked over, smiling, a smile that felt eerily unsettling. Shen Yifeng's Adam's apple bobbed nervously as he blurted out, what's wrong? How do you know the hotel in that other location has a better environment? Have you been there? Sis Wei really lived up to her law degree. Her mind was razor sharp. Sweat now beaded not only on Shen Yifeng's palms but also down his back. Looks like he'd have to bring up his roommate. There's this ladies' man in my dorm. He told me that hotel in that building has cameras in many rooms. He warned us to stay away unless we want to end up on TV. Shen Yifeng looked utterly sincere as he continued. Then when I asked him if he had any other hotel recommendations someplace with a slightly nicer environment, he suggested the hotels on Shuefu Avenue. They're cheap and very quiet. Shuefu Avenue? Come to think of it, Meng Ting mentioned that the hotels there are newly built, nice, and affordable. Tang Wei didn't think much of it. She'd always trusted Shen Yifeng implicitly. Because this kid, back when they were kids, would always take the blame for both of them whenever they messed up. Little did he know that through all those times of taking the fall, he had also won the heart of a young, naive girl. After a 10-minute walk, they arrived at Shuefu Avenue. The university district encompassed 14 colleges, each with its own set of rules. Consequently, quite a few students who hadn't returned to their dorms were still out wandering. Upon reaching the hotel, Tang Wei hesitated at the entrance. Feng, are we really going to get a room? A standard room has 2 beds. We're not sleeping together. 2 beds in the room? Really? Tang Wei blinked innocently. You can even get a room with just 1 bed, and the bed can be heart-shaped if you want. Ha! Before Tang Wei could process it, she saw Shen Yifeng already walking into the hotel. A young woman sat at the front desk. Seeing the young couple enter, she asked as if it were nothing unusual, double bedroom? A standard room. How much? 88 yuan. Check out by noon. Can we check in with just 1 ID? The front desk clerk glanced at Shen Yifeng and Tang Wei. A handsome guy and a pretty girl didn't look like wanted criminals. The cops hadn't been cracking down much lately, so registering with 1 ID shouldn't be a problem. Remember to bring both next time. Shen Yifeng nodded, then turned to Tang Wei and whispered softly, Wei, your ID. Oh. After completing the registration and receiving their room key, they were about to head upstairs. The front desk attendant suddenly blurted out, Do you need this? We sell it separately. The room doesn't have any, so you'll have to go out and buy it later. Shen Yifeng caught sight of the square object the front desk clerk was holding and quickly turned Tang Wei's head away to prevent her from looking back. No, thank you. What is it? Tang Wei was practically being pushed away. Chewing gum. They sell gum individually? College students are broke, you know. If they can sell cigarettes individually, selling gum by the piece is normal. Shen Yifeng pushed Tang Wei all the way to their room. Along the way, they passed another couple checking into a room. Seeing Shen Yifeng's eager demeanor, the girl teased her boyfriend, Look at him, so full of energy. Unlike you, who looks like you're malnourished. Honey, listen to me, he's definitely on drugs. Tang Wei stood at the door, waiting for Shen Yifeng to swipe his key card. She turned her head in confusion, glancing toward the couple. What are they saying? I don't understand. Good thing you don't understand. Shen Yifeng swiped the card to open the door and led Tang Wei inside. The moment the door closed, the atmosphere instantly turned suggestive. Their eyes met briefly, and their toes tensed involuntarily. Perhaps it was nerves, or perhaps a desire to break the awkward silence. Shen Yifeng suddenly blurted out, Relax. Treat this place like your own home. Am I a pig? What am I even saying? Tang Wei must have had her brain turned off too. She didn't even notice the problem with that line. She twirled her hair as she looked around the room. This room's pretty spacious. It is pretty big. The bed, there really are 2 of them. It's a standard room. Seems a bit warm, huh? I'll turn on the AC then. Shen Yifeng turned around, recalling that hotel air conditioners were usually centrally controlled, typically located near the door. After searching for a while without finding it, he remembered that in 2013, most hotels still used remote controls to operate the air conditioners. Wei, do you see a remote over there? Nope. Shen Yifeng turned around to see Tang Wei sitting on the edge of the bed. Her long legs stretched out diagonally, and the way she tilted her head back to look up made his heart race. Oh my god. How am I supposed to sleep tonight? Chapter 55, Are you coming over? Oh, found it. Tang Wei found the air conditioner remote in the drawer and turned to see Shen Yifeng frozen stiff in place. How stiff? As stiff as a corpse. Though the room had 2 beds, they were positioned very close together. Probably less than half a meter apart. The last time I slept with Wei, we were only 6 or 7 years old. Over a decade later, the little girl had blossomed into a graceful young woman, while the little boy's mind was no longer pure. No longer would we bathe together, preoccupied only with playing with our little yellow rubber ducks. Nor do we sleep together only to dream of meeting Guan Yu and joining Lu Xinde in conquering the world. Ah Feng? What are you thinking about? Wondering where the AC remote is. I already found it, Tang Wei chuckled at his distracted look. Are you nervous? How could a mighty man like me be nervous? I was genuinely wondering where the remote could be. Shen Yifeng reached for the remote, but Tang Wei grabbed his wrist and yanked him back. Truthfully, that amount of force wasn't enough to pull down a guy weighing over 100 pounds. But Shen Yifeng still found himself pulled onto the bed. What's wrong? I want to hear your heartbeat. Then I'll lie flat on my back. No need to be so dramatic. Just lie down properly. Shen Yifeng thought to himself, it felt odd being told by a girl to just lie down. But his body obeyed instinctively, settling into a reclined position. Tang Wei watched Shen Yifeng, frozen in place, her tension laced with anticipation. She shifted sideways, pressing half her body against his. The room fell silent except for their breathing. Thump, thump, thump. My heart's beating so fast. I want to hear yours too. You're such a pervert. Tang Wei laughed and scolded him, then wrapped her arms around Shen Yifeng's neck. Yifeng, do you think we're really suited to be a couple? I have a bad temper and often snap at you. What if one day you meet a gentler girl and think I'm too tomboyish? Being scolded is actually a kind of happiness, Shen Yifeng murmured softly as he gently stroked Tang Wei's head. Wouldn't you feel restricted? When I was little, my mom kept me in line. Sure, it felt a bit restrictive sometimes, but it was precisely because she was there that I grew up healthy and happy. As an adult, having my wife keep me in check helps me avoid detours and stay on the right path to success. Tang Wei looked puzzled. Is that really how it works? Because when a man listens to his wife, the family stays harmonious. Only then can he focus entirely on his career. With no worries at home, he can pour all his energy into work. Tang Wei found Shen Yifeng's reasoning quite convincing. It was like ancient warfare, with ample logistical support, soldiers on the front lines could focus solely on defeating the enemy. But if the home front is in turmoil, soldiers must fight while worrying about supply lines they can't give their all to the battle. This principle applies to both the nation and the household. So should we tell our families about us? Absolutely not. Shen Yifeng nearly sat up. Having your parents find out about your relationship right after you start dating is like getting caught cheating on an exam, same principle. The same thing? Both end up disastrous. Shen Yifeng explained. The thing is, I left a bad impression on your parents when I was younger. They probably think I'm unreliable. So I want to build myself up first. Once I'm good enough, it won't be too late to let them know. Seeing Shen Yifeng's strong reaction, Tang Wei dropped the subject. After washing up in the bathroom, Shen Yifeng chose the bed closest to the bathroom. That way, when he got up in the night, he wouldn't have to pass by Tang Wei's bed and disturb her rest. 1 a.m. The room was silent and pitch black. Only the neon lights outside filtered through the sheer curtains, casting a faint glow into the room. Shen Yifeng lay in bed, utterly unable to sleep. Perhaps the excitement from confessing his feelings on Foreigner's Street hadn't worn off yet. Or perhaps he was restless without the familiar snores of his roommate to lull him to sleep. Either way, his mind was too alert, now so alert he could solve a whole Sudoku puzzle. He really should have booked a double bed. What was the point of pretending to be a gentleman? He was the one suffering. Shen Yifeng rolled over and gave himself a light slap. Yifeng, still awake? Hearing Tang Wei's lazy voice, Shen Yifeng perked up and quickly replied, I guess I'm not used to this bed. Can't quite fall asleep. Exactly. This bed is too soft, it's uncomfortable to sleep on. Tang Wei rolled over to face Shen Yifeng, holding back for a long moment before asking, do you want to come sleep with me? The next second, a dark figure leapt across the room like a crow taking flight. The quilt was flung open, then swiftly pulled back over. The entire sequence took only 2 or 3 seconds, and Shen Yifeng was already lying flat beside Tang Wei. How are you so energetic? You were jumping around like a monkey just now. I can't sleep without holding something, it feels prickly otherwise. The moment Shen Yifeng placed his hand on Tang Wei's waist, his wrist was twisted backward. Instantly, Tang Wei pivoted around his arm, spinning halfway before thrusting her hips forward with force. A cross-arm lock sent the mighty Shen Yifeng yelping in pain. Ow, ow, ow. Tang Wei snapped out of it, released her grip, and turned on the light. She saw Shen Yifeng sprawled pitifully on the bed, looking utterly miserable. Ah, sorry. I didn't mean to. My boxing coach always said I have super quick reflexes. A lot of these moves are muscle memory, hard to control. It's fine, actually. Shen Yifeng lay there like a dried fish. This way, I won't worry about anyone picking on you. Anyone who dares get close to you will end up worse off than I am. Tang Wei knelt on the bed, looking apologetic. You want to hold me while we sleep? I just wanted to try it. Didn't expect you to react so strongly. Seeing Shen Yifeng's sheepish expression, Tang Wei smiled fondly. Want to try again? This time I promise I won't hit you. Forget it. Another round would probably cripple my arm. Shen Yifeng sulked a little, burrowing under the covers. Tang Wei crawled under the covers and gently nudged him. Just one more try? I promise I'll control myself this time absolutely. When Shen Yifeng remained unmoved, Tang Wei leaned close to his ear and whispered devilishly. Damn it all to hell. This time, Shen Yifeng's muscles reacted. For some reason, those 5 words seemed to hold a magical power, instantly revealing his true nature. He obediently turned over and embraced Tang Wei. The sensation through his palm, even through the fabric, let him feel the soft little belly wriggling beneath. How does it feel? Tang Wei asked him. Pretty cute. Pretty cute? You really are a pervert. First you like legs, then you like breasts, and now you even find bellies cute. The room was lit, and Shen Yifeng saw the look of disgust on Tang Wei's face as she stared at him like he was a pervert. For a moment, he didn't know how to explain. That little belly really was adorable, soft and delicate. Hugging it while sleeping was the most comfortable thing ever. Chapter 56, Program Invitation. Hugging it to sleep instantly made him feel right at home, sleeping soundly. It wasn't until the next morning that Shen Yifeng's phone rang. Thinking it was his alarm, he silenced it almost instantly. Never underestimate how fast an early riser can silence an alarm. It's so quick it scares even me. Muscle memory followed Shen Yifeng into this life, and many habits proved hard to break. It was barely past 9. I didn't set an alarm. Shen Yifeng opened his eyes groggily and saw the missed call from Wu Qinsong. Maybe there's progress on that matter we discussed last time. When it came to making money, Shen Yifeng instantly felt more awake. Just as he was about to get out of bed, he noticed Tang Wei sleeping peacefully, her lips slightly parted as she breathed evenly. She's still frowning in her sleep. Did I pinch her waist last night? Shen Yifeng resisted the urge to kiss Tang Wei's forehead and tiptoed to the bathroom to call Wu Qinsong back. The moment the call connected, Wu Qinsong's excited gasps came through the line. Sorry to wake you. Zhou Mingting mentioned you guys got a hotel room last night. Ahem. We stayed in a standard room. Don't get any ideas. I get it. Separate wet and dry areas. I used to like standard rooms too. Wu Qinsong chuckled. You and Senior Zhou aren't getting back together, are you? It feels like you two have been in constant contact lately. Something doesn't seem right. Shen Yifeng pondered. Zhou Mingting only found out about me and Wei-jie staying off campus after 11 p.m. last night. That meant between 11 p.m. last night and 9 a.m. this morning, those two had communicated and talked a lot. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to pinpoint someone else's business so accurately. Unless Senior Zhou isn't just dirty-minded, but also a gossip. She loves spreading gossip everywhere. But after spending over a week with her, Zhou Senior turned out to be a pretty decent person. So the only explanation is that these two talked late into the night until they ran out of things to say, and that's when they started bringing up other people's business. Damn it, I'm a genius at deduction. Shen Yifeng smiled smugly and pressed on. Silence means agreement, right? I think Senior Zhou is great. You two make a perfect match. Our situation is complicated. I'll explain later. That song you wrote for me, I recorded it in the studio and sent it to a musician friend. Guess what happened? He thinks highly of you? Not me, us. Wu Qinsong exclaimed excitedly. Us? Yeah. My friend has some connections in the music industry and access to resources. It just so happens that Shangnan TV is launching a live music talent show and needs singer-songwriters. He recommended us both. Shen Yifeng frowned in confusion. I never said I wanted to be on a show. Think about it. If you gain fame, your songs will sell and for top dollar. Without recognition, even the best songs might go unnoticed. For this show, each episode requires singers and their teams to perform an original song. On the day of the live broadcast, viewers nationwide vote to advance contestants. A live talent competition combined with Shangnan TV? That's a winning combination. It was clear Wu Qinsong genuinely wanted to join this show. Many singers struggle before they make it big, especially those drifting in Beijing. Given a chance to appear on TV, they'd cherish it more than anyone. But for Shen Yifeng, his future wasn't in the entertainment industry. Whether he got on the show or not didn't matter to him. Still, Wu Qinsong had one point right. Without fame, even the best songs struggle to be discovered. Gold will always shine is just a comforting lie for young people who haven't yet entered society. Buried talents are everywhere. At top domestic universities, genius is merely the entry requirement. But how many graduates ultimately make a name for themselves? While the absolute numbers are undoubtedly higher than at other schools, proportionally speaking, the majority of those once promising geniuses end up fading into obscurity. So you're suggesting I sign up for the show with you? Exactly. With your talent, it might be you who becomes famous before I do. I guarantee you'll get songwriting offers within 2 episodes at most. Shen Yifeng pondered for a moment. We'll discuss this at school this afternoon. I'll head back soon. I'll be waiting for you in the music club room. See you there. After hanging up, Shen Yifeng stepped out of the bathroom just as Tang Wei opened her sleepy eyes, sat up, and stretched lazily. Her half-asleep gaze was dreamy and hazy, and the way she raised her hand to rub her eyes struck Shen Yifeng right in the heart. Shen Yifeng wished he were a painter, then he could capture the morning sunlight streaming in, bathing the girl's face. Her slender shadow traced across the white wall, mirroring her every movement. Awake? But I'm still so sleepy. I really want to sleep a little longer. Then I'll hold you while you sleep a little longer. No way your hands got too frisky last night. Tang Wei's lazy voice felt like an invisible hand, tugging Shen Yifeng by the collar toward the bed. No way. I just had my arm across your tummy, and it was over my clothes. Shen Yifeng had already reached the edge of the bed. But you slipped your hand underneath later. I was going to punch you, but I let you off since you were asleep. Tang Wei clenched her tiny fist, her nose wrinkling slightly. She didn't look angry at all, just mischievously playful. Oh, what a shame. I don't remember a thing. Shen Yifeng looked at his own hand, surprised he'd had the nerve to sneak it under the covers and touch Wei-jie's belly while asleep. If he'd been awake, he'd never have dared. Black belt? Are you kidding me? No more chances like that. I'll make sure to be back in the dorm before 11 p.m. Tang Wei covered her mouth with a yawn, slipped her little feet out from under the covers, slipped on her slippers, and got out of bed. And with that, Shen Yifeng's hopes of cuddling her for a nap were dashed. Seriously, no more sleep? Shen Yifeng wasn't giving up. Better get back to campus early. I still have a ton of major assignments to finish. Alright, I've got a meeting with Wu Qinsong this afternoon anyway. Tang Wei tied her hair up with a rubber band. Discussing selling your songs? Something like that. He wants us to appear on a program on Shangnan TV. He says gaining exposure will help sell the songs better and fetch a higher price. I support you. Tang Wei finished tying her hair and turned around, her face radiating sincerity. I thought you'd say I'm neglecting my studies. After all, appearing on a show has nothing to do with my major, Shen Yifeng said, surprised. Because you already told me about it. You want to make games, but you need seed funding first. Instead of begging others, earning that startup capital through your own efforts is incredibly cool. Tang Wei raised her hand in a cheering gesture, her emotional support overflowing. Anyway, I'm fully behind you on this. Go for it, Yifeng. Chapter 57, The Rules. After washing up and double-checking the room to make sure they hadn't left anything behind, the two checked out of their room. Before heading back to campus, they grabbed a bowl of noodles outside. Both had commitments that afternoon. After parting ways downstairs at the girls' dormitory, Shen Yifeng headed straight to the Music Association activity room, while Tang Wei returned to her dorm to finish her unfinished project. The moment she pushed open the dorm room door, Tang Wei saw Zhou Mengting turn her head, her lips curling slightly into a faint, ambiguous smile. Wang Yihuan, however, made no attempt to hide her amusement and had already started laughing. Hey, Sis Wei, back already? Did you have fun last night? We had a blast at Foreigners Street. Their sour and spicy noodles were so cheap, only 4 yuan. The lamb skewers were delicious too, freshly cut, though a bit gamey. Tang Wei knew exactly what Wang Yihuan was asking, but she skillfully sidestepped the question. Gossip was like Pandora's box once opened, it could never be closed again. 4 yuan spicy noodles? No way. Wang Yihuan, the self-proclaimed foodie, lit up visibly. Dumb Huan, why are you asking about food right now? Haven't you seen Wei glowing? She's clearly been nourished by the waters of love. Seeing her teammates couldn't get anything out of her, Zhou Mengting stepped in. What did you and that freshman guy do last night? Slept, what else? Literally sleeping? Zhou Mengting crossed her legs, her small feet dangling in the air. A double room with 2 beds. Of course it was literally sleeping. Tang Wei narrowed her eyes. We just started dating. What are you guys thinking? We only held hands, nothing else happened. That guy's such a wimp, booking a double room? What was he thinking? Zhou Mengting had expected some juicy gossip. Wang Yihuan wasn't particularly interested in the more intimate aspects of relationships, but she was fascinated by sweet romance. As soon as Tang Wei sat down, she eagerly asked, Sis Wei, how did he confess to you? Was it in a secluded spot, pulling out pre-prepared flowers? Nope. There were tons of people around, and I was holding a lamb skewer in my hand. What about his hands? He was holding lamb skewers too. Wang Yihuan. Zhou Mengting. That doesn't add up. I always thought he was pretty thoughtful after all, he wrote, confession balloon. No matter how hard I try, I just can't picture him confessing while holding lamb skewers. He told me later that he originally planned to confess today, but he just couldn't hold back yesterday. In the end, he bought a cotton candy bouquet, saying it was meant to be flowers. I think it's pretty great, at least it's edible. Tang Wei was full of praise for Shen Yifeng's cotton candy bouquet, finding it not only creative but, most importantly, waste-free. Ah, that junior is so amusing. A cotton candy bouquet, probably the only flowers you can buy on Western Street. What did you two do before the confession? How did he suddenly decide to confess? Zhou Mengting asked. What did we do? We went to Spider Cave. Sounds like a haunted house. Wang Yihuan hadn't been to Foreigner Street, so it was understandable she didn't know. Pretty much, but I didn't find it scary, just those spider webs were kinda gross. He was screaming the whole time, which actually made me feel maternal and instinctively protect him. Could that be why he confessed? Zhou Mingting couldn't help but interrupt. Enough with the boring stuff. You two really only held hands? Nothing else happened? If that's true, I'm gonna look down on my junior. What a wimp. Who says? He held me while we slept that night. Zhou Mingting's eyes lit up. I knew it. Staying in a hotel for a night? There's no way you could resist sleeping together. And he didn't even get slapped by Sister Wei? True love for sure. So sweet. Wang Yawan's eyes crinkled with delight, clearly shipping the couple. Meanwhile, in the Music Association activity room, Wu Qinsong and Ma Wei sat at the table shooting the breeze. Don't say another word, bro. When fortune smiles on us, don't forget your roots. Once you make it big, remember to pull some strings for me. Ma Wei pounded his chest emphatically. We're not even sure if we'll advance. I heard a bunch of established singers are competing this time. For nobodies like us, it's like a dimension-lowering attack. Wu Qinsong felt uncertain. Though he planned to sing Gentleman as his first song, which gave him a strong chance of advancing. He felt confident about this song. But what about the rounds after that? There were still so many rounds to go. One slip up, and it would be over. Shen Yifeng has perfect pitch, right? And he's such a talented songwriter. The two of you together would be unbeatable. It's a shame he's not pursuing a career in music. Otherwise, he'd definitely make a name for himself someday. He told me he writes songs to save money for game development. He studied computer science, so he's definitely aiming for a professional career path. If he can make a successful game, it'd be way more comfortable than pursuing music. Being a musician is just too tough. It'd be great if they made a show specifically for rappers. Ma Wei clutched his head and glanced toward the door, just in time to see Shen Yifeng walk in. Your muse is here. What muse? Shen Yifeng walked straight up to them. Why are only the two of you here today? Isn't it the weekend? The others went downstairs to rehearse. There's a flash mob tonight. Wu Qinsong asked eagerly, so, have you decided to join? Even though this kind of public exposure isn't really my style, I'll join for the money. Wu Qinsong grinned. With you on board, I'm confident we can crack the top 20 this time. If we make the top 20, we'll get 4 stage opportunities. The more exposure we get, the better our chances of being discovered. What are the competition rules? Shen Yifeng inquired. After registration, there's an open audition where the show selects 100 contestants. Then it's 100 down to 60, 60 down to 30, 30 down to 20, 20 down to 10, 10 down to 5, and finally the top 5 compete for the championship. The rules require original music, but it doesn't have to be written by the singer themselves. They can collaborate with a team. Established singers already have mature teams, so they'll have a significant advantage. Shen Yifeng carefully considered this and felt he still had a good chance of winning. Wu Qinsong had a beautiful voice, even a cappella sounded wonderful. As for original compositions, that was the least of his worries. Even after 2013, the Chinese music scene continued to produce many great songs. If it were purely a singing competition, Wu Qinsong might not have much of an edge. But when it came to originality, Shen Yifeng was supremely confident. Why are there so many singers but so few good songs? Applying the method of controlling variables, the answer was obvious: there was simply too much trash. Writing songs isn't difficult, but crafting memorable hits is incredibly hard. Shen Yifeng could even picture the moment when those original songs from the top 100 to top 60 round would be edited into meme-worthy clips by netizens a decade later. When appearing on shows, they'll have to think twice before speaking off the cuff. Netizens' ability to dig up old stuff is incredibly strong. One wrong move and it could become embarrassing history. It's fine. We're not aiming for the championship, just making it through a few more rounds is enough. But does that mean we'll have to commute to Xiangnan every week? After the top 30, the production team will handle the filming. The earlier episodes do require traveling to Xiangnan, but they'll reimburse transportation costs. If you're certain about participating, I'll submit the application form. Tomorrow's the deadline. Shen Yifeng didn't hesitate, nodding vigorously. Sign me up. Chapter 58, Reaffirming Feelings. Alright, then. We'll form a duo and blow the place away. Wu Qinsong slammed his hand on the table, already getting hyped up in advance. When pursuing dreams, people are always confident and resolute. Shen Yifeng saw a spark in his eyes. He had once possessed that same light, but life had worn it away. The internet industry was what he'd always wanted to pursue. But due to life's circumstances, his dream grew ever more distant. By the time he finally had the chance to pursue it, he suddenly realized his dream had somehow changed. Hey, old Shen, when did you confess to Tang Wei? You two weren't together during the performance. Did you confess yesterday? Wu Qinsong's eyes widened slightly, a gossipy smile spreading across his face. Yeah, I confessed yesterday. To be honest, I feel kinda guilty about it. My brain just went blank, and I suddenly wanted to confess without any preparation. Shen Yifeng thought it over and realized Wei truly was an angel. If it were anyone else, not all girls, but the vast majority. Without any gifts, not even a bouquet, and confessing while holding lamb skewers, she definitely wouldn't have said yes. Then just confess again. Tonight's the music club flash mob event. I'll tell them to help you out. We can still grab flowers now. We'll arrange candles into a heart shape on the field and you can stand inside it to confess. Wouldn't that be so romantic? To people in later generations, this kind of confession would be cliché. But for people of this era, it should be just right. Besides, many girls don't care about the formality. What matters is whether you put effort into them. Wei-jie seems busy with her research project today and might not make it out. I invited her to dinner, but she said she probably won't have time. No problem. I'll have Zhou Mingting figure out a way to get her to the playground. You've done me a huge favor by joining this event. Tonight's plans will be my way of repaying you. Wu Qinsong's words made Mayu Wei, who was standing nearby, chuckle. Is that how you repay a favor? I swallowed my pride to reach out to my ex-girlfriend. We were supposed to be even before, and now I owe her a favor. My sacrifice is huge, okay. At least you have an ex to fall back on. Who knows when I'll ever meet a girl who likes me. Mayu Wei pulled a compact mirror from his jacket pocket and adjusted his hair. In a few years, you rappers will be all the rage. Shen Yifeng made a prophetic remark. He spent the entire afternoon sorting out the registration details with Wu Qinsong. Besides filling out forms, participants had to record a video to submit to the show's production team. Shen Yifeng played guitar while Wu Qinsong handled the vocals. With the song Gentleman in Wu Qinsong's voice, they'd breeze through the auditions. It was practically a walk in the park. This song would also be one of the selections for the 100 to 60 round. After sending the video and registration form to the show's production team, Wu Qinsong immediately called Zhou Mingting. He tried several times, but she hung up each time. Humph, women. Wu Qinsong slipped one hand into his pocket and sent Zhou Mingting a QQ message. Wu Qinsong, Shen Yifeng is in my hands. Zhou Mingting, then you messaged the wrong person. You should be contacting Tang Wei. Wu Qinsong, big scoop. The next second, his phone rang. Caller ID, evil gossip. Wu Qinsong chuckled. He knew Zhou Mingting all too well. Perhaps it was because they'd spent so much time together, giving him deep insight into her personality. Or perhaps it was because she was usually so carefree and clumsy at hiding her emotions that she was easy to read. In any case, Wu Qinsong knew that as long as he used gossip as bait, he could reel in this mermaid named Zhou Mingting with ease. He swiped the screen with his right thumb and answered the call. You better have some dirt. Otherwise, I'll storm over to the Music Association right now and beat the crap out of you. Tang Wei isn't with you, is she? Wait, I'll step outside the dorm to talk. Zhou Mingting covered the phone and glanced at Tang Wei guiltily. Seeing her wearing headphones, deeply engrossed in her research assignment and completely oblivious to her surroundings, she quietly slipped out of the dorm room and into the hallway. Alright, go ahead. Shen Yifeng is going to confess to Tang Wei again tonight. Figure out a way to get Tang Wei to the playground around 8 p.m. Zhou Mingting couldn't keep her mouth shut. She had even complained earlier that the freshman chose the worst possible time for his confession, going off campus to do it, which meant they missed seeing it. But who knew he'd be doing it all over again tonight? Maybe the freshman felt guilty about how weird it was to confess with lamb skewers in hand, so he decided to try again. Shen Yifeng is going to confess again? Awesome. This time I'm definitely recording it. Next time Wei-jie teases me, I'll just show her the video. In the hallway, Peng Xiaoling was carrying a bucket full of laundry, just about to enter the laundry room. The moment she heard the name Shen Yifeng, her ears perked up and her footsteps halted. Ever since that confession wall incident, her resentment toward Shen Yifeng had grown even stronger than Chu Yun's. 8 p.m. on the playground, right? Get ready, I'll bring Wei-jie there on time. After confirming the time, Zhou Mingting hurriedly sent a message in the group chat. Spicy sisters, teaming up for the scoop, 3. Zhou Mingting, great news. Tonight at 8 p.m. on the playground the freshman is going to confess again. Shen Yizhu, ugh. Why does this always happen when I'm not on campus? Zhou Mingting, who can blame you, Miss Big Shot, for going home every weekend? Shen Yizhu, no way. I'm definitely rushing back this time. Wang Yihuan, with Sister Wei in this state, she's definitely not going out tonight. Zhou Mingting, we'll drag her to the playground if we have to. Wang Yihuan, if we're too obvious, Sister Wei might catch on. Shen Yizhu, someone should just say they have a boyfriend and bring him along. That should convince Sister Wei to come out. Zhou Mingting, I just broke up not long ago, so definitely no boyfriend. With Xiaozhu's family background, most guys wouldn't even look her way. Wang Yihuan, you're pointing at me, aren't you? Wang Yihuan, where am I supposed to conjure a boyfriend from? Zhou Mingting, just say he's a high school classmate you've known forever. You never announced it before, but tonight's the night. Zhou Mingting, it's settled then. Just don't slip up later, Huan. Wang Yihuan, oh. Wang Yihuan, alright, I'll try my best. After sending the message, Zhou Mingting returned to the dorm and shared a knowing smile with Wang Yihuan. Neither said more, their understanding implicit. In another dorm room on the second floor of the girls' dormitory. Pang Xiaoling hurried back to the dorm carrying a bag of laundry she hadn't had time to wash yet. The laundry's done already? No line today? Shuyan glanced up from her phone while sitting on a chair, then quickly looked away again. Choo-choo, guess what I just heard? Pang Xiaoling caught her breath before continuing. I heard Shen Yifeng is going to confess his feelings on the playground tonight. To who? Shuyan blinked, thought for a moment, and quickly figured it out. No wonder she felt something was off the first time she saw them together. And they call themselves siblings. Put. They were clearly flirting back then. Chapter 59, His heart isn't in the pond. Men are so rotten. Back then, Shen Yifeng was still chasing after you, but then he turned around and went after other girls. And you couldn't do a thing about it. Pang Xiaoling stood at the doorway with her hands on her hips, her mind brewing mischief. Choo-choo, we can't let him get away with this. Since he doesn't take you seriously, we need to teach him a lesson. Wei-jie, their roommate, couldn't stand listening anymore and gave them a puzzled look. Honestly, I never understood why you two were so fixated on Shen Yifeng. If you don't like him, just move on. Why bother him? The thing is, he was pursuing me, then suddenly fell for someone else without a word. What does he take me for? A substitute? The more Chuyun thought about it, the angrier she got. An impulsive idea formed in her mind. Xiaoling, go tell that senior from the business school who's been chasing me to confess his feelings to me on the sports field tonight. Pang Xiaoling froze for a moment. Choo-choo, you're going to accept Xiao Chao's confession? I don't think he's as good as Shen Yifeng. Whether I accept or not is another matter. I just don't want Shen Yifeng to have it easy. Shu Yun snorted haughtily. If I don't teach him a lesson, he'll definitely strut around like a peacock whenever he sees me in class from now on. Wei-jie was at a loss for words. She never really clicked with Chu Yun and Pang Xiaoling, their worldviews just didn't align. Take this situation, for instance, she thought it was absurd enough. Shen Yifeng was pursuing Chu Yun, but she refused him and wouldn't even let him like other girls. This wasn't just possessiveness, it was pure self-importance. But as a roommate sharing the same roof, she couldn't really say much. She'd just avoid getting dragged into it. By evening, Chen Yifeng hurried back to campus, determined not to miss tonight's important event. Seeing her return, Tang Wei removed her headphones and murmured in a calm tone, Xiaozhu, you're back so early today? Usually on weekends, you don't get back until 8 or 9 after dinner. If I came back at 8 or 9, I wouldn't get to see my junior confess his feelings to you, sis. Chen Yifeng smiled faintly as she slowly placed her suitcase down. Every week she took her dirty laundry home to wash because she found the school's communal washing machines unsanitary. Sometimes inconsiderate people would even throw their shoes in to wash. Huan mentioned she'd take us to meet her boyfriend tonight, so I rushed back. Huan's meeting her boyfriend? Tang Wei was taken aback. When did you start dating? How come I didn't know? Wang Yihuan grimaced. Don't tell me you didn't know. I didn't even know myself. It's an online boyfriend. We haven't met in person yet. We've been chatting since summer break. He's from the electrical engineering school. Tonight we decided to meet up, but I'm a little scared going alone. Will you guys come with me? Zhou Mingting's eyes darted around as she exclaimed, of course we'll go with you. What if he's sketchy? We can cover for you, right, Wei-wei? I have plans tonight. Tang Wei hadn't processed it yet. She'd already planned her evening and jotted it down in her notebook. Every hour had a specific task, all meticulously scheduled. Even Shen Yifeng's dinner invitation had been politely declined. But now her roommate was going to meet her online date, and with her roommate putting it so bluntly, it felt awkward to back out. Fine, I'll come with you. If he's not reliable, we'll find an excuse to leave. Hearing Tang Wei agree, Zhou Mingting exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Yihuan and Chen Yifeng, a faint smile playing on her lips. Hey, Mingting, what's going on between you and Wu Qinsong these days? Why are you suddenly grilling me? Zhou Mingting shifted her eyes nervously. Wu Qinsong called offline this morning and already knows about us. You must have told him. You only found out about me and Feng at 11 p.m. last night, but Wu Qinsong knew about it this morning. That means you two were still chatting early yesterday morning. Tang Wei had always been sharp with logic, otherwise, she wouldn't have chosen law as her major. Well, it's a bit complicated. He explained everything that happened before to me yesterday. I realized I might have misunderstood him. He and that girl aren't like that. Then how did the conversation turn to me and Feng? Tang Wei furrowed her delicate brows, looking thoroughly skeptical. We couldn't sleep, didn't know what else to talk about, so we ended up discussing your relationship. But you know, even though Wu Qinsong and I cleared things up, I don't think we'll get back together. Why not? I think Wu Qinsong is actually a pretty decent guy, Tang Wei asked. His heart isn't in a pond, it's in the ocean. He wants to break into showbiz, but dating is a major no-no in that world. So there's no chance for us. Zhou Mingting's tone seemed carefree, yet a hint of complexity flickered in her eyes. Meanwhile, in dorm 8461, Shen Yifeng wrapped his arms tightly around Qin Shiyu and Zhou Shanyo's shoulders, his gaze as intense as a puppy's. Aren't we brothers through thick and thin? Just say it if you need anything. If you need money, name your price. Shen Yifeng had already reached into the drawer for his wallet. Tonight I'm going to formally confess to Wei-jie again. I need my brothers to back me up. But I have a date tonight walking with a girl in the grove behind the sports field. Shen Yifeng looked troubled. Mine doesn't start until 8. You two can finish up early and come over, Shen Yifeng chuckled. What do you mean finish? It's a real walk. We just started dating, gotta build some chemistry first. Shen Yifeng, an old hand at this game who'd lost his virginity back in high school, instantly caught the innuendo in Shen Yifeng's words. No problem on my end. I'll just come back later and finish my homework, Zhou Xianyu shrugged. That little homework? I'll help you guys finish it later. Shen Yifeng glanced toward the bathroom and bellowed, Old Huang, stop rewarding yourself. You don't have plans tonight, right? Amidst the flushing sound, Huang Ku emerged from the bathroom holding a roll of toilet paper, adjusting his pants. Brother Feng's business is my business. Even if I have plans, I'll cancel them all for you. Your loyalty surprises me. Did you get into trouble? Huang Ku grinned innocently. I'm a law-abiding citizen, where would I get into trouble? I met this girl yesterday and really like her. Brother Feng, could you help me get her QQ number? I knew it. No good deed goes unpunished. Shen Yifeng shot him a look. You study cybersecurity and can't even get a QQ number? I only know what she looks like. I don't know anything else. If I had her name, I could track her down, but I don't even know her name. Huang Ke pulled out his phone and flicked through the candid photos he'd taken. Shen Yifeng leaned in to take a closer look. Judging by the photo, it was taken in the cafeteria. The girl didn't appear very tall, probably around 5 feet 3 inches, with a high ponytail, jeans, and a white jacket. She wasn't the type to take your breath away at first glance, but she definitely had a look that grew on you. Since you did me a big favor before, I'll go ask around for you later. The school isn't that big, we should be able to find out. Huang Ke's smile stretched from ear to ear. Hee, thanks, Phone. This is the first time I've ever felt this way about a girl. Whether it works out or not, I think I should at least try. Shen Yifeng patted Huang Ke's belly. You'd look pretty sharp if you slimmed down. Join me for night runs from now on. How'd you know I need someone to push me? I'll tag along with you and your girlfriend on your night runs, be your third wheel and light your way. Wow. Shen Yifeng and Zhou Xianyu couldn't help but give him a thumbs up upon hearing this. One word, awesome. Chapter 60, the moment the crowd surrounded them. It was nearly 8 o'clock and Chuyun was still carefully applying makeup in front of the mirror. She treated tonight as a battle without gunpowder. Shen Yifeng was about to confess to someone. If there was a more spectacular confession scene, it would surely overshadow all of Shen Yifeng's preparations. If he got rejected, then the scene would be absolutely priceless. Chuyun was already imagining Shen Yifeng's dejected expression. Oomph, you asked for it. Making you look bad is actually letting you off easy. Push me too far, and I'll make sure you can't even survive in this class. Chuyun stared at her reflection in the mirror, thoroughly pleased with today's makeup. Xiaoling, are you sure Cao Cao is ready for tonight? I want a big scene, the bigger, the better. We have to outshine Shen Yifeng. Don't worry, Cao Cao and I have it all planned. He's called in his friends from the student council and their club members to help out. Tonight's going to be huge. Pang Xiaoling shifted gears and added. But seriously, after Cao Cao confesses, are you really going to say yes? Why should I? Just don't give him a clear rejection. Guys chasing girls is like the journey to the west, how can they succeed without enduring a few trials? Chuyun walked over to the full-length mirror and began inspecting her outfit. Isn't that a bit unfair? I'm the one who told him tonight's confession has a high success rate. If he gets rejected, he'll probably hate me. Pang Xiaoling looked uneasy. But I can't just end up with someone I don't like, can I? Chuyun smiled faintly. It'll be fine. I'll reject him very tactfully, I won't make him unhappy. Let's hope so. Pang Xiaoling was cut from the same cloth as Chuyun. Though she felt this wasn't exactly fair, her thoughts were quickly replaced by a shrug of indifference. Besides, it wouldn't cause her any trouble. If it was shady, so be it. The world was full of shady deals, one more wouldn't make a difference. Zhou listened with a frown, feeling more and more that she couldn't see eye to eye with these two roommates. The other girl in the dorm was completely invisible, rarely speaking up, and naturally kept to herself. But Zhou upbringing made it impossible for her to tolerate such behavior. So she quietly slipped into the bathroom and used her secondary account to add Shen Yifeng on QQ. At that moment, Shen Yifeng was still in the music club activity room, giving brief instructions to the participants of the evening's flash mob event. Proceed with your usual activities first. After they finish, you'll follow me back to the venue. I'll play guitar and sing, and you just create the atmosphere around me. Shen Yifeng picked up the 2 plastic bags from the floor. Time is tight. Getting over a dozen bubble teas from the shop would take too long, so I just grabbed some drinks. I appreciate your help, everyone. Thanks for your hard work. After speaking, he placed all the drinks on the table and let the others help themselves. Honestly, you didn't need to be so formal. The president often treats us to bubble tea. Even if we didn't want to give you face, we'd still give it to the president. Wu Qinsong stood nearby with his hands in his pockets, smiling as he said, "We're all part of the music association. Bubble tea isn't expensive, so it's only natural to treat everyone occasionally." His financial situation was suddenly laid bare. Even the cheapest bubble tea cost around 10 yuan per cup. With over 20 people regularly gathering in the music association room, treating everyone would easily cost over 200 yuan. In 2013, the average monthly living expenses for college students rarely exceeded 1,000 yuan. This alone showed Wu Qinsong came from a well-off family. It made sense people who pursued music tended to come from well-off families. Just as Shen Yifeng was finalizing details with others, a notification pinged on his phone. Wei-jie requests to add you as a friend. Message, college classmate. Shen Yifeng couldn't recall how many college classmates he'd added, probably only a dozen or so. Most he hadn't added. He copied the QQ number and searched for it in the class group chat, but couldn't find a matching profile. Moreover, this QQ account had a very low level, only 3 moons, not even a single sun. Clearly, it was a secondary account. Shen Yifeng clicked accept. If the person was selling porn or explicit photo sets, he'd delete them immediately. Sen, who are you? Wei-jie, tonight, Shuyun had someone confess to her on the playground. It might affect you. Shen Yifeng's mind raced upon seeing the message. The source of this information must be someone close to Shuyun. Most likely her roommate. That Peng Shaoling would never tip me off. Mao Xuaning barely speaks at all. She's so introverted she might as well have autism and has never said a word in the class group chat, so it definitely wasn't her either. Could it be Zhou Jiaqi? Shen Yifeng had some recollection of her. She carried herself with grace, and her demeanor suggested refinement. But why would she tip me off? Could she also dislike Shuyun? Shen Yifeng frowned and slowly nodded. It was entirely possible. That woman Shuyun had no redeeming qualities beyond her looks, and her brain seemed to be seriously malfunctioning. Only someone equally mentally unstable like Peng Shaoling could tolerate her. Others probably couldn't handle it. Sen, thanks, I got it. Wei-jie, Shuyun isn't actually a bad person, she's just a bit stubborn. Sen, I know her better than anyone. No need to defend her. Sen, anyway, thanks for your concern. Zhou Jiaqi stood in the bathroom, relayed the message to Shen Yifeng, then deleted him. Then she quietly switched back to her main account to avoid detection. After all, they lived under the same roof. Even if she disliked her, she couldn't let their relationship sour, otherwise, every day would be unbearable. Old Shen, you okay? You look rough. Wu Qinsong approached Shen Yifeng. That crazy from our class heard somewhere I was confessing today. She found some sucker to confess to her tonight, also on the field, probably at the same time as me. Damn, that girl's got issues. Wu Qinsong cursed. Don't panic. When it comes to presents, who can top our music association? Let me rally the troops tonight, no one's gonna outshine us. Shen Yifeng clasped his hands in a bow. No need for thanks between us, we'll be teammates on the show later. Rest assured, songwriting is my specialty. Thankfully, back in his previous life, he'd always listened to music with headphones while coding. Listening for over 10 hours daily meant he could hum entire songs without memorizing lyrics. No need for thanks. Given our connection, we might just be the next Jay Chou and Peter Winshan. You elevate me, I elevate you. I've already announced it in the group chat, everyone free tonight should head to the field. Wu Qinsong chuckled confidently. Do you know how many members our music association has? Over 4,000. Sure, many just joined casually and never participate in activities. But there are still plenty of active members. Tonight, we'll easily get over 100 people. Enough. This isn't a battle. If we really gathered the entire music association, we'd have enough people to take over Pinyin County. Shen Yifeng dismissed Chu Yun's concerns. Even if she made the event huge and stole all the spotlight, let her have it. A confession isn't about the size of the audience, but whether the confessor and the confessed connect in that moment, surrounded by the crowd. Shen Yifeng glanced at the bouquet on the table and smiled gently. They do look nicer than a cotton candy bouquet. Chapter 61, Who's Looking Down on Whom? Moonlight, silver-like, spilled across every corner of the playground. Students jogging at night glided along the track like a silver river, flowing smoothly through the darkness. The sound of basketballs bouncing echoed from the nearby court, punctuated by occasional cheers and shouts, further highlighting the vibrant energy of the university campus. Beyond the track, the vast central area served as the students' activity zone. Each evening, groups organizing icebreaker activities and couples strolling hand in hand gathered here. Most nights, only a few dozen people gather here, as most students prefer the comfort of their dorm rooms. But tonight, the area was unusually crowded. The Music Association had organized a flash mob here, having announced it in advance across various group chats. A flash mob can be understood as a form of short-lived performance art. At a designated location and specific time, a series of dance, song, or other performances are completed before the participants quickly depart. This time, the Music Association had teamed up with the dance club. With long legs to admire, naturally more people came. At 7:45 p.m., Chuyun arrived at the playground and was taken aback by the crowd. Classes start tomorrow, yet the playground is still packed like this, she remarked in surprise. Maybe Chow Chow called them. He's popular in the student council, he could easily gather a crowd with his connections. Pang Xiaoling stood with her hands behind her back, already sensing the scent of impending bloodshed. Tonight was destined to be extraordinary. Where's Shen Yifeng? What's his plan for tonight? Chuyun started laughing prematurely. There was a suspicion he might pop champagne. No clue about that. But given his connections, he hasn't joined any clubs or the student council, he'd probably just bring his roommates. Pang Xiaoling suddenly spotted Chow Chow in the crowd. The guy next to Chow Chow looks like the president of the music association. Could it be he invited not only student council members but also music association folks? I remember now. This afternoon I saw in the group chat that the music association had a flash mob tonight. They didn't even notify us yesterday. Right after I told Chow Chow I confessed to you tonight, the notice popped up. He must have arranged it. Hearing Pang Xiaoling's explanation, Chuyun felt even more excited. It wasn't the anticipation of the confession itself that thrilled her, but the realization that she had completely outmaneuvered Shen Yifeng this time. There he'd be, coldly confessing his feelings in the corner, while not far away, she'd be basking in the spotlight, lively and extraordinary. Girls are competitive by nature, there's no way that girl would say yes. Ha serves you right for messing with me. Can't we really reschedule? Please, bro, I've got something major to take care of today. In the middle of the playground, Chow Chow pulled out a pack of cigarettes and tried to offer one to Wu Qinsong, but was refused. You reschedule. I've got important business today too, can't budge an inch. Besides, we stake this spot first. If you want to hold your event, go do it over there. Chow Chow gave a wry smile. Only this spot has lighting. Everywhere else is pitch black, you can't even see a thing. Just do me this favor. When your music association needs approval for future events, our student union will definitely help find a solution. Wu Qinsong shot him a glance and chuckled. You're just a college-level student union officer, not university level. What kind of help could you possibly offer? I'd advise you to hurry and grab a spot before the ones over there disappear too. Forget it, brother Chow. Let's head over there. The music association has more members, it's their turn to get the prime seats. Yeah, let's get ready first. It'd be awkward if the freshmen show up and we're not prepared. Chow Chow shot Wu Qinsong a displeased glare. Just as he turned away, he heard Wu Qinsong call him back. Thinking the other guy had come around, he quickly pulled out that pack of cigarettes again with a smile. So this event you mentioned is for confessing feelings? Yeah, this spot's perfectly lit. Would you mind giving it to me? Not really, just asking. Wu Qinsong flashed a sly grin before turning back to coordinate the flash mob's upcoming routine with the participants. Chow Chow was left standing in the wind, flustered, muttering a string of profanities under his breath. Not long after Chow Chow left, Shen Yifeng arrived with his 3 roommates in tow. Old Wu, how's the setup going? All good. You'll blend into the crowd and stand right here. They'll definitely come from that direction from the girls' dorm to the field, so Tang Wei won't spot you early. Wu Qinsong crouched to check the speakers as he continued. Zhou Mingting texted that they've left the dorm and will be here soon. We'll start sharp at 8, perfect timing. Then I'm counting on you all. Shen Yifeng exchanged greetings with the flash mob participants before quickly disappearing into the crowd. The playground was illuminated only by a tall light tower, casting its glow over the central area. The area was now encircled by onlookers, forming a ring. The viewing zone was largely unlit, making it difficult to see faces clearly. Chuyun and Pang Xiaoling held hands as they pushed their way into the crowd, spotting members of the music association and dance club already preparing. Chow Chow sure knows how to make an entrance. There are at least 100 people here, much bigger than Shen Yifeng's turnout. Where's Shen Yifeng? I don't see him anywhere. Chuyun tilted her head, scanning the area. Is that group over there? Pang Xiaoling pointed toward a spot 20 meters away. A dozen or so people were arranging something with their phones. Their faces were obscured, as the flashlights from their phones were all pointed at the ground. What was visible was that they were arranging candles, clearly preparing for a confession scene. Looks like it. He's got the nerve to confess with just this many people? Shen Yifeng must have short-circuited. Who'd ever say yes to him? Chuyun suddenly felt relieved that Shen Yifeng no longer liked her. If Shen Yifeng were confessing to me tonight with that pathetic setup, I'd smash the flowers right in his face. Who does he think he is? Just as the flash mob organizers were nearly ready, entering the final audio calibration phase, Tang Wei and her 3 roommates slowly walked over from the other end of the playground. Based on Tang Wei's current understanding, tonight was Huano on state with her online boyfriend, so she'd deliberately picked out a more conservative outfit before leaving. She'd bought it during her freshman year when her fashion sense wasn't quite there yet. After wearing it a few times, it had been tucked away in her closet ever since. But when Zhou Mingting saw what Tang Wei was wearing before leaving, she insisted she change. Her reasoning? Looking her best was all about supporting Huan. And so the 4 girls headed out, each dressed more stunningly than the last. Zhou Mingting stuck to her signature sexy style, her white legs and slim waist on full display. Wang Yihuan went for a sweet look, pairing a pink sweater over a white shirt with a short skirt that showed off her fair legs. Shen Yifeng adopted a prim and proper young lady look, layering autumn-colored academic style pieces. Black tights beneath her skirt hugged her thighs, making them appear even longer. Tang Wei wore a white wool cape-style coat with boots, revealing a section of leg in between, a look later dubbed the absolute domain in later generations. Huan, where's your online boyfriend? He said he'll be here in a few minutes. Let's wait. Wang Yihuan wasn't good at lying, but luckily the night served as her disguise, hiding her expression. Perfect timing. Looks like the Music Association is doing a flash mob over there. Let's watch while we wait. Zhou Mingting cleverly steered Tang Wei toward the confession scene. Tang Wei didn't think twice, striding over with her long legs. For some reason, she had a feeling. Could that jerk of a brother be there too? Chapter 62, The Unevenness of Confessions. The group reached the edge. The crowd was too dense to push through. How did so many people show up? Zhou Mingting said deliberately. The music club and dance society together? That's guaranteed to draw a crowd. It's mostly the dance club. For those little guys, music can't compete with the senior girls' long legs. Too bad we can't get in. We'll just have to listen from outside. Tang Wei tried standing on her tiptoes but still couldn't see anything. Seeing Tang Wei's disappointed expression, Zhou Mingting stood behind her, looking around. Spotting Wu Qinsong searching for someone too, she jumped up and waved frantically. Feeling a chill run down her spine, Tang Wei slowly turned around. Zhou Mingting immediately clutched her neck and twisted awkwardly, muttering to herself. Oh dear, my neck's been feeling stiff lately from sitting too long. Wu Qinsong spotted Zhou Mingting and hurried over, pretending it was a chance encounter. What are you guys doing here? Did you see the flash mob in the group chat and decide to join the fun? Let me tell you, tonight's flash mob is going to be amazing. Cut the crap. We were just passing by and decided to check it out. Zhou Mingting crossed her arms and shot him a withering look. Her face was plastered with the look of disgust one reserves for an ex. Wu Qinsong's mouth twitched. Hey, that's going too far. You guys don't have to act so realistically just to play along, okay? If you guys want to see, I can take you to the front row. No thanks, we'll just watch from the back. Later. Tang Wei was cut off before she could finish. Sure, let's go up front. We can come back out later when Huan's online date arrives. Wang Yihuan nodded repeatedly. Yeah, I'm fine here. Meeting your online crush for the first time and you're not even nervous? Tang Wei asked suspiciously. Wha? Stop teasing me. If you ask any more questions, I'll give myself away. Wang Yihuan pursed her lips, her little toes digging into the soles of her shoes. I'm just so nervous, so I'm watching the performance to relax. Otherwise, when I meet him later, I might not even be able to speak properly. Come on, I'll lead you to the front. Wu Qinsong called out, and the crowd ahead parted to let them through. The appearance of several stunning beauties quickly drew everyone's attention, including Peng Xiaoling's. Shu Chu, look. Isn't that the girl we ran into at the cafeteria last time? Looks like it. Shu Yun instinctively flicked her hair. She believed that while she might not be the most beautiful girl in the entire school, she was undoubtedly top tier within the academy. Yet compared to that girl, genuine beauty remained an insurmountable chasm. If left to the boys to choose, one was like a lotus bud just beginning to unfurl. The other, vast as the ocean, embracing all with boundless capacity. Most guys would undoubtedly choose the latter. Shen Yifeng must be confessing to her, right? Why isn't she waiting over there? What's she doing over here causing a scene? Peng Xiaoling sneered coldly. I get it, that side must be too quiet, so she stormed over in a huff. Didn't Shen Yifeng chase after her? Shu Yun asked. He'll probably show up soon. They don't know about this big scene yet. You're the leading lady, Shu Chu. Once you make your grand entrance as the heroine, that girl will see how low-class Shen Yifeng really is. Remember to record it later. I'm going to post Shen Yifeng's pathetic expression in the class group chat. He'll never dare mess with me again. How dare he insult me last time? Stinky man. Shu Yun bit her thin lips tightly, her eyes glistening with moisture. Old Shen, your phone has a good camera. Make sure to snap a bunch of photos for me later, Shen Yifeng instructed. Got it. When you confess, I'll snap a bunch of shots for you. I'll send them later. Shen Shiyu grinned. Not me, Chu Yun. You guys be my paparazzi tonight and get 360-degree coverage. Chu Yun? Is she here too? Shen Shiyu asked in confusion. Not only is she here, but to mess with me, she deliberately had Peng Xiaoling bring out that senior who likes her to confess tonight. That poor guy probably has no clue he's just being used as a pawn tonight. Damn, I never realized Chu Yun was this beautiful. She's so devious. She's like Medusa, utterly scheming. Huang Ke's impression of Chu Yun was completely rewritten. She can't compare to Medusa. Medusa has a much better figure. Shen Yifeng had already spotted Tang Wei, standing in the front row across from them. He quickly pulled his baseball cap down low over his eyes, deliberately lowering the brim to avoid being recognized. Soon, the flash mob event organized by the Music Association and Dance Club began. First up was the male dancers performing EXO's Mama, instantly igniting the crowd. Next came Girls' Generation's G, performed by several senior students in miniskirts dancing provocatively. Though not perfectly synchronized, who comes to watch dancing anyway? Clearly, it was all about the legs. Holy crap! Holy crap! Huang Ke's eyes went wide, his throat moving visibly as he made no effort to hide his lecherous gaze. Wipe your drool, it's practically dripping onto the floor, Shen Yifeng remarked, utterly speechless. This dance, seriously high artistic value, Jin Shiyu, an old pro himself, couldn't contain his excitement either, tiptoeing to get a better look. Those seniors have killer figures, but their looks are just average, Zhou Xianyu commented. How many bottles have you downed? Now you're critiquing looks? Average? They're above average on campus. Especially in our computer science department. Aside from Chu Yun, these seniors could totally outshine everyone else. Qin Shiyu suddenly realized he'd accidentally mentioned Chu Yun, so he quickly added. Even though Chu Yun is pretty, her character sucks. Being pretty doesn't mean anything. I still think my little sweetie's the best, Huang Ke licked her lips. Your sweetie? Shen Yifeng asked in confusion. You already found out her name? Nope, I'm waiting for you, Brother Feng, to help me ask. Until I know her real name, calling her sweetie feels so much more intimate. Huang Ke chuckled. As the two dance performances concluded, it was finally time for the joint project between the Music Association and Dance Club. Shen Yifeng, the president asked me to give you the guitar. Ma Yuewei suddenly appeared behind Shen Yifeng and handed him the guitar. After the next song ends, they'll pretend to disperse. That's when you make your entrance. Don't be nervous, it's your second time around, so you've got experience. Get lost. This is a second confession, okay? What remarriage? Shen Yifeng slung the guitar over his shoulder and cleared his throat. Meanwhile, Tang Wei glanced at her watch and felt something was off. Huan, hasn't your online boyfriend shown up yet? That's so unreliable. He's not standing you up, is he? I'll text him. Wang Yihuan pulled out her phone, turning sideways to pretend to send a message. Not sure who to send it to, she decided to message Zhou Mingting instead. As she typed, Zhou Mingting's phone buzzed. Several invisible black lines appeared on Zhou Mingting's forehead. She turned her phone off altogether to avoid Tang Wei discovering it early. As the final performance concluded, Wu Qinsong took the microphone and announced the event's successful completion. But instead of packing up the equipment, he simply plugged the microphone back into its stand. It's over. Let's go, Tang Wei said, turning to leave, only to be grabbed around the waist by Zhou Mingting. It's not over yet. Wu Qinsong whispered to me there's a hidden performance. A hidden program? Tang Wei frowned in confusion, then saw the Music Association members forming a tight circle, completely blocking the view behind them. A figure wearing a baseball cap could be faintly seen approaching and standing at the spot where the microphone had been placed earlier. Hello? Shen Yifeng deliberately lowered his voice to test the mic, making it hard even for Tang Wei to recognize him. Chao Chao isn't going to sing a love song for you, is he? How romantic. Peng Shaoling twisted her mouth. Shen Yifeng's side hasn't made a sound yet, and that girl hasn't left either. Soon, Shen Yifeng will look even more clueless. Xu Yun stood with his head held high, arms crossed. His gaze fixed coldly on Tang Wei, radiating undisguised malice. In a few minutes, you'll learn the difference between a proper confession and a clumsy one. Chapter 63, You'll Take My Last Name. Performers from the Music Association and Dance Club surrounded Shen Yifeng completely. Except for those behind him, the other three sides couldn't even see who stood before the microphone. Chu, what are you standing there for? You're the star, get up there already. Peng Shaoling nudged Chu Yun forward. Under everyone's gaze, Chu Yun shyly covered her face as she stepped to the very front. What's up with that girl? Zhou Mingting frowned slightly, feeling a sense of familiarity. Looks like that girl from Yifeng's class. Tang Wei had actually recognized her, but her uncertain tone stemmed from confusion about why Chu Yun had stepped forward. Could this be a confession event? Damn it! That's exactly who she is. Zhou Mingting widened her eyes. She's like a sticky plaster, impossible to shake off. Maybe tonight is someone's chance to confess to her, Tang Wei said calmly. She wasn't the least bit envious. Not at all. No matter how tall, handsome, or wealthy the guy confessing to Chu Yun was, it was none of her business. She thought Shen Yifeng confessing to her while holding a lamb skewer was romantic enough. Romance wasn't about deliberately creating a scene, because scenes were merely meant to deepen future memories. Compared to such extravagance, Tang Wei believed sincerity mattered far more. The essence of love isn't flowers or gifts, but the moment when two people lock eyes and connect heart to heart. But if Yifeng had invited so many people and prepared such elaborate performances when confessing to me, it would have been a delightful bonus, not a necessity. With her? No way. Few people at this school have enough clout to get both the Music Association and Dance Club members to show up at the same time. Zhou Mingting didn't name Shen Yifeng directly, but her rejection of Chu Yun was decisive. Perhaps because her voice had grown a bit louder, Yun overheard her. She turned, shooting Tang Wei a contemptuous look as she sneered. Not many people have that kind of clout at school. But the guy who happens to like me? He's got it. What can I say? I'm just that popular. Have some dignity. Who said this was a confession to you? Zhou Mingting laughed bitterly. If it wasn't for me, then for you? Shu Yun's lips curved upward. Come to think of it, wasn't Shen Yifeng going to confess to you today? Aren't you going to watch? Yifeng was going to confess to me? Tang Wei's lips parted slightly. Though she'd had a hunch earlier, hearing it confirmed still shocked her. Damn it! That! She kept it from Wei-jie all day, and just as it was about to happen, that went and spilled the beans. Zhou Mingting's fiery temper flared instantly. Seeing her about to charge forward, Wang Yihuan quickly grabbed her arm. Forget it, Sister Mingting. Don't stoop to her level. Forget it? Is she out of her mind? Why is she standing right in front during someone else's confession? Does she think she's the one being confessed to? Zhou Mingting was stronger than Wang Yihuan. Breaking free, she grabbed Tang Wei's wrist and pulled her over to Chu Yun. Mingting, why did you drag me out here? Tang Wei looked around frantically, clearly unaware she was the event's main attraction. Exactly. Did you drag her out here just to embarrass her? What a great friend you were, making sure she loses face big time. Chu Yun sneered coldly. You'd better just stand here and don't move. When the time comes, I'll praise you for being so brave. Zhou Mingting left with a meaningful remark before returning to her previous spot. Tang Wei was stuck, neither staying nor leaving felt right. She could only spread her hands in confusion, staring at Zhou Mingting as if asking, what the heck are you doing? If I move an inch, I'll take your last name. Chu Yun shot back with a fierce retort, then lifted her chin haughtily, ready to bask in the spotlight as the boy confessed his feelings. At the same time, she thought of Shen Yifeng not far away, waiting foolishly with his few connections for the girl to arrive. TSK, how pitiful. Thank goodness he's not confessing to me, otherwise I'd be furious. Without warning, guitar strums filled the air. The music club members acted as cheerleaders, while the dance club members glided across the floor. The moment the singing began, everyone was swept up in the moment. Maybe it was just the right moment to meet you. Maybe it's because our feelings clicked. Maybe it's because your eyes always smile. That made the world feel so fantastically beautiful. As the song began, Tang Wei's furrowed brows instantly relaxed. That voice sounded so familiar. Could it be Feng's voice? Chu Yun, standing beside her, furrowed his brow. The sharp, confrontational glint in his eyes just moments ago began to waver, replaced by uncertainty. Why does this voice feel so familiar? I want to take you to the edge of the world. Stroll through these streets brimming with poetry. I hope you'll always dwell in my heart. This love will last until death, until we grow old together. As the lyrics reached this line, the members of the music association and dance club finally dispersed. Shen Yifeng, guitar in hand, lifted his head toward the microphone. When he saw Tang Wei standing there, dazed and bewildered, his face immediately broke into a radiant smile. But his peripheral vision caught sight of someone else nearby. As his gaze locked onto them and he recognized who it was, two words instantly shot through his mind. Holy! What the hell is wrong with Chu Yun? Didn't she find some senior to confess to? Why the hell is she barging into my space to stir up trouble? These thoughts flashed through Shen Yifeng's mind before being drowned out by the lyrics. I'm falling for your face, your eyes, every single expression. I can't resist drawing near, pressing close to you, sharing a single breath. I want to see you on sunny days, rainy days, every single second. Having you by my side is a wish I've held for so long. When Chu Yun saw Shen Yifeng emerge earlier, her mind went blank. Now she understood. What a huge misunderstanding. This wasn't the confession scene Xiao Chao had prepared for her at all, it was Shen Yifeng's confession scene for that other girl. During the last orientation event, Shen Yifeng had collaborated with the Music Association, so he naturally had access to their members. And since the Music Association frequently collaborated with the dance club, calling in a few tall, leggy dancers to support him was as easy as sending a message. Now she was stuck. Leaving felt wrong, but staying felt worse. Earlier, she declared fiercely, if I move a muscle, I'll take your last name. If she actually left now, she'd surely be branded with shame forever. Just as Chu Yun agonized over whether to leave, she caught a glimpse of Huang Ku and Qin Shiyu nearby, frantically snapping photos with their phones. They weren't photographing Shen Yifeng, they were photographing her. They laughed as they snapped, murmuring something indistinctly. When had Chu Yun ever endured such humiliation? Yet before Shen Yifeng, she'd suffered it repeatedly, each time worse than the last. Tears of frustration welled up and spilled from her eyes. Covering her face, Chu Yun burst out of the crowd. She faintly heard the tall, leggy girl sneer, from now on, you'll be taking my surname, Zhou. It was truly heartbreaking. What a bore, running off so fast. Zhou Mingting snorted dismissively, turning back to watch Shen Yifeng strum his guitar and sing love songs. I don't think I've heard this song before either. Wang Yihuan exclaimed in surprise. Could he have written it himself? That'd be so talented. What a waste studying computer science. Shen Yiju's eyes sparkled. Across the way, Wu Qinsong grabbed my Yuo's arm excitedly. Holy! He's so talented, I love it. I'm not into guys. Ma Yuo rubbed the sore spot where he'd been grabbed inside in admiration. To be fair, he really is talented. Even though they're all pop songs without deep meaning, making them catchy and memorable takes skill. Chapter 64, The Initiative in Love. Shen Yifeng breathed a slight sigh of relief after Chu Yun left. If he'd caused a scene at such an important event, it would have ruined everyone's mood. Now that the distractions had departed, Shen Yifeng's thoughts were completely focused on Tang Wei. The senior from the dance club led Tang Wei to the very center, bathed in the spotlight of the lighthouse. In that moment, she merged with the light, her shadow stretching out to stand shoulder to shoulder with Shen Yifeng's. I got you, you got me. It took me 1,000 centuries to finally meet you. I got you, you got me. Even if the world ends, I'll be with you. Shen Yifeng removed the microphone, one hand tucked behind his back, and walked slowly toward Tang Wei. His eyes, as dark as ink, never wavered from hers. A flutter in her heart, crimson-tinged earlobes, a bashful smile. This is what sweet love is all about. So sweet. Did you see that look in our junior's eyes? It felt like he completely tuned out the 100 people around him. He must be crazy about Sister Wei. Zhou Mingting wrapped her arms around Wang Yihuan and Chen Yizhu's wrists, tapping her feet excitedly on the spot, her excitement palpable. Should we record this? Oh yeah. Almost forgot the main event. I brought my camera from home specifically for this. We can record it. Chen Yizhu pulled out her Sony A900 and activated the video function. Just then, Shen Yifeng walked up to Tang Wei. Wu Qinsong quickly handed the bouquet to Shen Yifeng's free hand. Just as the singing ended, Shen Yifeng handed the microphone to Wu Qinsong. The entire sequence unfolded without any deliberate planning, yet it all came together perfectly. You little brat. Tang Wei pursed her lips, her helpless gaze tinged with affection. Didn't see that coming, huh? He. Shen Yifeng flashed a bright, boyish smile. You actually dared to lie to me, saying you'd be catching up on homework in the dorm tonight. We're two of a kind. You told me you had to work on your research project tonight too. They exchanged glances and both burst into laughter. Their laughter melted the hearts of the onlookers. Shen Yifeng held the bouquet before him. I didn't bring flowers yesterday, and it felt like something was missing. If others have them, you should too, even if it's just flowers. Flowers, cotton candy, lamb skewers. Tang Wei's lips curled slightly. None of that matters. As long as it's from you, it's perfect. You silly freshman. Give her flowers. Get down on one knee. Zhou Mingting cupped her hands around her mouth like a megaphone and shouted. Shen Yifeng quickly dropped to one knee, holding the bouquet high. Wow. Perfect match. Say yes. Together. 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 The crowd began to cheer, with Zhou Mingting the most excited of all. Holding Chen Yizhu's camera, she moved to the side of Shen Yifeng and Tang Wei, capturing the precious moment up close. Say something, you clueless freshman. Zhou Mingting's anti-smile never faded. This was completely unexpected for Shen Yifeng. His mind couldn't process it fast enough, so he simply repeated yesterday's words again, this time with utmost sincerity. He shouted loudly. Wei, I want to step into your life, to be a part of your world. I'll take charge of all those uncertainties you face. I like you. I've always liked you. So, can we be together? The atmosphere reached its peak at that moment, with the crowd cheering and jeering incessantly. I do. Tang Wei suppressed her emotions, nodded, and accepted the flowers before finally embracing the young man, feeling the heat of his breath and the warmth of his body. As the saying goes, some rejoice while others grieve. Meanwhile, Cao Cao had already set up his confession scene. Flowers and candles were all in place. Though the neighbors were bustling noisily next door, he had no idea what they were up to. Cao Cao remained utterly focused, waiting for his beloved to appear. Instead of Chu Yun, Peng Shaoling stormed in. Before Cao Cao could ask about Chu Yun, Peng Shaoling unleashed a torrent of scolding. What the hell are you doing? Is this some kind of joke? Ha? Cao Cao looked utterly bewildered. What do you mean? This is your grand confession? A measly bouquet of flowers, candles arranged like a funeral altar, and barely anyone here. Plus, this spot doesn't even have proper lighting, it's cold and dreary. Pang Shaoling stood with her hands on her hips, her tone sharp and accusatory. Where's Chu Yun? Get her over here. I'll explain to her. What's there to explain? Look at their confession scenes, so many people. Now look at yours. I really don't know what to say to you. Cao Cao stood awkwardly, looking embarrassed. The student union had an event tonight, so most people were in the academic building. When I arrived, the music club had already taken the center spot. I tried talking nicely, but it didn't work. Oomph. No skills, yet you still confess. Go confess to the wind. How could Chu Chu possibly like you? You should take a good look at yourself. Hey, what's your tone? You're the one who texted me saying tonight's confession had a good chance. She didn't even show up, isn't that rude? Cao Cao was getting annoyed. You call Chu Chu rude? With someone like you, it'd be weird if she even acknowledged you. So petty and stingy. Forget it, I'm not wasting my time arguing with you. Pang Shaoling turned away with a haughty snort. But after taking just a few steps, she felt a kick to her shin. Xiao Xiao couldn't hold back. Being mocked in front of so many people had left him feeling humiliated. When it came to matters of pride, a guy's rationality got halved. That's why he couldn't hold back and kicked Pang Shaoling. In this world, every corner is a stage. While one side was engulfed in the spectacle of a man losing his temper and kicking a rude woman, on the other side, Shen Yifeng had already taken Tang Wei's hand, gradually moving away from the crowd and slowly walking toward the dormitory. The others silently let them be, some dispersing, others packing up equipment. Finally, one thing off my mind. Yesterday's confession felt too rushed, Shen Yifeng murmured, his arm wrapped around Tang Wei's. Inside, he was already blooming like a giant flower. I told you, I don't care about the formality. But that song you sang was actually pretty good, catchy and easy to hum. Tang Wei fluttered her beautiful lashes, humming the tune after a moment's recollection. Maybe it's because your eyes love to smile. That makes the world feel magical and wonderful. Shen Yifeng gazed at Tang Wei's profile. Streetlights filtered through the gaps in the branches, casting patches of light on the ground and upon the two of them. As the light danced, their shadows stretched long, still holding hands. When Shen Yifeng turned his head, their shadows made it look as if he de-kissed Tang Wei's cheek. You did kiss her. Kiss? Tang Wei's palms instantly grew sweaty, a flicker of panic rising within her. Isn't kissing so soon a bit too fast? We're close, and you kissed me when we were kids, but we haven't seen each other for years. I feel like... I was talking about our shadows they kissed. Shen Yifeng looked up at the flustered Tang Wei and grinned. Ah, so you get flustered too. Who says I'm flustered? I'm not flustered at all. Tang Wei swept a strand of hair behind her ear with her right hand, using it to hide the flush on her cheeks. No way. I have to keep the upper hand in this romance. Otherwise, that bratty little brother of mine will definitely bully me from now on. Tang Wei suddenly grinned mischievously, cupping Shen Yifeng's face with both hands before pressing her lips against his without warning. Chapter 65. So this is the real you, Wei. Shen Yifeng's mind went blank for a moment. It happened so suddenly. Though he'd already anticipated what might happen when Tang Wei cupped his face. But his mind was in turmoil. One voice insisted, impossible. The other insisted, why not? Yet as Tang Wei drew closer, she paused, then gave him a mischievous grin before pinching his cheek. Your expression looks like you found a 100 yuan bill on the ground, only to discover it was counterfeit. That would be pretty heartbreaking, like going from heaven to hell in an instant. Shen Yifeng savored the sensation of Tang Wei's fingers on his cheek. He now understood perfectly the line from Three-Line Love Letters. If humans had tails, it might be a bit embarrassing to admit, but whenever I'm with you, mine would wag uncontrollably. There were too many people earlier, so I forgot to lay down the ground rules. Rule number 1, no bullying me. If you make me angry, I'll beat you up. Shen Yifeng nodded with a smile. And the other 2 rules? No getting involved in shady business. Study hard, especially in your major, you must master it. The 3rd rule came without hesitation, delivered with earnestness bordering on entrustment. And finally, take good care of yourself. Shen Yifeng's playful smile vanished instantly. He assumed Wei's 3 rules would all be about her, but the last one turned out to be, you must take care of yourself. Indeed, someone who truly cares about you simply can't bear to ignore you for long. They'll fight tooth and nail to squeeze their way into your world. An evasive answer is an answer. Lack of initiative is disinterest. Silence is rejection. Some things simply don't need to be pressed. Looking back, every detail holds the answer. I will, Shen Yifeng replied with a carefree smile. The regrets of his past life had, at least now, found a promising beginning. That's good. Tang Wei's smile grew even brighter. As she took a step back, ready to continue walking toward the dorm with Shen Yifeng, her peripheral vision caught sight of her 3 roommates frozen in place, their eyes wide with shock. As if struck by lightning. Did they just kiss? Holy crap. And Sister Wei made the first move. So this is the real Wei. Zhou Mingting was utterly stunned. All along, Tang Wei had been known in the dorm as the studious beauty. Beyond academics, she showed no interest in anything else. She didn't join the student council or many clubs. The only club she joined was the Cantonese Society, because she loved watching Hong Kong movies and had grown fond of the language. Whenever Zhou Mingting told her, you'll regret it for the rest of your life if you don't date in college, she'd always retort, if dating distracts me from my studies and I can't land a good job after graduation, that's what I'll regret for the rest of my life. I feel totally deceived. Wei was this proactive when she was dating? When I get back, I'm going to give her waist a good rub to make up for her deceit. No, you've got the wrong idea. Tang Wei knew the moment she saw Zhou Mingting's stomping expression that her earlier gesture cupping Shen Yifeng's face and leaning in had been completely misunderstood. Enough. New couples are like dry kindling meeting a spark. It's normal. Why not skip the left turn back to the dorms? Head right to the grove instead. It's still early before lights out anyway. Zhou Mingting's lips curled slightly as she pulled Wang Yihuan and Chen Yizhu forward. As they ran, she called back, "Don't come back before 9:30. I won't open the door. If you won't let me back to the dorm, where am I supposed to go?" Tang Wei watched her 3 roommates run off, her voice full of hurt. "Anywhere you want. Forget about your damn research project, I'll have Huan do it for you." "Ah. Wang Yihuan started to protest, but Zhou Mengting grabbed her waist like a gun pressed to her temple. "Say yes now." "Ah, well, fine. I'll do it for you, Sister Wei. You can go have fun." After saying that, Wang Yihuan lowered her head and mumbled a few times. "What am I supposed to do? I haven't even finished my own assignments. Sis Mengting and the others are actually pretty nice, you know." Shen Yifeng smiled as he waved goodbye to them. They're still in the honeymoon phase. Once they get used to it in a few days, they won't be like this anymore. Tang Wei knew Zhou Mengting's temperament well. If she said she wouldn't let her go back, she definitely wouldn't let her go back. Even though she understood Zhou Mengting was trying to bring her and Shen Yifeng closer, where could she possibly go for an entire hour? She couldn't really go to the grove. "Oh right, Wei, have you seen this person?" Shen Yifeng suddenly remembered the favor Huang Ku had asked of him. He even called him godfather and had been a big help these past few days. Shen Yifeng was determined to find him, even if it meant searching the entire school. The simplest method would be to log into the school's administrative system, filter for female students, and review each file one by one. While that would guarantee success, it would leave a trail of digital footprints, making it easy for the school's network administrator to detect. Tang Wei was still debating whether to take a stroll in the grove or sit at the milk tea shop for a while. Shen Yifeng's words snapped her back to reality. She tilted her head, staring at the phone screen. "That sounds like Su Yu, from our Cantonese club. She's a pretty hard-working girl. She once came to ask me about labor laws. Her dad got laid off from the factory without severance pay. After explaining the basics, I advised her to file directly with the Labor Bureau for arbitration. Not long ago, she even brought me some flour cakes from Yunnan, so I remember her well." "That's her." Shen Yifeng had only asked casually, assuming Tang Wei didn't have many social connections beyond classmates at school. Little did he expect that the girl Huang Ku liked happened to be part of the Cantonese club. Another senior? How come old Huan likes older women just like me? Tang Wei turned her head and asked with a smile, "What's wrong with an age gap relationship? Is that bad?" "Ahem." Shen Yifeng cleared his throat twice. "We've only just started dating. Who knows?" Sensing Shen Yifeng was teasing her, Tang Wei smiled, pursing her lips. "Anyway, we can't go back to the dorm for now. Shall we hit up the bubble tea shop, or the little grove?" "Let's go to the bubble tea shop." "The little grove might be too embarrassing," Shen Yifeng said awkwardly. College students were in the prime of their energy. In high school, they weren't yet adults, and with heavy academic pressure, even if they dated, it was mostly about finding soulmates. They couldn't do much on campus. But once they reached university, everything changed. Not only were their souls liberated, but their bodies were too. When dry kindling meets a raging fire, they truly become oblivious to others. Otherwise, why do so many domestic short videos feature university settings? Tang Wei followed Shen Yifeng, pressing him, "Why is the grove so eye-watering? Because someone was eating spicy hot pot there? Doesn't eating spicy hot pot make your throat burn?" Shen Yifeng found it hard to judge such an innocent Wei. She clearly had the face of a mature woman, and her figure matched that of a mature woman. Girls mature early, shouldn't they understand everything? Looks like Wei's high school life must have been pretty bland. Chapter 66, My mind is so perverted. The little forest is pretty dark, right? And hardly anyone ever walks through it, right? Some couples just love doing naughty things in dark, secluded spots. Shen Yifeng intended to educate Tang Wei. Don't be fooled by Wei's tough exterior and sharp tongue. She's completely clueless about many adult matters. She just pretends to know. Do naughty things? Outdoors? Tang Wei stared at him like he was a pervert. Don't underestimate the hormones of today's college students, especially when they're newly in love. Shen Yifeng's remark was absolutely unintentional. The result? Tang Wei immediately shifted that pervert-staring gaze onto him. Shen Yifeng, completely unaware, kept walking forward. As he walked, he suddenly realized the person beside him was gone. He spun around to find Tang Wei standing under a streetlight, already 4 or 5 meters away. That look, a mix of resentment and disgust, made Shen Yifeng's body tremble. His mind raced, wondering if he'd said something wrong earlier. That look couldn't be mistaken. Back when I was a kid, every time I was about to get a beating, I'd see Sister Wei's death stare. Shen Yifeng's brain was about to overheat. His gaze drifted as memories flooded back. Only then did he realize which phrase had gone wrong. My hormones are perfectly normal, dead normal. No spikes, no wild surges. Shen Yifeng scrambled over, trying to act as childish as possible. Maybe that would trigger Tang Wei's maternal instincts. After all, as a second-generation rich kid, Shen Yifeng's psychological age was already approaching 30. Even he found this behavior. Damn, this is disgusting. But what could he do? Girlfriend comes first. If he pissed her off on day one, he'd be screwed. Who knew that seeing his pathetic act, even trying to act cute and adorable, would make Tang Wei burst out laughing? Just kidding, I'm not mad at all. Good thing you know how to placate me now, unlike when you were little. Every time you made me mad, you'd run home and hide, forcing me to come beat you up. Your mom would tell mine that when I grew up, I'd never get bullied by boys, I'd be the one bullying them. The two reminisced about childhood antics as they quickly arrived at the milk tea shop. What'll you have? Shen Yifeng asked before ordering a taro milk tea for himself. I'll have fruit tea. Milk tea has too much artificial sweetener. You should cut back too. Owner, change mine to fruit tea too. But if we both order the same thing, I'll only get one to drink. Might as well just get one, Tang Wei added. Shen Yifeng pondered for a moment. That makes sense. I'll stick with the taro milk tea then. Sorry, boss, I won't be changing mine after all. After ordering, they found an empty table to sit at. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you, Xiaobo took a leave of absence. Probably because of his dad's factory incident. He deserves it. Their factory was one of the oldest snack manufacturers in the city. Countless kids grew up eating their products. With those unsanitary conditions, they probably gave stomachaches to countless people. It's a miracle they weren't arrested. Shen Yifeng still bristled with indignation whenever Xiaobo's name came up. If he hadn't taken a leave of absence, I would have gone straight to the security office to get evidence proving he hired people off campus to bully you. Then I'd use the law to get him at least a public order penalty. Tang Wei's eyes were beautiful yet sharp. At that moment, one word perfectly described her appearance: utterly spirited. What research project were you planning to work on tonight? It sounded pretty complicated. Shen Yifeng didn't want to dwell on Xiaobo, so he steered the conversation elsewhere. Marriage law, property issues before and after marriage. Then you don't need to study me. Once I start earning money, I'll definitely hand it all over to the family treasury. Keeping a little pocket money will be enough. Just as Shen Yifeng finished speaking, the shop owner, a middle-aged man, approached with a smile, carrying fruit tea and taro milk tea. As someone who's been there, let me warn you, never hide secret stashes. If you get caught, you're in for it. Last time I stashed my money in my shoe insoles, my wife found it while washing my shoes. I didn't get to eat her cooking for a whole month after that. That bad? Shen Yifeng asked sympathetically. The middle-aged man looked to be around 30, which meant, psychologically speaking, Shen Yifeng and he were peers. Can't help it in Sichuan and Chongqing. We're henpecked husbands, scared of our wives. True. Shen Yifeng nodded in agreement. After the boss left, he turned to see Tang Wei holding fruit tea in her left hand and milk tea in her right, her delicate lips wrapped around two straws simultaneously. Shen Yifeng was about to warn her that drinking like that would surely spill. But Tang Wei was quicker. With a quick suck, she mixed the milk tea and fruit tea together in her mouth, letting it spill out through the gap between the two straws. It slid down her sharply defined jawline, dripping onto her neck and soaking her clothes. Oh dear. Take it easy, I'm not trying to take it from you. Shen Yifeng grabbed a tissue from the table and instinctively reached out to help wipe Tang Wei. This was absolutely an instinctive action. Just like instinctively reaching to pick something up when you see it fall on the ground. Until his fingers encountered that springy, elastic sensation like squeezing a balloon. Only then did Shen Yifeng realize he'd wiped the wrong spot. No, it wasn't the wrong spot. He shouldn't have wiped it at all. Muscle memory can be deadly. I didn't mean to. I saw the milk tea spill and just... Shen Yifeng tried to explain why his hand had ended up on her chest. But Tang Wei wasn't angry at all. Instead, she asked him, why didn't you take more paper towels? One just isn't enough. Watching Tang Wei frantically pull out tissues to dab at her dampened clothes, preventing the milk tea leaking from her mouth from trickling down her chin and soaking deeper into her chest. Only then did Shen Yifeng realize that being with Wei-jie felt effortless. She wouldn't get upset over minor things, nor would she take offense at thoughtless remarks. A comfortable relationship wasn't about tiptoeing around each other, but about getting to know one another better through shared moments. Even if you accidentally upset her once, all you need to remember is that she gets upset about that particular thing, and avoid that minefield in the future. Watching Tang Wei bend down to wipe her clothes, Shen Yifeng thought this version of Wei-jie was adorable too. Oh no, it's hopeless. True to form, love puts rose-colored glasses on your eyes. Everything your partner does or wears suddenly seems adorable. After wiping her clothes, Tang Wei looked up and caught Shen Yifeng's starstruck expression. She suddenly asked, what's with that expectant look on your face? You look adorable drinking your bubble tea. Tang Wei frowned slightly, her lips curling up before she forced them back into a straight line. You're just blinded by love. Everything looks adorable to you now. Can't help it, I'm telling the truth. It really is adorable. Shen Yifeng took the bubble tea Tang Wei handed him. Seeing the bite marks on the straw, it felt like an indirect kiss with Wei-jie. Damn it! My mind is so twisted. Chapter 67, What is Secret Admiration? After sitting in the milk tea shop for a full hour, Tang Wei finally straightened her clothes and stood up, judging that Zhou Mingting should have let her in by now. Let's go. Time to head back. I need to hurry back too, I have to help my roommate finish her homework. Huh? But won't you be up super late tonight? It's Monday tomorrow, don't oversleep. It won't take too long. My skills make finishing this homework as easy as solving elementary math problems no big deal. Shen Yifeng wasn't exaggerating. With his current skills, tackling freshman-level computer science assignments truly felt like solving elementary math problems. It might be a bit convoluted, but it was definitely not difficult. After escorting Tang Wei back to her dorm, they embraced and parted ways. The girl turned and walked away with light steps. The boy watched her disappear around the corner before turning and strolling into the night. I'm really with Wei-jie now. It feels like a dream. If this really is a dream, I beg the heavens to let me dream it through to the end. In my past life, I owed Wei-jie far too much. Shen Yifeng knew this was only the beginning. The hardest part of love is maintaining it. I need to make money fast. So many things I want to do depend on it. Without money, you can't move an inch. Back in the dorm, Shen Yifeng found old Huang already lying on his bed. Qin Shiyu was showering in the bathroom, while Zhou Xianyu smiled at his phone, engrossed in whatever he was watching. Everyone. Thanks for tonight. Remember to let me know when you're free, I owe you guys a meal. Huang Ke sat up from his bed. No problem, brother Feng. Tonight we not only got to see the dance club seniors' long legs, but also witnessed Chu Yun's deadpan expression. It was hilarious. I'm still looking at them now. We took a bunch of photos back then, and old Qin took the most. Apple phones are just better, their pixels are way clearer than our crappy Androids. Shen Yifeng leaned over Zhou Xianyu's shoulder to watch the video they'd recorded. 1 second Chu Yun had been full of herself, the next her smile vanished completely, replaced by shock and utter disbelief. Didn't she recognize my voice? She sang almost halfway through and still didn't catch on. Maybe subconsciously she thought it couldn't be you singing, but that senior who confessed to her. Huang Ke climbed off the bed, her face brimming with anticipation. Bro Foam, did you manage to find out? If not, I'll have to risk checking the academic system manually. Do you think the network admin is blind? With all that browsing history, they could trace you right back through the network cables unless you used a jump server in full anonymous proxy. Then the school network admin wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Huang Ke grimaced. Brother Foam, you overestimate me. Even a basic anonymous proxy is tricky. I tried it before and still got caught. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been tracked down by the cops through the network cables when I hacked that internet cafe back in the day. Shen Yifeng patted his shoulder earnestly. Are you willing to take risks for love? If the school finds out, you could face a warning at best or expulsion at worst. Huang Ke declared with unwavering resolve, I'm willing. Willing my ass. Are you an idiot? You don't even know her name or if she likes you back, and you're risking expulsion? You're a purebred fool. As someone who'd been through it, Shen Yifeng vowed to warn anyone who followed in his footsteps. Strangely, in his previous life, Huang Ke had never dated anyone, and he'd never heard of this girl named Yuyu during his university years. Could it be that by altering the timeline, I'd indirectly affected those around me? Seeing Huang Ke's dejected expression, Shen Yifeng stopped teasing him. That girl's name is Yuyu. She's from Yunnan and belongs to the Cantonese club. That's all I know for now, but knowing her name makes everything else easier. Huang Ke's eyes, which had lost their light, immediately regained their sparkle. He quickly opened his laptop and, using the administrator password he'd cracked earlier for the academic affairs system, logged in with practiced ease. Brother Feng, what are the two characters? Su is the Su from Jiangsu. Yu is. Shen Yifeng paused for a moment, realizing he'd forgotten to ask Wei-jie which two characters it was. But no problem. He typed in Su, filtered by gender, and though dozens of names appeared, only one girl was named Yuyu. None of the other homophones matched. Just as Huang Ke was about to click into the student file, Shen Yifeng suddenly stopped him. Have you thought this through? Thought through what? Liking someone is like opening Pandora's box. Once you open it, there's no clean escape. You either succeed or walk away scarred. Shen Yifeng's sudden seriousness caught Huang Ke off guard. Brother Feng, you're making me nervous. Isn't liking someone a beautiful thing? Why make it sound so scary? Let me ask you this, if you ran into that girl again at school one day, would you dare to speak to her? Start with a crush, right? Every romance begins with a crush. Old Qin told me that, though he did add that it was always girls crushing on him. Huang Ke shrugged. Let me tell you what a crush is. It's knowing her back and profile better than her face. It's not knowing if she likes you back or if she even has someone she likes. It eats away at you, but there's nothing you can do. You still like her so much. You like her, but she doesn't like you back. Since you took the initiative to fall for her, even if things don't go your way, you can't blame anyone else. You're not a child anymore and no one's going to come comfort you when you're unhappy. Shen Yifeng's words were meant for Huang Ke, but they were also spoken to his past self. It was a kind of release. But I still like her so much. I've never felt this way before in my life. That day, I truly fell for her. How can I describe it? Ever since the day I saw her, my heart hasn't stopped racing. If your heart stopped, you'd be dead. Shen Yifeng knew Huang Ke wasn't great at describing things, but he could probably grasp the gist. Just open it and take a look. Get to know this girl better first, that's how you'll have a chance to become someone she likes. As someone who has been through it, I have to warn you, the process of reinventing yourself is going to be incredibly painful. You need to be mentally prepared. Huang Ke's mouth twitched. Bro, you've only been dating for 2 days and you're already so deep? Does your senior know about this? Cut the crap. Anyway, you're joining me for night runs every evening from now on. First, you need to shed that belly fat. When you two finally meet properly, do you want to show up as a chubby guy or a handsome one? Then I'll stuff myself with those limited edition snacks from Shansity's Best Food Factory later. Probably won't be able to buy them after this. Shen Yifeng frowned. Are you crazy? You saw the production workshop conditions. How can you still stomach eating that stuff? Getting diarrhea after eating will help me lose weight. Get lost. Tomorrow you're running with me. Tonight, find out everything you can about that girl. When it comes to love, all a strategist can do is support you. Whether it works out or not is entirely up to you. Huang Ke's eyes gleamed with a resolve as unwavering as a party member's pledge. My world is like computer binary code, only zeros and ones. Besides me, there's only Yuyu. For S sake, keep your mouth shut around her. Your cheesy pickup lines give me goosebumps. Chapter 68, Making a Game. Huang Ke gave an awkward laugh before opening Suyu's student file. Her ID revealed her date of birth, major, and contact details including her QQ number, all recorded with precision. So she's from the School of Journalism, majoring in journalism and communication. 8 months older than me, she's actually my senior. Listening to Huang Ke's chatter, Shen Yifeng returned to his seat, booted up his laptop, and first finished his own and his roommate's assignments. The network fundamentals assignments were indeed straightforward. Within an hour, Shen Yifeng had completed 4 different versions and sent them to his roommates. I've taken care of your assignments. Remember to copy them to your USB drives, they're due tomorrow. Shen Yifeng stretched lazily, then turned to say to Qin Shiyu and Zhou Xianyu. But he found they had already gone to bed. Not gaming tonight? Hanging out with girls tonight. We've been chatting for a few days now, and next week we can finally meet outside campus. This is a crucial phase, gotta charm her properly, Qin Shiyu explained. I've been losing all day. I'm exhausted, Zhou Xianyu sighed helplessly. League of Legends has gotten a bit boring lately. I'm kinda thinking about switching to a different game. Come play some Steam games with me. There's this upcoming open-world zombie game that combines first-person shooter, survival horror, tower defense, and RPG elements, plus it supports multiplayer. Qin Shiyu exclaimed excitedly. A post-apocalyptic zombie survival game? Sounds interesting. What's it called? Huang Ke asked eagerly. 7 Days to Die. It launches in December. Who's in to play with me? I'll cover the cost for whoever joins. Qin Shiyu declared generously. Count me in. Free stuff? Why not? Zhou Xianyu grinned. Shen Yifeng listened to their conversation and began to think seriously. The question before him now was whether to develop a mobile game or a PC title. 2014, just next year, was the year mobile gaming exploded. The groundbreaking game Honor of Kings launched, outshining its competitor from another studio within the company, All-Star Superheroes. It quickly became unstoppable, evolving into a massively popular MOBA game with enormous traffic. In March 2017, Honor of Kings officially claimed the top spot in global iOS mobile game revenue, generating a staggering 3 billion yuan in cash flow during the first quarter alone. Also in this year, Tencent, the leading force in China's electronic gaming industry, officially announced that its mobile game revenue had surpassed that of its PC games. Simultaneously, it declared that mobile gaming had officially taken the reins from PC gaming. This clearly signaled that mobile gaming was the future. Traditional PC gaming will inevitably decline as the generation that once played most fervently grows older, becoming preoccupied with work and lacking the energy to boot up a computer after hours. The new generation, having grown up surrounded by smartphones and tablets rather than computers, naturally gravitates toward mobile gaming. For Shen Yifeng, developing an entirely new original game means facing completely unknown market feedback. It's like Schrodinger's cat, you never know whether it's alive or dead until you open the box. No game can guarantee profitability until it's tested by the market. When considering which game to develop from those released after 2013, 2 words flashed through Shen Yifeng's mind: Yuanshen. Whether a game is fun is a thoroughly subjective concept. After all, you can't please everyone. Some prefer strategy games, others favor casual titles, and some get motion sickness from 3D graphics. But what sets Yuanshen apart is its dedicated core user base. It holds a fatal attraction for anime enthusiasts. Judging from its past performance, this very appeal was the quality that set Soul of the Ancients apart from the rest. Shen Yifeng leaned back in his chair, twirling a pen deftly in his hand while his mind raced. In 2013, Apple launched the iPhone 5 series, Samsung released the Galaxy S4, and Huawei debuted its Mate series. Other brands like Xiaomi, Oppo, Vivo, Meizu, and Lenovo also entered the market. However, the current mobile operating systems likely couldn't handle the game Yuanshen. At the very least, they couldn't render the game's scenes to their fullest potential. If smooth gameplay couldn't be guaranteed on mobile, the player experience would undoubtedly suffer. Perhaps it would be wise to capitalize on the current dominance of PC gaming by releasing a PC version first, followed by a mobile version later. Shen Yifeng glanced at Zhou Xianyo's bed, where posters of Hatsune Miku and Asuna adorned the wall. Old Zhou, what if there was a game themed around anime and manga? One where you could draw cards, featuring tons of original anime girls, with a bit of a nurturing element? No online community, stand alone, but not a buy and own model. Would you play it? Zhou Xianyu had been discussing 7 Days to Die with Qin Shiyu, but at Shen Yifeng's words, his interest visibly peaked. Holy crap, a game like that exists? What's it called? I'm downloading it right now. It's not released yet. Shen Yifeng repeated his question, but as an anime enthusiast, would you play it if it existed? Of course I would. I'm new to the anime scene, but I've already started buying standalone anime-themed games. But you said standalone without a buy and own model? Are game developers running charity shows? How do they make money? There are plenty of ways to monetize. Players can buy virtual currency, use it to expand their inventory, pull gacha cards, purchase monthly passes, or grab limited-time bundles, all of which generate revenue. Shen Yifeng gave an example. You guys play IMMT, right? It's similar to gacha systems, except the characters you pull are all cute anime girls. Each character has their own story and exclusive voice acting by professional voice actors. Plus, the in-game scenes are so stunning you could screenshot them and print them as wallpaper. Zhou Xianyo's eyes widened. If a game like that existed, I'd absolutely play it. I'd even pay money for it. I doubt any anime fan would turn down a game like this. Huang Kun nodded in agreement. I'm not really into anime myself, but this game sounds awesome. Feng, you mentioned wanting to make a game before, could it be? You want to make it yourself? Qin Shiyu's expression froze. Making games costs a fortune, especially when you're switching industries. The kind you described? I doubt it could be done for less than a few million. That's why I'm going with the music club president to Shonan next week to record a show. I'll sell songs first to make some cash, then enter competitions for prize money. We can start with a simple game to test the waters, maybe it'll turn a profit too. The competition Shen Yifeng referred to were cybersecurity-related contests, offering substantial prizes, typically over 10,000 yuan. Once he had a bit of capital, he could start his own studio and begin recruiting talent. MiHoYo was officially established last year, securing over 1 million yuan in investment before launching Honkai Academy by year-end. By that logic, the timeline should have been feasible. Beat them to the punch and finish developing the game, Soul of the Origin. The characters might differ, and the world building could have slight variations, but as long as the core framework remains the same, this game should succeed. Chapter 69, Tangled Threads. The following days of classes passed uneventfully. For Shen Yifeng, they were far too simple. The only amusement came from watching class monitor Du Jun approach the sullen Chu Yun after class, only to be completely ignored. It made Shen Yifeng feel like he was seeing his own reflection from his previous life. Pretty ridiculous. Night runs officially began on Monday. Shen Yifeng took Tang Wei and Huang Ke for a run around the track. Exercising while chatting with Tang Wei was a way for them to spend time together as a couple. Huang Ke, however, felt like a third wheel. Fortunately, his stamina was poor, and he always fell half a lap behind. So he could only play the third wheel at the start and finish, spending the rest of the time jogging alone. Love truly has incredible power. Shen Yifeng had assumed Huang Ke would quit after the first day, but the next morning, he actually asked when they'd go running again. It seemed he was dead set on losing weight for a chance that might exist, or might not, a chance to meet the girl he secretly admired. Before they knew it, Wednesday arrived. That afternoon, after class, Tang Wei asked her roommates if they wanted to grab dinner together. I'm dieting lately, so I won't be joining you. If it's convenient, could you grab me a bottle of milk? Chen Yizhu said softly, holding a thin book. This was an elective course. All four of them had chosen environmental protection law. Compared to other electives, this one wasn't as complicated, making the final exam a bit easier. If it were a required course, they'd have to carry more books. You're under 90 pounds and still dieting? Give me a break. Zhou Mingting pinched her thigh. I'm almost 110 pounds and not planning to lose any. Don't get too skinny, you'll lose your curves. Because you're taller. Even over 100 pounds, you're not fat. I envy your figure, but height is my Achilles heel. There's nothing we can do about it. Girls in southwest China generally aren't very tall. Chen Yizhu stood around 163 centimeters tall, reaching 165 centimeters with heels. Not short for a mountain city, but compared to northerners, she was a little potato. What about Huan? Going to the cafeteria? I probably won't either. The manga club has an event tonight. Tang Wei parted her pink lips slightly, glancing at Zhou Mingting. You can't possibly have plans, right? Are you kidding? Food is the foundation of life, how could I skip a meal? Tang Wei nodded with a smile, secretly sending a message to Shen Yifeng. VV, I brought Mingting along. Yifeng, got it. What do you want to eat? VV, braised chicken, please. Feng, what about Mingting? VV, ask Wu Qinsong, he'll know for sure. A foam, but asking him directly would blow our cover. VV, but you can't order for me either. We have to pretend it's a chance encounter to avoid giving ourselves away. A foam makes sense. Sis Wei's the smart one. VV, hee hee. Now that Shen Yifeng was dating Tang Wei, the nickname Sis Wei no longer referred to her as his actual sister, but rather as a term of endearment. At the entrance of the boys' dormitory, Shen Yifeng spotted Wu Qinsong jogging toward him and quickly stashed his phone away. Sorry, the production team just called to confirm if we can make it to Xiangnan on Saturday. We'll take the train Friday afternoon and arrive in Xiangnan Saturday morning. We'll make the recording easily. Send me your ID number later and I'll buy the tickets for you, Wu Qinsong said. It's fine, I'll get my own ticket. Shen Yifeng disliked owing favors. I mean, no offense. It's just that you're accompanying me to this event. Without you, I'd probably get eliminated in the first round. So I should cover the expenses. Don't worry, my family is well off. Wu Qinsong's words were flawless. First, he wanted to clear up any misunderstanding that he wasn't flaunting his wealth, but rather speaking from a rational perspective. Then he explained why he should cover the travel expenses, finally adding in a joking tone that his family was well off and this small amount wouldn't affect his lifestyle. Shen Yifeng understood Wu Qinsong's meaning perfectly. He was indeed running low on cash. With over a week left before his next allowance, he didn't even have enough for a round-trip ticket to Xiangnan. I'll pay you back once I sell the song. Ha, no problem. Once you become famous, tons of singers will be lining up to commission songs from you. You'll definitely get a great price then. The two chatted as they walked toward the second cafeteria. How are things with Tang Wei lately? You just got together, so the novelty must be strong. But you two have known each other since childhood. I wonder if you still have that fresh spark couples usually have. I'd love to be with her 24/7, but right now, making money is the top priority. Love without financial support, even if it starts pure and unaffected by material things, will eventually be strained by them. Wu Qinsong nodded with a smile. True enough. You seem surprisingly mature for someone your age. Either you've been through heartbreak or forced into it. Shen Yifeng's lips twitched slightly as he sidestepped the question. This guy has a sharp eye. He reads people like a ING book. They arrived at the second cafeteria. Shen Yifeng ordered a bowl of chicken awful noodles. Wu Qinsong, protecting his throat, couldn't eat spicy food, so he opted for tomato meatball soup over rice. They had barely sat down when Tang Wei and Zhou Mengting approached carrying their trays. Yifeng, what a coincidence. I thought you weren't eating tonight. I made plans with Wu Qinsong to discuss this week's audition trip to Xiangnan, so I didn't tell you. Shen Yifeng blurted out a straight-faced lie. But it was actually something he'd planned with Tang Wei. One would take Wu Qinsong, the other would take Zhou Mengting. After the last welcome event, both Shen Yifeng and Tang Wei had noticed that Wu Qinsong and Zhou Mengting still harbored feelings for each other. Neither had pursued serious relationships since their breakup, suggesting lingering feelings. So they planned to create more opportunities for them, hoping they might reconcile. Let's just share a table and eat together. I want to hear what you two talk about. Will it be a live stream or a recorded broadcast? Will Xiangnan TV air it? Tang Wei placed her tray on the table, leaving Zhou Mengting no choice but to sit with them. Shen Yifeng and Wu Qinsong sat side by side. Tang Wei took the seat opposite Shen Yifeng, leaving Zhou Mengting no choice but to sit across from Wu Qinsong. Both kept their heads down, acting as if they didn't know each other, eating silently. Shen Yifeng thought, this won't do. How can we communicate without talking? He turned to Wu Qinsong to break the silence. Old Wu, is this live broadcast? Yeah, Xiangnan TV's talent shows are usually live broadcasts. It's kind of a gimmick. Because it's real, and sometimes unexpected things happen, that's why the ratings are so high. After speaking, Wu Qinsong lowered his head again, took a sip of soup, and couldn't help stealing a glance at Zhou Mengting. Shen Yifeng and Tang Wei noticed this exchange. Sure enough, the tangled threads only grew more complicated. These two? Sparks were bound to fly again. Chapter 70, A Man's Words. Mengting, aren't you a loyal viewer of Xiangnan TV? You'll be watching then, right? Tang Wei gently nudged Zhou Mengting, whose mind had gone blank. Today she wore light makeup, her lips coated in a pale tint of lip gloss. Compared to her usual heavy makeup, she didn't resemble the bold northeastern girl she usually was, but rather a taller southern woman. Add to that her unusual quietness, a stark contrast to her usual personality. Not only did Wu Qinsong feel a bit unfamiliar with her, even Tang Wei found her somewhat strange. Yeah, I'll watch. Weekends are boring anyway. You two do your best. If you hit it big, I'll finally have celebrity friends. Zhou Mengting stuck out her tongue and licked the oil from the corner of her mouth. Hundreds of people are competing. Only the top few will make it, the rest are cannon fodder. Even if you get some buzz, it'll only last a short while. Becoming a star is incredibly difficult. Wu Qinsong's seemingly casual words were actually meant to explain to Zhou Mengting that stardom wasn't that easy to achieve. It was still a long way off. Exactly. The entertainment industry is always flooded with new blood. Those without connections are basically cannon fodder. Most end up just ordinary people, Shen Yifeng chimed in. Even if you do become a star, does that mean you can't fall in love? Can't make friends? You can't look too far ahead in life because you can't see clearly anyway. You should focus more on the present. Tang Wei's philosophical words made Shen Yifeng's eyes light up. It wasn't because she wore a white dress today, nor because of her flawless complexion, delicate features, rosy lips, and straight nose. It was a kind of admiration. He felt Wei-jie was so cultured. Perhaps it was the rose-colored glasses he was wearing, or maybe her words truly resonated. Whatever the reason, Shen Yifeng suddenly felt a surge of admiration. Admiration is actually crucial in a relationship. One could say that admiration forms the foundation of a stable relationship. Relying solely on emotion and feeling is rarely sustainable. Decades ago, the bonds between literary giants and their partners were largely built on mutual admiration and reverence. Otherwise, Xian Zhongshu wouldn't have written, after searching half my life for spring, your smile is enough. Nor would Yang Jiang have written, I came to Tsinghua for 2 reasons, to study, and for Zhongshu. Nor would Premier Zhou Enlai have penned, throughout my life, I have been an unwavering materialist. Only for you do I hope for a next life. Perhaps sensing a surge of intensity, Tang Wei looked up to see Shen Yifeng's infatuated expression and quickly frowned, as if to say, why are you staring at me? Look at them. Old Wu definitely isn't that kind of person. He values loyalty above all else, and that extends to other relationships too. Shen Yifeng snapped back to reality and hastily added. Junior, your taste is pretty terrible, Zhou Mingting declared, jabbing her chopsticks into the chicken cutlet and pulling it apart with both hands, her nose wrinkling slightly. It was unclear whether the force came from the physical act or her resentment toward her ex-boyfriend. Who says? I think my taste is top-notch. Just look at my girlfriend, she's amazing. Shen Yifeng spread his hands toward Tang Wei, as if announcing, ta-da! This is my girlfriend, super awesome. Under the table, Tang Wei, wearing her white sneakers, gave him a gentle kick. Alright, wife-controlled. Shen Yifeng immediately shut up. Of course I wasn't talking about Wei-jie, I was talking about someone else. Zhou Mingting hesitated, set down her chopsticks, and prepared to unleash her pent-up frustration. Forget it. We Northeasterners are straightforward. I won't beat around the bush, I'm talking about you, Wu Qinsong. When we were together, you were all over other girls. Even though you explained it to me a few days ago, you still owe me an apology. I already explained everything. It was all a misunderstanding, and you were the one who wanted to break up. Why should I apologize? Wu Qinsong retorted in his most timid tone. His words sounded tough, but his voice had dropped in pitch. Someone unaware might think he was protecting his voice. I liked you so much back then. I admired you, thought you were talented, handsome, and, well, you know. Seriously. You don't need to mention the good life part. Shen Yifeng was stunned. He glanced around nervously, afraid someone might overhear. Fortunately, no one was seated nearby. Life? Good too? Tang Wei didn't read into it, just voiced her confusion. I mean, his musical skills are top-notch, he plays multiple instruments. As for that other aspect, just average. Wu Qinsong covered his face. Sometimes he really wanted to call the police. She just blurted everything out, impossible to stop. We were so close back then. Because of some misunderstandings, I wanted to break up. If you had just explained properly and comforted me, everything would have been fine. But you agreed to it. The truth is, I was in agony back then. I couldn't write good songs, felt like a complete failure. I was depressed during that period, and then you came along arguing with me, making me even more irritable, so... Wu Qinsong gritted his teeth, as if making an agonizing decision. Alright, I apologize to you. I'm sorry I agreed so easily. My impulsive actions caused you pain, and I sincerely apologize. Once the floodgates opened, Shen Yifeng and Tang Wei remained silent. Shen Yifeng, in particular, listened with intense focus. These were lessons in emotional maturity. If I ever upset Wei-jie in the future, I'd have to back down when I should, even if I didn't want to, and wait until she calmed down before trying to reason with her. Because reasoning with an angry girl is harder than listening to a calculus lecture. At least math problems have solutions, but the equation of a woman's emotions has no definitive answer. The other bystander wasn't staring intently, but his ears were perked up the whole time. Seems like conflicts need to be resolved on the spot. The longer you drag it out, the worse it gets. Come to think of it, when Feng and I had disagreements as kids, we always resolved them on the spot. We never let grudges linger overnight. Sometimes when Ah Feng knew he'd upset me, he'd obediently offer his but for a kick. These past few years, Ah Feng has matured considerably. Who knows what he's been through, but it's been so long since he last made me angry. It's getting harder to discipline him. Tang Wei pursed her lips, catching Shen Yifeng out of the corner of her eye, listening intently to Zhou Mingting and Wu Qinsong's conversation. He was the type who, if given a notebook and pen, would probably take notes diligently. You watch the live stream on weekends, right? Wu Qinsong asked hopefully. What? Did you write a song for me? Zhou Mingting raised her eyebrows in counter-question. Oh no. Shen Yifeng recalled Wu Qinsong telling him that the melody for that song had come to him during his senior year of high school. At the time, he and his first love had parted ways amicably. It wasn't a song written for Zhou Mengting. With their relationship looking promising, if Wu Qinsong admitted the song was for his ex, wouldn't everything he'd said earlier be for nothing? Shen Yifeng opened his mouth to speak, but it was too late. Wu Qinsong gazed silently at Zhou Mengting before speaking. Yes, I wrote this song especially for you. After saying that, he glanced guiltily at Shen Yifeng, as if pleading, don't expose me. 6. Shen Yifeng's hesitant words vanished as his mouth snapped shut. Sure enough, the conclusion drawn by countless women was correct. A man's words are as good as a liar's ghost. Chapter 71, Seriously Jealous. You'd write a song for me? I don't buy it. Zhou Mengting lowered her crossed legs, the tight clasp revealing her inner turmoil. Anticipation mingled with a hint of resistance. If you don't believe me, I'll hum a few lines for you. Wu Qinsong cleared his throat and launched into it. I want to touch your hair, just a simple test. I want to give you a hug, like we used to. Is that okay? Did you really mean that half step back? Such a small gesture, yet it hurts so much. I can only play the gentleman to talk to you. Wu Qinsong sang a few simple lines a cappella before stopping, shrugging his shoulders. That's pretty much it. If you want the full version, tune in to the show this weekend. Zhou Mengting savored each lyric. The more she savored them, the more the seal in her heart began to crack. Was this really written for me? The gesture of wanting to embrace me, only for me to step back. The hurt was still so deep. Could it really be that I hurt him? Shen Yifeng couldn't say. He really couldn't say. Buddy, you shouldn't be singing, you should be acting. Coincidentally, Old Shui has a song called Actor. I'll write it for you to sing on the next episode. But since Mengting and Old Wu breaking up was just a misunderstanding, if it could help them reconcile, a white lie for the greater good is understandable. Ahem. Yifeng. Tang Wei covered her mouth with one hand and whispered, you didn't write the lyrics, did you? You're pretty good at writing love songs. Been through a heartbreak before? Tang Wei bit her chopstick and raised an eyebrow. That habit of biting things isn't very good, Wei. Shen Yifeng's gaze shifted away from Tang Wei's rosy lips. For a mere 0.01 seconds, his mind wandered to how blissful it would be to kiss those lips. But now was clearly not the time for such thoughts. Every question from his girlfriend was a battlefield. One wrong answer, and he'd be handed a Cold War experience card. Of course not. It's all Old Wu's experiences, I just helped him write them down. I'm a first love, I'm a model citizen. Whether you're a model citizen is debatable. Remember how someone's hands got restless while sleeping the other night? Tang Wei held her head high, her eyes fixed on him with that condescending look reserved for perverts. Paired with her furrowed brow, it made Shen Yifeng genuinely feel like a freak for a split second. Then again, being a pervert wasn't so bad. Sure, people might look down on you, but at least you could get away with groping people openly from now on. Like touching legs. Right? Since there aren't many variety shows lately, I'll reluctantly waste some time watching them this weekend. But don't tell the judges you wrote this for me. If I can't get married because of it, you're responsible. I'll take responsibility. When the time comes, I'll shout to the judges that this song was written for a girl named Zhou Mengting, a student at Shancity University, 5 feet 8 inches, loves swimming and watching Japanese anime. Zhou Mengting gave a feigned, dismissive snort, lowered her head, and continued eating. But inside, her heart was already in turmoil. One word described it, rejuvenation. Exactly what it sounds like. Spring had returned. After dinner, Shen Yifeng and Wu Qinsong headed to the music club room for rehearsal. Since there was no night run tonight, they didn't walk Tang Wei and Zhou Mengting back to their dorms. The two beauties walking along the campus path naturally drew attention, especially near the second cafeteria close to the boys' dorms. Since the food there was tastier than the first cafeteria, many girls would go out of their way to eat here. Along the way, numerous boys turned to glance at them, secretly envying who these two girls belonged to. Little did they know that both beauties completely ignored their gazes, for each had her own beloved in her heart. I get the feeling you and Wu Qinsong are about to patch things up, Tang Wei said, turning to look at Zhou Mengting and batting her big eyes. It won't happen that fast. I need to see his actions. Men's words are deceitful. What if he's just stringing me along? You should be careful too, Wei. From what we've seen so far, that freshman seems too perfect. Things that are too perfect often have a catch. Tang Wei shook her head, recalling Shen Yifeng's timid demeanor. Yifeng wouldn't deceive me. He'd rather take a beating than lie to me. Look at you, so blissfully in love. I won't burst your bubble. Maybe perfect love really does exist in this world. And since you're both each other's first loves, if you make it to the end, it'll be a beautiful story. Zhou Mengting waved her hand dismissively and kept walking. Oh, and they're both going on TV soon. Shouldn't they spruce themselves up? If they become big stars later, netizens might dig up old photos showing how dowdy they used to be. They could lose fans over that. Great, you've already cast yourself in the role of reconciling with Wu Qinsong. I think all your earlier worries were overthinking it. Singers aren't held to the same strict standards as internet celebrities. Fans care about the work, not the private life. Even if they're dating, it's fine. Tang Wei hadn't expected their first dinner meeting with Zhou Mengting and Wu Qinsong to yield such positive results. And it was all thanks to the song Offing wrote for Wu Qinsong. Plus, Wu Qinsong had decent emotional intelligence and Mengting was a bit love-struck. It wouldn't be surprising if they reconciled later. Then let's take them shopping tomorrow. Straight guys have such outdated taste, will help them spruce up their style. My phone isn't tacky at all. I think his taste is pretty good, Tang Wei immediately retorted. Zhou Mengting mimicked Tang Wei's tone with a mischievous grin. My Afong isn't tacky at all. Oh my, you're already defending him so early on. You wouldn't happen to be love-struck, would you? You're the love-struck one. Remember when you were dating Wu Qinsong? You were practically a love-struck girl, hanging out at the music association room every single day. You are. You are. Zhou Mengting conceded. Fine, we both are. Not me. I'm perfectly rational, okay? Yeah, super rational. Junior confessed with lamb skewers and nailed it. Your mood back then was totally. Bong finally confessed. Should I say yes? Should I say yes? Not only did Zhou Mengting mimic Tang Wei's tone, she also provocatively wiggled her hips. Tang Wei didn't hold back, slapping her right on the butt. The loud smack drew the attention of several passing underclassmen who got quite the eyeful. They didn't quite understand, but they were utterly stunned. One of them seemed to mouth, "Holy crap. Alright, I admit I have zero resistance to phone. It's been like this since childhood, nothing I can do about it. TSK, childhood sweethearts are the best." Zhou Mengting couldn't hide her envy. Suddenly remembering something, she asked, "By the way, does Shen Yifeng have class tomorrow afternoon? Have him take a day off. We'll leave campus right after lunch. It doesn't matter if Wu Qinsong attends class or not since he's going to the show, his advisor will definitely approve the leave. He sent me his schedule. Let me check." Tang Wei picked up her phone, glanced at it, then nodded. He only has one class tomorrow afternoon, reading and writing. It's not crucial. He should be able to skip it. Great. We'll set off together tomorrow at noon. Chapter 72, Want to Play with Legs. The following afternoon at 1 p.m., the sky was overcast. Shen Yifeng and Wu Qinsong stood at the school gate, one with his hands in his pockets, the other crouched on the ground. Don't ask what they were doing, they were waiting for someone. That dinner yesterday wasn't a coincidence, was it? Wu Qinsong stared across the street, his eyes vacant as he asked. With the show about to start, it would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. On TV, even the smallest mistake gets magnified. One wrong word could get you slammed by netizens. That is why he hadn't slept well these past 2 days. Every time he closed his eyes, scenes from the show played in his mind. But last night, he dreamed of Zhou Mengting. He dreamed they'd reconciled, but the scene abruptly shifted to them in bed. So when he woke up this morning, he had no choice but to take a shower and scrub his underwear. Wei-jie thought Senior Mengting still had feelings for you and suggested we set you up. Who knew it'd work so well? The look in your eyes yesterday was more intense than a dog's. If I didn't know better, I'd totally buy it too. Damn it, keep your voice down. They should be here any minute. If Mengting finds out, with her temper, I'd be a pervert sneaking into the women's bathhouse, I'd be in big trouble. Wu Qinsong felt a chill run down his spine and quickly turned around, just in time to see Tang Wei and Zhou Mengting walking out of the school gate. Good thing he turned around. If he'd kept talking, it would have been an accident waiting to happen. See what I mean? They're almost here. Shen Yifeng turned around, hands in his pockets, and saw Tang Wei wearing a purple hoodie with a Mickey Mouse cartoon print. She had on denim shorts and brown boots that hugged her calves, making her legs look even longer. Senior Zhou beside her looked a bit more dramatic. She wore a tight black dress with a plunging neckline, barely reaching above her knees. Her makeup was heavier than yesterday's, her hair styled in curls, and she stood tall in brown Dr. Martens boots, visually appearing at least 5 feet 9 inches or taller. Are they going to a fashion show? Makes us look like country bumpkins. Shen Yifeng and Wu Qinsong stood frozen like melon rinds, their hair tousled by the wind. Unfair. No one said we had to dress up for this outing. Those two must be intimidated by our aura, Zhou Mengting declared, lifting her chin to project her presence. Honestly, I still don't get it. Aren't we supposed to be helping them get ready? Why are we dressed so formally? And you actually skipped a class this morning to go home and do your makeup for 2 hours. Tang Wei couldn't help but complain. You wouldn't understand without an ex-boyfriend. This is a reunion challenge. You two can handle your challenge. I'm not getting dragged into this. Tang Wei walked over to Shen Yifeng and hooked her arm through his. Feeling Shen Yifeng flinch, Tang Wei couldn't help but curve her lips into a smile. Seriously? Still not used to it? Holding arms is fine, but tackling me like a football? Not so much. Maybe you should practice more until I get used to it. Shen Yifeng couldn't help but curve his lips upward, teasingly turning the tables. Nice try. That was an accident. If you don't want it, then forget it. Seeing Tang Wei about to pull away, Shen Yifeng quickly clamped her arm between his. The movement accidentally brushed against the outer curve of Tang Wei's breast, sending an electric shock of sensation coursing through his entire body. While they were showing off their affection, Wu Qinsong awkwardly exchanged greetings with Zhou Mengting before hailing a taxi and taking the front passenger seat. That left only the back seat. 2 women and 1 man, 1 single and 1 pair. Tang Wei naturally took the middle seat, with Shen Yifeng and Zhou Mengting flanking her on either side. The car fell silent. Typically, taxi drivers in the mountain city were quite talkative, eager to share every story they knew. There was even a case where a fugitive had been hiding in the mountain city for years. During a conversation with a passenger, he got so carried away that he couldn't help but reveal his true identity. He ended up with a 5-year prison sentence. But this driver seemed socially anxious. After asking for the destination, he drove in complete silence. With no one speaking, Zhou Mengting and notorious chatterbox couldn't stand the silence. She ended up twisting Tang Wei's hand to examine her palm. Shen Yifeng was bored sitting there too, so he casually took Tang Wei's hand and placed it on his lap to read her palm. Tang Wei rolled her eyes to the left, where Zhou Mengting was picking at her fingers. She rolled her eyes again to the right, where Shen Yifeng was tracing lines on her palm. Just pull me apart, you two. Half each. Hearing Tang Wei's words, Zhou Mengting tilted her head to look at Shen Yifeng before releasing her grip. Here you go. Thanks. You two are quite polite. Tang Wei shifted closer to Shen Yifeng. Now the back seat of the taxi had become Zhou Mengting empty Tang Wei Shen Yifeng. The atmosphere abruptly froze and silence fell once more. Tang Wei couldn't resist pulling out her phone and texting Zhou Mengting. VV, say something, girl. Is silence your thing? Jojo not sleepy, I wanna talk too, but I don't know what to say. I'm about to burst. VV, just chat about them recording the show the day after tomorrow. Jojo Bukuan, why should us girls be the ones to start? Wu Qinsong is way too rude, not saying a word. And I spent 2 hours doing my makeup for nothing. Tang Wei was about to snap. Swore never to play peacemaker again. This is exhausting. She nudged Shen Yifeng lightly with her leg. Shen Yifeng looked utterly bewildered, thinking Wei wanted him to rub her legs. But with her calves covered by long boots, it wouldn't be easy to rub, right? Could she possibly want him to rub her thigh? Tang Wei caught Shen Yifeng's gaze drifting from her feet to her calves, then up to her thighs, his expression filled with conflict and complexity. No need to guess, it must be a misunderstanding. She quickly pointed at her phone. Only then did Shen Yifeng catch on and quickly pulled out his phone. VV, hey, get Wu Qinsong to say something. Guys need to take the initiative for things to happen. Sen, what's in it for me? Tang Wei frowned, inwardly chuckling. That brat was actually bargaining with her now. VV, what reward do you want in the car? As Shen Yifeng typed out this string of characters, he wrestled with intensely complicated thoughts. One major sign that guys are really into their girlfriends is when they act like total jerks. Of course, some girls can be like that too. If both partners happen to be like this, every single page of their chat logs could be enough to make them lose all dignity. Sen, I want to play with your legs. Tang Wei saw the message, held her phone close to her eyes, and looked utterly stunned. You pervert. I knew it. When we bathed together as kids, you pretended to play with the rubber duck but were actually spying on me. Vivi, be good, we'll play when we're alone. How can we play in the car with people sitting next to us? Sen, then I'll take the liberty. Before Tang Wei could process it, she felt a hand already resting on her thigh. The firm yet smooth skin sent every hair on Shen Yifeng's body standing on end, his heart pounding wildly. It wasn't the excitement of touching her leg, but rather the inexplicable thrill of doing something illicit. It was like visiting your girlfriend's house, sharing an intimate moment in her bedroom, when suddenly her father returned home but didn't enter the room. Unbeknownst to him, inside the room, his daughter was having a heart-to-heart with a guy. Chapter 73, Girls Have a Natural Talent for Shopping. Shen Yifeng had always believed that knowing when to stop was the key to finding a place to stand in this chaotic world. Though reluctant to withdraw his hand from Wei's thigh, he exercised restraint and pulled away. Old Wu, do you think contestants' looks significantly impact their rankings on talent shows? Wu Qinsong, who had been itching to speak but couldn't find the opening, breathed a sigh of relief when Shen Yifeng addressed him. Thanks for the support, bro. Of course. Attractive contestants naturally draw attention and get more votes. They might not always make it into the top 3, but they usually make it to the finals. Then we'd better figure out how to package ourselves. But Guy's sense of style is generally lacking. Today, we need Senior Mengting and Wei to give us a proper makeover. Wu Qinsong glanced back at Zhou Mengting. Their eyes met, carrying the awkwardness of old acquaintances reuniting after too long apart. Jojo, you helped me with the makeover. You picked out most of my clothes before. Zhou Mengting crossed her legs with a flourish. My appearance fee is steep. What can you offer me? Would you dare admit on air that you have a girlfriend? Of course I would. Wu Qinsong replied without hesitation. Forget it, I was just joking. Don't go blurting things out in the heat of the moment. We'll talk about the fee later. I've been annoyed by your recent outfits anyway. Shouldn't a single guy take better care of himself? How did you get so scruffy? Unexpectedly, the driver, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly chimed in. It's tough not having a woman at home, huh? You hit the nail on the head, driver. If I had cigarettes, I'd share some with you. Once Wu Qinsong got started, he became quite animated. Young people dating and breaking up is normal, but you can't keep fooling around. Once you hit a certain age, it gets hard to find a good girl. Right now, you're penniless, and pretty girls still want to be with you. But once you enter society, unless you're as handsome as Daniel Wu, it won't matter. Wu Qinsong awkwardly explained, my life has no wind, how can I surf? Isn't that girl behind you your wind? I've been watching her in the rearview mirror, she keeps stealing glances your way. Driver, just focus on driving. Don't make stuff up. I was looking out the window, okay? Who'd be looking at him? The driver rested one hand on the doorframe and gripped the steering wheel with the other, shaking his head gently. There was a sense of resignation in his demeanor, yet also a touch of philosophical acceptance. Young people these days, their mouths are tougher than city walls. The remark left Zhou Mingting at a loss for words. After about 10 minutes, the taxi arrived at the commercial district in the university town area. The mood among the 4 passengers after getting out was noticeably different from before they boarded. Wu Qinsong and Zhou Mingting were sitting closer together. I bet those two are going to make up. Taking advantage of their distraction, Shen Yifeng gently clasped Tang Wei's small hand and whispered into her ear. Caught completely off guard, Tang Wei felt a sudden tickle on her ear, causing her to shiver slightly. Her neck twisted involuntarily, and her rosy cheek accidentally brushed against Shen Yifeng's lips. Both of them widened their eyes in shock. Did I just kiss him? He kissed me? Wei, let's go explore Longhu Lake first. Zhou Mingting turned around to see them actually kissing, her head filled with question marks. Wait, in public like this? Could you two be a little more discreet? Never mind, just stay like that for a moment. I'll take a picture. As the #1 fan of the honey couple, Huan will definitely love this. Recalling last night's dream and provoked by Shen Yifeng and Tang Wei, Wu Qinsong pursed his lips and gazed at Zhou Mingting with a look of longing. Don't push me to slap you right when I'm happiest. Zhou Mingting caught Wu Qinsong's expression. Her hand, itching for action, hesitated should she pull out her phone or deliver a sharp slap? Shen Yifeng and Tang Wei quickly separated, though their hearts were already in turmoil. Who knew whispering could lead to such unexpected discoveries? And Wei's cheeks felt so soft. He wanted to pinch them. She wasn't upset, was she? Shen Yifeng stole a glance. Thankfully, she didn't seem upset. Her flushed cheeks weren't from anger, it was embarrassment. Sis Wei just talks tough. She clearly has no dating experience, yet she always tries to take the lead in relationships, even pretending to be an expert. She's just a little girl at heart. Shen Yifeng chuckled to himself. The 4 of them paired off and strolled leisurely down Longhu Commercial Street. Girls' innate talent for shopping starts several times higher than boys. Even in the most unassuming little shops, they could spot items offering great value for money. Whether they'd ever use them was another story. Girls aren't overly concerned with practicality when shopping, many things they buy just end up piled away. But today, Tang Wei and Zhou Mingting were on high alert, hitting up cosmetics stores, clothing boutiques, eyewear shops, shoe stores, and jewelry boutiques. They left campus around 1 p.m. and didn't finish until 6 p.m. The 2 girls were still full of energy, feeling like they'd won big today. Meanwhile, the 2 guys were practically dead tired, their legs feeling like jelly. I have to admit, girls have an absolute talent for shopping. Agreed. Honestly, I was already done for by 4 o'clock. Why don't you join me for night runs from now on? No way. I'd rather save my energy for my creative work. It was dinner time, so the 4 of them found a hot pot restaurant to eat at. In this mountain city, you can pretty much walk into any hot pot place and get decent food at a cheap price. After finishing their meal, the 4 headed back to campus together. You two go ahead. Wu Qinsong and I are grabbing bubble tea across the street. No problem, it won't take long. I'll come with you guys. Tang Wei blurted out. Oh dear. Zhou Mingting shot Tang Wei a meaningful glance. Tang Wei immediately gave a meaningful oh and smiled as she led Shen Yifeng away. Aren't we waiting for them? They'll probably stay out tonight. Tang Wei calmly pulled out her phone, created a QQ group, and added Wang Yihuan and Chen Yizhu to it. Super sweet BFF squad, united in Gossip 3. Tang Wei, great news. Mingting and Wu Qinsong are back together. Still in the dorm, Wang Yihuan and Chen Yizhu stared at the 2 QQ groups, which looked like a pair of couplets, and fell deep in thought. Spicy sisters, teaming up to devour the scoop 3. Sweetest BFF squad, feasting on the scoop together 3. Sis Wei and Sis Zhou must have had the same Chinese teacher, their group names are so similar. Wang Yihuan exclaimed. Either Sister Wei already knows we made a little group to discuss her, or they really were taught by the same Chinese teacher. Chen Yizhu analyzed. Forget it, gossiping is more important. Wang Yihuan sat bolt upright on her bed and hurriedly replied to the message. Wang Yihuan, seriously? Didn't Sister Zhou swear she'd never speak to Wu Qinsong again just days ago? Called him a man who forgets his promises once he's out of the woods. Tang Wei, they had some misunderstandings before, but they basically made up today. Tang Wei, plus, Zhou just told me to come back alone. Guess tonight they'll be. Wang Yihuan, Sister Zhou's gonna be so happy tonight. I'm so jealous. Shen Yizhu, not jealous. I'm picky about guys, only clean-cut, handsome types make the cut. Wang Yihuan, when will you find happiness, Sister Wei? Evil grin. Tang Wei, actually, today phone kissed me. Tang Wei quickly tucked her phone away after sending the message. Autumn's sparse branches droop listlessly, whispering softly in the breeze. A fallen leaf, like a comet drifting from Earth, landed on the young man's head. Those clear eyes, like still water, rippled slightly at the touch of the falling leaf. Perhaps sensing a surge of warmth, or perhaps through a shared intuition, the boy turned to look at the girl. Time froze, like a sense of destiny. What's wrong? Shen Yifeng blinked innocently. Nothing, I just wanted to. Tang Wei stepped closer and plucked a fallen leaf from Shen Yifeng's hair. Just as the boy thought it would end there, the girl stood on tiptoe and kissed his forehead. In that instant, the moon obscured by dark clouds struggled to emit its cool, pale light. Finally piercing through the clouds, it bathed the two in its glow just before the girl's lips parted from his forehead. Chapter 74, Hunter and Prey. 1 second. 2 seconds. After a full 2 seconds of contact, Tang Wei's lips finally parted from Shen Yifeng's forehead. Oh no, there's lipstick on it. Don't wipe it off. Shen Yifeng quickly stopped Tang Wei's raised hand. This is my trophy. I'm going back to show off to my roommate. What nonsense. We've only been together a few days. If your roommates find out I kissed you, they'll think I'm some kind of loose girl. Be a good boy and let me wipe it off. Tang Wei shook off Shen Yifeng's hands and raised her arm again. But the little rascal actually ran away. He even turned back and grinned. I'm not listening to you. Fine, you little brat. Don't run. Tang Wei forgot she was wearing tall boots and stumbled after just a few steps. Shen Yifeng's heart skipped a beat at the sight. He hurried back, crouched down, and anxiously checked if Tang Wei was hurt. Does it hurt? Are you hurt anywhere? Did you twist your ankle? Take off your boots so I can check. Tang Wei was actually completely fine. When she fell, she de-reacted quickly, bracing herself with her hands first. Aside from a slight sting in her wrist from the impact, she was otherwise unharmed. But seeing Shen Yifeng so concerned, for some reason, she suddenly wanted to experience being taken care of. So she furrowed her brow, pouted her lips, and put on a sulky expression. Oh no! Wei must be upset. Am I an idiot? I knew Wei was wearing boots today, how could she run like that? Her legs showed no external injuries, but Wei's expression clearly signaled discomfort. She must have twisted her ankle. Shen Yifeng helped Tang Wei sit down on the curb and was about to take off her boots to check if it was sprained. Tang Wei quickly shielded her shoes coyly, looking down shyly. My feet stink in these boots. It's fine. I love smelly feet the most. Shen Yifeng still took off her boots. Seeing Wei's feet up close for the first time, they were dainty and delicate, probably only a size 35. Why did I suddenly want to kiss them? Damn it, am I really a pervert? Shen Yifeng pressed his lips together, fighting the urge, and first took Tang Wei's left foot in his hand. The moment her foot was touched, Tang Wei shuddered, biting her lip to stifle a moan. It was an odd sensation. It wasn't just simple ticklishness, it stirred her entire body. A tingling sensation spread through her, her breathing quickening. Shen Yifeng's hand moved from her sole to her ankle, gently massaging it before lifting his head to ask softly, does it hurt here? Tang Wei dared not speak, merely shaking her head in response. Then it must be the other foot. Shen Yifeng shifted to sit on the other side, draping Tang Wei's leg over his knee. Looking at her adorable little feet, he recalled Wei's earlier comment about foot odor. Damn it, I think I'm actually a bit of a pervert. Why did he suddenly feel like sniffing to see if it really stank? Once again suppressing the urge, Shen Yifeng continued massaging Tang Wei's ankle. Does it hurt here? A little, but it's not too bad. It's fine. If Tang Wei didn't admit it, it would be like saying no part of her body hurt, then she'd be giving herself away. So she just pouted and nodded stubbornly. What do you mean it's fine? A sprained ankle swells easily. Don't walk on it. Go home, rest tonight, and see if it's swollen tomorrow. Shen Yifeng carefully helped Tang Wei put her boots back on, crouching down to offer his concern. I'll carry you. Can you even carry me? Tang Wei asked half-jokingly. I'm not that weak, and you're so light. Shen Yifeng patted his back. Come on, I'll carry you. You said it. Don't complain about my weight later. Tang Wei adjusted her clothes, then, seeing Shen Yifeng's crouched silhouette, playfully and without warning climbed onto his back. Shen Yifeng felt a sudden jolt, nearly losing his balance and kneeling on the ground. Next, he felt Wei's full breasts pressing against his back. Though separated by clothing, he could still sense their softness and surprising firmness. This firmness wasn't hardness, but rather the compactness that comes from compression. If they were too small, he wouldn't have felt this sensation. He never would have guessed before Vivi was actually quite well endowed. Shocked, Shen Yifeng quickly stood up with Tang Wei on his back. If he kept feeling this, his legs might go weak and he wouldn't be able to stand. That would be awkward. Not heavy at all, so easy. Really not heavy? Tang Wei asked tentatively. Not heavy at all. I told you to eat more. Look how skinny you are. Only after repeated assurances did Tang Wei relax, wrapping her arms tightly around Shen Yifeng and resting her chin on his shoulder. Her silky hair brushed against Shen Yifeng's cheek, the scent of shampoo wafting up, making him feel a bit lightheaded. Wei. How does it feel to be carried? It feels like I can rely on you. Tang Wei smiled blissfully, pulling Shen Yifeng closer. Then give me a kiss. Ha! Tang Wei freed one hand to clamp it around Shen Yifeng's neck. You little brat, how dare you push your luck? Shy kids never get fed, Shen Yifeng replied with a wry, aggrieved smile. Alright, brave souls do deserve more encouragement. Tang Wei was in a good mood today. Or perhaps once Pandora's box was opened, there was no turning back. Kisses were either 0 times or countless times. Now that she'd made the first move, it didn't seem like such a big deal. Her jet black eyes held a fiery glow. Her red lips parted slightly, and she thoughtfully moistened them with her tongue before pressing a kiss to Shen Yifeng's cheek. Wow! Wei's being way too forward. She kissed him again. Not far away, Zhou Mingting and Wu Qinsong trailed behind like thieves. So this is what you meant by exciting? I thought. Wu Qinsong couldn't quite grasp the girl's gossipy curiosity. After Zhou Mingting deliberately called Shen Yifeng and the others away earlier, Wu Qinsong had assumed there might be more to come tonight. He'd been thinking that with the competition just days away, they couldn't overdo it or risk affecting their performance. Little did he expect that the moment Shen Yifeng and Tang Wei left, Zhou Mingting would grab his arm and drag him toward the school. At that moment, Wu Qinsong hadn't caught on yet, assuming Zhou Mingting wanted to take him to the grove. After all, they'd been there before. It would be like revisiting old ground. He was just worried about not having any tools for the job. Wouldn't that be a bit risky? Just as he was about to ask Zhou Mingting when her last period was, he saw her sneakily stop, pull out her phone, and start snapping photos frantically. What the hell are you thinking? Zhou Mingting snorted coldly. I only forgave you, I never said we were back together. Look at that freshman, how romantic. Flowers, a whole program he planned. Thinking you can make up with me that easily? Dream on. Zhou Mingting scolded playfully. Then she posted the photos she'd just taken in the group chat. The Spicy Sisters, teaming up to gossip. 3. Zhou Mingting, latest pic. Wei and her freshman are already kissing. Wang Yihuan, who had just lain down, jolted upright upon seeing the message. Didn't Sister Mingting go to be happy? Why is she still taking pictures? Judging by the angle, it must be a candid shot. Chen Yizhu bit her lip and thought for a moment before suddenly realizing. I get it. Sister Zhou must have tricked Sister Wei into not returning to the dorm, lulling her into a false sense of security before following behind to take these shots. Wang Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow. That's so sneaky. But I love it. Otherwise, we wouldn't have any gossip to enjoy. It's true, high-level hunters often disguise themselves as prey. Sister Wei thought she was eating Sister Zhou's gossip, but in reality, she was the one being gossiped about. Chapter 75 Upward. Creators. Shen Yifeng carried Tang Wei all the way to the dormitory entrance. At this hour, few people were coming or going through the dorm gates. The occasional female student who passed by saw the scene and didn't bat an eye. After all, this was a university campus where couples were everywhere. Seeing it so often naturally numbed them. Wei, we're here, Shen Yifeng whispered softly. Who knew you were so strong? Carrying me this far, Tang Wei said, placing one foot on the ground first. Only after she steadied herself did Shen Yifeng let go. Mountain City men are tough as nails. This distance? You wouldn't believe I could carry you through a marathon. Shen Yifeng turned and said with a grin. Yeah, you're the toughest, Tang Wei replied, choosing not to call him out. Passing by Fragrant Grass Lake, she noticed the veins bulging on Shen Yifeng's neck. Tough as nails, more like straining. You should get some rest early. After walking all day, you must be exhausted. Shen Yifeng wondered why the school didn't have couple rooms. You know, dorms where guys and girls could live together. Probably afraid today's youth are too energetic by graduation, their kids could be running errands already. You should get some rest too. Good luck in the competition. Even though I can't be there to cheer you on in person, I'll be watching the livestream from my dorm room. I'll be keeping my eyes on you the whole time. Tang Wei smiled and playfully poked his cheek. Don't get nervous on TV, just relax. You and Wu Qinsong are the star duo. You'll definitely win over the judges. Seeing Tang Wei, though clearly tired, still radiating boundless energy. Her emotional support was off the charts. 4 words floated through Shen Yifeng's mind. What more could one ask for? A mere Hunan TV station? That won't intimidate me. Stop worrying and head back. Good night. Tang Wei skipped toward the dorm lobby. Watching Tang Wei leave, Shen Yifeng suddenly realized something. Didn't Wei sprain her ankle? How come she's running so easily? Too lazy to dwell on it, Shen Yifeng shoved his hands into his pockets and headed toward the dormitory. As he neared the dorm, he spotted a familiar figure approaching from another path. Wu Qinsong? Hearing his name called, Wu Qinsong halted and glanced in the direction of the voice. His heart skipped a beat when he spotted Shen Yifeng. What a coincidence. You didn't go get a room with Senior Joe? I thought you two were going to rekindle things tonight. Shen Yifeng slowly approached. What room? She's impossible to appease. It'll probably take a while before she's fully satisfied. Wu Qinsong sighed helplessly. You can say that again. Girls are impossible to appease. Best not to cross them. Know when to back down, or you'll regret it. But? Shen Yifeng grinned. But Wei-jie's different. She's so sensible, never gets upset over trivial matters. That's the perk of dating someone younger. Girls tend to be more considerate. Don't let Zhou Mingting's rough and tumble northeastern demeanor fool you. Deep down, she's a sensitive, insecure little girl. The two walked into the dorm together and inexplicably started sharing relationship advice. But overall, she's pretty great. She loves fiercely and hates fiercely like a wild horse. Don't even try to tame her. Just give her a vast grassland. Spot on. Hope we can both give our loved ones a grassland. Mid-sentence, Shen Yifeng realized something was off about that phrase. In a few years, any word with a hint of infidelity applied to relationships would take on a bitter taste. After a night of rain, the mountain city's temperature dropped again. Shen Yifeng and Wu Qinsong both requested leave from their advisor, citing participation in a program as their reason. The advisor had no reason to refuse. Compared to the exam-oriented education of middle school, university professors placed greater emphasis on students' overall development. Many students might not pursue careers directly related to their majors after graduation, and if other paths were available, professors generally supported them. After leaving campus, the two headed straight for the train station, embarking on their journey to southern Hunan. After a journey of over 10 hours, they arrived in southern Hunan the next morning and rushed straight to the TV station. Commuting is so slow without high-speed rail. Shen Yifeng said, his face showing signs of fatigue as he carried his backpack. He hadn't gotten any rest on the train. During the day, it was beer, juice, mineral water, peanuts, instant noodles, and sausages. At night, the incessant snoring came in waves, assaulting them from all directions. Not a wink of sleep. What high-speed rail? Nothing. Ha! Finally at the legendary Shangnan TV station. Maybe we'll even catch a glimpse of Teacher He later. Wu Qinsong was surprisingly alert. He'd been anticipating this day for ages. The two didn't rush inside. Instead, they found a restaurant across from the station to grab a bite first. Here for the talent show auditions? The restaurant owner approached with a smile, holding the menu. Yep, we're here to record Upward. Creators. It's the premiere today. Hope we don't get eliminated in the first round. Wu Qinsong casually ordered a few dishes. They couldn't eat too much, lest it affect their performance. The people at table 2 are here for the show too, and so are those at table 5. A few others have already gone, and some from Hunan, others from Fushun and Liaoning. All chasing their dreams. The competition must be fierce. Wu Qinsong glanced over at table 2, where 2 girls sat with guitars slung over their backs. One had a sweet, girly style with twin ponytails. The other had a more androgynous style with short hair. Don't be nervous. This show is all about originality. I think we'll easily make it into the top 20. Shen Yifeng fetched a bowl of hot water and rinsed it thoroughly. They say thousands auditioned. The producers screened for ages before picking these 100. Everyone's got solid skills. It all comes down to the quality of our original work. Wu Qinsong gazed at him with deep affection, his eyes seemingly brimming with soap bubbles. Counting on you, bro. Don't give me that creepy look. We're in a symbiotic relationship, so I'll definitely give it my all. You can count on that. What do you mean by symbiotic mutual benefit? Wu Qinsong asked, puzzled. You enter the show, I enter with you. You're the one on stage, I'm the one behind the scenes, just like a parasite. You're in the spotlight, I'm in the shadows. Mutual benefit is easy to grasp. The longer you hold out, the better you perform. The songs I write for you, the higher my value rises. Reborn and returned, Shen Yifeng didn't buy into the useless loyalty of college students. His way of thinking leaned toward the real world. Any endeavor without tangible benefits was a waste of time. Makes sense. Then let's both give it our all. If we make it into the top 5, we can sign with Shangnan TV and get better resources. From my experience, talented singers signed with regional entertainment companies usually end up paying termination fees to break their contracts. So think it through carefully before signing. Don't make a rash decision. As the two continued their casual chat, someone at table 5 suddenly let out a cold laugh. They're already thinking about signing deals before the competition even starts? How ridiculous. Shen Yifeng and Wu Qinsong turned their heads simultaneously. There sat a young man sporting a Dick Cowhide hairstyle, his face twisted into an unfriendly grin. Chapter 76, the competition begins. Who do you call funny? Wu Qinsong stood up abruptly. I didn't name names, yet someone took it personally. Isn't that funny? The young man felt emboldened by his group's numbers. They appeared to be a band, consisting of 5 members in total. The show only stipulated that the singer had to be unique. It didn't specify the size of the creative team. So bringing the entire band to participate was technically within the rules. Sit down. Shen Yifeng glanced at them briefly before turning back, picking up his chopsticks to grab a slice of the cucumber salad the owner had just served. If a dog bites you, you can't go around biting dogs back. That'd make you no better than the dog. True enough. On the field, it's all about skill. What good is trash talk? Wu Qinsong frowned as he sat down, deliberately raising his voice slightly. After finishing their meal, the two crossed the street to Xiangnan TV station. After explaining their purpose, they were led to a lounge in the upstairs lobby. Holy crap, look at all these people. Wu Qinsong couldn't help but exclaim at the sight. He'd imagined the top 100 contestants would number around 100. But this lobby must hold over 300 people. Because some singers brought creative teams larger than 2 people, the numbers are higher. There are also solo contestants who write and perform their own songs. On average, each group has about 3 people. The TV station staff member was a relatively young woman. In her 20s, she was likely still an intern, only a few years older than Shen Yifeng and the others. She wore her hair in a sleek ponytail, dressed in a black blazer and professional skirt. She smiled often, and her smile carried an inexplicable warmth. Her name tag revealed her name Huang Wanwan. Here are your numbers. The transition from the top 100 to the top 60 is still an open audition. Only after the top 60 will you enter Studio 1 for recording. Shen Yifeng took the number tag meant to be pinned on clothing and handed one to Wu Qinsong. If we calculate it this way, there are only 5 episodes left before moving to Studio 1 for recording. For a variety show, isn't that too short? Huang Wanwan smiled slightly. That's confidential. Suffice it to say, the show's rules aren't that straightforward. If you make it to the top 60, you'll find out soon enough. Having escorted them to their destination, Huang Wanwan wished them luck before heading downstairs to wait for the other contestants. The staff here are surprisingly nice, Wu Qinsong murmured, glancing down at his number tag. 078. Over 20 more contestants hadn't arrived yet. They should be here soon. What did she mean when she said the rules aren't that simple? Shen Yifeng wasn't very familiar with the entertainment industry. Most likely there'll be a comeback round, or a guest assistance round, or maybe a team competition. Xiangnan TV has always been innovative. Who knows what new format twists they'll come up with this time. As the remaining contestants gathered, the production team had them take their seats. Those called by name would then enter the room for mentor evaluations. Several massive TV screens in the lounge showed live feeds from the studio. Meanwhile, the live broadcast officially commenced. Girls' dorm room 1207. Tang Wei and the others had already bought snacks and drinks and were sitting at Chen Yizhu's desk. She was the only one in the dorm who had bought a computer monitor. It was almost like a TV, letting them see everything more clearly. It's starting. It's starting. Zhou Mengting's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Even though she wasn't the one on TV, she felt inexplicably nervous. Stop pinching me, you're leaving purple marks. Tang Wei pushed Zhou Mengting's hand away and saw her arm was indeed red from the pinch. Is Sister Mengting worried Wu Qinsong won't perform well? Wang Yihuan asked. Who's worried about him? Don't you guys get that awkward feeling when someone you know is on TV? Zhou Mengting looked puzzled. Not at all. I was hoping Feng would get more screen time, but it's the top 100 auditions now. Probably no one will get much airtime. Tang Wei crossed her legs, propping her chin on one hand resting on her thigh. Her eyes were glued to the screen, afraid to miss even a single frame of Shen Yifeng. Not even a single second could be missed. Soon the host appeared, picking up the microphone to introduce. Welcome to Xiangnan TV's brand new talent show, Upward. Creators. I'm your host, Lu Rui. The 2013 edition of the most rigorous original music competition in history officially kicks off. From tens of thousands of applicants, we've selected 100 outstanding contestants and creative teams to advance to the main stage. Today, 40 of these 100 acts will be eliminated, leaving only 60 to advance to the next stage. The competition is ruthlessly intense, all to select the most exceptional musical talents and the most gifted creators for our audience. Now, let me introduce our esteemed judges. Please welcome Ms. Tao Ying, Mr. Xia Tingfeng, and Mr. Tao Ji. The camera cut to the 3 mentors seated at the judging table, immediately drawing gasps from the contestants in the waiting area. That's so over the top. Are they really that excited? Shen Yifeng couldn't quite grasp it. It gets them more screen time, but it's pointless. A second on camera won't boost their popularity much. Wu Qinsong leaned back in his chair, already in competition mode. Some people are like that, nervous before the competition starts, but incredibly composed once it begins. Hey! I spotted Wu Qinsong and my junior. Zhou Mengting spotted them instantly in a sweeping camera shot. Shen Yifeng and Wu Qinsong sitting in the corner. They seemed so calm. They don't look like they're here to compete, more like they're here to collect their awards. Tang Wei's lips curved upward involuntarily when she spotted Shen Yifeng. Instead of feeling awkward about not seeing anyone she knew, she felt a surge of pride. Zhou, our taste isn't bad. Look, Feng and Wu Qinsong are clearly way better looking than everyone else. Exactly. Especially those guys in the back with long hair like Dick Cowhog, probably rockers. Zhou Mengting nodded in agreement. The mentor is starting to explain the rules. Shen Yifeng whispered the reminder, and the group quickly quieted down, their eyes fixed on the computer screen. 100 contestants will compete, with eliminations in each round. Each round requires original songs. 3 judges will score and evaluate, and the contestant with the lowest score will leave the stage. Xia Tingfeng glanced at Taoying in the center. The rules are pretty brutal. Any advice for the contestants, Teacher Taoying? Stop calling me Teacher Taoji, over there is the real teacher, okay? Taoji waved his hands repeatedly. Flattery aside, I just started my career earlier than most. Any advice for the contestants? I think they shouldn't be nervous. Just perform naturally. Besides, this is a team competition, they're not fighting alone, so they shouldn't feel that tense. Xia Tingfeng reminded them, there are still some solo contestants. Don't be nervous either. I believe that if you have the courage to write and perform your own songs, you must have the talent. The host nodded with a smile, microphone in hand. Thank you, judges. And now, I declare the 2013 Upward Creators Top 100 to Top 60 competition officially open. Chapter 77, That Bastard. Contestant 001, Su Jipeng, prepare to take the stage. Shen Yifeng saw a man wearing black-rimmed glasses and a fine striped shirt stand up. A girl around his age stood up alongside him. He couldn't tell if she was his friend or girlfriend. Go for it. Just sing already. Many contestants cheered him on, though it was also a way to encourage themselves. Shouting it out made the pressure feel much lighter. Contestants whose names were called would first go to a separate room for an interview before entering the studio to perform. Please take a seat. We'll conduct a brief interview. Afterward, the lead singer will face the 3 judges alone. This is your final chance to make adjustments. Introduce yourselves to the camera first. Your parents and friends might be watching right now. Su Jipeng pushed his glasses up and smiled at the camera. Hello everyone, I'm Su Jipeng. I love singing but not so much sports. For this round, I'll be performing an original song called Fingerprints of Mortal World. I hope you'll enjoy it. The girl beside him reminded him, whether the audience likes it doesn't matter this round, the judges have to like it. The host chuckled, if everyone likes it, I'm sure the judges will too. Now, I'd like to ask you both, are you friends or? The gossip segment. This was how the show generated buzz. Previous seasons of Superboy had contestants who gained fame by singing for their girlfriends, eventually making it all the way to the finals. So asking for gossip is a skill hosts need to master to boost ratings. We're friends, I guess, Su Jipeng scratched the back of his head. We're not really that close, though. Right, we met in Dali. We just happened to hear about this show and decided to team up and sign up. Shen Yifeng, sitting in the lounge area, yawned out of sheer boredom. If it weren't for boosting my profile, why would I, a reincarnated individual, waste my time in a place like this? Even accompanying Wei-jie to the library to read would be better than this. Are they really going to force everyone to pair up with someone? Me and Wu Qin forming a CP? Qin Feng CP? Damn! Don't get too carried away. Wonder if Wei-jie's watching the livestream. No way. I gotta pull myself together. She's definitely watching the livestream. If she sees me looking all slumped over and half asleep, how am I supposed to tell my friends, look, that's my boyfriend? At that thought, Shen Yifeng immediately straightened his posture, deliberately turning his more photogenic left profile toward the camera. In less than 2 minutes, the interview concluded. Contestant number 001, Su Jipeng, walked through the gate from the interview area into the studio. The 3 judges sat directly across the aisle, flanked by the live audience of about 200 people. As Su Jipeng stepped onto the stage, the judges and audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. Good afternoon, judges. My name is Su Jipeng. I'm 19 years old and attend Xiangtan University. Today, I'm performing my original song titled Fingerprints of the Mortal World. Taoying spoke slowly and deliberately. Don't be so nervous, Jipeng. You remind me of Ling Yuchia back in the day, except for the glasses, you look quite similar. Why did you decide to join Upward Creators? Xia Tingfeng asked from the side. Because I've loved singing since childhood. While in Dali, I met a girl who loves songwriting. We clicked instantly and decided to sign up for this show. What a story. Hope you advance so you can share more of your journey later. Tao Ji glanced at the contestant's profile before continuing, original song Fingerprints of the Mortal World yours to perform. As the music began, Wu Qin's song in the lounge instantly grew serious. The intro sounds decent, must have spent money recording it in a studio. How did the production team get the contestants' songs in advance? Shen Yifeng asked. Demos recorded during the online auditions get sent to the production team. I bet they mark the songs they like during the screening process. I just saw a lot of materials in front of the judges. Wu Qin's song rubbed his hands together. I wonder if our song got flagged as a top pick. If so, I just need to perform normally and the score won't be low. If this song doesn't get a high score, Old Shui will beat someone up. Shen Yifeng stared at the TV, hearing contestant 001 crack on the high notes. Turns out singing isn't for everyone. Most people are just average. Who's Old Shui? Doesn't matter. Just do your best. Each person takes about 3 or 4 minutes. With 100 contestants, this could drag on forever. No wonder they started streaming this afternoon. How confident is Xiangnan TV to bet everything on this show, sacrificing prime time for it? Shen Yifeng felt his patience fraying and wanted to find a place to catch some sleep. No choice. Other satellite channels' music shows this year have all performed well. Xiangnan TV probably felt threatened, so they're innovating. Wu Qinsong stroked his chin, launching into a serious analysis. That guy's singing was just okay, and the song itself was pretty standard. While teacher Taoing liked it, judging by the expressions of teachers Xie Tingfeng and Tao Ji, they probably thought it was just average. Old Shen, what do you think? Wu Qinsong turned his head and saw Shen Yifeng had already fallen asleep sitting up. He must have been exhausted from the train ride last night. Next week, I should just fly. If I advance, Dad will see me on TV and surely be willing to chip in a little money. Worried Shen Yifeng might catch a chill, Wu Qinsong took off his own jacket and draped it over him. This was a nationwide broadcast, after all. Whether by chance or sheer lack of footage, the director suddenly gave them a close-up. Tang Wei and Zhou Mengting stared at the computer screen in utter confusion. What are they doing? This unexpected harmony is weird. So sweet. Wang Yawan's eyes crinkled with delight, her smile growing even brighter. Zhou Mengting shot her a disapproving look. Huan, have you lost your mind? Are you actually shipping this? Your best friend by your side, the one you love most right in front of you, how blissful is that? Wang Yihuan had probably watched too much Love Apartment. She'd already started imagining their lives after college graduation, the group renting together, their daily routines bound to be utterly delightful. If they were to match the characters, then Xiaozhu would be Wanyu, and this drama queen would be Yuyu. Best friends sharing a place, friendship and romance all rolled into one. How blissful. The other three, of course, had no idea about Wang Yawan's secret thoughts. Instead, they watched along with the rest of the nation as Wu Qinsong bustled about trying to make Shen Yifeng more comfortable. He fetched a chair and blanket from the production crew and had Shen Yifeng lie down to sleep. He sat in front of the chair, preventing Shen Yifeng from falling if he rolled over. Zhou Mengting clutched her throbbing forehead, her cheeks twitching. That bastard. He never treated me this well when we were madly in love. Chapter 78, opening with an SR. He had no idea how long he'd slept until someone's pat on his shoulder roused him from a hazy daze. Blinking, he saw Wu Qinsong's excited face. Old Shen. It's our turn soon. So soon? Shen Yifeng felt like he'd only just dozed off. You've been out for ages. It's almost lunchtime, but the production team probably won't let us eat yet. The mentors haven't finished their meals. Wu Qinsong was remarkably calm now. He had been nervous at first, only human. After gradually adjusting, his mindset improved significantly. How are the contestants so far? Any dark horses? Shen Yifeng sat up and yawned. There are a few internet singers and 2 young artists who've already released albums. They're pretty talented, at least their voices are distinctive. Zhou Jianlin, Zhang Ziyue, and Xu Jing, these 3 are formidable. The first is an online singer, while the latter 2 are backed by talent agencies. Some agencies push their artists onto various variety shows to boost their popularity. Even if they get eliminated after a few rounds, as long as they generate buzz, the agencies can use it to build momentum. Going viral is ideal, but if it doesn't happen, these entertainment companies won't hesitate to drop them. After all, countless people are desperately trying to break into this industry. Every day there's no shortage of talent. The entertainment industry is a place where the law of the jungle is vividly displayed, survival of the fittest, where the weak get weeded out. Even former stars fade quickly if they don't deliver strong work, soon swallowed by the next wave. Contestant 078, please prepare for your performance. At the staff's prompt, Shen Yifeng and Wu Qinsong stood up simultaneously. Go for it, handsome. Handsome guy, Ms. Taoing will definitely love you. Those good-looking guys earlier? Their singing was pretty average. This group seems pretty strong, they don't look nervous at all. That guy even slept for a few hours earlier. So calm. Amidst the buzz, Shen Yifeng and Wu Qinsong made their way to the waiting room. A female host was already seated on a barstool, waiting for them. Welcome, please have a seat. Before you go on stage, we'll conduct a brief interview. The hostess had repeated this line over 70 times already. Anyone else would have grown weary long ago. But the profession of hosting is different. As long as they're in front of the camera, no matter how tired or emotional they feel, they must never show it. They must maintain a professional smile. Otherwise, their personal emotions would be magnified before a national audience, sparking negative public opinion that could cost them their job. Why don't you both introduce yourselves to our viewers at home, the host said with a smile. Hello everyone, I'm Shen Yifeng from Mountain City University. I'm a creator. Hello everyone, I'm Wu Qinsong, also from Shan City University. I'm the president of the university's music association. The host gasped in surprise. Both from Shan City University? Are you alumni or classmates? I'm in the School of Arts, sophomore year. He's in the School of Computer Science, freshman year. We met at a freshman orientation event. He's an incredibly talented songwriter. For the song I'm performing today, I only played him the melody once, and he immediately wrote the entire lyrics. That impressive? The host looked at Shen Yifeng in disbelief. Do you have any tricks when you're writing songs? No tricks, just a good memory. Shen Yifeng scratched his nose and amended, sometimes when inspiration strikes, it just flows naturally. Could you tell us about the song you're performing today? Shen Yifeng glanced at Wu Qinsong, signaling him to speak. At that moment, in front of the computer screen, Tang Wei and Zhou Mengting were the most nervous of all. Their hands clasped tightly together, clinging to each other for comfort. Yifeng, please don't say anything weird. I've noticed lately he often says things that are hard to understand. The freshman seems fine, he looks pretty level-headed. It's Wu Qinsong who's the nervous wreck. I'm worried he'll have a meltdown. Zhou Mengting pondered for a moment before suddenly remembering. Wu Qinsong, he wouldn't actually bring up that thing on the show, would he? What thing? Wang Yihuan had barely asked when Wu Qinsong on the TV provided the answer. I want to dedicate this song today to a girl. I want to tell her that even though we've had some misunderstandings and unpleasantness, I don't want those misunderstandings to leave me with a lifetime of regret. Shen Yifeng's hand resting on his thigh tightened involuntarily. The awkwardness made him want to leave this beautiful world. Come to think of it, this was 2013. Most people wouldn't find this awkward at all. Instead, they'd see Wu Qinsong as a man of deep feeling. Having audience appeal is what truly matters. Ah, right. That's exactly what he told me when he asked me to write the lyrics. He wanted me to capture that sense of regret, which is how Gentleman came to be. I hope you all enjoy it. Great. We hope your song Gentleman wins over the judges. Now, please take the stage. Go for it, old Wu. Shen Yifeng clapped to cheer Wu Qinsong on. Wait for my good news. Wu Qinsong strode onto the stage with unwavering determination. The audience seats on both sides were packed with spectators from all over the country, while the judges in the center fixed him with sharp gazes. During the interview, they had already reviewed Shen Yifeng and Wu Qinsong's profiles. Marked in the upper right corner of their files were the contestants the production team favored. Their status as favorites, of course, stemmed from their auditions. He's quite handsome, Taoying remarked, her eyes lighting up the moment she saw Wu Qinsong. His partner in the interview area is pretty handsome too. Would you like to invite him up on stage, Teacher Taoying? Xia Tingfeng joked. I'd love to, but I'm really drawn to this song. Gentlemen, it sounds like a love song. I adore love songs, and some contestants before have written them too, but none have touched my soul. Wu Qinsong smiled faintly. Maybe my song is the one that will touch Teacher Taoying's soul. You're so confident. Now I'm really looking forward to it. Well, no more talk, let's hear it. Spotlights shone down on Wu Qinsong as the intro began. Shen Yifeng sat in the interview room, where a TV screen showed the stage. In these talent shows, even hundreds of contestants might not produce more than a handful of truly memorable songs. Wu Qinsong opened with Lao Shui's Gentleman, a complete blowout. If these songs were trading cards, while others were still using B-tier cards, Wu Qinsong had pulled out an SR. If he gets eliminated after this, then all we can say is Geneva. Suspicious. There are too many contestants this episode, so screen time will inevitably be scarce. Once a batch gets eliminated, I still need to promote myself, make sure those record companies see me. This path is tough, but once you gain fame, making money becomes incredibly easy. Spend a few minutes memorizing a song, perform it for the corresponding artist, and the subsequent royalties become a substantial, ongoing income stream. Chapter 79, Bonus Points. Long time no see. What role are you playing? Carefully dressed up. The one in the white shirt, the cuffs are the ones you gave me. Wu Qinsong's voice was melodious and distinctive, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The expressions of the three judges grew serious. Though they'd listened for hours mostly to forgettable pop songs, some even off-key, leaving them exhausted. But now, they seemed like desert-weary travelers spotting an oasis. Whispers rippled through the audience below the stage. This guy's voice is so unique. The lyrics feel like they're telling a story so much better than the previous songs. Both the singer and songwriter are so handsome, they're bound to go far. This is a music show, it's about the work, not looks. Isn't this song great? This is what it means to let the work speak for itself. In the waiting area, contestants yet to perform sat on chairs, watching Wu Qinsong's performance on TV, feeling bitter inside. In talent competitions, there are no permanent friends. It's rare for contestants to remain close friends after competitions like Superboy 0713. Everyone around you could be the one to eliminate you. This guy seems pretty talented. The guy with hair like Dick Cowboy had an equally abstract name, Long Dongxiang. Judging by his name, his rhythm should be solid Dong Kong, Long Dong Kong. Hearing his companion say that, Long Dongxiang immediately took offense. What kind of strength is that? Not a bit wild, it's so boring it puts me to sleep. The spirit of rock and roll never dies. I'll reclaim every bit of rock music's lost glory. I just wanted to touch your hair, it was just a simple test. I want to give you a hug, like we used to. Is that okay? Did you seriously mean that half step back? Such a small gesture, yet it hurts so much. I can only play the gentleman. Just to be able to talk to you. Wu Qinsong's voice had already captivated the audience, with lyrics scrolling across the two large screens. Though they listened to the song, vivid scenes played out in their minds. A couple's affection and conflicts, both hearts in agony after their separation. As the second chorus began, the story in their minds continued. I couldn't help but hug her from behind. The line is drawn at not saying I miss you. Just act like a gentleman who's just met you. Made a bit of a fool of myself, huh? Tao Ying's eyes were already reddened, perhaps recalling the past. Sitting in the back seat, Shen Yifeng nodded with satisfaction. This is in the bag. As long as Wu Qinsong performed normally, making it into the top 60 was a sure thing. Speaking of which, if Senior Joe thought this song was written for her, wouldn't she be crying her eyes out right now? At that moment, a woman as strong as an eagle shed tears. Wha, I'm gonna have Wu Qinsong's babies, 3 of them. Tang Wei stared at her speechless. I told you your love struck, but you wouldn't listen. Sis Joe, do you need more tissues? Give me the whole roll. Zhou Mingting wiped her tears, feeling she truly misunderstood Wu Qinsong. The judge's expressions seemed pretty positive. Our group with the junior and the president should score high. Chen Yizhu had bought a book on micro-expressions. Lately, while watching variety shows, she found herself constantly observing the subtle facial cues of guests and contestants. As the song ended, the final shot cut to Shen Yifeng backstage. Only when the camera zoomed in close did Shen Yifeng remember to clap, then offered his assessment. Senior didn't seem nervous today and performed quite well. I hope he can do even better in the next round. On stage, Tao Ying didn't directly address Wu Qinsong but instead suggested inviting the songwriter to join them. As Shen Yifeng emerged from backstage onto the stage, the audience erupted in screams and cheers once more. See what I mean? Both are total heartthrobs. And this creator's outfit is pretty avant-garde. Is he planning to attend Fashion Week? It must be said that Tao Ying's emotional investment was entirely directed toward the contestants. For strong performances, she offered musical encouragement. For the good-looking ones, she'd lavish praise without hesitation. My girlfriend helped me put this together. She has great taste and I really love it, Shen Yifeng stammered, his face flushing crimson. Did you notice how his expression lit up when he mentioned his girlfriend? It's as if he feels incredibly fortunate to have her. Young love is truly beautiful. Tao Ying rested her chin in her hand, her eyes brimming with goodwill. I feel she is the music, the sky, the palace, the river, the angel, and the deep rose that God placed before my blind eyes, beautiful and endless. Wow. Wow. The girls in the audience cheered repeatedly. Wu Qinsong turned his head, his expression seeming to say, holy crap. Dude. You're talking so big. When they ask me later, won't I just look like a total ignoramus? Shen Yifeng shrugged, his expression saying, you're on your own. Truly the mark of a creator, your words radiate culture, romance, and reliability. Your girlfriend must be watching TV right now, feeling incredibly blessed. At that moment, the second tough-as-nails woman, as strong as an eagle, shed tears. Wah, I wanna have kids with Yifeng, 4 of them. That's over the limit, sis. Wang Yihuan pulled out another roll of tissues. Xie Tingfeng picked up the thread, half serious, half joking. During the interview, you mentioned he wrote the entire lyrics after hearing the melody just once. Is that true? Not exaggerating, he wrote the lyrics after hearing the melody just once. He even helped refine the song's details, making the whole piece more harmonious. Shen Yifeng felt an ominous foreboding. According to the plot, the judges were about to challenge him with a question. Sure enough, Xie Tingfeng turned to him, a smirk playing on his lips. Since you're so skilled at writing lyrics, especially love songs, you must be a master at writing prose. Let me test you. If you perform well, I'll consider adding 5 points to your previous score. True gold fears no fire. Shen Yifeng mentally prepared himself. The topic I'm giving you is secret admiration. Tao Ying turned to Xie Tingfeng. Tingfeng, how did you know I wanted to ask this question too? Perhaps it's a kind of telepathy, haha. Back in ancient times, when scholars gathered, someone would challenge them to compose poetry. Talented poets could pen verses that would live on for centuries. If this contestant can come up with great lyrics on the spot, record label executives better hurry up and sign them. Tao Ji's words instantly perked up Shen Yifeng. With unrequited love as the theme, one couldn't help but mention the once wildly popular 3-line love letters. Concise, unexpected twists, and profound pain. Reborn into this life, my journey has no rehearsal. Every card I play must be a winning hand. Chapter 80, 3-line love poems. Made up your mind, Yifeng? Tao Ying glanced at the contestant badge pinned to Shen Yifeng's waist, displaying his number and name. Yes, I've made up my mind. Shen Yifeng picked up the microphone, his eyes brimming with regret. The look on his face felt like shattering glass. The crab is peeling my shell. The notebook is writing me. My scattered fragments fall upon maple leaves and snowflakes. And you're thinking of me. Shen Yifeng set down the microphone, leaving the audience utterly perplexed. Wu Qinma beside him instinctively frowned, wanting to help Shen Yifeng find a way to make up for it. But How the hell am I supposed to cover for that? Damn it! A crab peeling your shell? What shell? Your skull? Is the notebook writing about you? Inverted sentence? Object fronting? Regional dialect? Even the mountain city doesn't have dialects like this. You scattered across the sky, landing on maple leaves and snowflakes? You scattered across the sky, have you shattered? Are you sure this is a love poem, not a ghost story? And you, are you thinking of me? The title says you're secretly in love with someone else, not the other way around, dude. Wu Qinsong felt it wasn't Shen Yifeng who was about to shatter, but himself. I shouldn't have kept telling him he could write lyrics after hearing a song just once. Even if it's true, no sane person would believe it. Wu Qinsong picked up the microphone and then set it down again. There was no way to make it sound plausible. Even if you brought in a Nobel laureate in literature, they wouldn't grasp the logic behind it. The three judges and the audience shared the same expression. Completely baffled. 10 faces of utter bewilderment. The whole nation was baffled. Long Dongxiang in the break area burst out laughing. See? That's what happens when you brag too much. Claiming you can write lyrics after hearing a song just once? Talk about shooting your mouth off without thinking. The judges probably regret their scores now. They'd be lucky if they don't dock points. Xie Tingfeng pondered for a moment longer, still not grasping it, before asking into the microphone, we might not quite get your artistic vision here. These 4 lines seem logically off, right? The logic is indeed off, because this love poem is reversed and carries 3 layers of meaning. Shen Yifeng's tone was as light as the wind. The poem is reversed? Xie Tingfeng voiced his confusion. A crab couldn't possibly be peeling my shell, a notebook couldn't possibly be writing about me, I couldn't possibly be falling onto maple leaves or snowflakes, and you couldn't possibly be thinking of me. The 3 judges froze at first, but their eyes lit up as they savored the meaning. Brilliant! Yifeng, you're too clever. Using your own poem to confess few girls could resist that, Taoing exclaimed delightedly. Shen Yifeng's cheek twitched, recalling an unpleasant memory. What's the second layer of meaning? Tao Ji couldn't help asking. It's me peeling the crab shell, me writing in the notebook, maple leaves and snowflakes falling on me, me thinking of you. Wow. The audience couldn't hold back. They felt the handsome guy on stage wasn't just good looking, he was positively glowing. Simultaneously, they began envying the girl he liked, she must be incredibly happy. Secret admiration spot on. Tingfeng, what do you think? I think it's absolutely fantastic, at least I couldn't write such a beautiful love poem. And he came up with it on the spot, probably only taking a few seconds to think. Xie Tingfeng showed no restraint in his admiration for Shen Yifeng, his gaze growing ever brighter. I didn't quite believe he could write lyrics instantly after hearing a melody, but now I do. He truly has that kind of talent. We think it's impossible because we aren't geniuses, but he is. Taoing smiled warmly. Hurry up and tell us about the 3rd layer. I can't wait. Unless the world turns upside down, you'll never love me. Shen Yifeng's voice was low and gentle, tinged with a hint of regret. These words reached audiences nationwide through the program. In that moment, countless eagle-like girls across the country shed tears. Even Tao Ying's eyes welled up. He's so talented. With a face that could charm any girl and such poetic skill, may I ask, how many relationships have you had? 1. She's the only one. She's the only one for this lifetime. Shen Yifeng suddenly looked directly into the camera. I know this is a high-rated show, and I'm willing to say this in front of the entire nation. I'm not afraid of future girlfriends seeing it, because from beginning to end, it's always been the same person. Ah. Sister Wei. That junior is so charming. I can't take it anymore, this is way too sweet. I'm gonna get diabetes. Wah? Wei, I'm crying again. You two are just too perfect together, childhood sweethearts, innocent and pure, and now he confesses on live TV. I suddenly realized something really serious. Tang Wei was touched, yet she remained level-headed. Unlike Zhou Mengting, she wasn't purely love-struck. If Feng's parents see this show, won't his relationship be exposed? When they can't get it out of him, they'll definitely call me. Just admit it, Zhou Mengting said. They're all acquaintances anyway. His parents would be thrilled with you, they probably wanted you as their daughter-in-law since childhood. No way. He just turned 18 and started dating me. What would his parents think? What would my parents think? Tang Wei shook her head. They absolutely can't find out, at least not yet. Now that we're on the show, hiding it is impossible. When uncle and aunt ask, I'll have to admit it and just make up some girl on the spot. What if they ask to see photos? Wang Yihuan pressed. Tang Wei scanned the room, her gaze finally settling on Wang Yihuan. Wei, your eyes look kinda weird. It's just a photo. His parents live in the county seat, they won't come to the school. Meng Ting already has a boyfriend, and Xiao Zhu looks like she could be underage. You're the perfect choice. Wang Yihuan pouted. Why do I have to suffer the pains of love when I'm not even dating? Please, Huan, I'll treat you to Xin Yuan's newest cake. Deal. The judges on stage were still immersed in Shen Yifeng's talent, reluctantly about to dismiss them to rest and invite the next contestant when a staff member sneaked up behind the judges and slipped a note to Tang Wei, who was seated in the middle. After reading it, Tang Wei passed it to the two judges beside her. Throughout this exchange, the camera remained fixed on Shen Yifeng and Wu Qinsong, so viewers at home missed these subtle movements. The note contained only one sentence: give them 2 more minutes of airtime. The production team held high hopes for the Shen Yifeng and Wu Qinsong duo, betting on them to drive the show's ratings. But what could they possibly show in 2 more minutes? More talent? Tang Wei furrowed her brow slightly, pondered for a moment, then addressed Shen Yifeng. Yifeng, this song you wrote, gentleman, and that poem you just recited, they're both so depressing. Could I ask you to write a positive love poem instead? Something to help these young folks regain their faith in love? Shen Yifeng wrinkled his nose. He had noticed the staff member slipping him a note earlier. Looks like I was right. The production team suddenly giving us extra camera time must mean they're betting on us. If we perform steadily, we might just make it to the finals. Chapter 81, are you sure he studied computer science? Again? Isn't that putting him on the spot? Even ancient poets couldn't compose 300 poems a day. Tao Ji started covering for him, playing the straight man. He must have prepared for the show. I bet Shen Yifeng has a wealth of knowledge now, Tang Wei said with a smile. Actually, I've already decided it's a love confession poem. Shen Yifeng picked up the microphone and lowered his voice. Grass thirsts for rain, flowers yearn for sunlight, earth waits for comets, I watch you secretly. Rain nourishes the grass, sunlight warms the flowers, comets kiss the earth, and I watch you from afar. Grass receives the rain, flowers bless the sun, earth bids farewell to the comet, while I silently watch you. It turns out light can indeed be seen in the eyes. In the eyes of every girl who heard those words. And the men watching the live stream? Upon hearing these lines, they all exclaimed, holy crap. Where's my pen? Where's my pen? This guy's got serious literary chops. Are you sure he's a computer science major? Is there such a gem among STEM guys? His girlfriend must be so lucky. He's got both rationality and sensitivity, they probably rarely argue. If only bullet comments had been popular back in 2013, viewers watching the livestream now would have seen a flood of comments streaming by like a river. See, I knew it. I knew he'd come up with something brilliant. It still sounds like a crush, but compared to the last one, this is way more positive and uplifting. I can totally picture a shy guy, unsure of himself when he meets a girl he likes, but utterly smitten with her. Tang Wei no longer hid her admiration for Shen Yifeng. I'm really rooting for your team now. Can't wait to see your next round entry. They're advancing directly to the next round? Looks like the score must be really high. Wu Qinsong felt a surge of quiet joy and patted Shen Yifeng on the shoulder. After stepping off the stage, contestants who had already performed applauded and greeted them. After brief exchanges, the lounge settled back into quiet. As the final contestant finished their performance, it was finally time to announce the results. Each judge awarded a maximum of 100 points, totaling 300 points. The top 60 contestants advanced, while the bottom 40 were eliminated outright. The format was ruthless, but it efficiently weeded out singers lacking talent. Otherwise, it would be torture for the audience's ears. Old Shen, what do you think our ranking will be this time? Top 5, I'd say. I fell asleep during those middle-tier singers' performances, so I can't speak to their actual skill. A few were decent singers, but their songwriting can't hold a candle to yours. Top 5 should be a lock, we might even crack the top 3. Remember when you composed poetry live? Mentor Xie Tingfeng said he'd give you extra points. Who knows, we might just make it to the podium. No sooner had Wu Qinsong finished speaking than the first page of the rankings appeared. To maintain suspense, the list was revealed in reverse order, with 20 names announced at a time. Those appearing on the first 2 pages faced elimination. A wave of sighs filled the air. So it really wasn't enough. I don't think it's my fault. The judges are too rigid, they just don't get the music young people like nowadays. No way. Why did Xie Tingfeng give me only 40 points? If he'd added just 20 more, I would have advanced for sure. Maybe it's because you sang that guy's song. Soon the second page of the list appeared. Those not on the list began cheering. Regardless of their scores this round, they'd at least entered the safe zone, smoothly advancing to the next stage. Those whose names appeared on the list displayed 100 different expressions. Some fell silent, others wept with regret, while some looked relieved. A few remained optimistic, vowing to perform better next time. Too bad that guy didn't get eliminated, Shen Yifeng remarked, glancing sideways at Long Dongqiang, whose hair resembled Dick Howley's. Compared to the other rock singers, his song choice was definitely stronger. But it won't last long. I don't think they'll survive many more rounds. That blunt personality just doesn't connect with the audience. Just before announcing the advancing list, the host approached the waiting area, microphone in hand, to make the announcement. According to our competition rules, the bottom 40 contestants from this round will sadly have to leave our stage. The remaining 60 contestants will advance to the intense second round next week. In this round, we'll eliminate half of the contestants again, still broadcast live. After this advancement, the show will switch to pre-recorded episodes, featuring behind-the-scenes footage of the contestants' lives outside the competition, giving them more exposure. To showcase the contestants' creative abilities and prevent pre-written songs from being used in the competition, the second round will feature themed songwriting assignments. Contestants will have 1 week to create a song based on a randomly assigned theme. There are 6 themes: love, courage, home, friendship, mindset, and destiny. Each group will send 1 representative to draw a theme. Whatever theme is drawn will be the assigned topic. Those who were eliminated have already departed, leaving only the advancing contestants. The specific rankings haven't been announced yet, as the production team first needs to reveal the themes for the second round. You're right. Many rules will be announced midway through this season. After the top 30, the competition might become more detailed. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense to reach the finals in just 5 episodes the sponsors wouldn't approve. Shen Yifeng sat on his stool, not joining the crowd pushing forward. They were clearly trying to get more screen time. But Shen Yifeng had no interest whatsoever in those fleeting moments on camera. He only wanted his work to speak for itself. Old Shen, should you go or should I? You go. You're the lead singer, more screen time will help you later. I'm behind the scenes. My work speaks for itself. Shen Yifeng spoke from the heart, not out of modesty. He had no plans to pursue that path himself, so he preferred to leave more opportunities for others. No need for thanks. When I make it big, I won't forget you. Wu Qinsong glanced at the 6 themes displayed on the big screen. Wouldn't you be more inspired if you drew the love theme? The first 4 are manageable, but the last 2 are a bit abstract. Shen Yifeng's mind already conjured songs for each theme. If courage came up, he'd ask, who else but the lonely hero? Then, the sight of elementary school kids singing Lone Warrior on every street corner would appear nearly a decade earlier than planned. If it was love, there would be even more songs to choose from. As the host finished the introduction, representatives from each group lined up and reached into a box. Each drew a round ball. Unscrewing it revealed the theme for the next round's composition. After each person drew, they had to immediately open and display their ball for the production team to record before the next person could draw. By the time it was Wu Qinsong's turn, only a few balls remained. He glanced at the tally sheet. 2 love themes remained, 1 courage theme, 2 family themes, all friendship themes were gone, 2 mindset themes left, and all destiny themes were gone too. The odds were still pretty good. Music god, please give me a love theme. Wu Qinsong held his breath as he twisted open the sphere. Seeing the word home, he glanced helplessly at Shen Yifeng before finally raising the slip of paper. Home as the theme. I actually have a killer song in mind. Shen Yifeng tapped his chin as the intro to the nameless one played in his mind. As long as Wu Qinsong performs normally, the next round is absolutely in the bag. Chapter 82, Second Place. Sorry, I didn't draw a love theme, Wu Qinsong returned, frustrated, feeling his luck was terrible. No worries, I already have an idea, Shen Yifeng replied calmly. That fast? You're a musical prodigy. Wu Qinsong was hardly easily surprised anymore. After all, he'd witnessed too many musical impossibilities from Shen Yifeng. What was even more bizarre was that Shen Yifeng claimed he'd never been exposed to music before, and even his guitar skills were self-taught. It was unimaginable what musical heights he would have reached had he been exposed to music from childhood. As the draw concluded, the rankings began rolling out again. It was already evening, yet Tang Wei and Zhou Mingting remained glued to their computer screens watching the livestream. Wang Yihuan and Chen Yizhu were both getting tired from watching and had lain down on their beds to play with their phones for a bit. They decided to let Tang Wei and the others announce the final rankings later. 31st to 40th place, they're not there. 21st to 30th place, still nothing. Could it be? Could it be? Tang Wei and Zhou Mingting, the 2 family members, clasped hands in excitement. The gesture was reminiscent of boys watching a soccer match, tense as the decisive penalty kick approached. Not even in 11th, 20th place. Then they must be locked in the top 10. Starting from 13th place, the talent is already pretty solid. The 11th ranked contestant has a bit of an online following, apparently from the same era as Su Song and Su Liang, though not quite as famous. When the final page of results appeared, revealing contestants 078, Wu Qinsong and Shen Yifeng, had secured 2nd place, Tang Wei and Zhou Mingting embraced each other in excitement. Huan, the results are out. 2nd place. That high? What's the score? Taoing scored 98, Xia Tingfeng scored 96, and Tao Ji scored 96. Total, 290 points. Wang Yihuan sat up in bed. Only 2nd with 290 points? How many points did the winner get? 291 points, one more than Offing and the others. Zheng Ziyue is already a professional singer. She has a management company backing her, and her voice is genuinely impressive. I'm not surprised she took 1st place. Tang Wei said objectively. Regardless, 2nd place is still pretty impressive. Once they get back, I'll definitely have a serious talk with Wu Qinsong. Zhou Mingting flashed a mischievous grin. Behind that smile seemed to lurk something rather suggestive. Be careful during the competition. If someone spots you two heading to a hotel, it could affect their performance, Tang Wei cautioned. Wah, I'll suffocate. Zhou Mingting pouted, looking utterly aggrieved. If her roommate hadn't lived with her for a year, she might have fallen for it. This big girl's temperament was anything but pouty. She was always straightforward. Let's crowdfund a curtain for you. You can pull it down at night and handle things yourself. Tang Wei remained completely unfazed. After all, during Zhou Mingting's breakup with Wu Qinsong, strange noises had occasionally emanated from this big girl's bed at night. After getting used to it, they just accepted it. Oh, that's not what I meant. Zhou Mingting pouted. I'm talking about having to sneak around to meet Wu Qinsong all this time. I'll suffocate. Why are you sneaking around? Didn't Wu Qinsong say this song was written for you? Maybe after the next round, the production team will come to our school to film how they usually create together. They'll definitely film you then. I guess you're right. After the first episode wrapped, Shen Yifeng and Wu Qinsong checked into the hotel arranged by the production team. You won't believe it, our phones are probably blowing up right now. I just turned mine on and already have over 20 missed calls. Wu Qinsong sat on the bed, his phone flashing with the notifications. Shen Yifeng had a similar situation, mostly calls from his parents, plus a few childhood friends he hadn't spoken to in years. They'd probably seen him on the show and were calling to confirm. Let's go down for dinner later. I need to call my mom back first. Shen Yifeng walked to the window, opened his contacts, and dialed the familiar number. Soon, his mother's voice came through the phone. Son. Mom, didn't you go play mahjong today? How could I possibly be in the mood for mahjong? Why didn't you tell me you were going on the show? Aunt Zhang had to tell me. You little rascal, playing games with your own mother. On the other end, Mrs. Li Yuan feigned anger, making Shen Yifeng chuckle involuntarily. I didn't tell you because I was afraid I'd get eliminated in the first round. See, now that I've advanced, I called you right away. Was I the first person you called? Of course. Who else would I call first? Dad? He doesn't hold as much sway at home as you do. Shen Yifeng answered honestly. Aren't you in a relationship? Shen Yifeng stiffened, letting out an awkward chuckle. Dating wasn't scary. Anyway, his parents lived in the county town. Even if they found out, they wouldn't say much. But if the person I was dating was Wei-jie, that was a whole different story. After all, Wei-jie was practically raised by my mom. If she were my girlfriend, it wouldn't just be chaos at our house, it'd probably be mayhem at Wei-jie's place too. Given mom's personality, she'd definitely consider how our two families' financial situations had diverged. Our family is still working class, while Wei-jie's family has become part of the merchant class. They might not approve of us. So it's best they don't find out for now. I'm in college now. Mom can't still be controlling my love life, right? If I don't start dating soon, I'll never find a girlfriend after entering society. I'll be single for life, and you'll never get to hold your grandchild. Shen Yifeng appeared calm on the surface, but this was actually a psychological standoff with his parents. What does she look like? Got any photos? Li Yuan pressed. We just started dating. I'll send you a photo later. Shen Yifeng played for time. Fine. You're grown up now. I don't oppose you dating, but don't let it interfere with your studies. If you don't learn anything in these 4 years of college, even if you graduate from a top university, you won't find a good job. Understand? Got it, Mom. I'm heading downstairs for dinner now. Gotta go. Wait. Did you ask Xie Tingfeng for his autograph? Nope. You little rascal. Don't you know Xie Tingfeng is my absolute favorite? With such a golden opportunity, why didn't you get your mom an autograph? Shen Yifeng sighed with a helpless smile. Fine. Next time I see him, I'll definitely get one for you. Gotta go now, Mom. I'm starving to death down here. Be careful on your way back to Shan City. Don't let the show interfere with your studies, you hear me? Got it, Mom. Bye. Shen Yifeng quickly hung up, afraid that if he chatted any longer, his mom would start asking about his girlfriend. After hanging up with his mom, Shen Yifeng quickly found Tang Wei in his contacts and dialed her number. Almost instantly, the call connected. It felt as though she'd been waiting by her phone the whole time. Chapter 83, Whoever marries you will be blessed. The competition ended ages ago, and you're just now thinking to call me. Tang Wei's voice on the other end was gentle and light, as if she were whispering right into his ear. I just got my phone back. I called my mom first. Shen Yifeng regretted saying that the moment the words left his mouth. Many guys in relationships get hit with that classic girlfriend question: if both your mom and I fell into the water, who would you save first? Fortunately, Tang Wei was sensible enough not to ask a death trap question like, why did you call your mom first instead of me? Instead, she chuckled and said, did Auntie ask about your girlfriend? Yeah, and she guessed it right away. Shen Yifeng deliberately adopted a serious tone. This made Tang Wei's heart skip a beat, and she immediately grew tense. How did she figure it was me? That shouldn't be possible. When we were kids, we just liked playing together. I never saw either of us having feelings for the other. Even though we went to the same university, Shan City University is the best in Shan City. If your grades were good, you'd have a high chance of getting in. You didn't specifically apply to the school just for me, did you? Hearing Tang Wei start to ramble incoherently, Shen Yifeng could already picture her flustered expression in the dorm room. It must have been adorable. When I was applying, I think I mentioned that Sister Wei was at Shan City University and she could look out for me if I went there. Maybe my mom heard it as me saying I applied because of you. Tang Wei pouted. Oh no. What do we do? If your mom found out this early, mine will probably hear about it soon too. We're meeting the parents during the new year, right? What do your parents think of me anyway? Great. My dad always says whoever marries you will be so lucky you'd make an amazing wife. Really? Tang Wei froze. Wait, who's your wife? You little brat, always trying to take advantage of me. Shen Yifeng gave a few silly chuckles. Forget it, I won't tease you anymore. My mom only knows I'm dating someone, but she doesn't know who it is. She even asked me to send her a photo. I told her I'd send it later. Once she forgets about it, it should be fine. Tang Wei fell silent for a moment. Shen Yifeng, I'm getting a little angry. I'm really a little upset. Damn it. Shen Yifeng felt a chill run down his spine and his scalp tingle. He hurriedly explained, I was going to tell you the truth. It's all Wu Qinsong's fault. Ha? Wu Qinsong turned around abruptly. He had no idea what Shen Yifeng and Tang Wei were talking about that brought him into the picture. But based on his experience, when couples bring up a third person in their conversation, it usually means they're being dragged into the mess. Like, honey, let me explain, I really didn't want to go to the foot spa. Old Wu dragged me there. Or, honey, old Wu got into a car accident. I gotta go check on him. Then he'd turn around and head straight to the internet cafe for a gaming session. Sure enough, Wu Qinsong saw Shen Yifeng frantically waving at him from the window. He rushed over, not even bothering to put on his slippers. Ah, right. It's not his fault. It's all because I have a big mouth. You heard that, right? I'm an honest citizen, how could I lie to you, Wei? Shen Yifeng narrowed his eyes and mouthed the word Shankia to Wu Qinsong. Call me sis. Shen Yifeng wiped the sweat from his forehead. Next time, he really wouldn't dare tease Wei again. If he made her angry, he'd have to be the one to comfort her. If I can calm her down, fine. But if I can't? Well, I'll be crying. Sis. That's more like it. I've already thought through the question you mentioned earlier. There's a good chance your mom will call me about it later, and I plan to send her Huanhuan's photos to show her. This favor you're doing. I'm just racking up more and more debt to you. It's fine. Your mom won't come to school anyway. I've already talked to Huan and she said it's okay. It's a white lie. If our parents found out too soon, we wouldn't have as much freedom going forward. You're right. Thanks for everything, Senior Huan. You're welcome, Junior. Just get me a signed photo of Tingfeng. Wang Yuan's voice came through the phone. No problem, I'll get it for you next week. After chatting with Tang Wei for a while longer, the two reluctantly hung up. Old Wu, wanna grab a bite? Let's go. I'm starving. We'll get back early to sleep, my flight leaves tomorrow morning. It's just over an hour to the mountain city. How'd you go from a bird gun to a cannon? Did advancing to the next round come with prize money? Shen Yifeng implied, flying is so expensive, did you strike it rich, kid? Tournaments like this don't offer prize money. Not having to pay out of pocket is already a win. It was my dad. He saw I was doing well in the competition and heard about the grueling 10-hour train ride. So he gave me some cash to buy a plane ticket. Wu Qinsong knew Shen Yifeng didn't have much money right now. But he was certain that Shen Yifeng had a bright future ahead. Just by writing songs, he'd surely carve out a place for himself in the Chinese music scene. Moreover, Shen Yifeng was writing songs for him, songs that might very well become his breakthrough hits someday. Compared to that, the current expenses were almost negligible. Still, he wasn't greedy. Whatever profit Shen Yifeng's songs generated would be split fairly. He wouldn't let money cause friction. Learning to give ground was the key to standing firm in this complex society. It's fine. With your talent, your songs will be worth a fortune someday. I'm getting a bargain here, so I need to promote you properly. Taking the train is too much for you. You must want to see Tang Wei sooner, right? Shen Yifeng wasn't the type to dwell on such things. The math was simple. The song Gentleman he wrote for Wu Qinsong would likely generate steady income for years to come, meaning annual royalties. Compared to that, the transportation fee he covered was nothing. So he didn't refuse, instead pulling Wu Qinsong downstairs to eat. Late into the night, just as they were about to sleep, a knock sounded at the door. Wu Qinsong slept on the bed closest to the door. Before he could ask who it was, the voice outside identified itself. Hello, I'm a staff member from Upward Creators. Have you two gone to bed yet? Staff coming this late. Could it be they're betting on us? Many talent show programs have this concept of betting on someone. During the competition, contestants favored by the production team would receive more screen time and subsequent recordings through negotiation, essentially gaining increased exposure. But there are always conditions attached. The production team wouldn't simply grant extra screen time to a contestant without expecting something in return. Many talent agencies pay the production team a fee specifically to secure more screen time for their artists. In other words, extra screen time comes at a cost. Either the contestant must generate significant buzz for the show, or the agency must provide sponsorship or other benefits to the production team. Unless a contestant is genuinely popular with viewers, they won't need the production team to bet on them. Their high visibility will naturally draw the director's attention. Wu Qinsong pulled on his shorts and hurriedly opened the door. Two staff members, one man and one woman, stood smiling at the doorway. One of them looked familiar. Hey, aren't you the staff member who guided us around earlier today? Chapter 84, Can't Hide It Anymore. Hello, nice to see you again. Huang Wenwen looked even younger in her casual clothes than she had during the day. Yes, we meet again, Wu Qinsong smiled wryly. Still working this late? You guys really put in the hours. Media workers never get off early, another staff member introduced himself. My name is Zhang Jinka. I'm part of the directorial team for Upward Creators. We came to see you primarily because your outstanding performance this round caught our attention. The two entered the room together and took a quick look around. Perhaps dissatisfied with the modest accommodations, Zhang Jinka apologized again. If you advance to the next round, the logistics team will arrange better accommodations for you. That's fine. We're here to compete, not sightsee. Our main goal is to bring more great music to the audience. We don't really care about anything outside the competition, Wu Qinsong said with a smile. We're here to discuss the follow-up episodes with you. Based on the show's ratings, your appearances consistently deliver the highest viewership. We plan to leverage your presence to boost ratings and generate more buzz. The upside is you'll get more attention, more screen time, maybe even skyrocket to fame because of this show. Shen Yifeng didn't show much excitement. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world, especially when it comes to the ruthless world of capital. Add the entertainment industry into the mix, and with two buffs stacked, the likelihood of hidden agendas only increased. What does the production team need us to do? Huang Wenwen lifted her gaze from Wu Qinsong to Shen Yifeng. Just maintain your personas. Actually, it's mainly your persona. My persona? Shen Yifeng sat cross-legged on the bed. Exactly. Your standout appeal lies in your poet persona. Across major forums like Tieba and Weibo, you're the most discussed, followed by Zheng Ziyue, then Wu Qinsong. Isn't this supposed to be a music show? Netizens aren't focusing on the singers, they're fixated on the songwriter. Has the focus shifted? Creators work behind the scenes. Maintaining my persona seems pointless. That's precisely why we're here. In the next round, the judges will continue assigning you themes. To maintain your persona, we'll disclose the topics in advance so you can prepare. Shen Yifeng's smile gradually faded. So it's basically cheating, right? It's not exactly cheating. It's like those singers using half-open mics not because they can't hit the notes, but to enhance the overall show's impact. As long as you maintain your persona, your group will definitely go further. Wu Qinsong swallowed hard and looked at Shen Yifeng. Given old Shen's temperament, he probably wouldn't agree. All right. Shen Yifeng nodded. Holy crap. He agreed. Wu Qinsong gaped in disbelief. It's a win-win situation. I suppose there's no reason to refuse. Though Shen Yifeng's current body was only 18 years old, the memories from 2 lifetimes had matured his mindset to that of a man in his 30s. No longer a hothead, nor consumed by hatred for injustice. As long as it didn't break the law, anything that could make money. Whether direct or indirect, why refuse? While I believe improvising on the spot is feasible, to achieve the best results, I'm open to following the production team's arrangements if they prefer. After Shen Yifeng reconfirmed, Zhang Jinka and Huang Wenwen breathed a sigh of relief. They occasionally encountered contestants with such strong personalities they couldn't care less about the production team's well-being. When they got carried away, it boiled down to 4 words: maverick. Privately, they'd rarely cooperate with the production team's requests either. For the next round, the judging panel requests you create a piece on the theme of regret live on stage. While this is a bonus task, our show's core focus remains on music. We hope you'll deliver even stronger performances next round. By the way, record labels have already taken notice of you. Keep pushing forward, you'll get your chance to shine. Zhang Jinka and Huang Wenwen chatted with Shen Yifeng and the others for a while longer. After they left, Wu Qinsong suddenly appeared on Shen Yifeng's bed. What? I'm not into that. Damn it, do I look like I'm into that? Wu Qinsong wasn't entirely sure himself, because he was genuinely excited right now. Old Shen, I feel like you're about to blow up. What do you mean about to? I already am, okay? Shen Yifeng stopped pretending and laid his cards on the table. If this era's crowd digs the music style from a few years back, then I'm unstoppable. Though I expected to become popular, I never imagined it would be because of 2 impromptu poems. This world truly is magical. We're practically symbiotic now. When I get popular, you ride my coattails. When you get popular, I ride yours. Might as well just form a duo. Songwriting is merely my amateur hobby. If I were truly interested in music, I wouldn't have majored in computer science. Wu Qinsong sighed deeply within. It felt like witnessing Einstein taking up a pen to write, or Lucen abandoning his pen to take up arms. What a waste of talent. The next day, the two boarded a plane back to the mountain city. Then they rode back to campus in the yellow Ferrari. Before they even reached their dorm, they were recognized by several passing students. President. Wow, we actually got to see you in person. Can we take a photo with you? Once you guys become famous, we might never get another chance. Poet brother, I absolutely love those 2 poems you wrote. Earth awaits the comet, I secretly watch you. Comet kisses Earth, I watch you from afar. Earth bids farewell to the comet, I silently watch you. I know them by heart. One word, amazing. You're such a genius. At first, only a few people noticed Shen Yifeng and Wu Qinsong. But after they shouted, more people noticed them. Never underestimate the viewership ratings of Xiangnan TV in recent years. Nearly every show has become a national phenomenon, attracting massive audiences especially among the younger generation. The music club president and love guru are back on campus. East Gate, hurry over. Who's love guru? Shen Yifeng? Seems it started on Weibo. Lots of people used his song Kama to confess and got accepted more than one person. That's how he got the nickname Love Guru. Is Love Guru really from the computer science department? Aren't those guys a bunch of straight-laced nerds? Stop dissing us. Stop dissing us. Guys in computer science know romance too, okay? Yeah. Remember that senior from computer science who tried to set off fireworks on a girl's desktop using code? He messed up the script, went overboard with the fireworks, and crashed her computer. Who's Love Guru's girlfriend? Is she from our school? Of course she is. Honey CP fans never dreamed that just shipping an ordinary campus couple would turn them into celebrity-level fans. I remember now. Isn't she the girl who sang Confession Balloon at the freshman orientation event that won first place? Nail it. She's absolutely stunning. Shen Yifeng was still surrounded by the crowd, completely unaware of the heated discussions unfolding on the school forum. But Tang Wei saw it. Not on the school forum, but on Weibo. Oh no. There's no way to hide this now. Chapter 85, Getting into Character. Everyone, listen to me. Shen Yifeng rushed to find Tang Wei but was blocked. In desperation, he shouted at the top of his lungs, this is only the first round. We might get eliminated next round, taking photos with us won't matter then. If you two get eliminated next round, it just proves the show producers are out of their minds. You're such a hot topic, bringing in so much buzz. Eliminating you would be like killing their own show. Exactly. We're all alumni. It's just a photo, don't be so stingy. Damn it, this is infuriating. But they had a point. After finally finishing the group photos with these alumni, Shen Yifeng received a call from Huang Ku. Brother phone, how did you guys get back so fast? The train ride was supposed to take over 10 hours. Trains aren't fit for someone of my stature. I flew back. Shen Yifeng wiped the marks off his clothes. Things had been chaotic and crowded earlier. Fortunately, he was wearing a black outfit. What the hell was up with that half-face thing? Why the hell is the foundation so thick? And that lipstick smudge, her lower lip was so thick, was she having a heat rash? Shen Yifeng quickly wiped the stains off his clothes and headed to the library to meet Tang Wei. The library was the pride of Mountain City University, grandly constructed with a futuristic design. Shen Yifeng didn't have strong memories of the library, as he hadn't visited it much in his previous life either. In the computer science department, academic success didn't rely on rote memorization or endless practice problems, so his visits were infrequent. His most vivid memory was accompanying Zhou Xianyu to borrow books, when he stumbled upon an illustrated edition of The Plum and the Golden Vase. While marveling at the university's generosity, he borrowed the book back to his dorm and thoroughly studied its 365 chapters. Tang Wei sent her seat location via QQ, and Shen Yifeng found her quickly. There she sat quietly in the corner seat, her appearance and the way she read both radiating an intense and captivating focus. Her jet black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and with each turn of the page, her eyes would flicker focused and earnest. This was Shen Yifeng's perspective. The truth was, Tang Wei's mind was in turmoil. To avoid revealing her distress, she pretended to be immersed in her studies, masking her inner panic. Wei, reading? Hearing Shen Yifeng's voice, Tang Wei blurted out, I'm just pretending. She quickly covered her face with the book and continued, have you checked Weibo? Yeah, I did. Looks like I'm trending. You saw the version before I boarded the plane. Some bored person must have been curious what your girlfriend looks like, so they dug me up on our school forum. Tang Wei picked up her phone, opened Weibo, and showed Shen Yifeng. Trending topic number 1, Wang Feng releases new song. Trending second. Confession Balloon? There's this weird rule in the entertainment industry, whenever Wang Feng drops a new song, it always coincides with some major scandal. I'm not even in the entertainment industry, why the hell am I trending? Is it audio or video? Video. And it's a high-definition, full-frontal version recorded by the school. Probably leaked by someone from the student council. It's not exactly a secret video, anyone could see it. Tang Wei lay face down on the desk, her chin resting on the surface. Her chest pressed flat against the table, distorted by the pressure. A muffled woo-woo escaped her lips. I'm sure my parents will see it, and maybe yours will too. Especially since your mom actually called me last night. I even sent her Huanwan's photos via MMS. Don't worry. Adults rarely scroll through Weibo. Mainstream news won't cover something this trivial, so they probably won't find out. Even if they do, just explain that today's media reports are as worthless as farts. You should be able to brush it off. Shen Yifeng ruffled Tang Wei's hair as he continued to reassure her. It'll blow over once the hype dies down. After this show, I won't be doing these kinds of programs anymore. Once my profile rises, record labels will start approaching me to write songs, and they'll recommend me internally. I don't want to live under constant surveillance, with no privacy or freedom, and the pressure would be overwhelming. Tang Wei turned her face to rub against Shen Yifeng's hand. The sensation of skin touching skin gave her a sense of security. As he stroked her, Shen Yifeng's hand grew restless. It slid slowly down from her cheek, tracing her skin to her jawline, fingers brushing against Tang Wei's neck, seemingly poised to venture further downward. This is the library, you little brat. Though she thought this, Tang Wei didn't voice her protest. Instead, her cheeks flushed, she bit her lip, and her breathing quickened. Why did this damn physical reaction always come so quickly? In the end, Shen Yifeng's fingers didn't continue down her neck. Instead, they gently tickled her jawline. Are you playing with a cat? Shen Yifeng grinned. Hee hee, I'm just distracting you. Don't pay too much attention to what's online. I'm fine. As long as my parents don't find out, it doesn't matter if the whole world knows. What's there to be afraid of in dating? I just read the nagging. Shen Yifeng believed her words. After starting middle school, Wei-Wei's personality matured. Her parents rarely interfered with her anymore, sometimes they even had to listen to her. Her dad was a real chatterbox, especially when it came to nagging. If he found out, he'd definitely call every other day to ask about it. Forget it, no point dwelling on that. Now that you've become so accomplished, I need to step up my game too. There's a legal debate competition coming up in a few days, and I've signed up for the opposing side. Debating experience can help when looking for work in the legal field. I haven't decided yet whether I'll be a lawyer, a corporate counsel, or work for a state institution like a court or the procuratorate, but more debating experience can't hurt. Shen Yifeng's thought process was rather unconventional. Then I'm screwed. I'll never be able to win an argument against you. I might just die of frustration. Forget trying to reason with someone studying law. But I'm not completely unreasonable. If it's truly my fault, I'll apologize first. When we were kids, you mentioned wanting to be a prosecutor someday. Yeah, I thought prosecutors were cool. Even though prosecutors in China don't have as much power as those in Korea, it's still a great profession. If I start a company someday and want you to be the legal counsel, would you be willing? Of course. Tang Wei replied without hesitation. You agreed that fast? Are you serious? Shen Yifeng raised an eyebrow. Absolutely. I wouldn't want our company's money to suffer losses because of some other legal counsel's incompetence or negligence. Risk control, compliance management, intellectual property protection, business decision support, internal investigations, and disciplinary oversight. Would you feel secure in trusting these matters to outsiders? Our own money. It seemed Wei-Wei had already put herself in the position. Shen Yifeng's gaze suddenly sharpened with steady intensity. We must launch the gaming business as soon as possible. If we can't achieve a breakthrough, we'll never compete with MiHoYo in the future. After the next round of competitions, record labels should start approaching me for collaborations. I wonder what price a single song could fetch. Chapter 86, 3 CTF Tournament. Of course I'm uneasy. Handing such a crucial position to an outsider feels unsettling, Shen Yifeng replied with a lick of his lips, following Tang Wei's lead. But if the salary's too low, I'm not going. Tang Wei's expression seemed serious, yet her involuntarily raised eyebrows betrayed her playful tone. We're family, why talk about salary? What's mine is yours. Shen Yifeng's smile grew even broader. Strictly speaking, we're only family after marriage. Only then does it become joint marital property. Before that, if a guy says what's mine is yours, it's not legally protected. So? Tang Wei leaned forward, her chest pressing against the edge of the table, distorting it slightly. A hint of white nearly escaped playfully from her collar. She picked up a pen and tapped Shen Yifeng lightly on the forehead, continuing, so, men's words are just empty promises. All they know how to do is sweet talk girls. Shen Yifeng didn't respond directly, instead picking up his phone and doing something unseen. The next second, Tang Wei received a QQ message from Shen Yifeng. A phone, my money is your money. Why did you send that? Tang Wei asked, puzzled. Legally, verbal promises are valid too. As long as the content isn't illegal and there's no fraud or coercion involved, presenting evidence makes it legally binding. Shen Yifeng glanced at Tang Wei's phone. Here. This is the proof. Tang Wei was a bit stunned by Shen Yifeng. A phone actually knows about the law. Though it wasn't a particularly complex legal clause, most people would likely assume verbal promises had no legal standing. When did you look this up? The civil code is in my heart. I'm a law-abiding citizen. Shen Yifeng's words were enunciated clearly, his gaze as resolute as if he were joining the party. He made Tang Wei laugh out loud. But remembering they were in the library, she quickly covered her mouth to stifle her laughter. By noon, they headed to the cafeteria for lunch. Many people in the cafeteria recognized Shen Yifeng. While praising his talent, they also observed Tang Wei sitting beside him. Such an obvious connection, no words needed to tell they were a couple. Recalling Shen Yifeng's words on the show, many girls shot envious glances their way. Deep affection isn't scary. Handsome, talented, and deeply devoted. That's a killer combo. There's simply no resistance to this, okay? Tang Wei's beauty gave the other girls a slight sense of balance. If she were just average looking, they might have been consumed by envy and resentment. Back in the dorm, only Huang Ke was in the room. She found out that Zhou Xianyu had gone to play basketball, and old Qin was on a date. He rarely hung around the dorm on weekends, especially when the weather was nice like today. As he put it, the weather was directly proportional to his mood, and his mood was directly proportional to his chances of hitting a home run. So good weather meant a significantly higher probability of a home run. So never waste a chance when the weather's good. Bro, you're so awesome. Improvising on the spot and pulling off a home run. Now those 2 poems you wrote are all over the internet. Especially that one. Unless the world turns upside down, you'll never like me. Huang Ke blurted out a line in West Coast slang. Damn. I love that line so much, it's totally about me. Shen Yifeng was utterly baffled, tempted to ask, are you okay? That's exactly how I feel about Suyu right now. I'm secretly in love with her, but she has no idea. Even if she found out, she probably wouldn't like me back. Unless the world turned upside down, she'd never like me. Huang Ke picked up her iced black tea and sipped it as if it were 1982 Mao Tai. Have you been running these days? Every day. I've already lost 3 gene. How much do you weigh now? If I remember correctly, around 80 kilograms. You need to step up your training. Why not grab a game of basketball with old Joe sometime? You're not short, you'll look sharp once you slim down. Shen Yifeng wasn't just flattering him, he'd seen Huang Ke's slimmer figure in his past life, and it really did suit him. He had that urban white-collar elite vibe. Most importantly, he wasn't balding. That alone put him ahead of 80% of computer professionals. How much weight do I need to lose? Losing 10 kilograms would make you look less overweight, but your face might still lack definition. Shedding 15 kilograms should give you a more angular look. Hearing lose 10 kilograms, Huang Ke's mouth twitched. I won't die, will I? If you don't have the willpower to lose weight, how are you going to chase girls? Come running with me again tonight, then do a few sets of Kegel exercises afterward. Start training early, and practice a little restraint too. Don't want to end up with performance issues later. Panic flashed in Huang Ke's eyes. I don't. I'm a pure young man. I wouldn't look at those filthy things. Bull. I know exactly what you're up to at night. You finish in 2-4 minutes on average. Keep this up, and you might surrender in just a minute or two. Caught red-handed, Huang Ke sucked in a breath, his lips trembling slightly. He finally grasped the gravity of the situation. I saw those guys in the videos, some of them even overweight, all lasting over 10 minutes, and they could keep going non-stop. I thought everyone was like that. 9 parts fake, 1 part real in those films. But those guys do have something going for them besides drugs. Regular exercise is a must. Brother Feng, what are these Kegel exercises you mentioned? I've never heard of them before. You'll learn by following my lead. Shen Yifeng shifted the topic. By the way, any cybersecurity competitions coming up lately? Plenty. The 3CTF competition organized by 360 in partnership with universities has opened registration. The preliminary rounds start the day after tomorrow. Huang Ke returned to his computer and opened a web page. Displayed on the screen was the call to arms issued by 360. It stated, to build a cyber powerhouse, we must gather talents from all corners of the world. We aim to recruit, cultivate, and hone exceptional talents in the cybersecurity field, while identifying and nurturing gifted young cybersecurity professionals. The era of comprehensive security has arrived. From national security and infrastructure security to household security, all are vulnerable to cyber attacks, ultimately impacting societal safety. These factors place higher demands on cybersecurity enterprises. And so on. This 3CTF competition will feature participation from many top-tier experts. 360 has built its own comprehensive target platform simulating real enterprise network environments. Competitors must gain access to the entry machine, use it as a jumping-off point to gather information and penetrate deeper into the internal network, complete lateral movement, and ultimately obtain the complete attack network topology. Each target flag is worth 1,000 points. In case of a tie, rankings will be determined by the time of flag submission. The top 50 finishers receive cash prizes, with first place earning a whopping 100,000 yuan. Winners also gained direct access to job offers from 360 and multiple partner companies, plus a 360 skills certification. Shen Yifeng didn't hesitate, he signed up immediately. 100,000 yuan? What else was there to think about? He walked over to Huang Ke's computer and registered an account. After a moment's thought, he typed a few characters into the username field Vivi the Beauty. This name would appear on the leaderboard during the competition. Seeing the name, Huang Ke couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy crap! Bro, you're so bold. You don't know. This is called Me and Vivi, Together Forever." Chapter 87, Swiftness is Paramount. Are you going to sign up? Shen Yifeng asked. Of course. It's such a great chance to train. If I can sneak into the offline finals with the top 100, I'll get to meet some big shots. Huang Ke replied without hesitation. If you want in, I can get you in no time. Once I find the flag, I'll send it straight to you to submit. Wouldn't it be great if we both made it to the finals together? Shen Yifeng's confidence in these competitions stemmed not from arrogance, but from his nearly decade-long professional experience as someone who had lived 2 lifetimes. Plus, his skills had improved significantly after spending time later on interacting with dark web hackers. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the expertise to start his own cybersecurity company. You don't take on delicate work without the right tools. Brother Foam, you're so confident? This competition organized by 360 is pretty tough. Cut the chatter and register now. I'll handle the preliminary round for you. You fend for yourself in the finals. Seeing Shen Yifeng's confidence, Huang Ke quickly registered an account too. When it came to choosing a username, he pondered for a while and decided to follow Shen Yifeng's lead. Yuyu, I love you? Old Huang, you're totally wild. It's called Me and Yuyu Together Forever. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Since joining the show, Shen Yifeng's college life had changed. Not drastically, mind you, he'd only made it through the first round, after all, and wasn't exactly a celebrity. But he still got recognized walking around campus. In class, his classmates looked at him differently now. The most obvious were Chu Yun, Peng Xiaoling, and Du Jun. First, Chu Yun. She genuinely regretted it. If she'd known back then how talented Shen Yifeng was and that he could even appear on TV shows, potentially launching a career in the entertainment industry. Even if they broke up later, she could boast to her friends about having dated a celebrity. Peng Xiaoling was different. She had crossed paths with Shen Yifeng. Using the campus confession wall as her weapon, she ended up utterly defeated. Even now, many people at school still bring up that incident. And that was only because Shen Yifeng hadn't taken things to the extreme. Had he gone all out, she'd have been completely ostracized at school. As for Du Jun, ever since Shen Yifeng and Chu Yun broke up, he'd frequently used his position as class monitor to sabotage Shen Yifeng. Sometimes when Shen Yifeng submitted materials, this guy would insist he never received them or claim they got lost, forcing Shen Yifeng to reprint them. Shen Yifeng wasn't one to play along. If it got lost, she'd just let it go. If it was missing later, it wouldn't be her problem, she'd already submitted hers. If the counselor asked about it, they'd go to Du Jun, not her. Originally, Du Jun believed that since he had avenged Chu Yun, the fairy girl should be grateful to him. He didn't expect her to pledge herself to him, but at least she should have a better impression of him. Instead, the fairy girl couldn't be bothered to acknowledge him. Even when Du Jun greeted her, she responded with icy indifference. Ironically, the more Shen Yifeng ignored her, the more often she caught herself stealing glances at him during class. All of this was witnessed by Du Jun. He couldn't understand it, truly couldn't. Why, when you treat a girl well, she barely acknowledges you. But if you ignore her, she'll find all sorts of ways to bother you, demanding your attention. If you criticize her, or even scold her, she'll suddenly start trying to please you. Du Jun even searched online, why do those who love deeply fail to win love? The answer he found, true love requires mutual effort. One person's efforts alone cannot build a relationship. When pursuing someone, the key is to attract them, that's the fundamental way to win them over. So Du Jun started copying Shen Yifeng's style, buying clothes like him, changing his hairstyle, even learning guitar online to follow Shen Yifeng's path. When Chu Yun approached him that day to ask about an event, Du Jun convinced himself it was because his own appeal had grown, making her initiate contact. This only fueled his obsession. He started showing up at Shen Yifeng's dorm whenever he could, hoping to observe Shen Yifeng's daily habits. Even though he got kicked out every time, he kept coming back, shameless and undeterred. He was convinced that one day, he would absolutely achieve it, understand him, become him, surpass him. In the end, Chu Yun would definitely fall for him. But these fantasies shattered completely after Shen Yifeng became famous on the show. Unless he joined the show and became famous too. Otherwise, understanding, becoming, and surpassing were utterly impossible. Du Jun wasn't overly confident about his looks, but he knew his singing ability all too well. So after that Saturday, his resolve shattered. He no longer felt hostility toward Shen Yifeng, instead, he wanted to find a place to hide. Shen Yifeng, of course, remained utterly unaware of this. He couldn't care less about others' opinions of him. Right now, only 2 things held the highest priority in his life. One was making amends for the wrongs he'd done to Wei-jie in his past life. The other was making money. While material foundations weren't essential in the early stages of a healthy relationship, they were definitely the seasoning that made it taste better. Plus, once he made money, his parents wouldn't have to work themselves to the bone anymore. Shen Yifeng sat in his chair, flexing his fingers. In CTF competitions, the first person to find the flag value for each challenge earned the maximum points. Subsequent solvers who found the flag received progressively lower scores. Additionally, the maximum points per challenge varied based on difficulty, ranging from 100 to 800 points. This afternoon, Shen Yifeng and Huanke specifically requested leave from their academic advisor to participate in the competition. Upon hearing they were entering the inaugural 3 CTF competition hosted by 360 Corporation, the advisor readily approved their absence. As cybersecurity majors, such events were annual staples. This afternoon, Shen Yifeng and Huanke specifically requested leave from their counselor to participate in the competition. Upon learning they were entering the inaugural 3 CTF tournament hosted by 360 Company, the counselor readily approved their absence. As cybersecurity majors, they compete annually in the National University Cybersecurity Competition. Securing first prize at the national level typically means numerous cybersecurity firms will scramble to sign them before graduation. Each university sends 2 teams of 3 students, typically selected from sophomores or juniors. Freshmen have never been chosen, even exceptionally talented ones. Counselor Tan Jian put it this way: if you two make it to the 3 CTF semifinals, you might even have a shot competing for spots in this year's national team selection against those sophomores and juniors. Bro phone, this 360 competition has theory questions too. I only self-studied practical stuff before, never really dug into theory. How do we tackle this? With minutes left before the online preliminaries began, Huanke's heart sank halfway upon spotting the theory questions. It was like asking a Brit to take a domestic English exam. They could read the materials, but when they saw the questions, they'd just yell bloody hell. Or bluntly declare, this grammar is older than my grandmother. Funny, I'm not great at theory either. We can just wing it. Shen Yifeng glanced at the theory section, only worth 300 points total, less than half the value of a major problem. I kinda feel like the founding emperor died before completing his great work. Huanke claimed he'd just coast through this time, treating it as experience building. But deep down, he still wanted to see just how capable he really was. The competition had barely begun. While he was still struggling with the theory questions, QQ buzzed with a key value sent by Shen Yifeng. That was the string of gibberish you had to submit after finishing a problem. He quickly checked the time. Only 3 minutes and a bit had passed since the start. Then he glanced at the real-time leaderboard. Number of participants, 12,418. Rank, first. Nickname, Gorgeous Vivi. Affiliation, Mountain City University. Last 4 digits, 8770. Score, 200 points. Correct questions, 1. First kill count, 1. Holy crap, brother phone. Speed is everything. Hurry up and submit. The later you submit, the lower your score. I gotta get you to the finals, otherwise, who's gonna carry my luggage at the offline event? Wang Ko? Chapter 88, A Commanding Lead. We need to coordinate. You tackle all the 100-point questions and send me the keys. Lots of others are doing the same. They might even have a group chat sharing keys. Shen Yifeng spoke while his fingers danced across the keyboard. In CTF competitions, speed and strategy matter as much as skill. Time was of the essence. Got it. Huang Ku nodded. Bro, what point value do you plan to tackle first? The 800-point problems might take others a while too, and they'll probably take me some time as well. Strategically, diving straight into the 800-point problems isn't very profitable. I'll start by brushing through the 400-point ones first. Huanke didn't want to hold Shen Yifeng back and was more focused than ever before. The problem. The man who aspires to be admin? Should be in SQL injection problem. There's a blind SQL injection vulnerability in the login section. Writing a shell to the site, accessing 404. Looks like the directory lacks read-write permissions. Modify it then access, forge an admin user. Brother phone, I found a flag. Already sent it to you. Shen Yifeng received Huanke's QQ message, copied the flag value, submitted it, and secured the first blood for 100 points. You didn't submit first? I let you get first blood. Higher points mean a better ranking. I'm just going to coast through the finals anyway. With your skills, phone, if you score well in this 3 CTF competition, you'll definitely become a big name in the scene. Huanke grinned and gave Shen Yifeng a thumbs up. Sacrificing personal glory to help teammates achieve better rankings is common in many sports. But it's rare in the cybersecurity community. Honest as ever. I'll share some of the prize money with you when we win. Should have said so earlier. Now I have to give 200% effort. Anything less would be a waste of that prize money. 360 Company 3 CTF Competition Office. This modest office housed just 6 people, primarily tasked with ensuring the smooth operation of the online competition's target environment. As 360's inaugural CTF tournament, the leadership took it extremely seriously. They invited cybersecurity students from prestigious universities like the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, Southeast University, Sun Yat-sen University, and Wuhan University. They also invited numerous established industry figures and hackers currently employed in the field to participate. Some might wonder, aren't hackers supposed to be mysterious? How could they be contacted? Generally, hackers whose identities are known have already been apprehended. The cybersecurity department offers these hackers two choices: either serve time in prison or be recruited. Most opt for the latter, working for the government for a set period before regaining their freedom. During this time, they receive a salary but operate under certain restrictions. If these hackers are discovered by cybersecurity companies, those firms also present them with two choices. Either join the company as an employee, or receive a lump sum payment with no obligations except to step up when the nation needs them to counter cyber attacks from foreign hackers. Among the 6 individuals seated in the room, 2 had been hackers who, out of boredom, breached their local university's servers. They sold vast amounts of student data on the dark web, indirectly contributing to over 40 fraud cases involving more than 300,000 yuan. Under normal circumstances, their situation would have inevitably led to imprisonment. Just as the court was about to sentence them, they disclosed a server vulnerability belonging to a major U.S. corporation. Exploiting this vulnerability, 360 Corporation stole significant mechanical technologies and critical parameters from that company and handed them over to the state, accelerating China's development in a certain field by at least a decade. After redeeming their crimes, they faced inevitable punishment. They were ordered to continue attacking foreign governments and large enterprises at 360 Corporation to steal vital information. Our competition drew way more participants than other companies' CTF events, over 10,000. Who knew China had so many cybersecurity students? Students make up 60%, professionals 40%. With a 100,000 yuan prize, I'd enter myself if our employees weren't barred. If professionals can enter, the challenges must be brutal. College students are probably just here for the fun of it. Check the rankings. I bet fewer than 20 of the top 100 are actually students. A large screen in the office displayed real-time competition rankings in progress. Ranking, first. Nickname, Gorgeous Vivi. Affiliation, Mountain City University. Last 4 digits, 8,770. Score, 1,200 points. Correct answers, 4. First kills, 3. Rank, second. Nickname, Yuyu I love you. Affiliation, Shan City University. Last 4 digits, 9,539. Score, 1,120 points. Correct answers, 4. First kills, 0. Several people stared at the current rankings, lost in thought. Does Mountain City University even have a cybersecurity program? Seems like it, but it's not a flagship major. Not very well known. We barely saw Mountain City University in previous competitions. Is that gorgeous girl Vivi actually a woman? Holy crap! Are there photos of the contestants? I'd love to see them. What are you thinking? Look at our company. How many women have you seen? Beyond reception, HR, sales, and finance, you'd be lucky to spot a woman in other departments. True. Damn it. Some guy pretending to be a woman? I'll bet the person behind that account is a total creep. Shorts and flip-flops, hairy legs like woolen pants, messy hair, stubble all over his face, and snacks scattered everywhere around his computer. Besides the top 2 accounts, Gorgeous Vivi and Yuyu I love you, only one other top 10 account was from Tsinghua University. The rest were all working professionals. Their usernames were pretty flashy too. Ultra Thin Silk Smooth, I'm such a noob, from beginner to quitter, seeking partner with 250k annual salary. The competition raced on. As Vivi the beauty maintained her lead, Yuyu I love you trailed steadily behind like a loyal sidekick. The other contestants gradually caught on these two were clearly a team. So they started forming groups for mutual support, sharing key values while venting in their chats. When did Chongqing University get such a pro? At last year's national competition, they only got 3rd place. Can't be the same team from the national competition. I saw them, they were terrible. Could it be this year's freshmen? Bull. It's only been a month. Freshmen haven't even finished their theory courses yet. The truly skilled folks in this field usually dominate internet cafes before even hitting college. Makes sense. I bet they're a genius hacker. The second one's probably their roommate just tagging along for the experience. Now I'm kinda looking forward to seeing him in the finals. Holy. He just solved an 800-point problem. We're screwed. There's no way to catch up now. While the college students in the group were still debating whether the top-ranked person was a freshman or an upperclassman, the other contestants from the general public began to raise doubts. Geneva. This guy is definitely up to something. We'll make sure the organizers investigate him after the competition. Chapter 89, For You, I Am Willing. At 9 p.m., Shen Yifeng glanced at his score. Though 2 questions remained unanswered, he already secured full marks with the first kill bonus, pulling far ahead of the pack. Even if the others finished all their questions, their scores wouldn't surpass his. Alright, old Huang, I'm heading out for dinner. There are 2 questions left, don't bother with them. Go infiltrate those university competition groups, wait for them to share the key values, then copy and submit. Shen Yifeng said before heading to the wardrobe for his clothes, leaving Huang Ku utterly baffled. Dinner at 9? No wonder you turned down instant noodles when I asked earlier. Wei-jie knew I was competing today and waited until 9 just for me. Must have suffered through some hell in a past life to deserve such a considerate girlfriend in this one. Shen Yifeng patted Huang Ku on the shoulder. You gotta step up, buddy. Still single? Don't you like girls? Whoa, brother phone, you're killing me. The light faded from Huang Ku's eyes. Don't lose hope. Just do what I said, lose weight first, then let old Qin teach you the next steps. Qin Shiyu brought back a swivel chair yesterday, claiming it was a birthday gift from some girl though his birthday had long passed. Later, Shen Yifeng learned this guy tells different girls different birthdays. It's to avoid being swamped with birthday invites from multiple girls on the same day. He also said birthdays are prime home run opportunities, so he creates multiple birthdays all within 2 months of meeting a girl. Too short a time, and no real feelings develop. Too long, and he might lose interest in the girl. Once, Zhou Xianyu asked him, why are so many girls willing to go out with him off campus? Qin Shiyu answered with just one sentence, gain experience first, then go for quality. Right now, I'm just sweeping up everything, good looking or not. Now, Qin Shiyu could simply swivel his chair around instead of lifting it for cumbersome turns. My approach won't work for you guys. I'm clueless about the whole pure romance thing. My longest relationship ever lasted just 78 days back in high school. In college, the longest was a mere 2 weeks, and the shortest? 2 days flat. Huang Ku sighed enviously, what a role model. Role model my ass. If you just want to hook up with girls, forget about dieting. Head to District 5, you'll find girls for 200 or 300. But if you genuinely want to experience the sweetness of love, take only half of old Qin's advice. Shen Yifeng saw the QQ message from Tang Wei and stopped wasting time with them. He changed clothes, put on his shoes, and donned a mask to avoid being recognized on the way. Tang Wei wasn't in the dorm, she was busy preparing for a debate competition in the law school building. They agreed to meet at the campus gate. At 9 p.m., the university town was bustling. Students who'd skipped dinner while gaming would grab their roommates for stir-fried dishes at the gate. Students who'd gone out for dinner were also starting to return to campus. So the area around the gate was pretty crowded. Shen Yifeng looked a bit out of place with his mask, but the upside was that no one recognized him or came over to say hello. Later, Shen Yifeng wondered why people passing by him would deliberately walk around him. Probably because I'm wearing a mask, they think I'm contagious. After waiting a few minutes, Tang Wei emerged from the gate, accompanied by Zhou Mingting. How's debate prep going? Shen Yifeng asked. Not great. After today's practice round, I feel even less confident, Tang Wei pouted, looking for reassurance. Are your teammates useless? No, our opponents are too strong. Tang Wei continued, the affirmative side has this third-year law student. He's pretty handsome, super popular on campus, and really skilled. He's basically won every debate he's ever entered. Does being handsome put food on the table? I'm this good looking, and I still haven't found a rich woman willing to support me so I can live off her, Shen Yifeng shrugged. Junior, you're just full of yourself. Sure, you're handsome, but Wu Qinsong from my department is way better looking. Zhou Mingting teased, then added for Tang Wei's benefit. Senior Mo Xiaoxian even represented the school in city-level debates before. He's got tons of experience. Beating him would be huge for Wei-jie's debating skills. What's the topic? Shen Yifeng suddenly grew serious. If it were possible, would you choose to be a perpetually rational person? Tang Wei stared intently at Shen Yifeng's face as she asked, Yifeng, do you consider yourself a rational person? Not absolutely rational. Otherwise, I wouldn't have impulsively confessed while holding a lamb skewer on Foreign Street that day. But most of the time, I feel pretty rational. Tang Wei questioned, why do I feel like your emotions outweigh your rationality? Shen Yifeng looked helpless. That's only because I act like this around you. With everyone else, I can't be bothered to even speak, okay? I can vouch for that. I ran into him yesterday and said hello. He just gave me a polite yet distant smile and walked away. Zhou Mingting crossed her arms, her gaze practically daggers aimed at Shen Yifeng. I'm a total knockout, damn it. Sure, we're all married, but what's the harm in exchanging a few more words? Then let me interview you. Do you think people should always stay rational? Let's order first. We'll have to wait a bit for the food, then we can chat. Shen Yifeng suggested. The three then headed to a Sichuan restaurant across from the school gate. When ordering, Zhou Mingting added an extra serving of fish fragrant shredded pork, saying Wu Qinsong liked it. Looks like I guessed right, old Wu will be joining us later. A phone. Tang Wei leaned on the table, her large eyes brimming with anticipation. Shen Yifeng paused, then realized. Oh. That topic from earlier, right? Of course I'm on the opposing side. If someone always stays rational, what's the difference from becoming a monk? Besides, even those monks on the mountain aren't necessarily completely detached, there are plenty of lecherous monks. Actually, this topic favors the opposing side. They have to stick to one path, only rational, never emotional. But you can argue that you should be rational when it's rational, and emotional when it's emotional. It's like preparing a plan for something. They have no backup options. If they fail, they fail. But you still have a plan B. And someone who's always rational will miss out on so many beautiful things in the world. Take romance, for example. Even if it's disadvantageous for you, I'm willing. A rational person would definitely choose to give it up. But an emotional person would say, for you, I'm willing. Even if it's not cost effective, I'll take you there. Shen Yifeng had never actually participated in a debate. What he was saying was simply the wisdom accumulated from living over a decade longer. Life is the best teacher, making you thoroughly understand experiences that can't be taught in a classroom. For you, I'm willing. Tang Wei mulled over those words repeatedly, her eyes suddenly brightening. I think I've found a great argument point. I'll totally shut them up. Yifeng, you're amazing. So amazing? Then go give him a kiss, Zhou Mingting teased, egging her on with a laugh. What are you talking about? Keep your voice down. A phone and I just started dating, we haven't tea-kissed yet. Tang Wei glanced around furtively. Cut the crap, I've got proof. Zhou Mingting pulled out her phone and opened her photo album. Tang Wei didn't know what she was up to, but a vague sense of foreboding washed over her. Chapter 90, has a phone always been this exceptional? Here, see for yourselves. After finding the photos, Zhou Mingting handed her phone to them. In the dead of night, young boys and girls, on a campus path, hugging and kissing, what kind of behavior is this? Tang Wei took the phone skeptically, muttering her complaint. You're spouting rhymes, are you preparing for the postgraduate entrance exam? Then she looked down. Holy crap! Full screen critical hit. The very first photo showed her kissing Shen Yifeng's cheek. Following that were heartwarming shots of Shen Yifeng carrying her on his back. Though sweet, to Tang Wei, this felt like a public execution. Zhou Mingting. You came back that day saying Wu Qinsong upset you again, which is why you two didn't go to a hotel. Turns out it was to secretly photograph me. Whoa, sis, keep your voice down. My Wu Qinsong is a public figure now. What if the paparazzi hear you? Zhou Mingting broke out in a cold sweat. That's ridiculous. It's only the first round of the competition. Which paparazzi would be so bored as to stalk him? Tang Wei thought Zhou Mingting was a genuine love-struck fool. After breaking up with Wu Qinsong before, she thought she'd been completely rational, not emotional at all. Now that she'd reconciled with him, her true nature was laid bare. She couldn't go 3 sentences without mentioning Wu Qinsong. She was still a bit different from the extreme love-obsessed types. After all, being from Northeast China, she had a more straightforward personality. She wouldn't let her IQ drop to 0 over a relationship, nor would she overthink things. With Wu Qinsong and the juniors' current popularity, the production team definitely won't eliminate them so quickly. I have to admit, the junior played a bigger role in this advancement, so I'm buying this meal. Let's split it. Old Wu has treated me so many times already. He covered my travel expenses both ways, and now I'm freeloading off you guys too. That's just too embarrassing. Shen Yifeng looked up to see Wu Qinsong walking in from outside the restaurant. Hey bro. How's that competition going? Wu Qinsong walked straight past Zhou Mingting and came to Shen Yifeng's side. Seeing Tang Wei sitting next to him, he froze for a second before realizing the main person was right there. He couldn't sit close. Why don't you two sit together? Zhou Mingting straightened up, tilting her head and glaring at Wu Qinsong. No. I just feel so close to Shen Yifeng. Wu Qinsong quickly shifted the topic without a trace of awkwardness. Have you ordered yet? It's on me. Old Wu gave me some activity funds, might as well use them. Old Wu? Tang Wei murmured in confusion. His dad. A big-time construction tycoon. He talks a big game, but he's actually a decent guy. Just as Zhou Mingting finished speaking, the dishes began arriving. After a couple bites, Shen Yifeng finally recalled Wu Qinsong's earlier question. My competition is a sure thing for the semifinals. I'll have to head to Xi'an for that round. If I remember correctly, the top 100 advance. First place gets 100,000 yuan, second place 70,000. I don't remember the rest. Back in 2013, 100,000 yuan was an absolute fortune for a college student. So when they heard 100,000, the other 3 eyes widened. That much? Junior, you're going to be rolling in it. Zhou Mingting was already planning to have Shen Yifeng treat them to a feast. First place is incredibly difficult. Just making it to the finals is a huge accomplishment for Feng. He's only a freshman and hasn't even taken many specialized courses yet. Tang Wei turned to ask Hu Feng, what place did you get in the preliminary round? I should be first. I beat third place by 1,200 points, and the last 2 questions were only worth 1,000 points combined. Second place went to my roommate. That guy's already gone to spy on the answers for the remaining 2 questions. What? First place? Didn't you say over 10,000 people entered? Tang Wei was stunned. Shen Yifeng had told her he was participating in an online competition this afternoon, and she'd assumed he was just slacking off to skip his afternoon classes. University had only just begun, he hadn't even taken a few major courses yet. Entering such a large-scale competition, it would be impressive if he didn't come in dead last. But now he claimed first place in the preliminaries? Holy crap! Had Foam always been this exceptional? Stylish, talented songwriter, and now a powerhouse in his major? Earlier, he mentioned his advisor suggesting he skip specialized courses. She thought it was a joke. Turns out it might actually be true. Damn, bro. How can you be so good at everything? Are you a six-sided warrior or what? Shen Yifeng licked his lips and said to Wu Qinsong, keep it low-key. First place in the preliminaries doesn't mean much. First place in the finals is where it counts. Will the finals clash with our competition schedule? No conflict. The finals are on Friday. After the event, I'll head straight from Xi'an to Shangnan to meet up with you the next day. That's good. We got home as our theme this time. I have some ideas, but you mentioned having concepts already on draw day. So when I left the music club room earlier, I brought my guitar. Wu Qinsong had placed his guitar on the bench of the empty table next door. Now, he removed the outer bag and took out the guitar. We're singing right here? Shen Yifeng glanced around the shop, which still had 4 or 5 other tables occupied. I'm nervous. You'll have to back me up. The thing is, we need to send our demo to the show's production team by Friday, and we have to hit the recording studio on Thursday. They hooked us up with a free session at a studio in the University District, so time's tight, old Shen. Shen Yifeng understood Wu Qinsong's predicament. It was like a young man being chased by enemies, only to encounter a peerless martial artist. But the enemy's strength was overwhelming. Even if the master assured him not to worry, the young man would still feel uneasy. After all, his life was on the line. For Wu Qinsong, it was his future at stake. Junior, please. Zhou Mengting suddenly chimed in. Her interruption made the other 3 grimace in discomfort. Alright, I'll just sing a short bit. To avoid hearing the Northeasterners whining any longer, Shen Yifeng took Wu Qinsong's guitar. Apologies, everyone. We're about to sing. Please bear with us if we disturb you. Wu Qinsong first addressed the other tables in the shop. But the moment he did, he was recognized. Hey! Aren't you that contestant from Upward Creators? He's the music club president. I thought he looked familiar when I saw him carrying that guitar. So, that guy with the guitar must be Poetry God. And those 2 girls? Holy crap! Both couples are here. Posting this on Weibo will definitely trend. Wu Qinsong hurried over to negotiate. Hey! Bro! Please respect our privacy. Those 2 girls are from the law school. You know how protective their professors are. Watch out for a cease and desist letter later. Sorry, I'm from a small town. Never seen someone from TV before. Got a little excited. If you want to sing, go ahead. We won't disturb you, promise. Thanks, bro. Wu Qinsong called back, manager, send these tables a round of drinks, charge it to our table. After that, Wu Qinsong returned to his seat and saw Shen Yifeng had already tuned his guitar. Decided on a song title yet? Got it. It's called The Nameless One. Chapter 91, Too Quiet. The Nameless One? That doesn't really sound related to the home theme, does it? Zhou Mengting looked slightly puzzled. Don't worry about it. Old Shen naming it that way must mean something. Wu Qinsong quickly slapped Zhou Mengting's thigh. Though it looked suspiciously like he genuinely wanted to touch her, it was mostly to defend Shen Yifeng. Zhou Mengting pursed her lips, about to retort, you 2 are a perfect match. But seeing Shen Yifeng had already tuned his guitar and was ready to play, she could only shoot Wu Qinsong a withering glance before turning her attention to Shen Yifeng and listening quietly. The guitar melody began, echoing through the restaurant. The other tables, previously chatting, now fell silent. I'm just another nameless soul on this road. No headlines for me, no one to comment. Giving everything just to live an ordinary life. Twists and turns, all just to make ends meet. Shen Yifeng's deep voice drew listeners in, immersing them in the song's message. Most people lead ordinary lives. On life's journey, beyond family and friends, who truly knows your name? No one cares about you, nor does anyone discuss you. Even when you strive with all your might to change your fate, you still live the most ordinary existence. Drifting from place to place, wandering endlessly, all for a few coins, or survival. College students hadn't yet grasped this feeling, but the shop owner and 2 waitress aunts, having lived nearly half their lives, immediately paused their tasks upon hearing these lyrics. They stopped to listen. It's not that uneducated people dislike music, it's that many songs lack substance. I'm the one who left the small town. I'm the one who ate meals with a bitter smile. I'm the traveler, the breadwinner. I'm the silent backdrop of the city. As a liberal arts student, Tang Wei listened to these lyrics, her admiration for Shen Yifeng growing ever stronger. A Feng is just too charismatic. The lyrics weren't flowery, but they were incredibly immersive and narrative. And why did it feel like a Feng had endured immense hardship, experienced society's cruelty, before arriving at such profound reflections? What exactly had he been through? Tang Wei clenched her small fists, her nose stinging as her eyes welled up. She realized she'd never once asked Shen Yifeng if he'd been happy before. As his girlfriend, I must be terrible. Of course, Shen Yifeng had no idea about Tang Wei's secret thoughts. He was already completely immersed in the song. You come from a village in the south. From hands roughened by labor. You stand in the shadows of skyscrapers, yet you never retreat. I come from the spring of the north. From a journey where every step is a glance back. Behind lies the crossroads of farewell, warming every sunset. Wu Qinsong was already moved to tears. Damn! Truly a poetic genius, lyrics as lyrical as poetry and prose. I always had this feeling that old Shen would rise to fame before me. Seeing a brother succeed is something to be happy about. True gold can't stay buried, it should shine brightly and fulfill its worth. And old Shen's worth lies in cleaning up the Chinese music scene, putting an end to those trashy pop songs running rampant. As the climax ended, Shen Yifeng didn't sing the second verse. It wouldn't be good if someone recorded it and leaked it early. That's pretty much it. We'll handle the rest in the studio later. I think this song is pretty good, it fits the theme of home. People who've left their hometowns should really connect with it. Joe, why are you crying? Shen Yifeng saw Zhou Mingting, sitting diagonally across from him, tear up. He thought maybe his off-key singing had made her cry. What are you doing? You made me cry during such a happy mealtime. Every time I come to the mountain city from home, I can't go back for months. Plus, I want to stay in the mountain city from now on, so I might go home even less. This song really hits me right in the heart. Wu Qinsong shot Shen Yifeng a meaningful glance. Shen Yifeng quickly turned his head to see Tang Wei's eyes also reddened, her big, innocent eyes looking at him with heartbreaking vulnerability. What's up? Missing home too? No way. Tang Wei couldn't admit it was because she felt inadequate about not knowing him well enough. Her tears stemmed from self-reproach. Before Shen Yifeng could press further, the dining tables erupted in applause. Awesome. That was killer. Damn, those lyrics were pure genius. You'll totally win the next round with this song. That first place Zhang Ziyue won't stand a chance against you. The owner, wearing an apron, walked over and opened a can of beer. Young man, your song just now really hit home for me. I left home for the mountain city back in 2002, that was 11 years ago. Every year, I only get to go back and spend time with my elderly mother during the spring festival. I feel guilty, but there's nothing I can do. Adults often have to make difficult choices to make a living. Hearing your song, even though it's not the full version yet, really moved me. I decided that when I go back for the new year, I'm bringing my mother here. Those fields back in the village can lie fallow. What matters most is being with family. Shen Yifeng quickly stood up, picked up his teacup, and politely clinked glasses with the shop owner. Thank you for your appreciation. I'm both surprised and touched that this song carries such power. You're right, we're still young, with plenty of chances to make money, but our parents age so quickly. Spending more time with family is what truly matters. Don't pay for this meal. Whenever you come here in the future, I'll give you a discount. I hope you'll release the full version of this song online soon. I'll play it every day in my shop. Shen Yifeng waved his hands repeatedly. Discounts later are fine, but waiving this meal? That's out of the question. I'll pay whatever it costs. Running a restaurant isn't easy, especially with such fierce competition. No, this meal is on the house. If you keep insisting, we won't come back next time. In Mountain City, such words weren't threats but polite ways for the host to withdraw earlier offers. The owner chuckled heartily. All right. I'll charge you for this meal but give you a discount. That should work, right? Thank you, boss. Shen Yifeng finished his tea, instinctively tilting the cup toward the owner to show it was empty. Though it wasn't alcohol, basic etiquette had become muscle memory for Shen Yifeng from his previous life. Thank you, boss. Tang Wei and Zhou Mingting echoed. Enjoy your meal. I won't disturb you further. The owner walked over to a waitress and instructed her to bring 4 bottles of soda. Shen Yifeng returned the guitar to Wu Qinsong and casually asked, what do you think of the song? Too awesome. Too awesome? That's our northeastern dialect. It means it's amazing. Zhou Mingting translated for Wu Qinsong. Then we'll head to the studio the day after tomorrow to record it. Isn't the day after tomorrow too rushed? We need to submit the demo to the show's production team by Friday. Do you have plans tomorrow? Shen Yifeng wrapped an arm around Tang Wei's shoulder. Class in the morning. Afternoon, I'm going to watch Wei-Wei's debate practice. When did you say you'd come watch my debate practice? Tang Wei nestled into Shen Yifeng's embrace like a kitten. Right now, Shen Yifeng grinned mischievously. Worried I'll laugh at you if you mess up? Don't worry, I'm coming to cheer you on. If you really want to cheer me on, bring your roommate along on competition day to fill the stands. I'm worried the venue might be packed with pro-affirmative supporters. That'd be awkward. Fill the stands. Truthfully, the most influential group on campus wasn't the student union, but the music association. Many joined the student union because it seemed impressive during freshman year, only to find it rather dull afterward. Apart from those few chairpersons and officers who flaunt their authority all day, the rest are essentially just tools, no real sense of involvement. But the music association members are genuinely passionate. Plus, with Wu Qinsong's great character, he has strong influence in the club. There is no way Wei-Wei will be left hanging. Chapter 92, Big shots are always so aloof. After dinner, the four returned to their respective dorms. Shen Yifeng brought some snacks for his roommates, and the guys immediately started sharing them once back in the room. Gaming and snacks go hand in hand, though it does make the keyboard a bit dirty. Did you snag the last two questions? Shen Yifeng spotted Huangku already gaming and approached from behind. Of course I did. Joined a few 3CTF competition groups and immediately saw people asking to join key sharing groups. Either pay 20 yuan or trade 2 keys that S to weed out freeloaders. Huangku was playing League of Legends, his mid-lane Fizz facing off against the Shadow Master. A flawless combo secured the kill, landing him a godlike status. This guy had recently climbed to Platinum, putting him in a different tier from Shen Yifeng. Shen Yifeng remarked, "What's fun about Platinum matches? Bronze and Silver tiers are where true skill is tested. Zero teamwork, it's all about landing." We submitted 2 key values and finished all the problems. The organizers should have contacted us after the competition ended. Why haven't we heard anything yet? Huangku gasped. Didn't they add you on QQ? They added me right after the competition and asked for my ID number they needed to buy plane tickets to Xi'an. Why contact the runner-up instead of the winner? Shen Yifeng frowned, pondering, then suddenly realized. Damn it! His QQ had 3 security questions set for friend requests. Shen Yifeng hurriedly opened QQ and nearly blacked out upon seeing his own questions. Question 1, what's my name? Question 2, who's my favorite person? Question 3, what do I study? Shen Yifeng was sure that with the social engineering skills of those big shots at 360, they could probably figure out the answers to questions 1 and 3. But question 2 was more personal, they'd likely struggle to find that out. Even if they did a background check on me, they'd find out it was Wei-jie, but the answer listed here was Chu Yun. Because he'd set it up right at the start of the semester. Shen Yifeng quickly disabled the question-based friend request feature. Moments later, he received a friend request from someone named 360 Xiao Chui. 360 Xiao Chui, hey big shot. Finally got you. Those 3 questions were impossible to crack after all, the platform behind it is Tencent. Otherwise, we could have brute forced the password. Shen Yifeng initially wanted to say that was a default setting I forgot to disable. But then he thought, true masters tend to be reclusive and eccentric. Acting too approachable wouldn't capture the essence of a big shot. Sen, I figured someone from 360 could crack such basic social engineering questions. Holy crap. That's so phone style, so damn cool. After Huangku was killed, his respawn timer was half a minute. He appeared behind Shen Yifeng, still sipping his calcium supplement drink, nearly spitting it out. You'll understand later. The more pleasant you are, the more they'll take advantage. It's a social rule, people generally assume those stronger than them won't be nice. So when you're polite, they see you as weak. Shen Yifeng spoke with apparent nonchalance, but these were hard-earned truths. His calm delivery came from years of being worn down. But reborn at 18? Youth wasted without recklessness is wasted youth. Still playing the meek and submissive role like in his past life? Might as well get struck by lightning on the way out. Living again only to be a pushover? That essay wasted life. 360 Xiao Chui, ha, boss, you're overestimating us. Maybe on other platforms, but corporate platforms? No way. 360 Xiao Chui, you placed first in the preliminary round. Per the rules, the top 100 advance to the offline finals at the Sheraton Hotel near Xi'an's Daming Palace National Heritage Park. 360 Xiao Chui will cover all your travel expenses, including round-trip flights, hotel stays, meals, etc. 360 Xiao Chui, we need to confirm your attendance now. Also, we need to verify the accuracy of your university information. Saying, yeah, I'll be attending with Yuyu, I love you. Son, the university information is accurate. Both Yuyu, I love you and I are first-year students at Shan City University. The other party remained silent for nearly 5 minutes. It was unclear whether they were stunned by the growing number of geniuses or verifying whether these individuals truly existed at Shan City University. During registration, Shen Yifeng and Huangku had provided their real names and student ID numbers, making verification straightforward. There was no possibility of impersonation either. Booking flights required names and ID numbers, and offline verification was mandatory. 360 Xiao Chui, apologies for the delay. We've secured tickets on the same Shanqing to Xi'an flight for you and the contestant registered as Yuyu, I love you. 360 Xiao Chui, as top 10 preliminary winners, your tickets are for first class. Our staff will meet you at the airport and escort you to the hotel. 360 Xiao Chui, also, may I confirm your competition name? Is it still Vivi the Beauty? Sen, very sure. Old Huan, they booked us first class. Holy crap. Seriously? Huangka stopped playing his game, took off his headset, and came up behind Shen Yifeng. I've never even flown in my life, and my first flight is in first class. So jealous. If I knew a bit more tech, I'd definitely join you guys practicing problems. Maybe I could have gone too. Zhou Xianyu heard this and came up behind Shen Yifeng to join the conversation. Old Zhou, take your time learning. Once Brother Foam takes us to the national competition, winning awards will really help with job hunting later. Maybe even land us higher salaries. Huang Ke chuckled. You mean me? Me. Zhou Xianyu hadn't been interested in this major to begin with. He'd been assigned here through the adjustment process, otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten into Shan City University. It's hard to excel in a field you don't care about. But these past few days, watching Shen Yifeng and Huang Ke go out to do social work, able to dig up anyone's background, even their ancestors, had suddenly sparked his interest in the field. Starting tomorrow, I'll really buckle down. Old Huang, hook me up with some self-study materials. If I stick to the school's pace, I probably won't get the hang of it until my junior year. After brushing his teeth, Shen Yifeng returned to bed and texted Tang Wei. Sen, baby. 360 bought me a first-class ticket. I'm making it big. Wei, how dare you? Wei, who told you to call me baby? You're so cheesy. Sen, calling you baby feels more intimate, you know? Sen, the competition's next Friday. Right after, I'm heading straight to Xiangnan. If time allows, you could come with me to Xi'an. We'll visit the Terracotta Army. Wei, I'm not really into historical relics. I'd much rather go to Dali. Sen, once I win this competition, I'll have money. After the show wraps up, we'll go to Dali together. Wei, the semifinals will definitely be tougher. Are you really that confident you'll win? To be honest, Shen Yifeng wasn't entirely confident either. Although he placed first in the preliminaries, that round wasn't particularly significant for the big names. Making it into the top 100 was all that mattered. Lately, money issues meant he couldn't buy many things he wanted for Wei. Plus, old Wu kept treating him to meals. Accepting favors always made him feel awkward. Regardless, he had to stake his pride on this semi-final, at least make the top 3. Otherwise, he'd feel ashamed for all the swagger he'd just put on with the 360 staff. Chapter 93, what kind of divine script is this? Sen, honestly, I'm not that confident. Feeling unsupported, I'm pretty uneasy inside. Tang Wei read this, hugged her blanket, pressed her back against the wall, and chuckled. Stinky little brother, he's calling me out. Wei, who says that? I'm your strongest support. If you don't place well, don't cry, sis will come find you in Xi'an. We'll go see the first emperor. Sen, what if I win? Wei, then you go to Xiangnan, compete properly against Wu Qinsong, and I'll wait for you to come back. Sen, how come there's no reward if I win? That's not fair. Wei, if you win, the event organizers will naturally give you a reward. Maybe you'll even get some little fangirls adding you. What more reward do you need? Sen, if I don't get a reward, I won't change my contest name. Wei, isn't your contest name your real name? Sen, of course not. Hackers are mysterious who'd use their real name? Wei, then what name did you pick? Tang Wei had an ominous feeling. If that stinky little brother said that, it definitely meant trouble. Sen, beautiful Vivi. Vivi, I didn't ask for compliments. I asked about the contest name. Sen, this is the contest name. Vivi, are you itching for a beating? Sen, yes. Yes. Vivi, ah. You're so twisted. You actually have masochistic tendencies. No wonder you like me. Must have developed feelings after I beat you up as a kid. Sen, after 11 p.m., the name can't be changed. If there's no reward, I'll use this name for the competition. Vivi, no way. You're already getting so much attention. Those bored netizens will definitely trace it back to me. Vivi, what reward do you want? Sen, kiss me 10 times. Wei, dream on. 1 at most. Sen, then 5. Wei, 3. Sen, deal. Shen Yifeng's scheme succeeded, and he chuckled under the covers. Then he switched to the 360 customer service chat interface. Sen, handsome, change my contest name to Sister Wei's Dominance. 360 Xiao Chui, got it, I'll submit it tomorrow. The next morning was Tan Jian's network and system security class. As soon as he entered the classroom, he asked, is Shen Yifeng here today? Bro phone, he's calling you. Huang Ke put down his phone and nudged Shen Yifeng, who was still deep in thought about game development. Who? The counselor asked if you're here. Shen Yifeng looked up and saw Tan Jian's gaze still scanning the classroom. He raised his hand, here. I didn't skip class today. Hard to catch a glimpse of you in class, huh? Tan Jian's words carried a hidden meaning. Only he and Shen Yifeng understood what it meant. But the rest of the class remained oblivious. Serves him right. That guy skips class all the time. The advisor finally had enough, Peng Shaoling muttered under her breath. She no longer dared to openly mock Shen Yifeng. She'd been proven wrong too many times, each humiliation etched into her memory. Though she held back, her resentment toward Shen Yifeng remained. Hearing the counselor's words, she assumed he was reprimanding Shen Yifeng, prompting her to whisper to Chu Yun. Chu, why aren't you saying anything? What's there to say? The counselor already mentioned it, his skills are better than ours even without attending class. That doesn't excuse his absences. Even the most talented person will lose their gifts if they slack off. Just wait, it won't be long before the rest of us surpass him. Peng Shaoling twisted her mouth, lifted her head toward the podium, and continued watching the show. I need to take next Friday off. Isn't your music competition on the weekend? Why take time off early? Jun couldn't help but turn back and question him. You get time off to go on icebreaker dates with girls from other colleges, but I can't take time off to bring honor to our class? Got a problem with that? Shen Yifeng shot back without mercy. 3 people in the class, Xu Yun, Jun, and Peng Xiaoling. Whenever they spoke to Shen Yifeng, they got shot down. What does participating in a music show have to do with our major? How is that bringing honor to the class? Jun still argued, but his tone was nowhere near as strong as before. Like Peng Xiaoling, he'd been slapped in the face enough times to be scared. Taking leave next Friday? Is it for that 3 CTF competition hosted by 360? I heard the vice dean mention this morning that you and Huang Ke took first and second in the preliminaries. It was just a 10,000 person competition, xiu. Finga taking first is normal. My second place was a fluke. Finga carried me through. Huang Ke sat nearby, radiating an air of fame by association. CTF competition? What's that? Jun blurted out. Seriously, just shut up. You're dragging down our entire class's IQ. I can't even imagine how other classes see us, probably thinking everyone in our class is as empty-headed as you. Shen Yifeng rubbed his forehead in exasperation. As a cybersecurity student, you're asking what a CTF competition is? It's like a basketball player asking what the NBA is, or a soccer player asking what the World Cup is. Jun's face flushed with embarrassment. He was about to retort when the counselor interrupted. All right, stop arguing. Yesterday afternoon, Shen Yifeng and Huang Ke achieved first and second place in the preliminary round of the 3 CTF competition hosted by 360 Company. Next Friday, they will travel to Xi'an to participate in the offline semi-finals. Among the top 100 qualifiers, most are working professionals, including industry heavyweights. The rest come from leading cybersecurity programs. Even Tsinghua and Peking University didn't make the cut. Securing first place amidst such fierce competition makes Shen Yifeng's achievement exceptionally valuable. The college takes this seriously because cybersecurity isn't our flagship program, and our national competition results have historically been lackluster. Should Shen Yifeng excel in the finals, it would not only transform external perceptions of our cybersecurity program but also indirectly promote the university. Therefore, the college has established a special winners award for Shen Yifeng and Huang Ke. If either of you secures a top 30 finish, you will receive a dedicated scholarship and be publicly recognized on the university's official website. Regarding your participation in the music competition, the school is aware. If scheduling conflicts arise and you need leave, just let us know. At your level, even missing classes won't affect your final exam results, no worries there. Jun and Peng Xiaoling were left speechless. What kind of fairy tale script was this? Unrivaled in his field, plus artistic talent, how infuriating was that? Xu Yun breathed a sigh of relief, grateful he hadn't blurted out anything earlier. Otherwise, he'd have been slapped in the face again, truly humiliating. Chapter 94, they were truly thrilled. Rest assured, Professor Tan will bring glory to the academy, Huang Ke answered on Shen Yifeng's behalf. Ever since entering the classroom, Huang Ke had noticed Shen Yifeng's distracted state, likely still mulling over the game idea. Huang Ke had initially thought Shen Yifeng's game project was impossible, but after witnessing Shen Yifeng's performance yesterday, Huang Ke now believed that not only could he handle small games like those on 43.99, but he could even pull off a major title. But one person definitely couldn't do it alone. A team was still needed. Concept design, project planning, art design, programming development, sound design, testing and optimization, release and operation. With so many steps, relying on just one person was absolutely impossible. Huang Ke sensed that following Shen Yifeng held immense potential for the future, so she'd recently started self-studying programming languages like C++ and Java. Her motto, transform into a versatile brick, ready to be moved wherever needed. Bring me your leave requests next Thursday for my signature. Keep up the hard work. If you win this award, you'll definitely make the national competition roster this year. Tan Jian held high expectations for these two students. Achieving such results as freshmen meant they could potentially bring even greater glory to the college in the years ahead. Time flew by, and morning classes concluded. Shen Yifeng accomplished quite a bit during class. First, he finished writing the lyrics and sent them to Wu Qinsong. Simultaneously, he finalized the game's concept design. 6 core pillars: character collection, character development, resource gathering, level system, combat system, open world exploration. The selling points naturally centered on an open world, action RPG, card-based cultivation fantasy adventure game set in a fictional alternate universe. The core gameplay essentially formed a triangular closed loop. Namely, 1. Resource collection, one of the primary purposes of exploration, primarily serving character cultivation. It incentivizes players to continue exploring the world through rewards, with acquired resources usable for both character collection and cultivation, acting as the connecting link in the entire loop. 2. Character development, the game's central focus and primary monetization point. Distinct characters satisfy players' collection desires, while stat-driven progression encourages continuous cultivation of favorite characters. When monetizing characters, their art style and backstories become crucial. Conveniently, the Mountain City Academy of Fine Arts is near Mountain City University. Hiring student artists offers not only creative ideas but, most importantly, affordability. 3. Exploration, the hub for daily player activities encompassing core gameplay elements like combat systems, level progression, and open-world exploration to deliver rich content experiences. The overarching framework for these 3 core mechanics remains the open world, with all other gameplay features expanding from this foundation. Before commencing game development, another crucial step is pre-research and project initiation. Shen Yifeng planned to acquire a small, struggling team at that time. Their existing game development experience would accelerate the process. Shen Yifeng spent the entire morning working on these matters. After lunch, he accompanied Tang Wei to the multipurpose classroom to help her prepare for the upcoming debate competition. Don't be startled when you walk in. My teammates heard you were coming and got super hyped in the group chat. They're spamming emojis like crazy. Walking side by side with Shen Yifeng, Tang Wei gave him a heads up as they reached the school building lobby. Super hyped? Why? Shen Yifeng furrowed his brow, puzzled. Poet Yifeng, you're way more popular among high schoolers than you realize, Tang Wei said, swaying her small hands as they walked. Several times, her fingers brushed against the back of Shen Yifeng's hand, and she felt an urge to take his hand. But remembering they were in the academic building, where they might run into teachers or classmates, Tang Wei held back. When would that stubborn little brother finally take the initiative? Was he only proactive when asleep? Recalling that night sleeping beside Shen Yifeng, Tang Wei's cheeks flushed crimson. Like a barely ripe apple, not quite fully set yet, but one touch would surely bring it to full ripeness. Are you hot? Shen Yifeng's hand suddenly cupped Tang Wei's cheeks. You're not burning up. Why did your face turn red all of a sudden? I'm not blushing, you're seeing things. Tang Wei caught a glimpse of a teacher passing by. It was the instructor from her previous moral education class. It wouldn't have been unusual, but this female teacher suddenly looked at her, a meaningful smile curling her lips. You're not seeing things. You're blushing even more. Oh dear, hurry up, hurry up. They're waiting for us. Tang Wei quickly took 3 steps at a time, scurrying up the stairs in small, quick steps until she reached the 3rd floor classroom. Inside, the other 3 debaters on the opposing side were still discussing the topic, refining their arguments to effectively counter their opponents during the competition. Everyone can think. You're not mentally challenged, and neither am I. But why do we reach different conclusions? Because we prioritize different things in the process. That's the difference between emotional and rational people. And another thing, ultimately, everything passed down through culture boils down to emotional foundations, that is, emotion. Honestly, we have quite an advantage as the opposition. Though the other side is stronger, we're no slouches either. While the 3 were still debating, Tang Wei entered the classroom first. Sis Wei's here. A girl in a pink jacket and jeans approached. She wasn't very tall, her hair pulled into a high ponytail. Just looking at her, you could tell she was a serious student. She was also known among classmates as the little landmine of the postgraduate entrance exam, studying like crazy. Cute and adorable when she acted spoiled, she could jump straight to your knees. Standing next to Tang Wei, she looked like a daughter next to her stepmother. Sorry I'm late, dinner took a bit longer than expected. Eating with 2 people does take longer. Wolfing it down affects your image. The little study bomb flashed a I totally get it look. Before Tang Wei could explain, the little bomb glanced behind her. Sis Wei, isn't your boyfriend here? He's standing by the door acting all mysterious. Tang Wei rolled her eyes and turned, teasingly calling out, a phone, come on in already. Shen Yifeng walked in from the doorway, one hand in his pocket, the other holding a milk tea. You guys must be exhausted prepping for the competition. I got you milk teas, 2 iced and 1 warm. Girls on their periods shouldn't drink iced drinks, but he didn't know the other's cycles. Better safe than sorry with warm. Whoa, a real person. First time seeing a TV person. What the heck is a TV person? Shen Yifeng noticed 2 other guys circling him, their eager hands hinting at a potential high five. He quickly interrupted their skill cast. How's your prep coming along? The competition's tomorrow afternoon. If you're not ready today, tomorrow's gonna be rough. Sis Wei shared that for you, I'm willing idea in the group chat. It totally sparked our creativity. Heard you came up with it. Truly poetic genius. So romantic. People online are already shipping you too. This week's ratings are bound to skyrocket. I absolutely loved your the crab peeling my shell. That twist gave me chills. Shen Yifeng looked helplessly at Tang Wei. Her expression seemed to say, see? I told you to brace yourself. They're genuinely excited. Chapter 95, I'll practice with you. Everyone, the competition comes first. Shen Yifeng quickly interrupted the 3 others' intense stares. The girls' intense gazes were fine, but the boys' intense stares felt off. Where were you guys just now? Tang Wei pulled out a notebook and pen from her cloth bag. We plan to list the benefits of being emotional first. Since their stance is always being rational, we can use the advantages of emotion to make them admit it's necessary too. The girl named Tan Qin paused before continuing. Once they fall into the trap of emotion has its benefits, they'll follow our rhythm, and our chances of winning will be much higher. Tang Wei shook her head. The affirmative team has extensive debating experience and is highly skilled at dismantling traps. I've watched their past matches. Mo Xiaoxian's logic is flawless. He's a deeply rational person himself. We hold a significant advantage with this topic. It'd be great if someone from the affirmative side could practice with us. We approached a few people before, but they were too weak, no challenge at all. Shen Yifeng heard this and thought, since I'm already here, how about I take the affirmative side and practice with you? Tang Wei looked puzzled. You want to go 1v4? I know I will win, but maybe I can spark some inspiration for you guys and help find other angles to attack the topic. Sis Wei, I think it's worth a shot. We don't have anyone to practice with anyway. Instead of debating the opposing viewpoint ourselves, seeing it in action might actually be more effective. Another male debater chimed in. Tang Wei pondered for a moment before nodding. Alright, phone, try to take this seriously. It's not that I doubt your skills, but I know you're an emotional person. You might struggle to fully immerse yourself in the topic of always be a rational person. You underestimate me, Shen Yifeng replied, a faint smile curling his lips as his aura shifted instantly. Sometimes Tang Wei couldn't figure out why Foam could be so carefree one moment and sharp and steady the next. The transition between these two personas felt seamless, as if he possessed two distinct personalities. One personality matched his current age, youth wasted on the young, prone to impulsive actions. The other seemed like a middle-aged man, mature and steady, with logical thinking and problem-solving skills far surpassing his peers. Come on. I'm actually looking forward to hearing Wei's boyfriend's perspective. It'll definitely be different and helpful for us. As the first debater for the opposing side, Tang Wei took the frontmost seat. To facilitate communication, Shen Yifeng pulled up a chair and sat opposite the four of them. Yifeng, the affirmative side speaks first. All right. Shen Yifeng rubbed his nose, paused briefly, then began. Living in this world, when we seek self-understanding and comprehend the world, reason can sometimes be overpowered by emotion. This leads to an irrational state, potentially manifesting as madness or even harming others. Conversely, if reason remains unmoved by sentiment, that is a state of rationality. Thus, a perpetually rational person never allows emotions to gain the upper hand. Such individuals can always face situations with unwavering composure. Those incapable of perpetual rationality exhibit extreme emotional fluctuations in daily life, often making impulsive decisions when faced with choices. When I speak of perpetual rationality, I don't mean someone incapable of laughter or tears. That isn't perpetual rationality, it's mental impairment, akin to dementia. What I mean is that such a person never acts out of emotional control. Why strive to be perpetually rational? I believe it drives societal progress. First, perpetually rational individuals steadfastly achieve their goals, maximizing their capabilities. Those incapable of perpetual rationality, however, become ruled by emotion. Their progress toward objectives is disrupted by external factors. For instance, a friend's invitation to dine or play games might halt their pursuit. Or, one evening, they might suddenly feel emo, questioning the meaning of their tasks. Beyond negativity, some who can't maintain perpetual rationality might develop mystifying overconfidence. They set impossibly high goals, their ambitions sky high. When they fail, they blame others or even society. Tang Wei and the others took out pens and began taking notes diligently. Originally, none of them had planned to write anything down. After all, this was an informal training session. Their opponent was just one person, and he had no debate experience. He wasn't even a liberal arts student, he was a science major. Yet as Shen Yifeng presented his arguments one by one, their emotions felt like a roller coaster. It started calmly, but by the time it reached the peak, they couldn't help but take it seriously. After Shen Yifeng finished, he even stepped in as the host. We thank the affirmative side. Next, please welcome the negative side's first debater. Tang Wei pursed her lips in a smile before quickly regaining her serious demeanor. Those who claim to be eternally rational, I believe, fall into two categories. The first are those entirely devoid of emotion. However, since the opposing side's thesis asserts that reason governs emotion, our side will use this thesis to discuss today's topic. Human thought generally operates in two modes, the rational mode, which prioritizes objective, tangible benefits, and the emotional mode, which emphasizes subjective, spiritual experiences. Within the affirmative team's worldview, they can only think in one mode purely rationally, essentially sticking rigidly to one path. In contrast, our perspective involves switching between these two modes of thought. We can be rational when rationality is called for, and emotional when emotion is appropriate. Therefore, the opposing side's arguments, including those about driving social progress, are also present in our perspective. Because we are rational when rationality is called for, and emotional when emotion is appropriate. Why do we say one should not be perpetually rational? Because perpetually rational people miss out on many beautiful things in the world. Take romance, for instance. What is romance? It's declaring, for you, I'll do it no matter how unfavorable the circumstances. Take this scenario, your girlfriend suddenly wants to attend Jay Chou's concert, but tickets are exorbitant. A perpetually rational person would firmly refuse, arguing, tickets cost a fortune, we're better off streaming QQ music. They'd miss a vital view, their girlfriend's delighted smile. But an emotional person would tell his girlfriend, even if I'm swamped, even if the tickets are pricey, I'm willing to do it for you. At that moment, the emotional person would witness his girlfriend's delighted smile. Moreover, often all a girl really wants is the gesture. She isn't necessarily demanding you buy tickets. So, with the same outcome achieved without spending a dime on tickets, the rational person ends up upsetting his girlfriend, while the emotional one makes her happy. Shen Yifeng sat with perfect posture, listening intently as Tang Wei articulated her clear logic. His earnest expression held a unique charm. Indeed, a girl who takes things seriously is the most adorable. Chapter 96, No Ordinary Person. Wei-jie, I think you could use an example here to make your point stronger, Shen Yifeng offered after she finished. What kind of example? Tang Wei leaned in, ready to listen. You mentioned earlier that emotional people can be truly great. Here's an example, Chu Yuan. Why was Chu Yuan great? Because he didn't overthink things rationally. He didn't abandon Chu for you when Chu failed him, nor did he flee to Qin when you failed him. He threw himself into the river out of frustration that's the source of his greatness. If someone who is always rational finds themselves unappreciated in their country and senses its impending collapse, they likely defect to another state. Tang Wei nodded thoughtfully after listening. I'll brainstorm a few more examples and pick the most fitting one or two. Additionally, I see a flaw in the argument about being perpetually rational. Take what I mentioned earlier about emotional people acting impulsively. Following your logic, one could simply switch between rational and emotional modes. You might say that in such situations, one only needs to masterfully navigate both modes of thinking to solve problems, rather than abandoning one entirely. Take driving, for example. Accidents happen, but does that mean everyone should stop driving? Or speaking words can offend, but does that mean we should stop talking? What we need to do is learn how to drive well and speak well. I've seen people counter moves, but never counter their own. The other opposing debaters listened with their scalps tingling, as if struck by a bolt of insight. Ah Feng, your logical reasoning. Tang Wei's eyes sparkled brightly, is actually quite impressive. Of course it is. For us coders, if our logical skills are weak, the code we write will be a mess. I should have called Ah Feng yesterday for practice. But he's pretty busy too. It's already a huge effort for him to make time today. Tang Wei continued, following our current logic, more people should support our position in the first round. But the second round, the cross-examination and free debate, is when the affirmative side will counterattack us. Continuing from earlier, if I were on the affirmative side, I might seize on the missed romance issue. Wei-jie's example was whether buying expensive concert tickets or spoiling your girlfriend is more rational. As someone deeply in love with his girlfriend, Shen Yifeng lifted his head to look at Tang Wei. As he spoke, the three other debaters beside him smiled in unison, also turning to observe Tang Wei's reaction. Does Ah Feng look at everyone with such deep affection, or is it just me? Why does his gaze always become as pure as the snowmelt from Mount Meili at moments like this? As someone deeply in love with his girlfriend, I believe the truly rational choice here is? I know perfectly well that I love my girlfriend more than I love the money spent on concert tickets. Reason tells me money can be earned again, but a broken relationship is hard to mend. So someone who always stays rational would definitely choose to buy the concert tickets and spend a pleasant evening with their girlfriend. Secondly, earlier Wei-jie said emotional people can be great, citing Chu Yuan as an example. But I contend that irrational thinking can also lead to many tragedies. Let me give an example. Fang Xiaoru. Zhu Di ordered him to write an edict announcing the succession to the throne. Fang Xiaoru wrote only 4 characters, Yan Bandit usurps the throne. After finishing, he cried and cursed, death is death, but an edict cannot be drafted. Enraged, Zhu Di demanded, do you not care about your 9 clans? Fang Xiaoru, having lost his reason, retorted impulsively, even 10 clans cannot harm me. This became the only instance in Chinese history where someone was executed along with 10 clans. Zhu Di, equally driven by passion, carried out the execution of all 10 branches of Fang Xiaoru's family. To this day, our knowledge of this event proves that the court historians recorded Zhu Di's brutal act. Had both men exercised more reason, perhaps Zhu Di would still have received the imperial edict to announce to the realm, and Fang Xiaoru would not have been subjected to the execution of 10 branches of his family. The debate practice continued until lunchtime. Shen Yifeng and Wu Qinsong headed to the recording studio to lay down vocals, leaving Tang Wei to train with the other 3 debaters. The next morning, the debate competition officially commenced. With many students having classes on Friday, only those with lighter schedules could attend, primarily juniors. Freshmen and sophomores, burdened with heavier course loads, couldn't attend. Surveying the audience, Tang Wei saw that most supported the affirmative side. Sitting on stage, she couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. Girls, no matter how rational, still care about appearances to some degree. With 3 minutes left before the debate began, Mo Xiaoxian, spotting familiar faces in the crowd, straightened his suit and turned to Tang Wei, the co-lead debater, with a smile. You're being so low-key, Junior. Isn't your boyfriend a celebrity? Why isn't he here today? I told my friends the poet Immortal would be here, that's why they came to watch my debate. Never expected such a crowd. This is a real headache. If your boyfriend doesn't show up, I won't be able to face my friends. Why don't you call him? It's just class he can take a leave of absence. This guy's messing with my head before the debate even starts. Tang Wei had previously imagined Mo Xiaoxian as the gentlemanly type, partly because of his handsome features. Not exactly dashing, but he definitely gave off an elegant vibe. Little did she expect him to resort to dirty tricks to psych her out before the debate even began. But Tang Wei wasn't easily provoked. Besides, she was certain Shen Yifeng would show up. That was the unspoken bond between lovers, the deep understanding forged over a decade of growing up together. Senior Mo Xiaoxian's popularity has nothing to do with my boyfriend. He was originally planning to come, but I worried he might steal the spotlight and change the nature of the debate. That's why I specifically asked him not to attend. Whether he listened or not, I can't say. A faint smile touched the corners of Tang Wei's lips. My boyfriend has quite a personality, I can't control him. So, senior, don't waste your energy on outside distractions. The debate is about to start. Focus on how to win. Don't get cornered into silence that would be embarrassing. Mo Xiaoxian's smile vanished instantly. He hadn't expected her to be so gentle and intelligent on the surface. Instead, she was sharp as a knife hidden in cotton, neither submissive nor arrogant. Come to think of it, it made sense. Someone studying law who was gentle wouldn't excel as a lawyer, prosecutor, or legal counsel. Legal professionals were much like diplomats, both belonged to the group skilled in verbal duels. Moreover, she hadn't originally been the opposing team's lead debater. She'd stepped in at the last minute because the original candidate was unwell. Stepping in at the last minute with only days to prepare, she still delivered a confident, effective rebuttal during the competition. Such a person couldn't be ordinary. Chapter 97, Holding the Emperor Hostage to Command the Princes. But Mo Xiaoxian had no intention of letting this pre-match window pass. This was his usual approach. He'd either mess with opponents' minds before the event or find opportunities to do so in the days leading up to it. The outcome of the debate mattered greatly to him. As a journalism student, he knew debate experience would undoubtedly boost his job prospects. In smaller companies, managers might overlook debate experience, but at larger firms, especially media organizations, it carried significant weight during hiring. When qualifications are equal, well-rounded skills clearly stand out. So Mo Xiaoxian curled his lips into a forced smile again, his tone light as he said, "The opposing side has the upper hand in this debate. Want to know why I chose the affirmative? Because it'd be too easy and boring. I thrive on a challenge. You sure know how to talk, senior. Winning would be natural, and losing would just mean the topic was tougher. Neither would be your fault. Besides, as far as I know, the sides are decided by drawing lots, right?" Tang Wei's face held a proud expression, her eyes bright and open. She had ways to deal with someone like Chu Yun, that little green tea. She had ways to deal with hypocrites like Mo Xiaoxian too. Just days ago, she'd been pondering Shen Yifeng's words. Truth is, this world is utterly rotten. Human stupidity and evil are boundless, with only a few patching up the cracks. Feng was absolutely right. Human nature was inherently evil, and only a handful of kind souls were filling the world's voids. Hearing Tang Wei's second sharp retort, Mo Xiaoxian could no longer keep his composure. "I'm the student council president, the undefeated champion of the school debate tournament, and your senior. What gives you the right to talk to me like that? You have absolutely no manners." Suppressing his rage, Mo Xiaoxian snorted coldly, "The entire audience supports us. I hope it doesn't affect you guys later. This was supposed to be an open tournament, but who knew it'd turn into a home game for our side?" The host stepped onto the stage, surveying the judges and audience below. With a mix of humor and seriousness, he remarked, "Seems like students at Mountain City University really love attending classes. With such a great chance to skip, only a third of them showed up to watch. Probably the law students are the ones who love attending class. I doubt many of them came to support their side, right?" Mo Xiaoxian waved his hand dismissively. "Sorry for the joke. Still, I hope the audience here will show some support for our opposing side later." The countdown clock in front of them showed 30 seconds remaining. Tang Wei glanced toward the entrance. Many things in this world were worth doubting, but a youth's promise never fades. Feng would definitely come. Even if he was the only one. Suddenly, light streamed in through the doors as they swung open. Tang Wei's heart trembled. What the heart desires, it achieves. I'd made countless wishes since childhood that never came true. Only my wish to be with Feng came to pass. When Tang Wei saw Shen Yifeng stride in, his gaze sharp as a blade, followed by a crowd of unfamiliar faces. Shen Yifeng had promised her he'd help fulfill any wish. He hadn't broken his word. Heads turned throughout the hall. No wonder Shen Yifeng had brought so many people, it looked like he was ready for a brawl. Leading the way, his radiance overshadowed everyone present. That brat. He timed his entrance perfectly, just loves to show off. Tang Wei lowered her head, smiling softly, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks. Wow, Sis Wei's boyfriend is so cool. Did he bring all those people? His popularity is off the charts. There must be dozens of them. Even the student union might not have that kind of drawing power. He truly lives up to his reputation as the poetic immortal. His personal magnetism is off the charts. Spotting Wu Qinsong and Manhwa Wei beside Shen Yifeng, Tang Wei instantly understood the situation. If anyone held the most sway on campus, it wasn't Yifeng, it was Wu Qinsong, president of the Music Association. But right now, Wu Qinsong was completely in Yifeng's pocket. In ancient times, they used the emperor to command the feudal lords. Today, they use the president to command the members. Way to go, Afan. In the final 30 seconds, the previously empty sections of the large conference room were nearly filled to capacity. Now, the opponents had twice as many supporters as the proponents, which also gave the opposing debaters more confidence. Hang in there, don't be nervous. Just do your best, Tang Wei whispered encouragingly to her teammates. I was nervous without the audience earlier, but now I'm not nervous at all. Tan Qin organized her notes on the table, ready for the debate to begin. The host stood between both sides and spoke into the microphone. Good morning, everyone. I'm Deng Shun, your host for today. The debate topic is, if possible, should one strive to be eternally rational? The organizing committee's interpretation is as follows. In life, we often lack rationality, yet we rarely become overly rational. Emotion and impulse are human nature, while rationality is a rare quality cultivated over time. It compensates for human flaws and seems to always guide us toward the right choices. So if given the chance to remain eternally rational, but at the cost of never returning to your former self with all its imperfections and foolishness, would you accept it or refuse? A warm round of applause for our debaters from the School of Journalism and the School of Law at Mountain City University. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. First, seated to my right, the affirmative side for this debate, the debaters from the School of Journalism at Mountain City University. Please introduce yourselves. Hello everyone, I'm Mo Xiaoxian, the first debater. The applause grew even more intense, clearly indicating this individual was quite popular. Shen Yifeng crossed his legs, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Tang Wei. Old Shen, come on, enough already. A few more glances won't make Sister Wei lose an ounce of weight. Wu Qinsong pulled a lyric sheet from his pocket and resumed memorizing the words. If the production team knew we hadn't rehearsed at all and were actually here watching a debate instead of preparing for tomorrow's competition, they'd probably explode. After all, we're the contestants they're betting on. If we underperform and get eliminated, it'd be an absolute embarrassment. If we advance this round, the production team will assign a crew to follow us, documenting my life and creative process with Old Shen. Then they'll discover we spend all day flirting with our girlfriends and decide to launch a dating show instead. Wait till you die once, and you'll realize some sights never grow old. As if you've died before. But Sister Wei in that little suit? She really does have an extraordinary aura. After the affirmative side introduced themselves, the host turned to the negative side. Next, seated to my left is the negative side, the team representing the Law School of Shan City University. Please introduce yourselves. Hello everyone, I'm Tang Wei, the first debater for the negative side. Gong Yinbua, second debater for the negative side. Tan Qin, third debater for the negative side. I'm the fourth debater for the opposing side, Liang Qinshuan. Good morning, everyone. The host nodded. Alright, we'll now proceed to our first segment, opening statements. First, we invite the affirmative side to begin their opening statements. As Mo Xiaoxian stood up, the debate officially commenced. Shen Yifeng had prepared for both outcomes. If Tang Wei won, he'd send her flowers. If she lost, he'd offer comfort. The core strategy, 50% plus 50% equals 100%. Regardless of the outcome, he'd deliver full emotional value. Poor Wu Qinsong, however, was still painstakingly memorizing lyrics. Chapter 98, Sister Wei is angry. As Mo Xiaoxian finished speaking and sat down, Shen Yifeng saw Tang Wei's confident expression and knew they were in the clear. What this guy said was almost identical to our analysis yesterday. Sticking rigidly to rationality is like walking down a dead-end path. While rationality itself isn't wrong, this is a debate. Rationality offers only one option, whereas balancing reason and emotion presents two possibilities. Whether in math or debate, two always beats one unless the opposing side is truly unprepared or underperforms, failing to hit key points. But this is Sister Wei. Her life principle is never to fight unprepared battles. Alright, thank you to the affirmative side. Now, please welcome the negative side to present their opening statement. As Tang Wei stood up, Shen Yifeng raised his hand and began clapping. Wu Qinsong was still memorizing lyrics, but upon seeing Shen Yifeng clap, he followed suit. The members of the Music Association, noticing Wu Qinsong clapping, joined in as well. In an instant, thunderous applause filled the conference room. Tang Wei knew Shen Yifeng had started it and bit her lip to stifle a laugh. Now was the time to strike back. She had to project the right presence. As Mo Xiaoxian spoke, Tang Wei had already identified the flaw in his logic. She used the very tactic Shen Yifeng had mentioned. For you, I'm willing. Compared to yesterday's rehearsal, Tang Wei, now in a tailored blazer, radiated a significantly stronger presence. When Tang Wei finished her speech, Shen Yifeng didn't even need to lead the applause this time. The others knew instinctively to clap. 2/3 of the audience supported Tang Wei, while 1/3 backed Mo Xiaoxian. Even if the affirmative side supporters clapped until their hands hurt, their volume couldn't match ours. Thank you to the first debater for the opposing side, and also thank her boyfriend for her confession. The host was quite cheeky, and after saying this, the audience burst into laughter. The reason was that during her opening statement, Tang Wei had mentioned the concert tickets, but she switched the genders, making it about her and her boyfriend buying the tickets. Following the opening statements, we'll now observe the live judges' current inclinations. Please reveal your preferred side after I count down from 3. 3, 2, 1. Sitting in the back, Shen Yifeng saw the front row judges display 8 pro side cards and 1 con side card. The front row judge, however, saw 8 con side cards and 1 pro side card. Alright, we have 1 vote for the affirmative and 8 for the negative. It appears our negative lead debater has thoroughly crushed the affirmative lead debater's arguments in this round. Mo Shaoxian's face darkened. He likely never imagined he'd suffer such a crushing defeat in a debate. Though it was only the first round and not a true loss, the 8-1 score was undeniably embarrassing. Sis Wei is seriously awesome. That guy over there is Mo Shaoxian, I recognize him. He always stole the spotlight in our school debates, crushing opponents until they couldn't respond. But today, Sis Wei totally crushed him. Wu Qinma had expected this debate to be boring, but seeing the score, he quickly put down his lyrics book. That guy only stood out because he never faced Wei-jie. If he had, he'd have been torn to shreds long ago, Shen Yifeng remarked nonchalantly. The ensuing debate was charged with tension, both sides growing increasingly heated in their delivery. Any rational person knows nothing can be reduced to 0. Achieving 0 is an utterly unrealistic notion. Only when the other side also recognizes that perpetual rationality is impossible will they rationally analyze and conclude that emotion governs reason. Even rational individuals, upon analysis, acknowledge emotion's importance, proving that reason itself admits its need for emotion and cannot exist in perpetual isolation. If the opposing side claims to achieve this, please tell me how it's done? The fourth debater for the affirmative side refused to be outdone. Our opponent says surprising your boyfriend is wonderful, but you must understand surprises aren't inherently irrational. We've stated humans possess both reason and emotion. Only when emotion overrides reason, binding it, does it become irrational. Today, you spent a fortune on J-Cho concert tickets for your boyfriend. I see no sign of your reason being overridden. What does reason being overridden even mean? If you sold everything to buy those tickets, ended up sleeping on the street with your boyfriend, and still insisted on buying them, that would be irrational. An hour passed. The debate entered its closing arguments phase. Not only Shen Yifeng saw it, but most of the audience did too. The opposing side wielded emotional and rational modes as their primary weapons. Whenever the affirmative tried to trap them in perpetual rationality, Tang Wei steered the conversation back on track. During the opposition's final closing statement, Tang Wei stood up with the microphone, her expression cool and tinged with suppressed anger. Shen Yifeng knew deep down that Wei-jie was genuinely furious. Earlier in the free speech segment, Mo Shaoxian had abruptly shifted the narrative, claiming women were more emotional while men were more rational. He argued that the fact most famous people worldwide were male proved the importance of rationality. Thankfully, this was 2013. Had this debate video surfaced on Weibo a decade later, Mo Shaoxian would likely have spent the night drafting apology letters. Otherwise, he'd have been hammered by feminist backlash until his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Our side is genuinely furious. What is the topic? The prompt tells us you can never return to your former, somewhat emotional selves. It claims you are utterly devoid of emotion, but we find this assertion both absolute and outrageous. We argue that we possess both reason and emotion. The question is which drives the other, and we believe that's a fair assessment. In other words, our side has conceded half the game to you. Yet despite this concession, how does the opposing side define emotional people? As those excessively insecure, those overly confident, ancient conquerors who slaughtered entire cities, murderers, and countless unaccomplished women branded as overly emotional. Exactly. This is the opposing side's understanding of emotional people. What does this imply? They demand we discuss emotion as if it were devoid of all reason, as if it required no brain at all. They've cornered us into believing that only those out-of-control madmen are truly emotional. Is this reasonable? So what are we here to discuss today? Are we here to tell you that we emotional people lose control? Do we emotional people kill? Let me rephrase this: rational people have no room for poetry or distant horizons in their lives, only the practical necessity of navigating the mundane. Rational people will forever ask you why, while we often say, don't be someone who asks why. Because such people lose two things. The first is beauty. The second is love. I don't know if you've ever felt love, senior. Judging by how rational you are, probably not. Let me tell you this: love most fears the question why, because love needs no reason. It requires no elaborate preparation. A confession might happen anywhere, and what you hold might not be flowers, but skewered lamb. Shen Yifeng lowered his head and smiled. That day, I was just acting on impulse. If I could do it over, I'd have preferred holding flowers instead of skewers. Chapter 99, Big Sis will take care of you. Honestly, I feel a bit sorry for Senior Mo Shaoxian. He's so rational that he can't find a girlfriend. There's no reason for him to look for one. No girl meets his standards. I think these rational people lose their warmth, their love, their beauty. Sure, he can live by the book, safe and secure, but his life is black and white. For us emotional people, the world is in color. Finally, I'd like to conclude our counterargument with this. We can be a community where emotion and reason intertwine. We can shine with rational brilliance while never losing touch with innocence, solemnity, the full moon's glow, love, warmth, and the April days of human life. Game over. Shen Yifeng's applause this time held no trace of personal sentiment, nor was it clouded by infatuation. He was simply captivated by Tang Wei's charisma. When you gaze at someone you admire, your eyes glow half with affection, half with reverence. Just thinking of that person makes the world recede into a bright halo, rendering everything once thought eternal, even time itself, fragile and fleeting. Wei-jie is an exceptional girl, right? Wu Qinsong nodded. Sis Wei appears more rational than emotional to outsiders. But in front of you, she is definitely more emotional than rational, just like this debate topic. For you, she'd do anything. For her, you'd do the same. After the debate concluded, Shen Yifeng emerged holding a bouquet. Tang Wei exchanged celebratory words with fellow debaters before lifting her gaze and sure enough, spotted Shen Yifeng. She knew Yifeng would always appear where she hoped. Impressive, Sister Wei. You cornered them into logical errors. You held back in the first half, then unleashed full force in the second. Tang Wei wrinkled her nose in annoyance. They had the nerve to claim most women are emotional and then ask why most great figures are male instead of female. It infuriated me. Because they couldn't find any flaws in your debate topic, so they tried to shift the conversation to trip you up. But they miscalculated. Our Sister Wei wouldn't fall for that. Shen Yifeng paid no mind to the people passing by in the hallway. After handing the flowers to Tang Wei, he pulled her into an embrace. Tang Wei didn't pull away. Since even their online followers knew they were a couple, there was no point in hiding. Better to be open and proud. She opened her arms, basking in her boyfriend's affection and embrace. What time's your flight this afternoon? Around 5. If we advance this round, the production team will send people to Shanqing to film my daily life and creative process with Wu Qinsong. Tang Wei chuckled, teasing Shen Yifeng about his upcoming fame. But the next second, as if struck by a thought, her smile froze. If the production team comes to film you, won't that mean we can't meet anymore? So they film us? Are you worried about being on camera? You're so handsome, I'm afraid some entertainment company will spot you. We shouldn't get into showbiz. That world isn't exactly clean, and it's pretty exhausting. Shen Yifeng hadn't yet grasped what Tang Wei was worried about. Your mom probably watches Xiangnan TV, right? Damn it! Shen Yifeng realized with a jolt, and his head started pounding. Appearing on the show wasn't part of his original plan. But money was tight, a very real problem. Before he died in his previous life, he hadn't known about reincarnation. If he'd known, he could have memorized the results of the 5 major soccer leagues and made a fortune betting on parlays. But damn it, he couldn't remember. The only thing he could recall was next year's World Cup in Brazil, where the home team got crushed 7-1 by Germany. The odds for that match would be sky high, but that was next year. Starting a small business would undoubtedly take up a lot of time and accumulate wealth slowly. That kind of smooth, rapid rise to riches was incredibly rare. Even with perfect timing, location, and people, plus a decade-long information advantage, smooth sailing isn't guaranteed. Too many variables come into play. Like human factors, for instance. So songwriting is actually a solid choice. Once you gain fame, it can be incredibly lucrative. Best of all, it doesn't eat up too much time. Writing a song is like reciting poetry. Once memorized, it's ready to go. Fortunately, many online workers habitually listen to music while working with headphones on. Listening to songs for 7 or 8 hours daily, over 300 days a year, means countless tunes get lodged in your memory. A brief hum is all it takes to recall them. The fastest way to boost popularity is appearing on TV shows. While excessive exposure might disrupt daily life, the entertainment industry has one advantage: even the most famous figures fade from public memory quickly if they stop releasing work or appearing on shows. Besides, I'm not a celebrity, just a lyricist. People know Fong Wanshan and Wang Weiman, but they don't necessarily know what they look like. So Shen Yifeng wasn't worried these matters would disrupt his life. Once this wave of attention passed, it would be fine. Starting next week, we'll have to be careful. If we get photographed and it airs, our parents will definitely see it. Tang Wei wasn't afraid of her parents finding out, but she dreaded the inevitable phone calls afterward. How are you and Yifeng doing lately? You're still students. You need to know what's appropriate and what isn't. And mom here? I was hoping to travel around the country in a few years. Don't make me babysit so soon. You guys won't even raise your own kids after they're born. Though it sounded absurd, she knew her mother inside out. Tang Wei knew her mom would absolutely say these things, which is why she thought it best to keep it from her parents for now. We can only meet in the little grove at night. Shen Yifeng felt miserable just thinking about it. A week without seeing Wei-jie? That's practically killing me. The grove, isn't that where people do that kind of thing? Tang Wei hadn't known before, but after Zhou Mingting enlightened her, she understood. No wonder every morning when passing by the grove, she'd see the lawns trampled into a mess. The infirmary area is pretty empty at night, perfect for a stroll. We'll figure it out then. The production team definitely won't be filming 24/7. If they were that dedicated, they'd be total workaholics. Honestly, it's fine if we don't meet up for a while. Just focus on your own stuff first. I'm still looking forward to tomorrow's competition. That song of yours is seriously amazing. If we weren't friends, hearing it would have made me your biggest fan. It'd be an honor to have Sister Wei as a fan. When we were kids, you used to call me a hopeless case. You said you had to work hard so I wouldn't starve in the future, that you'd have to support me, so you needed to earn more money. As Shen Yifeng spoke, he remembered how Wei-jie had actually done just that in his past life. Back then, starting the company required a lot of money, and only Wei-jie lent it to me. Worried I couldn't afford meals, she'd often secretly order takeout for me. Thinking of this, Shen Yifeng felt a pang of emotion welling up in his nose as he looked at Tang Wei again. He leaned in slowly, resting his chin on her shoulder, their faces pressed together. He didn't ask what was wrong. Tang Wei seemed to understand, gently stroking Shen Yifeng's head. It's nothing. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Even if your results aren't ideal later, you have other paths to take. Worst case, you've still got me. I'll take care of you then. Chapter 100, Flight Encounter. Living off someone at such a young age? That's a bit. Shen Yifeng grinned. That's a bit too blissful, isn't it? I was just joking, and you actually believe me, Tang Wei said with a touch of pride. You need to work hard not for me, but for yourself. A man must have his own career to earn others' respect. Just as Shen Yifeng was about to speak, Tang Wei realized her words might be misinterpreted and quickly clarified. When I said others, I definitely didn't mean me. I'm not that materialistic. Seeing Wei-jie flustered for just a moment, Shen Yifeng knew he'd found the right person for life. Did you hear me? Don't get any ideas. Got it. Shen Yifeng handed the flowers to Tang Wei. You won today, but tomorrow I'm determined to win. Whether I can depends on Wu Qinsong's performance, no telling if that kid even memorized the lyrics. On the flight to Shangnan, Shen Yifeng brought up the question again. Are you kidding? Who do you think I am? A divinely chosen musician. I might struggle to recite the outline of the expedition, or even an English textbook, but lyrics? Piece of cake. Wu Qinsong looked remarkably relaxed. Compared to the first round, his nerves had eased considerably. This confidence stemmed from Shen Yifeng's song The Nameless One. But what about you? Did you prepare anything after the production team gave us that special briefing the other night? Prepare in advance? Shen Yifeng asked while fastening his seatbelt. No need. I'll just improvise on the spot. Holy crap, boss. You really didn't prepare? I kind of guessed, but I couldn't believe it. Didn't the production team want you to maintain your persona? If you break character, it could really hurt your exposure. You don't trust me? Of course I do. Then there you go. Just sing your song when the time comes and don't worry about anything else. The production team said record labels are already taking notice of us. Let's make this a success and keep the collaboration going smoothly. I'm going to catch some sleep. Shen Yifeng and his group were seated by the emergency exit, which offered more legroom. Plus, the flight attendant would be stationed right across from them. Someone socially anxious might just pretend to sleep. But a social butterfly wouldn't pass up such a prime opportunity to admire the flight attendant. Shen Yifeng's personality wasn't socially anxious, nor was he a social butterfly. If you asked him to socialize, he could handle it perfectly well, but he wouldn't initiate it himself. Much unnecessary socializing was a waste of time, offering no benefit to his future plans. Hello, welcome aboard Sichuan Airlines. Please proceed inside. The flight attendant felt the girl approaching looked familiar. Only after she passed through first class did she ask another attendant, was that Zhang Ziyue? Probably. I saw someone named Zhang Ziyue on the boarding list. I thought it might be a coincidence, but it really is her. The list also has Shen Yifeng and Wu Qinsong. Who are they? Never heard of them. Didn't you watch the last episode of Upward? Creators? Shen Yifeng is huge, everyone calls him the poetry immortal. Isn't the poetry immortal supposed to be Li Bai? Shen Yifeng was resting with his eyes closed when he suddenly felt someone frantically tapping him. He knew instantly who it was. What's up? Old Shen, look who it is. Shen Yifeng rubbed his eyes and followed the direction Wu Qinsong was pointing. A girl approached them, tall and slender, her jet black hair styled into numerous slender braids. Her rosy cheeks framed a pair of bright, large eyes. She wore a yellow jacket over a white t-shirt, paired with black jeans and canvas sneakers. The same outfit looked entirely different on an ordinary person versus a clothes hanger. Many people say celebrities aren't that special, anyone could be one. But they certainly couldn't. Many stars stand out in a crowd, their extraordinary presence immediately apparent. She looks familiar. Zhang Ziyue. She won first place in the first round. That song was truly well written, and her voice is a gift from heaven. You'll see in just a few years, she'll absolutely be huge. Shen Yifeng watched her pass through first class and head toward economy. A slender girl wearing glasses followed behind her, likely her assistant. Didn't you say she's already debuted? Why's she flying economy? She's still considered a newcomer, and her agency is relatively small. Probably can't afford first class every time. But why is she flying from Shangcheng? Is she from there? I thought she was from Qingdao. Before they could figure it out, Shen Yifeng saw Zhang Ziyue glance at her ticket, then look up at the seat numbers on both sides. Locking onto her spot, she strode over with long strides and effortlessly placed her backpack in the overhead compartment. The emergency exit row had extra legroom, allowing access without disturbing passengers. Still, Zhang Ziyue politely bowed her head and murmured, "Excuse me." When her gaze met Shen Yifeng's across the aisle, her mind raced. This person looks familiar. Champion, hello. You're also a contestant on Upward. Creators. I remember now, you're Shen Yifeng, who wrote Gentleman. I absolutely love that song. Zhang Ziyue's reaction stood in stark contrast to her appearance. She possessed the face of a mature woman, yet her smile radiated exceptional warmth. I really liked your original song too. Thank you. Zhang Ziyue took her window seat, with her assistant sitting directly behind her. After exchanging a few words with her assistant, she finally noticed Wu Qinsong sitting in the aisle seat. Hi, sorry, I didn't notice you earlier. No problem, I'm used to it. Wu Qinsong turned sideways, stepping around Shen Yifeng in the middle seat, and asked Zhang Ziyue, why did you fly from Shan City? Aren't you from Qingdao? I came for a music festival event. I rushed straight here after my segment ended. Are you both from Shan City? Yes, we're both studying at Shan City University. Never imagined we'd share a flight with the champion, what an honor. Champion? The finals are still far off, and I'm not even sure if I'll make it. Honestly, you're the real champion candidate. Contestants with strong audience appeal usually perform well too. I'm okay, but it's mostly old Shen who's popular with the crowd. Shen Yifeng sat sandwiched between them, wondering if he should swap seats with Wu Qinsong. Sis, have you graduated yet, or are you still studying? I'm a junior at the National Conservatory of Music, just 1 year away from graduation. Calling me Sisu sounds weird. I started school early, so I'm only 20 this year. You two might even be older than me. Then we're about the same age. Calling you sister really doesn't fit. Old Shen is only 18 this year, he should be calling you sister. Shen Yifeng shot Wu Qinsong a speechless look. Dude, do you even know how to chat? If you can't chat, go sit at the kids' table. Chapter 101, Qinsong knows me best. How's your preparation for this competition going? Shen Yifeng smoothly changed the subject. Talking about age with girls is like discussing length with guys, best avoided. Hard to say how well. I barely got the song together. A week's prep is too tight. I spent over a month on the preliminary round song, but this time I have zero confidence the judges will approve. Zhang Ziyue sounded genuinely sincere, not like she was just being polite. What theme did you draw? Courage. Courage is actually pretty straightforward. Yeah, thank goodness it was courage. If I'd drawn home or destiny, I wouldn't have known where to start. Those who drew home are pretty unlucky. I can't imagine how they'll manage in just a week. Zhang Ziyue finished with a serious expression, then noticed Shen Yifeng and Wu Qinsong seeming to freeze. Covering her mouth as if realizing something, she said apologetically, you two drew home as your theme, right? Yeah, we're the unlucky ones. But luckily, old Shen's creative skills are no joke. The moment I drew this theme, he already had ideas on how to approach it. Seriously? Zhang Ziyue looked at Shen Yifeng with delight. You're so talented. Writing songs is hard. Many singers can't even produce a few songs in a year, let alone catchy hits. Over the past week, Wu Qinsong's Gentleman had stormed the charts on QQ Music and Kugu Music, climbing into the top 5 of the new releases chart. Zhang Ziyue's original song ranked in the top 3 on the new releases chart. Just got lucky. I happened to have inspiration during this period, so the writing flowed easily, Shen Yifeng admitted with characteristic candor. There's no need to hide one's talents. This isn't a competitive match where you conceal tactics. As the Boeing aircraft took off smoothly and reached the stratosphere, Sichuan Airlines flight attendants began distributing meals. Sichuan Airlines in-flight meals were jokingly dubbed pig-feeding packages by netizens. As the birthplace of Sichuan cuisine, food is ingrained in the very bones of Sichuan natives. Wu Qinsong and Zhang Ziyue, who had competitions tomorrow, worried about stomach issues and only ate small bread rolls. Shen Yifeng, not needing to sing, felt no need for politeness. He simply ate Wu Qinsong's portion too, and even asked for 2 extra spoonfuls of Laoganma chili sauce. An hour and a half later, the plane landed safely at Xiangnan International Airport. Shen Yifeng and the others weren't staying at the same hotel as Zhang Ziyue, so after landing, she left ahead of them with her assistant. Honestly, she's my competitor, yet we ended up chatting this long on the flight, Wu Qinsong said, raising his eyebrows. We're all in the same circle. You'll run into each other constantly, and might even end up on shows together later. Talking more won't affect the competition results anyway. Shen Yifeng lowered his head to text Tang Wei that they'd arrived. An outstanding boyfriend should make his girlfriend feel secure. Let her know where you are and when. Even if she wouldn't ask, there's a world of difference between telling her proactively and her having to ask. True, Wu Qinsong nodded. I thought Zheng Ziyue was aloof, but she's actually quite friendly and cute in private. Cute? Aren't you afraid Sister Zhou will break your legs? Shen Yifeng teased. No worries, she won't find out. We can chat freely now without cameras. Once the crew starts filming next week, that's when we'll need to watch our words. Soon, the two arrived at the hotel by car and were about to head downstairs for dinner. The moment Shen Yifeng opened the door, he spotted Huang Wenwen carrying large bags of food coming down the hallway. Oh? Are you guys heading out? Going to eat, Shen Yifeng replied. Don't go out. Wu Qinsong, inside the room, hadn't seen Huang Wenwen carrying the food and couldn't resist teasing. What's the matter? Is the outside world poisonous? No. I brought you guys some food. Let's just eat in the room and talk about tomorrow's shoot while we're at it. Huang Wenwen pursed her lips, a smile spreading across her face. Come on in. Your boss isn't here? You call them boss? They're swamped. Only interns like me handle minor tasks like relaying messages since we can't assist with major decisions. Upon entering, Huang Wenwen noticed this room was much larger than the one Shen Yifeng and the others had stayed in previously. As a perk for the top 60 contestants, the competition organizers covered everyone's accommodations. Those with higher rankings naturally enjoyed better accommodations, while those lower down were given standard twin rooms. Dig in. These are all classic dishes from our Hunan province. Beef stir-fried with cilantro, spicy stir-fried chicken. You need to protect your voice for singing. I also ordered 2 non-spicy dishes. We're pretty heavy on the spice here, but luckily you guys can handle it too, or else you wouldn't be able to eat it. Huang Wenwen deftly lifted the lid of her lunchbox. The aroma of the food wafted up, filling her nostrils and whetting her appetite. I'll try it. A little chili won't hurt. There are only 2 boxes. Aren't you eating? Wu Qinsong was already famished and dug in with his chopsticks. I already ate. I figured your flight arrives late, and if you wait to eat downstairs at the hotel, you'd have to wait for freshly cooked food. By the time you finish, it'd be too late and mess with your rest. That's thoughtful. People like us, used to roughing it, haven't experienced being taken care of before. Shen Yifeng shot Wu Qinsong a look, thinking, what the hell are you talking about? Rounding up, you're practically a rich kid. What tough life are you talking about? You'll get used to it later. If you make it to the next round this time, all your future flights will be reimbursed. Plus, we'll shoot promotional videos for you. You might even catch the eye of advertisers. So, Huang Wenwen's words carried hidden meaning. So, your performance this time is especially crucial. The song you submitted left the production team utterly stunned, not in a negative way, but positively stunned. They were amazed by your creative ability, crafting such a high-caliber song in such a short time. Barring any surprises, this song could easily take first place in this round. So beyond the song itself, your Q&A segment is where you can earn bonus points you need to boost your audience appeal. Shen Yifeng understood. The song was solid, Wu Qinsong's vocals were solid, all that remained was the impromptu performance segment. Don't worry. Since regret is the theme, I've got it covered. Wu Qinsong kept his head down, eating, unwilling to call him out. But still. Given old Shen's talent, improvising on the spot shouldn't be a problem. So it's fine. Everyone else could doubt him, but I couldn't. Having witnessed his demonic talent too many times, doubting him now would be pure madness. Good. After Wu Qinsong performs tomorrow, the judges will call you up to continue the test. Then you can just perform normally. But to be safe, could you show me the poem you wrote first? Ahem. Wu Qinsong choked on his rice and gulped down several mouthfuls of water. Well, old Shen likes to keep things mysterious. If he sees it beforehand, he won't be able to deliver that authentic broadcasting cadence. Trust me, I swear on Jesus he'll absolutely nail it. If he messes up, may Jesus explode right here on the spot, okay? Wu Qinsong didn't believe in Christ, so whether Jesus blew up or not was none of his business. Shen Yifeng wiped his mouth and chuckled, Qinsong truly understands me. Chapter 102, A Man's Sense of Responsibility. Hearing both of them speak up, Huang Wenwen felt it was best not to press further. By the way, are there any changes to tomorrow's competition rules? Wu Qinsong set down his chopsticks halfway through his meal. He feared overeating might lead to stomach trouble tomorrow, so he forced himself to resist his human craving for delicious food and tossed the chopsticks into the trash can. This round is largely unchanged from the last half. The contestants will be eliminated, meaning 60 down to 30. Starting next round, however, the competition will switch to pre-recorded broadcasts. I'm here to confirm the on-the-spot poetry requirement. We've reviewed the demos you sent, and they're perfectly fine. So, could you share what the poems will be like? Even a snippet would help me wrap things up back at the office. Huang Wenwen pondered for a moment before deciding to confirm. Previously, many shows had encountered situations where their star contestants, due to overconfidence, ended up performing worse than lesser-known contestants. If the production team's star bet failed, it meant they had given screen time to the wrong person. For a show, every second of footage is precious, and giving it to the wrong person comes at a significant cost. Shen Yifeng thought about it. Considering the meal was actually quite tasty. Then I'll just recite a few lines. Perfect. Just 1 or 2 lines will do. Huang Wenwen pulled out her phone, ready to jot it down for her report. Naturally, he wasn't paying for this meal. Since it was on the company dime, the boss wanted results and he had to deliver them. You said you'd return when the quince blossoms filled the streets. Later, many thunderstorms came and the fragrance of quince filled the streets. I hid among the lush, thick leaves, thinking of you. Until the cotton snow drifted down, its whiteness radiant. Across the street, I saw you. You still hurried away. I am merely an old lyric you stranded in the long summer. Wu Qinsong couldn't tell if Shen Yifeng had composed this on the spot or prepared it beforehand. If it was improvised, the verse was too masterfully crafted. If truly composed in the moment, old Shen must be a literary genius incarnate. What a waste to have him studying science and engineering. If it wasn't improvised. Damn it. Old Shen tricked me. So unfair. That's about it. What do you think? Huang Wenwen was so stunned listening to the phone that she forgot to record the verse to show her boss later. Wei-jie? Ah, sorry, I got lost in it. It's really well written. I think it's great, absolutely great. Could you say it again? I forgot to record it. Shen Yifeng repeated it. This time, Huang Wenwen learned her lesson and recorded it directly. Even if she forgot, she could listen to it again later and remember. With something to hand in, Huang Wenwen didn't disturb their rest any longer and left quickly. The next afternoon, Shen Yifeng and Wu Qinsong arrived at the studio to prepare for the upcoming recording. Compared to the previous round, everyone's rankings were now out in the open. If you weren't careful, someone sitting next to you might become the next big star dominating the music scene. Thus, a rather interesting phenomenon emerged. Those ranked lower would proactively greet those ranked higher. If you were lucky, you could exchange contact info. If not, you could at least become familiar faces. The group that had mocked Wu Qinsong last week was now deliberately avoiding eye contact with Shen Yifeng and Wu Qinsong. But his distinctive hairstyle made him impossible to overlook. Old Shen, let's sit over there. Shen Yifeng understood Wu Qinsong's intention with just a glance. Sure, why not? It's empty anyway. Wu Qinsong grinned, feeling he and Shen Yifeng were growing closer. The two rose and navigated through the crowd to the spot beside Long Dongqiang and his group. The moment they sat down, Long Dongqiang visibly tensed. If they were merely ranked second, it wouldn't be such a big deal. But the two were so hot online that the moment they entered the lounge, cameras started focusing on them. They were practically walking news stories. Every contestant wore a microphone. Their words would be recorded. Long Dongqiang feared that if they revisited last week's incident, netizens would undoubtedly direct their fire at him. We'll give it our all this round too. If we advance. Wu Qinsong deliberately repeated what they'd said in the restaurant last week, his eyes occasionally darting toward Dick Cowboy. Enough. Let's just go with the flow. If anyone overhears, they'll probably think we're ridiculous. Shen Yifeng followed Wu Qinsong's lead, his gaze also fixed on Dick Cowboy. The stares made him squirm like a fish out of water, his palms sweating buckets. Finally, he simply led his teammates to another spot. Men can be childish sometimes. What seemed like pointless antics to them was actually a challenge. Reunion challenges, shooting contests, endurance tests, and even slap-in-the-face challenges. Regardless of whether the outcome was real or staged, as long as there was a defined result, it couldn't be called childish. Wu Qinsong felt exhilarated. He'd achieved his goal. Shen Yifeng explained this was called slapping someone in the face, but Wu didn't grasp the other meaning behind it. He thought it referred to physical slapping, so he never truly understood. Soon, the show officially began. After last episode's media hype and buzz, this episode's opening ratings were significantly higher, nearly double the previous one. It's starting. It's starting. Wei, hurry up. Zhou Mingting sat in front of her computer screen, bursting with anticipation. Chen Yizhu wasn't there today, only the three of them were in the dorm. After getting permission, they used the youngest's computer to watch the live stream. Why the rush? Feng and the others won't be on this early, Tang Wei said, feeling guilty after just finishing a call with her mom. Zhou Mingting kept urging her to watch the livestream, making Tang Wei worry that her relationship with Shen Yifeng would soon be exposed to her parents. They're getting so much screen time this episode. They got half a minute right at the start, plus a pre-race interview. What did they say? Tang Wei walked from the balcony and sat down in front of the chair. My dumbfounded boyfriend just spouted official platitude stuff like go for it and such. What about Feng? Junior said, strive for first, secure second. Zhou Mingting groaned, pressing her hand to her forehead. She thought Junior was low-key, but this kind of low-key was downright inhuman. That's just Feng for you. Tang Wei changed the subject. Have you noticed how Feng's personality changed after we got together? How did it change? Around National Day, he was always stumbling over his words. But since we've been together, his personality and habits are nothing like I remembered. He doesn't seem childish at all, he's really mature. Tang Wei quickly dismissed her own statement. Well, he's not entirely without childishness. Sometimes he acts pretty immature, but not like he did when he was a kid. Men grow up after experiencing things. Since you two got together, he's taken on more responsibility and become more mature. Wei, you should be happy about that. Ha! Not all men become responsible after dating. There are plenty of jerks who'll deny everything once they've gotten what they want. Zhou Mingting complained. Wang Yihuan pursed her lips and smiled. Sis Zhou, you're the best. You can steer any conversation back to bed. Huan, you know I'm right. Zhou Mingting didn't mind being labeled a dirty girl at all. She saw her personality as carefree and unpretentious. Wang Yihuan nodded vigorously. Come to think of it, you're right. Boys mature late and most lack responsibility. They might think they have it, but it's not real responsibility. So your junior is pretty great. At least he realized his first confession wasn't prepared and plans to make up for it with a romantic one later. Chapter 103, Sisterly Chats. Of course Feng is great. I've always thought he was wonderful. What troubles me is that I always thought I understood him well, but recently I realized I don't know him at all. I want to know what happened to him to make him this way. If I could, I'd share the burden with him. I don't want him to bear all the pain and pressure alone. Sharing joy doesn't prove true feelings. Sharing hardship reveals the strength of a relationship. So I plan to turn your man into a spy. Zhou Mingting caught Tang Wei's gaze. A sly smile held wisdom, and within that wisdom lay a plea. Wu Qinsong? With his IQ, if you make him a spy, he'll spill everything in minutes. Plus, he's tight with his junior. He'd definitely side with them. Zhou Mingting knew Wu Qinsong too well, deeply well. Naturally, she thought Tang Wei's plan was unworkable. Does Wu Qinsong have any dirt? Something that would kill his spirit, strike deep into his heart, and really hurt him? Well, there is something, but I can't really say. It's too personal. Zhou Mingting showed a rare look of hesitation. For a free-spirited northeastern girl who usually spoke her mind, this attitude genuinely piqued Tang Wei and Wang Yaowan's curiosity. When a juicy piece of gossip is right in front of you but you can't have it, it's like having a thorn in your side. Mingting, I get you. Speak your mind is your life motto, and never hide anything is your rallying cry. There can be no secrets between best friends, otherwise, you wouldn't be you. Tang Wei patted Zhou Mingting's hand. Right? Wang Yihuan covered her mouth, stifling a giggle. Only Sister Wei could read Sister Zhou's little schemes so perfectly. Wei, you're so annoying. Zhou Mingting couldn't hold back. She glanced at Wu Qinsong appearing on the live stream feed and silently muttered, Private Marseille. Then she continued. Don't tell Wu Qinsong about this, okay? He'd kill me if he found out. Zhou Mingting struggled to hold up one finger. Our first time, it only lasted 10 seconds. Ha! Chairman Wu doesn't seem like that kind of guy, Wang Yihuan exclaimed in surprise. Maybe I was too excited that time, so I went at it a bit too hard. I was. Cut it out. Skip the details. Just having that leverage is enough. With leverage, anyone can become the most loyal spy. Tang Wei intended to get to know Shen Yifeng anew. If she asked him directly, Yifeng would never tell her. So, she had to start with the people around him to hear what he wouldn't share with her. My mouth really can't be controlled. Zhou Mingting raised her hand and lightly slapped her own face twice, as an apology to Wu Qinsong, who was far away in Xiangnan. Even though he couldn't see it. Achoo! Achoo! Wu Qinsong sneezed twice in a row. Catching a cold? I covered you with a blanket twice in the middle of the night yesterday. If you still caught a cold, I'd really have wasted my effort. Shen Yifeng felt a twinge of panic. This was a talent show contestant's couldn't lip sync. A cold would definitely affect his performance. No cold. Probably Zhou Mingting cursing at me. I haven't done anything to upset her these past 2 days. Women are impossible to figure out. Wu Qinsong realized he was wearing a mic and quickly shut up. The second round of the competition was much the same as the first. The host and judges remained unchanged. Wu Qinsong drew number 14 this time relatively early, which aligned with his expectations. Those performing later faced greater pressure, as the judges' tastes grew more discerning after witnessing strong performances earlier. Zhang Ziyue also drew an early slot this time. If he can't ever surpass her, always being the eternal runner-up would be pretty miserable. And you say you have no ambition? It's practically leaking out, Shen Yifeng chuckled. Everyone here has ambition, but we all hide it. Before, I was unsure of myself, but after the first round, I feel a bit more confident. With the song you wrote for the second round, I think we really have a chance to make a push. Wu Qinsong continued with a serious expression. Old Shen, I'm actually under a lot of pressure. It's not that I'm afraid of being eliminated, but I'm afraid of holding you back. I know my limits. Those singers who've already debuted have better vocal conditions than me, but the songs you write are better than theirs. If my performance affects the results. Bull. Without you, I wouldn't even be on the show. Besides, music is hard to judge objectively. It's really about the work. Remember Mouse Loves Rice? It's just an ordinary song by today's standards, but it made 170 million yuan. Shen Yifeng spoke honestly. He didn't aspire to become a household name through music. He simply wanted to make money. Don't stress. I'll back you up with my songs. That's your floor. As for your ceiling? That's all up to you. Hit it right and you could break through. Miss it, but you shouldn't get eliminated. Wu Qinsong slapped Shen Yifeng's thigh, feeling nothing but gratitude. What are they doing? All this bromance on TV, where does that leave us two main wives? Zhou Mingting frowned. Maybe it's just guys cheering each other on, Wang Yihuan offered. Guys cheering each other on by patting thighs? Zhou Mingting immediately turned to Tang Wei. Wei, I know your Yifeng is charming, but don't go bending Wu Qinsong. If word gets out I dated a guy, that's one more black mark on my record. Tang Wei stared at her speechless. Our Yifeng is a rock-solid Shanshan man. How could he possibly bend Wu Qinsong? You're overthinking it. How do you know he's rock-solid? Zhou Mingting asked curiously. I guessed. Tang Wei flushed, wanting to drop the topic. She knew Zhou Mingting, that old dirty-minded woman, wouldn't pass up any chance to make a dirty joke. Honestly, Wei, since you've set your sights on that junior, you two should just get together sooner rather than later. Dragging it out isn't good for you or him. Guys start having all kinds of fantasies in middle school. After bottling it up for so many years, his head must be filled with that stuff. Zhou Mingting paused. It'll make him go bad. Go bad? Will he get sick? Tang Wei asked. Not sure about that, but every time Wu Qinsong holds it in too long, he gets super irritable. Start early, enjoy sooner, that's our sister's secret talk. Huan, you shouldn't listen. Ha? I'm not one of your sisters? You're a kid. You can't listen to grown-up conversations. Too much of that and you won't sleep at night. It'll keep you up. Who says? I'm an adult. And a whole year older than that. Wang Yihuan protested indignantly. Wait until you find a boyfriend. Then your big sister will pass on the wisdom. Only after experiencing these things will your life be truly complete. Though Zhou Mingting tended to exaggerate whenever she spoke, this time Tang Wei found herself genuinely curious. Could holding it in really make someone's temper flare up? Surely Afeng wouldn't? But what if he really did become short-tempered? Tang Wei's cheeks flushed crimson as she shook her head furiously in her mind. But doing that kind of thing, wouldn't it be too soon? And, it's so embarrassing. Chapter 104, Dark Past. Keep chatting, I'm listening. This will definitely come in handy someday, Wang Yihuan chimed in mischievously. Cut it out. Let's skip this topic. Tang Wei felt a pang of regret. I shouldn't have said that line, the men of Shan City are rock hard. It was all of Feng's fault for repeating it so often, now it's stuck in my head. Watch the TV, watch the TV. Zhang Ziyue is about to perform. She drew a pretty good spot today, 11th. I feel like the stronger singers who perform earlier tend to do better. Of course. Less nerves means better performance. Many of the songs from this round's qualifiers aren't as good as last round's. I thought they'd get better as they went along. Zhou Mingting swung her legs. The songs for the first round were prepared way in advance. This time they only had a week. Just getting a song ready was impressive enough. I heard 3 contestants got eliminated outright because they didn't have their songs ready by the deadline. Tang Wei and Zhou Mingting both turned their heads in confusion. Where'd you hear that? Weibo, of course. I'm a level 10 Weibo enthusiast. As the saying goes, Google for foreign affairs, Baidu for domestic matters, Tianya for housing, and Weibo for gossip. Alright, we know you're a hardcore internet addict. Zhang Ziyue is starting to sing quiet. Personally, I really like her. She has a very unique voice. Besides my man, she's the one I support the most. After Zhou Mingting called for quiet, the 3 of them finally fell silent in unspoken agreement. The audience was immersed in Zhang Ziyue's singing, and the 3 judges wore smiles of appreciation and satisfaction. Xie Tingfeng glanced at the paper lyrics before closing the sheet and simply listening with his eyes shut. When the final melody faded, many audience members had tears welling in their eyes. The possibility of staged emotion couldn't be ruled out. After all, it was a live broadcast, and the camera occasionally swept across the audience. Getting on TV, even for just a second, was worth it. Those listeners who appeared deeply engrossed were more likely to be selected by the camera, which explained the many scenes of audience members moved to tears. Hearing this song, I was deeply moved. As the sole female judge among the 3, Tao Ying embodied emotional depth to the fullest. The 2 contestants before you, who drew courage, sang with positivity and optimism. But your song about courage tells a story of swimming against the current. Daring to face adversity head-on is, in itself, a kind of courage. I loved it. Thank you, Teacher Tao Ying, Zhang Ziyue said, bowing while holding the microphone. I was carefully reading the lyrics earlier because my Mandarin isn't perfect and some words are easy to mishear. But later, I closed the lyrics book. I chose to listen with my heart, only then could I truly hear your unique voice. Xie Tingfeng met Zhang Ziyue's gaze as he continued. After 2 rounds, I can confidently say your vocal talent is the strongest. While your team's songwriting skills might not match some contestants, their vocal abilities fall short of yours. The audience erupted in cheers. Tingfeng speaks with such conviction. Aren't you worried about putting pressure on the contestants who follow? Tao Ji chuckled. Pressure breeds motivation. I hope the next contestants focus more on their vocal skills and strive to match this performer. Some contestants' voices alone tell me they'll advance to the finals, while others I know they'll be eliminated after just the first line. In the green room, Wu Qinsong already felt the pressure mounting. Teacher Xie Tingfeng's words are as sharp as ever. Thank goodness I'm not next, otherwise I'd be at a huge disadvantage. This song probably wasn't written by Zhang Ziyue's team. She wrote it herself. Shen Yifeng narrowed his eyes. No way? She's that versatile? Wu Qinsong found it hard to believe. After she drew the courage theme last week, I saw her jotting things down in her notebook. The title matched what she sang today. Even if she didn't write the entire song herself, she must have contributed to the lyrics or melody. Just as Shen Yifeng had suspected. On stage, Zhang Ziyue stated, "Actually, I wrote this song myself. Due to certain circumstances, I haven't received much support for this competition." Everyone understood what she meant. Her company hadn't provided adequate backing. Of course, it could also be part of her persona. Many entertainment companies craft personas for their artists. Whether positive or negative, as long as it generates buzz, it translates to profits. Numerous celebrities maintain poor reputations, yet it doesn't hinder their earnings. Moreover, the more heated the online discussions, even if it's criticism, the more it becomes a tool for boosting their status in traffic. Take, for instance, that basketball-loving solo trainee who burst onto the scene years later. Your talent will be recognized. I'm sure record labels will discover you soon. Compared to those who just sing covers, I believe singer-songwriters deserve our attention more. Of course, I'm not dismissing the contestants who follow. But starting now, my ears will be more discerning. I hope the next contestants bring their absolute best to this competition. Xie Tingfeng's words put immense pressure on the remaining contestants. So much so that the next two contestants took the stage and performed poorly, even hitting off key notes. Of course, their original compositions were also mediocre, so they could only hope the following contestants performed worse or worse yet, bought demos and slapped on some half-baked lyrics to get by. The show's producers tacitly allowed the purchase of demos, as long as the imitation wasn't too blatant, like directly transliterating foreign songs into Chinese lyrics. The contestants about to take the stage demonstrated exceptional songwriting and vocal talent in the previous round. After the show aired, they sparked intense discussions across major media platforms. Hashtags like Modern Poet Laureate, Lyric Master, Songs for Girlfriends, and Gentlemen trended on Weibo. I'd like to express our gratitude to Weibo for its tremendous support of this program. At this point, I'm sure everyone knows who our next contestants are. Let's give a warm welcome to contestant number 14, Wu Qinsong, and his partner Shen Yifeng. This round skipped backstage interviews, opting instead for onstage QA. As Shen Yifeng and Wu Qinsong stepped onto the stage, the audience erupted in thunderous cheers. Many fans held light-up signs bearing their names. In this image-driven era, their looks alone could easily win them adoration, yet they chose to rely on talent. Hello everyone, I'm Wu Qinsong. I'm Shen Yifeng. Xingfeng. 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 A handful of fervent fans in the audience generated the volume of dozens. The Qingfeng CP, the name itself revealed it, was coined by fans shipping Wu Qinsong and Shen Yifeng. Despite both having publicly stated they had girlfriends, netizens stubbornly paired them as a couple. There was no escaping it, especially with the upcoming fan voting segment. Wu Qinsong quickly exchanged a knowing glance with Shen Yifeng. Selling my dignity for a bit of popularity and fame? Making me play along with their forced CP hype? No way. Like hell. Shen Yifeng sighed inwardly. Though reluctant, he forced a smile and played along. We are the Qingfeng duo. Damn it. What a dark chapter. Chapter 105, Don't Kill Me with the Family Card. You have quite the fan base. Seems like most people here are your supporters. Tao Ling propped her chin with one hand, wearing a kindly expression that made Shen Yifeng suspect she was a CP shipper too. Shen Yifeng glanced at the fans below waving Qingfeng lightsticks and inwardly rolled his eyes. These fans? I could do without them. Wei-jie was still watching on screen. Thank you all. Wu Qinsong bowed to the fans on both sides. What the hell are you thanking them for? You just admitted to the Qingfeng CP, right? You must be out of your mind. Shen Yifeng pursed his lips, offering a polite yet reserved smile. How's the preparation going this time? Tao Ji asked with a smile. We drew home as our theme in the last round. It's not a bad draw, but not the best either. I was worried whether I could write a good song in just a week, but luckily Shen Yifeng gave me a shot of confidence. Shen Yifeng was already in a daze. He couldn't recall what he'd said at the time, only hearing Wu Qinsong speak while he nodded along. Did he tell you not to worry, that he'd definitely write it? Tao Ling asked curiously. Wu Qinsong shook his head. More than that. He said the theme was perfect and he'd already mapped out the basic concept. Our song is called The Nameless One, a song about returning home. Shen Yifeng wrote the lyrics and we composed the music together. I just read the lyrics and I'm already excited even before hearing you sing it. I like your straightforwardness. Besides Zhang Ziyue, you're the contestant I'm most looking forward to. Of course, part of it is because Shen Yifeng is such a talented lyricist. Can't wait to see your performance. And now, we hand the stage over to contestant number 14, Wu Qinsong. The host finished speaking and gestured for Shen Yifeng to join him beside the stage. The main lights dimmed, spotlighting Wu Qinsong. The music began, and the fans who had been cheering moments ago fell silent. Here they come. My favorite group of contestants. Wu Qinsong is so ruggedly handsome, I love it. He already has a girlfriend, give up. Even more hopeless is that Xian has a girlfriend too. Their girlfriends must have saved the galaxy in a past life. Teacher Tao Ying's eyes are practically melting. Women really do love handsome guys. Looks pale in comparison to talent, and they've got both. Go Breeze CP. Weibo's live stream allowed comments, though they didn't float like bullet comments. Early live streams, whether soccer or NBA, had viewers who loved commenting while watching. A moderator managed the chat while providing professional commentary. Who says I saved the galaxy? The live stream was so packed that Zhou Mingting's comment went completely unnoticed, quickly buried under the flood of others. Alright, Zhou, don't get upset. Just listen to the song. Wang Yihuan had barely finished speaking when the intro began. Wu Qinsong settled into the moment, closing his eyes to absorb the melody. I'm just a nameless soul on this road. No headlines for me, no one comments on my life. I'll give everything I've got for an ordinary script. All these twists and turns are just to make a living. Shen Yifeng listened intently. When old Wu sang in a hushed voice, he sounded remarkably like the original artist. The three judges in the panel were immediately captivated by the intro. When Wu Qinsong's voice hit the beat, Xiaoman's heart instantly swelled from half full to overflowing, its waters of contentment still pouring in. I am the one who left the small town. The one who ate meals with tears and laughter. The one on the road, the one supporting a family. The silent backdrop of the city. Lightboards throughout the venue began swaying. Those who hadn't prepared theirs felt a pang of regret. Phones were confiscated upon entering the studio, so they couldn't use flashlights to amplify the atmosphere. So beautiful. Wu Qinsong is truly amazing. It's mainly because Shen Yifeng wrote it so well. He's the real mastermind behind the scenes. I heard he studied computer science. I don't get how someone with that background can write songs this brilliantly. Damn it, I spent all week online digging up their gossip and didn't even prepare the song properly. What gossip? Rumor has it they're girlfriends or classmates, even roommates. Plus, Shen Yifeng sings amazingly too. That confession balloon he performed with his girlfriend at school? Absolutely incredible. What? Confession balloon was written by Shen Yifeng too? Holy crap. I absolutely love that song. He is my idol. I really didn't recognize a mountain when I saw it. How could I not have said hi to him before? Long Dongqiang wore a pained expression. You guys didn't recognize a mountain. I didn't recognize a Himalayan peak. I really hit a brick wall. Why does eating out always lead to bumping into the big boss? Is this how it's supposed to be? This is too much. Zheng Ziyues sat quietly, like a model student in the front row during school days. Shen Yifeng is incredible. 2 consecutive songs that are the absolute pinnacle of their era. If given to top-tier singers, I can't even imagine how popular they'd become. After this round of competitions, record labels lining up to commission him must be endless. She couldn't help but envy Wu Qinsong. Shen Yifeng's market value would surely skyrocket, and the price for commissioning songs from him would climb even higher. My agency would never shell out that much for songs. Only someone like Wu Qinsong, who grew alongside Shen Yifeng, might become the next Cho and Peter one. To the nameless ones, I raise my glass. To your silence, and every roar of defiance. To you, stooped but climbing higher. Heading toward the sky, striving to live. You come from southern villages, from rough hands. You stand in the gaps between buildings, yet you never retreat. I come from northern springs. From every step I take, I look back. Behind lies the crossroads of farewell, warming every sunset. Holy! Xie Tingfeng was so moved by these lyrics he cursed out loud. He desperately wanted to tell the 2 judges beside him, this is absolutely the best lyrics I've seen in years. But he held back, because the song was about to hit the chorus, the most spectacular part. When winter falls upon my hometown, after the train pulls into the station. The winds of childhood blow once more. Recalling simple joys. It's the familiar streets. Someone will call out your name with all the tenderness in the world. Tears fell. Many were crying. Not just the live audience, but viewers at home and the judges too. The emotional Taoing was already sobbing uncontrollably, wiping her tears with tissues. For northerners, hearing when winter falls on my hometown, the train pulls into the station. Didn't just stir young people's memories of leaving home, it also evoked the older generation's melancholy over the North's decline from glory to present-day desolation. Who wants to leave home? It's all for survival. When Wu Qinsong sang, someone will call your name with all the tenderness they possess. Don't kill me with the knife of affection. The one who'd call your name with all their tenderness is the one who loves you most. Chapter 106, the judges extend an olive branch. Seeing the audience's reaction, Shen Yifeng knew he had it in the bag. Everyone around him was moved, so he had to put on a show too. So he casually slipped his hands into his pockets, then pinched his thigh hard. Damn! Shen Yifeng's grip was brutal, the pain instantly welling tears in his eyes. He is crying. I've made him cry again. Last time at the restaurant, I made him cry once. Hearing the live version this time is even more tear-jerking than before. Zhou Mingting leaned her head against Tang Wei's shoulder. Wei-jie, your offing is such a talented songwriter. Tell him to quit computer science and join the entertainment industry. No way. Offing said the entertainment world is too complicated. He doesn't like complicated environments. You're worried there are too many beautiful women in showbiz and your junior won't be able to resist, right? Zhou Mingting teased. Not at all. I know Yifeng well. It's just that in showbiz, you're constantly apart. Often you have no choice, you have to attend events the company arranges. He doesn't like that kind of life. Tang Wei wasn't worried at all that Shen Yifeng would fall for someone else. Absolute trust in your partner isn't something everyone can manage, but she just happened to be able to. I envy you so much, being able to stop overthinking. Every day I wonder if Wu Qinson likes someone else, if other girls are prettier than me, have better figures, bigger breasts. You can't assume all men are that shallow. After all, not every girl has a great figure, big breasts, or looks perfect. Does that mean they can't find boyfriends? That's the difference between women and girls. You won't understand now, but you will later. Zhou Mingting made a zipping mouth gesture, signaling it was time to quiet down. On stage, Wu Qinson held the microphone in one hand while the other swayed rhythmically. His voice echoed through the vast hall. To the nameless ones, I raise my glass to you. To your silence, and every roar of defiance. To your stooped back climbing higher up the mountain. Above your head, the sky strive to live. Nameless one. Nameless one. The climax's end felt like the dampness after a downpour, dragging spirits to the depths. Tears had just begun to dry when they suddenly flowed again. Nameless one, the bus is here. Too many ties to hold you back, don't look back. Nameless one, the bus is moving. Go forward, carrying your dreams. The song ended, but it wasn't the singer who was still in shock, it was the audience, both on and off stage. Wu Qinson struck a pose. This was the ending pose the Music Association Club had helped him come up with. After striking the pose for ages, not a single ripple stirred from the audience below. For a moment, he froze, unsure whether to move. He stood there stiff as a board, utterly clueless. Fortunately, Shen Yifeng, who cared for him, nudged him and reminded the host it was time to go on stage. Lu Rui regained his composure and hurriedly took the stage, saying, a heartfelt thank you to contestant Wu Qinson for that deeply moving song. I believe not only myself, but everyone here and viewers at home, were profoundly touched. As someone from the north, when I heard spring from the north, every step a glance back, the crossroads of farewells behind, and gentle every sunset, I truly couldn't hold back my tears. I have a question, both you and lyricist Shen Yifeng are from the south. Why did you choose to write this song from a northern perspective? Wu Qinson paused, taken aback. Not just him, Shen Yifeng also froze. They hadn't considered this when writing the song. You come from southern villages, I come from northern cities. It was indeed written from a northern perspective. Well, that question. I'd have to ask my partner. Wu Qinson looked to Shen Yifeng for help. The host quickly invited Shen Yifeng onto the stage. As he walked up, Shen Yifeng found his answer. Taking the microphone, he spoke with solemn conviction. This is a tribute to our northern brothers. China's first molten steel, first automobile, first airplane, and first 10,000-ton ship all came from the north. Heavy industry fueled our nation's early development. Last century, Northeast China unconditionally supported the South for 30 years. The grain grown on its black soil fed 1/5 of the country's population. I once heard it said, our generation of Northeasterners seems born to leave the Northeast. If the black soil of our homeland could sustain all Northeasterners, who would choose to scrape by in foreign lands? So when I wrote this song, I described home from the North's perspective to honor the silent contributions of our elder brother, and to honor every nameless, ordinary person. To tell them that no matter where life takes you, your loved ones will always wait for you to come home. All three judges rose to their feet, applauding passionately. This was a testament to Shen Yifeng's talent. Well said, Yifeng. As our lives improve, we must never forget the generation who toiled for our nation. And that final line, truly the poet immortal. Your words flow like verse. No wonder you write such beautiful songs. Xie Tingfeng remarked, I said earlier that you were among my top contenders, and I was right. This song is superbly written, and your performance is outstanding. The deep, resonant vocals at the beginning were captivating, while the soaring chorus later transported us into another story. A vivid image formed in my mind, a wanderer far from home walking along a muddy country path, while his elderly mother, leaning on her cane, pauses to gaze after him. For many, each meeting is one less chance to see their loved ones. Though the old mother desperately wants her child to stay, she also hopes he can forge a successful career, not to remain, like herself, bound to this land that never truly flourished. Xie Tingfeng continued, his voice thick with emotion. At your current level of talent, you're destined to carve out a place in the Chinese music scene. I'm putting my money on you today. Also, if you ever need help with anything music related, feel free to reach out. After the competition, let's exchange contact info. The entire audience couldn't help but gasp. You're welcome to come find me anytime, Taoji added. Smart people should seize this moment to recruit talent for their companies. Singers are a dime a dozen, but those who can write great songs are rare. Back in room 1207 at Mountain City University, Tang Wei and Zhou Mingting were already hugging each other. Ah! They were amazing. All three judges offered them contracts right on stage. Their scores this round must be sky high. Stop thinking just about the competition. Even if they withdrew now, plenty of record labels and agencies would be lining up for them. Seeing Shen Yifeng shine on stage, Tang Wei felt genuine pride welling up inside her. But the pressing question was, how long could she keep her relationship with Yifeng hidden? With today's netizens' gossip hunting skills, they could dig up anything. She needed to strategize how to handle her parents finding out. A relationship known to parents felt like having a hidden camera in your room, utterly suffocating. No, she had to figure this out. Blend it in. Chapter 107, so heartbreaking. Thank you, all three judges. Shen Yifeng and Wu Qinsong exchanged a knowing smile, bowing in gratitude. The other contestants in the break area were green with envy. 2 consecutive knockout songs, plus sky-high popularity. Everyone knew Wu Qinsong was at least a finalist. But the biggest beneficiary wasn't him, it was the man behind him. After this competition, Shen Yifeng's talent agency and record label would likely be flooded with offers. Now comes my favorite part. Tao Ying smiled as she held the microphone. Last round, we had Yifeng compose poetry live and it unexpectedly trended on Weibo. Only when the world turns upside down will you miss me. Comments flooded the live stream chat. I absolutely love the poem Crab Shells. Why do you guys always call it that? Isn't World Upside Down a better title? My favorite part is the third line, I fall like snowflakes upon maple leaves. Can you grasp the essence of dreams? Dreams are the opposite. Just a few lines of poetry capture the dreamscape, absolutely brilliant. Here comes that beloved segment again. Are they making the poet immortal compose poetry once more? Looks like it. But honestly, no one can consistently produce top-tier work. Even the true poet Immortal Li Bai didn't have every poem be breathtaking. Though Xie Tingfeng on stage already knew the script, he still pretended ignorance and asked, "You want him to compose poetry again? Please don't, it's really tough." It is a bit of a challenge for him, but judging by the audience's reaction, everyone seems eager to hear it. Taoji glanced at the fans holding up light sticks. They were practically speaking for the fans. Yes. We really want to hear it. The fans were giving him their full support, cheering from below the stage with both hands cupped like megaphones. Yifeng, dare you accept? Of course. Shen Yifeng shrugged, fearless. Alright, this time we'll change the topic. Teacher Taoji, you come up with it. Taoji replied politely, me? I don't even know what theme to choose. These people were quite the actors. Besides Xie Tingfeng, who was a professional actor, the other 2 judges also showed real acting potential. They clearly knew the topic in advance, yet still pretended to be clueless. Shen Yifeng was genuinely impressed by their acting skills. If he had to fake it, he'd probably give himself away quickly. Then let's go with regret as the theme. Just as expected. I bet these 3 judges already know the version I shared with Huang Wenwen yesterday. I'm just an old lyric you stranded in the long summer. This passage is well written, but it still lacks that sense of regret. Shen Yifeng lowered his head in thought. The entire audience fell silent, waiting for this poetic immortal to develop his concept. He's putting on quite the act, didn't he plan this beforehand? Might sound too fake if he just blurted it out. Better to pretend he's pondering. The directors in the control room chatted as Shen Yifeng finally raised the microphone. I knew that moon wasn't mine, yet for one moment, its light truly touched me. Later, I met you. At sunset, I returned you to the sun. One day, following the light, I saw a dandelion. I touched it gently, but you scattered like wind, as if deliberately drifting away from me. I thought I would forget, but when I looked up, your shadow filled the sky. If illness didn't exist in this world, perhaps we could admire the moonlight and watch the sun together. But the world holds no ifs, fate makes no assumptions, and I no longer have you. If time could turn back to that modeled alley years ago, I would still come find you for directions. But this time, I would cherish it more deeply. Let the moonlight be my moonlight, let the sun be my sun. Everyone, including Xie Tingfeng and Tao Ying, thought it was supposed to be about unrequited love. Did the theme veer off course? And this is completely different from the script we received. Wu Qinsong beside them was also puzzled. Wasn't this what was said last night? Could this be old Shen improvising again? But still, this part is written so brilliantly. Especially that final twist, I nearly lost it. Meng Ting, don't you dare die. You have to live. Why, I'm crying again. Old Wu, don't you dare die. You have to live. Zhou Mingting had already gone through an entire box of tissues, her eyes and nose red. It's true, birds of a feather flock together. At this very moment, both of them shared the same thought, they desperately wanted the other to stay alive. Isn't this supposed to be a singing show? Why does it feel like a reality dating show? Sister Zhou, you're way too love-struck. Wang Yihuan couldn't bear to watch anymore. The Sister Zhou she remembered was the kind who argued with the sky, the earth, and even thin air, a modern-day powerhouse woman determined to knock men against the wall and send them packing. Well, all fake. I didn't mean to, but it was just so heartbreaking. I thought my junior was reciting about unrequited love, but who knew there'd be a twist? Wah, I can't call him junior anymore, I kinda admire him now. Cut it out. Stay away from my phone. Don't corrupt him. Tang Wei's lips curved slightly as she watched the young man on screen, her heart brimming with dreams of their future life. Tao Ying tugged at her hair. Yifeng, words can't describe your talent. I can only express it through action. You've stunned me into madness. At sunset, I returned you to the sun. At first I didn't grasp its meaning, but the final twist revealed it was a love-stricken boy's words to his departed girlfriend. Daytime longing transformed light into human form, only to return that yearning to the setting sun at night. Evening moonlight bathes you. Though we know the moon belongs to no one, I still hope for that one moment when the girl's spirit might seek you out. The dandelion scene was especially heartbreaking. You longed for the girl, searching everywhere for her. Yet she wished for you to move forward and forget her. So when you touched the dandelion, it scattered instantly, carried away by the wind. Yet the countless petals drifting through the air, each one her likeness. This longing cannot be forgotten, this regret is eternal. The pain, it's unbearable. Shen Yifeng hadn't thought that deeply. It's like tackling a reading comprehension question. The original author never intended such complexity, yet the examiner demands students analyze the author's feelings from multiple angles. Truthfully, the author never intended such depth. Take Shen Yifeng now, he could only raise his thumb in admiration after hearing Tao Ying's words. You expressed it so beautifully. It's your writing that's so beautiful. Hearing it brings tears to my eyes, and I'm sure not just mine, but those of every viewer watching at home. You and Wu Qinsong are truly amazing. I'm already looking forward to the next recorded segment. I want to see what you're really like in real life. Don't even mention the next recorded segment. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Having to sneak around like a thief, unable to be with Wei-jie openly, is more painful than death. Thank you, judges. We promise to show our most authentic selves to all viewers. We hope you'll support us, support the Breeze duo. Damn it. Shen Yifeng felt like stabbing Wu Qinsong. Gritting his teeth, he forced a smile and followed Wu Qinsong off stage. Finally over. Can breathe easy again. Don't relax just yet. Tonight might get pretty lively. Shen Yifeng spotted several figures approaching from backstage. Two familiar faces stood out, Huang Wenwen and Zhang Jinka, the same guy who'd brought Huang Wenwen to their hotel last week. Barring any surprises, my song should sell after today. I need to get the studio up and running quickly. Otherwise, once MiHoYo greenlights the game project, it'll be too late. Chapter 108, The Pitfalls of Contracts. Congratulations. Zhang Jinka began congratulating them as soon as he approached. The scores aren't even out yet, sir, Wu Qinsong replied modestly. Even though he knew they'd definitely advance this round, maybe even place in the top 3, modesty was still called for. Your talent and audience appeal are undeniable. Your scores won't be low. Starting next week, our production crew will film at your school. We'll contact your school tomorrow. I'm still a bit nervous, never been filmed individually before. Any tips or specific things we should focus on? Wu Qinsong asked. Don't worry, just show your everyday lives naturally. Starting next episode, we'll begin recording the broadcast. All 30 advancing contestants will undergo styling, so we need viewers to get to know you better. Huang Wenwen will also be coming to Shanqing to coordinate with you all. If you have any questions, just ask her directly. Oh, and one more thing, I imagine you've probably guessed it already. Seeing Zhang Jinka's expression, which seemed to want to say something yet held back, Shen Yifeng naturally guessed what it was. It must be related to the record company. But now there was another problem. Xiangnan TV's DU Media had trapped many people with their contracts. Contestants who performed well on Xiangnan TV's talent shows would typically sign with DU Media. As for that company, well, those in the know understood its reputation. But back in 2013, many weren't aware. They only knew Xiangnan TV was the nation's highest-rated broadcaster, boasting several evergreen flagship programs. Many claimed that appearing on Xiangnan TV was like making it halfway to the Spring Festival Gala. That's why so many young people flocked here, desperate to catch the attention of DU Media. Is it about the contracts? Wu Qinsong asked urgently. In stark contrast to Wu Qinsong's agitation, Shen Yifeng remained calm, hands in his pockets, waiting to hear more. We're only at the top 30 stage. Theoretically, we only discuss collaborations with finalists. Following the show's format, next comes the top 30 to top 20 to top 10 to top 5, and finally the 5-person final showdown, 4 rounds in total. However, we've added additional segments, bringing the total to 6 rounds. This is actually good news for you, because more rounds mean more opportunities for exposure on the show. First offer hope, then pour cold water. Classic capitalist tactics. The hope makes you grateful, the cold water makes you see your reality. Without our show, you're nothing. As a result, contestants often don't seriously review contracts during later negotiations, viewing contract scrutiny as disrespectful to their agencies. And so they fall into the trap, signing multi-year contracts that demand astronomical penalty fees to leave. But you're special. Your performances these past 2 episodes were exceptional. Expect a flood of calls from agencies starting tonight. That's why we want to talk with you first. After all, you rose to fame on our Hunan TV. Just as expected. Shen Yifeng sneered inwardly. Before other agencies swoop in, they play the proximity card. A classic moral blackmail tactic. You competed on our show, we gave you your big break, you know who you should partner with. But when it comes to unfair contract terms after signing? Not a word. I'm just a lyricist, no need to be in the spotlight. My popularity is already established. Even if I quit the competition now, it won't affect my income from writing lyrics for record labels. The only potential impact might be a company-wide blacklist from DU Entertainment. But talent won't be buried anywhere. The entire industry won't bow to DU's demands. Calling it talent might be shameless, those songs were memorized by heart. But in this world, for everyone else, I truly am talented. Alright, where should we talk? Right here? Wu Qinsong completely missed Shen Yifeng's underlying concern. It was understandable. After all, it was his first time. Without facing some trials, people won't grow. But the trials that come with signing to an agency start at 5 years minimum. The cost is too steep. That's why Shen Yifeng planned to have a private talk with Wu Qinsong to prevent him from impulsively signing with DU Entertainment behind the scenes. Of course not here. After the show wraps, we'll grab a bite at a restaurant and talk over dinner, Zhang Jinka said with a smile. After a brief discussion, Shen Yifeng and Wu Qinsong returned to the contestant lounge to wait for the remaining performances. The moment they entered the room, the contestants who had already performed erupted into applause, as if welcoming a triumphant general. Unbelievable. The nameless one compared to your songs, mine feels like pig feet in a sty. Shen Yifeng had never heard his work described like that before. Your song, well, it was pretty good too. He'd intended to exchange compliments, but then he realized he'd forgotten what the other had sung. A moment of awkward silence fell. Fortunately, the other party didn't seem to mind at all, still smiling as he said, "The poet immortal truly lives up to his name. That poem you just recited, it almost made me cry." Why almost? Wu Qinsong teased. Was old Shen's writing not powerful enough this time? No. We're recording a show here. If I cry, it'll ruin my makeup. Shen Yifeng looked closely. The man was indeed wearing makeup, probably applied by himself. The technique was shaky. The foundation was plastered on as thick as wall paint. Congratulations. Zhang Ziyue also rose from her seat and approached. Why is everyone congratulating me already? The competition just started. There are still over 40 contestants left. Wu Qinsong scratched the back of his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. The shift in everyone's attitude was painfully obvious. During the last episode, hardly anyone had greeted them. This time, everyone seemed transformed. Just 1 week had passed, yet the shift in status felt disorienting. No need for modesty. Anyone who sings can tell your song is a game changer compared to the others. Due to time constraints, most original compositions this round don't measure up to the previous one. Zhang Ziyue glanced at Shen Yifeng, a fleeting, indescribable expression darting across her eyes. Poet, your verse today was as brilliant as ever. If only I could collaborate with you someday, even just once. Wu Qinsong looked from Shen Yifeng to Zhang Ziyue, hesitating over whether to voice his thoughts. Have your company reach out to me for songwriting? I'll give you a discount, Shen Yifeng replied in a joking tone. Zhang Ziyue pressed her lips together, the light in her eyes dimming noticeably. Sure thing. I'll definitely discuss it with the company when I get back and have them book you for a song. After Zhang Ziyue left, Shen Yifeng and Wu Qinsong returned to their seats. They silently turned off their microphones. Shen Yifeng wanted to discuss the contract with Wu Qinsong. Wu Qinsong, however, wanted to talk about something else. Old Shen, do you think Zhang Ziyue has a thing for you? Shen Yifeng froze. What? Chapter 109, The Battlefield. Don't be ridiculous. I'm a married man. If Sister Wei finds out, I'm dead meat. Shen Yifeng glanced at the camera crew, relieved they weren't filming them now. Come on, son. Just now, Zhang Ziyue was practically drooling over you. Stop playing your arrow and cut the nonsense. At most, it's admiration. We're barely acquainted. Shen Yifeng quickly distanced himself. Jokes that undermine unity were off limits. Especially those threatening his bond with Wei-jie, utterly forbidden. A lot of crushes start with admiration. Meng Ting liked me at first because she admired me. Just giving you a heads up, she might come looking for you later. She just wants to freeload off me. No way. Shen Yifeng said with deadpan seriousness, I value money over people. That's how vulgar I am. Someone will be asking you to collaborate soon, maybe even a top-tier singer. I knew your talent would be discovered, but not this fast. Talking about this now is pointless. What matters is how much money we can make. That project I'm working on needs a lot of cash. Wu Qinsong crossed his legs and grinned. We know each other. Name your price, and I'll get it done. Worst case, I'll ask my dad for some seed money, just say I'm starting a business. $1 million. Holy crap. $1 million? Wu Qinsong's smile froze. What kind of project needs $1 million? Real estate investment? A gaming company? An internet company? You'll need to raise capital. Building a company from your own earnings is tough. Our school offers startup subsidies for students. You should look into it. The process is a hassle. I'd rather write more songs. Speaking of which, how will those record companies contact us? They don't have our info. It's easy for those companies to find our contact info. When you see calls from other provinces later, pick up the phone. It might not be a scam call, it could very well be those agencies or record labels calling. When the competition ended, Wu Qinsong's performance of the nameless 1-inch unsurprisingly took first place in this round. Zhang Ziyue only managed third place, while a dark horse surged ahead. After this round, only 30 contestants remained. During the draw, the host announced the next round would be a team competition. 2 contestants would be randomly paired, and their combined scores would accumulate with the next individual round. The top 20 contestants would advance. Sure enough, the rules changed. But if we have to form teams, doesn't that make songwriting harder? Wu Qinsong glanced around at the other contestants. Almost everyone turned their gaze toward the top-ranked contestants after hearing the host's words. The most attention was focused on their group. Songwriting is manageable, but if you get paired with the weakest link, it'll be tough. Half the top 30 aren't that strong vocally, they only advanced because their opponents were weaker. After listening to 2 rounds, Shen Yifeng had a rough idea of which contestants possess decent vocal skills. Whether we draw a female or male singer, I'll pull off a masterstroke when I draw the lots later. For the next round, the top 15 get traditional Chinese-style themes, while the bottom 15 get random themes, essentially lowering the difficulty and letting them improvise. If it's traditional style, drawing a male might be better. That would be Zhou Jinlin and Chu Jing. Their voices would definitely suit Chinese-style themes. The odds of drawing them are pretty slim, though quite a challenge. Maybe we'll be the ones getting drawn instead. The draw isn't based on ranking, but performance order. 6 contestants ahead of us advance to the next round. If they draw us, we won't have to draw at all. Wu Qinsong glanced at the situation and immediately sensed trouble. Of the 6 advancing contestants, aside from Zhang Ziyue, the others all possessed exceptional vocal skills. Every song Old Shen wrote was top tier. If some amateur sang it, the song would be ruined halfway through. As for Zhang Ziyue, while her singing was solid, I just told Old Shen that Zhang Ziyue's gaze toward him felt off. If they had to collaborate again next round. Next week was shaping up to be Old Shen's battlefield. Sister Wei was pretty intimidating when she got serious. When it came to the draw, everyone wanted to pair with the top 5 contestants. The most sought-after partner was undoubtedly Wu Qinsong. Beyond his singing skills, it was the man behind Wu Qinsong who truly sent the other singers into a frenzy. Congratulations to contestant number 2 and contestant number 47 on successfully forming a team. Congratulations to contestant number 5 and contestant number 19 on successfully forming a team. After the top 5 contestants finished drawing, only one person managed to draw the 4th-ranked contestant. Now, the chances for the remaining contestants on stage were growing significantly. Because the next 2 contestants were both in the top 5. If drawn by someone, they could essentially coast through a round, securing more points in the team competition and reducing the pressure for the individual rounds. Next, please welcome contestant number 11, Zhang Ziyue, to draw your teammate. As Zhang Ziyue stepped onto the stage, the contestants below began praying. Please pick me. Let me coast through this round. What are you worried about being in the teens? I'm 30th, this time I'm the one in real danger. Shouldn't be a problem. With 2 consecutive picks, as long as Zhang Ziyue doesn't draw Wu Qinsong. Stop talking. Your mouth is cursed, everything you predicted earlier came true. Zhang Ziyue approached the draw bucket, glanced at the audience, and finally fixed her gaze on Shen Yifeng. Ahem. Old Shen, see what I mean? Shut up. Shen Yifeng gave a polite smile before quickly averting his gaze. The first 5 picks took 5 contestants. With 20 left, excluding Zhang Ziyue herself, that's a 1 in 19 chance. You wouldn't believe. Wu Qinsong turned to give Shen Yifeng a knowing wink. The next second, the host announced, contestant number 11, Zhang Ziyue, has drawn contestant number 14, Wu Qinsong. What the hell? I told you to shut up. Shen Yifeng gritted his teeth, but couldn't show it on camera. He forced a smile instead. Wu Qinsong was already drenched in sweat. What a hellish situation. It wasn't his personal hell, but what if Old Shen felt uncomfortable and his inspiration dried up? Wow, our first and third place contestants paired together, this team is terrifyingly strong. Add in Shen Yifeng, the poetic lyricist, and next week's episode is sure to be a highlight. Best of luck to the other teams. Step up? The other teams are about to shatter. Smiling on the surface, cursing internally. What the hell? How are we supposed to compete now? Could this be rigged? How did such a low probability draw happen? Is the production team trying to push a Wu Qinsong and Zhang Ziyue pairing for buzz? But isn't Wu Qinsong already dating someone? Wouldn't that create even more buzz? Wow, that's just insane. Somehow I feel Shen Yifeng beside Wu Qinsong is more shattered than we are. Probably the pressure's too much. Having to write a traditional style duet for first and third place is pretty intense. If Shen Yifeng could hear those whispers, he'd surely respond. Yeah, it is huge. It's not the pressure, it's my damn brain. Chapter 110, Unwarranted Flattery. Sorry, man. With such low odds, I never expected to get picked. Seeing Shen Yifeng silent, Wu Qinsong quickly tried to smooth things over. Getting Zhang Ziyue as a blessing the next round is practically in the bag. She's a singer-songwriter too, right? Maybe you two could spark some creative magic. Shen Yifeng didn't have any issues with Zhang Ziyue. Drawing a powerhouse vocalist should have been cause for celebration. But Wu Qinsong had mentioned Zhang Ziyue's strange look toward him earlier. If that was true, things could get awkward. Zhang Ziyue, who drew Wu Qinsong, lit up visibly. After stepping down, she bounced over to Wu Qinsong and Shen Yifeng. What incredible luck to draw you two. I've always wanted to collaborate with you. I thought it would happen after the show ended, but never imagined my dream would come true so soon. You're too kind, Shen Yifeng replied politely. You're the one being too polite. This theme is traditional Chinese style. I'll come find you in Shanqing later to create something together. You two don't have to be so formal. Hearing the formal you, Wu Qinsong momentarily couldn't tell if Shen Yifeng actually wanted to collaborate with Zhang Ziyue or not. Anyway, I'm really looking forward to working with you both later. I'll head back to my seat now. We can chat privately. With the team draw concluded, the show's recording entered its final stretch. After completing the last formalities, Shen Yifeng grabbed his phone and immediately called Tang Wei. Finished already? Hearing Wei-Wei's voice, Shen Yifeng's lips curved upward involuntarily. Yeah, we had fewer people this time, so it wrapped up pretty quickly. The production team just invited me and Wu Qinsong to dinner. Probably to discuss signing contracts. I was just about to remind you about this. Make sure you read the contract carefully. These agencies are all shady. Many artists sign and then get no resources, and they're not allowed to go to other companies unless they pay astronomical penalty fees. If only you were here, you could help us review the contracts. Shen Yifeng didn't say, of course I know you can't just sign contracts recklessly. Law is Wei-Wei's specialty. Giving her more say in the matter would make her feel more accomplished. More importantly, it would make her feel needed. Regardless of gender, what people truly crave more than hearing I like you is the feeling of being needed. That brings far more peace of mind than mere words. If they pressure you to decide on the spot, don't fall for it. No contract requires an immediate decision. And with your current popularity, even if Shangnan TV doesn't sign you, other agencies will. Tang Wei's tone carried a hint of urgency. This contract differed from ordinary ones. The breach penalty would be astronomical, and the term was lengthy. Once signed, they'd be locked in for many years to come. Don't worry, I'm not that foolish. I know you wouldn't. But Meng Ting asked you to keep an eye on Wu Qinsong. His dream is to debut, and facing an opportunity like this might make him lose his head. Anything else you want me to keep an eye on? Shen Yifeng asked tentatively. Keep an eye on? Nothing comes to mind. It took Tang Wei a moment to process. You mean teaming up with Zhang Ziyue? I think it's great. A powerhouse pairing your next performance will definitely shine. Wu Qinsong and Zhang Ziyue team up is already trending on Weibo, and your breeze duo is super popular too. I don't get netizens these days. Why are they shipping male-male pairings? That is so niche. Boy-boy pairings aren't niche at all. In a few years, boy-boy duos will be commonplace. Fujoshi absolutely adore them. Shen Yifeng sensed Tang Wei wasn't jealous from her tone, which put him at ease. Oh, your mom called me earlier still asking about your girlfriend. Aren't you my girlfriend? Stop messing around. Sure, I say that, but I'd never dare say it in front of your mom. That's right, Auntie, I'm your precious son's girlfriend. Shen Yifeng and Tang Wei had already discussed the consequences of their parents finding out so early. In the end, they reached a consensus. A love under surveillance had no freedom, no ease, and no fun. So what did you tell her? I said they're doing great. I know the girl, she's really nice, cute, and a perfect match for Yifeng. If she ever comes to campus, I'll sneak them a meeting. Shen Yifeng raised an eyebrow. Good thing my mom's busy. Otherwise, you think she'd actually show up at school? Of course I believe it. I know your mom pretty well, we've been in touch for over a decade. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared let her come to campus. After chatting with Tang Wei, the car sent to pick him and Wu Qinsong up arrived. It was a Toyota minivan. Many celebrities travel in business vans because they're more spacious. Unreal. This is unreal. We're riding in a star-level Alfred. For ordinary people, such a gap would trigger intense self-doubt in an instant. Am I really worthy? How long will this last? What lies ahead? But for Shen Yifeng, this disparity felt insufficient. After all, he'd experienced death and rebirth. What gap could possibly match his journey? So when he saw that Alfred, Shen Yifeng felt little stir within. He simply thought DU Media was starting to shower him with sugar-coated bullets. Inside the car, besides the driver and Huang Wenwen, sat an unfamiliar woman in her 30s, though her well-preserved appearance made her actual age hard to gauge. "Driver, we can go now." The woman in the tailored blazer instructed the driver, then turned to scrutinize Wu Qinsong and Shen Yifeng. Only then did she smile warmly. "Congratulations! You secured first place in this round of the competition." "Thank you." Wu Qinsong surmised from Huang Wenwen's demeanor that this woman must also be a television executive. "I'm Zhang Yuan, an agent from the GYTV Entertainment News Talent Agency. I've been watching your performances on TV for a while now, and today I finally get to meet you in person. You two are quite handsome, not any less than film and TV stars." Wu Qinsong mentally processed who she was and quickly recalled that since the start of Supergirl, numerous artists had been propelled to stardom under her guidance. Countless artists had successfully transitioned from obscurity to third-tier stardom, all orchestrated by this woman's strategic hand. "I imagine you're wondering why I was in the car. Tonight's dinner was actually my idea. I wanted to share a meal with you both and deepen our understanding." A boy untested by society facing a woman in her 30s? No contest. He couldn't hold his own, mentally or otherwise. But Shen Yifeng's mind was that of a 30-something too. He could read the hidden meanings in her every word and gesture. As long as he remembered that unwarranted kindness usually meant trouble, listening to Zhang Yuan's words made her intentions clear. "Looks like tonight's dinner won't be easy to swallow." Chapter 111, almost believed it. Traffic jammed the roads during evening rush hour, delaying their arrival at a restaurant on the outskirts of Shangnan by half an hour. Good wine needs no bush. Despite its inconvenient location, this suburban eatery drew steady crowds thanks to its excellent cuisine, pleasant ambience, and word-of-mouth recommendations. Each private room bore its own name. The one Shen Yifeng and his group entered was called He Yao Wei Kite, far more evocative than the generic spring, summer, autumn, winter names. "You interns sure have a wide scope of work," Shen Yifeng remarked as he and Huang Wenwen brought up the rear. "What can I say? Interns are like bricks, wherever they're needed, that's where they go. Thanks to you too, I'm now your dedicated assistant. From now on, I'll handle everything related to your affairs." Huang Wenwen's eyes crinkled with delight as she beamed. Shen Yifeng couldn't fathom what there was to be happy about. Getting paid an intern's wage, doing the most grueling work, and now saddled with extra responsibilities, and she actually seemed pleased. "Aren't you tired? It does get more exhausting, but internships are all about gaining experience and broadening your horizons. Youth is truly wonderful." Shen Yifeng recalled thinking the same way once, only to get a harsh lesson from society later. The motivation your superiors pump into you is all to make you work harder like a beast of burden. Advice is useless. Many things can only be learned through experience. Hang in there. Shen Yifeng's eyebrow twitched. As the private room door opened, only two people were seated inside. One was Zhang Jinka, one of the show's producers. The other was unfamiliar, but judging by their seating arrangement, this person held a higher rank than Zhang Jinka, likely a station executive. "Finally here. The food's gone cold. I've already asked the waitstaff to reheat it." Zhang Jinka stood up. Shen Yifeng noticed the briefcase beside him, wondering what it contained. "Traffic held us up a bit. Go ahead and eat. Order more if needed. Our boss Ouyang specifically said this meal must be top-notch. Go for whatever's most expensive." Zhang Yuan seated Shen Yifeng and Wu Qinsong. Huang Wenwen didn't sit down but instead took on the role of server when the waitstaff weren't around, pouring water for everyone. "How can we start eating before the two main guests arrive?" Chen Tongfu continued. "The popularity of this show has genuinely exceeded the station's expectations. Honestly, this show was originally meant as a stopgap. Our main event is the parent-child variety show in December. But who knew upward creators would surpass even Superboy in popularity? Just look at the Weibo trending topics. You two have contributed massively to this show's buzz. Especially Shen Yifeng, your creative talent is truly breathtaking. Many friends in my circle have expressed their admiration for you. Of course, Wu Qinsong's voice is also unique, especially his low register, which is incredibly distinctive. Your duo is truly a match made in heaven. I hope you'll create even better works in the future. I'm eagerly anticipating them." "What the hell is made for each other?" Shen Yifeng gave a forced smile, not particularly interested in this kind of flattery. Halfway through the meal, the others kept urging Shen Yifeng and Wu Qinsong to drink. Seeing they were nearly ready, Zhang Yuan finally got to the point. "Wu Qinsong, I want to ask, is being a singer just a hobby for you, or do you have higher aspirations? Like stepping onto bigger stages and becoming a household name?" "Of course, I hope my work gains wider recognition. Without bigger stages, even the best pieces struggle to be discovered," Wu Qinsong replied without hesitation. "I won't sugarcoat it. Your performances have already caught the attention of many talent agencies. Starting tomorrow, you'll likely get calls from scouts wanting to meet with you." Zhang Yuan shrugged and continued. "But those agencies don't always know how to help promising artists truly shine and gain wider popularity. At DU Media, we excel at artist development. Many talents under our management have become top-tier stars. Just talking about it gets me excited, Wu Qinsong admitted, nervously rubbing his hands beneath the table. This is just the beginning. More exciting developments lie ahead. Once you join our company, we'll map out your career path, commercial performances, endorsements, business collaborations, and more. We'll also provide you with a professional styling team, though you don't seem to need excessive packaging. Additionally, we'll handle all contractual and financial matters for you. After finishing with Wu Qinsong, Zhang Yuan turned to Shen Yifeng. Your lyricism is exceptional. Our parent company, DU Media, owns a dedicated record label that can handle your songwriting, arrangement, recording, and promotion. We offer full-service support from song selection and recording to production, enabling you to focus purely on musical creation. In other words, just write the songs, leave the rest to us. Shen Yifeng listened attentively while eating. With so many delicacies on the table, it would be a shame not to eat. After Zhang Yuan finished speaking, Shen Yifeng wiped his mouth and asked, "What about the revenue split? With the company doing so much for us, they'll probably take the lion's share of the income, right?" Let me clarify this, we don't take the lion's share. The initial investment in your packaging requires significant upfront costs. Once we recoup that investment later on, we'll proceed with a standard revenue split. After Zhang Yuan finished, Chen Tongfu added with a smile, newcomers shouldn't focus on income at first. Think about how to elevate your status. What a third-tier artist earns in a year of grueling work might only match a top-tier artist's weekly income. That makes sense. We joined the show not for money, but just to sing. We haven't thought deeply about the contract either. We can figure it out later. Wu Qinsong chewed on his chopsticks, letting Shen Yifeng handle the discussion. He had some baijiu earlier and felt lightheaded. Talking more would only lead to mistakes. If Shen Yifeng hadn't been there today, he might have signed the contract without fully understanding it. Old Shen could really hold his liquor. After all that, he was still talking like nothing was wrong. But opportunities are fleeting. Many amateurs are eager to sign with our DU Media. You two stand out. I thought you'd be thrilled to hear about an early contract. I am thrilled. I blush when I'm excited, Shen Yifeng said, pointing to his face. Actually, it was the alcohol making him flush. Zhang Yuan noticed a maturity in Shen Yifeng that didn't belong to someone his age. When conversing with a group of middle-aged individuals, veteran foxes in the entertainment industry, he showed no signs of nervousness. Instead, he handled them with the softness of Tai Chi, overcoming their toughness. This kid is no ordinary teenager. Your expression doesn't look excited at all, but being cautious is a good thing. You can review the contract first. As a long-established agency, if we ever screwed over our artists, we'd have been shut down long ago. Shen Yifeng touched his nose, his hand concealing the slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. If I hadn't been reborn, I might have believed it. Chapter 112, I've actually always had a dream. Under normal circumstances, newcomers never read contracts. Many of those who participated in Superboy and Supergirl before wouldn't even understand the contracts if they were handed to them. Zhang Yuan was supremely confident. Dealing with these greenhorns fresh out of school? As easy as crushing ants. Fine. Let's review the contract first. Shen Yifeng extended his hands, seemingly impolite, but when dealing with business people, politeness always left you at a disadvantage. Since this was a mutually beneficial partnership, there was no need for formalities. The others in the room wore varied expressions. Wu Qinsong lifted his teacup, pretending to drink while hiding the upward twitch of his lips. Huang Wenwen was astonished that Shen Yifeng showed no sign of nervousness when dealing with these seasoned veterans. Most amateurs, upon learning they could sign with an agency, especially a major one, would react with overwhelming excitement. After being fawned over by agents and TV executives, they'd get carried away, convinced stardom was imminent. When reviewing contracts, they'd overlook traps and details, blindly trusting the agency's promises to make them famous, never suspecting they'd be screwed over. But Shen Yifeng remained completely grounded. Knowing this company had screwed over many before, he couldn't help but think Zhang Yuan's act was a bit too much. I haven't finished my meal yet. Let's look at it later. For the next round, contestants Xiao Wu and Zhang Ziyuat are teaming up, a powerhouse pairing that's sure to deliver. Add in Shen Yifeng, the poetic genius. Zhang Jinka raised his wine glass. Here's to you two young talents, your futures are limitless. Under DU Media's guidance, you'll surely become rising stars. Trying to get me drunk again? Luckily, I don't have many strengths, but holding my liquor is one of the few I do. Let's have baijiu. Beer is boring. Zhang Jinka and Chen Tongfu perked up at that. A godsend? I was worried I couldn't get you drunk fast enough. Baijiu will speed things up considerably. They promptly ordered 2 bottles of baijiu from the waiter. After 3 rounds, Wu Qinsong was already passed out face down on the table. At least he was a good drinker, his glass was completely empty. Guys, what's going on? Are you raising fish? I finished my glass, but you still have so much left? Zhang Jinka's face was flushed. He wasn't sure if Shen Yifeng was drunk yet, but if he kept drinking, he definitely would be. That's enough, that's enough. I've got high blood pressure, high blood sugar, and high cholesterol. Let's call it a night. Old Zhang, you're not in good shape today. Next time you can't keep up, sit at the kids' table. Zhang Yuan was drinking beer and also playing the fish tank game, leaving a small portion in her glass each time before refilling it. With these little tricks, she could avoid drinking many more glasses. Mixing drinks messes you up. Beer then white liquor, that's how you get drunk. Just drink to feel good. Shen Yifeng must be feeling good now, right? Young people have such great metabolism. Wait till you're my age and you'll understand, it's uncontrollable. With that, Zhang Jinka stood up, heading for the restroom. Xiao Huan, go help him, Zhang Yuan said. I'll go too. Chen Tangfu staggered to his feet, his face flushed as he joked, this bladder's like the universe hit critical mass and it'll explode. Gotta go unload. Shen Yifeng pursed his lips. Many people talk nonsense after drinking, especially when women are present. They love cracking dirty jokes. Guys like Wu Qinsong, who just passed out after drinking, were actually the more civilized types. Once all three of them left the private room, only Shen Yifeng and Zhang Yuan remained, plus one drunk guy asleep, who was practically irrelevant. They're all gone. Shall we pick up where we left off? You can look over the contract anytime. Ask me if anything's unclear. Zhang Yuan pulled the contract out of her briefcase. A thick stack. This is for me, right? I see there's a songwriting contract. Yes. Actually, we noticed that song you sang with your girlfriend back in school. Your vocals aren't bad, and you can write lyrics and compose music yourself. We could package you as a singer. Zhang Yuan set her wine glass aside and took a sip from her teacup. A 30-70 split, artist gets 30%, company gets 70%. Shen Yifeng murmured as he scanned the contract. Let me clarify, the split ranges from 30-70 to 50-50. The longer the contract term, the higher your share. Sign for 15 years, and it's 50-50. Sign for the minimum 6 years, and it's 30-70. Zhang Yuan continued. Because the company needs to invest in your initial packaging, which costs money. Plus, your earning potential is limited early on, so the company needs to recoup its costs. I have no interest in entering the entertainment industry. I just want to write songs, Shen Yifeng stated his position up front. Isn't being a star great? All the attention, fans adoring you wherever you go. You mean the kind who chase you, take paparazzi shots, block your path everywhere demanding autographs and photos? The kind whose lives are constantly invaded by paparazzi, whose every move, even family moments, is exposed to the public. Shen Yifeng waved his hand dismissively. That kind of life is too exhausting. Maybe some people enjoy it, but I certainly don't. There's nothing wrong with being an ordinary person. I'll write my own songs, let singers perform them, and make a modest income. No need to be bound by all those rules and restrictions. Seeing Shen Yifeng place the contract on the table, Zhang Yuan's expression began to crack. The amateurs she'd encountered before treated such contracts like treasures. But today she'd encountered a peculiar one. Then why did you join the show? Simply to gain exposure. Sell songs for money, continue my studies, live an ordinary life. Though I'm popular now, most people will forget me soon. Eventually, only those in the industry will know me. Shen Yifeng spotted the last piece of abalone on the table and quickly picked it up with his chopsticks, placing it in his bowl. I see. You want to work behind the scenes, selling songs like lyricists such as Fong Wenshan. But do you know that Fong Wenshan also signed with a music company early in his career? Relying solely on yourself, no matter how talented you are, you'll be buried. That statement was true. In this society where connections and relationships matter, talent alone doesn't guarantee success. Unless, in a few years, when short videos explode in popularity, then perhaps those with real talent might finally be discovered by the public. But Shen Yifeng couldn't wait that long. He'd just reviewed the songwriting contract. The split was 30% for the company, 70% for him. The company would prioritize giving his songs to singers under DU Entertainment. Called resource allocation, it was really limiting his growth. Because in a few years, the signed artists from Supergirl and Superboy would start leaving their contracts. By then, DU wouldn't have many artists left. Even the best songs wouldn't have anyone to sing them with that feeling. The show was still ongoing. As the number of contestants dwindled, each person would get more exposure. He couldn't just refuse outright, that would affect old Wu. After all, he genuinely wanted to debut. Sister Zhang. Shen Yifeng suddenly took Zhang Yuan's hand. Held by a handsome young man around 20, Zhang Yuan felt an unexpected flutter in her heart. The stone sealing her emotions seemed to crack open. She bit her lip, her throat moving nervously. What is it, little Shen? I've always had a dream. Chapter 113, The Spirit of Today's College Students. It's perfectly normal for young people to have dreams. Zhang Yuan didn't withdraw her hand, savoring the warmth of the youth. No, my dream is different, Shen Yifeng declared earnestly. Old Wu and I are incredibly close. My dream is to see him stand on a bigger stage. I came on this show just to support him. I never intended to break into showbiz. This statement carried two meanings. I don't want to create conflict with the TV station right now, it would affect Wu Qinsong. Also, I don't want to enter the entertainment industry. Don't sign me. I see. That's a shame. You actually have great potential in the entertainment industry. With your looks, acting wouldn't be a problem. The station is planning a sequel to Meteor Shower and is still casting. Oh, what a pity old Wu is asleep. Otherwise, we could discuss it with him. Acting would suit him well. After the competition, he might even consider pursuing a career in showbiz. Shen Yifeng deliberately read the messages without responding, refusing to let Zhang Yuan steer the conversation towards signing a contract. It wasn't until Huang Wenwen helped Zhang Jinka back inside, followed closely by Chen Tongfu, that this palace coup finally concluded. After the dinner gathering, Shen Yifeng supported Wu Qinsong as they walked behind the crowd. Downstairs, the Alfred was waiting to drive them back to the hotel. Alright, stop pretending. Your drinking tolerance? Getting this drunk from that little bit? Shen Yifeng's hushed voice reached Wu Qinsong's ear. The young man chuckled, head bowed. Oh, don't expose me so soon. Let's play the part fully. We'll talk about it back at the hotel. After the Alfred dropped them off at the hotel, Huang Wenwen reminded them to stay safe from the car. Watching the van drive away, Wu Qinsong finally straightened his back. That contract essay rip-off, right? 8 years, 70-30 split on earnings. Whether they LL promote you is another story, their company is just too crowded. Previously, all finalists from Superboy and Supergirl had to sign with them. With so many people, resource allocation gets totally unfair. Luckily, Upward Creators is just a stepping stone for them. Otherwise, if they'd announced before the competition that only the top contenders could sign with them, we'd have sold our souls by now. Wu Qinsong asked curiously, when you told Sister Zhang at the restaurant that you had a dream, was that real or fake? You must be out of your mind. My dream is obviously Wei-jie. You wouldn't seriously want to promote a fake relationship with me, would you? Shen Yifeng's mouth twisted. He thought, I'm no saint either. If you nodded, I'd never be able to look you in the eye again. Ah, just kidding. I'm male, she is female. Right now, what I want most is to go find Zhou Mingting. Do Zhou Sr.? No, not that. Just want to share my joy with her. Shen Yifeng suddenly asked, after the competition today, did you call her? Wu Qinsong stopped dead in his tracks. His mind raced through the events, realizing he hadn't. Did you call Sister Wei? Of course I did. Me, I'm breaking out in a cold sweat. Wu Qinsong wiped the sweat from his forehead. Here's my advice, before catching your flight tomorrow, buy Sister Zhou a gift. Go apologize in person and say the production team got you drunk, which is why you forgot to call her. Wu Qinsong's eyes lit up. You really know your stuff. I'll get up early tomorrow to buy it. Monks shouldn't spout nonsense. I have no experience, I'm a law-abiding citizen. Cheating on girlfriends? Not my style. The next day, the two flew back to the mountain city with the production crew. They were in first class, everyone else was in economy. The ever-reliable Huang Wenwen, dark circles under her eyes, had tagged along too, this time as a filming assistant and interviewer. After last night's dinner, she silently vowed never to date a guy who liked to drink. They're such a pain to deal with after they've had too much. Those were her exact words when venting to friends. After yesterday's episode aired, Shen Yifeng and Wu Qinsong's popularity continued to soar. This wave of attention also swept over their alma mater, Mountain City University. To capitalize on this publicity opportunity, university leaders held an emergency meeting on Sunday, making detailed plans regarding campus hygiene, cafeteria food quality, and various other aspects. The Shaman TV production crew is about to arrive at our school. This is an excellent publicity opportunity. While our university doesn't need excessive promotion, neighboring Wuhan University gained fame when its students participated in the Star Goddess contest. The Wuhan University Goddess trend dominated Weibo and forums for over half a year. Coinciding with admissions season, many fresh graduates applied to Wuhan University. This incident should make us realize the importance of publicity. Therefore, we must capitalize on the popularity of students Shen Yifeng and Wu Qinsong to promote our university. The principal turned to a man sitting inconspicuously in a corner of the office. Professor Tan Jian, how does Shen Yifeng typically perform in class? This is also a prime chance to promote our cybersecurity program. Most students in that major end up there through reassignment, and many aren't even aware the program exists. Tan Jian gave a wry smile. I'm not exaggerating when I say Shen Yifeng's expertise is exceptional, far surpassing his peers, even seniors. To be blunt, some faculty members might not match his level. Oh? But the semester just began. How could his skills be so advanced already? The principal was perplexed. Tan Jian lifted his gaze. He must have been exposed to this field from a young age, which explains his level. Next week, he and another classmate are competing in the 3 CTF finals as top-ranked participants. Most other contestants are working professionals or industry heavyweights. For students to reach this caliber is truly extraordinary. The others in the conference room weren't cybersecurity specialists, so they might not grasp just how extraordinary Tan Jian's claim was. Put it this way, in a 100-meter dash where gods compete, a freshman from a sports academy runs faster than Bolt. You tell me, is that extraordinary or what? In short, every department must seize this opportunity. Students Shen Yifeng and Wu Qinson will arrive at Shan City International Airport around 2 p.m. The welcome ceremony at the university gates must be flawless. Then gather their classmates. Those assigned to present flowers should do so, and those assigned to welcome them should greet them properly. First impressions matter. We must showcase the spirit and vitality of Shan City University students. It was currently 11 a.m., leaving just over 4 hours from the plane's arrival to their arrival at campus. Time was tight. So after the meeting, the entire university community sprang into action. The almighty credit system proved invaluable at this moment. Whoever invented credits was a genius. Their appeal to students was second only to money. Graduation required sufficient credits, and credits required participation in various activities. But activities weren't always readily available. Thus, when an event offered substantial credits with minimal effort, few could resist. Exactly. This was the moment. Xiaoling, is there a cheerleading event this afternoon? This afternoon? I haven't heard anything about it. Probably a last-minute notice. They need quite a few people. Cheering would earn you 0.125 credits. Probably some big shot or famous alumnus visiting campus. Since I'm still short on credits this semester, count me in. Unaware of the details, Chuyun signed up for the welcome Shen Yifeng home ceremony alongside Ping Xiaoling and 2 other roommates. Of course, they had no idea Shen Yifeng was the guest of honor. Otherwise, they'd never participate in a million years. Chapter 114, The Welcome Ceremony. Sis Show, the school's organizing a welcome ceremony. Should we go? Wang Yihuan asked while rummaging through her closet for clothes. She clearly assumed Zhou Mengting and Tang Wei would attend, so she was getting ready to head out. No way am I going. That damn Wu Qinson, that bastard. He didn't even call me after the competition. Zhou Mengting was still fuming, her anger lingering since last night. She claimed it had even caused her breast tissue to swell. Maybe he was too busy. Now that President Wu and our junior are public figures, they probably get swamped with requests and just forgot. Wang Yihuan offered a consoling explanation. Busy, everyone's busy. Good for him, being busy. Zhou Mengting had been smiling 1 second, then snapped her spicy snack in half the next. The mood shifted instantly. That's all about attitude. Shen Yifeng is just as busy, but he still called Wei-jie first thing. Tang Wei stood up, smoothed her skirt, and teased with a smile. Compared to that, Yifeng seems like a pretty decent guy, huh? When he gets back, I'm going to beat him to a pulp. Wei-jie, let's go to the school gate together later. Tang Wei felt a pang of dread, thinking the film crew might be coming along too. I'll pass. If they film me, it'll air next week. Oh boy, my mom will definitely call me. No. My whole family will call me. Then you should skip it. It'd be a hassle if your parents found out. I don't mind, my dad doesn't really keep tabs on me. Huan, come with me later. I don't want to go alone. Sure thing, I'll go with you. Tang Wei pursed her lips in thought. Would Feng want to see me first? If he saw all those people welcoming them at the school gate and I wasn't there, he might feel disappointed. But if I went and the crew spotted me, filmed me, and later introduced me as Feng's girlfriend, I could already picture Mom's reaction when she saw that on TV. She'd be struck dumb, like she'd been hit by lightning, utterly stunned. But if I disguised myself, they probably wouldn't recognize me. How much longer until they arrive? Tang Wei suddenly asked. Wang Yihuan was changing clothes, her skirt halfway up before she lowered it again, revealing her fair, rain-kissed thighs and pert bottom. Every frame of footage from the girls' dorm, if seen by adolescent boys, would be incredibly thrilling. The paparazzi said 10 minutes ago that Junior and President Wu arrived at the airport. It takes about 40 minutes from the airport to campus, so I guess they'll be here in about half an hour. Paparazzi? Tang Wei asked, puzzled. You know, the people who follow celebrities around. Junior and President Wu are way more famous online than you can imagine. Junior's Super Topic has over 20,000 fans, and President Wu has just over 10,000. Wang Yihuan had just checked the time on her phone. Now, putting it down, she finally finished putting on her skirt and tucked in her shirt. They already have so many fans? It's only been half a month. With more episodes coming up, won't their fan base potentially grow to over 100,000? Tang Wei took a sip of water, feeling a faint sense of pressure. Zhou Mengting, whose personality was the opposite of hers, couldn't help but laugh upon hearing that Wu Qinson had over 10,000 fans. In ancient times, I'd be the main wife. Does that make me the empress? Sis, that's a fan club, not a harem. Many are just here for the hype, only liking President Wu's work. Only those who still love it years later are true fans. Seeing the school bus sent to pick them up approaching, Wang Yihuan urged Zhou Mengting to hurry up with her makeup and leave, or they'd be late. I'm coming with you guys. I'll find a hat and mask so no one will recognize me. Tang Wei grabbed her red baseball cap and took a medical mask from Chen Yizhu's desk. After catching a cold last semester, Chen Yizhu had bought a box of masks, used two, and then left the rest unused. Wow, Sister Wei, you look like a movie star like this. Wang Yihuan couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, the aura of a beauty couldn't be conjured by makeup alone. Even if she wrapped her head in bandages like a mummy, that extraordinary presence about her remained undeniable. No way. I wanted to keep a low profile, be less noticeable. Even with a mask, I'm still so obvious? Honey, how can you keep your long legs low-key? The average height for girls at our school is probably under 163 centimeters. Zhou Mingting suggested a solution to Tang Wei. A girl in the dorm next door was in the manga club. She had lots of cosplay outfits and was about the same height. Time was tight. Wang Yihuan rushed next door to borrow the outfit and brought the manga club girl along to help with Tang Wei's makeup. Shen Yifeng and Wu Qinsong sat on the bus as filming commenced. Having a camera rolling behind them felt a bit unfamiliar. This is the University District. Over there are the Medical University and the Vocational College of Electronic Engineering. Ahead lie the Normal University and the Shan City Academy of Fine Arts. Beyond those two schools is Shan City University. Wu Qinsong began introducing the institutions to the camera. Right after landing, he'd received a text from their counselor, hoping they could promote the school. Wu Qinsong felt it was his duty, so he'd been acting as a tour guide throughout the bus ride. What made you decide to apply to Shan City University? Huang Wenwen asked. Shan City University, it's the most prestigious university in our city. If a kid gets in, their parents gain face among friends and family. Otherwise, I might have applied to the China Conservatory of Music, Shanghai Conservatory of Music, or Central Conservatory of Music. Wu Qinsong asked Shen Yifeng curiously. Old Shen, what made you choose Shan City University? Wei. Ahem. Why Wei did you suddenly ask that? Reminded by Wu Qinsong, Shen Yifeng snapped back to reality. He'd been wondering if Wei Wei would pick him up and nearly blurted out her name. Huh? Were you about to say your girlfriend's name? I heard she's a year older than you, so you two are in a sister-brother romance? No. I just started my sentence too low. I was just wondering why you suddenly asked that. Shen Yifeng explained, for fourth tone and Wei first tone, it's because of the accent. Locals in Mountain City knew it absolutely wasn't an accent issue. But these folks from southern Hunan genuinely believed him and didn't think much of it. So you applied to Mountain City University because of what Wu Qinsong just said, that it's every Mountain City kid's dream? Not every single one, but most who meet the cutoff scores do apply. Plus, I'm into computers, so I applied for the cybersecurity program. As the interview continued, the bus rolled onward, soon arriving at the campus gates. Once parked, the cheerleading squad recruited by Xu Efen quickly formed a line by the bus doors. Music began to play, and the dance commenced. Unaware of the identity of the arriving guests, Xu Yun and Peng Xiaoling maintained their bright smiles. Regardless of who the important figures were, earning even a glance from them felt like an honor. That was until Shen Yifeng stepped off the bus. From Peng Xiaoling's mouth movements, one could almost make out the words. Wang Difu? Chapter 115, The Interview. The moment he saw Xu Yun and Peng Xiaoling, Shen Yifeng felt uneasy. He instinctively glanced left and right, fearing a trap. It felt like an irreconcilable enemy showing up to celebrate a significant day in your life. Would you believe it? No way. But Shen Yifeng couldn't show it now. The film crew was right behind him. The music played on, the cheerleaders radiating enthusiasm, showcasing the spirit of contemporary university students. Naturally, the camera crew didn't miss a single shot, capturing it all. As the music faded, the last two male students stood behind the cheerleaders and unfurled a banner. Congratulations to students Shen Yifeng and Wu Qinsong on advancing in the Upward Creators program. Seeing the ink still wet, Shen Yifeng mentally gave them a big thumbs up. If the school's efficiency were always this high, they'd have figured out who stole those underwear from the first floor boys' dorm by now. Congratulations to both students for securing first place in yesterday's competition. The faculty and students here are genuinely thrilled for you. Genuinely? Are you sure? Shen Yifeng saw Peng Xiaoling grinding her back teeth so hard they might shatter, not a shred of genuineness in sight. If these two were here, then Wei Wei must be here too. The crowd was too dense for Shen Yifeng to spot Tang Wei immediately, but he was certain she was present. Shen Yifeng seems to be looking for you, Zhou Mingting whispered, gesturing toward Tang Wei, who was hiding behind a tree wearing a baseball cap and mask. Shoo! Keep your voice down. I'll just watch him from here. Oh my gosh, meeting a boyfriend feels like we're doing something sneaky. Zhou Mingting linked arms with Wang Yihuan and waved at Wu Qinsong. Shen Yifeng spotted them before Wu Qinsong did, but he didn't see Tang Wei. The smile that had just begun to form on his face faded away. Is that your girlfriend? Huang Wenwen asked urgently upon seeing them. This time, she had a mission to fulfill. Being an entertainment show, gossip was always a hot topic. Plus, Wu Qinsong had mentioned in the first round that he joined the show for his girlfriend, so viewers had always been curious about her. Yep, that's my girlfriend. Wu Qinsong waved back at Zhou Mingting, and their sweet display instantly drew cheers. Watching Zhou Mingting walk over confidently to embrace Wu Qinsong, Tang Wei blinked, her long lashes conveying envy. A relationship free from parental concerns felt so liberating and carefree. Though Feng and I are pretty carefree too, though at first he wasn't sure if I liked him, so he acted a bit awkward. But after we got together, his personality returned to normal, and he became even more cheerful and mature. Whereas your girlfriend? She should be here to pick you up too. Huang Wanwen inquired. She has a competition today and apologized via message. I'm taking her out for hot pot tonight, we'll talk properly then, Shen Yifeng said, hands behind his back, covering for Tang Wei. Otherwise, when the show airs, netizens might say Wei didn't come to pick me up. People have all kinds of opinions anyway. I joined the show just to earn money to give Wei a better future. If participating ended up hurting her, it would defeat the whole purpose. Then tonight Huang Wanwen began planning the evening's filming. The producer's plan was 3 days of shooting, wrapping up by Tuesday, but no specific content was outlined. Huang Wanwen, prioritizing ratings, planned to structure the 3 days as follows. Shen Yifeng and Wu Qinsong's personal dynamics, perspectives from those close to them, and collaborative scenes between the two groups after Zhang Ziyue arrived in the mountain city. Everyone's tired tonight. You should rest early, Shen Yifeng politely declined the evening shoot. While most contestants would seek more screen time for exposure, Shen Yifeng chose to give Wu Qinsong the spotlight. After the welcome ceremony, students gradually dispersed but lingered nearby to watch the commotion. The chance to appear on TV was too tempting to miss, especially for art school students. Thus, the campus bustled with stylishly dressed students throughout the rare weekend. Yes, Shen Yifeng is the most handsome student in our computer science department, and also the most talented. He's exceptionally professional too. He's heading to Xi'an for a competition next Friday. Oh, and he's majoring in cybersecurity. Wu Qinsong showed remarkable musical talent from his freshman year and became president of the Music Association by sophomore year. Our teachers always believed he'd succeed, though none expected it to happen this quickly. After interviewing the faculty, the production team turned to their classmates. My bro Shen? He's a hacker legend. We share a dorm, and next Friday we're heading to a competition hosted by 360 together. He's got an amazing personality. I dare say you won't find anyone as awesome as my bro Shen in the whole school. I'm not really close with Shen Yifeng, sorry. Aren't you the class monitor? Huang Wanwen pressed with the microphone. I may be class monitor, but I don't know every single classmate personally. You'd better ask someone else. Asking me, that's too painful. Du Jun covered his face and walked away. Hey, you were part of the cheer squad earlier, right? As classmates, what are your thoughts on Shen Yifeng? Shu Yun looked shyly into the camera. She'd planned to badmouth Shen Yifeng, but remembering his massive fanbase, she feared being torn apart online. Reluctantly, she spoke in sincerely. He's fine. I have plans this afternoon, so I'll head off. Go interview someone else. Ask the president about his relationship with his girlfriend? Spiky-haired Mayu Wei showed off his rap skills during the interview, hoping to catch an agency's eye. President Wu and his girlfriend's relationship. I know this might sound corny, but stay calm, otherwise it'll mess up your hairstyles. They're inseparable like family, vowing a bond stronger than 9 tripods. Ask me if there's tension between them? I'll tell you nothing. The autumn wind whistled, ruffling Shen Yifeng's hair. Standing beneath the tree, all he wanted now was to pull out his phone and call Tang Wei. Even if they couldn't meet, just hearing her voice would suffice. But the production crew seemed particularly interested in Tang Wei's identity, assigning a dedicated cameraman to follow Shen Yifeng everywhere. Suddenly, Shen Yifeng spotted a figure. Wearing a baseball cap and mask, clearly trying to avoid recognition. Yet at 5 feet 7 inches, those long legs stood out strikingly in the crowd, hard to miss. After a 0.01 second brain freeze, Shen Yifeng confirmed it was Tang Wei. Silly girl, this disguise just makes you stand out more, you know? I wonder where she was hiding earlier. I didn't T-spot her right away. My bad. Master, wait here for a moment. I'll go get you a bottle of water. No need. I'm not that thirsty. I am a bit thirsty. Shen Yifeng took advantage of Huang Wanwen following Wu Qinsong for filming, easily shaking off the cameraman. Seeing this, Tang Wei hurried after him. Chapter 116, Mu. The campus path was fragrant with osmanthus blossoms. Tang Wei jogged in the direction Shen Yifeng had left, but lost him at the corner. Ha? Where did he go? Right here. Shen Yifeng appeared behind Tang Wei like a ghost. He'd been hiding nearby earlier, but perhaps Tang Wei hadn't seen him because her hat obstructed her view. Hearing his voice startled her. You thought wearing a mask would hide you? I'd recognize you even if you turned to ashes. Tang Wei pulled down her mask and shot him a glare. Watch your language. Only dead people turn to ashes. Longing can turn to ashes too, Shen Yifeng replied nonsensically. Why didn't the cameraman follow? Not filming today? Tang Wei glanced worriedly in the direction they'd come from. The look in her eyes nearly melted Shen Yifeng. He tilted his head forward, leaning closer. Tang Wei saw his cheeky expression and immediately smacked him. She covered his mouth with her hand and dragged him behind a nearby tree trunk. What are you doing? My neck hurts. Probably from that hard hotel bed. This soft-boned guy can't handle hard beds. Though Shen Yifeng didn't kiss Tang Wei's face, he kissed the palm of her hand. The girl's unique scent filled his nose, and Shen Yifeng smiled contentedly. Physical attraction often manifests in several ways. Feeling inexplicably elated when near the other person. Constant urges to kiss and embrace them. Finding comfort in their scent, feeling reassured whenever you smell it. Losing your usual fastidiousness around them, no longer finding fault. Many factors trigger this physiological attraction. It might stem from shared genetic traits. People are often drawn to those similar to themselves, whether physically or in personality. This physiological attraction differs from rational affection. It arises not from analysis or thought, but from pure emotion versus reason. Initially, Shen Yifeng felt rational affection for Tang Wei driven by a sense of debt from his past life that he sought to repay in this one. Later, he realized his feelings for her bordered on obsession, constantly craving to possess her. He wanted to hold her hand, wrap his arms around her waist, kiss her cheek, even inhale her scent. This blend of physical and rational attraction could be crudely summed up as, I like you like crazy. You're a pushover? I don't buy it. We're mountain city men. If we're afraid of our wives, outsiders call us softies, but we just say we're your scrapers. Tang Wei tucked her hands behind her back and giggled triumphantly. A humorous boyfriend is the best. Why don't you head back first? Don't you have filming to do? Forget them. Let them film old Wu more. I don't want to be in showbiz anyway, so I don't need all that screen time. Shen Yifeng suddenly remembered the contract. Last night's dinner was absolutely nerve-wracking. Did they pressure you to sign a contract? Tang Wei suddenly grew serious. Contracts carry legal weight. Once signed, breaching them means facing legal consequences. As a law student, Tang Wei was particularly sensitive to contracts, which is why she'd warned Shen Yifeng beforehand, never sign anything carelessly. Not exactly forced, but the implication was clear. Signing meant becoming part of the team, and we'd get more screen time in later episodes. If we didn't sign, things might not go as smoothly. Tang Wei couldn't hold back her reaction. What gives? Isn't a talent show supposed to be about skill? Your original songs sound way better than the other contestants. Are they going to rig the results and kick you out? It's not that extreme, but the entertainment industry is murky. Even the hottest stars fade from the spotlight if they're not on camera. Think about the TV dramas we watched growing up. So many actors were wildly popular back then, yet now you never hear a peep about them. Tang Wei pondered thoughtfully. You're right. Take the previous season of Superboy, they were huge, but lately, those contestants have vanished. No news at all. I won't sign with a talent agency anyway, maybe a record label at most. As for old Wu, that'll be his own choice. He's an adult now, he should have his own mind. Bottom line, respect others' destinies. Respect others' destinies? Tang Wei's eyes lit up. That actually makes sense. My words must make sense. I am the poetic immortal, after all. Then might our poetic immortal compose a verse for this humble maiden? Tang Wei asked, her face full of anticipation. She expected Shen Yifeng to ponder deeply, but instead he recited off the cuff, gazing into her eyes as he spoke. In my heart lies a barren land, where joy is clear skies, and delight is rain-free days. You are the divine spirit of that world. After savoring it, Tang Wei nodded slightly. Not bad, but it doesn't seem as sophisticated as the poems you recited on the show. This is a hidden head poem. Tang Wei lifted her gaze, recalling the line Shen Yifeng had just recited. Taking the first character from each line revealed. I love you. I love you too. Shen Yifeng's lips curved upward. His little scheme having succeeded, he took Tang Wei's hand and walked forward. How can you be so cheesy even after we're together? This is cheesy? Then when I get really cheesy later, you might not be able to handle it. How much more cheesy can an engineering guy get? Tang Wei asked curiously. I won't tell you. You'll find out soon enough. Shen Yifeng swayed their intertwined hands as they walked. After just a few steps, his phone suddenly rang. A Beijing number. Probably a prank call. Could be another company calling. Shen Yifeng answered, switching to Mandarin politely. Hello, who is this? Hello, are you Shen Yifeng? Yes, it's me. Great. Finally got the right number. We tried several numbers we got from others, but they were all wrong. We're from Hanqing Records. We saw your outstanding creative talent on the show Upward Creators and would like to discuss something with you. This record company probably wasn't very big. Shen Yifeng hadn't heard much about it. But that wasn't necessarily the case. After all, in his previous life, he had no connection to the entertainment industry and wasn't familiar with these companies. Should we discuss this over the phone? Of course not. Phone conversations aren't very clear. We just called to confirm if you've already signed with Shangnan TV. If so, we won't waste your time. The caller's voice was pleasant, not a Beijing accent, likely someone from outside the capital working in Yanjing, with exceptionally standard Mandarin. Moreover, they didn't start by boasting about their company's strength, nor did they assume Shen Yifeng was easy to manipulate just because of his youth. Sincerity was always the ultimate trump card. They've approached me, but I haven't made a decision yet. That's great. When might you be available? We'd like to arrange for someone to come to Chongqing to discuss things with you. Would that work? Thursday would work. The production team here is filming until Tuesday or Wednesday, and I have to go to Xi'an on Friday. Thursday is my only free day. Perfect. We'll reach out to you then. After hanging up, Shen Yifeng turned to Tang Wei with a mischievous grin. Stop it. Not here. Tang Wei thought Shen Yifeng was about to kiss her again. This constant need to kiss, is it some kind of sick fetish? Should she take him to the hospital? No, I was asking if you're free Thursday. Be my legal advisor and help me negotiate the contract. Oh, that's what it was. Tang Wei straightened her back confidently. Leave the professional stuff to the pros. With me on board, they won't get away with screwing you over in the contract. Chapter 117, Mom's Coming. The filming crew kept them busy until dinner time. The university hosted a special banquet for them, which made the crew feel a bit awkward. This dinner was clearly not ordinary. Obviously, the university wanted the crew to film more of Mountain City University for promotional purposes. But those trivial matters had nothing to do with Shen Yifeng. After accompanying Tang Wei for a stroll, they made plans to grab Hotpot off campus that evening. He then headed back to the dorm for a quick rest. No sooner had he arrived than several roommates burst in. Bro Feng Huangke sashayed over. Don't forget your friends when you're rich. Cut the crap, stop being so flamboyant. You look thinner, kid. Not bad, got some willpower. Ever since Shen Yifeng started taking Huangke on night runs, he'd stuck with it. Sometimes when Shen Yifeng was busy and couldn't make it, Huangke would go running alone. It hadn't been long, but his face already looked noticeably slimmer. When you start with a higher weight, the initial loss comes quickly. Later on, you'll need to ramp up the training. I saw Su Su the other day. She's gorgeous. I have to stick with this to be in top shape when I meet her. Huangke was pushing himself to the limit. But that was fine. Sometimes you don't know your own potential until you push yourself. Shen Yifeng knew the answer to this one. He'd seen Huangke when he was leaner. He really was quite handsome. We just went for an interview. They asked us, as your roommates, what kind of person we think you are. Zhou Xianyu grinned. All I could think about was whether we'd be on TV next week. I should have gone and spruced myself up before coming out. So what did you say? Shen Yifeng asked. I said you're a model citizen. Zhou Xianyu shrugged in complaint. It's all old Qin's fault. While they were interviewing me, he was hitting on that TV reporter chick, so I didn't have time to think of the right words. Damn, he could even hit on people during an interview. Shen Yifeng looked at Qin Shiyu in disbelief. You're going for the one-size-fits-all approach, huh? Not at all. Glasses girls are amazing. Qin Shiyu began listing them off on his fingers. Xiaoqi, Kiki, Suiwa, every glasses girl I've dated has moved super fast. Huang Wenwen didn't wear glasses before. Probably put them on today to look younger and blend in better with campus life. Shen Yifeng sat down on a stool, opened his laptop, and continued refining his game proposal. It wasn't until dinner time that he headed to the school gate to meet Tang Wei. They found a hot pot place tucked away in an alley, not crowded, but with great flavor. Medium spicy broth, add cold pot duck blood. Should we get our signature braised chicken feet? Skip the chicken feet. Braised pork intestines instead. Got it. After ordering, Shen Yifeng rinsed both their bowls with tea water. Got another call this afternoon from some record label, can't recall the name, but I've scheduled a meeting for Thursday evening. The one from Hanqing Records is set for this afternoon, so I can compare them. Maybe you'll get calls from other companies in the coming days. If that happens, you'll have achieved your goal. But, do you really have enough inspiration to write all those songs? I'm worried it'll take up too much of your time, leaving you no room for other things. Didn't you want to make games? It's just memorization. Piece of cake. Shen Yifeng wasn't worried at all and was about to say something when he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye of a woman walking into the hot pot restaurant and looking around. She looked familiar. Not quite sure, let me look again. She looks just like my mom. Wei, look at that person. She looks like my mom. Tang Wei dismissed it, thinking, how would auntie come here? Must be mistaken. She turned her head to take a closer look and suddenly froze. Yifeng, that really is your mom. No way. Shen Yifeng stood up to get a better look. Whether it was his height or his TV fame making him stand out, the woman spotted him instantly and hurried toward him, her voice trembling with emotion. My son. I've been searching everywhere for you. It really is my mom. Shen Yifeng quickly stepped over the long bench and approached Ms. Li Yuan. Since his rebirth, he hadn't seen his mother at all, only heard her voice. Seeing her again, Shen Yifeng felt a flood of emotions wash over him. He pulled his mother tightly into his arms. Mom! I haven't seen you in so long. I missed you so much. It's only been a little over 2 months. That's hardly so long. Of course, Li Yuan had no idea what Shen Yifeng was feeling inside. Tang Wei stood up beside them, her expression unnatural, looking somewhat guilty. Mom, how did you know I was here? And why are you in Shan City? Shen Yifeng asked quickly. Your great-aunt celebrated her birthday, so we all came. Thinking you'd return from Shangnan today, I had your aunt drive me over to see you. Your roommate said you were having hot pot with your girlfriend. Li Yuanyuan glanced behind Shen Yifeng and locked eyes with Tang Wei. The atmosphere turned awkward. Could it be tonight was the moment of truth? Tang Wei scrambled for words, trying to figure out how to explain. We're having dinner together too. Where's his girlfriend? Did she go to the bathroom? Shen Yifeng quickly jumped in with an explanation. She had something come up today and couldn't make it, so I invited Sister Wei to join us instead. Ah, right. Auntie, you haven't eaten yet either, have you? Come sit down and join us. Tang Wei went to fetch bowls and chopsticks. As she passed Shen Yifeng, she gently nudged him. The message was clear: be smart, don't give yourself away. Oh, I see. I thought I'd get to meet your girlfriend. I was actually nervous for a moment at the door. What's there to be nervous about? You're the mother-in-law. She should be the one nervous, Shen Yifeng chuckled. The overall situation isn't great. Your generation has more men than women. Add in the previous family planning policies, and many are only children. To their parents, they're precious treasures. You'd better treat her well. Li Yuanyuan sat down and suddenly blurted out. I haven't seen Wei-jie in ages. She's grown so beautiful, much fairer than when she was little. I remember you two playing in the courtyard back then. I used to love buying you brightly colored clothes. So many people mistook you for a girl and Wei-jie for a boy. Oh, Sister Wei. Trying to make me look bad? Shen Yifeng wrinkled his nose. We were waiting for you to come back to talk about it. Mom asked you about it last week and you just blurted it out to me. That's not very loyal. What started as playful banter between young lovers was lost on the adults. Ms. Li Yuanyuan immediately jumped in to defend Tang Wei. It's not that she didn't keep it a secret, you're just too dense. You announced it on TV, so of course I knew. You take after your father, not the brightest bulb. The family genes didn't pass down well. Look at Wei-jie, she looks like her mom but has her dad's brain. Perfect. When you pick a girlfriend, find someone like Wei-jie. Not 100% identical, but at least 70%. That'd make me happy. Ahem. Tang Wei was drinking water and choked on it. Shen Yifeng's eyes lit up at his mom's words. Who knew? Turns out mom was this pleased with Wei-jie. Well, that puts my mind at ease. Chapter 118, The Battlefield. You just got back from the competition in Xiangnan. It's such an important day, and that sister of yours is so busy she can't even come out to dinner with you? Li Yuanyuan's tone carried a hint of reproach. It's a professional competition. The finals are coming up soon, so she's pressed for time. She was going to come, but I told her to focus on preparing and studying, Shen Yifeng explained. A girl from Shan City? She actually listens to you? Li Yuanyuan was skeptical. Shen Yifeng straightened his back. Are you kidding? We Shan City guys are tough as nails. Of course she listens to me. Under the table, Tang Wei gently kicked Shen Yifeng, landing squarely on his big toe. The pain made Shen Yifeng's cheek twitch. Don't I know what you were like growing up? Back in the courtyard, you were chased around by Wei-jie like a chicken with its head cut off. You called her Sis Wei every day and swore you'd listen to her for the rest of your life. Me and Wei-jie's mom used to laugh, saying you'd end up a pushover, good for nothing. Put. Tang Wei couldn't help but laugh out loud at the childhood memory. I wasn't that weak. That was just stalling. Girls develop earlier. She was taller than me back then and I couldn't beat her up, so I said that. Shen Yifeng protested. So you're saying you won't listen to me now? Tang Wei blinked. Shen Yifeng instantly backed down, grinning cheekily. No way, no way. How could I dare disobey Sister Wei? You've gotten so cocky lately, always ignoring me. No way, no way. Their eyes met, then suddenly remembered the third person at the table. They both turned their gaze toward Ms. Li Yuanyuan. She sat there smiling, her chopsticks untouched, lost in her own thoughts. You two are just like when you were kids' childhood sweethearts, innocent and carefree. I thought you might have grown distant after all these years apart, but I guess I was overthinking it. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Tang Wei's face. She quickly replied, not at all, Auntie. Feng and I haven't even seen each other much at school. We just happened to run into you today. That's right, Mom. Wei and I aren't even in the same college. It's rare for us to cross paths, Shen Yifeng chimed in. And what about your younger sister? What's she studying? Finance. Law. Shen Yifeng said finance, Tang Wei said law. They both assumed the other wouldn't answer, so they just blurted it out. To be precise, Shen Yifeng had blurted it out without much thought. But Tang Wei had carefully considered it. Since she brought Wang Yihuan along as a decoy, if she claimed another major, any chance encounter might lead to questions that would expose the truth. So telling the truth was the safest bet. Right, law. Same major as Sister Wei, Shen Yifeng quickly corrected himself. You don't even know what your girlfriend studies? Li Yuanyuan raised an eyebrow skeptically. I meant law, my brain just slipped, Shen Yifeng replied, serving his mother a slice of beef tripe. Mom, eat first. We can chat over dinner. I am a bit hungry. Could you get me a bowl of water to rinse my mouth? This hot pot looks pretty spicy. Not every mountain city native can handle spicy food. Shen Yifeng's mom wasn't very good with it, which is why Shen Yifeng didn't like his mom's cooking much when he was little. He thought it was too bland. As soon as Shen Yifeng left, Li Yuanyuan turned to Tang Wei with a serious look. Wei, tell me honestly, what's the deal with that girl Shen Yifeng's dating? She's nice. She looks pretty sweet. I mean her character and such. The wrinkles on Li Yuanyuan's face deepened. Our family doesn't have any other requirements. As long as she has good character, that's more important than anything else. I'm just worried Shen Yifeng doesn't have much social experience and might get taken advantage of. Why does Auntie still treat Feng like a child? While serving Li Yuanyuan some food, Tang Wei replied, actually, Feng is quite mature, much more so than many of his peers. You don't need to worry about him being deceived. He has the ability to discern right from wrong. Really? During summer break, he was so clueless at home that I worried he wouldn't manage on his own at school. As the two continued chatting, Wang Yihuan and Chen Yizhu happened to walk by carrying shopping bags in the alley outside. Thank goodness you came with me. I'd never have dared to buy underwear alone. Every salesperson asks for my size, and it makes me feel so embarrassed, Chen Yizhu said, linking her arm through Wang Yihuan's. What's there to be shy about? Just tell them boldly. The sales assistants are all women, not men. You've just been overprotected at home, that's why you're afraid of these things. Maybe. I used to feel embarrassed even buying sanitary pads. Later, my mom just bought me a whole box. Honestly, you should just stay in the dorm on weekends instead of going home. Let Sister Zhou and Sister Wei take you out more to broaden your horizons. How will you manage after graduation? Your family can't protect you forever. After Wang Yihuan finished speaking, the aroma of hot pot wafted through the air, making her mouth water. She turned to see which restaurant was so enticing, and through the window, she clearly spotted Tang Wei sitting by the window. Isn't that Sister Wei? Looks like it. She must be having dinner with Junior Yifeng, murmured Chen Yizhu. Come on, let's say hello. Wang Yihuan tugged Chen Yizhu's small hand, and the two walked into the hot pot restaurant together. Shen Yifeng, carrying a bowl of clear water, approached the entrance from the other side. He caught a glimpse of two familiar figures passing by. They looked like Wei's roommates. What a coincidence, they were dining at this hot pot restaurant too. Shen Yifeng took a few steps forward, then suddenly froze in shock. Damn it! Wei had apparently sent Mom a photo of Senior Wang. If Mom saw Senior Wang, wouldn't she assume she was my girlfriend? What the hell? This was a total battlefield. Shen Yifeng rushed over, but couldn't stop the modern college girl moving at lightning speed. Sis Wei. Wang Yihuan skipped over, turned, and saw not Shen Yifeng but an auntie sitting across from Tang Wei. Naturally assuming she was Tang Wei's mother, she greeted her warmly. Hello, auntie. Snap. The moment Tang Wei saw Wang Yihuan, her entire expression cracked. 3 existential questions flashed through her mind. Who am I? How did I end up here? Why is Huan here too? Hello. Li Yuanyuan looked up and her first sight was the exceptionally elegant Chen Yizhu. She was clearly a lady of refinement, a wealthy family's daughter, well protected to cultivate such poise. Only then did she notice Wang Yihuan greeting her. A delicate, petite face, cherry lips, a jade-like nose, but most captivating were those almond-shaped eyes, radiant as spring blossoms. Though not as naturally poised as Tang Wei, nor particularly tall, her overall appearance was undeniably charming. As she looked, Li Yuanyuan suddenly seemed struck by a thought. She pulled out her phone and opened the photo Tang Wei had sent her, comparing it to Wang Yihuan. Holy cow! They were identical. Shen Yifeng's feet felt like they were weighed down with lead weights. For a moment, he didn't know whether to approach or not. Then he saw his mother's expression, the kind she'd give a potential daughter-in-law. This was truly becoming a battlefield. Chapter 119, Blind Spot. You must be Huan. Li Yuanyuan figured the other girl hadn't seen her before, so she took the initiative. Yep. Auntie actually recognizes me? Did you mention me to your mom, Wei? Wang Yihuan seemed genuinely surprised. I'm not Wei's mom. I'm Shen Yifeng's mom. Ha? Wang Yihuan and Tang Wei exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of helplessness and awkwardness. Shen Yifeng was relieved his mom hadn't blurted out, still calling her auntie? Time to change that, huh? But the current situation was pretty much the same. Because it was just as explosive. He stood there holding his bowl, unsure whether to go sit down. Tang Wei's cheeks flushed with embarrassment and nervousness, like she'd had one too many glasses of wine. As the saying goes, those involved are often blind, while outsiders see clearly. As the only one of the 5 not directly involved, Chen Yizhu immediately caught on. She lowered her voice and whispered to Wang Yihuan, quick, remember what Sister Wei told you last week about being a stand-in? Stand-in? I'm a stand-in now. Realizing this, Wang Yihuan quickly turned to face Shen Yifeng. Time to test my acting skills. Shen Yifeng wasn't sure if he could keep up with Wang Yihuan's performance. Honestly, he didn't know much about Senior Wang. He'd only heard Tang Wei say that Huan had an adorable personality. He wasn't sure what adorable personality meant. If she was just emotionally intelligent, he wouldn't be this nervous. Yifeng, you Your mom came to campus, and you didn't even tell me. Thankfully, it wasn't anything too strange. I can handle this one. I didn't even know my mom was coming. She found my dorm room and asked my roommate before she knew I was eating here. I was surprised when I saw her earlier too. Shen Yifeng quickly changed the subject, filling Wang Yihuan in on the backstory. By the way, aren't you preparing for the competition? Why are you out here? Wang Yihuan's mind raced for a moment. She glanced at Chen Yizhu, noticed her bag, and blurted out, I came out with my roommate to buy underwear. She's too timid to go alone. Yifeng was the same when he was little. He wouldn't even dare buy his own underwear. Later, he finally went to the mall by himself, but he still bought briefs that dug into his crotch. Shen Yifeng's heart skipped a beat. He quickly cut his mother off. Mom! Really, you don't need to bring that up. Huan, have you guys eaten? Come sit down and join us. We just finished eating, but I'd be happy to chat with Auntie for a bit. Wang Yihuan showed no sign of nervousness after all, she was studying law. If she pursued litigation in the future, she'd have to argue cases in court. 4 long benches lined the table. Shen Yifeng and Wang Yihuan sat on one, Tang Wei and Chen Yizhu flanked them, while Ms. Li Yuan sat across. Bubbles boiled furiously in the pot, popping and splattering. Each of the 5 harbored their own thoughts. Shen Yifeng, when will this bloody battlefield end? Tang Wei, this is going to be good. This is going to be good. Why am I inexplicably excited? Wang Yihuan, I shouldn't have glanced at him earlier. None of this would have happened. Wah! Li Yuan, this girl might not seem as poised and graceful as Wei-jie, but at least she's polite. I wonder what her family background is. Will she look down on Yifeng for not owning a house in the city center? Chen Yizhu, are they going to keep eating forever? I need to get back to watching Sword Art Online. You're not even in the same major. How did you two meet? Ms. Li Yuan asked first. Tang Wei almost blurted out an answer but managed to stop herself at the last moment, remembering she was just here to watch the show. I met Feng at the orientation event. We started chatting on QQ, and before we knew it, we developed feelings for each other. All these questions have answers. Last week, Tang Wei had already considered that if Shen Yifeng's mother came to the school later, she would definitely ask some questions. So she had prepared answers for Wang Yihuan in advance. She hadn't expected them to be needed so soon. Young people dating these days is different from our time. Shen Yifeng has a stubborn streak. If he upsets you, just tell me, Auntie. I'll give him a piece of my mind over the phone. Wang Yihuan desperately wanted to sneak a peek at Tang Wei's expression, yet feared giving herself away. She forced back her laughter and nodded earnestly. Sure, Auntie. I'll definitely call you to complain when the time comes. Where are you from, young lady? Fuling. Fuling is very close to our Dianzhong. Back in the day, Dianzhong belonged to Fuling. It wasn't until Chongqing became a directly administered municipality that it was separated. The two chatted back and forth, feeling as if they'd known each other for ages. Shen Yifeng couldn't get a word in edgewise, but he dared not gaze lovingly at Tang Wei either. So he resorted to flirting under the table instead. Taking advantage of Tang Wei's deep concentration, Shen Yifeng quietly placed his hand on her leg. The moment their skin touched, the full, supple curve filled his palm. Unfortunately, jeans were in the way he couldn't imagine how blissful direct contact with her thigh would feel. Let us clarify, this fullness wasn't fat, but perfectly proportioned. While many girls aspire to stick thin legs, it's the shapely, wineglass-like calves like Tang Wei's that men universally consider the ultimate ideal. Feeling the rogue hand on her thigh, Tang Wei furrowed her brow slightly. She lowered her head, feigning interest in her food to hide the glare she shot Shen Yifeng. Her expression seemed to ask, what the heck are you doing? Shen Yifeng smirked, lips pressed together, his hand still resting on Tang Wei's thigh. He didn't press further, merely savoring the softness and warmth through her pants. Mom was right there. This feeling of being under the lamp yet in the dark, it was thrilling, and so thrilling. As the free agent, Chen Yizhu could look anywhere, do anything, without drawing attention. She noticed something off about Tang Wei's expression. How to describe it? Once, late at night, she'd seen Zhou Mingting sneak out of bed, pull something from a drawer, and head to the bathroom. She'd returned wearing the same look. Her brow furrowed, not the frown of impatience or anger, but a physical reaction, perhaps unconsciously adopted. And the flush on her face, not the hot, flushed red of heat, nor the tender blush of nervousness, but a distinctly flirty, rippling red. Something's off. Sis Wei and that junior, they wouldn't be doing, under the table, would they? As a model 21st century girl, the perfect child in her parents' eyes, the exemplary student to her teachers, and trusted by everyone including her roommates, no one would suspect her mind harbored anything inappropriate. How wrong they were. In truth, whenever Zhou Mingting shared adult content in the dorm, Chen Yizhu listened with the most rapt attention. Right now. She sat perfectly still. Both hands clasped around her teacup, she lowered her gaze to sip. That's when she spotted a hand resting on Tang Wei's thigh. Clearly, it belonged to a man. Chen Yizhu stared intently, expecting the scene to escalate into something inappropriate. Instead, the hand remained glued to her thigh, utterly motionless. Once a girl's mind opens to such thoughts, how could it close so easily? Her mind began to wander, filling with all sorts of inappropriate images. So thrilling. Chapter 120, Paparazzi. Though Wang Yihuan and Li Yuan were chatting comfortably, the atmosphere inevitably grew awkward at times. Wang Yihuan glanced at the other three, hoping to get them talking too. But the moment she did. What the hell are all of you looking at? I get why Sister Wei's blushing, probably worried she'll slip up, plus she's nervous. But what's with that identical expression on your face, Xiaozhu? And you, Junior, that lecherous grin of yours, that's just unreasonable. So while I'm having a serious talk with your mom, you two are all lovey-dovey over there. How is this any different from a corporate drone slaving away while the boss enjoys the good life? Yifeng, you hear me? From now on, if you have any issues, discuss them together. Huan studies law, and so does your sister Wei. You're popular on TV now, but don't go signing contracts recklessly. If you breach any, our family can't afford the damages. Shen Yifeng withdrew his hand, gave a silent chuckle, then nodded. Got it, Mom. Mrs. Li Yuan caught a glimpse of Shen Yifeng's gaze toward Tang Wei. It felt different from before. Though she couldn't be sure and dared not entertain such thoughts, a seed of doubt took root in her heart. When it came to her son, any matter would transform her into Sherlock Holmes. Just like how a father's insight would instantly max out upon hearing his daughter was dating. After finishing their meal, Li Yuan settled the bill, and the group walked to the roadside. Alright, you two head back to school early. I'll just take a taxi. Your aunt is having dinner on the other side. I'll go find her first. Bye, Auntie. Wang Yihuan said obediently. See you. Next time I'm in Chongqing, I'll treat you all to a meal. Li Yuan finished speaking, then suddenly turned to Tang Wei. Wei, I'll need you to keep an extra eye on Shen Yifeng at school. Leave it to me. With me around, he'll behave himself. Tang Wei flashed a smile and slapped Shen Yifeng's shoulder. Right, Feng? Right. I can't escape Sister Wei's grasp. Shen Yifeng grimaced in pain but dared not show it. He knew Wei was getting her revenge. Earlier, when he touched her thigh, she hadn't dared resist. Now she landed a palm strike on me, and I dared not resist. After hailing a taxi, Li Yuan got in and drove off. Watching the yellow Ferrari fade into the distance, the group finally exhaled in relief. That scared the life out of me. I was terrified. I'd give us away. Wang Yihuan hooked her arm through Tang Wei's and leaned against her. Thanks for everything. Want some bubble tea? It's on me. No thanks. I'm too jittery. I'd probably throw it up after a few sips. Wang Yihuan pursed her lips. Auntie won't be coming every week, right? Nope. My mom still works in the county town. She came up for an elder's birthday and stopped by to see me. Shen Yifeng exhaled in relief. At least the battlefield was over, and no one had found out. As long as Mom didn't know about me and Wei, everything would be fine. Shen Yizhu didn't join their conversation. She took the newly bought underwear out of the bag and sniffed it, worried it might smell like hot pot. Shen Yifeng caught the sight and was surprised that such a goody two-shoes would buy black lace lingerie. He wondered if he should warn her, don't pull your underwear out on the street at night, it's easy to get targeted by perverts. Just as the four of them walked into campus, someone in an inconspicuous Accord by the roadside leaned out, a camera in hand, and snapped a few photos. We've really hit rock bottom, resorting to photographing celebrities of this caliber. No. He's not even a celebrity. You know nothing. While he hasn't signed with an agency yet and has no one to rein him in, snap as much dirt as you can. When he becomes famous, we'll sell it for a hefty price. Their conversation made it clear they were paparazzi. Paparazzi are an indispensable part of the entertainment industry. Many top stars dread them most, fearing past missteps or misstatements might surface. Once exposed, their careers could be ruined. These paparazzi rarely publish immediately. Instead, they hold the dirt as leverage, demanding stars pay hefty sums to keep it private. Refusal means selling it to entertainment outlets for exposure. Though less lucrative than blackmail, it's still profitable. He went back to school with 3 female students, hardly scandalous, right? One of them seems to be his girlfriend, and he even publicly acknowledged her identity on a show. The key isn't the photo, it's the headline. Pick a shot where his girlfriend's face isn't visible, then claim he had a late-night rendezvous with 3 young women, implying unseemly private conduct. We could learn from Hong Kong media's headline style, it's explosive. Last time I saw a female star perform in white hot pants, their headline was, Cosmic Diaper Blasts the Planet. That's nothing. Last year, a female star lost her period for 3 months after extreme dieting for a role. Guess what Hong Kong media called it? XX halts menstruation for 3 months to meet director's demands. So mean. But those headlines really grab attention. If I saw it, I'd definitely click to read. You bet. In the media world, traffic is king. If we don't get clicks, how are we supposed to eat? Live on thin air? After saying this, the paparazzo snapped a few more photos until Shen Yifeng completely disappeared from view. Just as they were about to drive back to hand in their report, their boss suddenly called. I told you to photograph those 2 contestants from Upward. Creators. Did you get any juicy shots? Boss, they're just college students. There's nothing much to photograph. I staked out the campus all day. Wu Qinsong and his girlfriend were just casually dating, nothing noteworthy. At night, I waited by the school gate hoping they'd hit a bar. Maybe they'd get drunk and pee on the street, that'd be something to snap. But Wu Qinsong never even left campus. Shen Yifeng did come out with his girlfriend, but they just went for hot pot. The paparazzo summed up his findings. Damn it, they're like model students, can't find any dirt on them. If you can't find dirt, fabricate it. Take photos of them in awkward positions. Photos are static, we write whatever we want about them. The paparazzo was confused. Boss, why are you so obsessed with these two nobodies? Why not send me to shoot big stars like Yang Mi or Sure Shu? A big spender just offered top dollar for dirt on these two. Who it is, you don't need to know. Just dig it up. If there's no dirt, create some. Once we satisfy the client and I get the full payment, I'll give you both double year-end bonuses this year. At the mention of double bonuses, the paparazzo perked up instantly. You can hold grudges against anyone, but never against money. After hanging up, the paparazzo drove to a nearby cheap hotel, preparing for a long haul. Who do you think bought the dirt on these two? Could it be the companies backing other contestants from the same talent show? Heh, maybe it's DU Media trying to buy it. No way. Why would DU Media smear their own artists? I heard they weren't planning to sign with DU. If I'm right, DU intends to smear them first, then step in as the savior to get them to sign. Lots of agencies do this, it's no secret in the industry. Chapter 121, Mountain City Academy of Fine Arts. It must be said, the Xiannan TV production crew was incredibly dedicated. The next morning, Shen Yifeng and Huang Ke were having breakfast in the cafeteria when they spotted Huang Wenwen already waiting for him there. Damn! They're starting filming this early? If I'd known, I would have woken up half an hour earlier to wash my hair before leaving. I won't be appearing on TV looking like this, will I? Huang Ke suddenly found the steamed bun in his mouth tasteless. It depends. They'll just edit in snippets. If they happen to pick this part, congratulations, you're on TV. Shen Yifeng didn't seem to care. He'd styled his hair with wax that morning. Though his face looked a bit tired, early classes meant an early wake-up, his aura remained undeniable. Confident people radiate an aura that's completely different, and it translates to good posture on camera. Morning, Huang Wenwen said as she approached with the cameraman. You guys didn't secretly film last night, did you? Shen Yifeng asked casually. He'd actually been secretly observing, occasionally whipping his head around. If anyone had been filming, carrying a camera would have been easy to spot. Huang Wenwen pursed her lips. We respect contestants' privacy. Didn't you tell us last night you were having dinner with your girlfriend and didn't want us filming? Plus, you ditched our PT photographer this afternoon. Old Huang, go buy breakfast for our lovely sister Wen and the PT. Shen Yifeng pulled his meal card from his pocket. Charge it to me. That had a bit of a domineering CEO vibe. If he swiped a bank card instead, it would been even more spot on. Huang Ke took the card and dashed to the window to buy breakfast. Perfect timing, I didn't want to be on camera anyway. Guess Brother Feng is covering for me. Seriously, I'm crying my eyes out. Oh, did you know Zhang Ziyue is coming to Shanqing early today? For a vacation? Shen Yifeng replied absent-mindedly. He knew full well she was here for the song. She'd expressed her eagerness to collaborate with me on the show the day before yesterday. Now that our two teams happen to be paired together, she wouldn't let such a golden opportunity slip away. Of course it's to create something with you guys. Fans are really looking forward to seeing what sparks fly between our teams. At 2 p.m., just after nap time, Shen Yifeng received a message from Wu Qinsong. Old Wu, Zhang Ziyue is at our school. I'm heading over to meet her. When can you come? Sen, later. I still need to prepare for Friday's competition in Xi'an. Old Wu, looks like you're avoiding suspicion. What's the big deal? We can always have Sister Wei join us. The rehearsal room's big enough. Sen, don't even mention it. I just went through hell last night. My mom suddenly showed up while I was having dinner with Wei-jie. Lao Wu, Zhou Mingting did mention it to me. She said Wang Yihuan happened to run into you guys later too. LOL, how could Sister Wei tell your mom that Wang Yihuan is your girlfriend? Sen, it's all because of the show. After my mom found out I had a girlfriend, she went and asked Wei-jie who she was. Sen, I couldn't just come clean, so I had Wang take the fall and send a few of her photos. We figured my mom wouldn't come to campus, and we could just say we broke up when she showed up. Never in a million years did I expect. Wu Qinsong on the other end of the phone was already laughing so hard he couldn't stop. Old Wu, I've weathered worse storms than running into Zhang Ziyue. I'll wait for you in the rehearsal room, get over here as soon as you can. Shen Yifeng sent an emoji, then rose and walked behind Huang Ke. This kid's been dead serious lately, no more gaming, just relentless technical training. Cramming won't do much for your skills. It's the consistent practice after the competition that counts. Huang Ke didn't turn his head, his eyes glued to the CSRF penetration and defense tutorial video playing on the screen. he replied without looking up. I'm worried about embarrassing the school. If we finish second in the preliminaries and last in the finals, everyone will call me a fraud. Bull. Your hands-on experience alone puts you ahead of half the competitors in this tournament. Huangku turned back with a weary sigh. Getting arrested? That's experience I could do without. If you're really skilled, you wouldn't get caught. Sure, it wasn't the cyber police who found me, it was the internet cafe owner watching the surveillance footage. Still, it was pretty unlucky. Learn more programming. I'll need it later. Next week I'm starting to recruit. First stop, Shan City Academy of Fine Arts to find some artists. Shan City Art Academy is full of beauties. I went last time, gorgeous girls everywhere. Mostly because they're great at makeup and have unique fashion sense. Artists just have that extra edge and charisma compared to ordinary folks. Shin Shiyu suddenly piped up while lying on his bed. All 4 roommates skipped class this afternoon. Not because they couldn't handle moral education, just because lounging in bed offered better value. I'm not interested in beauties right now. I'm only interested in my little Yuyu. Huangku's face unconsciously lit up with a dreamy expression when he mentioned Suyu. Old Chin, do you know anyone at Shan City Academy of Fine Arts? Sure. My cousin goes to that school. He's studying animation and is a junior this year. The last time I visited the academy was to see him. Seeing all those beauties made me regret choosing the wrong school. Huangku warned, Old Chin, you'll end up dying at the hands of a woman sooner or later. Well, I'd rather die on a woman's body, Shin Shiyu chuckled, leaning against the table. Old Chin, why are you asking? My cousin and I are close. If I ask him, he'll definitely help. Perfect timing. Have him find me a group of comic artists, specifically digital illustrators. Digital illustrators? Artists who draw on computers, not paper, Shen Yifeng clarified. Then we'll need students from the digital media arts program. Regular fine arts majors probably don't do digital illustration. How many people do you need? I'll start asking around, Shin Shiyu said. I don't know their skill levels yet, so find as many as possible. Tell them it's a part-time gig they can do from their dorm rooms without leaving campus. I'll screen them later and keep the capable ones. Pitching it like that kinda sounds like those anti-fraud slogans they plastered around campus recently. Nowadays, so many schools still hang banners warning students about part-time scams and campus loans. Huangku pointed at Shen Yifeng and said to Shin Shiyu, are you kidding? My bro foam here is gonna be a big shot in the entertainment industry. Lots of people can't even get a chance to meet my brother foam. How could he possibly scam anyone? Shin Shiyu suddenly understood. You're right. I'll just put your name out there. I bet plenty of people will be eager to join once they hear about it. Actually, that's not a bad idea. Sometimes leveraging your fame isn't such a bad thing. Lots of celebrities still cash in on their fading fame after they've passed their prime. But I'm not cashing in, I'm handing out money. It's just that I don't have any right now. No big deal. Once they finish what I need, the record label will sign me, and selling songs will bring in steady income. Plus, winning this week's 3 CTF competition will net me a prize. When am I paying you back for that meal? You never make time for it. Since you helped me again, I'll add it to the tab? Shin Shiyu waved his hand, grinning widely. Whether we eat or not isn't important. What matters is gathering so many beauties. I'm in for a treat. Chapter 122, Grasping the Straw of Revival. You're overthinking it. Most artists are burly guys. In a few years, they'll evolve into hairy, burly dudes. Shen Yifeng cut short Shin Shiyu's daydream. Shanmei is full of hidden talents, and with your reputation, you'll definitely attract the beauties. Leave the rest to me, you don't need to worry about anything else. Old Chin's excited expression made it feel like he was building a harem for him. Truthfully, game development boils down to 3 core elements in the early stages: design, art, and programming. Design, as the name suggests, involves crafting the game's worldview, storyline, gameplay mechanics, and more. Shen Yifeng had already figured all this out beforehand, including the core gameplay mechanics, so he didn't need to hire anyone for that. Artists handle the game's concept art, character designs, and 3D modeling for characters, props, and environments. Programming translates the gameplay and logic into code. Artists could even be college students, it doesn't require high technical skill, just imagination. But programming and QA quality assurance needed professionals. Otherwise, programmers might write a bunch of bugs, and QA might fail to catch them. Then when it runs, it'll be all over the place, full of pitfalls. Shen Yifeng was participating in the 3 CTF competition this time not only to win the prize money but more importantly to network with people in the industry. Who knows, he might even scout out some technical experts. It wasn't until dusk that Shen Yifeng strolled over to the rehearsal room. While other contestants craved camera time to showcase their unique sides and boost audience appeal, Shen Yifeng seemed to avoid the lens, as if afraid of being filmed. Has Shen Yifeng arrived yet? Zheng Ziyue wore a white lightweight hoodie paired with a denim skirt and black mid-calf boots, revealing her slender, stick-thin legs. As a signed artist, she maintained strict body management. Standing nearly 5 feet 7 inches, she likely weighed only around 175 pounds. After arriving in the mountain city that afternoon, she rushed straight to the university with her assistant. Her lodging wasn't a 4 or 5-star hotel either, just a reasonably priced 3-star hotel nearby. Her dedicated film crew had followed her, so 2 production teams were already set up in the rehearsal room. He just messaged me saying he's on his way and should arrive soon. Old Shen is a busy man. He has to go to Xi'an on Friday for some competition at 360 Company, then rush back to Xiangnan on Saturday morning for the show recording.
Isn't 360 an antivirus software company? Zheng Ziyue inquired. Exactly. That's his major. Though he's only a freshman, I heard he crushed all the big names in the preliminary round, including top students from Tsinghua and Peking University, plus industry professionals, and advanced to the finals as the top contender. Wow, that's amazing.
Zheng Ziyue's eyes sparkled, but then she wondered if Shen Yifeng would even have time to work on the song with such a packed schedule. Wu Qinsong sensed her thoughts and chuckled, "Don't worry.
Old Shen's poetic immortal title isn't just for show. When I mentioned he could write lyrics instantly after hearing a melody, it wasn't just for the show."
When they announced team building with a traditional Chinese theme, I saw Old Shen's expression and knew he'd nail it. Piece of cake.
No sooner had he finished than Shen Yifeng walked in. "Heard you bragging about me from a mile away." "Hey. Just telling it like it is."
Wu Qinsong stood up from the wooden floor. This space, originally a dance studio, had been temporarily repurposed due to its spaciousness. Students who needed to practice dance didn't seek out other rehearsal rooms. Instead, they crowded around the doorway to sneak a peek at the recording.
"Excuse me, let me through."
Shen Yifeng made his way through the crowd, drawing a chorus of wows.
"He's so handsome. Even better in person than on TV. Finally seeing him live. I regret missing the welcome party last time. What a waste. So romantic and sincere. Who's lucky enough to be dating a guy like this?"
Shen Yifeng squeezed through the crowd into the rehearsal room, his butt getting grabbed along the way. He had no idea who did it.
He didn't turn around. If it was a girl, fine dancers usually had good manners. But he feared it might be a guy, so he deliberately avoided looking back.
Upon seeing Shen Yifeng, Zheng Ziyue quickly rose from her cross-legged position, hands clasped behind her back, a smile involuntarily spreading across her cheeks. The photographer immediately trained his lens on Shen Yifeng. If he didn't get a few more shots now, the editing team would likely curse him out later.
"How's it going?" The word "going" is a bit ambiguous. "We just chatted about traditional Chinese music for a bit this afternoon."
Zheng Ziyue came up with a few melodies, and I refined them. Neither of us has worked with traditional Chinese music before, so we're not sure if it captures the right feel.
Wu Qinsong picked up his guitar and played the afternoon's inspiration for Shen Yifeng. Truthfully, Shen Yifeng had no real musical talent and couldn't tell if the melodies were any good. His reputation as a master of poetry and lyrics was built on his exceptional memory. After listening, he offered a polite yet tactful response, "It's okay. Pretty good." Wu Qinsong knew Shen Yifeng well. When Shen said not bad, it meant it was garbage. "Where's your partner? Didn't she come?" Shen Yifeng asked Zheng Ziyue. "The arranger the company found for me earlier wasn't up to par, so I decided to compose on my own. It saves the company some money too, otherwise, I might not even have enough for commuting expenses later." Zheng Ziyue didn't sound like she was playing the victim. Her words felt genuinely sincere. Not every agency is wealthy, and not every artist travels first class or stays in 5-star hotels. Some face even tougher realities. Korean group members often have to fund their own styling, rent practice spaces, and self-finance albums. Before landing a show, they might be working odd jobs somewhere, then heading to practice after midnight. If the agency boss treats you decently, you're lucky. Many artists endure personal attacks, verbal abuse, or even forced sexual favors from their bosses. Thinking of this, Shen Yifeng suddenly realized Zheng Ziyue's gaze wasn't one of affection. Perhaps she was grasping at a lifeline as she teetered on the edge of a cliff, a chance to turn her fortunes around. Dream chasers are more admirable than anyone. After this realization, Shen Yifeng looked at Wu Qinsong and felt like punching the bastard. If Wu Qinsong hadn't said Zheng Ziyue had feelings for me, I wouldn't have jumped to conclusions and avoided her. What's there to avoid? It was like a student who loved learning chasing after the teacher to the office after class to discuss problems. That wasn't because they liked the teacher, but simply because they wanted to improve themselves. Creating your own music can train your sense of rhythm, so it's not a bad thing. Since no one's helping, I'll just push my own potential. Shen Yifeng's encouragement made Zheng Ziyue feel both flattered and surprised. After noticing Shen Yifeng often deliberately avoided her, she grew hesitant to initiate conversations. She couldn't figure out if she'd done something wrong or said the wrong thing to offend him. All right. Zheng Ziyue gave a slight bow. "I'll work really hard. Since we're paired up, let's all push ourselves. I already have a rough idea, but I can't arrange the melody yet. I'll play it for you on guitar first." Wu Qinsong murmured with a smile to Zheng Ziyue, "See what I mean? Old Shen's a genius." The moment he heard we were creating a Chinese-style piece, he probably already had ideas. Zheng Ziyue gave a hearty nod, already anticipating what popular new track Shen Yifeng would create after Gentleman and the Nameless One. Chapter 123, Sheen's Moon, Han's Pass.
Shen Yifeng tuned his guitar and practiced the piece several times. After all, he wasn't a professional. Though he could play guitar, he wasn't at the level where he could instantly play any key he imagined. I'm curious, since he's not a music major, how do you two communicate when he composes? Zheng Ziyue had assumed Shen Yifeng was the type who could strum away the moment he picked up a guitar. Seeing it firsthand revealed the truth, he wasn't. You know Gao Jin, right? He can't play a single instrument, he just hums his way through songwriting. Old Shen's better off, at least he plays guitar pretty well. He roughly strums the melody on his guitar, then tells me when to add which instruments. I find people to handle that, and eventually we get the song together. Wu Qinsong and Shen Yifeng had developed a solid rapport after collaborating several times. So when Shen Yifeng played his guitar riff, Wu Qinsong instantly sensed which instruments would elevate the track. After practicing for half an hour, Shen Yifeng had mostly figured out the sheet music. Got a pen and paper? I'll write out the lyrics first. This is a duet, so I need to separate your parts. Zheng Ziyue's red lips trembled slightly. You already have the lyrics figured out? Pretty much came together while I was thinking about the melody earlier. Everyone present, from Zheng Ziyue and Huang Wenwen to the photographer, felt utterly astonished. Only Wu Qinsong stood there, unfazed. I recalled that day in the dorm when ID shared their expressions, thinking Shen Yifeng was like some kind of monster. His creative ability was terrifying. Sorry, everyone, but the competition content can't be disclosed. We need to close the door now. This rehearsal room was soundproof. Huang Wenwen first greeted the students gathered outside before closing the door. Shen Yifeng took the pen and paper, softly humming as he transcribed the lyrics from memory. Qin's moon, Han's frontier, 10,000 miles marched, yet none returned. If only the flying general of Longcheng were here, he'd never let barbarian horses cross the Yin mountains. Wu Qinsong picked up the lyric sheet and read aloud. Isn't this Wang Changling's leaving the frontier? Smoke signals across 1,000 miles of chaotic burial mounds, lonely souls in turbulent times with no one to mourn them. The silent heavens, ink and brushes cold, the pen and sword repay the spring and autumn with blood. Zheng Ziyue turned to look at Shen Yifeng. Is this one also an ancient poem? I wrote it myself, Shen Yifeng declared solemnly. I used these two poems to introduce the theme of frontier spirit, depicting the vast desert landscapes. So when you sing, you must capture that majestic grandeur and carefree spirit of the frontier. Wu Qinsong took a sip of water to moisten his throat. Is it that feeling of sand stuck in your throat? If sand were stuck in your throat, could you even sing? Shen Yifeng countered. Actually, just sing with more abandon. For the female parts, add some head voice. I heard you use head voice in the previous song, you should be fine. Zheng Ziyue wasn't good at hiding her emotions. After receiving the compliment, she smiled modestly. My head voice isn't that great either. Otherwise, my ranking wouldn't have dropped last time. Maybe the song itself was weak, but my vocal skills. Stop being modest. Your technique is better than old Wu's. You're professionally trained, after all. He'd need another 2 years of school practice to catch up. Friends can speak freely, but outsiders must give each other confidence. I'll sing it once for you to hear. Ignore my technique, just get the overall feel. The song A Bridge of Destiny couldn't possibly capture its grand effect with just a guitar, but a demo was fine. There were still a few days left to polish it in the studio. Qin's moon, Han's frontier, 10,000 miles marched, yet none returned. Had the Dragon City's flying general remained, the barbarian horses would never cross the Yin mountains. Smoke signals across 1,000 miles of chaotic burial grounds, lonely souls in turbulent times, unvisited by anyone. The silent heavens, ink and brush chilling, the penknife of spring and autumn, paid for with blood. Shen Yifeng sang the female part in a strained voice. He found his own performance a bit cringe-worthy, but Wu Qinsong and Zheng Ziyue listened intently. They weren't judging vocal quality, but how the lyrics should be sung to match the melody. Love and hate, not to be treated lightly, war drums beat on and on. With trust, I swear an oath to endure. This bond, like a bridge, banners flutter on and on. Shen Yifeng paused and said, this line should be sung with anger, it'll sound better. Like an ancient battlefield scene? Exactly. Picture the blazing sun, banners fluttering like dancing dragons, their colors intensified by the light. Tens of thousands clash in the desert, blood, iron horses, gleaming spears, scattered rocks. A general raises his sword, spurring his horse into the fray, fearless. After Shen Yifeng's vivid description, Zheng Ziyue instantly saw the scene in her mind and began humming the melody. This fate, like a bridge, banners fluttering in the wind. If you wish to leave, draw your sword at once, love, erased in one stroke. Yes, yes. That's the feeling. The first part is soaring, while the latter part, erase love with a single stroke, is carefree. Heroes aren't just about battlefield carnage, there's also deep affection in brief moments. Shen Yifeng continued singing the latter part. This bond is like a bridge, let's look at the story. Traveling the world, you and I shed our battle robes, dreams return to the Great Wall Ballad. As the song ended, Wu Qinsong let out his usual holy crap. This song is so powerful. But why does my part feel less soaring than the female vocals? What did you expect from a female general? I wanted to break the traditional male strong, female weak singing style, let the female voice soar higher while the male voice is slightly more tender, Shen Yifeng explained. I'd heard rumors about how men in Mountain City pamper their wives, but coming here, I see it's true the guys really respect women.
Huang Wenwen's eyes lit up.
Perhaps she was already thinking about finding herself a Mountain City boyfriend someday.
You're so incredibly talented, I'm in awe.
Even counting from when the show ended, it's only been about 3 days, and you've already crafted such a complete, amazing song.
Zhang Ziyue's admiration for Shen Yifeng reached new heights.
She'd only heard about it before. This time, it was confirmed.
So impressive.
From what I know about old Shen, he hasn't had time these past few days. I bet he came up with this song on the spot just now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed half an hour to practice the guitar part.
Alright, stop bragging about me.
The lyrics were simple, it was the melody that was the real challenge. Since Shen Yifeng couldn't play other instruments, he always had Wu Qinsong find someone to play them. Then, he'd listen and memorize the sounds, blending them into the track to match the original melody.
It was a clumsy method, but it was the only way. Tomorrow we'll head to the studio. First, we'll get the demo recorded. After that, I'll work with Zhang Ziyue on arranging the music and rehearsing the vocals. Alright, that's it for tonight. Let's wrap up. Shen Yifeng didn't linger. Once the work was done, it was time to leave. Staying longer just meant more footage that would likely get cut anyway.
Besides, neither he nor Wu Qinsong had signed with DU Entertainment.
Who knew if their screen time would be deliberately cut in the next episode?
You can dodge the first bullet, but not the second.
After the next episode, DU will definitely force us to make a choice. Hopefully those two companies coming on Thursday are legit. Once I sign, DU Media won't be able to touch me.
With the current buzz, if they dared to rig things to eliminate us, netizens would tear them apart.
Chapter 124, Capture the Queen to Capture the King. That's it? Huang Wenwen felt unsatisfied. Stay a bit longer, let's reshoot a few scenes. What do I need to reshoot? I'm not a contestant. Film them 2 more. Shen Yifeng shrugged nonchalantly, his eyes brimming with sincerity.
He'd already achieved the exposure he wanted, and record labels had approached him. Now he just needed to negotiate contracts with those two companies on Thursday.
If the offers were decent, he'd sign, if not, he'd wait. But the longer he delayed, the more pressure DU Entertainment would apply.
So it was best to finalize the contracts sooner rather than later.
Wu Qinsong knew Shen Yifeng didn't want to pursue a career in showbiz, so he stepped in to smooth things over.
He's got a competition coming up in a few days.
He'll be busy training tonight, right, old Shen? Yeah, gotta get back to practice. With all the big names competing, this little guy needs extra training. Huang Wenwen was about to ask, but weren't you first in the preliminaries?
But Shen Yifeng had already reached the door, showing no interest in filming more scenes. The production team emphasized authenticity over scripted content. So when Shen Yifeng left, Huang Wenwen didn't try to stop him. She could only ask Wu Qinsong and Zhang Ziyue to stay a bit longer to capture more footage.
Walking down the street, Shen Yifeng called Tang Wei. No one answered.
Just as the call was about to disconnect automatically, Tang Wei's hurried voice finally came through.
I was in the shower. That sudden call almost made me drop my phone. Jealous of your phone.
Ha? Jealous it gets to watch you shower, Shen Yifeng chuckled. I'll smack you. Tang Wei switched to speakerphone and resumed her shower.
Finished filming over there? I thought you weren't heading over until after 6. I wrapped up the song and headed back.
We'll hit the studio tomorrow for the demo, then Wu Qinsong and Zhang Ziyue can practice on their own.
No need for me anymore. Shen Yifeng flashed a mischievous grin. Tang Wei was showering.
From the other end of the line, she could hear the gentle spray of water from the showerhead cascading over the girl's delicate skin, trickling down her collarbone, and spreading across her entire body. The shower gel was the finishing touch, filling her body with fragrance and making her skin even smoother. Shen Yifeng rubbed his nose, making sure he hadn't nosebleed from imagining the scene.
Why aren't you talking? Hold on, I'm putting on shower gel. You really are. Shen Yifeng hadn't expected his imagination to come true. Too bad he couldn't see it. What do you mean really applying it? Tang Wei paused for half a second before suddenly catching on.
If Shen Yifeng were beside her, she'd definitely shoot him a reproachful glance right now.
You little brat, thinking about inappropriate things again. Wow, you're like a mind reader, figuring that out. Men, not a single pure one among them. Tang Wei thought, since Shen Yifeng couldn't see anyway, she might as well tease him.
So she deliberately moved closer to the phone resting on the water meter box.
What's that gurgling sound? Shen Yifeng narrowed his eyes. Could it be?
I love bathing, my skin feels so good, la la la. Tang Wei hummed the song with a laugh, a hint of smugness on her face.
Ah,
that tickles. Shen Yifeng felt even more irritated when he saw Big Yellow Dog Sr. teasing Little Black Dog Sr. on the path ahead.
Tickles? That's what you get for daydreaming all the time. If your mind were pure, it wouldn't tickle.
But then you'd lose the joys of being a man. Perhaps hearing Shen Yifeng's sigh, Tang Wei stopped teasing him and quickly said, just hang in there a little longer.
When the time is right, you'll have bread, you'll have dried tofu, you'll have everything. Really? You're telling the truth. Shen Yifeng perked up instantly. Think carefully before you ask. Tang Wei's eyes narrowed slightly. Shen Yifeng immediately backed down, changing his tune. What I meant was, wow, that's great. Life is looking brighter and brighter. That's more like it. Head back to the dorm soon. I'll chat with you after my shower. I'm about to wash my hair. Alright, I'll head back first. Shen Yifeng said into the phone, love you. Cheesy, Tang Wei retorted, though her tone was still affectionate. I love you too. Satisfied? More satisfied than eating 10 pounds of rice. Just as Shen Yifeng was about to hang up, two girls approached him holding photos for autographs. Seeing the stage photos in their hands, Shen Yifeng froze. Where did you get these photos? We found them in the Weibo Super Topic, downloaded them, and printed them at the photo studio across from our school. The fan club admins sharpened the blurry ones, otherwise they'd come out all fuzzy. In showbiz, anything even remotely blurry is a no-go. Shen Yifeng asked the girls to hand him his phone so he could sign it for them. Even though he wasn't pursuing a career in entertainment anymore, autographs didn't really matter. But that was for the people asking for them. For Shen Yifeng, it was just a small gesture. Though, he really should practice his handwriting. It was awful. Wei-jie, is this your girlfriend? The girl holding the phone spotted Shen Yifeng's contact label. Still connected? I thought you hung up. Shen Yifeng returned the photos and pen, taking back the phone. Wow, so romantic. You're even talking on the phone while walking. The girl's enunciation was exceptionally clear, making Shen Yifeng suspect she was a broadcasting major. Hi Sister Wei-jie. I'm the admin of the school's Honey CP group. I absolutely adore you too. There really is a Honey CP group? Shen Yifeng murmured in surprise. He figured Tang Wei would need to reply to these girls, so he switched the phone to speaker mode. Hi there. Have you eaten yet? I'll have Feng treat you to dinner. We've eaten. No need. Thank you. You two are so kind. I hope you stay happy forever. Getting blessings from strangers could brighten your whole day. Girls really were the cutest creatures on earth. If it were a guy, 9 times out of 10 he'd say, sure, cafeteria or fancy restaurant? I might have a big appetite, so if we're having hot pot, better order me some fried rice first. There really is a Honey CP group. Look, there are over 200 people in it. It used to be just over 40, but after you were on TV, students from other schools and people from society joined too. Shen Yifeng tilted his head to glance at the screen, noticing the group owner's nickname was Capture the King First, Madam? It's a pun. Like Ms. Many Bills, Mr. Project Flop, MS Frequent Scapegoat, and Mr. Slightly But Heavy. On the other end, Tang Wei felt the username sounded familiar. Not sure. She opened her QQ list and found her suspect. University Wang Yihuan. Capture the King First, Madam. The username was identical. Is the group owner's avatar that minion? Yep, the minion holding 2 syringes. Red background with that smug, mischievous grin. No sooner had Shen Yifeng finished speaking than a shout came from Tang Wei's end. Huan. Come here right now. Chapter 125, Suddenly Patient. Ha? What's up, Sis Wei? Wang Yihuan emerged from her dorm room to the bathroom doorway, still wearing a face mask. The Honey CP group admin? Tang Wei's face was still covered in shower gel bubbles, making her look adorably cute. Though her tone was fierce, she didn't seem the least bit angry. It was just sisterly banter. Since I've been found out, I won't hide it anymore. Wang Yihuan mimicked Conan's mannerisms, pretending to push her glasses up even though she wasn't wearing any. There is only one truth. That's right, I am the Honey Sugar Group admin. To catch the thief, first catch the queen. Tang Wei told Shen Yifeng, I gotta go, then placed her phone back on the water meter box and muttered, when did you even create this group? Around when that freshman was chasing after you, before the welcome party. Before the welcome party? That was before Feng even confessed to me. You guys were already shipping us? Tang Wei was shocked. This was much earlier than she'd imagined. Those involved are often blind, while outsiders see clearly. We all saw that freshman had feelings for you back then, only you refused to believe it. Wang Yihuan caught sight of Tang Wei's figure and her eyes widened. Holy crap, Sis Wei, you're so big. I'm gonna die. Tang Wei blushed and hurriedly shut the door, leaving Wang Yihuan standing there dumbfounded, the image she'd seen playing in her mind. Long legs, flawless skin, completely naked, and so big. That freshman was one lucky guy. Forget him, I'd be head over heels. The next day, Shen Yifeng took a leave of absence from his advisor and headed to the recording studio with Wu Qinsong to lay down vocals. The production team had secured the finest studio in the mountain city, covering all expenses. Thus, the group arrived in Jiangbei district to begin recording A Bridge of Destiny. Zhang Ziyue stayed at the hotel. Women need time to apply makeup before going out, so she left later. Shen Yifeng and Wu Qinsong arrived first, sitting in the studio's lounge area scrolling through their phones. Now I get why Mengting snapped at me after scrolling through Weibo. Wu Qinsong sighed helplessly into his phone. Why? Shen Yifeng crossed his legs and glanced over. Let me read you a few. Wu Qinsong cleared his throat and began reading solemnly. Husband, I miss you. Brother's voice is so smooth, it's making me all wet. P.S. This is a guy, for crying out loud. Shen Yifeng frowned. Making you wet? He probably meant tears. I'd believe it if he hadn't added brother to the title. Speaking of which, should I create a Weibo account? I see a lot of people tagging the show's official account, asking popular contestants like us to set up accounts. They'll probably make us do it next episode. After all, Weibo sponsors this show. By the way, have any agencies approached you privately lately? Wu Qinsong jumped like a startled bird, quickly glancing back to confirm Huang Wenwen wasn't nearby and the filming crew hadn't entered yet. Actually, yes. 1 record label and 2 talent agencies. But none are as big as DU Media, so I'm still considering. They're all cut from the same cloth. I doubt they're much better than DU Media. Shen Yifeng said earnestly. True. But when you sign, go for the shortest term possible. Even if they promise higher royalties for longer contracts, don't just focus on the upfront benefits. If you blow up later, you could recoup years of earnings in a single year. But if you're locked into a contract, you'll always be restricted. Wu Qinsong patted Shen Yifeng on the shoulder. Thanks for the heads up, bro. I'll keep that in mind when negotiating with them. Not long after, Zhang Ziyue arrived. Wearing a baseball cap, a white hoodie, and jeans, she looked quite low-key overall. Many celebrities shine brightly on stage but keep a low profile off stage to avoid being spotted by paparazzi. Sorry for keeping you waiting. I wanted to try the light rail in this mountain city, so I didn't take a taxi and ended up late. No problem, we just got here ourselves. Seeing everyone present, Wu Qinsong instructed the studio staff to prepare for recording. Shen Yifeng watched Zhang Ziyue quietly, thinking to himself that the nearest light rail station was over a kilometer away. Walking that distance took time and was quite tiring. Most likely to save money. Small agencies sometimes skimp on artist expenses to an unbelievable degree. When you're not big enough, your agent won't even bother with you at best, they'll send an assistant along. Chances are, Zhang Ziyue paid for this entire trip to the mountain city herself. Where's your assistant? Shen Yifeng asked casually. She wasn't feeling well, so I let her sleep in at the hotel. Zhang Ziyue stammered, clearly caught off guard by Shen Yifeng's sudden question. Sure enough, even assistants look down on lesser-known artists. Recording began. Shen Yifeng sat outside while Wu Qinsong, Zhang Ziyue, and the studio musicians worked inside to lay down the track. Without sheet music, progress was slow. Shen listened intently, directing adjustments to each instrument's part. When it felt right, it was right. When it didn't, they tweaked until he was satisfied. The entire process took over 5 hours. Only then did the flute, guitar, saxophone, African drum, and other instruments blend together. Shen Yifeng took a sip of water, thinking this was far more exhausting than competing. Truly, different trades are like different mountains. Thank you all for your hard work, teachers. Wu Qinsong, thoroughly enjoying the experience, bowed his hands in gratitude to the musicians. This is my first time creating music without sheet music. You'd think he doesn't understand music. He knows exactly which instrument is needed for each part. Yet he knows nothing about reading music. Maybe that's genius. If he applied to a music academy and received systematic training, he could become extraordinary. The musicians showered Shen Yifeng with high praise and affirmation. The track was now recorded. After the sound engineer mixed the takes and applied final touches, Shen listened to the finished version several times. It was almost there. Zhang Ziyue, do you know Qinxiang opera? Qinxiang? I did listen to The Case of the Beautiful Woman with my grandfather when I was little. What I mentioned yesterday about the angry vocals wasn't entirely accurate. For your part, incorporating some Qinxiang elements would enhance the effect. Let's run through it first, then make adjustments gradually. Shen Yifeng, who had previously been known for clocking out promptly, suddenly displayed remarkable patience. Wu Qinsong and Zhang Ziyue were quite taken aback. This was a complete departure from yesterday's demeanor. Any objections? Shen Yifeng didn't hear a response, raising his eyebrows slightly as he asked. No problem. Zhang Ziyue nodded earnestly, her eyes sparkling. Why didn't you ask me? Wu Qinsong muttered. Shen Yifeng shot him a glare. We're recording a show. Act normal. If we suddenly get a bunch of inexplicable CP fans, I'll beat you to death. Huang Wenwen, standing nearby, covered her mouth and giggled. She thought this segment would definitely be a ratings hit. Chapter 126, calling him brother-in-law. Shen's moon, Han's Pass, 10,000 miles marched, yet none returned. If only the flying general of Longcheng were here, he'd never let barbarian horses cross the Yin Mountains. Stop. Wu Qinsong had barely begun singing when Shen Yifeng cut him off. Does it feel off? Shen Yifeng scratched his head, unsure how to explain. A professional might say, sing the bright syllable with vibrato, deliver the moon syllable with rapid articulation. The final syllable of Han Dynasty Pass should be edged out with half-voiced resonance. 10,000-mile march requires added chest voice, while march itself is balanced mixed. The B4 note in the next line needs edged resonance with a pharyngeal wall vibrato. But Shen Yifeng knew none of this, so he simply asked, "You know Jay Cho, right? Think about his voice." "Of course I know him, he's the master of balanced mixed singing," Wu Qinsong blurted out. "I don't get it, but just think about his voice." Shen Yifeng had Wu Qinsong try again. After adjusting, Wu Qinsong relaxed his body. He knew Li Ham sang with full resonance, requiring perfect vocal cavity control and breath support. If his body was too tense, his singing would waver. It must be said, Wu Qinsong was highly perceptive. Just hearing Shen Yifeng mention Li Ham, he instantly realized his first attempt had been too tense. When it came to Zhang Ziyue's part, she recalled Shen Yifeng mentioning Qinshan opera. During recording breaks, she'd spent her free time listening to numerous Qinshan operas to capture the essence. As the music began, she seamlessly took over. Smoke signals across 1,000 miles of desolate burial grounds, lonely souls in chaotic times, unvisited by any. The silent heavens, ink and brush cold, the pen and blade of history, paid for with blood. The moment Zhang Ziyue's Qinshan rang out, everyone got goosebumps. Holy crap! Shen Yifeng couldn't even imagine how breathtaking their live performance would be. Old Wu better not hold her back. Zhang Ziyue's vocal prowess is too formidable. Talent like hers is wasted in a small company. If she started her own studio, she'd likely rise to prominence much faster. Shen Yifeng gave Zhang Ziyue a thumbs up through the glass. Zhang Ziyue caught the gesture, smiled happily, then immersed herself back into the song. One day of practice wasn't enough. They planned to keep rehearsing in the studio until Friday. Since the production team covered the costs, they didn't have to worry about the expense. For Shen Yifeng, delivering a song each week felt like submitting homework. Now that the assignment was done, the rest was his personal time. Taking leave daily was cumbersome, and with so much on his plate this week, Shen Yifeng simply requested a week off from his advisor. As the lyrics aptly put it, what you can't have keeps you restless, those favored grow bold. Leveraging his advisor's favor, Shen Yifeng truly grew bold. Freshman taking time off weekly was one thing, but this time he requested an entire week off. Fortunately, the school placed great importance on this promotional opportunity. They also informed his advisor, Tan Jian, to accommodate Shen Yifeng's requests as much as possible. So the leave request was approved in no time. "How's your program coming along this week?" In the faculty office, Tan Jian lifted his teacup for a sip. The other teachers, spotting Shen Yifeng, paused their lesson prep. Some stood, some sat, all eyes fixed on him. "We finished most of it yesterday. They'll be practicing in the recording studio these next few days while I start preparing for Friday's competition." That's the right approach. You can't slack off in professional competitions. I've been looking into this 3CTF tournament. It's packed with top-tier talent. Many didn't take the preliminary round seriously, showing signs of holding back. But the finals involve prize money and prestige, so those competition junkies will be giving it their all. The term competition junkies referred to a group of seasoned cybersecurity professionals who would take time off work to enter prize money competitions, collect the rewards, and then return to their jobs. Sometimes, in three-person team events, they'd skip teaming up to avoid splitting the prize, choosing instead to compete solo and handle the entire challenge themselves. Shen Yifeng had placed first in the preliminary round, but upon learning he was a university student, those competition junkies hadn't taken him seriously. They speculated that several universities had likely formed a group to share key values, explaining his high score. After leaving the main building, Shen Yifeng walked through campus. It was class time, so few people were around. Today was Wednesday, and he had nothing planned. Maybe he should go find Wei-jie? The thought crossed Shen Yifeng's mind as his hand reached into his pocket for his phone. He had saved a copy of Tang Wei's class schedule. Wednesday morning. Corporate Law, Building 3, Room 103. Knowing the location, Shen Yifeng strode toward Building 3. Before he even reached Room 103, the bell signaling the end of class rang. One more class before lunch. I'm starving to death. Losing weight from hunger is fine, but don't let my chest shrink from it. Zhou Mengting stretched lazily on her stool, the buttons on her shirt nearly popping open. Mengting, I've got some egg yolk pastries. Want one? Chen Yizhu pulled several pastries from her cloth bag and offered them to her roommate. Yes. I'd eat anything right now, I'm starving. Zhou Mengting snatched the pastry, tore open the wrapper, and began munching noisily. Tang Wei finished her notes, set down her pen, and turned to her. Wu Qinsong is practically a public figure now. Watch what you say around him, don't give anyone with ulterior motives a chance to exploit you. Wah, this is so hard. Now I can't even speak freely. I'm going to suffocate. Old Wu's been so busy lately he hasn't had time for me, and that alone is suffocating enough. My body's suffocating, and now my mouth is going to suffocate too. Zhou Mengting mumbled with her mouth full of egg yolk pastry. Try to understand. Men need to prioritize their careers first to better support their partners later. Look at Feng, he's been swamped lately, and I totally get it. Tang Wei spoke softly. But we're different. You two are just starting out. You'll see once Pandora's box is opened, couples get even more clingy. And you know what? Zhou Mengting swallowed the egg yolk pastry stuck in her throat before continuing. Now old Wu is on the same team as that Zhang Ziyue. They've been together every day lately. That Zheng Ziyue is pretty cute too. I'm so jealous. What's there to be jealous about? Isn't Offong there too? Tang Wei asked calmly. Wei, are you really that confident in your junior? Zhou Mingting asked curiously. He's got a ton of fans now, and I bet there are plenty at our school too. Plus, that classmate who had that messy relationship with him? She's probably kicking herself right now. Tang Wei tilted her head, deep in thought. It's not that bad. Feng has high standards otherwise, how could he like me? If he just liked pretty faces, I think that classmate of his is pretty attractive too. They're even in the same class, so it might be easier for him to pursue her. Wang Yihuan, the leader of the Honey CP fanbase, gave the table a light tap. Ha! Our Honey CP is the sweetest. Junior must have thought it through carefully before liking Sister Wei, not just acting on a fleeting attraction. Exactly. Eyes don't lie. Every time I see him look at Sister Wei, it's pure adoration. Zhou Mingting teased, Xiaozhu, you and him are the same age, right? You were born in the 12th lunar month, making you even younger than him. Calling him Junior feels weird. Then what should I call him? Shen Yifeng asked. Call him brother-in-law. Zhou Mingting smiled, pursing her lips. Fine. Next time I see him, I'll call him brother-in-law. Tang Wei shook her head helplessly, then laughed, pressing her hand to her forehead. Her 3 roommates, one a seasoned driver, one a fan club leader, and one an obedient rich girl. At least their dorm harmony was unmatched, outshining most college dorm atmospheres. Add to that the fact they'd all found partners and were dating, the future looked bright. Thinking of this, Tang Wei turned to look out the window. The glass reflected her own shadow, and at the same time, Shen Yifeng's shadow appeared. Tang Wei rubbed her eyes, thinking she was seeing things from longing too much. But after rubbing them, Shen Yifeng's shadow still lingered on the glass. As if struck by a thought, she whipped her head around to find Shen Yifeng standing right behind her. A playful smirk curved his lips, radiating a roguish charm. To Tang Wei, Shen Yifeng in that moment was incredibly handsome. Chapter 127, Watching Others Fall in Love is more interesting. A Feng. Tang Wei scrambled to her feet, only to bump into the table in her excitement, causing Shen Yifeng to wince with concern. Slow down. We see each other every day, and you still get this worked up. Shen Yifeng hurried to rub the spot where she'd hit herself her sacrum, the bone just below her waist. Touching that spot, he could feel the soft flesh of her waist. Soft, but not in a flabby way, it was a firm softness. I need to clarify. Wei is not fat at all. I wasn't excited, I was startled. Tang Wei retorted. Come on, Wei, you're usually so composed. You nearly jumped out of your skin just now. Talk about all talk and no action, Zhou Mingting bluntly exposed her, then turned envious. Wu go. Look at her boyfriend. He comes to see his girlfriend whenever he has time. You've never once come to find me in the classroom. Wah, so jealous. Why are you here? No recording today? Tang Wei read but didn't respond, ignoring Zhou Mingting's question as she stared at Shen Yifeng with eyes sparkling like stars. The music's all set. I'm just the behind-the-scenes guy. Now it's old Wu and Zhang Ziyue's practice time, so I'm free. Shen Yifeng glanced around. Many of Tang Wei's classmates had turned to watch. Some were curious, others pulled out their phones to snap photos. He should be thankful that rich kid dropped out. Seeing him would have been a real pain. You put Wu Qinsong and Zhang Ziyue together alone? Aren't you afraid some jealous person might flip out? Tang Wei finally found her retort. I did catch a whiff of jealousy, Shen Yifeng echoed her tone. This song is a duet, and they need great chemistry to pull it off. Who knows how they'll adjust their rapport? Best not to pry. Zhou Mingting started freaking out. No way. I'm calling that dog Wu. They're in the recording studio. They definitely didn't bring their phones in. If it bothers you, just accept it. Don't worry, to get by in life, you gotta wear a little green on your head sometimes. Shen Yifeng offered her kind consolation. Damn it. How can I accept it when I'm so annoyed? Wu Qinsong is dead meat when he gets back to school. I'll suffocate him. Tang Wei. Wang Yihuan. Chen Yizhu. This time it was Shen Yifeng's turn to be envious, wishing he could tell Tang Wei, me too. Come smother me. Pretty twisted. Class is about to start. You should head back to the dorm first. We'll grab lunch together later. No problem. I'll just sit in on the class. Corporate law is actually pretty useful. Might come in handy someday. Wang Yihuan immediately offered Shen Yifeng her seat. As a proper CP fan leader, I know how to create opportunities for you too. Thanks, Senior Wang. Shen Yifeng scurried over to sit beside Tang Wei. Honestly, your relationship triangle is pretty messy right now. Both the real girlfriend and the fake one are here. How does that feel? Zhou Mingting asked curiously. Correction, I'm just the stand-in. And this stand-in role only comes into play when my junior's mom visits campus. The rest of the time, I'm the CP fan club leader. Speaking of which, we really owe Senior Wang a debt of gratitude. If it weren't for your acting skills and quick thinking, Wei and I would have been exposed. If they were at the dinner table, Shen Yifeng would have raised his glass. Last time was truly nerve-wracking. Who knew mom would suddenly appear in the mountain city and even pinpoint the exact hotpot restaurant?
Maybe that's what they call the magnetic bond between mother and child.
No need to thank me. It was the least I could do. Sister Wei has always been so kind to me.
I was just looking for a chance to repay her.
Now I finally got to return the favor. Soon the class bell rang. In a university classroom, if a few students were missing, the professor might notice during roll call. But if a few more were absent, it was usually hard to detect. Unless it was the academic advisor, who likely knew the class roster. Other professors only remembered the top students and the chronic truants, not the ones in between. This is the first time we've sat together in class, isn't it? Yeah, it's kind of strange. Luckily, we're a year apart. If we were the same age and classmates, we might have been too familiar to ever sit together. Shen Yifeng shook his head with a smile.
We're already familiar enough, yet we still ended up together. We've known each other since we were in diapers, we just don't remember it.
Seems true, huh?
Why is that? I've heard many people say two people who know each other too well rarely end up together. But when you confessed to me, I didn't feel any urge to refuse.
Because I knew you liked me. Shen Yifeng felt rather embarrassed.
In his past life, he'd already known about Tang Wei's feelings for him. Even in her 30s, she hadn't dated anyone. When her family teased her about being an old maid, she'd just smile and say she was too busy with work. Truthfully, he'd liked Tang Wei in his past life too, even as a child. Perhaps it was that sisterly feeling boys often enjoyed being looked after. But because of his situation with Chu Yun, he felt it wouldn't be fair to Tang Wei to pursue her after their breakup.
So he suppressed those feelings all along. Maybe you just like hitting me. You hit me out of affection.
You liked hitting me when we were kids, you like hitting me now, and you'll probably still like hitting me when we're old.
Possible.
It feels pretty satisfying when I hit you, but hitting others involves the Public Security Administration punishment law, so I can only hit you.
You can't exactly report me.
Hey, a horse's life is still a life, okay? Besides, I'm kind of a public figure now.
What if someone films you hitting me and posts it on my Weibo super topic? It'd become my black history. Oh, by the way, when you go to negotiate that contract tomorrow, need a smart, attractive professional to accompany you? Tang Wei cupped her chin, turned to Shen Yifeng, and gave him a playful wink.
I think your teacher here would be perfect. Her expertise is unquestionable, and she's still got it, Shen Yifeng said unexpectedly.
Teacher Lu is incredibly skilled.
She regularly reviews contracts for companies, and even listed firms seek her out for equity restructuring and refining corporate legal documents.
You couldn't hire her for peanuts. Tang Wei shifted gears.
Now, I may not be as accomplished as Teacher Lu, but I offer great value for money.
Just treat me to lunch, you won't regret it. A playful smile touched Shen Yifeng's lips. Reliable? My contract is a multi-year commitment. If I misjudge, I'm screwed. Let me interject here.
Sister Wei has spent every spare moment lately studying contract law for talent agencies and record labels, even consulting with our professor. She studied until the wee hours last night, she's dead serious.
Wang Yihuan, the fan club leader, chimed in.
Seated in the back row, she'd been observing every move the pair made, later sharing updates in the Honey CP group chat. Earlier, she'd posted Shen Yifeng's classic line, he liked hitting me when we were kids, he likes hitting me now, and he'll probably still like hitting me when we're old. It earned rave reviews from the CP fans.
Watching others fall in love is just more fun.
I used to think pure love fades with age, but seeing Honey and Sugar proved me wrong, so very wrong. I told my boyfriend that Honey and Sugar have known each other since childhood, nearly 20 years, and they're together now. He said it sounds like a sci-fi movie.
Truly the poet immortal, this line is absolutely perfect.
Love that spans from diapers to school uniforms to wedding gowns back to plain clothes, beginning and ending together, growing old side by side. Joined the group for Confession Balloon, never expected to become such a die-hard fan.
Now the male leads a superstar, I'm speechless. Can't wait for a Feng's new song next week. Last week's Nameless one had me in tears, so heartbreakingly beautiful. Chapter 128, A Meal as Payment. Studying until dawn? That hard?
Shen Yifeng suddenly felt touched. Despite Tang Wei often teasing him, she was all bark and no bite. When it came to getting things done, she was incredibly diligent and dependable. Especially when it involved Shen Yifeng, Tang Wei always kept his matters close to heart. Even without being asked, she'd quietly take care of things.
It's fine. Legal stuff is something I need to learn anyway. Even if I might never deal with agency or record label contract law in the future, extra knowledge never hurts. Plus, it helps you out.
Tang Wei gave a slight nod, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear with her fingers. Those slender fingers weren't just moving hair, they were plucking at Shen Yifeng's heartstrings. Since you're so earnest about it, I'll hire you as my legal advisor.
The fee? Lunch just today. No meal on the actual workday?
Tang Wei arched her delicate brows, her eyes twinkling.
Sly businessman, bad boss. If the meeting goes well, we eat Western food. If not, noodles. I'll have the small bowl and I'll get you a mixed noodle bowl. Deal. Tang Wei raised her pinky finger.
Shen Yifeng grabbed her hand, tucking it under the table, then clasped their fingers tightly. The teacher's voice filled the classroom as students below diligently took notes. Some slackers played on their phones, unaware the gap between them and their peers was slowly widening. Others combined lectures with romance, like the couple by the window, the girl holding a pen in her right hand while her left clasped the boy's. The boy had no textbook before him, glancing now at birds perched on branches outside, now at his beloved.
University life offered freedom, yet not absolute liberty. Leisure mingled with busyness.
In the days right after my rebirth, every moment felt rushed. I was anxious about having failed in my previous life, so I pushed myself to work harder.
I fretted about what if Wei-jie didn't like me, what if my confession was rejected.
Now, I seem to have learned to slow down.
Some things simply can't be rushed.
Take making money, for instance. Opportunity matters more than effort. Or starting a company, without a solid foundation, the superstructure will eventually collapse, leaving a mess. Class ended soon, and students carrying books streamed toward the cafeteria and dormitories. Tang Wei walked ahead with her hands behind her back, her toes lightly tapping the ground. She moved with a light, lively step, her eyes sparkling like stars. Beside her, Shen Yifeng carried her books, occasionally glancing at the girl he cherished. Since being with Wei-jie, he'd discovered she was livelier than he'd remembered. Before, she only seemed lively when chasing him to beat him up, otherwise, she was always quietly studying. Looking back now, he probably hadn't observed her closely enough as a child. At the cafeteria, Shen Yifeng got 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable, shredded pork with fish sauce and stir-fried pork with lotus root cubes, plus a cold water spinach salad. Tang Wei had a smaller appetite, opting only for minced pork with eggplant, stir-fried greens, and a bowl of seaweed egg drop soup. As Shen Yifeng ate with his head down, he noticed Tang Wei staring at his plate, smacking her lips cutely.
Fish-flavored shredded pork or pork head meat? Shen Yifeng asked with unspoken understanding. Lotus root cubes. He almost forgot Wei-jie preferred vegetarian dishes.
Shen Yifeng quickly picked up a piece of lotus root to place on Tang Wei's plate, only to find her mouth already open, her rosy lips practically begging to be fed. So he fed her the lotus root.
Watching her chew contentedly, she finally said, "Yummy, I want more. Should I get you another serving? Are you stupid?"
Shen Yifeng noticed Tang Wei's eyebrows arch slightly, a clear sign something was off. If this were a romance strategy game, her affection meter would be dropping rapidly right now. Shen Yifeng quickly picked up another piece of lotus root from the meat pile and fed it to Tang Wei again.
What are they doing? Taking advantage of Wu Qinsong not being here? Boo-hoo, I wish someone would feed me too.
Zhou Mengting and Wang Yihuan sat at another table, not disturbing maple syrup and Tang Wei's private moment.
Want someone to feed you? Easy. Wang Yihuan grabbed a spoon, eager to try. Come on, Sister Zhou, open wide.
I don't want a woman feeding me, I want a man.
A man.
Zhou Mengting shot a look at Wang Yihuan and Chen Yizhu. Seriously, you two are both sophomores and still not dating. After junior year, senior year means internships, you won't get many chances after that. I want to, but I haven't met the right person, Wang Yihuan pouted, shoving the bite she just fed Zhou Mengting back into her own mouth. I'll have old Wu introduce you to someone from the music association.
Those musicians usually come from well-off families. Forget it. I'm not really into artists. They seem unreliable. I want someone who shares my interests, loves comics and gossip. Without common hobbies, it'd be so boring.
Zhou Mengting turned to Chen Yizhu.
What about you, Xiaozhu? Did your family arrange a business marriage for you?
I'm going abroad for graduate school after graduation. Finding a boyfriend here would make a long-distance relationship too complicated later.
I'll wait until I return to China. So jealous. Just packing up and leaving like that.
When you come back, you'll totally dominate the legal scene. Just as Zhou Mengting finished speaking, the gentleman ringtone blared from her phone on the table. She'd set this ringtone specifically for Wu Qinsong, no need to check the caller ID to know who it was.
You still remember to call me? Thought you'd forgotten all about me. Of course not. I've just been busy. Listen, old Shen's song this time is incredible. You'll see when the show airs next week, it completely redefines my understanding of Chinese-style music and duets.
Sounds like you and Zhang Ziyue have great chemistry, Zhou Mengting remarked, slightly annoyed.
We have to have chemistry. Otherwise, we couldn't pull off this song. Honestly, Zhang Ziyue's vocal skills are incredible.
I never noticed before, but now I really admire her.
Hey.
Wu Qinsong realized the call had been hung up, completely baffled.
He rubbed his head, muttering to himself, what's going on? Did I upset her again? That shouldn't be. Shen Yifeng rummaged through the plate, making sure all the lotus root cubes were gone before tentatively asking, want some water, spinach?
I'm kinda full, no thanks.
I've been eating too much lately and gained a pound. Gotta slim down. Tang Wei frowned slightly.
You promised to go night running every evening, but you're too busy, no time for that.
Your roommate, though, sticks to it every night. Oh, and could you find out if Suyu has a boyfriend?
We don't want old Huan getting all excited about going to see her, only to discover she's taken.
That would be tragic.
Shen Yifeng was pretty good to his friends, especially since he'd come to regard Huang Ku as his right-hand man.
I asked during the Cantonese club event last time. She doesn't have a boyfriend yet. But that's only temporary.
She's not bad-looking, so someone's bound to pursue her. Tell your roommate to hurry up. If he waits too long, he'll miss his chance. He wants to lose weight before approaching Yuyu, says first impressions matter.
I get it.
Guys tend to be pessimistic in love, thinking they're not good enough here or there, unworthy of the other person. So he wants to meet her looking his absolute best.
Tang Wei asked in her clear voice, what about you? Same thing.
At first, I was worried you wouldn't like me, so I was all timid and stammered through my words. Tang Wei recalled the National Day holiday when Shen Yifeng had found her on the playground and said all sorts of inexplicable things before suddenly bursting into laughter.
Feng is doing pretty well now.
But that timid, overly cautious version of him back then was truly adorable.
Too bad. I probably won't get to see him like that again.
Tang Wei blurted out unexpectedly, stinky little brother, call me sister for me.
Now. All right.
Shen Yifeng glanced around before leaning his head closer. Tang Wei understood, her heart fluttering with joy as she brought her ear closer.
Ahem. Shen Yifeng cleared his throat, flashing a mischievous grin. Wifey. Chapter 129, The Contract. Tang Wei jolted as if electrocuted by that nickname.
Just as she was about to unleash her divine palm strike, Shen Yifeng's goofy grin made her completely unable to follow through. Instead, she jabbed her chopsticks into her rice and wrinkled her nose in warning.
Don't you dare call me that again. We're not even married yet.
That look on Wei-Wei's face wanting to punch me but holding back was just too adorable.
Shen Yifeng reached out and pinched Tang Wei's cheek. You did eat your rice, right? I'm counting on you tomorrow. Why so polite all of a sudden? Tang Wei blinked innocently.
I'm not exactly an expert yet, but I'll definitely go over the contract carefully tomorrow.
I won't let you get screwed over. Of course he had to be polite.
He just called her wife without getting hit. If he wasn't polite now, he might actually get hit later. As Shen Yifeng pondered this, he casually glanced outside the cafeteria and spotted someone with a camera, seemingly taking pictures of him. The distance was a bit far, so Shen Yifeng couldn't tell if they were photographing him or the cafeteria's exterior. But those long-range lenses were usually pretty expensive, hardly something a student could afford.
Let's go. I have class this afternoon. After lunch, I'll nap for a bit, then continue researching agency and record label contracts tonight. Tang Wei's words interrupted Shen Yifeng's thoughts.
Without further consideration, he placed his tray at the dishwashing station, accompanied Tang Wei to the dorm entrance, then headed back alone. The following afternoon, Shen Yifeng met Tang Wei at the school gate and they headed together to their agreed location. Besides the meeting scheduled for that afternoon with Hanxing Records and that evening with Weilan Records, several other record labels and talent agencies had also contacted Shen Yifeng.
Among them was one of the top 3 record companies in the country.
Small companies had their advantages and large companies had theirs. Ultimately, Shen Yifeng would make his decision based on today's discussions.
Why meet at a hotel?
Seeing the hotel reminded Tang Wei of the last time she and Shen Yifeng had checked into a room together. Back then, she had actually shared a bed with Yifeng. Thinking back now, it seemed utterly unbelievable.
Sure enough, when a man and woman are alone in a room, sparks can easily fly.
She'd have to be more careful in the future.
Not in a hotel room. Some hotels have tea lounges and conference halls.
This is a 4-star hotel, and the address is on the 2nd floor, probably in the lounge area. Shen Yifeng, hands in his pockets, seemed well versed in the ins and outs of such places.
You're quite knowledgeable.
If I didn't know you, I'd suspect you frequent hotels.
Tang Wei adjusted her glasses.
These were the non-prescription frames borrowed from Zhou Mengting, paired with the professional skirt suit she'd prepared for the debate competition.
The current Tang Wei looked every bit the urban professional, an elite white-collar worker.
Shen Yifeng, dressed casually, stood beside her, and at a glance, they looked like sister and brother. Even if I did come often, I couldn't afford a 4-star place.
Shen Yifeng pressed the elevator button.
When Tang Wei stepped in, his expression visibly tensed.
Don't worry too much about it. It's just a matter of how much you lose.
Anyway, when signing contracts with these companies, you're bound to lose out the first time.
That won't do. If I lose too much, then I'll be completely useless. Tang Wei straightened her posture, suddenly regaining her composure.
They reached the 2nd floor, stepped out of the elevator, and arrived at the agreed-upon location. Just as Shen Yifeng had guessed, it was a tea lounge. Many business people preferred discussing deals in hotels, not in rooms but in public areas.
Shen Yifeng?
A woman in her 30s stood near the tea lounge entrance.
Spotting Shen Yifeng, she approached.
Shen Yifeng was now a public figure. During the show's broadcast, popular contestants gained easy exposure. After all, 2013 lacked short videos and had few variety shows. When a show was popular, practically the entire nation would watch it.
Yes, that's me.
Shen Yifeng quickly assessed her and noticed another woman glancing over from a nearby seat, likely part of the same group.
And this is? The woman gestured toward Tang Wei.
Tang Wei wore a professional skirt suit and gold-rimmed glasses, radiating both the sophistication of a career woman and a youthful vibrancy. If Shen Yifeng were a company's CEO, this girl would undoubtedly be his assistant or secretary. But Shen Yifeng was merely a creator. He didn't need an assistant or secretary.
Could she be your girlfriend? Yes, my girlfriend. She is studying law. Shen Yifeng deliberately emphasized Tang Wei's major. He knew full well that to these seasoned professionals, an ungraduated youth posed no threat. Even a law degree didn't guarantee anything special. Hello, please sit down.
As expected, the woman glanced at Tang Wei before immediately returning her attention to Shen Yifeng. She then turned and led them to the tea table. Tea was already brewed on the table, but there were only 3 cups.
The woman asked a server to bring another. I didn't know your preference, so I ordered tea guanyin.
Most people enjoy green tea, the other woman introduced herself while pouring tea. The supervisor at Hanqing Records, handling contract negotiations.
Hello, Supervisor Yi, Shen Yifeng replied, then turned to the woman who had initially greeted them. This is Judy, my assistant. I'm actually surprised DU Entertainment hasn't signed you yet. I heard Wu Qinsong hasn't signed either, is that right? Shen Yifeng avoided being drawn into this topic. I haven't asked him. DU Entertainment probably approached him, and they approached me too. Whether he signed or not, I don't know. I see.
I was thinking if he hadn't signed yet, we could discuss it during this visit.
While our company doesn't have as many signed artists as Top Entertainment, we're still quite substantial. Let's discuss the contract first. Tang Wei cut Yi Na off.
The others had initially assumed she was merely a figurehead, but the professional aura Tang Wei projected startled all 3.
Of course, Shen Yifeng never saw Tang Wei as a mere figurehead.
He just hadn't expected her to carry such a commanding presence when serious, truly reminiscent of a legal powerhouse.
Ah. Right. Here are the contracts we prepared for Shen Yifeng. There are 2 versions, representing 2 options.
The first is a fixed-term contract with our company for 6 years. During this period, the copyrights to any songs you compose belong to our company, and we'll license your songs to other artists.
If performed by our company's artists, royalties will be split evenly.
For other artists, terms depend on negotiation. It could be a buyout or a split. Under the fixed-term contract, royalties are split 50-50.
For collaborative arrangements, it's 40-60. We won't restrict your creativity. You may still compose songs for other artists during this period. However, any songs we promote will remain under our copyright. But don't worry, since it's a royalty system, even with us holding the copyright, you'll still receive annual song royalties. Tang Wei picked up the contract and examined it carefully.
On the surface, it seemed reasonable. Exclusive songwriter, 50-50 split with the company leveraging its connections to sell the songs, all fair enough. The cooperative arrangement, with the company taking an extra 10% for managing relationships, was also understandable.
But that's just what they say. The contract might hide loopholes.
That's why I absolutely have to help Feng review it carefully.
Don't get screwed.
Chapter 130, Adults Talking, Kids Keep Quiet.
While Tang Wei studied the contract intently, Yi Na kept the conversation flowing.
For many years now, the Chinese music scene hasn't seen a songwriter as talented as you. Compared to a decade ago, today's songs have actually regressed significantly. Your emergence has reshaped the landscape of the Chinese music industry, prompting reflection among many in the field.
Shen Yifeng's lips curved into a faint smile. That's a bit exaggerated. Just 2 songs? Reshaping the Chinese music industry? That's going too far.
He actually wanted to say that in another decade, the songs in the Chinese music industry would be even worse, far worse than they were at the turn of the century. Gentleman is the best pop song I've heard in the past 2 years. And Nameless Man transcends the concept of pop music, imbuing the song with deeper meaning. Yi Na lifted her teacup for a sip, then smiled again. We already have singers at our company wanting to collaborate with you, not minor artists, but well-known names. If you decide to join us, we can start working together very soon.
No rush. Let my girlfriend review the contract first. Shen Yifeng sipped his tea, glancing sideways at Tang Wei. Her focused expression was utterly captivating.
They say men look handsome when they're serious, and the same goes for girls.
Especially when you realize she's being serious for you. That feeling is something else entirely. The contract itself is fine. The penalty for breaching a fixed-term contract is double compensation, which is reasonable. But the clause about damages isn't very specific.
Tang Wei lifted her head, her gaze sharp as she fixed it on Yi Na.
If the losses aren't explicitly defined, it could easily become a case of whatever amount you claim is what you get. I want this clarified in the formal contract. Well, it's like this.
Yi Na hurried to explain. The calculation for losses caused is based on the total revenue generated from both parties' cooperation in the 6 months prior to the breach occurring. Divide by the number of days in half a year, then multiply by the number of days from the date of the breach to the date of termination of the cooperation. In other words, the longer the breach period, the larger the base amount becomes.
Tang Wei immediately understood and nodded thoughtfully.
Another issue, and one we're most concerned about, is the profit distribution. My client possesses strong creative abilities and doesn't require the company to handle their packaging, so they won't incur any expenses for the company. Under these circumstances, is it reasonable to propose a 50-50 split for the fixed-term contract and a 60-40 split for the ongoing partnership party, A receiving 60%, the individual 40%? Shen Yifeng held his teacup silently, pouring himself another cup. When we were kids and our families ate together, I was a chatterbox and often got scolded by Wei-jie. Kids, don't interrupt when adults are talking. Yet the moment she turned away, she joined the adults' conversation, treating me like a child while positioning herself as an adult. This scene felt like a flashback to childhood, adults talking, children keeping quiet. Shen Yifeng really did stay silent, waiting for them to finish their conversation. Sis, this is perfectly reasonable. The contract states we'll arrange and design the image for Party B, handle interviews with radio, TV, periodicals, magazines, newspapers, and other media outlets, and uphold the reputation of both parties. All of this requires the company to spend money to maintain. As a behind-the-scenes creator, how often do you think you'd actually appear on TV or in magazines throughout the year? And even if you did appear on a show, the production team would pay you an appearance fee. In fact, it would earn money for the company. So this expense is negligible, almost insignificant. Tang Wei pulled another contract from her bag. This is a contract we've prepared for your review. With several more episodes of Upward creators still to film, my client's popularity is bound to keep rising. A lyricist who brings their own audience, whose songs guarantee sales for the performers, that's what every talent agency and record label dreams of. We don't need corporate packaging or promotion. We simply seek a third party to connect us with singers who want our songs or to help promote our compositions to other artists for them to perform. Simply put, we want our relationship with record labels to be not a partnership, but a commission arrangement. Hearing Tang Wei's words, Yina froze momentarily, instinctively furrowing her brow. I've never seen a contract like this before. When our company signs with creators, it's either a collaborative relationship or an employment relationship. I've never heard of being hired. Shen Yifeng set down his teacup and offered a slight smile. The contract the company prepared is based on uncertainty about how much revenue Party B can generate for the company, hence the current profit-sharing ratio. Take a simple example. If someone else writes a song that earns 10,000 yuan, with a 50-50 split, the company gets 5,000 yuan. But if I write a song that earns 400,000 yuan, with a 70-30 split, the company gets 120,000 yuan. If you were in their shoes, would you choose to sign a 50-50 split contract with that songwriter, or would you prefer to sign a 70-30 split contract with me? Yina was momentarily speechless, her eyebrow twitching slightly. But you can't guarantee your songs will earn that much money. That depends on whether I find the right patron. If a company trusts me, they'll naturally want to sign me. For a 50-50 split, I'd be better off signing with DU Entertainment. Your company is still much smaller than theirs. Shen Yifeng sat with his legs crossed, looking cocky and carefree. Tang Wei beside him sat with her legs together, leaning slightly forward, one hand resting on her lap and the other holding the contract. Both pairs of eyes were fixed intently on Yina. From Yina's perspective, the two actually looked quite like a married couple. I can't make that decision on my own. I need to consult with our higher-ups. The thing is, contracts like this don't exist in the industry, so I can't give you an answer right away. No problem. We weren't planning to sign immediately anyway. We have a few other companies we want to talk to, so we need to compare offers. Shen Yifeng finished the last sip of his tea, knowing the conversation had run its course. Since he'd stated he couldn't decide and needed to consult his superiors, he'd surely make the call discreetly behind closed doors rather than in front of us. He might even curse us under his breath, saying we're young but have big ambitions. The profit margin had jumped from the original 40-60 split without a term contract to the 70-30 split just mentioned, a full 30% increase. Don't underestimate that 30%. The larger the base, the greater the final figure. The final figure could be staggering. Which other companies are approaching you? Judy blurted out, having remained silent until now. Tang Wei's nose wrinkled slightly as she shrugged. Blue Sky Records, Butterfly Records, plus Rolling Stone and Warner. Yesterday, a company called Linglan Records also reached out to us. Shen Yifeng raised an eyebrow, his expression unchanged. The companies Wei-jie mentioned, High Die, Rolling Stone, and Warner, were all top-tier domestic music labels. Besides Butterfly Records contacting me, hadn't Rolling Stone and Warner stayed quiet? When you're out in the world, you define your own identity. So this is how calm Wei-jie can be when she lies. And that last company, Linglan Records, never heard of it. Could it be something Wei-jie made up? What Shen Yifeng didn't know was that Linglan Records and Hanqing Records were arch-rivals. Whenever Hanqing Records artists released new songs, Linglan Records would immediately schedule their own artists to release tracks and compete on the charts. Such open and covert rivalries were commonplace. So when Tang Wei mentioned that Linglan Records was also seeking a collaboration with Shen Yifeng, Yina's gaze softened considerably, shedding its initial haughtiness. Chapter 131, Cultivating a Boyfriend from Childhood. I'll get back to you as soon as possible. Don't rush into signing with other companies just yet.
Ask around, and if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to us. We know this industry inside out. Some companies deliberately set traps for you. They'll paint a rosy picture at first, but later, nothing comes of it. Yi Na's attitude had shifted. She no longer viewed them as ungraduated college students with clear-eyed naivety. Alright, we definitely won't sign anything hastily. We'll keep exploring our options. Shen Yifeng stood up, knowing it was time to leave. Good. We'll still be here tonight. If you have any questions, feel free to come find us anytime. As a grown man, wouldn't it be awkward for me to come find two young women late at night? Shen Yifeng slowly let his smile fade as he shook hands with Yi Na and Judy separately. Then he led Tang Wei out of the tea lounge. Once inside the elevator, Tang Wei pressed her hand to her chest and exhaled deeply as the doors closed. That scared me to death. When she said there'd never been a contract like this before, I was already thinking of how to explain it. Thank goodness she didn't press further. Explain what? You should have just argued back. Shen Yifeng grinned mischievously. Just tell her you've never seen a contract like this because you've never encountered a songwriter like that. If there's a songwriter who can get superstar singers to actively seek collaborations, you'll be counting money. Why would you care about that little percentage? Tang Wei playfully jabbed Shen Yifeng's arm with her little fist. You little rascal, how did you pull that off? I thought you'd freeze up, but you were even cooler than me. Negotiating partnerships is all about who holds the upper hand. We clearly had the advantage. Not pushing for favorable terms would have been foolish. You were pretty impressive at the end too, dropping all those big labels and intimidating them. When I heard Hi Tai, Rolling Stone, and Warner, I could tell their attitude shifted completely. Tang Wei shook her head. It wasn't those big names that intimidated them. It was Linglan Records, the one I mentioned last. That company is a sworn rival of Hanqing Records. If we sign with them, Hanqing won't take it lying down. The elevator doors opened. Shen Yifeng stepped out of the elevator, casually taking Tang Wei's bag to hold it for her. Impressive, Sister Wei. Where did you find that out? Huan helped me. Weibo has everything, especially entertainment news. As a seasoned entertainment enthusiast, she knows a lot of netizens, so we found it quickly together. Sis Huan is truly my only connection in the entertainment industry. It wasn't until he grew up that Shen Yifeng realized the importance of social circles. A good social circle could solve many problems in life. When your son wants to enroll in school, you ask a friend for help. When you're sick and need an appointment, you ask a friend to skip the line. When you need to file a lawsuit, you ask a friend to represent you. Each person could only excel in one or two areas. In all others, they had to rely on friends' help. Otherwise, many things simply couldn't be done, or if they could, it would be a huge hassle. If he followed the timeline of his past life, Shen Yifeng's closest friends would remain his college roommates. Later, Huang could join him in starting a cybersecurity company, while Qin Shiyu took over the family lumber business. He lived comfortably, still going through several girlfriends each year. Rumor had it he contracted AIDS, but that was hearsay and unverified. Zhou Xianyu opened a youth basketball training center, scraping by. Tang Wei's roommates, however, were clearly doing better than his own. Zhou Mengting became a legal counsel at a major corporation. Wang Yihuan passed the bar exam to become a prosecutor in her hometown district of Fuling. With a government salary, she might not become wealthy, but she'd certainly never worry about basic needs. Chen Yizhu returned from studying abroad and joined a prestigious Shanghai law firm. Leveraging family connections, she rose to become a partner with an astronomically high annual salary. Tang Wei stayed in the mountain city, becoming the youngest regional partner at a law firm. From university onwards, many people's paths in life were already set. Some coast along, while others set clear goals from the start. After graduation, when everyone went their separate ways, this gap only widened. Years later, when they meet again, they're no longer in the same social class. I think what you just said makes perfect sense. Since we hold the upper hand in negotiations, there's no rush to sign. We can wait until we find a company willing to meet our terms and with solid overall strength before committing. Tang Wei's eyes sparkled with admiration, increasingly convinced that Shen Yifeng's future path would be one of boundless promise. He was only a freshman, yet his professional skills were already impressive, and he even had a side hustle. Plus, Yifeng had ambitions to start his own company. Even if it was just talk, having that drive was impressive enough. Solid expertise, a side hustle, ambition, and good looks to boot. He was practically perfect. Turns out I've been raising a boyfriend since childhood. If I hadn't beaten him up so often when we were kids, he might have gone off the rails by now. It was worth every time I caught him at the internet cafe and secretly tattled to his mom. Otherwise, he'd have picked up bad habits from those troublemakers. Shen Yifeng still has no idea why his mom always managed to track him down at the internet cafe whenever he snuck out as a kid. Eventually, no internet cafes in the county dared to let him in. If he knew the truth, he'd probably realize it wasn't his mom installing phased array radar, it was a supervisor keeping a constant eye on him. Try to wrap this up within the week. Otherwise, I'm worried the entertainment company might pull some shady tricks. The entertainment industry is just like business warfare, the methods can be pretty dirty. That evening, Shen Yifeng and Tang Wei met again with the head of Azure Records, proposing the same collaboration terms as they had that afternoon. The reaction to the contract mirrored that of Hansing Records. Initial shock gave way to understanding after Tang Wei's explanation. Creators with built-in buzz were few and far between in the Chinese music scene, let alone those who had participated in talent shows. This was an unprecedented move for a variety program. Whether it was the titles of Poetic Immortal and Master of Lyrics, or the boost from the Maple Syrup CP and Breeze CP pairings, both added significant buzz to Shen Yifeng. The three mentors even openly stated on the show that they wanted to commission songs from Shen Yifeng. The value of such endorsements speaks for itself. Signing him to their label might just elevate the entire roster's star power. For such a lucky charm, special treatment seems perfectly acceptable. Back in the dorm, Shen Yifeng found Huang Ke packing up, pulling out all his clothes. Just bring one outfit. It's not like we're auditioning for a talent show, why all the fuss? They'll definitely take photos on site. I need to look sharp in the pictures. If my looks aren't up to par, at least my clothes can make up for it. Finga, you're here just in time, help me pick an outfit. I trust your taste. Huang Ke's wardrobe consisted almost entirely of black or white items. Pants were either black jeans or black slacks. Go downstairs and grab 2 packs of cigarettes. I'll take you to other dorms to borrow clothes. You can't wear my size, but I could lend you mine if you want. Shen Yifeng had previously used cigarettes to borrow clothes, and Huang Ke had tagged along. It suddenly dawned on him. Just as he was about to head out, Zhou Xianyu reminded him, room 8342 sells cigarettes. They're only 1 yuan more expensive than the campus store. Forget it, I'll walk a bit further. 2 packs only cost 2 yuan more, every penny counts. We'll definitely spend money in Xi'an, so we should save up. Chapter 132, First Class on the Plane. After borrowing a set of clothes for the price of 2 packs of cigarettes, Huang Ke packed his belongings, a laptop, charger, and ID card. Shen Yifeng's luggage was slightly heavier. After tomorrow's competition in Xi'an, they had to head to Xiangnan for a show, so he needed to bring a change of clothes. The next morning, the two boarded the light rail from campus to the airport. I'm so sleepy. Why didn't they book our flights for yesterday? We wouldn't have to get up so early. Huang Ke rubbed her eyes, clearly still half asleep. It was supposed to be last night's flight, but we hit a massive rainstorm. The plane got delayed until this morning. Shen Yifeng had just texted Tang Wei to say he was on his way. Wei, go for it. Go. 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 Wei, let me know when you arrive in Xi'an. Wei, don't be nervous on your first flight, just close your eyes and blink and you'll be there. Wei, also. Don't miss me too much, it's only 2 days apart. No crying. Shen Yifeng grinned like an idiot at his phone screen. I'm so jealous of you, Feng. You've got a successful career and a beautiful, understanding girlfriend. Dating an older sister must be way easier than dating a younger sister. Well, it's not that simple, but dating an older sister does mean she's more considerate. Even if she's a little spoiled, it's not unreasonable, it's just life's little spice. Huang Ke didn't quite get it. What do you mean, spice of life? Take a simple example, you wake up, eat breakfast, play on your phone until noon, then eat lunch, play on your phone until evening, eat dinner, go back to bed playing on your phone, sleep when you're tired, and repeat the same routine the next day. Wouldn't you find that boring? Huang Ke nodded repeatedly. Playing with my phone is fun, but doing the same thing every day would be boring. But aren't we talking about dating? Having a girlfriend would be different, right? Shen Yifeng shook his head. If she's a steady girlfriend, life just adds someone to eat with and play phone games with. Your days would still be repetitive. You'd wake up knowing exactly what had happened today, still boring. But if your girlfriend is quirky and unpredictable, one day she suddenly wants to go to the zoo, the next she wants to see a movie, and the day after that she craves hot pot, then your life changes. It's like going from plain congee to adding preserved eggs, lean pork, scallions, and salt, finally becoming a delicious preserved egg and lean pork congee. Huang Ke suddenly interjected, but I don't like preserved egg and lean pork congee. Then you need to find a girl who can turn it into whatever you like, tomato meatball congee, vegetable congee, that kind of girl. Huang Ke began to understand. Having personality isn't a bad thing. On the contrary, a girl who agrees with everything you say might seem nice at first, but you'll get bored of her later. Even monks would get sick of plain rice porridge every day. Shen Yifeng glanced at the time, they should barely make it. The main issue was how far the university town was from the airport. The good news was that the organizers had booked them first-class tickets, granting them many perks at the airport. Over an hour later, they finally arrived at the terminal of Zhongbei International Airport. It was Huang Ke's first time flying, and she seemed a bit nervous, chattering non-stop. Brother Feng, where do we go in? Where do we pick up our tickets? Holy crap, there are so many people? We're screwed. I don't think we'll make it. Shen Yifeng urged him to calm down. We're flying first class. Can't you act like someone flying first class? Just then, he spotted an airport staff member approaching. He calmly walked over and asked, where do we check in for Sichuan Airlines first class? First class? I'll take you there. The two bypassed the queue and headed to a separate check-in counter nearby. Hello, flying to Xi'an. Shen Yifeng handed over his ID card. Seeing this, Huang Ke quickly handed over her ID as well. Any checked baggage? No. Alright, we've processed your check-in. Your boarding gate is 37, and the VIP lounge is at 48. Have a pleasant journey. Thank you. Shen Yifeng took his ID and boarding pass, then handed Huang Ke's to him. I told you we'd have time to spare. We can even relax in the VIP lounge for half an hour. Brother Feng, you're such a social butterfly. You handle this like you fly all the time, so smooth and confident. Huang Ke admired Shen Yifeng even more. Once you recognize someone as your big brother, you naturally see them through rose-colored glasses. What was originally just a minor task like checking in for a flight became, for those with social anxiety, a godsend when handled by Shen Yifeng. His ability to manage everything felt like an angel had descended, sparing them much of the distress of social interactions. In his previous life, Shen Yifeng had indeed flown frequently for business, but he'd never experienced first class. As for the VIP lounge, this was his first time stepping inside. After clearing security, the two arrived at Lounge 48. Inside sat numerous individuals in sharp suits, alongside others dressed more casually, though their attire clearly carried price tags beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Brother Feng, maybe we should just sit outside? I think it's fine out there. This place feels a bit suffocating. You'll get used to it with experience. Next time we have a competition, I'll bring you along to broaden your horizons. You'll adjust eventually. Shen Yifeng felt a bit peckish and headed straight for the lounge's dining area. What would you like to eat? Fried rice will do for me. Huang Ke pursed her lips. He was genuinely hungry, but had no idea what food options were available here. The menu was right in front of him, but he didn't dare look. A ticket that cost thousands, and you're eating fried rice? I'll eat your banana and guava. Shen Yifeng's mouth twitched. He told the waiter, get him a bowl of tripe noodles, extra tripe, less noodles. Certainly, sir. And what would you like? Braised beef noodles, no noodles, just beef. Seeing the waiter look doubtful, Shen Yifeng added, working out lately. Can't have carbs. The waiter finally seemed to understand, nodding repeatedly. Right away, sir. I'll have the kitchen prepare it immediately. Please wait a moment. Huang Ke pursed her lips and asked, Brother Feng, what's the deal with ordering braised beef noodles without noodles, just beef? How much is noodles per pound? How much is beef per pound? Back at school, I couldn't even afford to order beef noodles. Free? We gotta eat our fill. Holy crap, it's free. Huang Ke slapped his thigh. Everything here is free. If you don't mind an upset stomach, there's also free ice cream over there, you can eat as much as you want. Huang Ke nearly bolted toward it, but then remembered he was still dieting. For Yuyu's sake, I must resist. Damn it. Dieting is torture. This 3 CTF tournament's quarterfinals are also a capture the flag format. It's not just about skill, but strategy too. Choosing the right challenges is crucial. Tackle the ones you're good at first. Getting the first kill on a challenge gives you an extra 10% bonus. You should tackle the ones you're good at first. If you make it into the top 50, there's prize money. It's only 1,000 yuan, but something's better than nothing. Huang Ke grimaced. Brother Feng, are you serious? This round is packed with pros. Many held back in the preliminaries. I just hope I don't come in dead last, that'd be too embarrassing for the school. Chapter 133, The Hacker Girl. Shen Yifeng pulled his laptop from his bag, connected to the local Wi-Fi, and said to Huang Ke, the bolder you are, the more you can achieve. I think making the top 50 is totally within your reach. You have to believe in yourself. Since Brother Feng says so, I can't let you down. I'll tackle the problems I'm good at first to secure bonus points that'll give me an edge. While waiting for the noodles, Shen Yifeng opened his laptop to review the competition rules. Event Introduction. Skip. Prize Structure. First place, 100,000 yuan. Second place, 70,000 yuan. Third place, 40,000 yuan. Fourth to sixth place, 20,000 yuan each. Seventh to 10th place, 10,000 yuan each. Beyond that, it's basically consolation prizes ranging from 5,000 to 10,000 yuan. While Shen Yifeng was still reading the competition rules, the waiter arrived with a tray, placing a bowl of noodles with more tripe than noodles and another bowl of braised beef noodles without noodles on the table. Enjoy your meal, sir. Shen Yifeng closed his laptop and politely said, thank you. Just as he lifted his bowl to eat, he noticed the waitress in black stockings hadn't left yet. He looked up and asked, is there something you need? The waitress gave an awkward smile, looking a bit shy. Could I take a photo with you? I really love the songs you write, especially the nameless one. It truly captures the hearts of ordinary people like us. He actually ran into a fan. Shen Yifeng was a bit surprised, having assumed she was staring because the VIP room required payment and he was about to reach for his wallet. Of course. Hey, Wallen, take a picture for us. Shen Yifeng handed his phone to Huang Ke. Say cheese. Huang Ke was mid-bite of some delicious pork intestines when suddenly asked to pose. What could he do? Brother Feng's orders must be obeyed. Thank you. If you need anything, just let me know. After you finish eating and rest up, I'll escort you to boarding. Shen Yifeng smiled gently in return. Alright, thank you for your trouble. Both men were exceptionally polite. One had never encountered airport staff being so courteous to him before. The other had never encountered a celebrity being so courteous to her before. From an ordinary person's perspective, anyone who'd been on TV was a celebrity. I almost forgot Brother Fong is a public figure now too. Good thing it's not as crowded in the morning. If it were afternoon, you'd probably have fans swarming you for photos. Huang Ke finished his noodles in a few bites, then slowly picked at the remaining pork intestines. Intestines are one of those foods those who love them adore them, while those who dislike them always feel like they're eating. I suddenly have this bad feeling. What if someone on Weibo's super topic exposed my whereabouts? Wouldn't that mean someone would be waiting to pick me up at Xianyang Airport? Good thing I washed my hair today and dressed up nicely. Maybe I can ride Fing's coattails and get on Weibo's trending list. That'd be something, Huang Ke joked. Shen Yifeng's eyebrow twitched. This is precisely why I'd rather stay behind the scenes than appear on TV. Being recognized everywhere is just too inconvenient. After finishing their meal, the two boarded through the VIP and took their seats. The mountain city wasn't far from Xi'an, about an hour and a half away. Shen Yifeng informed the flight attendant in advance that she didn't need to ask him about meals. He planned to sleep straight through until landing. As economy class passengers gradually filled their seats, the purser began verifying the passenger count. One first-class passenger is still missing. We're almost at the final boarding time. They probably won't make it. No sooner had the words left her mouth. A girl with twin ponytails, a black backpack, a black skirt, a black jacket, black tights, and black Mary Jane leather shoes dashed onto the plane. No need to guess this was the last passenger who hadn't boarded. Shen Yifeng sat in the aisle seat, and with just a slight tilt of his head, he could see her. Her outfit had a distinct Lolita aesthetic, radiating youthful energy, a stark contrast to the world around her. In a few years, domestic anime enthusiasts would grow in number. As niche interests gained more followers, they would gradually become fashionable, even mainstream. That was close. I almost missed it. Seat A03, Seat A03. The girl stopped beside Shen Yifeng and glanced back at him. Just as Shen Yifeng was about to pull his foot back, the girl suddenly gasped, "Yikes. Shen Yifeng. Put." Shen Yifeng's hair stood on end. It felt like bumping into a stranger on the street who declared, "I'm your grandmother." It was absurd and utterly shocking. Because I had absolutely no idea who she was, yet she managed to call out my name directly. She literally yelled it. Half the plane probably heard it. Yes, it's me. Quick, sit down, the plane's about to take off." Shen Yifeng hurriedly pulled his feet in to let the girl pass. The flight attendant asked her, "Would you like me to stow your bag overhead?" "No, thanks. I have my laptop inside. For us hackers, we never leave our computers behind." What hacker would ever admit to being a hacker? She was definitely an anime-obsessed girl, bursting with energy. She even threw the socially adept Shen Yifeng for a loop. But even more impressive than the social butterfly is the socially anxious. Short for social terrorist. "I knew you were heading to Xi'an for the competition, and I guessed we'd be on the same flight after all. The organizer booked all the tickets together. I just didn't expect to end up sitting next to you." Wait a minute. Shen Yifeng heard something shocking in the otaku girl's words. The tickets were purchased collectively by the organizers? Then that means you're here for the 3CTF competition too? Yep. Hi, Vivi the Beauty, I'm Daker. Nice to meet you. The girl extended her hand. Her fingers weren't slender and delicate, but rather a bit chubby. Damn it. Don't call me by my code name out here, it's embarrassing, okay? Shen Yifeng regretted choosing that name. But I'm not the only one who should be embarrassed. Let me introduce you. That one over there is Yuyu, I love you. We're all here for the competition. Huang Ke's skin crawled. Sitting in first class and being called Yuyu, I love you, it wouldn't be embarrassing at school, but out here? So embarrassing. Not using a code name? Then let me reintroduce myself. I'm Hei, pronounced like he in heavy musy. Pleased to meet you. Shen Yifeng gave her a brief handshake, inwardly puzzled that a female cybersecurity major had made it to the finals. It wasn't that he looked down on female competitors, but back in 2013, few people knew about cybersecurity as a major. So 95% of the female students in cybersecurity had been assigned there through the adjustment process. Unfamiliar with and uninterested in the field, they naturally struggled academically. But this girl had just called herself a hacker and made it to the semi-finals. Excluding the possibility of sharing key values in the group chat to advance, she must possess considerable skill. How did you recognize me at a glance? Shen Yifeng struck up a conversation while the plane was still taxiing. Naturally, it's because of the show. Plus, your Weibo super topic revealed you were heading to Xi'an for the competition. There'll be plenty of people waiting at Xianyang Airport to greet you. So that's it. Shen Yifeng pressed his hand to his forehead. At this rate, would he have to hire a bodyguard? Chapter 134, Empty Promises. You said you're a hacker? I taught myself programming because I loved playing games. But there was never a game out there that I truly enjoyed, so I decided to make my own. Shen Yifeng perked up at the keywords. You can write game code yourself? Hey Wei-jie nodded earnestly. I've already made 2 games. You can find them on Steam. How old are you? Shen Yifeng realized his question was impolite after asking a girl's age. But Wei-jie clearly had no qualms about her age. I'll turn 18 in the winter month. I'll be an adult soon. She's actually younger than me? In foreign countries, especially Western ones, children start using computers at an early age. Their education isn't exam-oriented, so many kids pursue fields they're interested in and receive support from their parents. That's why so many so-called genius hackers and programming masters emerge. In truth, they simply started learning earlier. Of course, genuine talent can't be ruled out. Considering our population size, if Chinese children could pursue their passions with parental support and start early, we'd undoubtedly see a wave of genius hackers and programming masters emerge too. Are you in high school or college now? Shen Yifeng asked curiously. I returned to China after graduating high school. College doesn't interest me. The professors there probably aren't even as skilled as I am. Going would just be a waste of time. Huang Ke frowned in confusion. But without college, you won't have a degree. A degree is just a tool to get a job, but I don't want to work, Wei-jie replied earnestly. If you don't want to work, then what? Shen Yifeng cut Huang Ke off. Old Huang, let's not be such narrow-minded fools. She grew up abroad. Do you really think her family's short on money? Well, you're right about that. Huang Ke turned away, looking dejected. Sometimes the gap between people is wider than the gap between humans and dogs. Once the plane stabilizes after takeoff, could I see the game you made? Shen Yifeng wasn't sure if the game the girl had made was something that could actually be released on Steam, or just a simple 4,399 minigame. If it met his expectations, this girl flying out of Jianbei Airport must live in the mountain city. He could pitch the concept of the Yuan Shen game to her, then she might be interested in joining. More crucially, she didn't seem short on cash. If he painted her a rosy picture, she probably wouldn't demand exorbitant compensation. In the early stages of entrepreneurship, when funds are tight, painting a rosy picture for employees is perfectly normal. Let me state up front, I'm not some evil capitalist. First, emphasize that I have a dream. Discussing benefits and compensation can come later. Wei-jie nodded happily upon hearing Shen Yifeng's interest in her game. Sure thing. As the plane climbed and entered the stable stratosphere, Wei-jie eagerly pulled out her laptop before Shen Yifeng could ask. I make 2 types of games. One is a sandbox farming sim, kinda like Minecraft. The other is a Japanese-style post-apocalyptic survival adventure featuring cute girls. That's my pride and joy. My team and I spent 3 years perfecting it. Japanese-style, post-apocalyptic, beautiful girls, adventure survival? This shares quite a few similarities with Yuan Shen. As Wei-jie launched the game, Shen Yifeng watched her navigate the interface, circling around to demonstrate the gameplay mechanics. He couldn't help but marvel. 3 years to make it? You weren't even 15 back then? Back then, a lot of kids at our school loved Japanese anime. I grabbed a few friends from the programming class to make the game together. But the cute girl characters they designed leaned more toward a Western aesthetic, which I wasn't really into. Wei-jie pursed her lips. That was perhaps her only dissatisfaction with the game. Do you plan to make more games in the future? Not sure yet. After returning to China, I've been self-studying programming. I also picked up reverse engineering and penetration testing in my spare time, otherwise, I wouldn't have entered this CTF competition. Shen Yifeng shifted his gaze, no longer viewing Wei-jie as an underage anime-obsessed girl. This girl was seriously skilled. What if there was a game centered around an open world, blending role-playing with card-based progression mechanics? An anime-style adventure set in a fictional alternate universe, featuring high-quality cartoon-style real-time rendering and an expansive world building? Would that interest you? Wei-jie's eyes suddenly lit up. That kind of aha moment. Role-playing combined with card gameplay? How would that even work? It's like a card game's character panel, but you can choose that character to adventure in a 3D world. The advantage of card games is that stats are clear at a glance. The advantage of RPGs is a more immersive experience. Combining these strengths greatly expands gameplay possibilities. I also plan to hire artists for Japanese anime-style beautiful female characters and voice actors for their voices. Shen Yifeng continued explaining to Koriko, it's an open-world game centered around resource gathering, character development, and exploration. It also incorporates adventure elements through level systems and combat mechanics. Upon hearing this, Koriko's spiky hair twitched. It felt like an electric current surged through her entire body, every cell in her body cheering with excitement. The game Shen Yifeng described was exactly her cup of tea. I'm super duper crazy interested. Her expression matched her words, super serious. Add me on QQ. After the competition wraps up, I'll start renting a space. If you know any friends skilled in programming, feel free to introduce them. Just so you know, the initial pay won't be high. Money doesn't really interest me. Just let me join this game project, please. I really love it. Koriko's voice was so loud that Shen Yifeng almost wanted to cover her mouth. The flight attendant in charge of first-class service smiled. Not the kind of laughter born of amusement, but a smile bordering on professional courtesy. Alright, keep it down. This is first class, not a no-go zone. Shen Yifeng felt a bit socially anxious himself, thanks to this social butterfly. I'll be renting an office in the university district. Would it be convenient for you to come over? No problem. I'll just have my dad buy an apartment nearby. Shen Yifeng's mouth twitched. Huang Ku, eavesdropping from the aisle, was also stunned. The other first-class passengers suddenly understood why these young people could afford to fly first class. They were either rich or well-connected, talking about buying apartments as casually as buying cotton candy. It was like buying cotton candy on the street, a mere drop in the bucket. So you're a little rich girl, huh? Then I believe you're not interested in money. Keep up that fine virtue. Once we finish the game, you'll be the top contributor. Then we'll push it into the Japanese and Korean markets and make a killing off those Koreans and Japanese. Hey, Musi obediently raised her hand. You don't need to address me like a primary school student reporting. Shen Yifeng realized he couldn't predict her next move at all. A lively girl, expressive in both face and body language. Who raises their hand when talking to someone? That's just too polite. Or maybe she's just going through a phase. If the game launches in Japan someday, could we get Aoi Mayano to do the voice acting? Shen Yifeng casually replied, we could even get Hanazawa Kana. Chapter 135, Fans Meet the Flight. As the plane touched down smoothly, Shen Yifeng and Huang Ku grabbed their bags and exited the flight under the flight attendant's warm farewells. Bro phone, this girl's been following us the whole time, Huang Ku whispered, glancing back just as Kuroki's wide, innocent eyes met his. Startled, he quickly averted his gaze. We're all here for the competition. They'll probably take us all away in one bus soon. Let her tag along. Who knows, she might end up being our colleague someday. Colleague? You mean in game development? Huang Ku wrinkled his nose slightly, skeptical of the young girl's capabilities. What else? She's got experience, and that's crucial for a new team. You know what's even more important? Huang Ku shook her head. The little rich girl isn't interested in money. Unlike some people who talk about money all the time. I don't have any money in the early stages of starting a business. Shen Yifeng shoved his hands in his pockets, suddenly understanding those capitalists. They say entrepreneurship has 3 stages: understand, become, transcend. Understand capitalists, become a capitalist, surpass capitalists. But Shen Yifeng only planned to master the first 2 steps, understanding and becoming. Once the company gained traction, employee benefits would naturally follow. That makes sense. We'll see how things go then. If her programming skills are truly impressive, I might even learn from her. Who knows? Maybe we stumbled upon a gem on this flight. Shen Yifeng turned and smiled at Hey Musi. A tech genius who isn't interested in money is a rare find. Stepping out of the domestic arrivals gate, Shen Yifeng spotted a crowd of girls holding up his fan lightboards from afar. Some even carried posters. Yifeng, I love you. Like a mouse loves rice. Gentle breeze, I wait for you. Honey sweet as sugar, my love for you is endless. Shen Yifeng's hands, clenched in his pockets, had already pinched his thighs purple. These slogans were so cringeworthy he could practically dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. There are solo fans shipping me in Old Wu, and fans shipping me in Wei-jie. The fan base is a bit complicated. Holy crap! There are so many people. Huang Ku had planned a cool entrance, but seeing the crowd instantly made him chicken out. He tried to hide behind Shen Yifeng, but all the cameras were focused on Shen Yifeng anyway. So he ended up finding Hey Muji and huddling close to her for warmth. Hey, sis, let's pretend we're strangers and slip away. Hey Muji retorted, why run? I dress like this today specifically to ride the boss's coattails. I'm here to promote our anime culture and help more people understand us otaku. Boss? Huang Ku turned pale with anxiety. You mean brother phone? You're already calling him boss? I'm really interested in that game project he mentioned. As soon as he launches it, I'll definitely join. Then he'll naturally be my boss. Haimuzi bounced over to Shen Yifeng with her backpack, trying to get in the shot. Thanks. You've worked hard. Shen Yifeng steeled himself and approached the fans waiting at the airport to interact with them. Xianyang Airport was quite far from the city center, so these fans who came specifically to greet him had gone through a lot. With so many fans crowding around, the staff member holding the welcome sign in the middle seemed insignificant. Make way, make way. The competition is about to start, let me escort him through first, okay? He's here for a competition. Not a fan meet and greet. But these fervent fans couldn't hear his voice at all. Their eyes and ears were fixed solely on Shen Yifeng, automatically tuning out all surrounding noise. You and Wu Qinsong are such a perfect match. Seeing you two together is a real treat for the eyes. I hope you'll attend more events together so we can see you both more often. Can we take a photo together? And get a few more autographs, please. How long have you been with your girlfriend? Have you known Wu Qinsong longer, or your girlfriend?
Shen Yifeng was starting to feel overwhelmed. Male into women, yet constantly paired with men as a forced CP.
It's not that I dislike Wu Song, but I'm ing straight. Straight.
My girlfriend and I grew up together. We've known each other since we wore open crotch pants. Shen Yifeng thought that after explaining this, they wouldn't keep hounding him about the Qingfeng CP pairing him with Wu Song, and he could finally have some peace.
But the next second, he regretted it. Amidst shrill screams, the fans went absolutely wild.
So they really are childhood sweethearts. This is too good to resist.
I've never seen childhood sweethearts actually end up together in real life.
So you've liked her for years, right? Did you chase her, or did she chase you?
Will you guys ever get to perform Confession Balloon together on stage?
Please, we're dying to hear a live version. Seeing the fans getting more and more out of control, plus it was getting late. Shen Yifeng finally started looking for the person who came to pick him up.
Brother Feng, over here.
Huang Ko, who had just walked around Shen Yifeng, spotted a staff member holding a 3 CTF competition airport sign stuck in the crowd. She hurried over to pull him out. Sorry, I still have to get to the competition. If you want photos, next time for sure.
Shen Yifeng hurried toward Huang Ko.
Though the fans continued to trail behind, thankfully they were enthusiastic but not frenzied, not blocking his path. They simply watched as Shen Yifeng climbed into the van, the door closed, and then reluctantly waved goodbye to their idol as he departed.
Those girls nearly ate me alive, Shen Yifeng muttered, rubbing his backside.
The chaos had been so intense, he'd even been groped.
The competition starts at 1 p.m. Let's head to the hotel first. We can grab a bite and rest a bit.
The staff member was drenched in sweat. In all his years, he'd never witnessed anything like this. He held up the airport sign bearing Shen Yifeng's name, only to be mistaken by fans as one of their own. They praised his fan-made sign as unique and insisted on pushing him to the center of the crowd. Spotting Shen Yifeng emerge from the arrival gate, he shouted urgently to grab his attention, hoping to lead him straight to the parking lot for the car. Little did he know that his shout ignited the rest of the fans, who immediately joined in the roar, drowning out his voice completely.
Have all the other contestants arrived? Shen Yifeng asked.
Yes, they arrived the day before.
Only Shansing's flight was delayed due to heavy rain.
Fortunately, the CTF competition relies entirely on the accumulated skills of the contestants. On the spot performance doesn't play a crucial role.
How many big names are competing this time?
Huang Ku asked, wanting to gauge the competition level. He knew he had a shot at cracking the top 50, but if too many heavy hitters showed up, his chances might vanish.
Top players?
Aren't you all top players? The staff member replied, half joking, half serious. Internally, 360 was well aware that offline preliminary rounds often saw cheating. For instance, several people might agree to each solve one problem, then share their key values to boost their scores.
College students especially loved banding together.
In contrast, working professionals and members of the public generally preferred to rely solely on their own abilities rather than seeking answers elsewhere. Otherwise, even if they advance to the finals, winning no prize money renders it meaningless. For students, the intangible prestige might serve as resume padding. They can mention reaching the finals of a certain competition when job hunting.
For working professionals, though, the goal isn't job hunting, it's the prize money. So they don't care about preliminary rankings. Advancing to the finals is all that matters. Chapter 136, The Little Rich Girl.
In short, the staff members' words carried a hint of mockery. Especially seeing how young all three of them were, it only reinforced the suspicion that they'd cheated their way into the rankings.
Cut it out, Huang Ku muttered. How could we possibly be big shots? The top 3 are all in this car.
If you aren't the big shots, then who is? The staff member asked with a hint of admiration in his voice. But it still sounded a bit sarcastic. In the cybersecurity world, being a novice is the original sin. Only real skill proves your worth. Unless the 3 of them could dominate the finals, they'd all be suspected of cheating in the preliminaries.
But I recall the third-place finisher's nickname was Ultra Thin Silk Smooth? Shen Yifeng turned to look at the harmless-looking Heimuji. That'd be me. Impressive. Who'd have thought this soft-spoken girl could come up with such a name?
I was even betting with old Huang that Ultra Thin Silk Smooth was definitely some burly guy.
Huang Ku stared at Heimuji in equal disbelief and asked, Aren't you Daker? That's my hacker alias.
In the white hat community, I go by Ultra Thin Silk Smooth.
That way, people assume I'm an older middle-aged guy and don't underestimate me.
The staff silently nodded, thinking, exactly. At first, everyone at the company thought the top-ranked Vivi the Beauty was actually a beauty, assumed the second-ranked Yuyu I Love You was a love-struck loser, and figured the third-ranked Ultra Thin Silk Smooth was a middle-aged, unkempt guy.
Turns out only the second one might be true.
The beauty was actually a handsome guy.
The middle-aged, unkempt guy was actually a petite beauty. The world is just that amazing.
The distance from Xianyang Airport to the hotel was 31 kilometers.
Upon arrival, the staff member helped them check in. Room 808 is for both of you. Room 807 is for you, ma'am.
Check-in for the competition starts at 1 p.m. in the lobby on the 3rd floor.
I have other matters to attend to and won't be able to accompany you further.
Thanks for your help, Shen Yifeng said, carrying his bag as he and Huangke headed toward the elevator.
Wei-jie didn't follow them.
Instead, she sat in the lobby lounge hugging her laptop, seemingly absorbed in something. After returning to their rooms, putting away their belongings, and resting for a while, they prepared to use their meal vouchers at the hotel restaurant when a knock suddenly sounded at the door. The door opened, and Wei-jie walked in without looking up, still clutching her laptop. Shen Yifeng quickly stepped aside to avoid a collision. I started conceptualizing that game you mentioned on the car ride over. With current game engines, perhaps only Unity can achieve real-time 2D and 3D interaction.
But I feel it's still not enough. If the NPC interactions aren't realistic, it'll diminish the game's playability. Here's a quick explanation of what a game engine is. It's not some mysterious thing.
Whether it's 2D or 3D games, role-playing games, real-time strategy games, adventure puzzle games, or action shooters, even a tiny 1 megabyte minigame, they all have a core piece of code that controls everything. This includes those mini-games on $43.99, and even classics like Snake or Tetris all require code to function. Through continuous optimization, game engines from multiple companies have evolved into complex systems composed of numerous subsystems. Modeling, animation, lighting, particle effects, physics systems, plugins, and editing tools. Game engines cover nearly every crucial aspect of the development process. When creating a game, the engine serves as its framework. Once this framework is established, game content, character models, and scene animations can be directly integrated into it. Therefore, engine development consumes a significant amount of time and requires substantial investment during game production. Considering costs, timelines, and risks, an increasing number of game development companies prefer using third-party engines to create their games. In his previous life, MiHoYo had used the Unity engine to create Genshin Impact. What are your thoughts?
Shen Yifeng inquired. If possible, I'd like to build our own engine.
Of course, not by myself. It would require an elite team. If we create an independent engine, and our games become wildly popular in the future, other game companies would pay to license our engine for their own game development.
That would be a sustainable source of income.
My dad always said a company's longevity depends on long-term revenue, not short-term gains. Even if a company makes a fortune 1 year, it could face bankruptcy in 2 or 3 years.
Shen Yifeng had to admit Wei-jie made a compelling point.
But developing an independent game engine was incredibly difficult.
Unless they found truly creative programmers, and even then, it would require a team. Such a massive codebase couldn't be completed by just a few people. Yeah, it's a great idea, but I don't have that kind of money. You know, I'm just a songwriter, Shen Yifeng admitted frankly. I entered this competition for that measly prize money. Otherwise, why would I be running myself ragged like this?
I could be enjoying campus romance instead.
Wei-jie nodded. I've got some living expenses left. I can sponsor you. Developing a game engine isn't something you can pull off with just a little money. Shen Yifeng thought, sis, you'd be better off using that allowance to order takeout. Oh wait, food delivery wasn't even a thing yet this year. Last week, May Group started advertising, and soon they'll be competing with Blue Army for market share. Soon coupons will be everywhere. Switching between 2 apps to order food will feel like eating for free.
True, engine development requires significant costs, but it's mostly labor expenses. I won't take a salary in the early stages. I'll bring in some suckers to fund it, plus my living expenses.
How much is your living expenses anyway? Shen Yifeng interrupted. About 70 or 80,000. Ha? How much? Shen Yifeng choked on his saliva. My parents still run their business in the US. They only come back a few times a year. I don't want to go over there. I can't connect with the anime culture there. So I live on my own here in China. They give me 70 or 80,000 a month for living expenses. If it's not enough, I just ask them for more.
Wei-jie spoke with deadpan seriousness, seemingly convinced that living off 70,000 to 80,000 yuan a month in China was perfectly normal. At least, that's what she believed until she returned home.
She couldn't spend it all. She simply couldn't. She wasn't into buying luxury goods.
Compared to those, anime merchandise and clothing felt practically free. Even after spending like crazy every month, she still had over half left.
Money never ran out, and the next month's living expenses would arrive on schedule.
Sometimes her parents on the West Coast, feeling they owed their child, would send several times the usual allowance, trying to make up for it with money.
After hearing what Wei-jie said, Huangke burst out laughing. Do your parents need another kid? Or do you need a child? I can be your son. I'm a real sweet talker.
I don't have a big brother like you, Wei-jie replied with deadpan seriousness. With 7 or 8,000 a month, plus occasional extra allowances and New Year red envelopes, this girl had over $1 million in liquid assets without lifting a finger.
She was practically a walking ATM.
And from the way she talked, she seemed to know a lot of programmers or hacker big shots.
One perk of coding is that programmers don't need to go to the office. They can work from home. Many American programmers, including those at Amazon and Google, earn high salaries while outsourcing work to programmers in China.
They spend just a tenth of their monthly pay to get tasks done without lifting a finger. Pure bliss.
Chapter 137, A Rare Find. Did you accept my QQ request? Give me your phone number too, I don't want to lose touch when I get back. Shen Yifeng hurriedly pulled out his phone. An employee this exceptional was like finding a needle in a haystack. If things got really tight later and the company couldn't keep going, her dad would chip in with a sponsorship. Are you holding that laptop to show us something? Huangku noticed Hey Muji's computer was still open. When I was making games before, my friends and I developed the first generation game engine, Hallucination 1.0. At the time, we wanted the NPCs and monsters in the game to have some level of thinking ability, rather than just mechanically executing code. Building on Hallucination 1.0 would speed up development significantly. Otherwise, it would take at least another year to create the first generation game engine. Shen Yifeng lowered his head in thought, realizing a very practical problem. Who holds the ownership rights to this game engine? Ownership? Hey Muji clearly hadn't considered this question. You developed this engine while abroad, correct? Intellectual property protection is taken very seriously overseas. You must have applied for copyright protection. If we develop games based on your engine, we'll have to pay royalties to the engine's copyright holder indefinitely. If they refuse to grant us authorization, we'll be in a very vulnerable position. Seeing that Hey Muji still didn't grasp it, Shen Yifeng patiently explained. Code has intellectual property rights too: copyright protection, patent protection, trademark protection. Unauthorized use is illegal, you must obtain permission. Hey Muji blinked her clear eyes and suddenly blurted out, why not just give it to you? You mentioned intellectual property rights earlier, and it just hit me I was a minor back then, so the rights are under my dad's name. I'll have him transfer them to you. What the hell are you transferring to me? Shen Yifeng's eyes widened. He realized he and this girl truly existed in different dimensions, as if separated by an impenetrable barrier. Or rather, they lived in different social classes, their thought patterns fundamentally distinct. In a past life, Shen Yifeng had come across a video that struck him as particularly authentic. A 16-year-old Chinese American in the US contacted a Chinese middle schooler through private messages. During their chat, the American told him his goal before graduating high school was to earn $500,000 to travel the world. The Chinese middle schooler, raised in a small county town, naturally thought this was impossible. In his understanding, kids before high school graduation relied on their parents for living expenses, maybe only getting 400 or 500 yuan a month. But the American kid told him, I've seen my parents succeed. I've seen my seniors succeed. People are born to create success. If you don't achieve it, it's only because you're not trying hard enough. At 16, I already owned my first car, one I earned myself. The Chinese student was stunned, for he had never heard anyone say, people are born to succeed. At the same time, he realized that what truly held back small counties wasn't economic backwardness, but a lack of spirit and perspective. The true purpose of education should be to broaden children's horizons, helping them understand that life holds far more possibilities. It shouldn't be, graduate elementary school, attend middle school, graduate middle school, attend high school, graduate high school, attend university, graduate university, find a job paying a few thousand a month. Then finding a partner to marry, eventually having a child, and having that child repeat the same cycle. Shen Yifeng now felt exactly that way. With pocket money of 70 or 80,000 yuan a month, they could simply ask their parents for more whenever it ran out. In this environment, they naturally come to believe that making money is easy. Through family connections, they can enter any industry they desire, and eventually discover that earning money truly is effortless. The leap across social classes isn't about money, it's about connections. Those who strike it rich through demolition compensation or sudden wealth may have money, but they don't necessarily raise outstanding children. That's the gap. If it were truly transferable, I wouldn't take it for free. Consider this game engine your pledge of loyalty. Once the company is established, you'll be a shareholder and receive dividends. I actually feel about money. Hey Muji was about to utter that classic line when Shen Yifeng cut him off. Whether you love money or not is your business, but I can't exploit you for free. Asking you to provide the tech, make you work for me, and then not give you a share? If the other employees found out, they'd weep with envy. Even Jewish merchants aren't as heartless and cunning as me. Hey Muji smiled happily. Because she felt Shen Yifeng was a good person. Don't be fooled by her harmless appearance, her anime-inspired style, or her speech patterns. But born into a merchant family, and not just any merchant family, her perspective was sharp. Let's go eat. We'll compete after dinner. Did you notice how that 360 employee sneered at us in the car? He thought we cheated just because we made it to the top 3 in the preliminary round. Huangku hung his head, not daring to speak. He wasn't sure if Hey Muji's third place was achieved through cheating, but his own second place definitely was. Right. I heard it too. Hey Muji puffed out his nose indignantly. Yeah, right. If you really had noticed, with your straightforward temperament, you would have confronted him on the spot. So we can't let them look down on us. Today, we'll show them what it means for the new generation to surpass the old. Shen Yifeng noticed she was still holding the laptop and leaned in to see what she was working on. She hadn't gone upstairs earlier, so she must have been working on this. He focused his eyes and saw it was a mind map.
Open world exploration, exploration zones, world map, world building, scene interaction, exploration mechanics, resource gathering, wilderness survival, wilderness exploration, wilderness combat, town interaction, world ecological design. Combat system, combat types, talent skills, combat impact, monsters, and bosses. In such a short time, she'd already thought of so much. Although I've already established the framework for the game, including its details and gameplay mechanics, most of which have been finalized.
But if we're making a game, we must aim to become and transcend.
Become the essence, transcend the essence. Therefore, the input from others is also crucial. Shen Yifeng could tell Heimuji genuinely wanted to make this game, so he made her employee number 001, forcing Huang Ke to settle for employee number 002. Though it was just a pie in the sky, Heimuji was thrilled. She'd been feeling rather bored lately, so suddenly having a goal and a big one at that naturally made her delighted.
After dining at the hotel, the trio arrived at the competition venue.
They saw participants already seated at their stations, laptops in hand. A large screen dominated the center of the hall, displaying real-time updates of the competition rankings.
Media crews were also present, cameras at the ready.
Accustomed to the grand scale of television studios, Shen Yifeng showed no signs of stage fright when he saw the cameras. He even waved and greeted the media when their lenses turned toward him. To the uninitiated, it might have looked like a fan meet and greet.
Signing in and drawing numbers.
Seat assignments were random, so Shen Yifeng and Huang Ke ended up in different sections. They took their seats, pulled out their laptops, and plugged them in. With over 10 minutes before the competition began, he needed to test the network connection first.
Just then, a reporter approached Shen Yifeng with a microphone, wearing a professional smile. "Hello, would you mind granting us a brief interview?" Chapter 138, With great power comes great responsibility.
Pre-match interviews were a common feature in many competitions.
They usually ask trivial questions.
Shen Yifeng knew that with his recent popularity, the media wouldn't pass up such an opportunity. So when the reporter suddenly appeared, he wasn't particularly surprised and remained completely at ease. He nodded naturally. "Sure, go ahead. This CTF competition hosted by 360 has gathered top talents from universities and the public across the country.
You advanced to the finals as the top qualifier in the preliminary round. As far as I know, you're only a freshman. Have you been practicing CTF-related skills regularly before this?"
Shen Yifeng replied without hesitation. "I developed a deep interest in computers starting in elementary school. My cousin's family bought a computer back then. It still had a CRT monitor and I loved playing games like Violent Motorcycle and Red Alert. As I got older, I discovered network penetration and learned about the hacker community. It seemed incredibly cool.
That's when I started self-teaching myself penetration and reverse engineering techniques.
By the way, although I'm competing as the preliminary round winner, I believe the other contestants didn't take the preliminaries seriously.
So my first place finish doesn't guarantee the championship. I hope you'll focus more attention on the other competitors." Shen Yifeng directed these remarks to the reporter and the rest of the media.
As he faced the barrage of cameras trained on him, Shen Yifeng distinctly felt the hostile stares from other contestants in the hall. "Ha, look at the star contestant, he's something else. We've been here forever, and those reporters still look like they're half asleep."
"Exactly.
Look at him strutting around like he's hot stuff. Just because he cheated his way to first place, he thinks he's actually talented? Probably just for publicity. Celebrities love crafting personas: genius scholar, animal lover. This guy went and made himself the hardest to beat villain. Just wait until the competition ends and he's exposed for what he really is. Then he'll go from first in the preliminaries to last in the finals. Talk about embarrassing." Huang Ke, standing nearby, overheard their conversation and couldn't resist adding sarcastically, "Some people just can't admit others are better than them."
Is it really that hard to acknowledge someone else's excellence? The group turned to see Huang Ke, suddenly remembering he'd entered with Shen Yifeng.
"If cheating had tears, you guys would be top tier.
You really are quite talented."
Shancheng University has never even participated in CTF competitions domestically, and their best national result was a third-place finish.
Change tactics this year?
I'm starting to wonder if your teachers did the preliminary round problems for you just to submit them and generate some hype of the school. At least make it look professional.
Putting two freshmen who've only been here 2 months on a team? Who'd buy that? If it were Shen Yifeng, he wouldn't bother explaining to them.
But Huang Ke had a stubborn streak. They could call him a noob. He only snagged second place in the preliminaries because Shen Yifeng carried him.
But when they accused Shen Yifeng of cheating? As someone who witnessed Shen Yifeng's performance firsthand, Huang Ke couldn't tolerate that.
"Just keep your eyes glued to the big screen when my brother phone pulls ahead. Don't look too shocked when it happens." The interview on the other side continued. Just as Shen Yifeng had anticipated, the reporter swiftly steered the conversation away from the CTF competition toward tomorrow's upcoming Upward Creators Contest. A skilled reporter knew how to steer the conversation. Although that competition had absolutely nothing to do with this CTF event, as long as it attracted attention and traffic, it would significantly boost the visibility of this competition. The only catch was, the audience might be a bunch of complete outsiders who had no clue what cybersecurity even was.
Let's save tomorrow's matters for tomorrow.
Today, I just want to focus on performing well in this competition.
If there are no further questions, that's all for now. The competition is about to begin. Shen Yifeng cut off the reporter's follow-up question. Who keeps pestering me with questions? Which media outlet is this? Could they please get lost? Alright then. Best of luck in the competition.
Hope you achieve a great result. Seeing Shen Yifeng had already turned away to fiddle with his computer, the reporter wisely chose not to press further. After the 360 company executive finished reading the competition rules and delivering some official remarks, all competitors waited for the countdown clock at the shooting range to hit 0. Shen Yifeng felt a wave of suffocation wash over him. It came from the stares of the other competitors.
Wolves travel in packs, tigers roam alone. To wear the crown, you must bear its weight. Why is popularity a double-edged sword? The more people who like you, the more people who dislike you.
They cannot tolerate someone more outstanding than themselves, feeling deeply unsettled. This mindset is common among most people, regardless of gender.
Many celebrities face this dilemma. The more popular you become, the more criticism you attract. Doubt, ridicule, speculation, slander. Explaining yourself is useless. Only true talent can silence them all.
The countdown on the big screen hit 0, and the competition range officially opened. The first question is a check-in question, relatively simple, just decipher the hidden clue or complete a straightforward task. Typically, check-in questions are designed to give participants a baseline score. Starting with 0 points would look pretty bad.
Every participant in the finals would solve this one. It was all about speed.
CTF competitions, also known as capture the flag contests, award bonus points for each question, 10% for first place, 7% for second, and 5% for third.
No additional points are given beyond that.
Alright, our competition has now begun.
The first check-in challenge is essentially free points, testing participants' speed and analytical skills. This CTF event featured a host, an internal employee from 360 company.
Non-specialists commentating on such competitions have no idea what to say. It's all hardcore technical stuff. Shen Yifeng immediately had a plan after reading the question.
Simply performing 2 rounds of base 64 decoding on the input parameters value would reveal the flag.
We see a participant has already solved this check-in question. It's Noob as Original Sin from Tsinghua University. Following closely behind is Vivi the Beauty from Mountain City University, who secured the silver flag and earned an additional 7% bonus points.
Huang Ko glanced up and saw Shen Yifeng ranked second.
While feeling proud, she also reminded herself not to let the school down.
That fast? Just luck. Just fast fingers. These decoding problems depend on internet speed. I solved it too.
2 men in plaid shirts stared at their computer screens, not missing a chance to mock.
Once the sign-in question was completed, the remaining problems instantly appeared. There were 28 questions in total. Finishing them all seemed unlikely. Time was tight. Solving 15 questions would likely secure a spot in the top 10.
To break into the top 3, you'd probably need to solve 20 questions. Choosing which problems to tackle is crucial, since the top scorer gets bonus points for completing all questions. After scanning through the questions, Shen Yifeng spotted one titled Guess Where I Am, a miscellaneous category problem.
This one seems kind of interesting. Chapter 139, Solving the Problem.
Each contestant excelled at different problem types, leading to varied choices. Whenever a contestant secured the first kill, the big screen emitted the sound effects from the CF game. First blood. Simultaneously, each question carries a different point value based on its difficulty.
Scores ranged from 100 to 600 points.
The sign-in question we just saw was also worth 100 points. We can see that player Solitary Prison secured the first kill on the Obsidian question, a 100-point problem. The bonus for first kill brings their total to 110 points, currently placing them in first position.
Oh!
Our Taste is Original Sin team has solved a 200-point web problem, now leading with 330 points. Shen Yifeng paid no attention to the outside world, as he was focused on tackling a 300-point problem. Opening the problem revealed an attached image depicting a building that blended Eastern and Western architectural elements with the aesthetic of traditional Chinese landscape gardens.
Guessing its location was impossible. With so many buildings worldwide, unless it happened to be a landmark in one's own city, it was utterly unguessable.
He wasn't a cartographer, after all.
So Shen Yifeng uploaded the image to Baidu image search and discovered it was the library of Wuhan University.
He pinpointed Wuhan University and obtained its latitude and longitude. The question specified the use of the BD09 coordinate system, so Shen Yifeng converted the GPS coordinates to BD09. One crucial piece of information remained missing. Returning to the photo, Shen Yifeng examined its metadata and discovered the camera model matched an iPhone 5S. The iPhone 5S launch date was September 10, 2013. After submitting, the key value appeared.
Another problem solved. This is a 300-point question. Our preliminary round leader, Vivi the Beauty, has secured the first kill. Speaking of this contestant, it sparked quite a debate in our office. Some thought it might be a female player, while others insisted it was definitely a scruffy guy. Finally, the colleague in charge of this CTF competition revealed that he's a male freshman in college. Neither a female player nor a scruffy guy, he's actually quite handsome. Our office wondered just how handsome he could be, until the competition organizer added that this contestant had appeared on a program on Shangnan TV and even write songs, and he really is handsome, raising the overall visual appeal of our contestants this time. Shen Yifeng glanced up. Sure enough, computer science majors are either subtly charming or overtly charming. Either way, they've got that certain something. After nailing this 300-point question, his score climbed to 428 points, temporarily putting him in first place. He moved on to the next problem, titled Camera Position Query. The name alone gave away its nature as a social engineering question. The attachment provided 3 photos. Contestants had to identify the locations where the first 2 photos were taken and specify a 50-kilometer radius for the location of the third photo. Though 50 kilometers sounds vast, the scope was the entire globe. In other words, they had to pinpoint the exact corner of the world where this photo was taken. This question was worth 600 points, one of only 2 problems carrying such a high score. The leaderboard showed 17 contestants currently tackling this challenge. Among them is the second-ranked contestant. Weakness is original sin. Shen Yifeng didn't see this name in the preliminary rankings, likely a strategic placement to advance to the finals, clearly concealing their true strength. He started this question before me. If he doesn't make the top 3, it's fine. But if he finishes in the top 3 and earns the bonus points, my position will become very disadvantageous. After all, the first-place finisher receives an extra 10% bonus. For a 600-point question, that's an additional 60 points, nearly equivalent to the score of a minor question. As a second-generation elite, Shen Yifeng's understanding of cybersecurity was a decade ahead of everyone else, and his technical skills were naturally exceptional. If I couldn't secure first place, I'd have to find a way to recruit those ahead of me. They were undoubtedly top talent. The first photo, enlarged by Shen Yifeng, revealed Liuzhou Station and the China Railway Express Operations Department, with a prominent sign for Bawang snail noodles nearby. After searching Baidu Maps, he determined the City Express Hotel across the street was the most likely shooting location, with the nearby Bose-Ja Morgan International Building also a possibility. Fortunately, there was no limit on the number of submissions. Shen Yifeng entered both building names and unlocked the location of the first photo. The second image only showed numerous food stalls, likely a food street, but lacked prominent landmarks. Only the stall names were visible: fresh juice, volcanic stone, grilled sausages. Shen Yifeng uploaded the image to Baidu Image Search and found an identical photo. Clicking on it led directly to a Tieba forum post. The original poster identified it as Nanning's Zhongshan Road Food Street, with an 8th floor comment confirming it was taken at Baisheng Building. He submitted it again, unlocking the location of the second photo. Shen Yifeng glanced up at the big screen, not to check the rankings, but to see if anyone had solved this puzzle. No one had yet. Guess everyone's stuck on the third photo. The first 2 were pretty straightforward to pinpoint. Shen Yifeng examined the third photo, which offered minimal clues. On the left was a Jeep Wrangler. In the distance stood 2 green mountain ranges, one tall and one short, with a large cluster of residential buildings at their base. Honestly, this question was genuinely tricky. With such limited clues, pinpointing the shooting location, especially globally, was highly unlikely to be within China. I suspect someone is checking if this photo contains any shooting information. Since it was a 600-point question, it obviously couldn't be that simple. Otherwise, someone would have solved it by now. 17 contestants were working on it earlier, but now only 9 remained. The rest probably gave up. The Jeep Wrangler has a white short license plate, and the car is driving left. The houses down the hill also have an Asian architectural style. Asia, left-hand traffic, white short license plates. Only Thailand and island nations fit this description. Judging by the road guardrails, it's most likely an island nation. The photo indicates winter conditions, with dry grass along the roadside and lush green vegetation on the mountains, shrouded in mist. It's likely somewhere in central or southern island nations. Hokkaido in Japan experiences heavy snowfall every winter due to factors like the northwest monsoon, resulting in thick snow cover during the season. The quiz creator is an employee of 360 Company. These hipsters, especially programmers, are quite fascinated by Japanese culture. After working so hard during the day, they still have to study homework with their teacher at night before they can truly relax. If they took the photos themselves, flights from China typically land in Tokyo or Osaka. Many tourists visiting Japan go to Mount Fuji. Following this line of thought, start by looking at the route from Tokyo to Mount Fuji. Given the mountainous terrain in the photos, there are 2 main routes from Tokyo to Mount Fuji, one primarily through urban areas and another passing through mountainous regions. Using Google Street View to trace back from Mount Fuji should pinpoint the shooting location. Does this analysis seem far-fetched? I think it's pretty far-fetched myself. Shen Yifeng rubbed his forehead as the memories of the deceased began assaulting his mind. These were truly dead memories, remnants of a past life. During his startup's first profitable year, he took several founding members to Japan.
After landing in Tokyo, they traveled this very road en route to Mount Fuji. So upon seeing this photo, he knew the answer. Now all he needed to do was open Google Street View, locate that road, and retrace his steps to pinpoint the answer. Chapter 140, is that too conservative? What? Someone already solved the camera angle query problem this fast? Hearing the host's words, most contestants in the venue simultaneously looked up, clearly seeing Vivi the Beauty ranked in first place. Thanks to the bonus points, his total score had now reached 1088. Holy crap, is this real? I spent ages on this problem and couldn't even figure out the third image. That's insane. Just a car and a shabby location, how the hell are you supposed to pinpoint its exact location worldwide? Could that guy actually be a hacker mastermind? How old is he? Is he even an adult? Seems like he just turned 18. Now I kinda believe he taught himself penetration testing since middle school. Unless 360 leaked the questions, there's no way he could solve them this fast. In cybersecurity, being a noob is your original sin. Skill is the only ticket to respect. Many teenage hackers abroad command respect despite their youth. The same holds true domestically. Even seasoned penetration testers in their 30s show respect to those with genuine skill. The competition raged on, and Shen Yifeng continued to dominate. The container uses WSRX for penetration, but ultimately accesses a local host address. Burp Suite is useless for packet capture. Here only Postman works. Accessing the flag endpoint says I'm not an admin account. So I re-registered, found a cookie, base 64 decoded it, changed the role to admin, re-encoded it, and swapped the cookie value. Done. The host delivered an enthusiastic commentary on stage. Our contestant Vivi the Beauty has completed the web HTTP challenge. First kill secured. He's just completed another web cookie challenge, a 300-point task. His score is now approaching 2,000 points. The contestants behind him need to hurry if they want to earn extra points. Huang Ke was currently ranked 47th. If not for earning bonus points by finishing one problem third, he'd likely be tied with the next 20-odd contestants. He glanced up at Shen Yifeng's unmatched lead in the rankings and lowered his head, focusing even more intently. Shen Yifeng was right. Huang Ke possessed innate talent. He'd only started self-studying penetration techniques in the past 2 weeks, yet he'd already become quite proficient with various tools. Penetration testing required critical thinking, knowing which tools to apply when encountering obstacles. Otherwise, one would just stare blankly at the problem and the penetration tools on the computer. Meanwhile, Tang Wei rushed back to the dorm after her last class of the week and fired up her computer. What's the rush, Wei-jie? A Feng's competition started almost 2 hours ago. He gave me a link saying I could watch the live stream. Wow, that's fancy. They even have a live stream? Zhou Mengting sipped her coconut milk as she approached Tang Wei from behind. The temperature had dropped today, and she happened to be wearing a white sweater that accentuated her curves, framing her slender waist perfectly. With a figure like that, she could easily be a coconut milk spokesperson. It's not like a TV broadcast. You can just see their real-time scores. Tang Wei opened her chat history with Shen Yifeng, copied the URL into her browser, and hit enter. The page instantly redirected to the 3CTF competition interface. Wow, this is so advanced. No wonder you're into computers. Even your web pages look different. It is 360 after all. If Yifeng does well this time, he might even get a job offer from them. Zhou Mengting narrowed her eyes. But he's only a freshman. Getting an offer this early wouldn't be useful. Besides, he doesn't seem like the type to take a job. I bet he'll start his own company. Tang Wei nodded. He did mention starting a company. He joined the competition with Wu Qinsong to raise his profile and earn startup capital. But he wants to make games. That seems incredibly difficult. Yeah, game companies burn through cash. You should really talk some sense into him. If he wants to start a business, he should begin small. He can always dive into games once he's got the resources. Tang Wei shook her head with a smile. I won't interfere with anything he wants to do. While he's young and passionate, if he doesn't pursue his dreams now, he'll definitely regret it when he's older. You two really do think of each other in every way. If Wu Qinsong wanted to start a company, I'd definitely stop him. That head of his just isn't cut out for business. He can't speak his mind and easily offends people. As they chatted and browsed, the top result that caught their eye was named Vivi the Beauty. Ha, what a show-off, naming himself that. Zhou Mengting nearly choked on her coconut milk, laughing. Oh my. I told him to change it ages ago. Why hasn't he done it yet? Tang Wei flushed, feeling like she was being publicly humiliated. This bunch of tech geeks would definitely be curious about who Wei-jie really was and what she looked like. With their skills, finding photos of her on campus would be a breeze. What else could this be but public humiliation? I'm so jealous. If old Wu entered the competition under my name, I'd cry my eyes out. Too bad he's rehearsing with that beauty now, and as his girlfriend, I can only support him. Zhou Mengting leaned against Tang Wei with a pout, her ample chest pressing against Tang Wei's arm. Tang Wei discreetly felt them out, definitely larger than her own. Once her thoughts started wandering, they easily went off track. She began wondering if she was being too conservative. Mengting and Wu Qinsong had done everything together, while Feng had only kissed her, held hands, and sometimes even got hit when he accidentally touched her waist.
Wei? What are you thinking about?
Zhou Mengting received no reply, so she turned to look at Tang Wei's face, only to find her staring blankly into space, lost in thought.
And nothing. Tang Wei snapped back to reality. You're definitely thinking about something. I know you too well. Feeling inferior because I'm older than you?
Zhou Mengting teased with a mischievous grin.
I'm not that young, okay? I was just wondering when Feng and I would take the next step. Tang Wei's expression flickered between uncertainty and resolve. As someone who's been there, let me tell you, you don't need to plan this.
As long as you don't resist it internally, when the time is right, what's meant to happen will happen.
But it feels so ticklish. When Wu Qinsong touches you, doesn't it tickle? Tang Wei's expression was like that of a student seeking knowledge.
It tickles, but after the peak of that tickling, it just becomes pure pleasure.
How do I explain this to you? It gets pretty awkward if I go into detail.
Shen Yifeng sat on a stool with her back to them, but her ears perked up. Whenever Zhou Mengting brought up these topics, she never joined in, but she never missed a word.
If it's itchy, wouldn't you instinctively resist? Tang Wei asked. Try it next time. Don't resist when it itches.
Once you hit the threshold, you'll understand what I mean.
And you and Shen Yifeng are really well suited. Taking the next step sooner would be good for your relationship. But the prerequisite is that your junior has a strong back. Otherwise, Zhou Mengting gave a mischievous grin. Otherwise, early detection, early treatment, there's still hope. Chapter 141, near the yellow, one becomes tainted. Speaking of which, that junior is pretty impressive.
Even with professionals participating in this competition, those seasoned veterans with years of experience didn't rank as high as him. Zhou Mengting noticed that among the top 3, only Shen Yifeng had surpassed 2,000 points. The other 2 barely exceeded 1,000, and those further down hadn't even broken the 1,000-point mark.
Of course. Our Yifeng is outstanding. Tang Wei declared with pride. TSK, look at you, your pride is practically overflowing. Come to think of it, if I were you, I'd be pretty proud too. When old Wu took first place last week, your expression was way more obvious than mine, okay? Wang Yihuan sighed helplessly. We're all roommates, yet the generation gap is so huge.
One side has partners, the other doesn't. While they're debating whether to wear them, we're still stuck in the Stone Age.
Huan, why are you talking like such a grown-up all of a sudden?
Shen Yifeng sat cross-legged, her little feet exposed as she trimmed her toenails. She accidentally clipped the skin, wincing as she bent her head to blow on her sore toe. As the saying goes, ruby red rubs off on black and yellow stains rub off on yellow.
Wang Yihuan shrugged. Clearly, I've been influenced. Yeah, you make me want to date too, but my mom would never let me just date anyone.
Shen Yifeng covered her foot, feeling a flutter in her heart as she recalled Zhou Mengting and the others' earlier conversation. So she carried her laptop and headphones back to her bed, drew the curtain tight, and deliberately announced, suddenly so sleepy.
I'm going to take a nap. Meaning, don't wake me up later, and don't open my curtain. Please don't open my curtain. The competition in Xi'an was still underway, and Shen Yifeng kept glancing up to check the rankings.
Originally trailing behind him was Tsinghua University's contestant. Being a noob is my original sin, but suddenly a dark horse emerged named I'm here to show off.
No school affiliation was displayed, either a working professional or a freelancer.
Freelancers were rare in 2013. People preferred to call them idle members of society. But in the hacker community, those who operated on the edge of the law, working in the gray economy, earned extremely high incomes. Their salaries far exceeded those of regular office workers. Jobs that make money fast are often criminal offenses, while those that make money moderately fast are more or less skirting the law. To earn money in the gray economy, you must have solid technical skills. The ultimate goal is to earn money without breaking the law. We can now see a clear gap in scores among the 100 contestants. The top 3 have pulled far ahead, with the top 40 mostly having solved 4 problems. Those further back need to step up their game. The current top 3 are Wei, I love you, I'm here to show off, and being noob is my original sin. With one 600-point question remaining, whoever gets the first kill will have a high probability of winning the championship.
TSK.
As the host finished speaking, a contestant wearing a baseball cap in the second row unconsciously furrowed his brow. This celebrity contestant has some real skills. I thought he was all talk, but turns out he's even better at showing off than I am.
Looks like he's got some genuine talent. Contestant I'm here to show off cracked his neck.
He'd entered the competition determined to claim the 100,000 yuan prize. There was no way he'd let some internet celebrity steal his thunder.
True to his contest name, this contestant had a flamboyant personality. His catchphrase was, I'm a programmer and I'm biased. Beyond his exceptional programming skills, his penetration techniques were nothing short of gifted. Self-taught in just 3 years, he'd already made a name for himself in China's hacker community. This guy is closing in on a Feng's lead. He might even overtake him in the end, Tang Wei said, biting her fingernail as she sat cross-legged on her chair. Beside her, Zhou Mengting was re-watching upward. Creators. Since this episode had started airing, they wouldn't be able to see the competition this week. It wouldn't be available until next week. With nothing else worth watching, she had no choice but to rewatch past episodes. After all, it's a 100,000 yuan prize. Those working professionals have more experience than the underclassmen. If they can hold on to the top 3, that's already pretty good. They'll still get tens of thousands in prize money, right? Feng can be stubborn sometimes. He won't be happy if he doesn't win first place. You both have strong personalities. Won't you end up arguing easily? Zhou Mingting asked. Tang Wei replied decisively, no way. He's a total pushover around me. True to his Shangqing roots, fearing his wife is in his blood. If men back home were as afraid of their wives as Shangqing men, women would run the show in northeast China. What wife? We're not even married yet. Tang Wei's mindset was more conservative, not as open-minded. While Zhou Mingting was already calling Wu Qinsong husband, Tang Wei still referred to Shen Yifeng as stinky little brother. That won't do, sis. A relationship this bland will wear thin eventually. Think about it, wouldn't you get sick of eating plain rice every single meal? Zhou Mingting hit pause and launched into a lecture. Would I? Tang Wei wasn't entirely sure, because she actually thought rice was pretty tasty. What do you mean probably? You definitely would. You need pickles, you need meat, that's what makes life satisfying. What's the most important thing for a lasting relationship? It's the spark. Tang Wei blinked, her long lashes fluttering like butterfly wings. She adopted a serious expression and asked Zhou Mingting, what exactly counts as romance? Well, pet names are fun, for starters. He calls you wifey, you call him hubby. Even if you're not married yet, it makes you sound like family. I still remember the first time I called Wu Qinsong hubby, that guy was jumping for joy. Really? Just calling him husband made him that happy? It's not like it's real. Tang Wei pursed her lips, not quite understanding. Why don't you try it next time and see? You have to watch your junior's reaction, especially his eyes. Eyes don't lie. Then you'll know how much he loves you. After Zhou Mingting finished speaking, she put on her headphones. The program replay immediately switched to Wu Qinsong's performance of Gentleman. Compared to the nameless one, Zhou Mingting still preferred this song Wu Qinsong claimed to have written for her. Half the competition time had already passed. Just then, Wang Wenwen unexpectedly arrived on site with a cameraman. After communicating with the organizers, they obtained permission to film footage. It turned out that the production team had learned Shen Yifeng had very little footage, and upon discovering he was heading to Xi'an for the competition, they sent Wang Wenwen with a cameraman to capture his performance. The primary goal was to showcase contestants' private lives to viewers, so every aspect needed to be captured. Shen Yifeng remained unaware of the production crew's presence as he struggled with a 500-point problem. It was a web problem. The problem was titled, Gas. 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 The problem required contestants to write scripts, but programming was Shen Yifeng's weak point. While he was stuck, the contestant I want to show off had already solved the problem, overtaking Shen Yifeng to take the lead. Looks like he's a programming whiz, he nails every coding problem super fast. Shen Yifeng looked up and matched the contestant number, spotting the person wearing a red baseball cap in the venue. He could only see their back, unsure of their age. Judging by his attire, he appeared to be under 25. When his gaze followed the "I'm here to show off" contestant forward, he spotted Huang Wenwen smiling and waving at him. Damn, how did she track me down here? Chapter 142, Comeback from the Brink. Shen Yifeng hadn't expected the production crew to chase him all the way to the competition venue to film. He assumed that after today's competition, he'd head straight to Xiangnan tomorrow, and the production crew would only resume filming then. Seems they ran out of footage. No escaping it now. We can see Shen Yifeng participating in a cybersecurity competition hosted by 360 Company. Most of you are likely familiar with this company, as nearly every computer has installed 360 antivirus software at some point. Participants included not only university students but also working professionals, making this a highly specialized competition rather than a friendly intercollegiate event. Yet even in such circumstances, our Shen Yifeng still secured second place. You can see the current rankings on screen. Each contestant chooses a nickname, essentially a code name. Shen Yifeng's is Vivi the Beauty Queen. Clearly, he adores his girlfriend. Fortunately, Shen Yifeng couldn't hear Huang Wenwen's comment, or he would have retorted, "Does big beauty mean loving your girlfriend?" Well, I do. He no longer paid attention to the rankings, immersing himself entirely in solving the problems. As time passed, less than an hour remained until the competition's conclusion. Shen Yifeng was just one problem away from first place. Every time he solved a problem, "I'm gonna show off" would follow suit. The gap lies in programming speed. Looks like I need to keep honing my programming skills whenever I get the chance. Otherwise, I'll be at a disadvantage in competitions like this. If it were a pure penetration testing contest, I'd absolutely crush them. Shen Yifeng's competitive spirit was ignited. One 600-point problem remained unsolved. The problem had a cheeky name, "Please, just hit me." Shen Yifeng had prioritized snagging top spots on easier problems earlier, so he hadn't touched this one yet. To turn the tables, he needed to solve another 300-point problem and then use the remaining time to conquer the 600-point one that should put him back in the lead. Shen Yifeng cracked his neck, his gaze sharp as a blade, yet his chest seemed to hold 1,000,000 soldiers, radiating overwhelming dominance. With 35 minutes left in the competition, I Want to Show Off remains in first place, leading second place Vivi the Beauty by 200 points. He has one 600-point question left to tackle, with all others being under 300 points. Based on my observations, I Want to Show Off could easily solve a 300-point question in the final half hour. Unless Vivi the Beauty solves that final 600-point question, a comeback is impossible. But with only half an hour left and no one having cracked it yet, the first blood remains unclaimed. The Tsinghua University contestant Weakness is Original Sin, previously ranked third, has dropped to 5th place. Currently in third is the working professional Little Orange, followed by the civilian contestant Ultra Thin Silkiness in fourth. It proves cybersecurity industry experience matters. Unlike other CTF competitions where working professionals dominate the top 10, our 360 hosted 3 CTF has 3 university students in the top 10. It's undeniable that the rising tide of the younger generation is becoming increasingly evident. Who knows? In the next CTF competition, we might witness the remarkable feat of a college student claiming first place. Let's all wait and see. With only half an hour left in the competition, many participants had already chosen to give up. They'd reviewed the remaining challenges and knew they couldn't solve them. Rather than waste time, they preferred to give their brains a break. After cracking a 400-point problem, Huang Ke climbed to 37th place. With insufficient time left to solve another problem, he too chose to quit and turned his gaze toward the big screen. Maple did his best. Even though he came in second, he's only 18 years old. Most of the competitors here are adults in their 30s. First place must be some programming prodigy. They got first blood on every single programming question. This CTF had a surprisingly high number of programming problems, giving them a clear advantage overall. And that underage girl snagged 4th place? Seriously, some people just have it. This isn't just talent, it's off the charts gifted. Huang Ke couldn't help but feel envious. If only his parents had supported his interest in computers from a young age and sent him to specialized training programs, he believed his skills would be truly outstanding by now. But life doesn't work on what-ifs. That big star is pretty strong, huh? Guess I misjudged him. The questions from 360 this time were way too tough. Over 1,000 points could get you into the top 50. In other CTF competitions I participated in, you'd need at least 2,000 points to crack the top 50. Too bad his speed was slow. If he'd been faster, he'd have secured a lot of first bloods. The extra points would have easily put him in first place. Unfortunately, he missed one problem. Unless he solved that 600-point question in the last half hour. No way. I saw that problem. It required penetrating a simulated corporate intranet system built by 360 itself. Solving that would mean having the skills to hack half of 360's company. Holy crap? That intense? A CTF competition targeting internal servers? No wonder it's 360. Their challenges are brutal. Forget it. The big star definitely can't solve it. I Want to Show Off gave up on that question too. I saw him still in the target range earlier, but he's logged out now. Check out Vivi the Beauty, she's still on that challenge's target range. She's the only one left trying to crack it. Looks like she's going all in. Respect. Even though I doubt she'll crack it, I gotta give props. She's only 18, the future's bright for her, and I mean really bright. All the contestants who had finished early turned their attention to I Want to Show Off and Vivi the Beauty. If Shen Yifeng solved that 600-point question, even if I Want to Show Off answered another correctly, he'd still be overtaken. If he failed, Shen Yifeng would finish second, trailing by several hundred points. He's going all in? That's a legit penetration question. Any normal person would give up on it. He can't seriously think he's got this? The I Want to Show Off contestant was certain Shen Yifeng couldn't possibly solve that problem. Though he held a 200-point lead, playing it safe, he chose a 300-point question he could easily finish within half an hour. That would put him 500 points ahead, solidifying his lead. Shen Yifeng skimmed the question. Simply put, 360 Corporation had pre-built an internal company network server with security protections in place. The challenge required contestants to successfully penetrate the corporate intranet to succeed. The only information provided was the company name Weylan Group. All other details had to be uncovered independently, making the challenge exceptionally difficult. Chapter 143, I Am the Champion. Being a conglomerate, it naturally had several subsidiaries. Shen Yifeng used a subsidiary collection script to search for first-tier subsidiaries, identifying those holding a 50% stake in them. He then continued scanning these first-tier subsidiaries, repeatedly searching for subsidiaries with 50% ownership stakes. This process repeated cyclically until no further qualifying subsidiaries were found, ultimately reaching the fourth-tier companies. The competition reached its most intense and unpredictable phase. The organizers instructed media to focus cameras on Shen Yifeng's computer screen, broadcasting live to all contestants to reveal whether the CTF contest would deliver a final twist. Holy crap, he's writing the script himself? Live. Can a script written in such a short time even work? Competitors watching the scene erupted in gasps. After swiftly completing the script, Shen Yifeng performed a series of operations on the ICP he had just discovered. The script included subdomain matching, port scanning, web path searches, and service identification, ultimately locating 3 files. He handed the IP file to Lighthouse for information gathering, the URL file to the POC scanner, and chose to manually search the details file for vulnerabilities. The POC scanner returned results first, revealing no exploitable vulnerabilities. This was expected. After all, this was an internal server set up by 360, a company specializing in cybersecurity. If tools could so easily uncover vulnerabilities, it would severely damage their reputation. During the manual search, Shen Yifeng noticed the URL's title was WL Confluence, immediately confirming the server ran Linux. As you can see, contestant Vivi the Beauty has found a breakthrough. He's established a reverse shell connection to the server, gained unrestricted shell access, and immediately created a remote control backdoor, uploading it to the target server. The host showed no concern that the commentary might help other contestants solve the challenge. Just moments earlier, all other contestants had received notification that the target environment for this challenge had been closed. No one except Shen Yifeng could attempt this challenge anymore, otherwise, the organizers wouldn't be live streaming his operations. Upon seeing MSF come online, Shen Yifeng immediately scanned for network interfaces. After identifying the server's network interface, he proceeded to upload a proxy tool. Using the FRP tool, he exposed the internal network, successfully gained access, and began formal internal network information gathering. Impressive! Hei Muji had also given up on solving problems. With the remaining time insufficient to complete another question, she sat down to watch the livestream intently. When he saw Shen Yifeng writing scripts flawlessly, his eyes lit up. Most people harbor an admiration for strength encountering someone more skilled naturally evokes awe. Go Feng! Huang Ke shouted in Shen Yifeng's direction. That single shout seemed to ignite the entire competition arena. Even the contestants who had initially looked down on Shen Yifeng now switched sides, cheering him on. Those stuck halfway up the mountain had no right to mock the warriors climbing to slay the dragon. Despite the roaring cheers all around him, Shen Yifeng seemed oblivious, his fingers dancing ceaselessly across the keyboard. Using the skin tool, he scanned the 32 network segment and found no vulnerabilities. Truly worthy of 360, Shen Yifeng murmured again. He proceeded to scan other network segments for vulnerabilities, but dared not be too conspicuous. The challenge hinted that the internal network servers had an alert system. If malicious scanning was detected, it would trigger security measures, making any subsequent intrusion attempt far more difficult. Time was definitely running out. When he scanned the 16 network segment, he finally discovered a file upload vulnerability. Shen Yifeng constructed a test URL and confirmed successful execution and response. His taut nerves relaxed slightly, and a faint smile touched his lips. This display of cool confidence was captured perfectly by the cameraman from the Upward Creators program. 1-1, do you understand the competition? The cameraman asked. Not really, she replied, but I get the gist. If Shen Yifeng solves this hardest problem, he'll take first place. It's strangely thrilling the whole crowd is rooting for him. Huang 1-1 pressed her thin lips together, her own nerves tightening in sync. Shen Yifeng continued his operations, uploading shell code to the server and executing it via local NC listening, discovering root privileges. To further explore the server's vulnerabilities, Shen Yifeng ran multiple tests. Eventually, he discovered the MySQL password in a file. The password was highly complex. Shen Yifeng surmised that other passwords likely followed the same pattern. Within internal networks, administrators often reuse passwords deemed sufficiently strong across multiple servers. Shen Yifeng then cracked the passwords for 39 consecutive servers and successfully logged in. At this point, all contestants knew that given sufficient time, Shen Yifeng could absolutely compromise the internal network servers. But now, he had less than 10 minutes left. Whether he could finish before the competition ended was far from certain. Setting up proxies within the network segment, scanning the segment, and discovering weak MySQL database passwords. Within this database, Shen Yifeng had uncovered a wealth of sensitive information. This included various service account credentials, NACOS configurations, and more. If this server belonged to a real corporation's internal network, Shen Yifeng's progress to this point already posed a severe threat to that organization. Any issues within the group, be it falsified materials, financial fraud, or other misconduct, could become leverage for the hackers' extortion demands. Even if the group is clean, ransomware could be deployed. Refusal to pay would trigger the deletion of all data on the group's servers at a predetermined time. At that point, the corporation's losses would be catastrophic. Shen Yifeng had now penetrated the internal network servers. Using cloud penetration tools for further reconnaissance, he would eventually seize the administrator account, effectively taking control of the entire console. 39 physical servers, 60 cloud servers, plus vast amounts of configuration file data, development environment settings, and sensitive customer information. At this moment, he had become the emperor of the internal network. But the challenge wasn't over yet. Submitting this data would indeed earn points, but the 360 security team would trace the source. If they identified him, he would face point deductions. Shen Yifeng wasn't sure how many points would be deducted. He was currently less than 200 points ahead of the "I just want to show off" contestant. If 200 points were deducted, he would fall behind by several dozen points and remain in second place. So Shen Yifeng used his final minutes to clean up the intrusion traces. Using 2013-era methods to cover tracks was still easily detectable. But Shen Yifeng's thinking was more than a decade ahead of his time, and his skills were equally advanced. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was light years ahead. The commentator watching Shen Yifeng's actions didn't know how to describe them. He had never seen anything like it before. Those tools were custom programmed by Shen Yifeng himself as secret weapons. In the final 10 seconds of the match, Shen Yifeng finally finished clearing his tracks, switched to QQ, and sent a message to Tang Wei. "I'm a champion." What a godlike play. He had no idea he was being streamed live. Nor did he realize everyone was staring at the big screen, watching him declare himself champion before the origin verification was even complete. So cocky. But damn, he's got swagger. So cool. So what if he's got the skills to back it up? Being cocky isn't a crime. Oh man, I suddenly kind of admire him. Let's wait for the trace results first. If it succeeds, he'll lose 200 points. Then he won't be the champion, he'll be second. Chapter 144, he's definitely a genius. Tang Wei kept a close eye on the real-time scores. In the final minute, seeing Shen Yifeng trailing by over 500 points, she had given up hope. But in the final 10 seconds, she first received a QQ message from Shen Yifeng. "I'm a champion." Then she saw Shen Yifeng had somehow surged into first place. Feng seems to have overtaken them. What? Is that real? Zhou Mingting pushed off with her calves, sliding her swivel chair over to Tang Wei. I don't know. I only saw he'd overtaken after getting his message. Time's up now, so this should be the final ranking. Tang Wei could hardly believe it. Because this was an all-age competition, not a contest between universities. How did Feng beat all those seasoned professionals with years of experience? Wow, that means he won 100,000 yuan. He's gotta treat us to a big feast. Zhou Mingting was even more excited than Tang Wei, thrilled at the prospect of a feast. Tang Wei nodded calmly. It wasn't that she wasn't excited, she just hadn't processed it yet. 1 second he was second, and the next he was first. Did Offing deliberately submit his answer last to stage a dramatic comeback? If only there was a live stream. The competition venue erupted in chaos. In the final moments, Shen Yifeng submitted the flag value for the 600-point question, propelling his ranking straight to first place. Such a thrilling scene would astonish and cheer anyone who witnessed it. The contestant I'm here to show off remained calm, sitting on his stool as organizers began tracing the source. I'll admit his penetration skills are formidable. Writing his own script and building penetration tools in such a short time? That alone puts him ahead of 99% of the competitors here. Of course, it's possible that someone with even stronger penetration skills but weaker overall performance might exist. But he simply didn't have enough time to complete this challenge. Even with his formidable network penetration skills, he wouldn't have time to cover his tracks. The organizer's cybersecurity staff could simply follow the trail to find him. At that point, he'd lose 200 points and the top spot would still be mine. Then it would be time for me to show off. Shen Yifeng remained completely unfazed. He walked over to Huang Ke, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Not bad. You said you wouldn't make the top 50, but you're in the 30s. Just got lucky. A few problems were similar to ones I'd seen before. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't have made the top 50. Huang Ke paused, then tentatively asked, "Bro Feng, do you think you cleaned up the traces properly just now? With only a few minutes left, it might be tough. It's up to luck. At least I gave it my all." Just then, Hey Musi bounded over, backpack bouncing on her shoulders. "No wonder you're my future boss, you've got some serious skills. I just looked at the script you wrote, and it's completely different from standard ones." In the hacker world, knowing how to use penetration tools isn't impressive, crafting your own tools is what makes you a true master. Cybersecurity companies upgrade their products annually based on hackers' penetration methods. So outdated penetration tools might work against small companies' servers, but penetrating large corporation servers is tough. Shen Yifeng's earlier demonstration had also caught the attention of 360's senior management. This contestant is something else. His penetration approach, technical prowess, and even the script he just wrote are top tier. He even wrote a scanning tool on the spot in just a few minutes. It's simply unbelievable. Could it be he's a big shot in the hacker community who's just never been caught? That's why even we don't know his background. I agree with your assessment. Any domestic hacker caught has either been co-opted or locked up. We have records on all such cases. There was this teenage prodigy hacker we discovered earlier. The boss said he gets over 10,000 yuan a month, doesn't have to do anything, just step up when the country needs him. Could it be him? No, that one's surnamed Wang, and he's not even an adult yet. The trace results are in. In the office, a tournament referee had already received the findings. Several 360 executives turned in unison to ask, "What's the status?" We didn't find him." "No way? Damn, he's a genius. Wiping his tracks clean in minutes? That can only be described as genius. We absolutely can't let talent like this fall into other security companies' hands. Otherwise, he'll pose a huge threat to us in the future. He might not even be in cybersecurity. He's got a show taping tomorrow. Look at our hair, we're all going bald. Making it in showbiz pays way better than penetration testing." "Yeah, you're right." The office fell deathly silent, a stark contrast to the electric buzz in the competition hall. When news of the failed traceback reached the competition venue, the crowd erupted once more. They weren't amazed that Shen Yifeng had secured first place. It was the fact he erased all traces of penetration in mere minutes. Either the target server's security was pathetic, or the gorgeous Vivi was just that skilled. But the target server was set up by 360 company, it couldn't possibly lack security measures. Which left only one possibility. Huangku excitedly hugged Shen Yifeng, her excitement not just spilling over, it was overflowing. 100,000 yuan bonus. We can eat so many hotpot meals. Shen Yifeng shot him a disapproving look. Stop thinking about food all the time. This is the company's startup capital. It should cover renting office space and initial preparations. In my past life, I despised those prize chasers who traveled nationwide competing for meager rewards. Never did I imagine I'd become the very type of person I once loathed. Money really does make heroes weak. Money is essential at any time. These people are so pragmatic. When the competition started, I could hear their snide remarks, but now their attitude has completely changed. It's not that they're pragmatic, it's human nature. There was some luck involved this time too. If we'd had just a few minutes less, we wouldn't have had time to cover our tracks. Getting traced would have cost us 200 points, then I wouldn't have been first. Before closing his laptop, Shen Yifeng saw the message Tang Wei had sent him. Wei, holy crap. You really came in first? Wei, I was watching the scores the whole time. You were still in second place a minute before the end. I thought you had no chance, but then your score shot past everyone. Wei, hey, my phone is the best. Wei, are you heading to Shangnan today or resting tonight and going tomorrow? Sen, the organizers are about to hold an award ceremony. I'll reply after I finish up. Otherwise, I'll disappear mid-chat. Shen Yifeng had heard from old Qin that the biggest no-no when chatting with girls was disappearing mid-conversation. It would make her imagine some cheesy romance drama. Though old Qin was usually scatterbrained and a bit of a womanizer, his emotional intelligence was undeniably sharp. Shen Yifeng took this advice to heart, so he gave Tang Wei a heads up first. Wei, no worries, go ahead and finish up. I'm heading to shower too. Once you're done, we can chat in our room tonight. Wei, no. Call me. Shen Yifeng smiled slightly, replied okay, and shut down his computer. A simple award podium was being set up ahead. Shen Yifeng spotted the central position, he knew that glory belonged to him. Chapter 145, The Great Bluff. After the competition ended, the venue became more relaxed. Some discussed the problems, while others continued to rave about the outstanding performance of the beautiful contestant, Wei. If college students harbored resentment toward their peers' success, it stemmed from youthful arrogance. For those who had already entered the workforce, seeing someone younger than themselves ranked above them evoked more admiration than anything else. Only after entering the workforce did they realize that talent truly outweighs effort, and family background outweighs talent. Some might disagree, having been taught since childhood that success is guaranteed through hard work alone. But upon entering society, they discover that it's truly difficult for those from humble backgrounds to rise to prominence. Character shapes destiny, and character is ingrained in one's very bones. This has little to do with schooling, it's largely determined by the environment in which one grows up. The first step after university is often critically influenced by family background. From the starting line, children from ordinary families are already at a significant disadvantage. Take commercial banks, for instance. They recruit large numbers of interns annually. In 2013, monthly wages were estimated at just a few hundred yuan, essentially cheap labor. Internships are merely a gimmick, dozens are hired, yet fewer than 10 may secure permanent positions. Even so, those recommended by universities are invariably top students during their academic years. These students generally fall into a few categories. One group comes from rural families and studies exceptionally hard. Another group hails from county-level towns, where their family circumstances are relatively comfortable. The rest hailed from big cities, some having never set foot in the countryside. The differences among them are apparent from the very first meeting. Those from rural backgrounds become extremely nervous when meeting senior leaders, often unable to even lift their heads. They often arrive early and remain still and silent once inside. Then there are those whose parents work in party or government offices. They know to pour water for leaders, converse naturally with them, and show no stage fright whatsoever. Children from business families speak smoothly with leaders. Those from highly educated families maintain an attitude that is neither servile nor arrogant.
For them, this job isn't necessarily the best, so there's no need to fear the leaders. They all have their own personalities.
Children from rural backgrounds, however, cherish every opportunity. Yet the outcome is often harsh.
In places like banks, without connections, even if you get lucky and secure a permanent position, you'll likely end up as a teller.
The monthly deposit quotas will suffocate you.
Mountain City University has really made a name for itself this time, a freshman taking first place.
When we get back, our advisor is definitely going to tease us about it. No way around it. He wrote the script on the spot during the competition. I just couldn't match that.
If I'd had to write the script and research the material, it would have taken me days.
Scriptwriting wasn't even the hardest part. Cleaning up the evidence in those final minutes was the real showstopper. Even though I came in second, I've got to hand it to him.
Before taking the stage to receive his award, the contestant nicknamed "I'm Here to Show Off" exchanged a few words with the other participants. You have to admit, his mindset was truly impressive.
Most people would have lost it after snatching first place only to be overtaken in the final 10 seconds.
But he saw it as just part of the game. A loss meant he was outplayed, and now he knew exactly what to work on. After the organizers awarded the top three, Shen Yifeng stepped down from the podium alongside the second and third place winners. Just as he was about to look for Huang Ko, a voice suddenly came from behind him. "Congratulations.
Your penetration skills are impressive. You must get plenty of hands-on practice, right?"
"I'm a model citizen of the new era. No way I'd break the law," Shen Yifeng cleverly deflected, refusing to take the bait.
Practical experience in network penetration meant hacking into websites.
Targeting foreign websites was manageable, but domestic sites involved the cybersecurity law.
Relax. We're both the same type of person, though I lean more toward programming. My name is Ouyang Qinhuang. I've been unemployed since graduating from university. Ouyang Qinhuang. The name sounded pretty imposing.
I just wonder if it's his real name or some made-up moniker he picked to show off.
Same as old Qin using an alias when you're out and about. Why aren't you working? Don't you like it? Shen Yifeng asked out of the blue. Ouyang Qinhuang shrugged. Of course I don't like it. Who enjoys being tied down?
I'd rather be a freelance coder, taking on side gigs from home and outsourcing work for programmers in the States. It pays way better than a regular job.
How old are you that you can take on freelance work independently? Well, I'm definitely older than you.
I heard you're just a freshman, probably barely legal this year.
I'm 21 already, doing a 3-year college program. I taught myself programming in high school. It wasn't too hard.
Shen Yifeng had already planned to chat with "I Want to Show Off." His programming skills during the competition were on par with those veteran programmers. With Wei-jie joining the studio, there were now only 3 members. All 3 leaned toward penetration testing, but only Wei-jie had stronger programming skills. Combined with her experience in game development, she would undoubtedly be valuable for developing the game Yuan Shun. Old Huang's current skills only allowed him to assist and handle miscellaneous tasks for Wei-jie. If they could find a programming expert who aligned with the studio's vision and possessed the necessary skills, it would be a godsend. After stepping down from the stage, the two exchanged brief words nearby. The organizers planned to host a dinner for them shortly afterward.
Barring surprises, they likely intended to extend job offers. However, many participants in CTF competitions were primarily after the prize money, not employment opportunities. Those competing for job offers typically ranked in the bottom 50. Simply put, those with real skills never lack job opportunities. Those struggling to find work clearly lack the necessary ability. What kind of freelance work do you usually take on? Shen Yifeng asked.
Pretty mundane stuff. I mainly handle algorithms and client-side development. Usually, it's when my client's company needs a project done, nothing too complicated.
Since it's teamwork, I just handle my part.
They make over $200,000 a year and pay me $3K monthly. They earn passive income, and I make more than a regular job. Win-win. Converting the exchange rate, that was easily 6 figures a month back in 2013, definitely considered high pay.
At Google, there were no fixed working hours or assigned desks. You just had to complete the tasks assigned by your superiors on time. That's why many Google programmers like to outsource their work. Do you find meaning in this kind of life?
Doing work for others while the pay is indeed substantial, it's only relative to ordinary people. They earn $2,000 or $3,000 a month, while you make $10,000 to $20,000. It's certainly privileged, but it lacks a sense of accomplishment. Shen Yifeng's eyebrows raised slightly. Clearly, he was about to start his sales pitch.
Chapter 146, You Should Become a Telemarketer. What sense of accomplishment? All I want right now is to make money. For a man, having money trumps everything else. Ouyang Qinhuang's personality was refreshingly genuine. Only young people and bosses like to talk about ideals. The former talk to themselves, the latter talk to their employees. Earning $10,000 or $20,000 a month?
It's just okay, not enough to climb higher, but enough to get by.
It definitely won't let you leapfrog social classes.
Shen Yifeng, who had been smiling moments ago, now grew completely serious. When discussing matters with others, if you're all smiles and jokes, their instinctive reaction is to be skeptical. If I had your skills, plus songwriting talent and strong penetration abilities, I could make big money either way, Ouyang Qinuang said with a bitter smile. But life doesn't work with ifs. I'll focus on mastering programming first, then continue learning penetration. Are you into games? League of Legends? I don't play it much. I'm not really into competitive games. I prefer single-player titles like Minecraft, Don't Starve, and Romance of the Three Kingdoms. What if you could make games? Would that interest you? Shen Yifeng pressed. Making games? Ouyang Qinuang frowned. I've never tried indie game development, but I've created texture packs and maps for Minecraft. I also added new troop types and artifacts to Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Kindred spirits. I used to love adding troop types to Romance of the Three Kingdoms too, giving Guan Yu an AK-47, equipping Zhang Fei with a rifle. For Minecraft, I made modern texture packs. I enjoy building cities and added modern transportation mods. Talk TV shows with girls, talk games with guys, it never fails. Damn, you're so cool. You're good at coding, and you're only 18. Your future is bright. Ouyang Qinuang paused. You mentioned wanting me to make a game? What do you mean? I've got a game project here. We're short on funds, no programmer yet, and the location's still up in the air. Want to consider it? Ouyang Qinuang? You're messing with me, right? Are you serious? Okay, I exaggerated a bit. We do have funding. Ouyang Qinuang took a breath. The 100,000 yuan prize from this CTF competition will be the seed money. Ouyang Qinuang? We've got a programmer too. Met one yesterday on the plane, he's already agreed to join us. That's the guy who came in fourth this time, ultra thin silk smooth. Grew up in the States, independently developed games before. Still a minor. Ouyang Qinuang? As for the venue, we can arrange that too. I can request permission from the school to temporarily use some vacant classrooms, Shen Yifeng stated with deadpan seriousness. So that's how you sweet-talked a minor into joining? Thank goodness this is China. If this were the States, you'd be charged with luring a minor. Even a cop would empty their magazine on you. Ouyang Qinuang's scalp tingled. He realized he'd seriously underestimated this guy. Not only was this guy highly adaptable, but he was also a smooth talker. He was truly a rising star of the post-95 generation. Don't put it so harshly. I'm giving young people a chance to realize their self-worth. She even said she wouldn't take any salary up front and was willing to invest in the studio. Talent. You'd make a fortune in telemarketing, Ouyang Qinuang said, giving him a thumbs up in admiration. Shen Yifeng waved it off. Money doesn't interest me. I'm chasing a dream. Once you see my game design, you'll definitely want to join. Bull. I'm not working for free. I make over 10 grand a month. Chasing dreams would leave me broke. Shen Yifeng knew men valued their pride, so she refrained from mocking him. After all, once the game launched, a 10,000 yuan monthly salary would be nothing special. Dreams and reality aren't mutually exclusive. That jerk programmer at Google probably doesn't give you much work, right? You've got plenty of free time. Ouyang Qinuang nodded. Western countries strike over everything: long hours, heavy workloads, low pay. Their workload isn't heavy by domestic standards. Compared to China, their workload is downright touching. Then what's the problem? Focus on your main job during the day, and we'll work on the game together in your free time. Your main job pays a fixed salary, a life you can see ending from a mile away. What's the difference between that and being a deadbeat? Ouyang Qinuang was stunned by the words of this guy who was a few years younger than him. Seriously, bro? Starting a business right out of college, making games? Did your parents strike gold or something? If I had a gold mine, I'd just buy a game studio outright. I could hire all the staff there, no need to recruit anyone else. Shen Yifeng spoke honestly, he truly had no money. If he really wanted to brag, he could certainly spin a convincing tale that would leave no room for doubt. But once the other person saw the reality in Shan City, everything would be exposed. They'd be furious, and any chance of future collaboration would be ruined. So he played it straight. Honesty was key. Even if recruitment failed this time, exchanging contact info meant another shot later. Ouyang Qinuang didn't dwell on it. Patting Shen Yifeng on the shoulder, he said, "Well, good luck with it. Once your project gets going and you have proper office space, I might just come join you." That was a fairly polite way of putting it. Ouyang Qinuang had never been optimistic about college students starting businesses. For those without connections, starting a business was harder than climbing to the moon. Even if you got lucky and your project succeeded, say, you actually finished developing the game, the big game companies would inevitably come knocking. They'd either try to buy it out or find ways to sabotage it. That's how chaotic China's internet industry is. You either get acquired or lose your traffic. Even if you survive those two waves of attacks, internet companies still face extortion from hacker groups. Refuse to pay, and they'll wipe every bit of data from your servers. All their previous efforts would go down the drain. All things considered, Ouyang Qinuang didn't hold much hope for Shen Yifeng's game project. Even if the other party's penetration techniques were impressive, they would surely be able to maintain their own servers in the future. But they'd still be unable to escape the siege of major gaming conglomerates.
Do you like J-Cho?
Just as Ouyang Qinhuan was about to wrap up the conversation and leave, Shen Yifeng suddenly asked.
Ha? Or Liham, JJ, Eason.
I plan to write songs for them later, so I'll definitely meet them. When that happens, I'll bring my employees along saying they're my assistants wouldn't be out of place.
Shen Yifeng pursed his lips, feigning nonchalance as he spoke. You can meet Jay? No way. Ouyang Qinhuan refused to believe it. Why not? I'm going on a show tomorrow. They say Jay will be a guest for the finals.
In showbiz, nothing's impossible. Shen Yifeng knew the moment Ouyang Qinhuan stopped in his tracks no one could resist Jay Chou's magnetism. This past year, amidst the fierce competition among the music industry's three titans, Jay had maintained his unshakable position in the top three. Beyond his famous declaration that Mandarin music is the best, what truly mattered was his undeniable talent. His songs were genuinely amazing.
This is kind of messing with me. How about we exchange contacts first? Later, you can show me your game design, and I'll think about it?
Shen Yifeng raised an eyebrow and smiled faintly.
Absolutely no problem. Chapter 147, Finding a Venue.
After Huang Ke finished collecting his award, Shen Yifeng accompanied him back to their room to store the computer. 360 had organized a dinner banquet in the hotel restaurant. Set for 8 p.m., with half an hour to spare, Shen Yifeng called Tang Wei to have a proper chat. The moment the call connected, Shen Yifeng heard the sound of running water on the other end.
Showering again? What do you mean again? This is only my first shower today.
Tang Wei wiped the water from her eyelashes with the back of her hand so she could open her eyes.
Ha, I meant the last time I called you were in the shower too. It's almost 8. Once I'm done, I can crawl back into bed. It's gotten colder lately, staying under the covers is much warmer. After saying this, Tang Wei asked, did the awards ceremony go smoothly? Shen Yifeng chuckled. Worried the runner-up would beat me up?
Ha, that guy's got a great personality.
I'm actually thinking of recruiting him. His programming skills are top-notch. Really? Would they believe a college student proposing to make a game?
Maybe young people would buy it, but those middle-aged folks probably wouldn't. Tang Wei wasn't questioning Shen Yifeng, she just felt middle-aged people valued money more and probably wouldn't join a new team to pursue something so difficult to achieve.
Youthful recklessness might still burn their youth for dreams.
Middle-aged people have families to support, they don't have the energy to chase dreams with a fledgling team.
My game development team needs to be mentally agile.
I have no interest in those traditional-minded middle-aged folks.
The runner-up in this competition is only 21.
When I told him I could introduce him to J-Cho later, he was immediately hooked.
Shen Yifeng walked to the window, gazing down at the bustling city traffic below.
Oh, and I've already recruited the 4th place finisher. She was so intrigued by my game concept that she doesn't even mind working without pay initially.
Wow. Are you that good at networking? How did they trust you? Tang Wei was amazed. Honesty, man.
I told them straight up, no money right now, no programmers yet, no office space secured, just the game design.
Nothing else. Tang Wei thought Shen Yifeng was truly impressive. Leadership wasn't something everyone possessed.
Some people might have excellent grades and strong work skills, but they simply lack that innate leadership quality. It was an innate quality, more likely to appear in children from wealthy families. Yet Yifeng, who hadn't been exposed to much of the outside world growing up and never held a class officer position during his studies, still possessed leadership skills. That was pure talent. So you gained quite a lot from this competition, not only the prize money but also a valuable team member. Oh, and Mengting asked you to treat her to a meal when you get back. I still owe my roommate a meal, so I'll treat us all together. Back when I was broke, Wu Qinsong treated me many times. I need to pay that favor back little by little. When it comes to favors, it's better to repay them sooner rather than later. The longer you wait, the bigger the debt becomes.
Now that you've got the prize money, are you planning to start setting up your studio?
Our school offers startup grants for students.
Want me to look into it for you? Student entrepreneurship subsidies vary by region.
Typically, they include one-time startup grants, interest-free loans for entrepreneurship, space support, rental subsidies, and so on. For aspiring student entrepreneurs, the interest-free loans alone are highly appealing provided the application gets approved.
Sure, I'll have you look into it when you have time.
The one-time grant and interest-free loans are great.
As for space, I'd still prefer renting somewhere off campus. Isn't the free space on campus good enough?
Tang Wei asked, puzzled.
My team is mostly young people.
If we're on campus, it's full of hormones and female students everywhere. I'm worried it might affect their work efficiency.
Hearing Shen Yifeng's explanation, Tang Wei burst out laughing. That actually makes sense. If everyone's off dating, who's going to focus on work? Then I'll look around near the university town for you.
There are plenty of spaces available.
I often see vacant office buildings when I pass by. The rent is cheap, and the location is convenient.
Startup teams don't need to worry about a fancy environment in the early stages.
Back in the early days, many internet tycoons started out crammed into residential buildings, eating, sleeping, and everything else right there. Delivery guys often mistook them for pyramid scheme operators. That was back in the early 2000s. Nowadays, conditions aren't that dire, at least we can afford decent office space. Then let's focus on finding a place near the Mountain City Academy of Fine Arts. For the initial character designs, I'll need to collaborate with students there, and if the location is too far, they might not be willing to come. After Shen Yifeng outlined the requirements, Tang Wei had a clear idea of what to look for. It happened to be the weekend, so she planned to take Zhou Mengting shopping tomorrow and look for suitable places while she was out. Shen Yifeng hung up the phone and had just exchanged a few words with Huangke when a knock sounded at the door. Probably Hey Muji. Huangke set down the mineral water bottle and went to open the door, immediately seeing a face brimming with energy. She grinned, seemingly amused by something. Getting married today? That's why you're so happy? Getting married? Of course I won't be happy. I'll definitely cry my eyes out that day. Why? Huangke scratched his head. He'd been pulling all-nighters for days preparing for this competition, hadn't even had time to wash his hair, leaving it greasy and messy. Because I'll lose my freedom. My life should be a wilderness, not a track. Hey Muji pushed open the door and walked up to Shen Yifeng, giving him a thumbs up. Damn impressive, boss. Your penetration skills are top-notch. If our game servers get hacked in the future, you'll definitely be able to reverse engineer their methods and teach them a lesson. Shen Yifeng seriously suspected he'd hired a cheerleader. The game hadn't even started development yet, and he was already thinking about server setup. But the studio needed someone like this, cute, energetic, and technically competent. Otherwise, a bunch of bald programmers sitting lifelessly in front of their computers, typing code like soulless machines, would be utterly depressing. Absolutely. Anyone messes with me, I'll mess with their whole family. Shen Yifeng paused, then looked at Huangke. I'm assigning you a task now, help him improve his programming skills. She's helping me? Huangke raised her hand, pointing at herself. Our initial work focuses on programming. Penetration testing comes after the server is set up, so coding is crucial. As employee 002, you need to step up and take charge. Hey Muji flashed her fangs in a proud pout. I'm employee 001. So I'm supposed to call her master? We men from Shanqing are tough as nails, how could I possibly call a girl master? Huangke declared with righteous indignation. Hey Muji's expression immediately darkened. She rolled up her sleeves and declared, I'm the Shu Dao Mountain. Huangke recoiled like a startled rabbit, his massive frame jerking back. Fear ingrained in one's genes is impossible to shake off. Fine. I'll call you master. But let me make it clear, I'll only do it when we're alone. When others are around, I still need to save face. Hey Muji beamed with delight, slapping Huangke's shoulder hard. Follow your master around, and you'll eat well and drink fine. You stink, so later I'll give you a bottle of perfume I brought back from the States. Spray it on whenever you can. Huangke's eyes lit up. Oh my god, thanks, master. Holy crap, I get to use imported stuff too. Shen Yifeng shook his head, speechless. Money talks, after all. Chapter 148, Who Doesn't Love to Brag? At 8 p.m., Shen Yifeng brought Huangke and Hey Muji to the hotel restaurant for dinner. 12 large round tables seated 10 people each, with no formal seating arrangement, everyone sat randomly. Undoubtedly, Shen Yifeng was the center of attention at this gathering. As he entered the dining hall, several 360 employees who had been standing immediately fixed their gaze on him, not blinking. After he sat down, they approached. Mr. Shen Yifeng, congratulations. Any thoughts after this competition? A middle-aged man with thinning hair and glasses sat right beside Shen Yifeng. As the saying goes, an inch longer means an inch stronger. This guy must be pretty skilled. I'm wondering when the prize money will be deposited. I need it urgently. Shen Yifeng's eyebrow twitched slightly, but he didn't seem to be joking, he was dead serious. The prize money usually arrives in your account within 5 business days. The middle-aged man pressed further. I mean, your future career plans, do you intend to pursue penetration testing or something else? Shen Yifeng could tell the man was beating around the bush. For talent, whether they could be utilized was secondary, the real trouble would be if they ended up at a competitor's company. The recent 3Q war had nearly crushed 360 under Tencent's pressure, making penetration specialists highly sought after. Penetration testing is just a hobby. You know how it is, once a hobby becomes a career, it loses its appeal. Besides, I've just started college. I'm not thinking about work at all right now. Enjoying college life is what matters. Shen Yifeng gave his usual non-committal reply, seemingly answering yet avoiding the question entirely. As someone who's been there, I'll tell you this, planning your path early saves you from many detours later. If someone had guided me in college, I might be at a higher level now. With your talent, why not let it shine? Some middle-aged folks are like that, they think living a few extra years and experiencing more gives them superior insight into life, so they love to lecture young people. In his past life, Shen Yifeng, fresh out of college, used to listen intently to seniors' advice. It wasn't until he hit 30 that he realized most of what they said was nonsense, very little of it was actually useful. They speak only from their own limited perspectives, ignoring that every person is different. When people with connections and those without do the same work and put in the same effort, will the results be the same? Of course not. How much do you make now? Shen Yifeng asked abruptly.
Salary isn't something you just blurt out, but I can tell you this, the computer industry generally pays much higher than other fields, and penetration testing within the computer industry typically commands even higher pay than other computer-related jobs.
Shen Yifeng set down his chopsticks and asked in his characteristic deep voice, do you know how much songwriting pays? How would I know?
I don't write songs. The middle-aged man shook his head with a laugh. One song like Mouse Loves Rice earned over 100 million.
I can make tens of thousands per song.
I signed them to 3 5-year buyout contracts.
If they want to use it again after that, they have to come back and sign with me. Shen Yifeng chuckled.
It takes me just 1 day to write a song, lyrics and melody done.
Do the math on how much I could make in a month. Anyway, it's just bragging. Who doesn't know how to brag? Outsiders don't know the industry's ins and outs, they just know showbiz is lucrative.
Shen Yifeng wasn't trying to show off like that kid Ouyang Qinhuan, he just didn't want 360 Company hounding him about joining their team.
Working a day job after Rebirth? That would be branded as a disgrace among reborn individuals. Actually, he wasn't entirely bluffing.
That's just how the songwriting market works. For well-known composers in mainland China, it's a one-time deal technically called buying the exclusive usage rights.
Typically signed for 3 to 5 years. Prices?
Just lyrics without composition, around 20,000 yuan.
Lyrics and composition, 40,000 yuan. For example, a 3-year contract.
During those 3 years, the singer can freely use the song for concerts, commercial performances, or any other purpose. Even if the song becomes a massive hit and the singer earns hundreds of millions annually, the lyricist and composer see none of that revenue. Should the singer wish to use the song again after 3 years, a new contract must be signed.
This approach is for those uncertain about their song's potential success. For Shen Yifeng, such a contract is disadvantageous.
Because he knew his songs would definitely become hits, he negotiated a revenue-sharing contract with the record label. This meant he and the label would split the earnings from the song according to a predetermined ratio, and the label would then distribute the remainder to the performers. The middle-aged man's mind was still crunching numbers. After a quick calculation, he was suddenly at a loss for words.
If this calculation held true, he'd lose at least hundreds of thousands a month.
Compared to his monthly salary of a few thousand, writing songs effortlessly for a month would earn him more than a year of hard coding. Even a fool would know which path to choose.
But he wasn't leaving empty-handed. Learning from Shen Yifeng that the other party didn't want to pursue penetration testing meant they wouldn't end up at a rival company. With the boss at the table, the meal was bound to be awkward. So Shen Yifeng finished quickly, excused himself by saying he was tired, and left first.
At the elevator lobby, the car descended from above and stopped on the second floor.
The person stepping out froze Shen Yifeng in his tracks. Hey, Sister Wen, I didn't expect you guys to chase all the way to Xi'an. I spotted you during the afternoon match.
Huang Wenwen emerged with her head down, lifting it abruptly at Shen Yifeng's voice.
I was just looking for you. With the weather turning colder, I brought you a box of cold remedy granules. Have some later to prevent catching a cold.
We have a show recording tomorrow, so take good care of yourself.
That's thoughtful. Shen Yifeng accepted the cold medicine, thinking to himself that she wasn't even his assistant. This was surprisingly considerate. Well, you are our ratings guarantee. After your match tonight, your competition photos went viral on Weibo's Super Topic. So many people praised your skills and said a man who's serious is the most handsome. Isn't it a bit uncool to take candid shots and post them online? Shen Yifeng changed the subject. Did they make me look good? We didn't take them. Probably other contestants did. Your fan account posted on Weibo saying whoever snaps your best shots during today's competition and sends them gets a 100 yuan red envelope per photo. Damn, my fan club manager is that rich? Shen Yifeng gaped, utterly stunned. She's not only rich but also has tons of free time. If this weren't an internal competition where fans can't enter, she'd be staying at that hotel across the street just to photograph you. Huang Wenwen turned to point at the building across the street, suddenly noticing a flash of light on the glass of a window on the same floor. Oh my god. I'm definitely being photographed. And it's just the two of us standing together. No way, no way. I have to find the fan club manager right now and explain clearly that I'm from the TV station, not your rumored girlfriend. Watching Huang Wenwen scramble frantically, opening her phone, finding the fan club manager's Weibo account, and sending a private message. Her seamless execution of the routine was almost heartbreakingly efficient. The entertainment industry really is terrifying. Chapter 149, Victim of Rumors. The next morning, Shen Yifeng and Huang Ko arrived at the airport together. The former was heading to Shangnan to film a program, while the latter was returning to Shan City. At Shangnan Airport, Wu Qinsong and Zhang Ziyue had arrived half an hour early and waited for him in the terminal. Spotting the two standing together from afar, this scene would surely make Zhou Mengting jealous if she saw it. Impressive. Winning first place against so many professionals, Wu Qinsong remarked, slung bag over his shoulder, one hand tucked into his pocket. Not bad, but I almost came in second, Shen Yifeng replied with a polite smile to Zhang Ziyue as he approached. How's your practice going? With a song this good, we have to practice hard too. Otherwise, we'd be wasting the song you wrote, Wu Qinsong grinned. This feeling of being carried by teammates was absolutely exhilarating. While other contestants were still racking their brains over original songs, Shen Yifeng had finished both the lyrics and melody in just one day. What else could it be but being carried by teammates? Wu Qinsong and I have been practicing diligently these past few days and have developed great chemistry. Watch us backstage this afternoon will absolutely wow the judges and other contestants. Zhang Ziyue had always struck him as reserved and low-key. For her to say this, it seemed their rehearsals had truly paid off. As the trio stepped out of the terminal, a thunderous roar erupted outside. Shen Yifeng! Shen Yifeng! Zhang Ziyue, you're the best! Go for it! Wu Qinsong, I'm the king of Shudao Mountain. Hearing the fans' shouts, Wu Qinsong covered his face and smiled bitterly. Damn it, I'm a victim of misinformation. Just as Shen Yifeng was about to ask what it meant, Wu Qinsong explained himself. Someone filmed Mengting saying that to me at school, and then I started acting all goody two-shoes. I thought that random video wouldn't get much attention, but damn it, that thing went viral. I'm so ing. Watch your words. Be careful, your swearing might go viral too. Then your fans will greet you at the airport shouting, Wu Qinsong, ing. Put. Zhang Ziyue couldn't hold back, covering her mouth to stifle her laughter. It took the trio ages to walk from the airport terminal to the parking lot. By the time they boarded the production crew's van, their arms were already loaded with gifts. The recording was scheduled for the afternoon. After the van arrived at the hotel, Shen Yifeng and Wu Qinsong went to drop off their luggage first. Did you finalize things with the record company? Wu Qinsong immediately drew the curtains upon entering the room. He too had witnessed how absurdly persistent those paparazzi were. They could snap clear photos from the building across the street. I've talked to a few, but nothing's finalized yet. What about you? Have other agencies approached you? A couple of talent scouts approached me directly these past few days. I looked them up online, they're all small agencies. If I joined them, I'd probably be the top dog. Forget those small companies. They can't offer you much in terms of resources. I agree. After much thought, only DU Entertainment remains. If they offer a shorter contract term, say 3 or 4 years, I think it's acceptable. Without the bias of friendship, Wu Qinsong's singing skills aren't outstanding, just passable. If the song isn't strong, his performance feels ordinary. Under these circumstances, it's no surprise major agencies aren't interested in signing him unless they're eyeing his looks and want to pivot him into acting. DU may be exploitative, but as long as an artist maintains buzz, they provide decent resources. Their variety shows keep talent relevant. As long as it's not a 7 or 8 year long-term contract, it's actually quite acceptable. You decide this for yourself. No sooner had Shen Yifeng finished speaking than a knock sounded at the door. Since he'd just checked into the hotel, it couldn't be hotel staff, most likely the production crew. Wu Qinsong opened the door to find Zhang Yuan standing there. Though she wore a smile, it looked forced. Last week, Zhang Yuan had patted company executives on the back, guaranteeing she'd sign both Shen Yifeng and Wu Qinsong. Manipulating newcomers like them should be a piece of cake, right? But Shen Yifeng's evasive replies and Wu Qinsong's abrupt collapse mid-drink had thrown her plans into disarray. After returning, she belatedly realized she might have been played by those two young men. Given their current popularity with the production team, plenty of agencies would be lining up to sign them. They could easily shop around and choose the best offer. But as the entertainment powerhouse that churns out stars, how could DU Media tolerate being just another option on their list? So the leadership decided to hire paparazzi to dig up dirt on the pair, cooling their popularity and making them realize that in the entertainment industry, you never cross the capital. Once they signed contracts, the PR team would release clarifications and spin the stories. Not only would this preserve their image, but it would actually boost public goodwill. As for the scandalous material, it was fabricated from the start. All they needed were a few photos easily spun into sensational headlines, with fabricated content to match. After all, it takes only a moment to spread rumors, but debunking them requires endless effort. For non-PR professionals, debunking rumors is incredibly difficult. If someone wants to target you, they'll keep spreading lies while you're busy denying them. Once explanations become muddled, it leaves a significant stain on your career. Sis Yuan, what brings you here? Just passing by, thought I'd drop in. Zhang Yuan glanced around the room after entering. Didn't your assistant come with you? We don't even have an agency yet, where would we get assistants? Sister Yuan, you're joking. This woman was sharp, subtly probing whether we had signed with an agency. Satisfied with the answer, Zhang Yuan's tense nerves finally relaxed. She set the fruit basket she was carrying on the nearby table. After the next round of competitions, you'll start taking on commercial deals. You absolutely need a talent agency. I know you weren't thrilled with the contract I showed you last time, but there's no way around it. All the other contestants, including those from Super Male Singer and Supergirl, signed the exact same deal. After hearing Shen Yifeng's analysis last time, Wu Qinsong realized that the profit-sharing ratio for the initial years wasn't crucial. What mattered was securing the shortest possible contract term.
That way, once he became popular, he'd hold the upper hand if the company wanted to renegotiate.
I can sign the contract, but can we make the term shorter? How short? Zhang Yuan asked.
3 years. Zhang Yuan let out a soft sigh, her expression immediately darkening. 3 years is too short. We need to invest capital in you initially, and 3 years might not be enough to recoup our costs.
That's highly unreasonable for the company.
Then let's add a condition: I can produce 1 album for Wu Qinsong each year. Under these terms, the company wouldn't need to invest heavily, just provide resources.
Shen Yifeng believed a 3-year contract was highly advantageous for Wu Qinsong.
Those who signed 6 or 7-year contracts often found themselves sinking into obscurity when the company withheld resources. By the time 6 or 7 years passed, the entertainment industry had already changed beyond recognition.
You write for free? Zhang Yuan asked tentatively. I'm already signed to a record label. We'll follow standard industry revenue sharing terms. Whatever the standard split is, that's what we'll use.
I have limited songs to write each year, but crafting a full album for Wu Qinsong guarantees at least 1 or 2 chart toppers. Had anyone else said that, Zhang Yuan would have scoffed.
But coming from Shen Yifeng, she actually believed it.
One song, Gentleman, plus another, The Nameless One, had dominated major music charts to this day.
Wu Qinsong went from an unknown singer to a household name in just half a month.
In the entire entertainment industry, this was nothing short of explosive.
Chapter 150, that's way too cool. Old Shen, releasing just 1 album a year, that's not quite right, is it?
Wu Qinsong flattered with a smile, feeling Shen Yifeng was being far too generous with him.
Whoa, bro. Cut the crap. I'm fighting for your interests here. Shen Yifeng's mouth twitched.
Sometimes Wu Qinsong was sharp, but other times he was downright dumb.
In the local dialect of the mountain city, it meant, can't see the forest for the trees. Roughly meaning he lacks tact. I'll need to discuss this with the company. We've never signed a 3-year contract with a newcomer before.
Even the Supergirls and Superboys champions started with 5-year deals.
That's how you guys screwed them over. Shen Yifeng couldn't bring himself to say it. He really couldn't.
If not for his past life memories, he would have signed immediately upon encountering this for the first time, thanking the company profusely for their recognition.
Which record label did you sign with? This week? Zhang Yuan actually wanted Shen Yifeng to sign more than anyone else.
Their company had many singers, but what they lacked most were songwriters like Shen Yifeng.
Plus, Shen Yifeng's looks were perfect for debuting. He even had built-in buzz from the show. He was handsome, could write songs, and had popularity.
Any one of those 3 qualities alone could launch a career, let alone all 3 combined. He was an exceptionally rare talent.
Let's not talk about the company for now. It's not really a contract, more like a collaboration.
I write songs for singers, and after deducting all expenses like recording and filming, the net profit is split 60-40 between me and the company.
You get 60%? That leaves the company with only 40%, and they have to split that evenly with the artist? Doesn't that mean they only make 20%? Zhang Yuan shook her head. What company would agree to such terms?
Unless every song Old Shen writes becomes a hit, even 20% can be substantial for the company.
The collaborative model doesn't require heavy resource investment either.
Who knows, maybe top-tier singers will even come knocking for songs. After Wu Qinsong explained it that way, Zhang Yuan found it quite reasonable.
But negotiating such terms with DU Media was highly unlikely to succeed. Only smaller companies might agree. Since he's already signed, there's nothing we can do now.
When he realizes small companies can't access top-tier artists and his songs won't get promoted, he'll have no choice but to come back to us.
Those companies would offer him short-term revenue-sharing contracts.
Once he compares his options and comes knocking on our door, the negotiating advantage will be firmly in our hands.
Zhang Yuan's calculations were sound, and securing Wu Qinsong's signature first was a solid move.
But for a 3-year contract, she still needed to discuss it with her superiors.
After a quick lunch, it was time for the afternoon recording session. Since it wasn't live, all the contestants relaxed a bit.
This round's rules were slightly different.
In addition to the 3 judges' scores, 20 music industry professionals would also score the performances. The accumulated points would be combined with the next round's scores. Those ranking higher would advance, while those lower would be eliminated. Good afternoon, everyone.
It's a new week, and this competition will be recorded to showcase the contestants' private lives and creative journeys. Our production team spent the past week living alongside the contestants, capturing their everyday moments.
How do these performers differ in real life versus on stage? Let's find out. Now we see contestants Goyu and Fang Yuli take the stage.
Their combined rankings from the previous round place them in the bottom 15. According to the rules, they are free to create their own performances this round. If they fail to earn more points this round, they could face elimination in the next round.
Alright, we now see contestants Wu Qinsong and Zhang Ziyue arriving, with Shen Yifeng beside them.
As the most talked about contestant this season, Shen Yifeng has sparked widespread online discussion despite being a behind-the-scenes creator. Beyond his talent, I can't think of any other reason. Wu Qinsong took first place in the previous round, while Zhang Ziyue secured third. Combined, their rankings place them first among the 15 groups, so this round requires them to create a Chinese-style song.
We all know Shen Yifeng wrote Wu Qinsong's first 2 songs reportedly in just 1 day each. We can't wait to see what kind of song they'll bring us today.
In this competition, contestants and composers are separated.
Shen Yifeng sat in the rest area on the other side.
Compared to the contestant area, there were far fewer cameramen here. With nothing else to do, Shen Yifeng had brought his laptop and found a spot near the production crew to sit. Since there was an Ethernet cable available, he could connect to the internet. When the production team asked what he was doing, "My school assigned homework I haven't finished yet. My mom said participating in the show is secondary, don't let it interfere with my studies." The production team was impressed by his dedication to studying and even checked in occasionally to see if his internet connection was stable. If it weren't for the recording, they probably would have let him use the internet upstairs in the office area. He opened QQ and created a QQ group. Yuan Shan Project Studio. Group owner, Sen. Administrator, Mr. Slightly Yellow Urine. Admin, 2-meter leg hair. Sen, Old Juan, what's up? Mr. Slightly Yellow Urine, holy crap. What kind of group is this? Sen, can't read the name? It's the Yuan Shan Project.
Work group. Mr. Slightly Yellow Urine, brother phone, aren't you recording a show? Sen, recording it. Slacking off while filming. Shen Yifeng pulled out his phone, snapped a few photos, and sent them to the group. Sen, see? The camera's pointed right at me. Mr. Slightly Yellow Urine, so cool. Filming a show and still using a computer, that's my bro phone for you. 2M leg hair, ha, Mr. Slightly Yellow P, you crack me up. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Slightly Yellow Urine, did you really need to send that many? Ha ha ha. Leg hair 2M, can't help it if I have a low laugh threshold, apprentice. Huang Ke's mouth twitched. As the saying goes, he who takes a gift is bound to the giver. Yesterday, he'd accepted a bottle of imported perfume from someone. He'd looked it up online, it cost over 900 yuan, more than all his clothes combined. So he reluctantly replied. Mr. Slightly Yellow Urine, whatever the master says goes. Shen Yifeng, add your real name to your contact info. We'll be adding more people later, and it'll be confusing with all nicknames. Huang Ke, got it. Hey Muji, using my real name online feels so awkward. Huang Ke, brother phone, what's our next move?
Shen Yifeng, use minigames to fund the main project. The Yuan Shan project requires an estimated 9-digit investment. We'll generate profits with other games in the early stages.
Huang Ke, 9 figures? Let me count. Over 100 million?
In an era when monthly living expenses barely reached a few hundred yuan, proposing to spend hundreds of millions on a game stunned not only Huang Ke but even Hey Muji.
It was utterly unheard of, unprecedented. Hey Muji, my previous game cost around $200,000 excluding labor. Investing hundreds of millions in a game is just mind-blowing.